What you consider a cheat sheet for success is nothing more than a textbook guide to suicide in my eyes. This world has transformed all films, television shows, and games into replicas. The Squid Game and Resident Evil that others fear. For me, it was a treasure trove that foretold the future. Everyone was trembling over the first trial, while I was strategizing how to maximize my score. Only after entering the blood-soaked red light, green light arena and witnessing hundreds collapse around me in an instant, listening to the rich air's terrified whispers in my ear, did I realize the plot I thought I knew might just be part of a far deadlier trap. Now, mere survival isn't enough. My goal is to uncover the fatal bug that can end this game. Note, bug is intentionally kept in uppercase as it likely refers to a system exploit/game-breaking flaw, common in survival game narratives. My name is Chen Yi, a transmigrator who arrived on the blue planet Shuel half a year ago when the dungeon worlds descended. The hidden pattern on my wrist is now confirmed to be the mark of a world instance. 3 years ago, the dungeon world descended. Once people turned 18, they would be locked by the virtual world and forcibly transported into dungeon trials. Passing through can grant wealth, technology, and even endless life. My advantage lies in this world's dungeons, such as World of Warcraft, Resident Evil, Squid Game and others. These were all films, novels, and anime I was familiar with in my past life, but the people of this world remain unaware of them. This has allowed me to grasp all the wealth. Mr. Chen Yi, welcome to the dungeon world. Create your ID, the rebel. I said calmly. ID confirmed, successfully created %% overall strength, D, average. At midnight, a beam of light enveloped me, and I was transported to a vast square. Surrounding the square were blue portals, gathering newcomers who had just turned 18 and were forced to participate in the dungeon trial. Does anyone have a strategy guide for the Squid Game dungeon world? The screen on the portal displayed that the dungeon world was Squid Game. I know this is a brutal survival game, where a group of people from the bottom of society are invited to participate, unaware that they could die in the game. I squeezed to the front of the portal, where 4 newcomers like me had gathered. The novice trial starts from the lowest E rank, and only by achieving a rating of B rank or higher can one advance and clear the stage. I clicked the option on the screen without hesitation. As long as you pass the trial and give me all your rewards, I can guarantee to lead you through the dungeon. A young newcomer dressed in cyberpunk attire, Han Feng, appeared with an array of props. The 4 newcomers immediately agreed to his terms. Han Feng asked me, "What's the matter, classmate, don't you agree?" I looked at the physical enhancement potion and spatial confinement talisman in his hands, knowing full well these items would be confiscated in the Squid Game. No need at all. Forget it. I won't use it. I smiled faintly. Don't say I didn't warn you, there's danger in the dungeon at any moment. If you get eliminated, you'll have to live as an ordinary person for the rest of your life. Han Feng shrugged. Take care of yourself, young Master Han. Without getting tangled up with him, I clicked to enter the dungeon. Han Feng followed closely behind, and the other 4 newcomers also entered without hesitation. You have selected the Squid Game dungeon world, E rank. Dungeon difficulty, normal. Trial mission main quest. Survive for 6 days within the dungeon and find a way to end the dungeon game if possible. Hint. The main storyline begins immediately upon entering the dungeon. Please ensure your safety. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying on a single bed in a spacious and brightly lit room. The room was densely packed with bunk beds, and the display showed a total of 462 people, precisely the dormitory for the players of the Squid Game. It was exactly the same as what I had seen before, except there were 6 new trial players added. Friend, all my stuff is gone. Han Feng exclaimed in shock. I simply responded with an "Oh." A burst of noise erupted as the show's antagonist, the gambler and thug Zhang Diaxu. He was grabbing Jiang Xiao, a low-level office worker, by the hair and beating him up, just like in the plot? I thought to myself. The emaciated old man, number 001, who was the hidden boss Wuinan in the drama, stopped Zhang Diaxu. The old man was pushed aside. The protagonist Song Jiaihan rushed over to help the old man and glared at Zhang Diaxu indignantly. At that moment, the door opened, and over a dozen staff members dressed in red uniforms and carrying submachine guns entered the dormitory. The crowd was forced to quiet down under the threat of weapons. The lead black-hooded man announced, everyone will participate in 6 games. Those who win all will receive a substantial cash prize. Ultimately, the crowd had no choice but to sign the game agreement under the threat of weapons. I deliberately approached the male protagonist, Song Jiaihan. Bro, there are so many guns here, seems really dangerous. Are you sure about signing this agreement? I whispered. They probably just want to maintain order, right? Chung Chishuan whispered under his breath. It's not just about maintaining order. If they wanted to kill us, the outside world wouldn't even find our bodies. I took a deep breath. Since we're already here, might as well take part. What if we end up getting a reward? Chang Chishuan finally signed the agreement. Now, we will begin the first game. Please follow the staff and leave the dormitory in an orderly manner. A woman's voice came over the broadcast. Outside is a vast enclosed area surrounded by dozens of armed staff members, with snipers and heavy machine guns positioned on the walls. A giant doll stands under a tree dozens of meters ahead. The broadcast sounded, the first game to be played is red light, green light. Rule reminder, players may move forward during the ghost's chanting time. After the chant is finished, you must remain completely still. If any movement is detected, you will be eliminated and face punishment. I thought to myself, the trial task is to survive for 6 days, and only one person can leave with the prize money in the end. I recalled the voting segment in the show that could end the game. If the game ends and we return to reality, it would be easy to last 6 days. This might be a bug in clearing the dungeon. The broadcast sounded again. Now, the game begins. I reminded Han Feng and the others, remember, you must follow the game rules. The doll began chanting as everyone ran forward, laughing and joking. The next moment, a gunshot shattered the atmosphere as a dancing player was shot in the head and collapsed. Then came the second, the third. Players fell to the ground one after another, the air thick with the heavy stench of blood. Everyone desperately ran back in high tension. Han Feng turned pale with fear and made a move to run. Don't move, or you'll be eliminated. I calmly reminded him. Han Feng stopped. But the other 4 trial takers were already scared out of their wits, swept along by the crowd surging toward the gate. Bang. The trial participant who had only run a few steps collapsed with blood spurting from his chest, instantly losing all signs of life. In the blink of an eye, 3 trial participants were eliminated. Stay still and adjust your condition, or even a deity couldn't save you. I warned the trembling-legged Han Feng once more. Song Jiaihun stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The gunfire gradually subsided, with nearly 200 people lying fallen on the scene. The remaining people finally realized the cruelty of the game. Elimination meant being killed to death. The gunfire had completely ceased, and the doll turned its head, continuing to chant. Enough talk, run. I took a deep breath and said to Han Feng, Chapter 4, This is Slaughter. After speaking, Chen Yi roared. Han Feng, already terrified, couldn't care less about the trainee he was supposed to protect. He cursed his parents for not giving him an extra pair of legs. Chen Yi sprinted forward a few steps. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Cheng Qixuan still frozen in place. Cursing under his breath, he turned back, grabbed Cheng Qixuan, and yanked him up. Run! Cheng Qixuan finally snapped out of his daze, though his eyes remained vacant. He stared blankly at Chen Yi, wanting to follow his lead, but found his legs felt like they were filled with lead. He couldn't move. Are you out of your mind? Look at the time, we don't have much left. If you don't run now, you'll die right here. Chen Yi roared at Cheng Qixuan. Only then did a flicker of awareness return to Cheng Qixuan's eyes. He stammered frantically, my legs, they won't obey me. Chen Yi sighed inwardly. This Cheng Qixuan was just like his character in the drama from the very start of the game. He hadn't acted like a protagonist at all. Cowardly and weak. The game continues. The doll's chanting ends. Gunfire erupted, and Cheng Qixuan's body went limp with fear. Just as Cheng Qixuan was about to collapse to the ground, Chen Yi gritted his teeth, grabbed his belt with one hand, and hoisted him up. Though Cheng Qixuan's hands and feet touched the ground, he was too terrified to support himself. Nearly all his weight rested on Chen Yi. Don't move, or you'll die. Chen Yi's voice was barely audible. Cheng Qixuan's body was drenched in sweat, his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. He nodded instinctively. The sniper rifle, which had been trained on Cheng Qixuan, shifted its sights away once it confirmed he wasn't moving. Danger averted. Chen Yi collapsed from exhaustion. As the giant doll turned away, Chen Yi exhaled deeply, his gaze instinctively shifting toward Wu Yinan. Wu Yinan wore a faint smile as he calmly navigated between the corpses. His movements weren't swift, but they were methodical. As if the corpses strewn across the floor held no psychological impact on him whatsoever. Had Chen Yi not known this Wu Yinan was the boss, he would likely have been deeply shaken at that moment. What kind of person could possess such detachment in the face of life and death? Yet, judging from the original drama, Wu Yinan often displayed traits that contradicted the image of a cold-blooded individual. Take this game, for instance. In the first level with the wooden man, many knew it could lead to death. In the end, out of fear, everyone voted to abandon it. The decisive vote against it came from Wu Yinan. Ironically, it was those who struggled to survive in the real world who chose to return to the game, back to a world where death could strike at any moment. From any perspective, Wu Yinan isn't truly a dark-hearted individual. After all, participation in this game was entirely voluntary. Ultimately, it all boils down to the greed lurking within their hearts. Thank you. Cheng Qixuan's words snapped Chen Yi back to reality. Snapping back to his senses, Chen Yi took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Run. We don't have much time." As he spoke, he sprinted forward, Cheng Qixuan following close behind, his legs pounding the ground. Having faced death multiple times and witnessed countless bodies lying in pools of blood, the primal instinct for survival kicked in. Cheng Qixuan realized that to live, he had to run and run faster. Han Feng, however, though pale with horror at the scene's brutality and having lost all the trial participants who entered with him, locked eyes with Chen Yi. Some unknown courage welled up within him. He began to run, gradually closing the distance between himself and Chen Yi. "I'm running out of strength. Hold on. Hold on and you'll get through this. Don't give up." Otherwise, you'll never rise above this in your entire life. Chen Yi's words struck Han Feng's heart like a heavy hammer, shocking and inspiring. After all, being eliminated in the first trial meant returning to ordinary life. Gritting his teeth, he followed Chen Yi's lead, running side by side with Chen Qixuan. The game continues. Bullets whistling past, bodies collapsing, blood splattering everywhere. Everything reminded them that survival demanded perseverance. Those few minutes felt like an eternity. Only 15 seconds remained. The chant ended, and the giant doll turned its head once more, its camera eyes scanning the entire arena. More than half the players had already fallen. Everyone held their breath, but some, unable to endure, swayed met by the crack of a gunshot. Will we all die in this game? Chen Qixuan whispered timidly. Chen Yi's mouth twitched, yes. But right now, we can only run. As the giant doll turned its head, chanting filled the air. Chen Yi didn't respond to Chen Qixuan's question. Grabbing Han Feng with one hand and Chen Qixuan with the other, he sprinted forward. At some point, Wu Yinan had also caught up to Chen Yi's group. His face remained as calm and composed as ever, yet to Chen Yi, it was utterly bone-chilling. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Jump! The finish line was within sight. Chen Yi bellowed, and the three leaped almost simultaneously, tumbling awkwardly past the finish line. The chanting ceased. The giant doll turned its head, gazing at the dozen or so people who had yet to cross the finish line within the allotted time. No, don't kill me. A middle-aged man, emotionally shattered, sprinted madly toward the finish line. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The man's body lunged forward, his form pressed against the finish line. Even in death, he hadn't completed the game. The remaining dozen or so participants were utterly numb, offering no resistance as the gunshots rang out. Blood splattered through the air, and the faint breeze carried a chilling, blood-curdling stench. Finally, the gunfire ceased. Those who hadn't crossed the finish line lay sprawled in pools of their own blood. A broadcast echoed across the square, "Congratulations to all for completing the first game. 241 participants have been eliminated this round." No one heard the announcement. They lay scattered across the ground, gasping for breath. The numbers on the big screen shifted from over 400 to just over 200. The psychological blow was not something everyone could bear. Some knelt, vomiting. Others were deathly pale, as if their very souls had been drained. Chen Yi kept his eyes fixed on Wu Yinan. Standing not far from the giant doll, a faint smile played on his lips. At this moment, no one could fathom what thoughts swirled within his mind. The recovery team entered, loading the bodies into coffins one by one. Soon, the bodies were cleared away, and the scene was hosed down, as if nothing had ever happened. Yet the lingering stench of blood in the air reminded everyone, this was no dream. Chapter 5, Panic. Let me leave, let me go. Please, let me go. I don't want to play this game anymore. Let me leave. Chaos erupted in the lounge. After the first game of Statue, the players had seen the brutal reality, and many were already losing their resolve. They had come here for the money, never expecting the games would be deadly. Chen Yi sat on the bed as Han Feng approached. Man, this game is brutal. These people. Shoo. Chen Yi made a shushing gesture, his peripheral vision constantly tracking Wu Yinan. This hidden big boss among the players was the game's sole cheat code. Every day, he observed these participants, collecting every emotion and thought utterly terrifying. Chen Yi knew Wu Yinan had begun to notice him too. The reason was simple, his performance during gameplay had caught Wu Yinan's attention. Han Feng, shut up. He instinctively scanned the surroundings. What's wrong? Nothing. Don't say anything unless we're alone together. Oh. Han Feng gave a knowing look, then returned to his bed and sat down. Not far away, Chen Qixuan sat on his bed, head bowed, hair disheveled. He hadn't even washed his face since returning. His brush with death had made him acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Those living people, falling one by one like puppets in this game, the game's operators were simply inhuman. As he listened to the others clamoring to quit the game, Chen Qixuan pondered his own path forward. Leaving this game and returning to the real world meant continuing to live as the lowest of the low. He had long grown weary of this existence. He refused to accept a life of perpetual contempt, of people whispering behind his back. You okay? Chen Yi's voice rang in his ear. Chen Qixuan snapped out of his thoughts, glanced up at Chen Yi, and forced a wry smile before shaking his head. Thanks. Chen Yi sat down beside him, patting his shoulder. Glad you're okay. What's next? Huff. Chen Qixuan exhaled a long breath. For a long time, not a single word came out. Get out. In the end, only one person can walk away with the huge prize money, and no one knows who that person will be. Of course, in the original show, it was Song Ki-hoon who ultimately won the massive prize and survived alone, but Chen Yi couldn't tell him that. But Chen Qixuan wasn't stupid. After a moment's thought, he looked at Chen Yi with curiosity. How do you know that? Now it was Chen Yi's turn to be at a loss for words. After 2 seconds of contemplation, Chen Yi replied, it's obvious. As he spoke, he pointed to the giant star-shaped orb overhead. Just then, the broadcast voice sounded. Attention all players, this round eliminated 255 participants, increasing the prize pool by 25.5 billion. As the announcement concluded, the passageway connecting to the prize sphere opened, and stacks of cash began cascading down from within. Those who had been clamoring to quit the game fell silent. One by one, their eyes reddened as they watched the prize inside the sphere above them steadily grow. At this very moment, the mindset of many underwent a profound shift. 25.5 billion. The impact was staggering. With over 400 people remaining, this meant that if only a few or a few dozen players survived to the end, the prize would be 400 billion. The temptation was overwhelming, yet some still felt fear. I don't want the money. I want to quit the game. Where's the administrator? I need to find the administrator. I'm out. As soon as someone spoke up, a wave of fear spread, and others quickly joined in, shouting to quit the game. In an instant, the lounge descended into chaos. Damn it! Shut the hell up, you bunch of useless losers. Zhang Dishio's voice erupted. Like a rabid dog, he charged into the crowd of people huddled together shouting to quit the game, shoving them violently. You cockroaches. Even if you quit the game, do you think you could live like human beings out there? You probably wouldn't even count as people. Tired of facing people's scorn every day? Tired of being bullied every day? Haven't you had enough? Zhang Dishio's words carried more impact than the 25.5 billion won prize. Instantly, the scene fell silent. Yeah. Who among those gathered here wasn't the same? All bottom feeders in the outside world burdened by crushing debt or constant abuse. Not a single one of them had a life worth living. Ha! Listening to Zhang Dishio's words, Chen Yi frowned slightly. Chen Yi didn't deny it, Zhang Dishio was absolutely right. But when weighing money against life, is there really any comparison? What do you think? Chen Yi turned to ask Cheng Qixuan. A smile flashed across Cheng Qixuan's face. My mother's health is poor, and I need money for her treatment. I'll withdraw from the game. Cheng Qixuan looked at Chen Yi, their eyes meeting. Can this work? Chen Yi nodded. The agreement states that withdrawing requires a majority vote. Cheng Qixuan surveyed the scene and finally resolved, shall we try? Chen Yi felt slightly relieved. Though he still didn't know how to end this game, at least getting these people to quit now might allow him and Han Feng to return to the Korean real world. Then, after completing the 6-day trial, they could go back to their own reality. As for how this game would ultimately conclude, Chen Yi didn't dwell on it too much. After all, this was just a drama. Chen Yi stood up and walked to the center of the lounge. Scanning the entire room, he spoke up loudly, everyone, listen to me. Instantly, all eyes converged on Chen Yi. There was confusion, bewilderment, fear, a complex mix of emotions in their eyes. The effect was immediate. The room fell silent. Even Zhang Dishio stopped his ranting. This game will claim many lives. How many will ultimately walk out alive? None of us knows. Over half the players died in the first round. How many do you think will survive 6 rounds? The prize money is tempting, but can you guarantee you'll leave with it? If you don't even have your life, what good is that prize money? These few words immediately sparked whispers among the crowd. Indeed, what good is money if you're dead? Sure enough, under Chen Yi's influence, the previously quiet voices erupted once more. Quit the game. End the game, stop the killing. Zhang Dishio stood among them, smiling. He glared viciously at Chen Yi, who returned the stare with a faint smile. Their eyes locked, the air thick with tension. Beep. 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 The lounge door swung open as armed personnel entered. The murmurs died down as everyone watched the armed personnel with tense expressions. Chapter 6, Game Over. They miscalculated. Are they trying to silence us by killing us? Let's fight them. Everyone, charge together. Under immense psychological pressure, many began to lose their rationality. Someone stepped forward, shouting to fight the workers to the death, and others immediately jumped in to follow. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Chen Yi sighed inwardly but took no action. He knew these workers wouldn't fire their guns. Han Feng approached Chen Yi. Friend, they wouldn't really take us all out in here, would they? Chen Yi shook his head. Don't worry. They won't. Huff. Han Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Quiet, everyone. The broadcast voice echoed, and the crowd gradually quieted down. The team leader stepped forward, scanned the entire venue, and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. We've noticed some players wish to exit the game. The agreement clearly states that players may request termination after any game segment concludes. A majority vote is required to achieve this. So now, I ask you all, do you truly wish to vote on whether to end the game? People looked at each other, and suddenly, no one spoke. Human psychology works like this. Under the lure of money, many emotions are amplified unconsciously, ultimately influencing decisions. Chen Yi stepped forward, locking eyes with the squad leader. We want to vote on whether to end the game. People tend to follow the crowd. It's always been that way. Once someone speaks up, others will follow. As soon as Chen Yi finished speaking, someone raised their hand in agreement, followed immediately by a second. Third. Nearly half the people present raised their hands in agreement. Damn it all, a bunch of bloody cockroaches. Zhang Dishio gritted his teeth in fury. If not for the workers present, he would have charged straight at Chen Yi to teach this damn troublemaker a lesson. After all, leaving this place and returning to reality meant Zhang Dishio would face his boss's relentless pursuit, a pursuit that could end in a gruesome death. If he could keep playing the game, Zhang Dishio might just survive to the end, walk away with the massive prize money, and emerge as a man above others. But this wasn't his personal fiefdom. As per the rules, the vote commenced. The first game claimed 255 lives, matching the original storyline. Now, 201 players remained. In the original drama, the hidden boss cast the final vote to end the game. Chen Yi didn't know if, following the plot this time, Wuinan would cast the termination vote again. Voting began with the highest numbers. The vote count remained neck and neck, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. During the voting period, Zhang Dishio continued lecturing, trying to dissuade those who wanted to end the game from abandoning their plans and choosing to continue. A stern glare from the squad leader finally silenced him. He stood quietly among the crowd, gritting his teeth in frustration. The countdown ticked away, second by second. The vote count remained deadlocked. Finally, as time nearly ran out, the votes were tied, 100 for continuing the game, 100 for ending it. Just like in the original series, it was ultimately the hidden boss Wuinan, Unit 001, who stepped up to the voting machine. Da! Click! Click! The electronic countdown sounded like a hammer striking everyone's chest. All eyes were fixed on Wuinan. Some murmured under their breath, "Stop!" Others frowned deeply, urging, "Keep going." Wuinan glanced around the room, took a deep breath, and reached out. His hand hovered uncertainly between the two buttons. With the countdown down to its final second, Wuinan finally pressed the stop button. Continue game votes, 200. Stop game votes, 201. Over half voted to end the game. Termination achieved. Bunch of damn bastards. Seeing this outcome, Zhang Dishio nearly lost his mind. But no matter how fiercely he vented his rage with words, it was all for naught. Led by staff, the group proceeded to collect their personal belongings before being blindfolded and escorted out of the game venue. Chen Yi and Han Feng were also loaded into a vehicle. But after the vehicle disembarked from the ship, the driver glanced at the backseat passengers and froze in shock. Chen Yi was gone. Han Feng in the other vehicle was gone too. Alarms blared as over 100 armed personnel sealed off the dock completely. Of course, Chen Yi and Han Feng were unable to witness this scene. Chen Yi had miscalculated. He had assumed that after the game ended, he and Han Feng would be transported to the real world in South Korea like the other players. Instead, upon leaving the ship, the two were teleported directly out of the instance and back onto the instance platform. Removing his blindfold, Chen Yi was stunned. What was going on? How did I end up here? A crowd gathered around him, surrounding Chen Yi. Hey, how was that Squid Game instance? Did you clear it? Got any loot to sell? Can you spill the dope on the dungeon storyline? I'll pay top dollar for it. The vendors chattered incessantly, making Chen Yi feel overwhelmed by the noise. Make way, make way. Han Feng pushed his way through the crowd and beamed at Chen Yi. Buddy, how did we get teleported out of the dungeon? Does this count as clearing it or? Chen Yi glanced at the screen by the dungeon entrance inside. Didn't you see it yourself? Han Feng finally glanced at the screen, which displayed. Game terminated. Save progress. Upon restarting the game, you will be teleported to the instance. Testers, please be prepared at all times. Phew. Han Feng exhaled deeply. Well, at least we weren't eliminated. That's something. Hey buddy, can we add each other? How do I contact you after leaving the platform? What's your name? Chen Yi paused, then shook his head. Nah, it's pointless. We'll all end up in the instance when the game starts anyway. No way. Once we're off the platform, I won't even know who you are. I'm Han Feng from the Han Group. You saved me in the dungeon. I want to properly thank you. Hey, don't leave, buddy. Han Feng chased Chen Yi all the way to the platform's teleportation gate. But no matter how much he pleaded, Chen Yi refused to give him any personal information. Helplessly, he watched Chen Yi step through the gate, leaving the platform and returning to the real world. Hey, why so stubborn? Is my identity not impressive enough to catch your attention? Han Feng sighed deeply, puzzled. Why couldn't he impress even an ordinary person, despite being the young master of the Han Group, the world's largest conglomerate? Lying on the small bed, Chen Yi was utterly perplexed. His entire plan had been thrown into disarray. He had assumed that after the game ended, he would go to the real world of South Korea alongside the other players. There, he could find some Ki-hoon or even others to discuss the game's cruelty and persuade them never to enter it again. In reality, he might even have the chance to eliminate Owen Nam directly, putting an end to Squid Game altogether. But now, all his plans were in disarray. He had returned to his own reality, while the world within the drama remained beyond his reach. Oil Nam would still pretend to bump into Song Jiaihan by chance, sharing drinks and confiding outside the supermarket. Ultimately, these players who returned to reality would still choose to re-enter the game due to their dissatisfaction with life. This was nothing short of a catastrophe. Chapter 7, Han Feng's Rescue. The following days were utterly tedious. Because the dungeon trial was saved, it meant Chen Yi could no longer enter another newbie dungeon. He had to wait for Squid Game to start again before he could teleport into the dungeon. Time flowed differently within the dungeons. A week, a month, or even a year inside might equate to just an hour or a day in the real world. The conversion rates varied between dungeons, and Chen Yi himself didn't know how to calculate them. However, glancing at the calendar on his phone, Chen Yi realized that only a few hours had passed since he entered the dungeon trial. After resting overnight, he went to school as usual the next day. Chen Yi, didn't you go to the newbie dungeon? You're out already? Heh, you weren't eliminated, were you? Ha! He couldn't afford any gear and still wanted to clear the dungeon? Dream on. You're destined to be just an ordinary person in this life. Stop struggling. Maybe you can polish my shoes for me someday, and I'll let you earn your keep. As soon as he reached the school gate, Chen Yi was surrounded by a group of people. The so-called young master leading them was Lu Shangdong, heir to the Lu group. He and Chen Yi had been classmates since junior high. But also since junior high, Chen Yi had been bullied by this Lu Shangdong. Leveraging his family's wealth, Lu Shangdong had always run rampant at school. Not only Chen Yi, but most of their classmates had suffered his bullying. Right now, Chen Yi hadn't even cleared the newbie trial instance. He had no valuable items and hadn't leveled up yet. There was simply no comparison between him and these guys. Can't take it? Fight back? He couldn't beat them. Chen Yi tried to sidestep the group and enter the school, but Lu Shangdong's 3 sycophants surrounded him. What? Trying to run away when you see this young master? Where the hell do you think you're going? Lick young master Lu's shoes clean, and maybe he'll let you go. Ha! The 4 of them shoved Chen Yi around, making his blood boil, but he knew he couldn't lose his temper. A wise man avoids immediate trouble. Now wasn't the time for a direct confrontation. The original owner had endured countless humiliations before. Just grit your teeth and move on. But licking shoes? I'd rather die fighting than take the fall alone. Chen Yi lifted his head, locking eyes with Lu Shangdong, his fury unmasked. Oh, you're angry? Come on then, try to bite me. Ha, even dogs bite. The group continued shoving Chen Yi. Passing students kept their distance, afraid of getting involved with this Lu family scion. A Rolls-Royce pulled up at the school gate. The driver stepped out and opened the rear door. Han Feng stepped out, instantly drawing the attention of a large crowd of students. Countless girls' eyes sparkled with admiration. A Korean chaebol, this was no comparison to the Lu family scion. One represented a top-tier conglomerate, the other, a nouveau riche upstart. They were worlds apart. After stepping out, Han Feng also spotted Lu Shangdong bullying someone. But he'd seen this sort of thing too many times. Han Feng didn't want to get involved. As the scion of a top-tier conglomerate, getting entangled with a nouveau riche like Lu Shangdong would be utterly embarrassing. Under the gaze of the crowd, Han Feng walked through the school gates. But soon, Han Feng halted, furrowing his brow as he turned to look at Lu Shangdong and his entourage. A familiar voice had caught his attention. His gaze fell upon Chen Yi, who was surrounded by Lu Shangdong's group. In the dungeon, everyone was identified only by their ID, and even their appearances transformed into game avatars. Thus, Han Feng couldn't recognize Chen Yi at all. But just now, when Chen Yi said, "What do you think you're doing?" his voice sounded incredibly familiar. It sounded just like the voice of that person with the ID reverser in the game of statues. Get lost. Han Feng walked up to Lu Shangdong and his group. Without a word, he grabbed Lu Shangdong by the hair and flung him aside. Uing. Lu Shangdong, who had been bullying someone, was suddenly grabbed by the hair and flung aside. His temper flared instantly, and he swung his head back, ready to strike. But mid-sentence, his eyes widened in shock upon recognizing Han Feng. Han. Young Master Han. I'm sorry, young Master Han. I didn't see you coming. I was wrong. Please spare me, young Master Han. Han Feng's intervention drew a crowd of over 100 onlookers. Watching Lu Shangdong grovel like a dog before Han Feng, they all silently applauded. Han Feng, however, didn't even bother to glance at Lu Shangdong. He walked straight to Chen Yi and stood before him, their eyes locking. We know each other? Chen Yi looked at Han Feng. He did recognize him. It was Chen Yi who knew Han Feng, not the other way around. Chen Yi wrestled internally. Should he reveal to Han Feng that he was the ID known as the Backtracker? But upon reflection, he decided against it. As a time traveler destined to rise to the pinnacle of this world, he had no desire to become entangled with these conglomerates. Chen Yi shook his head. Of course I recognize you, young Master Han. It's just that you don't recognize me. Han Feng furrowed his brow, sizing Chen Yi up from head to toe before sighing. Fine. Whatever. Guess we're meant to cross paths. If any of these scumbags give you trouble again, just let me know. I've got your back. Chen Yi was taken aback. He hadn't expected Han Feng to say something like that, and it actually earned him quite a few points in Chen Yi's estimation. Lu Xiangdong, hearing Han Feng's words, shrank back nervously. Young Master Han, we were just joking around. We wouldn't bully him. Han Feng shot him a fierce glare, and Lu Xiangdong immediately shut his mouth. If I ever catch you picking on this friend again, I'll make you regret it. Got it? Understood, young Master Han. It won't happen again. Han Feng seemed satisfied. He turned to Chen Yi, friend, class is about to start. Aren't you going in? Thanks. Chen Yi had no desire to get entangled with Han Feng, yet fate had brought them together. Still, it was for the best. With Han Feng's backing, at least he wouldn't have to endure Lu Xiangdong's harassment anymore. Truth be told, once he cleared the Squid Game dungeon, Chen Yi wouldn't worry about Lu Xiangdong's harassment at all. After all, he'd received the best rewards. His strength would skyrocket. The following days finally brought some peace. Lu Xiangdong stopped picking on Chen Yi, but that didn't mean he'd forgotten the grudge. Young Master Lu, Han Feng is way too overbearing. Yeah, acting all high and mighty just because he's the scion of a Korean chaebol. Inside the milk tea shop, several henchmen discussed Han Feng. Lu Xiangdong clenched his fists tightly, a savage grin curling his lips. It wouldn't be long before the Han-style conglomerate crumbled completely. When that day came, he would make Han Feng crawl between his legs, letting him taste true humiliation. Hearing this, the henchman's eyes widened in shock. Young Master Lu, the Han conglomerate is facing disaster? Shut up. Lu Xiangdong snapped at the doctor, then turned to glance inside the milk tea shop. Lowering his voice, he warned, you all heard nothing. If anyone leaks this, I'll make sure they vanish from this world. Chapter 8, Back in the Game. The Korean Conglomerate. As the world's largest conglomerate, it commands over 100 elite operatives and sponsors nearly a third of the planet's strongest warriors. But great trees catch the wind. When power reaches a terrifying level, envy inevitably follows. On the surface, the Korean conglomerate controlled most of the world's industries, but behind the scenes, its own holdings had long been steadily eroded. Internal strife and external threats, such matters were naturally beyond Han Feng's knowledge. The conglomerate's leadership had long recognized the lurking danger and actively sought its source, yet years of investigation yielded not a single clue. Despite tightening management, the executives knew deep down that the seemingly tranquil Han group was already caught in a whirlpool. A storm was brewing, its arrival unpredictable. 10 days before the college entrance exams, Chen Yi and Han Feng were both targeted during class. They vanished from the classroom, forcibly teleported into the dungeon trial. After a moment of dizziness, Chen Yi opened his eyes to find himself in the Squid Game lounge. Han Feng was no different. Opening his eyes, he found himself lying on a bed in the Squid Game lounge. His gaze swept around the room, landing on Chen Yi. Instantly, he leaped off the bed. What the hell, man? Chen Yi glanced at Han Feng. The game restarted. We were forcibly teleported in to continue the trial. Han Feng was speechless. I wasn't prepared at all. Worried Han Feng might say too much and be overheard, Chen Yi made a shushing gesture. Shoo, keep it down. Doesn't matter when we got here. We're stuck, so might as well make the best of it. Beep. No sooner had Chen Yi finished speaking than several sounds echoed through the broadcast. Welcome back to the game, players. We will now resume our unfinished session. Lights out in 1 minute. Good night. The electronic display on the wall began a 1-minute countdown. Han Feng returned to his bunk, while Chen Yi scanned the rest area. The room that once held 456 people now only had 201 occupants. Many beds had been removed, leaving it feeling much emptier. Wu Yinan lay on his bed with his eyes closed. Chen Yi knew the old man was pretending to sleep. Zhang Dishio sat cross-legged on his bed, his eyes fixed on Han Mei's direction. This plot development was perfectly aligned. The lingering tensions between these two were a highlight of the drama. Chang Qixuan was now by Chao Shangyo's bedside, the two whispering to each other. Chao Shangyo was also a main actor in the drama. In real life, Chao Shangyo and Chang Qixuan lived in the same neighborhood, and their families got along quite well. Yet in the end, Chao Shangyo would attempt to kill Chang Qixuan for the bonus money. Ultimately, it was Chang Qixuan who eliminated Chao Shangyo. Their performances in the drama were noteworthy and highly compelling. Chen Yi then turned his attention to Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao, the soul of this drama, had always been admired by Chen Yi. Her tragic death in the end was also a great regret. As the countdown neared its end, Song Ki-hoon returned to his bunk. Spotting Chen Yi upon his return, he waved a greeting. Chen Yi instinctively waved back, though his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Tomorrow, many more lives would be lost here. But this time, Chen Yi was wrong. The appearance of the trialist had slightly altered the game's timeline, triggering a butterfly effect that caused many plotlines to diverge from the original story. Clack! The lights went out, leaving only the faint glow from the prize ball illuminating the rest area, making it feel empty and eerie. Chen Yi couldn't sleep. His left eyelid kept twitching, and he had this nagging feeling that something was about to happen. Lying in bed, he replayed the original storyline in his mind, yet no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't fathom what might unfold tonight. Sleepiness overtook him, and Chen Yi finally drifted off into a hazy slumber. In the dead of night, a figure sat up in bed. He glanced around, everyone else slept soundly. Snap! A soft sound echoed as the bed rail was pried off. He tiptoed down from the bed. This person was none other than the villainous character Zhang Deso from the drama. This time, returning to Squid Game, he had already teamed up with several others, preparing for a major heist. Having survived the first round of manipulator-orchestrated killings, Zhang Deso now understood the game's true essence. Only one person could ultimately claim the prize money. Here, even if killings occurred, the manipulator would not punish them. Thus, upon his arrival, Zhang Deso had already found accomplices. They planned to strike tonight, eliminating as many competitors as possible to create the best conditions for winning the final prize. In the pitch-black darkness, several figures quickly gathered. Each held a weapon, steel pipes or daggers, and after a brief discussion, they dispersed, each heading toward a different target. A palpable aura of murderous intent spread through the lounge, yet no one noticed. No, one person knew the hidden boss among the players, Wu Yinan. He opened his eyes slightly, tilting his head to watch the group begin their movements in the dim light. A faint smile touched his lips before he closed his eyes once more. Put! A flash of crimson light erupted in the darkness. The scent of blood spread through the lounge. A player still deep in slumber was suddenly slashed across the throat. Uttering not a sound, they helplessly clutched their neck with their hands, yet couldn't stem the torrent of blood. Within mere seconds, all signs of life vanished. Next came another. Third. Fifth. Inside the monitoring room, the controller watched the unfolding slaughter in the lounge with narrowed eyes, his expression unreadable because he wore a mask. 5 individuals in total. Their movements were clumsy, yet their strikes were merciless. 1 blow, 1 kill. Within a mere minute, 10 bodies lay in pools of blood. Poof! Chang Qishuan yawned, slowly opening his eyes. Chang Qishuan had been dreaming of his mother, just awakening from his slumber. The moment his eyes opened, he furrowed his brow, for he caught the scent of blood. Startled, he sat up. In the dim light, he nearly peed his pants. What the hell are you doing? Stop it! Chang Qishuan's voice echoed through the lounge. Many were jolted awake by his voice and scrambled to their feet. Upon seeing the perpetrators, each of them was terrified out of their wits. Chaos erupted instantly. Chen Yi and Han Feng were also jolted awake from their sleep. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yi was utterly dumbfounded. Had the plot progression accelerated? Why was this happening? Chen Yi couldn't make sense of it. The dungeon had always closely followed the storyline, so why was it now advancing ahead of schedule? But now wasn't the time for Chen Yi to ponder these questions. A hideously deformed figure, wielding a steel pipe, was advancing straight toward him. None other than Zhang Dexiu, who had long harbored resentment toward Chen Yi. Damn it, you bastard, go to hell! Zhang Deso closed in, swinging the steel pipe down toward Chen Yi. Fortunately, Chen Yi was quick. He leaped off the bed just in time, and the pipe smashed into the mattress. Zhang Dexiu had no intention of stopping there. He chased after Chen Yi, steel pipe still in hand. Chen Yi suddenly realized Zhang Deso was the most unpredictable and troublesome element in this entire plot. Chapter 9, Zhang Dexiu's Assault. Just as Zhang Deso raised the steel pipe to finish off Chen Yi, chaos erupted on the scene. The players, jolted awake from their slumber, began fighting back against Zhang Dexiu and his group's slaughter. 5 men against over 100? Without the truth in their hands, they could never hope to prevail. But the crucial point was that most of these people had completely lost their minds due to the sudden crisis, so there was no unity to speak of. This gave Zhang Dexiu's gang of thugs an opening to exploit. Only after nearly 20 had been killed did the players finally snap out of their daze. Unite! They're only a handful, while we're over 100. As Chen Yi was being chased by Zhang Deso, he bellowed a rallying cry that struck a chord with everyone. Right! We outnumber them! Unite! Finally, the players grasped the situation. They all grabbed the steel pipes from their beds, instantly turning the tide. Zhang Dexiu chased Chen Yi with his steel pipe, but Chen Yi was simply too agile. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up. He stumbled and fell several times along the way, finally leaning against the bedhead, panting heavily. He turned his head and saw the hidden boss, 001, lying on the bed. Already furious from failing to catch Chen Yi, Zhang Dexiu's chest ached with rage. Spotting that bastard, he wasted no time, scrambling up to the top bunk and yanking Wu Yinan off the bed. Seeing this, Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. This scene played out exactly as scripted. Wu Yinan was the boss, and the controller would never allow him to be harmed. Thus, the night's slaughter was about to conclude. Just as Zhang Dexiu swung the steel pipe in his hand, the alarm sounded as expected. The doors swung open, lights flashed on, and over 20 armed officers stormed into the lounge. Damn it! Zhang Dexiu cursed under his breath, forced to drop the steel pipe in his hand and shove Wu Yinan violently to the ground. Forceful suppression. No one dared to continue their insolence in the face of overwhelming force. The assailants dropped their weapons one after another, and those still caught in the chaos scattered in all directions. Only then did the crowd witness the horrific scene. Blood bright red stained the floor and walls, the air thick with its pungent stench. Some had been stabbed in the throat, blood pooled on beds and floors. Others had skulls smashed by steel pipes, brain matter splattering in a gruesome sight too horrific to behold. Several attackers huddled together, each staring at Zhang Dishio. Zhang Dishio, however, wore an expression of utter indifference, staring straight at the workers. "It's fine. They won't kill us." "Are you sure?" "I'm certain." He was right, the workers didn't punish the attackers. Instead, more workers entered carrying a coffin, silently cleaning up the aftermath. Everyone watched in horror as the workers cleaned up the lounge. Han Feng walked over to Chen Yi and asked with genuine concern, "Are you okay?" Chen Yi shook his head. "I'm fine." Han Feng paused before continuing, "You go to Alliance High, right?" Chen Yi looked at Han Feng in surprise, pausing for a second. "Why are you asking all this?" "Well, it's quite a coincidence. Today at the entrance of Alliance High, I met someone named Chen Yi whose voice sounded remarkably like yours." Chen Yi chuckled. "You think it was me? Wasn't it you?" Chen Yi shook his head. "Keep quiet. Don't slip up. By the way, I might not be able to sleep tonight." "Why?" Chen Yi glanced at Zhang Deshio and his group, nodding toward them. Han Feng's eyes widened. "Aren't the authorities going to deal with these people?" Chen Yi shook his head. "No way. Aren't they doing just fine right now?" Han Feng wore an expression of helplessness. "Then every night is dangerous? We could lose our lives at any moment?" Chen Yi nodded. "Exactly. That's why the next few days won't be easy." While Chen Yi and Han Feng were talking, Han Meili had already walked up to Zhang Dishio. "Appa, your muscles are so firm." Han Meili's fingers traced across Zhang Dishio's chest as she leaned half her body against him. A woman's allure can be deadly. Even if Han Meili was indeed a bit older, what in this game world could be more tempting for a man to vent his desires? Oh, and money the ultimate reward. Zhang Dishio hooked Han Meili's chin with his finger, his eyes lingering on the expanse of snow-white skin before him. "Appa, how about I join your team from now on?" Zhang Dishio wore a teasing expression. "You? We're all tough guys here. What use would you be?" Han Meili took Zhang Dishio's hand and placed it over her chest. "Any position you want, Appa, I can do it." "Oh, and I have many skills even you don't know about?" Zhang Dishio's expression gradually turned lecherous. "You'll have to try me to find out." Han Meili smiled. "Appa, I need to use the restroom." With that, Han Meili turned on her heel. As she walked, she glanced back over her shoulder, her gaze lingering on Zhang Dishio as she headed toward the bathroom. Zhang Dishio's eyes roamed over Han Meili's backside. He swallowed hard and lifted his foot, following her toward the bathroom. Chen Yi watched the scene unfold, fully aware of the kind of drama these two would likely enact in the bathroom. He hadn't intended to get involved, but suddenly, as if a switch had flipped in his head, he too lifted his foot and headed toward the restroom. "Hey, where are you going?" Han Feng caught up. Chen Yi stopped and asked, "To the bathroom? You're coming too?" Han Feng scratched his head awkwardly. "Never mind, I won't go." Chen Yi chuckled, ignoring Han Feng as he quickened his pace toward the restroom. The staff were busy cleaning up the scene. When someone left the break room for the restroom, the workers didn't stop them. The path was clear all the way. As soon as he entered the restroom, Chen Yi heard sounds from one of the stalls that made his adrenaline surge. Chen Yi remained silent as he slipped into the adjacent stall. Taking a deep breath, he pondered for over 10 seconds, listening to the applause from the next stall while wrestling with his thoughts. Finally, Chen Yi spoke up. "Zhang Dishio, you're going to die in this game." The applause next door abruptly stopped. "Damn it, who is that?" Zhang Dishio, caught in the heat of the moment, was abruptly interrupted, his anger flaring instantly. Han Meili, however, couldn't care less. She wrapped her legs around Zhang Dishio's, clasped her arms around his head, and pressed her lips to his like a demon. "Wait. Appa, ignore him." Han Meili's state of mind at that moment was anyone's guess, but her desire for a man's touch was undeniable. "Hey, don't leave. Wait till I'm done, then I'll come find you for a proper chat." Under Han Meili's relentless assault, Zhang Deshio didn't want to spoil the mood either. He could only continue clapping while issuing a warning to Chen Yi. Chen Yi shook his head helplessly. "You'll become a target for everyone's criticism. In the end, you'll be abandoned by everyone, including Han Meili." The clapping from the next room abruptly stopped again. But it paused for only 2 seconds before resuming once more. Chen Yi sighed inwardly. This pair of dogs must be starving. Even his words couldn't make Zhang Dishio pause. Forget it. Chen Yi couldn't be bothered to wait for Zhang Dishio here. Mainly, the noise from that pair of dogs was simply too outrageous, making Chen Yi feel like he was on fire. Chapter 10, Trading Information for the Dagger. When Chen Yi emerged from the restroom, Han Feng approached him with a smug grin. "Back already? Didn't you listen in a bit longer?" Han Feng's voice was neither loud nor soft, yet everyone nearby heard it clearly, their expressions turning strange as they looked at Chen Yi. Feeling the stares, Chen Yi's face flushed with embarrassment. He shot Han Feng a withering look. "What are you talking about? I just went to the bathroom." He turned and walked away, putting distance between himself and Han Feng. Seeing Chen Yi didn't want to elaborate, Han Feng didn't press further. From their previous dungeon run together, Han Feng had recognized Chen Yi's exceptional nature, the man who hadn't even flinched at facing death in the first stage. Without him, Han Feng wouldn't have made it this far. Han Feng understood clearly that he couldn't clear this beginner dungeon without Chen Yi. This leg he had to cling to tightly. As Chen Yi surveyed the remaining players, the game's protagonist, Zhang Qixuan, also turned his gaze toward him. Their eyes locked. Zhang Xiao and Shang Yu stood together, quietly observing everything. Others were quietly forming alliances, understanding that survival demanded united resistance. Half an hour later, Zhang Dishio emerged from the restroom arm in arm with Han Meili, chatting and laughing. "Alright, you'll be following me from now on." That night, in the rest hall. After a day of terror, everyone gradually drifted off to sleep. Chen Yi, however, remained awake, his eyes fixed on Jiang Zhao's direction. He knew she would sneak off alone to the restroom later that night. Though aware of the plot's progression, Chen Yi cared little for the story itself. His sole desire was the dagger in Jiang Zhao's possession. To survive in this perilous place, he needed the means to protect himself. Zhang Dishio had already set his sights on him. He might be the next to die. Soon, Jiang Xiao sat up in bed. Seeing everyone else asleep, she rose and headed toward the restroom. Chen Yi quietly rose as well. He glanced toward Han Feng first, only to find the latter still snoring soundly, completely oblivious to the tension. He shook his head helplessly. He quickly followed Jiang Xiao into the bathroom. Upon entering, he saw Han Meili rushing out in a panic. Chen Yi knew immediately what she'd been up to, but ignored her and stepped into the bathroom. Jiang Xiao stood on the toilet, using a dagger to unscrew the bolts on the ventilation duct. Just as she prepared to climb up, a hand pressed down on her shoulder. Realizing she'd been exposed, Jiang Xiao whipped her dagger backward, ready to eliminate the witness. The sudden turn of events caught Chen Yi off guard. He quickly stepped back and knocked the dagger from Jiang Zhao's hand. "You're serious?" The red-clad worker outside the bathroom heard the commotion inside. Grabbing his gun, he entered the restroom and began opening each stall door one by one. When he reached the last one, they saw Chen Yi holding Jiang Xiao. The workers sensibly closed the door. In this game, as long as the rules weren't broken, they wouldn't intervene. Hearing the worker leave, Jiang Xiao pushed Chen Yi away. Phew, that was really close. Jian Xiao stared at Chen Yi with icy eyes and demanded, "What were you trying to do? I should be asking you that. You planned to use the ventilation shaft to watch tomorrow's game, didn't you?" Caught off guard, a flicker of panic crossed Jiang Zhao's eyes. She hadn't told anyone about this plan, not even her partner Shang Yu. She couldn't fathom how the person before her had figured it out. "Never mind how I found out. I'm here to tell you the next mission is the Yaton game. You don't need me to tell you what to do." After hearing Chen Yi's words, Jiang Xiao remained skeptical. She didn't believe he would be so kind as to reveal the next mission's details, nor did she believe anyone could know the content in advance. Deep down, she feared Chen Yi's purpose was to mislead her, to lure her into tomorrow's game and eliminate her as a threat. "Do you really think you can figure out the game's mechanics just by going out and looking? If tomorrow really is the Ateo game, doesn't that mean I can trust you?" Chen Yi's words shook Jiang Zhao's resolve. She glanced up at the ventilation shaft, bent down to pick up the dagger, and prepared to leave. Seeing Jiang Xiao move to retrieve the dagger, Chen Yi quickly stomped on it with his foot. He'd stayed up all night for this dagger. If she took it, all his effort would be wasted. "Wait, as part of the information exchange, this dagger must remain in my possession." Crouching on the floor, Jiang Xiao was torn. He had smuggled this dagger in with great difficulty, intending it for self-defense in crucial moments. Handing it over to Chen Yi would leave him with nothing. "Rest assured. You saw my character during the first test. I won't betray you like Zhang Dishio did." Hearing Chen Yi's words, Jiang Xiao abandoned his plan to retrieve the dagger and rose to leave the bathroom. Watching Jiang Xiao leave, Chen Yi couldn't help but nod. He hadn't expected Jiang Xiao to be so smart. It saved him a lot of trouble. After stashing the knife, Chen Yi emerged from the bathroom and bumped into Song Ji-hun, the protagonist of Squid Game. Not wanting to engage with the latter's intense stare, Chen Yi kept quiet. With the protagonist's luck on his side, he'd likely pass the test without a word. Just as he passed by Sung Ki-hoon, the latter's voice rang out from behind him. "Can we talk?" "Sure. What's on your mind?" Hearing the protagonist call out to him, Chen Yi stopped in his tracks, genuinely curious to hear what the other had to say. "May I know who you are?" Chen Yi's expression darkened upon hearing Zhang Qixuan's words. He hadn't expected this day to come. "Does it really matter? We share the same goal, to overcome the final challenge and leave with the 100 billion yuan prize." With that, Chen Yi returned to his bed, his hand clenching the dagger tightly, afraid it might be snatched away. Seeing he hadn't elicited any answers, Zhang Qixuan also returned to his bed to rest. After both men had left, a figure emerged from the bathroom. Early the next morning, the group stirred groggily, waiting for breakfast. "Good morning, players. The second stage is about to begin. Please assemble in the open area." Hearing the announcement, teams of red-clad workers rushed into the lounge. Hurry up! Hurry up! Workers wielding guns herded all players out of the lounge into another large room. A triangular-masked administrator pointed to a nearby area and addressed all players, form up in lines. Proceed over there to receive your game assignments. All eyes turned to the 4 patterned platforms nearby, each laden with numerous metal boxes. Chen Yi, who knew the plot, stepped forward to the triangular patterned platform first, then turned to look at the other players. Chapter 11, The Yatong Game Begins. Recalling Jiang Zhao's words and connecting them to the 4 patterns on the wall, Shan Yu's mind drifted to memories from his childhood. Shan Yu. Cheng Qixuan, seeing the 4 patterns, momentarily lost his bearings. He sought out his childhood friend to discuss which one to choose. Shanyo, which of these 4 patterns do you want to choose? Snapping back to reality, Shanyo looked at Cheng Qixuan before him, shook his head, and said nothing. Chen Yi stood before the triangular table, turning to observe the remaining players' every move. He had no intention of intervening in this round. Based on his experience from the first round, even if he got involved, these men in red would still control the number of participants. They likely operated under a fixed quota. Once that number was reached, they would halt. Otherwise, no matter how correctly they performed, the red-robed men would find other reasons to execute them. Rather than watching them slaughter each other in the end, it was better to let them weed themselves out. In this dog-eat-dog world, there was no room for sympathy. It only hastened one's demise. Just as everyone was harboring their own hidden agendas, the overhead announcement sounded once more. Players who have not made a choice, please make your selection immediately. Players who have not made a choice, please make your choice immediately. The announcement repeated over and over, piling immense psychological pressure on the remaining players. One by one, people began moving toward the 4 symbols. Hidden among the crowd, Han Meili secretly observed Zhang Deso. Seeing him choose the star, she hurriedly followed behind. In Han Meili's mind, only by following Zhang Dexiu could she hope to go further. Bingji, wearing the special glasses, watched the tense expressions of those around him making their choices, unable to suppress a smile. He had already reached an agreement with the insiders to help them obtain organs from deceased players, thereby securing hints for the next stage ahead of time. Recalling the morning's note, a confident gleam flashed in Byong Ji's eyes as he strode decisively toward the triangle. Seeing fewer and fewer people around him, Sun Qihun anxiously asked Sang Wu, should we team up? Seeing the 4 symbols, Sun Qihun assumed it was a team battle. With over 200 participants, he trusted only Sang Wu, his childhood friend. He dared not trust the others. They were all two-faced, and teaming up with them might just make him their sacrificial lamb. When Song Qihun extended an olive branch, Sang Wu's gaze darted away, momentarily at a loss for words. As Cheng Qixuan waited for his answer, Shan Yu took a deep breath. No one knows the game's rules. If we end up on the same team, it could be dangerous. Fearing Song Qihun might misunderstand, Sang Wu added. It's like investing. You shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket. After hearing Shang Yu's words, Song Qihun nodded in agreement. He turned to the elderly man beside him, 001, and introduced his childhood friend Shan Yu with a smile. Hearing his introduction made Shan Yu's face flush slightly, and he shifted his gaze nervously. Watching the protagonist's naive and innocent demeanor, Chen Yi shook his head. He couldn't help but wonder, how on earth did Song Qihun secure first place? Was it because the protagonist's aura was just too dazzling? Getting sold out and still counting the money for the seller, that's the protagonist's quality. If it were anyone else, they'd probably be dead as a doornail by now. Soon, everyone had chosen their symbols. The old man picked a star, Shang Yu chose a triangle, Xiuhei selected a circle, and Cheng Qixuan opted for an umbrella. Shang Yu, who knew the game rules, heard Cheng Qixuan's reason for choosing the umbrella. His eyes betrayed utter disbelief, and upon hearing the latter's explanation, it only grew more absurd. Alright, let's go. Seeing everyone had made their choices, Cheng Qixuan headed toward the umbrella. Shang Yu, still standing in place, paused for a moment before lifting his head and calling out to Cheng Qixuan. What is it? Hearing Shang Yu call his name, Cheng Qixuan turned around with a smile. Looking at his childhood friend, Sang Wu felt torn inside. He didn't know whether to tell him about the rules. But if he let him join the next game with him, he couldn't guarantee he'd win against Sung Ki-hoon. His conscience urged him to reveal the truth, but the thought of his mounting debts made him choose silence. To make a comeback, he had to win this match. All threats must be eliminated. It's fine. Good luck. Cheng Qixuan froze, sensing something off about Shang Yu but unable to pinpoint what. There was no time to ponder it. He hurried toward the umbrella. Jiang Xiao, who had already made her selection, had been observing Shang Yu and Cheng Qixuan. She expected the latter to explain the rules to Cheng Qixuan. When she saw Cheng Qixuan choose the umbrella, a flicker of surprise crossed her cold gaze. As Sang Wu stood beside her, his cool gaze sent a chill down her spine. Jiang Zhao's emotions were complex. Her guard against Shang Yu grew stronger. If he could abandon a friend of many years, what chance did she, a mere one-day ally, stand? It seemed she'd have to find new allies. She no longer trusted Shang Yu at all. She needed to find an opportunity to shake him off. Otherwise, next time, he'd likely betray her and get her killed. After over 200 players made their selections, they stepped forward one by one to claim their iron boxes. Round 2, the Yashan game begins. All players must remove the Yatan candies from their boxes according to their chosen patterns to clear the stage. Players who received the metal boxes glanced at the candies inside, gaining some understanding of the rules. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others grieve. Those who received umbrella-shaped and star-shaped boxes flashed despair in their eyes. How could such thick candy be opened within the allotted time? There was absolutely no hope. Game on. 10 minutes on the clock. 9:49. As the timer started, a 10-minute countdown appeared on the large screen on the front wall. At the overhead announcement, all players sprang into action, using needles to pry at the sugar lumps. Red-clad workers wearing triangular masks moved through the crowd with guns, checking everyone's progress. Han Feng, having heard the rules, glanced down at his chosen pattern, stifling a laugh before hurrying over to Chen Yi. "Bro, you're amazing. How did you?" Hearing Han Feng's words, Chen Yi was so startled he quickly covered the other's mouth with his hand. If any other worker heard him, they'd realize he'd broken the rules by learning the game content early and he'd be shot on the spot. Catching Chen Yi's look, Han Feng glanced at the surrounding workers and realized he'd said the wrong thing. He quickly made a thumbs-up gesture, turned to find an empty spot, and began completing the game. Han Feng was utterly in awe of Chen Yi. He never imagined Chen Yi could guess so accurately. This guy was definitely someone he needed to stick with. As time ticked by, everyone kept glancing at the clock, their hands moving faster and faster. Bang! Just as everyone was utterly focused, a gunshot shattered the room's silence, making hearts leap. Heads snapped toward the source of the noise. A figure lay sprawled in a pool of blood, face covered in gore. The sudden scene terrified the other players. They hadn't expected that failing this level would also mean facing death. Their already tense hearts leapt into their throats. Before they could react, several more shots echoed through the room. Bang! 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 Several players were shot in the head and collapsed in pools of blood. Their deaths were utterly unjust. Everything had been going smoothly until the successive gunshots startled them, causing them to accidentally break the branches in their hands. They tried to explain to the staff, but the staff strictly followed the game rules. For players who failed to complete the task, there was only one consequence. The relentless gunfire made the remaining players too afraid to rush. They could only proceed with even greater caution. 4 minutes ticked by on the screen. Over 30 players had been executed, yet the gunfire showed no sign of stopping. Each shot sent shivers down the remaining players' spines, fearing they might be next. They dared not dwell on such thoughts, focusing solely on their tasks at hand. Player 396, Success. Chapter 12, Second round ends, 110 remaining. Gunfire echoed relentlessly within the housing complex, yet the overhead announcement suddenly cut through the chaos. Hearing that someone had completed the task, all eyes lifted to the only player still standing. At that moment, Chen Yi stood before the worker, holding up the scraped-out sugarcane as a trophy. Players who hadn't completed the game looked at Chen Yi with envy. Hearing of the success, and glancing at the remaining time on the screen, they all hastened their movements. Player 111, Success. Player 67, Success. Following Chen Yi's success, others like Zhang Xiaobingyi, who had simpler patterns, also completed the game one after another. The rapid succession of completions multiplied the pressure on those still struggling. Many players, anxious to finish, ended up damaging their candy canes. Soon, in the room of over 200 people, more than 60 lay defeated in a sea of blood. The tense nerves of all completed players finally relaxed. All players who have completed the game, please return to the rest hall to wait. Hearing the announcement overhead, Chen Yi had no desire to linger either. The brain matter splattered across the floor made him feel nauseous. After taking just 2 steps, he felt his pant leg being tugged. Looking down, he saw Han Feng at his feet. Han Feng held his tin box, tears welling in his eyes as he looked up at Chen Yi. Seeing the sugar cube in Han Feng's hand a triangle with only one side completed, Chen Yi felt an instant wave of exasperation. He'd even served his own food and placed it before him, yet now he was expected to feed someone else. Chen Yi found it utterly ridiculous and had no desire to engage. Chen Yi, if you just get me through this dungeon, I'll give you anything you want. Seeing Chen Yi finally listen, Han Feng clung to him like a lifeline, shifting closer. Dungeon? I'm not even fully confident myself, how could I help you? Originally, Chen Yi didn't want to deal with Han Feng. But this was just a dungeon. To grow stronger, he needed some outside help, and the Han family was the best option. I can help you get through this level, but I have one condition. Hearing Chen Yi's words, Han Feng felt conflicted inside. Trading one condition for just one level? There were still 4 more levels to go. No matter how he looked at it, this was a losing deal. Since you refuse, I'll be on my way. Seeing only 2 minutes left on the timer, Han Feng quickly grabbed Chen Yi's leg. I agree. Hurry up and tell me how to pass. Hearing Han Feng's agreement, Chen Yi smiled and revealed the method to him. After listening, Han Feng suddenly realized how could he have forgotten this. The patterns were all imprinted on the surface, with faint edges. By licking the back with saliva to dissolve it, the sugar coating could be thinned, allowing the patterns to be easily extracted. Han Feng glanced at the time displayed on the screen, realizing it was dwindling rapidly. He hastened his movements. Just as Chen Yi waited for Han Feng to concede, he noticed a worker staring at him. Chen Yi felt a twinge of unease. Seeing no further action from the worker, he breathed a sigh of relief and followed the others out. After leaving the room, Chen Yi felt increasingly uneasy. Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind, a man with a special identity, a police officer hidden among the workers, Huang Juanhao. The group reached a fork in the road. Byung Ki, trailing behind, received instructions from the workers. Seizing an unobserved moment, he veered onto the alternate path. Having tasted success, Byung Ji realized that cooperating with the worker made subsequent tasks breeze by. With only 4 more stages left, the grand prize awaited. But greed took hold, and Byung Ji didn't know when to quit. Chen Yi, who had followed behind, saw Byung Ki being led away by the operators. Thinking of the latter's fate, he shook his head and continued forward. Inside the room, the remaining 20-plus players continued completing the game. Following Han Feng's actions, more and more players noticed the crack at the edge of the sugar cane and began to imitate him. 0:50. With only 1 minute left, everyone frantically licked the sugar cane. The workers in the control room witnessed this unprecedented method of clearing the stage for the first time. In the final moments, Han Feng, Chang Qixuan, Boss 001, Zhang Dishou, and others successively completed their tasks. As the timer hit 0, the workers began checking each player's completion status. When they reached 336, they discovered him nervously clutching an iron box. Just as the worker prepared to execute the failed player, 336 suddenly snatched the pistol and took a worker hostage. Back off. This game isn't fair at all. Why is mine so difficult while theirs are so simple? Don't come any closer, or I'll kill him. Workers surrounded the gun-grabbing player, guns drawn. Chang Qixuan watched the player, wanting to see the outcome, but was forced out of the room by the workers. As they exited the room, intense gunfire erupted inside. Everyone heard the gunfire and screams, fully aware of what was happening inside. Their faces turned deathly pale, yet no one dared to look back. They dared not imagine the state of those inside. The tension eased as the group returned to the lounge. Just as everyone gathered in the lounge, the overhead announcement sounded again, announcing the results of the second round of the game. All eyes turned to the screens in the lounge. As the number of participants dwindled, the prize amounts below grew larger. Greed flashed in many eyes. 189 participants, 79 eliminated. As the numbers were announced, bundles of Korean won were being poured into the massive transparent glass sphere overhead. Gazing at the hundreds of millions of prize money inside the glass sphere, each person harbored their own thoughts. Jiang Xiao, little brother, wait for me. We'll be reunited soon. Jiang Shangyo, forcing down his excitement, he thought this money would surely allow him to make a comeback. Zhang Deshou wrapped an arm around Han Meili. As he gazed at the prize money overhead, a flash of savagery flickered in his eyes. He thought, once I have this money, I'll be the underground king of Seoul. Chen Yi lay on his bed with eyes closed, ready for a good rest. He couldn't care less about the prize money, winning it wouldn't matter anyway. Han Feng was equally uninterested. His family's wealth far exceeded this sum. Thanks for this time. Rest assured, I'll keep my promise. No rush. I'll find you when I get out. Watching Chen Yi lying on the bed, Han Feng's expression grew solemn before he turned and returned to his own spot. 2 hours passed, and it was time for a meal. Workers carrying boxes of food entered the rest hall. Each person received a bottle of soda and an egg. Zhang Dishou, Han Meili, and the others conferred briefly, then prepared to re-enter the queue. They'd planned to cut in line again, but they'd picked the wrong person to mess with. Chen Yi tapped Zhang Dishou on the shoulder. What are you trying to do? Chapter 13, Searching for a Team. Zhang Dishou turned to face the frail-looking Chen Yi. Kid, mind your own business. With that, he shoved Chen Yi aside and continued queuing while holding Han Meili. Chen Yi lost his balance and bumped into the person behind him. Seeing no one noticed, his hand darted toward the dagger hidden in his sleeve. Staring at Zhang Deshou mere inches away, a murderous intent flashed in Chen Yi's eyes. He knew rations were strictly rationed. If Zhang Deshou cut in line, he might go hungry. He thought to himself, keeping this man alive would only invite trouble later, better to deal with him now. Just as he was about to strike, a hand clamped down on his arm. Don't be impulsive. Jiang Xiao, watching from a short distance away, had witnessed the entire exchange between Chen Yi and Zhang Dishou. She was also the only one aware that Chen Yi carried a knife. Jiang Xiao pointed behind her. Chen Yi glanced in that direction and spotted a surveillance camera directly facing him. Any move would be detected. If they discovered his dagger, the workers would deal with him. After a moment's thought, he sheathed it. Thanks. No problem. Helping you is helping myself. Jiang Xiao had her own reasons for intervening to stop Chen Yi this time. Through the second round of the game, she'd noticed Chen Yi's familiarity with the place. Having access to a hint the night before wasn't something just anyone could pull off. He didn't care about Chen Yi's identity, all he cared about was whether he could survive until the end and claim his share of the $1 million prize hanging over their heads. Only then could she leave this place and build a better life for herself and her younger brother. With her goal in mind, Jiang Xiao had to stop Chen Yi, only he could lead her out. Hearing Jiang Xiao get straight to the point, Chen Yi couldn't help but laugh. Xiang Yu, who had just collected his food, turned and saw Jiang Xiao standing with Chen Yi. He nodded at them before heading toward Cheng Qishuan and the others with his soda and eggs. Observing Xiang Yu's insincere demeanor, Chen Yi offered a warning. This man is a double-edged sword capable of harming others and himself alike. Jiang Xiao understood Chen Yi's warning. After collecting her food, she walked to a secluded spot, eating her egg while observing the people around her. Soon, the food distribution ended. The remaining 13 participants stared at the empty food station and loudly confronted the workers. The worker helplessly shrugged his hands. The food provided was prepared based on one portion per participant. Hearing this, the remaining players understood and turned their gaze toward the others. One player, who had witnessed Zhang Dishou queuing repeatedly, approached him indignantly, demanding to reclaim his rightful portion. Zhang Dishou's group of 5 stared at the demanding player before them, completely ignoring him, their eyes filled with contempt. "I'll fight you." Looking for trouble. As the two men grappled, the 100 players present and the masked workers stood by, watching coldly, showing no intention of intervening. Chen Yi sipped his soda, secretly observing the other players. According to the original storyline, Zhang Dishou's group had only consumed 5 people's food rations. Yet now, the number of players without food had more than doubled. Only 2 possibilities remained: either the workers had deliberately orchestrated this to provoke infighting among the players and thin out the competition, or someone among the players, like Zhang Dishou, had consumed others' rations to fill their own stomachs. The former didn't bother Chen Yi much, but the latter scenario would spell trouble for him. If everyone started prioritizing personal gain over morality, it wouldn't take long before everyone became like Zhang Dishou. As Chen Yi observed, the fight between the two finally reached a conclusion. Damn it! Who dares to disagree? Zhang Dishou stood triumphantly over the fallen man, flexing his muscles in satisfaction. His gaze swept around the area, intimidating the other players. The other players, seeing this, dared not speak up, lowering their heads as if they hadn't seen anything. Han Meili hurried over to flatteringly massage Zhang Dishou's shoulders, her eyes brimming with smug satisfaction. Cheng Qishuan and Shan Yu saw the motionless figure and hurried over. They discovered the person was already dead. "Hey, he's dead. Is there no one in charge?" Cheng Qishuan loudly confronted the staff, demanding justice for the player killed by Zhang Dishou. He noticed none of the other players uttered a word. Frustrated, he strode up to the staff member. Receiving no response, he turned to the camera, pointing at the corpse on the ground to lodge his complaint. The other players remained indifferent, unwilling to offend Zhang Dishou for fear of meeting the same fate as the deceased player. Just as Cheng Qishuan was still voicing his indignation over the dead player, the overhead announcement suddenly sounded. Player 271 eliminated. As the voice echoed, the numbers in the lobby began to change. Players remaining, 109. Prize money, 353 billion. Bundles of cash were poured into the transparent sphere. Everyone looked up at the rising total, their eyes no longer clouded with gloom but instead filled with excitement. They weren't fools. With one less competitor and an extra share of the prize money, they stood to gain no matter how they calculated it. After the amount updated, several workers carried a large box into the lounge. Under everyone's gaze, the body was placed into a red box and carried out by the workers. Zhang Dishou realized the deaths increased the prize money without attracting management's attention. An idea instantly formed in his mind. He gathered Han Meili and the others, huddling together to whisper their plans. Chen Yi watched Zhang Dishou's group gather again and knew they were about to make their move. Seeing that there were 5 of them and he was alone, he knew that if it came down to a direct confrontation, even with his dagger, he wouldn't stand a chance against Zhang Dishou. His gaze fell on Jiang Xiao nearby. He knew that despite her aloof exterior, she still harbored kindness within. She was the perfect partner for him. Just as he was about to get up to find her, he noticed Xiang Yu had also approached Jiang Xiao. Seeing the two standing together, Chen Yi hesitated and stopped in his tracks. He trusted Jiang Xiao because her purpose here was to build a better life with her younger brother, and she had never harmed anyone within the game. He didn't trust Shan Yu. Though the latter hadn't harmed anyone either, he'd deceived the kind-hearted Xiao Hei to advance in the game. Chen Yi feared Shan Yu might stab him in the back for personal gain. Turning to seek out others, he found the main group remained the same small clique. Though not particularly strong, joining them would prevent Zhang Dishou from daring to attack him. Yet, the sight of the mastermind Huinan instantly dispelled Chen Yi's thoughts. As for the other players, Chen Yi dismissed them outright. They offered no chance for glory. Tagging along with them would only hasten his demise. Chapter 14, Joining the protagonist's team. After completing the surgery, Bingji quietly returned to the rest hall through a secret passage. Having received the hint early, he sought out Zhang Dishu's group, intending to join their team to ensure his survival into the next round. Zhang Dishu, recognizing the doctor's medical background, deemed him a minimal threat, perhaps even potentially useful later. He instructed Bingji to hide to avoid accidental harm. As the countdown to the main screen's shutdown began, players gradually returned to their beds to rest. Outside the hall, workers stood at the entrance, rifles at the ready, awaiting the administrator's orders. As the countdown reached 0, the entire rest hall plunged into darkness. Zhang Dishu and his 4 companions sprang into action, each seeking their target. Chen Yi, who had prepared in advance, approached Wu Yinan from behind and pressed a knife against his waist. He deliberately lowered his voice. "I know you're the mastermind behind this. Get the workers in here immediately and stop this farce, or I'll kill you right now." Hidden in the corner, Wu Yinan felt fear rise within him at the voice behind him. He had participated in so many games, yet this was the first time someone had uncovered his true identity. "Fine. Since you refuse to cooperate, don't blame me for being ruthless." Seeing Wu Yinan remain silent for a long while, Chen Yi slowly thrust the dagger into his clothes. "No, don't. I'll do whatever you say." The dim lighting prevented Wu Yinan from seeing who stood behind him. Feeling the sharp pain in his back, he nodded in agreement. He'd come here merely to experience the thrill of participating in the game. He certainly didn't want to die here. Hearing Wu Yinan's concession, Chen Yi retracted the dagger and vanished into the darkness. The more power one held, the greater their fear of death. Even Wu Yinan, who had personally joined the game, was no exception. Only he could organize a rebellion. Just as Zhang Dishu and the others were about to act, Wu Yinan scrambled to a high spot in the room. He shouted to the other players, "Everyone, be careful. Someone is trying to kill you." Alerted by Wu Yinan's warning, the other players immediately grew vigilant. 101. What are you trying to do? Ah. Damn it. Let's fight them. In the pitch-black hall, fear took hold, instantly sparking chaos. Realizing his movements had been exposed, Zhang Dishu shouted to the few behind him. "Take out that old man first." No sooner had he spoken than he felt something pierce his abdomen. He collapsed to the floor in agony. The group groped their way toward the old man. The control center operator, monitoring the lobby, sensed the boss's life was in danger and immediately activated the lounge's lights. The manager in the control center, seeing 001 on the screen, quickly issued the order through the intercom. Swish! The lights in the entire lounge instantly illuminated. Armed staff, receiving the order, stormed into the lounge. They swiftly subdued all the players. The previously chaotic crowd fell silent, crouching on the floor with their heads down, daring not to move. Damn it! That bastard did it! Zhang Dishu lay on the floor, clutching his abdomen in agony as blood seeped through his fingers. The worker approached Zhang Dishu, seized the dagger from his hand, then scanned the other players. Only Zhang Dishu was injured. He felt a hint of disappointment. He'd intended to control the player count, but unexpectedly, only one had been injured. He tucked the dagger into his pocket and led the worker out of the lounge. After the worker departed, the other players glared at Zhang Dishu, their eyes burning with rage. They never imagined he would stoop so low, attempting to slaughter them during the blackout to claim a larger share of the bonus. They all felt a chill of fear. If not for player 001's warning, they would likely have been dead already. Chen Yi silently made his way to the restroom and rinsed the blood from his hands. Just as he was washing, Chang Qishuan entered. "Join us," Chang Qishuan urged. "Going it alone won't work." Hearing Chang Qishuan's enticement, Chen Yi turned off the faucet. "Oh? How many of us do you think will survive in the end? If it came down to a game between you and me, what would you choose?" Chang Qishuan froze in place upon hearing Chen Yi's words. He hadn't considered such possibilities. After waiting a moment with no response, Chen Yi wiped his hands and headed outside. "If it really came down to just the two of us, I'd give it my all." As Chen Yi reached the doorway, Chang Qishuan's reply reached his ears. He halted, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Good. I look forward to the game ahead." Had Chang Qishuan given any other answer, Chen Yi would have walked away without a second glance. But with this response, he found himself eager to witness just how formidable the protagonist's aura truly was. In the rest hall, many people began forming alliances for self-preservation, creating small cliques. Even the once dominant Zhang Dishu and his group had become targets of everyone's hostility, unwanted by all. Damn it! Zhang Dishu clutched his wound in agony and yelled at Byong Ji in front of him, "Are you even a doctor? Well, do you have a better option? Fortunately, your wound isn't deep. It's nothing serious." Seeing Zhang Dishu's state, Bingji shed his earlier servility and retorted coldly. The greed within them remained undiminished, still scheming to claim the grand prize. Bingji listened to their chatter while bandaging the wound, a cold smirk forming in his mind. He thought, the player who truly takes the prize will be me. With the next level's hint in hand, Bingji felt utterly confident. Zhang Dishio looked down at his wound, then glanced at Byong Ji sitting beside him, unable to hold back his praise. He knew full well that with his current injuries, having a doctor nearby was crucial and Byung Ki was the perfect choice. Everyone, let me introduce you to number 396. He'll be joining our team from now on. Song Ki-hoon brought Chen Yi to the group and introduced him. My name is Chen Yi. I look forward to working with you all. Chen Yi briefly introduced himself. Yu had no objections. She learned from Jiang Xiao that Chen Yi had been the one who alerted her to the game prompts earlier, and she was thrilled. This meant his chances of surviving and leaving alive were much higher. Xiaohei also had no objections, smiling as he greeted Chen Yi. In this game where everyone fends for themselves, one more person meant one more source of strength. The only one who hadn't expressed an opinion, 001, was staring blankly at Chen Yi. The moment Wu Yinan laid eyes on Chen Yi, he felt an odd sense of familiarity. Old man, what's wrong? After a moment's hesitation, he replied, nothing. Welcome aboard, Chen Yi. Chen Yi smiled and nodded at Wu Yinan. Chapter 15, the third game begins. After chatting for a while, the announcements sounded again in the lounge. The third game is about to begin. Players, please assemble at the open area. The third game is about to begin. Players, please assemble at the open area. Over a dozen staff members entered the lounge, escorting players to the venue. The announcement echoed in every player's ears like the Grim Reaper's call to harvest souls. The thought of the consequences for failing the game filled their faces with terror. Yesterday's game had only just ended, and recalling it still sent shivers down their spines. They should have been able to rest well overnight, but the events of the night had left them in a terrible state. Now, facing another round of the game, their minds and bodies were being severely tested. Though they grumbled about the game, the overhead announcements continued unabated, urging them to quickly follow the group out. Following the workers' instructions, they headed to the third game venue. Following the workers' instructions, they headed toward the third game venue. All players formed a single file, following the workers as they made their way toward the venue. As they walked, the group realized they were climbing stairs, seemingly ascending to higher ground. Amidst their walk, the announcements sounded in their ears. The rules were announced. The third game is a team competition. All participants will form teams of 13. There will be 8 teams competing. Team formation time, 10 minutes. Strictly limited to 10 minutes. All players listened to the rules while walking, each silently strategizing. Upon hearing it was a team event, the timid Han Feng calculated that 6 players would inevitably be left without a team. Seeing everyone else pairing up, fear began to creep into his heart. Spotting Chen Yi nearby, Han Feng hurried through the crowd and positioned himself behind him. Chen Yi noticed Han Feng approaching and sighed helplessly. If only he hadn't saved him in the first place. Now the kid was clinging to him. Big shot, let me join your team. I promise I won't slow you down. We'll talk about it once we're inside. Faced with Han Feng's request, Chen Yi didn't respond immediately, unsure how to answer. He wasn't the core of this team either, so he could only wait for an opportunity later, not daring to agree outright. Bingji, who had obtained the game rules early, felt a quiet thrill of satisfaction after hearing them. Zhang Dishio chuckled as he slapped the latter on the shoulder, instructing his subordinates to recruit more physically strong players for the team. To secure victory in the game, Bingji had to join Zhang Dishio's team, the only way to guarantee advancement to the next round. To demonstrate his sincerity, he secretly revealed the third round rules to Zhang. At the game venue, the 10-minute countdown began on the large screen. Players gathered in small groups, discussing what the next game might entail. Some had already begun recruiting teammates. Chen Yi watched as the number of players dwindled, growing increasingly anxious. Turning to see Song Ki-hoon still studying the game mechanics, he felt a wave of exasperation. If others finished forming teams first, they'd be left behind. Alright, I don't care what the game is anymore. The most important thing is to form a team first. Teams consist of 13 players. With 110 of us here, 6 people will inevitably be left without a team. Hearing Chen Yi's words, the others glanced around and noticed many players had already started forming teams. I agree with Chen Yi. Forming teams is the top priority. I agree too. Zhang Xiao and Xiang Yu were the first to support Chen Yi's decision, while the others remained silent. Well, me, Xiang Yu, Jiang Xiao, Chen Yi, Xiaohei, and the elder, we still need to find 7 more people. What kind of players should we choose as our teammates? Chang Qishuan once again found himself torn. Surrounded by players of all ages and genders, he was momentarily at a loss. Xiang Yu caught Zhang Dishio out of the corner of his eye, actively seeking male players to form a team. I suggest picking male players. We already have women and elders among us. Otherwise, we might get taken advantage of in the game. Hearing Xiang Yu's suggestion, Chen Yi nodded with relief. Finally, someone sensible. If he'd listened to Cheng Qishuan any longer, he would have been driven to frustration. But before Chen Yi could relax, Cheng Qishuan delivered another brain-dead comment. But what if the game tests agility, flexibility, or even luck? As a finance major, Xiang Yu couldn't agree with Cheng Qishuan's reasoning. Statistically speaking, plenty of games suit male players. The ones you mentioned are all rare possibilities. Don't forget, failure in this game means death. Hearing Xiang Yu's words, the others nodded in agreement. Cheng Qishuan desperately wanted to defend his position, but seeing the majority's agreement, he swallowed his words and reluctantly conceded to the group's will. Alright, then let's hurry and find teammates. Remember, we absolutely must find reliable players. With that, they dispersed to search individually. Han Feng stood alone nearby. Though many teams extended invitations, he declined them all, determined to clear the dungeon. His gaze remained fixed on Chen Yi's direction. In his eyes, Chen Yi was a guiding light. As long as he followed him, he wouldn't have to worry about being eliminated. Watching Chen Yi break away from the others and head toward him, hope reignited in Han Feng's eyes. Come on, join our team. Bro, from now on, you're my own flesh and blood. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Soon, everyone had found players to return. As time ticked by, everyone grew anxious searching for teammates. Suddenly, an argument caught their attention. Damn it! Are you kidding me? We've already got 13 people, there's no spot left for you. Han Meili stared at Zhang Dexiu in disbelief, unable to comprehend why he would abandon her. Xiang Yu finished counting the players and said grimly, this is bad. We only have 12. We're one person short of forming a successful team. With only 20 seconds left, if we don't find a teammate, we'll all be eliminated. Chen Yi turned to Han Meili, who was searching for a team, and called out to her. Han Meili. Hearing the voice, Han Meili turned and saw Chen Yi calling her. Overwhelmed with emotion, she rushed over. Seeing Chen Yi call Han Meili over, the expressions of the others present darkened. They knew exactly what kind of person she was and felt nothing but contempt. Han Meili rushed excitedly to Chen Yi and asked, do you still need more people? I will definitely be of help to you. Please, give me a chance. Fine, count you in. With that, Chen Yi raised his hand, signaling to the workers that their team had successfully formed. Chapter 16, Tug of War. Soon, all 8 teams were assembled. Zhang Dexiu looked smugly at the other groups, his lips curling upward as he surveyed his own team, a mix of men, women, young, and old. Surveying the robust players behind him, he felt confident they could win the game. His gaze fell on Chen Yi standing behind him, and he arrogantly made a gesture around his neck. Seeing Zhang Dexiu's gesture, he paid him no mind whatsoever, nothing more than a clown trying to steal the spotlight. Midnight. As the countdown on the large screen reached 0, the game announcement sounded. All 8 teams are requested to assemble at the game entrance. Chen Yi trailed at the rear of the group, glancing back at the remaining 6 players from time to time. No, I refuse to accept this. Exactly. Why were we eliminated? This is unfair to us. I strongly demand a different game. The remaining 6, unable to form a team, shouted in despair and frustration. But the only response was deafening silence, the brutal reality of this world. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, elimination doesn't always target the weakest. Opportunity and luck also play a part in who gets cut. Chen Yi's gaze fixed on Wu Yinan walking ahead, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He had planned to strike in the rest hall after lights out, using his dagger to eliminate Wu Yinan. But the latter was far too cunning and crafty, always staying within the surveillance range, leaving Chen Yi no opening whatsoever. To prevent the impending riot, Chen Yi had no choice but to reveal his dagger prematurely. But now that the dagger was out in the open, if Wu Yinan discovered it, Chen Yi's position would become perilous. Ultimately, he chose to stab Zhang Dexiu with the dagger, both to teach the latter a lesson and to misdirect Wu Yinan's attention. But he knew the third stage of the game inside out. If he died unexpectedly within the game, even the workers would likely be too late to intervene. When the team of players arrived at the game entrance, the entrance gates slowly swung open on both sides, propelled by mechanical force. 8 teams, comprising 104 players, were ushered into the arena. Upon entering, the players surveyed their surroundings, lifting their heads to gaze at 2 platforms towering several stories high. A momentary confusion settled over them. They couldn't discern the nature of the third game at all. Just as they began discussing the challenge, 6 gunshots rang out from beyond the gates. Hearing the shots, everyone flinched in alarm. They all knew these were the execution shots for players, yet no one paid it any mind. As if nothing had happened, they continued surveying their surroundings, as if the game mattered more than 6 living souls. Chen Yi watched the scene unfold before him and sighed deeply. His worst fears had come true. Everyone had grown cold-blooded in their eyes. Death had become a commonplace occurrence. A square-faced administrator in a mask announced the game's content and rules to everyone. Congratulations on advancing to the third game. The third game is Tug of War. The Tug of War would take place on the elevated platform. Victory would be achieved by causing the opposing team to fall off. Zhang Disheng, who had known the game's nature beforehand, began to gloat inwardly upon hearing the rules. Their entire team consisted of male players, each physically strong and robust. They possessed overwhelming strength. As the saying goes, one man's joy is another man's sorrow. Cheng Qishuan glanced behind him. Men, women, young, and old were all present. He finally understood Xiang Yu's words about why they needed to select more male players. With a team like theirs, they truly stood little chance of winning most games. Chen Yi surveyed the other 7 teams. Each had over half male players. By comparison, their own team seemed pitifully weak. All players, please take your seats. Teams whose names are called, stand up. Oh man, looks like some folks are in for a rough ride. As he spoke, Zhang Dishou glanced at Chen Yi, his suspicions growing that the latter was the one who had ratted out Xiang Yu. Hearing Zhang Dishou's words, Chen Yi merely smiled, waiting for the administrator to draw lots. Seeing no trace of tension on Chen Yi's face, Zhang Dishou sat down on the ground, feeling rather bored. Chen Yi wasn't here for verbal sparring. Knowing the rules, he deliberately chose the protagonist's side, aiming to ride the protagonist's coattails through the challenge while seeking an opportunity to take down the boss, Wu Yinan. As the players gradually took their seats, all eyes turned to the left. Among all the groups, Zhang Dishou's first group was undoubtedly the strongest and the one they least wanted to face. All eyes were fixed intently on the front, awaiting the administrator's draw. The matchups were drawn next, starting with the teams on the left platform. Left, Group 1, right, Group 7. Group 1 stood up first. Zhang Dishou watched the members of Group 7 rise and couldn't help but chuckle. Several women and 2 middle-aged men in their 40s were among them. Before the match even began, they'd already won. Hearing the draw, all 13 members of Group 7 turned ashen-faced. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. Group 1 and Group 7, please proceed to the respective elevated platforms. Under everyone's gaze, both teams boarded the elevators on either side, ascending to the elevated platforms. Upon reaching the platforms, workers secured handcuffs onto the players on both sides. These handcuffs were connected to the tug-of-war rope. Players from both teams gripped the rope tightly, their expressions tense as they waited for the game to begin. The supervisor watched the signal from above, drew the pistol from his waist, and raised it high above his head. Bang! With the gunshot, the game officially commenced. Both sides exerted maximum effort from the start, neither willing to fall from the high platform. Zhang Dishou glared at the opposing players and bellowed to his men behind him, "Kill them! Axi Ba, kill!" Even though they had 10 male players on their side, they didn't relax for a moment. Facing weaker opponents, they still intended to give it their all. They wanted to settle the outcome as quickly as possible. Inspired by Zhang Dishou's roar, his teammates fought even harder. The initially slight gap rapidly widened as the balance shifted. Under the immense pressure, some players from the 7th group began to falter, their strength failing as they stumbled and fell to the ground. Facing the relentless onslaught of the first group, the rope was pulled taut bit by bit. Finally, all 13 members of the 7th group tumbled off the high platform. Handcuffs attached to the rope connected them to the first group, suspending the fallen players mid-air instead of letting them plummet. The other 6 groups below were startled. Seeing them merely suspended in midair, they assumed no one would die in this stage and were about to breathe a sigh of relief when a guillotine blade descended from the center of the rope. Ah! Amidst shrieks, the 13 players from the 7th group plummeted heavily from the high platform. The crowd turned pale at the sight, their ears ringing with the ID numbers of the 13 deceased players from the 7th group. Chapter 17, Teaching Zhang Dishou a Lesson, Earning Everyone's Favor. Each number called out heightened the tension among all players. Every number represented a living person just moments ago sitting not far from them, now reduced to a cold, lifeless digit. Workers arrived at the base of the platform to begin collecting the deceased players. Amidst the pile of unrecognizable corpses, one player still showed faint signs of life. The workers, seeing this, neither disposed of the body nor made a fuss. They quietly placed it into a box and marked it outside. The ropes on the platform were reset, and the administrators below proceeded to draw the next matchup. Round 2, opponents, left side, Group 4. Seeing the drawn number ball marked with a 4, Chen Yi, Zheng Qixuan, and the others stood up. All eyes turned to them, knowing they were the weakest group. Whoever drew them would win easily. In their hearts, everyone prayed unlike the first group, they now hoped to be drawn. As long as they faced Group 4, they could win the game. Right side, Group 5. The team next to them rose as well. Seeing that their opponents were also all male players, the expressions on the faces of Group 4 members turned solemn. Groups 4 and 5, please enter the arena. Led by the staff, both teams proceeded to their respective sides. The victorious first group passed by the 4th group with smiles, feeling utterly relieved. A bunch of poor souls, all lumped together in one team. Now they're a whole team of pitiful guys. Ha! The 13 members of the 4th group clenched their fists in anger at the mocking voices ringing in their ears. They desperately wanted to retort, yet found themselves at a loss for words. At the rear of the line, Chen Yi watched Zhang Dishou approach. With lightning speed, he raised his fist and slammed it into the wounded spot on Zhang Dishou's abdomen. Ah! Damn it! Who ambushed me? Zhang Dishou clutched his stomach in agony as he fell to the ground, lifting his head to stare at the figure before him. Recognizing Chen Yi, the very man he had intended to kill, he roared with fury, summoning his men, "Damn it! Kill him! Hearing Zhang Disho's command, the other players from the first group rushed toward Chen Yi, ready to teach him a lesson. Seeing his patron being attacked, Benji hurried forward to check on him. Finding no serious injury, just a reopened wound, he breathed a sigh of relief. Relieved, he thought to himself that he still needed Zhang Disho to advance in the game. He couldn't afford for anything to happen to him now. Screw it, I'm dead anyway. Might as well take someone down with me. Hit him hard. Kill that Zhang Disho. Take him down. The fourth group, already simmering with anger, saw Chen Yi take the initiative and immediately charged forward, blocking the first group's path. They'd long resented the first group. Seeing their own chances of victory were slim, they figured dragging a few others down with them was the next best thing. Seeing their opponents ready to go down fighting, the once menacing members of the first group recoiled in terror. They wilted instantly, like frost-bitten eggplants. They had barely made it through the third stage and had no desire to fight to the death with a bunch of desperate men. Control room. The administrator watched the scene unfold in the game arena through the camera on the worker's uniform, his gaze settling on 001 standing nearby. After careful deliberation, he picked up the walkie-talkie beside him and issued orders to the workers. Receiving the command, the worker raised his gun and separated the two groups. Halt! Step back! Chen Yi wiped the blood from his fist with his sleeve. Boring. I thought you were something special. Turns out you hurt when you get hit too. Damn it! I'll kill you. Hearing Chen Yi's mocking tone, Zhang Disho gritted his teeth against the pain, rising to confront him. Just as he was about to strike, a guard standing nearby struck Zhang Disho across the face with the butt of his rifle, sending him crashing to the ground. One more move, and you'll all be executed. The worker cocked his rifle, raised it to the window, and aimed at the two groups of players. Let's go. Benji glanced at the unconscious Zhang Disho and quickly ordered his men to carry him away. The other teammates watched the first group flee in disarray and cast admiring glances at Chen Yi. Han Meili was practically starstruck, her eyes glued to Chen Yi. Han Meili felt deeply moved, convinced that everything he had done was for her sake. She recalled how, in her moment of despair, he had set aside past grievances to bring her into the team and then publicly beat Zhang Disho to vent her anger. Team 4 moved swiftly to the left platform. The few people who had been standing there in a daze only realized the danger hadn't passed when they heard the workers urging. Dejected, they entered the elevator. Chen Yi leaned against the elevator wall, his gaze fixed on the old man. He knew the old man would speak up soon if he intended to complete the game. True to Chen Yi's expectations, moments later the old man spoke up. Actually, tug of war isn't just about brute strength. Hearing this, the others snorted in disbelief. What else could tug of war depend on if not luck? The old man ignored their reactions and continued sharing his thoughts. Tug of war is a team game, and there are many techniques involved. Even if we're outmatched, victory isn't impossible. After the old man finished speaking, Chen Yi noticed the main characters remained silent, deep in thought. The other players, however, began sniping and complaining. Shut up. If it weren't for you, we might still have a chance to win. Exactly. You're old enough to just stay home. Why did you even join the game? You're just holding everyone back. Several latecomers began berating 001. Wu Yinan listened, speechless, standing frozen in place. Cheng Qishuan and the others kept their heads down, not speaking up for Wu Yinan because it was true. Seeing Wu Yinan under fire, Chen Yi chimed in, everyone's right. All this talk of yours is just to cover up your incompetence, isn't it? Old man, regardless of whether you possess Chen Yi's strength, you're probably less useful than me. Han Meili, who had been observing Chen Yi all along, stepped forward to join the chorus, listing all the ways he was at fault. For a moment, aside from Cheng Qishuan and Shan Yu who had remained silent from the start, everyone else vented their pent-up frustrations onto Wu Yinan alone. Seeing the conflict erupt, Chen Yi knew dealing with Wu Yinan afterward would face no interference. Just as Chen Yi was formulating his next move, Cheng Qishuan stepped forward again at an inopportune moment, playing the peacemaker. Everyone, calm down. Our chances of winning were already slim to begin with. Now more than ever, we need to unite. We absolutely cannot afford any more infighting. Chapter 18, narrowly passing the third gate. Let's hear what good ideas he has. With that, their gazes turned to Wu Yinan. Tug of war. I remember when I was a kid. Wu Yinan explained the techniques needed for tug of war to everyone. Soon, the elevator reached the platform and came to a stop. 13 solemn faces stepped out of the elevator and positioned themselves according to Wu Yinan's instructions. Chen Yi saw Wu Yinan move to the rear of the line and promptly raised his hand, volunteering. I'll take the last position. Hearing Chen Yi's request, the others observed his calm composure and agreed he was indeed suited for the rear position, nodding in unison. As the cold handcuffs snapped shut around his wrists, Chen Yi felt not a shred of nervousness. His gaze remained fixed on Wu Yinan standing ahead. Noticing the cuffs placed on Wu Yinan were different from his own, he was about to speak up when players on both sides were ready, and an attendant nearby began signaling to those below. Bang! Hearing the gunshot below, Chen Yi can only hold his ground for now. Players on both sides watched the workers with tense expressions, waiting for their flags to drop. The fifth group on the right pulled back with all their might. Quick, hold it for just 10 more seconds. In this life or death moment, earlier grievances faded away. 13 hearts pulled together as one, shifting their weight backward exactly as Wu Yinan had instructed. They realized they had indeed held firm, the rope hadn't budged an inch. But there was no time for celebration. They gritted their teeth and kept pushing. The fifth team, realizing they couldn't budge the rope, remained stuck in place for what felt like an eternity. Anxiety gripped them. This was the weakest of the 8 teams, yet they were struggling so intensely. Cheng Qishuan, standing at the front, noticed their feet beginning to slip. Seizing the moment, he bellowed to those behind him, "Pull!" 13 bodies instantly straightened, pulling backward with each powerful jerk. Thrown off balance by the sudden disruption, Team 5's feet kept moving forward, drawing them ever closer to the edge of the high platform. "Come on! Don't give up! 1, 2, 1. Players in the team began cheering each other on. Others followed the chant, gradually steadying their feet. Drawing on vastly superior strength, they began retreating inch by inch. Cheng Qishuan and his teammates, who had been on the verge of victory, felt their strength slowly waning as they were dragged forward step by step. What should we do? Quick, think of a solution. This can't go on. As the edge drew ever closer, fear gripped the group. Their feet grew frantic, technique completely forgotten. Quick, everyone take 3 steps forward together. Just as despair gripped them, a voice rang out beside them. 3 steps forward? Don't be ridiculous. We'll fall for sure. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Shangyo watched the situation grow increasingly desperate and urged everyone impatiently, "Trust me, take 3 steps forward to make them stumble. That's our only chance." After Shangyo finished speaking, the others didn't trust his plan and continued clutching the rope in their hands. "Everyone, listen to him. Listen to me count down from 3. Chen Yi's voice rang out, calming the group's tense hearts. Their eyes fixed ahead with determination. Earlier, when Chen Yi struck Zhang Dishou, he had unconsciously earned greater trust within the group, and they now felt more secure with him. 3, 2, 1. As Chen Yi finished the countdown, the group suddenly relaxed and took 2 steps forward. This caught the 5th group off guard, sending them tumbling backward. Pull! Cheng Qishuan watched the chaos unfold before him and began frantically yanking the rope backward. Get up quickly. Pull harder. The fallen 5th group tried to rise again, only to find they couldn't stand at all. They could only be dragged along by the opposing team. One last push. Watching the rope steadily being pulled toward them, all players in the 4th group saw a glimmer of hope and summoned their last ounce of strength. As the 5th group screamed, the central switch fell. Exhausted, everyone collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. 13 people boarded the descending elevator, still reeling from the game's intensity, their hands laced with deep rope cuts. The workers escorted the completed players back to the rest hall. As the group entered the hall, the first team, who had already returned to rest, looked at the incoming players with astonishment. They struggled to comprehend how the weakest group could possibly win the tug of war. Zhang Dishou's gaze fell on Chen Yi, the last to enter. Remembering the punch he'd taken, anger surged through him. He sprang to his feet, ready to exact revenge. Oh! The moment he stood up, the workers standing around them raised their guns, aiming directly at them. Chen Yi stood frozen in place, staring back at Zhang Dishou with utter contempt in his eyes. With so many guards present, he wasn't afraid Zhang Dishou would dare to act. If he did, it would save him the trouble the guards would execute him. Stay calm. The workers are watching. If we lay a finger on him, we'll be executed for sure. You're right, boss. We'll just have to hold back for now. We can wait for the next game and find an opportunity to retaliate. Players who had been teammates with Zhang Dishou moments ago rushed to restrain him. Cowards! After waiting a long while with no action, Chen Yi shot him a withering glance, muttered 2 words, and turned to walk away. You just wait, don't let me catch you. Zhang Dishou wasn't stupid. Seeing the staff around him, he could only make a mental note of the incident. He turned to look at Bingji, his last remaining ace in the hole. When are you going? It should be soon. Wait for my good news. As they spoke, the 3rd round of the game continued. Cartloads of players' corpses were hauled to the incinerator. Players who had passed the game trickled back in. Of the original 100-plus participants, less than half remained. The entire lounge suddenly felt much emptier. Glancing at the time displayed on the large screen, he realized it was almost lights-out time. His gaze drifted to Zhang Dishou in the distance, only to find the latter grinning mischievously at him. He glanced at the people behind Zhang Dishou, then looked back at his own group. He urgently addressed the group, everyone, get moving. We need to build a shelter right now. Having just taken a brief break, the others dismissed Chen Yi's urgency as unnecessary and ignored him, continuing their chatter. Fine. If you want to become fish on Zhang Dishou's chopping block after lights out, free to keep chatting. The chatting group paled at the memory of previous nights, their faces turning ashen. Stop spacing out. Hurry up and move the beds to block our perimeter. Chapter 19, Taking Turns on Night Watch. In the rest hall, others heard the commotion and turned to look at them, puzzled by this sudden activity. Zhang Dishio, who had been watching Chen Yi intently, glanced at the countdown to lights out and rose to walk toward him. Seeing the few beds they had surrounded, Zhang Dishio couldn't help but laugh, having figured out Chen Yi and the others' plan. 396. Does surrounding yourselves with these things really make you feel safe? Cheng Qishuan and the others saw Zhang Dishio approaching and quickly grabbed the items beside them, ready to strike at any moment. Oof. If you don't want to die, put those things down. Zhang Dishio, seeing them all glaring at him, felt not a shred of fear. He pointed at the workers high above. Put them down. Quickly. Shan Yu noticed the workers aiming their guns at them and quickly dropped what he was holding. He turned to Han Meili, who still clutched her stick tightly, glaring angrily at Zhang Dishio. He hurried over to her, snatched the items from her grasp, and placed them on the ground. Seeing the situation was under control, the worker shifted his gaze elsewhere. Honestly, whether this thing I built is any good or not, that's not your problem. You'd be better off worrying about yourself. Chen Yi's gaze drifted toward a group of people chatting and laughing nearby. Zhang Dishio turned his head toward the direction I had come from, glancing at the people beside him. His face turned ashen. Instantly, he grasped the implication of Zhang Dishio's words. The men beside him were all physically strong male players, temporarily grouped together for the game. There was no trust between them whatsoever. Glancing down at his still bleeding wound, worry began to creep into his mind. If a real conflict broke out, he had absolutely no confidence he could hold his own. Exactly. If I were them, I'd seize the chance to eliminate you as a threat the moment the lights went out. Just as Chen Yi was speaking with Zhang Dishio, Cheng Qishuan walked over with a smile. Zhang Deso, who had intended to mock Chen Yi and the others, turned away dejectedly and returned to his own side. He now understood clearly that he was the one in the most danger. One of the underlings excitedly stepped forward. Boss, should we take out that side first? Seeing the subordinate's eagerness, Zhang Dishio glanced at the others. Don't make a move tonight. Everyone get some rest and prepare for tomorrow's game. Hearing Zhang Dishio's words, several underlings crowded around him, puzzled as to why their usually domineering boss had suddenly changed his tune. I said rest. Do you understand? The subordinate met Zhang Dishio's gaze and dared not say another word, retreating sullenly to the side. Scanning the room, he noticed Byung Ki was missing. Assuming the latter had gone to gather intel, he didn't pay it much mind. Song Ki-hoon and Sang-woo gathered their players together. Tonight, we'll pair up and take turns keeping watch to prevent them from ambushing us. Hearing Sang-woo's suggestion, everyone nodded in agreement. Han Meili counted the people present and realized there was an odd number. Wait, there are 13 of us. What about the extra person? The group exchanged glances. Cheng Qishuan finally fixed his gaze on Wu Yinan. Old man, you're getting on in years. You should get some rest tonight. Everyone was physically and mentally exhausted, longing for rest. But seeing Wu Yinan's advanced age, they felt awkward competing with him. No, I'm older, but I don't sleep that early. I'll take the first watch. Hearing Wu Yinan's refusal, the others' eyes lit up. Each secretly wished they could be the one to get a good night's sleep. Chen Yi glanced at the time displayed on the screen, then turned his gaze to Jiang Xiao, giving her a meaningful look. Let's vote on this. It's fairer that way. Hearing Jiang Xiao's suggestion, everyone agreed it was a good idea. I vote for Chen Yi. Me too. Seeing Jiang Xiao choose Chen Yi, Shan Yu glanced at Chen Yi and cast his vote for him as well. Han Feng, who had remained silent, quickly raised his hand. Chen Yi has to use his brain all the time. How can he get proper rest? I vote for Chen Yi. He relied on Chen Yi. If Chen Yi didn't rest well, how could he possibly clear the dungeon? As everyone made their choices, Han Meili sat beside Chen Yi, her arm linked through his, her eyes darting up and down. Chen Yi, if you can't sleep, come talk to me. Instantly, 4 votes were cast. The others exchanged glances, momentarily unsure how to decide. Alright then, Chen Yi, get some rest. Tonight, we'll pair up in twos. I'll team up with 001 in the first shift. Shan Yu, I'll be with you in the second shift. Faced with Jiang Zhao's sudden invitation, Shan Yu nodded in agreement, though he didn't quite understand. Soon, all 6 teams were assigned. The timer on the large screen reset to 0, and the once bright room plunged into pitch darkness. An hour passed. The first team lay down to rest, and Shan Yu and Jiang Xiao stood up. Jiang Xiao walked over to Chen Yi's bed and gave him a light tap. Chen Yi, who hadn't been asleep to begin with, opened his eyes and got up, heading toward the bathroom. Shan Yu looked at Jiang Xiao in confusion. Where is he going? Jiang Xiao glanced at Shan Yu beside her, recalling what Chen Yi had told her earlier. I don't know. Jiang Xiao, you and I are the true allies. If you know anything, I hope you'll tell me. No matter what Shan Yu said, Jiang Xiao remained silent. Her gaze fixed on the bathroom, she didn't press further. Chen Yi entered the bathroom and made his way to the spot where he'd previously encountered Jiang Xiao. Stepping on the toilet seat lid, he pried open the loose vent pipe. Crawling forward through the vent, he soon reached a lighted area. Peering through the vent slits, he observed the scene inside the room. He saw Byong Ji in the room, dissecting a player, with 5 workers standing nearby. After delivering the organs, Bingji clashed with the workers and even killed one of them. Watching the two chase each other away, Chen Yi realized he couldn't proceed further and prepared to turn back. If trouble erupted later, the workers would surely conduct a full sweep of all players. If he wasn't present, he'd be in serious trouble. On his way back, Chen Yi happened to cross paths with police officer Huang Juanhao. Their eyes locked for a second. Just as Huang Juanhao drew his pistol to silence him, sirens blared from all around. Just as he was about to fire again, Chen Yi quickly raised his hands. "Officer Huang, I'm a player here." Hearing this, Huang Juanhao's face twisted in shock. How did this guy know he was a cop? Realizing his identity must remain concealed, he concluded the only solution was to eliminate the witness. Seeing Huang Juanhao hesitate, Chen Yi seized the moment and scrambled back. Chapter 20, the 4th round begins. Huang Juanhao lifted his head, ready to fire again to silence the witness, only to find Chen Yi's figure already vanished. With no other choice, he had to hide first. As the alarm blared, the lights in the rest hall flickered on. Players who had been resting were jolted awake from their drowsiness. Hearing the alarm blaring through the room, tension instantly gripped their hearts. Jiang Xiao glanced toward the restroom and noticed Chen Yi hadn't returned yet, causing her heart to race with anxiety. After waiting a moment, everyone realized the alarm wasn't coming from the lounge, it was echoing in from outside the main gate. What was happening? In the middle of the night? Give us some rest. Damn it! Where are the staff? Get out here and explain. The awakened players began complaining one after another. Ever since they arrived here, they hadn't had a single night of peaceful sleep, constantly living in fear. Yet all they got in return was dead silence. The staff were all too busy hunting down the infiltrators to spare them a moment's attention. Just as everyone was puzzled, over 30 staff members rushed into the lounge, herding everyone to gather in the center of the venue. An announcement blared through the speakers. All players, please assemble in the open area of the lounge. All players, please assemble in the open area of the lounge. No one dared disobey. They rose from their beds and gathered in the open space. Boss, something's off. That doctor still hasn't returned. Hearing his subordinate's words, Zhang Dishou's face paled with alarm. He quickly glanced behind him, searching for Bingji's figure, only to realize the latter truly hadn't returned. He arrived at the gathering spot with a tense expression. Equally anxious was Jiang Xiao. Standing in the open area, she kept glancing toward the restroom, anxiously awaiting Chen Yi's return. Though he didn't know what had happened, it was highly likely connected to Chen Yi. Cheng Qishuan scanned the surroundings, noticing one of the 13 was missing. He looked more closely and realized Chen Yi was gone. He turned to the others and asked, "Hey? Where's Chen Yi? Has anyone seen him?" Hearing Cheng Qishuan's question, the others all shook their heads. He must be trying to escape or got shot by the workers. Han Meili heard Zhang Dishou mention Chen Yi and shot a glance below Zhang Dishou. She sneered inwardly, "Oh, come on. You think he's like you? All show and no substance." Seeing Han Meili's contemptuous gaze and noticing the suppressed laughter around him, the anger in his heart could no longer be contained. "Oh, really? You're asking for it." The worker approached with his gun, blocking Han Meili's path and signaling Zhang Dishou to return to his position. Zhang Dishou stared at the gun in the worker's hand, frozen in place. He could only back down for now. "What are you pretending? You're injured, who do you think you can beat? Still think you're the strongest here?" Hearing Han Meili's words, the remaining players all turned their gaze toward Zhang Dishou. As Han Meili said, they had feared Zhang Dishou before because of his ruthless tactics. Now that he was injured, why should they still be afraid? The henchmen behind Zhang Dishou exchanged glances, their eyes losing some of their fear toward him. "Damn it, you old hag, shut your mouth. You think I won't rip your mouth off? I don't believe you, but I believe someone else will tear your mouth apart. Damn it!" While the two were arguing, the staff finished checking all the players. Player 396 was missing. The triangular-shaped leader drew his pistol. Bang! The loud rest hall fell instantly silent at the gunshot. "Shut up! Has anyone seen player 396? Hearing the administrator's words, everyone shook their heads. Seeing no one had spotted Chen Yi, the administrator raised his pistol and randomly aimed it at a player. The player who was targeted knelt on the ground in fear. "Don't kill me! I don't know anything!" Bang! The administrator had no intention of wasting words. Seeing no one provide an answer, he pulled the trigger. With the gunshot, the player fell to the ground, shot in the head. His eyes remained wide open, staring at the remaining players. The remaining players, seeing this, all recoiled in terror. "I'm asking where player 396 is." Seeing no response, the administrator signaled to the people behind him, who dragged a player forward. "No, I don't know anything. Please, spare me. Damn it! Where's that bastard 396? Get him out here now." The other players were also in a panic, terrified they'd be next. "Wait!" Just as the administrator was about to fire again, Cheng Qishuan shouted. Hearing someone speak, the administrator pointed his gun at Chen Yi. Two workers escorted Chen Yi out of the line. The players who had narrowly escaped death scrambled back into the group, hiding among the crowd, still trembling with fear. Where? Honestly, I don't know either. Hearing Chen Yi's words, the administrator angrily pressed the gun against the latter's head. My patience has its limits. Since you dare to play games with me, I'll send you to your death first. Wait, 396 isn't here. Maybe he went to the bathroom. Seeing Song Ki-hoon in danger, Sang-woo couldn't hold back and stepped forward. Jiang Zhao's eyes flickered with disappointment upon hearing Shang Yu's words. Just as expected, a hypocritical teammate. Earlier, to eliminate Song Ki-hoon, he didn't tell him about the game's rules. Now, to save Song Ki-hoon, he steps forward to betray Chen Yi. Go to the restroom and find him. Two staff members headed toward the restroom. As they reached the door, a figure emerged from inside. Chen Yi emerged from the restroom and looked at the two workers at the door, asking in confusion, "What's going on?" Recognizing him as Subject 396, the two workers exchanged glances before dragging him toward the supervisor. The manager examined Chen Yi before opening his mouth to question him, but a voice came through his earpiece, signaling the attendants to release him. Just as everyone was puzzled, the announcement in the hall sounded again. The fourth game is about to begin. All players, proceed to the game area. The fourth game is about to begin. All players are requested to proceed to the game venue. The remaining 50 people in the room 1 executed, Byung Ji dead, all wore looks of terror. Zhang Dishio scanned the group and noticed Byung Ji still hadn't returned, a sense of foreboding rising within him. The other players also looked grim. Not even a full day had passed, and another game would begin tonight. Led by the staff, the group exited the rest hall. When Chen Yi returned to the group, Han Feng asked curiously, "Where did you go?" Chapter 21, Marble Game, Mutual Slaughter. Hearing Han Feng's question, Chen Yi remained silent. The latter was a big mouth. If he found out about this, it might stir up trouble. Turning his head, he spotted Jiang Sha nearby and gave her a nod. This subtle exchange didn't escape Shan Yu's notice behind them. He fixed his gaze intently on Chen Yi. He understood that Chen Yi must have discovered something during his outing. By following him, he was certain to succeed in the game. As they walked toward the game venue, they suddenly halted in their tracks. All of them were stunned into silence by the scene before them. 5 bodies hung from high above, one of them being Byung Ji. The 5 people you now see here have all fallen victim to their own greed. Everyone here is equal. Zhang Dishio's face turned ashen. He had intended to use the game intelligence provided by Bingji to control the players behind him. Now that Bingji was dead, they had lost their leverage. After a brief pause, the group arrived at the entrance to the game arena. All players must form pairs to complete the next game. Find a partner to complete the next game with. Once both agree, shake hands to form a team. After the pairing conditions were announced, a 10-minute countdown began on the large screen. 9:59. The 3 powerhouses Chen Yi, Shang Yu, and Chen Yi instantly became the most sought-after teammates. Chen Yi, I can help you, please pick me. No, EGE, you can't leave me behind. Without you, I'll never make it through this stage. Chen Yi turned his gaze toward Zhang Dishio and walked toward him with a smile. Han Feng and Han Meili were both baffled by Chen Yi's decision why choose an opponent over a reliable teammate. Shang Yu and Jiang Xiao, who had planned to team up, exchanged glances and instantly understood Chen Yi's intent. The next stage would undoubtedly pit players against each other in head-to-head combat, not a cooperative challenge. Since many participants knew each other, they chose trusted individuals as teammates. When Chen Yi approached Zhang Dishio, he discovered the latter had already formed a team. Hey, don't tell me no one wants to team up with you. Come join me instead. His approach to Zhang Dishio was meant as a subtle reminder to Jiang Xiao. Glancing at the other players, Chen Yi, who knew the outcome all along, had no desire to choose any of them. His gaze settled on Wu Yinan, who sat alone, growing steadily colder. This mastermind behind the scenes, personally participating in the game to revel in the thrill here, Chen Yi absolutely couldn't let him off the hook. With that thought, Chen Yi strode purposefully toward Wu Yinan. When he reached Wu Yinan, Chen Yi extended his hand, signaling his request to form a team. Wu Yinan lifted his gaze to meet Chen Yi's, shook his head, and turned to walk toward Chen Yi. Among all the people present, Wu Yinan hadn't forgotten the one who had pressed a knife against his back. He could clearly sense that the other had genuinely intended to kill him, a feeling he had also detected in Chen Yi. Hey, you could get through the game by following me. Why are you so set on choosing Chen Yi? Hearing Chen Yi's persistent urging, Wu Yinan nervously swallowed. He turned back and smiled at Chen Yi. I'm just an old man. I don't want to hold you back. Whoever's left later, I'll team up with them. Soon, everyone had completed their team assignments. Chen Yi chose a middle-aged man. A worker led the 3 of them into the game arena, handing each a bag of glass marbles. Just as everyone was puzzled, the arena's broadcast system came to life. Each participant has 10 beads. Please verify your count. Chen Yi emptied his bag and counted exactly 10 beads. Seeing the glass marbles, everyone assumed they were playing marbles and their faces lit up with excitement. Before their excitement could fully build, the game rules echoed through the air. For the fourth round, each player must compete against a partner using their own marbles. As the rules were explained, the expressions of everyone present changed noticeably. They turned to look at their teammates beside them. Outside, they had believed this would be another cooperative game, which was why they had chosen the players they trusted most. Little did they expect that the rules inside would force them to turn on each other, eliminating the very people they trusted most. Round 4, each player must use their own marbles to compete against their teammates. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Countdown, 30 minutes. Game begins. 29:59. As the timer started, Chen Yi surveyed the players before him but showed no urgency to begin. Instead, he sat down to rest. Get up, you lazy bum. Get up and play with me now, or we'll all die here when time runs out. Hearing these words, Chen Yi paid no attention, still sitting on the ground with his eyes closed. This is cheating. He's deliberately refusing to play with me, it's unfair. Player 147 complained to the staff in frustration. Hearing player 147's complaint, the staff member turned to look at Chen Yi. Chen Yi feigned distress, clutching his stomach. While you were sleeping, I was stuck in the bathroom with diarrhea. Starting the game so urgently when I'm clearly not in good condition, how is that fair to me? The staff member heard Chen Yi's explanation, reasonable. Hearing the staff's response, player 147 could only resign himself to sitting across the table, watching the clock. But as the clock ticked away, his anxiety grew. 14:52. All other players had started the game, yet Chen Yi remained with his eyes closed, pretending to sleep. Feigning sleep, Chen Yi stole a glance at player 147. Seeing the latter sweating profusely with anxiety, he knew his moment had come. I'm rested. We can start the game now. Player 147, who had been anxiously waiting, jumped up from the ground in excitement upon hearing Chen Yi was finally ready to play. As the latter pulled out the marbles, Chen Yi raised his hand. Hold on. I need to decide the rules of the game. Player 147, poised to begin, froze upon hearing Chen Yi's words. What do you want to play? Rock, paper, scissors. One round decides the winner. Whoever loses takes all the marbles. Hearing Chen Yi's proposal, player 147 immediately waved him off. You're insane. I absolutely refuse to play that game. Players who made it this far weren't fools. He'd never participate in a game with no way out. Seeing the refusal, Chen Yi sat back down to rest. After all, he wasn't the one in a hurry. Watching Chen Yi close his eyes again, player 147 glanced at the large screen and realized only 10 minutes remained. He anxiously turned to the worker, hoping they would intervene. The worker remained standing, showing no sign of movement. Chapter 22, Rock, Paper, Scissors Game. Bang! Bang bang! Amidst the successive gunshots, many players had already passed the game. The victors filed out through the main gate one after another, while the defeated remained here forever. Chen Yi remained seated on the ground, his face showing no trace of panic. Instead, he watched the dwindling time on the screen. He glanced at the anxious player 147 across from him, a faint smile curling his lips. With only 3 minutes left, player 147 was on the verge of losing his mind. He couldn't take it anymore. The gunfire ringing in his ears, rising and falling, sounded like the tolling of a death knell. I accept your challenge for a single decisive game. Hurry up and start. Time's almost up, we'll all die when it's over. Seeing his opponent finally lose his composure, Chen Yi rose slowly from the ground. Then let them call the start. That's only fair. Regarding this request, player 147 turned to the supervisor standing nearby. The request was reasonable. As long as it doesn't violate the game rules, the staff have no reason to refuse. Just as they were about to play rock, paper, scissors, Chen Yi suddenly called a halt again. Smiling, he asked player 147, what are you going to throw? Player 147's heart leapt to his throat. Just as he saw his opponent finally about to play and pulled his hand from behind his back, he heard Chen Yi's words. Cut the nonsense and get started already. Chen Yi's gaze fell on 147's hand. Noticing the player had thrown out cloth in the first round, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. In such a tense atmosphere, 147 had no capacity for thought. Having played cloth first, the probability of playing cloth again in the next round decreased, leaving only scissors or rock as options. Damn it! Just start already. Watching Chen Yi remain completely unhurried, player 147 felt like he was going to lose his mind. He thought teaming up with Chen Yi would finally let him relax, that they could get through this round together. Little did he know they'd end up playing against each other. Just as player 147 was consumed by regret, Chen Yi tucked his hands behind his back, leaving no room for deliberation. We're officially starting now. I'll go with scissors. Game on. 3, 2, 1. Hearing Chen Yi's words, player 147 broke out in a cold sweat, frantically calculating in his mind what to choose next. His fate hung on this single round. Rock, paper, scissors. Both players spoke simultaneously as they drew their hands from behind their backs. Seeing Chen Yi indeed show scissors, player 147's eyes widened in shock, filled with regret. They had assumed Chen Yi was bluffing, deliberately leaving an opening, and ultimately chose scissors themselves. Regardless of the outcome, they could have tied with Chen Yi. Hey, you got your chance and blew it. Facing Chen Yi's taunt, player 147 glared at him angrily. Don't get too cocky, you haven't won yet. Next round, I'll go with rock. Chen Yi repeated his old trick, once again revealing his intended move to his opponent. Hearing Chen Yi's words, player 147 knew it was a trick, wiping sweat from his face with his sleeve. The game began. 3, 2, 1. As the worker counted down, player 147's eyes locked onto Chen Yi's hand. Rock, paper, scissors. The supervisor stood by, monitoring the fairness of the game, his hand resting on the pistol at his waist. Seeing the identical gesture again, player 147's last line of defense crumbled. He had assumed Chen Yi would change tactics the second time around, but the identical move filled him with rage. Observing his opponent's expression, Chen Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Ha, I've told you every move I'm going to make, and you still can't win. Anyway, I'm not afraid to die. His gaze shifted to the screen, where only 1 minute remained. Ah. 396. You're a demon. Damn it, let's just settle this already. Player 147 felt utterly disoriented inside, as if no matter what he played, Chen Yi would see right through him. He stopped overthinking it, determined to finish the game before time ran out. Alright, I'll play scissors again. But this time, you're definitely going to lose. 3, 2, 1. As both men reached out simultaneously, the worker drew the pistol from his waistband and turned it toward player 147. Unable to accept the reality that he had lost, player 147 stared in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must be cheating. I made my gesture without hesitation. How could he possibly know what I chose? Faced with player 147's protests, the manager paid no attention. He had seen it clearly from the sidelines. Chen Yi hadn't cheated at all. You truly didn't think. But precisely because you didn't think, you lost this game and your life. Because your instinct was to play rock. I saw it the very first time you played. After that, I baited you twice, making you doubt my words and abandon your own reasoning. Hearing Chen Yi's words, player 147 shook his head, still unwilling to accept this reality and refusing to hand over the glass bead. As long as I don't give you the glass bead, you can't pass this level. Even if you're as clever as you claim, you'll only be going to die with me. Watching player 147's frenzied state, Chen Yi couldn't help but shake his head. He turned away, refusing to look at the other any longer. Bang! The gunshot silenced the laughter abruptly as player 147 collapsed to the ground. Thanks. In the final moments, Chen Yi placed the marble into the worker's hand and strode toward the exit. Along the path to the exit, the floor was littered with the bodies of defeated players. Blood clung to Chen Yi's feet, leaving a long trail of footprints. After the fourth round, 25 players lined up and returned to the lounge. 2 consecutive heart-pounding games had taken a toll on both their bodies and minds. Chen Yi observed the situation and noticed that the players who had made it through the fourth round were mostly the same group. Even though the game had been tampered with due to his arrival, Xiaohei and Zhiying hadn't made it through. His gaze shifted to the game's mastermind, Wu Yinan. Due to the game's tampering, Wu Yinan also survived this round and advanced to the next stage. When dinner time arrived, the staff distributed a meal to each of the 25 players. They sat on their beds, eating their dinners while observing those around them. Just as they exchanged puzzled glances, one player stepped into the center of the hall. All eyes instantly turned to him, wondering what he intended to do. I can't take this anymore. I'm getting out of here. A middle-aged player knelt on the floor, covering his face with both hands as he wept. Chapter 23, The Mysterious Guest. Under everyone's gaze, he wept uncontrollably. Everyone remained expressionless, not a word spoken. Chen Yi watched the weeping player and understood what had happened. The man had entered the game with his wife, hoping to win the massive prize money and transform their lives. But misfortune strikes the most vulnerable, and hardship always finds the wretched. To keep her husband alive, the wife willingly surrendered her 10 marbles. Do you still want to continue? For this money, you'll stain your hands with blood. Send your own loved ones and friends to their deaths with your own hands? Wake up, everyone. They brought us here to watch us tear each other apart. We can't keep making this mistake. Hearing this player's words, most lowered their heads in deep thought. Seeing some wavering, Zhang Dishio quickly rose and strode toward the player. Damn it! If you're scared to death and want to leave, don't drag the rest of us down with you. We've endured this far for the prize money hanging above our heads. There's no way I'm quitting now. The players lifted their heads to gaze at the glass sphere suspended overhead, containing a prize pool of hundreds of billions. Completing just 6 rounds would allow them to split that fortune evenly. They'd already endured 4 nerve-wracking games. If they voted to quit now, all their previous fears and struggles would be for nothing. The pity in their eyes had now hardened into resolve. That's right, I won't back out. Shang Yo climbed down from his bed and approached the player. And I want to ask you this, why did you survive the game? Your wife gave you the right to live, so why won't you die for her sake? Faced with Shang You's relentless questioning, the player was momentarily speechless. If you're willing to leave and continue living a life worse than that of a pig or a dog, go ahead, head that way. Hearing Shang You's words, the others abandoned that notion. Chen Yi, having eaten his fill, lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. Just as they were still arguing about whether to end the game, a helicopter landed outside the base. 6 figures wearing golden animal masks stepped out of the helicopter and entered the base, guided by the workers. Led by the administrator, the group proceeded to the VIP lounge. One VIP stared excitedly at the screen before him. He eagerly asked the administrator, "What's the next round of the game? We haven't missed any good action, have we?" They followed the manager, watching highlights from the first 4 rounds. Those who had bet on these players to win the VIP prize roared in disappointment. Midnight. As the screen's timer hit 0, the lights in the lounge went dark. Chen Yi buried his head in his hands, fully aware of what was about to happen. Just as everyone had fallen asleep, the hall lights suddenly flashed on. Sleepy players stirred groggily from their beds, watching as the doors slowly opened. 4 workers entered the lounge from outside, carrying a gift box coffin. Watching them enter, everyone knew what this signified. Gift boxes only appeared when someone had died. Han Meili was about to drift back to sleep when she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye a person dangling in midair, staring wide-eyed at her. Terrified, she leaped out of bed. Ah! The shriek drew everyone's gaze toward the source. Seeing the player who had wanted to leave just hours ago now hanging dead before them, many felt a sense of shared sorrow. Player number 69 eliminated. The cold, mechanical voice of the announcement rang in their ears, but none of them had recovered from the shock. Remaining players, 24. Prize pool, 520 million. As the prize pool above their heads grew ever larger, its golden glow reflecting on their faces, greed flickered in most of their eyes. Those who had nearly quit after player 69's earlier words now steeled their resolve to stay and play on, determined to claim every last coin. The 5th round is about to begin. All players, please assemble at the open area. Under the guidance of the staff, proceed to the game venue. Everyone filed out of the lounge in an orderly line. Some muttered prayers, hoping they wouldn't be eliminated this round. Several VIPs sat in the VIP lounge, smiling as they watched the large screen. The selection of players began, marking the targets for the upcoming wager. Players were led outside the game area. Facing 24 mannequin dummies, unease gripped the crowd. An announcement echoed through the air, addressing all players. Welcome, players, to the 5th round of the game. Before the game begins, all players must look at the mannequins. Select the number from 1 to 24 that you will enter the game with next. Hearing they had to choose, everyone was momentarily at a loss. Looking at the 24 numbers, the majority of players chose the middle ones. Middle numbers always held a significant advantage in any game, which was why they were so fiercely contested. Chen Yi, however, remained motionless, quietly observing the others. He knew only the last numbers would be left. Jiang Xiao and Shang Yu had intended to watch Chen Yi's move, but as the numbers dwindled and he remained unmoved, they could no longer stand by. They quickly stepped forward and selected numbers toward the end. Meanwhile, the VIPs watching the big screen sipped their drinks and engaged in lively discussion. Hey, give them a hint, otherwise they won't budge. Upon hearing the VIP's request, the manager pressed a button in front of him. All players, take note, the numbers on your cards correspond to your order for the next game. Chen Yi glanced at the few remaining numbers behind him, then looked at Wu Yinan, who hadn't made a choice. He quickly stepped forward and put on the number 24. Han Feng, who had been observing Chen Yi all along, chose number 15 without hesitation. In this dungeon, he trusted no one but knew following Chen Yi was absolutely the right move. Wu Yinan glanced at the last remaining numbers and stepped forward to pick one. One by one, everyone selected their numbers: Chen Yi 24, Han Feng 23, Zhang Qixuan 22, Wu Yinan 21, Jiang Xiao 20, Shang Yu 19. Zhang Dishio watched everyone take their places behind him, then glanced at his own number 12. An inexplicable unease washed over him, sparking a bad feeling. The staff opened the gate to the game area, and all players entered in the order they had chosen. Upon entering, they saw only a glass walkway stretching forward, with a bottomless abyss below. Chapter 24, Crossing the Stepping Stone Bridge. Welcome to the 5th round of the game. The 5th round's challenge is crossing the stepping stone bridge. Before you lie 2 glass bridges, each made of a different type of glass, one reinforced and one fragile, ordinary glass. The reinforced glass is sturdy enough to support 2 people, while the regular glass shatters instantly under any weight. All players must observe and determine which glass in each bridge is reinforced, then step onto that specific pane. There are 25 glass panels in total. Successfully crossing all of them will allow you to proceed to the next stage. Player 01, standing at the front of the line, nervously glanced at the staff nearby. His voice trembled. What does choosing this number mean? The order of crossing. Hearing he must cross first, the thought of navigating all 25 panels felt like an impossible dream. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he turned to look at the players behind him. He turned back to the worker and asked, How do I win this game? But all that awaited him was deafening silence. Nervously staring at the glass bridge before him, he took shaky steps forward, one by one, under the watchful eyes of the other players. Inside the VIP room. Damn it! The man in the tiger mask watched the player he'd chosen on the screen, cursed angrily, and downed the rest of his drink in one gulp. They had each bet on a player to clear the game, but seeing their chosen player about to be the first to pass, they could only shake their heads in frustration. There was no hope of winning. Game time limit, 25 minutes. Please complete the game within the time limit. Game start. Please remove your shoes and step onto the glass bridge. The countdown began on the large screen. The first player to step out stood trembling at the edge, their eyes darting back and forth between the two glass panels. After waiting a minute and a half, the other players noticed the first one hadn't moved and started to get anxious. Hurry up! Hurry up, time waits for no one. Zhang Dishio hurried over to player 01's side, pick quickly, or I'll choose for you. Player 01 replied, no, I'll choose soon. Gritting his teeth, 01 leaped toward the left pane of glass. When his foot landed on the glass, everyone's heart skipped a beat. 01 slowly opened his eyes, realizing he hadn't fallen. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. You got this. You can do this. Just take it step by step. Success 25 times in a row. Even with the lowest odds, you can safely reach the other side. It's just like winning the lottery. The players behind him, who had been complaining moments ago, suddenly began cheering him on. Chen Yi snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on Wu Yinan. This was his best chance. Even if you were the boss, you'd die no matter how many stories high you were. Hearing the encouragement from behind, player 01 felt his confidence rise and continued forward. The moment his foot touched the glass panel, it shattered violently beneath him. He plummeted into the bottomless darkness. Ah! The other players screamed in terror at the sight. In the VIP lounge, the tiger head VIP pounded his fist on the sofa in fury. Player 96, what a shame. Seems like luck's really running out. 02 glanced down in fear and saw the lights below had already been turned on. Number 01, who had been ahead of him just moments ago, now lay on the ground, a bloody mess. Trembling, he stepped onto the glass bridge, following the path 01 had taken moments before, and stood on the second panel. Nervously glancing behind, he searched the two glass panels for clues about the game's rules. The first panel was on the left, the second on the right. So the next step should be. 02's gaze shifted to the third panel on the left. Steeling himself, he leaped across. Ah! The moment his foot touched the glass, his entire body plummeted downward. 03 he stepped onto the glass bridge, standing on the third pane. 03 was a math teacher, nervously scanning the remaining 22 glass panels ahead, mentally calculating his odds of making it across. Hurry! Come on! There are only 22 left. The players behind him, seeing 03 frozen in place, grew impatient and began urging him on. After finishing his calculations, 03's eyes filled with despair. His odds of making it through were 1 in over a million, harder than winning the lottery. Damn it! Let's see how tough my luck really is. With that, 03 strode forward, intending to outrun the fall with speed. His plan was sound, but by the second step, he plummeted through the glass bridge. Facing certain death, 03 felt strangely calm and couldn't help but laugh. Following 03's path, 04 stepped onto the third pane of glass. Staring at the fourth pane, which showed no signs of wear, he hesitated. Hey, did you guys see which glass panel 03 chose just now? Hearing 04's confusion, the others exchanged glances. 03 had moved so quickly earlier that after he fell, they'd closed their eyes in fear and hadn't seen which was the fourth panel. The left one. Chen Yi, standing at the back of the group, answered his question. Thanks. Hearing the answer, 04 smiled in gratitude. Just as he turned to leap forward, Zhang Dishio stopped him. Hold on. 04, who had been about to jump, quickly dropped to his knees. Damn it! Are you stupid? He's already 24. No matter how you jump, he's already cleared the game. Why did he warn you? To help you pass the game so you could split that 100 billion with him? 04, who had trusted Chen Yi, instantly understood Zhang Dishio's meaning upon hearing his words. His eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Chen Yi. The gazes of the others turned icy toward Chen Yi as well. Zhang Dishio had been right. Chen Yi shook his head. He'd only meant to offer a friendly warning, never expecting it to be met with suspicion. 04's gaze shifted to the right. He leaped forcefully onto the surface, shattering the glass beneath his feet as his body plummeted rapidly outward. Hey! Damn it! You did that on purpose. You killed him. Watching 04 fall, the remaining players glared angrily at Zhang Dishio. Originally, 04 was heading left. Had he survived, he could have cleared more of the faulty glass panels. That would have given them a better chance. Under the glare of 1,000 accusing eyes, Zhang Dishio was momentarily speechless. He hadn't seen clearly just now. He'd only spoken those words because he couldn't believe Chen Yi would be that kind-hearted. I really don't know. I didn't tell him to jump to the right. Hurry up. Time waits for no one. Chapter 25, Finding the Game's Loophole. The remaining members watched 04 fall, their eyes filled with tension. 05 shakily stepped onto the fifth pane of glass. Phew, looks like we won't be caught, so we can safely cross the glass bridge. Just as Han Feng was feeling relieved, Chen Yi, who knew the outcome, showed no interest in acknowledging him. If things went as expected, it wouldn't be that easy. His gaze remained fixed on Wu Yinan ahead. Standing ahead, Wu Yinan seemed to sense Chen Yi's gaze. He turned to look at him, smiled, and nodded. The others scrutinized the glass carefully, afraid of misjudging it again. As they moved forward, the 10th and 11th people in line began arguing. The 10th person accidentally pushed the 11th forward. Number 11 stepped on the wrong glass panel and fell through the glass bridge. The sudden incident startled the players behind them. They all turned to the staff at the bridge's edge. Didn't the rules say we should cross according to our game numbers? Exactly. Why was 11 allowed to go first? Faced with the players' confusion, the staff remained silent, standing motionless. Seeing that the 11th pane was safe, he quickly jumped onto it and began inspecting the glass below. Zhang Dixio, following closely behind, stood on the 9th pane. Glancing at the number 10 pane directly ahead of him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness. Players ahead of him were gradually falling off the glass bridge. With the timer on the big screen past the halfway mark, those behind didn't want to waste time. They followed closely, leaving no room for those ahead to retreat and making it easier to remember which panels were safe. Damn it! What are you dawdling for? If you don't move forward, I'll have to help you from behind. Number 10, seeing Zhang Deshou closing in behind him, anxiously scanned the two glass panels before him. I've already spotted the problematic one. Really? Then hurry up. Hearing 10's words, Zhang Deshou's heart surged with excitement, as if he'd already glimpsed a glimmer of hope. If 10 could eliminate a few more, his own chances of passing would increase. Left. Before Zhang Deshou, 10 chose to jump to the left. Ah! Damn it! Didn't you know which tiles were problematic? Zhang Deshou, who had still held out hope, stared down at the 11 players lying below, nervously swallowing hard. Player 12, Zhang Deshou, shakily stepped onto the 13th glass panel. He stared nervously at the two panels before him, momentarily unsure which to choose. As others followed behind him, Zhang Deshou glanced up at the timer on the screen, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Counting the remaining glass panels ahead, his gaze fell upon the fallen players, his eyes filled with terror. He thought of the 4 rounds he had fought his way through to reach this point. Just one more round and he could claim the 100 billion prize. Why should he be forced to throw himself to his death now? Suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind. Earlier, players 10 and 11 had jostled each other, altering the game order, yet the staff had made no response. As this thought crossed Zhang Deshou's mind, he turned to look at the 12 players behind him and conceived a plan. Hey, starting now, I'm not moving forward any further. The players waiting behind him heard Zhang Deshou's words, their eyes flashing with disbelief, unable to fathom what he was up to now. What the hell? What the hell is he talking about? You're number 12 now, what gives you the right to stop? Zhang Deshou, you really are scared of dying. If he doesn't go, we'll push him over. Zhang Deshou's words instantly sparked discontent among the other players. He's cheating, aren't you going to do anything about it? The player closest to Zhang Deshou stormed over to the bridge worker to complain. The worker listened but made no move, continuing to watch indifferently. Hearing player 13's complaint, Zhang Deshou nervously glanced at the worker. Seeing the latter remain silent, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He was right, after all, this level didn't require jumping in order. What a joke! In a place like this, there are no rules to speak of. If none of you jump, then when time runs out, we'll all just die together. Zhang Deshou had nothing to lose. Knowing it was a death trap, he figured if he was going to fall to his death anyway, he might as well take everyone down with him. If he couldn't have the grand prize, no one else would either. You're shameless. The others saw through Zhang Deshou's plan and glared at him angrily, yet they were powerless to stop him. Now he stood directly in front of them. To proceed, they had to pass through him. 13 naturally didn't want to lead the way either, but he forced himself to suppress his fear. Damn it! If you don't move now, I'll shove you out of the way. Oh? Go ahead and try. Hearing 13's words, Zhang Deshou couldn't help but laugh, taunting the player behind him. If you're not afraid of dying, go ahead and push me down. I'm just a worthless piece of trash anyway. Taking someone with me to die? That'd be a win for me. The people behind him exchanged nervous glances, their resolve crumbling. They all knew Zhang Deshou was incredibly strong. If it came to a fight, none of them stood a chance against him. Hey, if we don't move now, we're all going to die. Hearing Chen Yi's words, the hesitant group glanced at the screen. Only 11 minutes remained. Panic set in, they hadn't even covered half the distance. Just as everyone was watching the screen, 13 suddenly leaped in front of Zhang Deshou. Get the hell out of here! Zhang Deshou shoved number 13 off the glass bridge. When he looked back, he saw Han Meili standing where 13 had been moments before. He was taken aback she had actually pushed 13 toward him. You guys really are useless. You actually need a woman to help you. I thought you were strong and manly, but now it seems you're just all bark and no bite. Seeing Han Meili's cold gaze, Zhang Dishou couldn't help but feel tense. He recalled his previous actions, realizing he had completely severed ties with her. They were now as incompatible as water and fire. Now, in this situation, facing Han Meili head-on, Zhang Dishou glanced at the player's corpse below and heightened his vigilance. This madwoman before him, once she lost control, she was capable of anything. Humph. No matter what you say, I won't leave. Han Meili's eyes were cold and indifferent. Move aside. He had come to urge her on, but Han Meili's words startled Zhang Dishou. Are you sure you want to leave first? Of course. I'm Han Meili, not some timid coward like you. Chapter 26, The Method of Discernment. Facing Han Meili's mockery, Zhang Dishou didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and moved aside to make room. No problem. You go ahead. Han Meili stared expressionlessly at Zhang Dishou before leaping to his side. Seeing someone else stepping up to take the fall, Zhang Dishou felt a secret thrill of delight. Choose wisely. We'll strive to reach the other side together. Hearing Zhang Dishou's words, Han Meili turned around, wrapped her arms around his waist, and locked her fingers tightly around his. Startled by the sudden action, Zhang Dishou tried to break free but found himself completely immobilized. You crazy woman, what the hell do you think you're doing? You fool, do you really think I'd die in your place? Let go of me. Let go of me now. We promised to walk together to the very end. Hearing Han Meili's words, Zhang Dishou couldn't muster a smile. He tried to break free from her grasp, only to find himself utterly trapped. I told you, if you betray me, I'll make sure you die with me. Zhang Dishou, who had been about to plead with Han Meili, froze in terror upon hearing her words. No, don't do this. Everything that happened before was my fault. I'm willing to move forward, please, let me go. Let me go. Seeing the terror in Zhang Dishou's eyes, Han Meili couldn't help but laugh. You're not just a coward, you're also a failure. With a resolute look in her eyes, Han Meili leaned back. Ah! Han Meili clutched Han Dishou as they both crashed into the 14th pane of glass. The two of them, along with a pile of shards, plummeted from the glass bridge. Inside the VIP lounge. Ha, these two players are quite entertaining. A woman's rage isn't so easily extinguished. Oh? I didn't realize you were a disciple of Shakespeare. I completely missed that. Watching the pair tumble through the glass bridge, the onlookers showed little pity. Those behind them pressed forward. After all the evil they'd done, dying like this was their atonement. 5 masked VIPs chatted idly, as if the deaths on the screen weren't human at all. The black-masked overseer directing operations from the sidelines noticed one VIP was missing. Recalling how the latter had just left with a servant, a bad feeling crept into his mind. He pulled out his walkie-talkie, checked the reception area. As time ticked away, only 7 people remained on the field. Shanyo glanced at the 18 in front of him, then looked up at the clock. With less than 5 minutes left and 5 blocks still unpassed, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Glancing at the clock, he realized they were running out of time at this rate. Hearing Shangyo's urging, number 18 turned around excitedly and said, I know how to distinguish the glass now. How? I spent half my life working in a glass factory. Others might not be able to tell, but I have a way. Everyone perked up, eager to hear what method number 18 had in mind. Just observe how light behaves when it hits the glass. That's how you tell which is tempered glass and which is regular glass. Hearing number 18's explanation, none of them understood. Before they could ask, number 18 had already leaped forward. They expected him to fall and quickly covered their eyes. When they saw 18 standing steadily on the glass, they breathed a sigh of relief. Another way to tell the difference is by sound. Tempered glass is fired at high temperatures, so when struck, it produces a much clearer, crisper sound. After hearing number 18's explanation, Zhang Qishuan confronted him, then why didn't you say anything earlier? If you had said something earlier, those people wouldn't have had to die. Hearing Zhang Qishuan's words, number 18 turned around with displeasure, glaring at him. Why should I have done that? Let those bastards live? So they could kill me in the middle of the night? Even Sung Ki-hoon, who had been harboring a saintly heart, was rendered speechless by number 18's words. In this life or death game, the more opponents remained, the greater the threat they posed. VIP room. The VIP wearing the golden mask stared at number 18 on the screen, who had just leaped over 2 glass panels in succession. He couldn't believe his eyes. Hey, this guy can't actually tell them apart, can he? Based on the current situation, it seems likely. The administrator standing nearby pulled up the records for number 18 on the computer. Reading the information, indeed, the file confirmed he had previously worked at the glass factory for over 20 years. Records? I didn't even see them. Just a clown. Not worth paying much attention to. If that's the case, the outcome won't be what we want. It seems this number 18 uses light to distinguish glass. If the light were gone, who knows if he could still tell them apart. One of the VIPs sipped red wine while glancing at the manager. Understood. I'll adjust the lighting immediately. Upon hearing the VIP's suggestion, the manager operated the control console, dimming the lights in the game arena. Just as they reached the final glass panel, the bright lights in the game area suddenly dimmed. Number 18, who was leaning against the glass, tried to see clearly but found he couldn't make out anything. The VIPs couldn't help but laugh at the sight of number 18's furrowed brow. Looks like this is working. Wow, this really builds suspense. Exactly. Looks like he's lost his confidence. After a minute of peering, number 18 sat up panting against the glass. Shanyo, standing behind him, grew anxious when he didn't make a choice and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem? The lighting's too dim. I can't see a thing." The administrator, who had been staring at the screen, received a report from his subordinate. "Search immediately. Find the intruder." Upon hearing that the VIP had been knocked unconscious, the manager issued an order to the workers with displeasure. He glanced up at the VIP inside the lounge before quietly exiting the room. 2:01. Shanyo looked up at the remaining time displayed on the screen and urgently asked Unit 18. "Hurry up, make your choice. Or we'll all die here." Hearing Shanyo's urgency, number 18 stood up from the glass. "The first option is out. We have to go with the second one. Do you guys have anything we can use?" Shanyo fumbled through his pockets, finding nothing, and turned to look behind him. Chen Yi pulled out the marble saved from the previous round and passed it to number 18. He caught the marble and hurled it at the left pane. As the glass shattered, his expression froze. Chapter 27, Game Over. He strained his ears to listen, but number 18 still couldn't tell. He turned and held out his hand to Shanyo, signaling for another marble. Shanyo and the others exchanged glances, but none made a move. Any more? Everyone held out their empty palms, signaling they had none left. Hey! Even if I have a way to tell them apart, I still need 2 marbles. I have to hear the other one sound, otherwise, I can't make a judgment. Number 18 felt utterly frustrated. What good was listening to the sounds if he couldn't tell them apart? 1:32. As the final minute ticked away, Shanyo glanced at the 5 people behind him. After a moment's thought, he silently leaped behind number 18. Number 18, engrossed in observing the glass, didn't notice anyone behind him. Can't tell at all. Can't distinguish it. Then let me help you choose. Just as number 18 was still pondering, he heard a voice behind him and turned to see Shanyo standing there. Before surprise could register, he was shoved backward. He fell onto the glass in front of him. The moment his body made contact, the entire pane shattered. Ah! The sudden scene left the people behind him frozen in shock. They stared at Shanyo in front of them, their faces frozen in shock, unable to comprehend why he would do such a thing. After all, it was through number 18 that they had managed to pass through the 3 panes of glass so quickly. 0:42. Having completed his actions, Shanyo offered no further explanation. He swiftly crossed the final pane of glass and ascended onto the platform. Chen Yi, bringing up the rear, saw the final danger neutralized and leaped forward, ready to deal with Wu Yinan at that moment. "Brother Yi, you scared the hell out of me. I thought you were going to push me off like that guy did." Wu Yinan, standing ahead, heard the voice behind him and swiftly lifted his leg to pass through the game. Seeing Wu Yinan reach the platform, Chen Yi's eyes widened in fury. Noticing time was running short, he scrambled up onto the platform. "Wait for me." As Han Feng's foot touched the platform, the timer on the overhead screen hit 0. Beep. As the timer hit 0, all 6 players cleared the 5th round. Simultaneously, every light in the room illuminated. Boom! As the lights came on, the glass panels of the bridge began exploding one by one in the same sequence as the first panel. The glass shattered completely, scattering fragments through the air. The people standing at the edge of the platform were all cut by glass shards. Seeing everyone shielding their eyes, Chen Yi knew this was his best chance to take out Wu Yinan. He reached out and shoved toward Wu Yinan. "Hey!" Standing at the edge, Wu Yinan lost his balance and began to fall backward. "Uncle!" Chen Yi, who opened his eyes at the commotion, saw Wu Yinan about to fall off the platform and quickly reached out to grab him. "Hold on tight. Don't let go. Help!" Shanyo stood at the back, his face cold as he watched without moving forward. He saw Jiang Xiao lying on the ground in pain. He hurried over to ask, "Are you okay?" Han Feng, who witnessed the scene, intended to help but was pulled back by Chen Yi. Facing Chen Yi's icy stare, Han Feng pulled his foot back from the step he'd already taken. "Hang on, I'll pull you up right now." It took tremendous effort to finally pull Wu Yinan up. Once up, Wu Yinan lay motionless on the ground for a long while. His once clean pants now bore a wet stain in the middle. The worker opened the door and led the victorious 6 back to the rest hall. Inside, the previously disorganized beds had all been cleared away, leaving only 6 clean beds. Chen Yi glanced at the others, then fixed his gaze on Jiang Xiao, who looked pale. He hurried over to support her. "Are you okay?" He helped her onto the bed and settled her down. Shan Yu, noticing Jiang Zhao's unusual state, also wanted to approach and check on her. He took just a couple of steps before being stopped by Chang Qishuan. Cheng Qishuan stared at Xiang Yu before him, his tone sharp with reproach. Why did you do that? Just say what you mean. Xiang Yu, you know exactly what I mean. Why did you push number 18 down? Facing Cheng Qishuan's accusation, Xiang Yu only gave a cold laugh. You just got lucky picking a later number, so you get to stand in front of me and lecture me about morality. There was only a minute left. If he'd stood there like that bastard, none of us would have made it. If you were in my shoes, what choice would you have made? Looking at the hypocritical Cheng Qishuan before him, disgust welled up inside. No, that was the last piece of glass. He was clearly about to step forward. How could you be so sure? That was just your own imagination. A man who knew how to distinguish glass, yet stood by and watched 17 players die before him. Could you really trust someone like that? Listening to Sang Wu's reasoning, Sung Ki-hoon still couldn't accept it. If it weren't for the latter just now, none of us would have survived. And you just think it's fine to let him sacrifice his life? Is that fair to him? Xiang Yu nearly lost his temper at Cheng Qishuan's words. Damn it! You bastard! He did try his best, but I survived because I fought for it myself. Facing Xiang Yu's explanation, Cheng Qishuan refused to believe it, convinced he'd killed innocent people and unwilling to forgive him. Oof. If we want to take that reward money out of here, a lot of people are going to die. Can you stop being so childish? Just as the two were arguing, they heard the lounge door open. Seeing the worker enter, they stopped their quarrel. We extend our congratulations to the 6 players present who have successfully completed the first 5 rounds of the game. We offer our congratulations and respect. For the final stage, we've prepared a special gift for each of you. Hearing the worker's words, all 6 perked up. Before we reveal the gift, please change into the clothes we've prepared for you. The garments were delivered to each participant. Only Jiang Xiao, the sole female player, rose and headed toward the restroom. Once inside, she removed her jacket and looked down at her abdomen. A shard of glass had pierced her flesh. Gritting her teeth against the excruciating pain, she wrenched the glass out of her body. Ah! After pulling out the shard, Jiang Xiao collapsed to the floor, blood gushing uncontrollably from the wound. Leaning against the wall, the intense agony left her unable to stand. In that moment of despair, a voice sounded beside her ear. Need some help? It's you! Seeing Chen Yi walk in, Jiang Xiao, still clutching the glass, finally released her grip. You're something else. Wounded like this and still managed to walk back. You're quite the remarkable woman. Chapter 28, Mutual Carnage. Seeing the wound on Jiang Xiao's abdomen, he couldn't help but frown. Even he would be screaming in pain. As he bandaged her wound, he observed her expression. She merely gritted her teeth and let out a few muffled groans. After treating Jiang Xiao's wound, Chen Yi washed the blood from his hands. The bleeding stopped for now, but you need to see a doctor ASAP. You know the consequences if you don't. With that, he left the bathroom. Sitting on the floor, Jiang Xiao heard Chen Yi's words but remained silent. He rose, wiped the blood from his body with water, and opened the box issued by the administrator. Inside, he found only a black formal gown. Jiang Xiao slipped into the black gown and emerged from the bathroom, her face pale. Glancing at the remaining 5 players, her heart filled with worry. In her current state, she was undoubtedly the weakest among the 6 players. As the 6 individuals in the lounge sized each other up, the overhead screen displayed the remaining player count and the prize pool amount. The transparent glass sphere above their heads was nearly filled to the brim with bundles of Korean won. Players remaining, 6. Prize pool, 454 billion. The remaining players, Chen Yi, Han Feng, Song Ki-hoon, Wu Yinan, Jiang Xiao, and Xiang Yu. A group of workers carried a table into the lounge and began setting it up in the center of the room. A circular table stood before 6 chairs, adorned with over a dozen candles. Once the workers finished setting up, the room's lights went out, leaving only candlelight illuminating each person's face. Witnessing this scene, the group donned formal attire and took their seats at 4 chairs, eyeing each other warily. Once seated, the workers entered the lounge carrying trays, neatly arranging cutlery before each person. Then, they placed a freshly cooked steak in front of them. The sight of the steak made their mouths water. Having endured increasingly meager meals over the past 11 days, the group who hadn't tasted meat in ages began to gaze at it with shining eyes. But then they glanced at the staff standing nearby, and a wave of unease washed over them. They feared this might be another trick played by the organizers. Despite their hunger, none dared to be the first to eat. Instead, they watched the other players. Just as everyone was exchanging nervous glances, a staff member entered the room. Tonight's banquet was to thank all the final contestants. We appreciate the sacrifices and efforts you've made here during this time. We hope you will continue to strive in the final competition and have prepared these gifts especially for you. Please feel free to enjoy this splendid feast without hesitation. Before the staff member could finish speaking, Chen Yi couldn't hold back any longer and began eating immediately. The others, already famished, quickly joined in. Soon, the steaks before each person vanished like a whirlwind. After the 6 finished, the staff came to clear the tableware. While everyone was still savoring the memory of the steak, they suddenly noticed a single steak knife placed on the table. Surprised, they prepared to question the worker, only to find that all the staff had already exited the lounge. Exchanging glances, they saw another knife on each of the others' tables. The meaning of this meal became clear: they were being forced to turn on each other. After eating their fill, they all returned to their beds and sat there. The dim light of the rest hall made everyone's hearts race. They knew all too well what was coming next, the 6th round of the game. The workers had given them knives for a purpose that was now painfully clear: to pit them against each other. What should we do now? Han Feng felt a wave of fear wash over him and hurried to Chen Yi's bedside. Only by Chen Yi's side could Han Feng feel a sense of security. Back at his own bed, Han Feng saw Chen Yi lying completely still. Thinking he was plotting a strategy, Han Feng was surprised to find Chen Yi had already closed his eyes and fallen asleep. Brother Yi, with the situation so urgent, how can you even think about sleeping? Don't worry. As long as you stand by my side, none of them will lay a finger on us. Players who made it through the 5th round aren't fools. They all understand the situation. Whoever makes the first move will be attacked by everyone. Only 6 players remain on the field: 4 men, 1 woman, and the old man. Han Feng by his side was his man. Zhang Xiao was already on her last legs. As for Cheng Qixuan and Shang Yu, the latter still harbored resentment over pushing number 18 earlier. Chen Yi's gaze fell upon Wu Yinan, curled up on the bed. His target had always been the latter. Chen Yi, do you want to clear this stage? Hearing Chen Yi's question, Han Feng nodded frantically. See that old man? He's the boss of this game. Take out number 1, and this game ends. Ah! Chen Yi, are you sure you want to do this? Han Feng felt a surge of fear. As the eldest son of the Han group, he'd never even killed a chicken in his life. His hand holding the knife began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing Han Feng's fear, Chen Yi patted his shoulder, leaped off the bed, and strode toward Wu Yinan. 396. What are you doing? Stop right there. Cheng Qixuan, who had been arguing with Shang Yu, saw Chen Yi approaching Wu Yinan with the knife and shouted to stop him. Shang Yu, standing before Cheng Qixuan, quickly wrapped his arms around Cheng's back to prevent him from intervening. 396. Hurry up and kill that old man. Hearing Shang Yu's words from behind, Cheng Qixuan's eyes widened in shock as he elbowed him away. Shang Yu clutched his side in agony, collapsing to the ground unable to rise. Shang Yu, what the hell are you trying to do? Do you just want to keep making mistake after mistake? If we win the next round, we'll get the big prize. With that old man tagging along, do you have any idea how much he'll take? Why should we work ourselves to death while he sits back and reaps the rewards? If you hadn't brought him into the team, he'd be dead already. Hearing Shang Yu's words, Cheng Qixuan shook his head in disbelief, unable to fathom such words coming from his childhood friend. What? Now you're suddenly all soft and compassionate? Is your goal different from mine? We're all here for the money. No one gets to call anyone else heartless. As the two argued, Chen Yi had already approached Wu Yinan's bedside. He glanced up at the surveillance monitor beside the bed, a cold smile curling his lips. Sure enough, the hidden boss was overprotected cameras pointed directly at him, as if terrified he might suffer even the slightest harm. No, no. Wu Yinan scrambled fearfully off the bed, watching Chen Yi advance step by step as he backed away hastily. For the sake of ending this game quickly, you'd better take your last breath now. Chen Yi thrust the knife toward Wu Yinan. Chapter 29, Zhang Zhao's Final Request. The manager in the control room, seeing someone attack the boss, jumped up from his chair in shock. Just as he was about to grab the walkie-talkie to notify the staff at the entrance to intervene. In the break room, silence hung thick as a needle dropping could be heard clearly. The knife that had been aimed at Wu Yinan was now clutched in Cheng Qixuan's hand. Chen Yi stared in astonishment at the protagonist before him, bewildered whether the latter had lost his mind or if Wu Yinan had saved his life in a past life. Confused, he said, Cheng Qixuan, snap out of it. That old man in front of you isn't a good person. Don't let his hypocritical facade fool you. Trying to pull the knife back, he found Cheng Qixuan wouldn't let go. Seeing the look in the latter's eyes, Chen Yi felt speechless. He released the knife and sulkily returned to his own bed. Are you okay? Wu Yinan walked over to Cheng Qixuan's side, tore off a corner of his shirt, and began bandaging the wound. Chen Yi's words jolted Cheng Qixuan awake. He too sensed something was off and turned his gaze to Wu Yinan beside him. He realized the latter had been far too smooth at his age. He'd somehow managed to keep up with them all the way to the end. He recalled the tug-of-war game. The other's words felt like a cheat code to victory. You're not lying to me, are you? Ha? Why would you say that? Caught off guard by Cheng Qixuan's abrupt question, Wu Yinan faltered. Just as Cheng Qixuan stared intently at Wu Yinan, demanding an answer, Han Feng's furious shout pierced the air. Hey! What the hell are you doing? Everyone turned to see Shang Yu standing by Zhang Zhao's bedside, knife in hand. Chen Yi watched the scene unfold, a pang of sadness welling up inside him. He had intended to alter the rules of this game, only to discover that no matter how he changed them, the outcome remained the same. The final players standing would still be the same few, and the ultimate victor would still be Chen Yi. It's okay, wake up. Wake up quickly. Someone, come quickly. Can anyone hear me? Hurry in and save her. Chen Yi shouted at the nearby camera, pressing his hand against the bleeding wound on the back of his neck. He reached Zhang Zhao's bedside, seeing her covered in blood, a long knife wound on her neck still bleeding. Zhang Zhao, barely clinging to life, grasped Chen Yi's arm. Please take care of my little brother. Rest assured, if I make it out of here, I'll go to the orphanage and find your brother. They had once spoken privately, and Chen Yi knew Zhang Zhao had come here precisely to give his younger brother a better life. Gazing at Chen Yi beside him, Zhang Zhao mustered his last ounce of strength to entrust his deepest concern to Chen Yi. With that, he closed his eyes. Chen Yi checked Zhang Zhao's breath and realized she was already dead. His gaze fell to Zhang Zhao's hand, which was pressed against his own abdomen, blood seeping through. He gently moved her hand away, revealing a horrifying wound on her abdomen. The knife in Sang-woo's hand dropped to the floor. Why? Why did she have to do this? Even if I hadn't killed her, she wouldn't have lived much longer. The administrator watched the death count rise on the screen and switched on the lights in the lounge. The remaining 5 individuals watched as the lights came on, their gazes shifting toward the doorway. Chen Yi waited for Shan Yu, then lunged at him angrily with a knife. Over a dozen workers entered the lounge, pinning the impulsive Chen Yi to the floor as a gift box coffin was carried inside. Chen Yi arrived with Han Feng, and the group watched as Zhang Zhao was carried out in the coffin. Congratulations to the final 5 players for successfully completing the first 5 rounds. The 6th round is about to begin. Please follow the workers' instructions to proceed to the game area. The 5 arrived before a large gate where an administrator had been waiting for them for some time. This game involves head-to-head combat. Only 1 person per team can win. Please step forward to draw your game groups. Hearing it was a head-to-head contest, the 5 exchanged bewildered glances. If it's head-to-head, what about the 1 person left over? The game involves both luck and skill. The person who gets a bye advances directly to the 6th stage. Please step forward to draw your numbers. Chen Yi nudged Han Feng beside him, urging him to grab a number first. Han Feng caught 001's intent out of the corner of his eye and quickly stepped forward. He reached into the box. He finally pulled out a red ball bearing the number 3. Seeing Han Feng's number, everyone else's eyes turned to the administrator, puzzled by the meaning of this number. Congratulations! You have no opponents in this round and advance directly to the next stage. Yay! Watching Han Feng cheer with delight, Shan Yu's expression darkened considerably. This isn't fair. We all fought our way through each round one by one. Why should he win without even playing? You must be biased, deliberately letting him skip this round, right? The usually composed Shan Yu grabbed the administrator by the collar in frustration, demanding answers about the game's fairness. The administrator, who had just returned to the control room, stared at the screen in shock. His eyes widened beneath the mask. What happened? Why was ball number 3 taken by someone else? Are you all blind? Why didn't you stop it immediately? Furious, he slammed his fist on the table, his gaze fixed on the monitor, waiting for the boss to call off the match. One VIP noticed the administrator's agitation and asked, "Hey, what's going on?" The boss encountered some danger. "I'll go down and bring him back right now." Upon hearing the manager's words, one of the VIPs curled his lip and hurled the wineglass in his hand toward the doorway. Clink! The glass shattered at his feet. The manager turned in surprise. "Your boss hasn't said a word. How dare you, a mere subordinate, make the decision?" The manager glanced back at the boss on the monitor, then retreated to the control panel once more. He could only stare nervously at the screen, terrified of missing any distress signal from his boss. Wu Yinan trembled all over. Seeing the number 3 in Han Feng's hand, fear instantly spread throughout his body. Chen Yi, standing beside Wu Yinan, couldn't help but chuckle at the look on his face. "Uncle, don't be nervous. I'll be on your team later and will take good care of you." "Thanks." Knowing this was the final round, Wu Yinan forced a smile, stepped forward to draw his number, and saw it was number 2. Shan Yu stepped forward to the number box, slipped his hand inside, and glanced at Chen Yi and Chen Yi. One was his childhood friend. He didn't want to fight him to the death. Chen Yi was smart and sharp. Though he wasn't afraid, there was still risk involved. Chapter 30, the 6th round begins. As Shan Yu weighed his options internally, his gaze shifted to Wu Yinan. Among all the participants, Wu Yinan was clearly the weakest link. Facing him would guarantee victory. With that thought, Shan Yu drew a number from the box. The moment he saw the number on the slip, he froze in place. 218, Group 1. As the administrator called out the number, Wu Yinan's nerves tightened further. The predatory gaze of Chen Yi beside him unsettled him. His gaze shifted to Chen Yi and behind him. This man was the key to his success in the game. Chen Yi passed by Shan Yu, his eyes cold and devoid of their usual friendliness. Stepping forward, he drew a number from the box. As the number was revealed, all eyes turned to him. Number 345, first group. Expressions varied across the four faces. Upon hearing his number, Chen Qixuan looked thoroughly satisfied. He'd long wanted to take care of the latter. He hadn't wanted to face Chen Qixuan, but since it had happened, he could only confront it head-on. He didn't believe he could lose. Wu Yinan trembled all over, his eyes fixed intently on Chen Yi as he took the number. 396, second group. All groups assigned. Proceed to the game area. Wu Yinan glanced at the camera, signaling to the administrator to halt the game immediately. He knew full well that if he ended up facing off against 396, he wouldn't stand a chance. Hey, gather all the players. Just as the administrator reached for the walkie-talkie to notify the staff, a gun was pressed against his head. Order them to continue the game. But the boss is still down there. If he enters the game area, the boss could be in danger. Hearing the administrator's words, the VIP remained silent. He aimed the gun at the latter's arm and pulled the trigger. Bang! Ah! The manager clutched his arm in agony and collapsed to the ground. The game continues. The VIP picked up the walkie-talkie on the table and issued orders to the workers. Game on. First group, enter the arena. The VIPs walked to the bedside with smiles, gazing down at the empty space below. Their lips couldn't help but curve upward. Sang-woo and Ki-hoon exchanged a glance and walked inside. Seeing the door unguarded, the others emerged as well, eager to witness the final round of the game. Once the first group stood in the arena, a staff member stepped forward. Congratulations on making it this far. Before the game begins, choose between offense and defense using a coin toss. Triangle or square, please make your choice. The two faced off. Sung Ki-hoon spoke first, triangle. Upon hearing the choice, the staff member tossed the coin in his hand. As the gleaming coin soared through the air, both pairs of eyes followed its flight intently. It stopped rising at its peak and finally fell back into the worker's hand. Triangle. Subject 345, choose defense or offense. Shangyo glanced at Chen Qixuan, nervously swallowing. Without knowing the rules of the game, attacking must be better than defending. He also thought to himself that, given Song Ki-hoon's soft-hearted nature, he would definitely choose defense. Attack! When he heard Song Ki-hoon choose offense, Shan Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. After both players made their choices, the worker opened the large door behind them, leading them to the actual game field. The soccer field-sized arena made both of them feel a bit uneasy. Chen Yi and the other two who had followed them were stopped at the entrance by the workers, completely unaware of what was happening inside. Welcome to round 6 of Squid Game. The group standing in the VIP room heard the name of the 6th round. That name is quite interesting. How peculiar, how did they come up with that name? This game was played by Korean kids several years ago. The administrator explained the origin of the name to the VIPs, who all looked down at the game arena below. The rules of Squid Game were explained once more. First, attackers must enter the squid pattern, break through the defenders, and step on the squid's head to win. Second, defenders win by pushing attackers who enter the squid pattern back out. Third, if either the attacker or defender becomes unable to continue the game, the remaining party automatically wins. Sang-woo and Ki-hoon followed the staff to the center of the field. Song Ji-hun stared at Sang-woo, unable to continue? What exactly constitutes being unable to continue? Looking at Sang-woo before him, a flicker of kindness lingered in Sung Ki-hoon's heart. He didn't want to kill his childhood friend, he only wanted to defeat him and win the game. The state of the opponent's death is the inability to continue the match. Shan Yu's eyes held no emotion as he listened to Song Ki-hoon's words. The game begins now. Seeing that the two had no further questions, the worker stepped back 2 paces, leaving the field to them, and announced the game's official start. Among children's games, this was the one involving the most physical contact. It was also the most violent. Hearing the manager's words, the other VIP's eyes lit up with excitement. You mean, any violent means are allowed in here? Yes, there are no restrictions whatsoever. Both players were in the preparation area, getting ready for the game to begin. Chen Qixuan tightened his shoelaces. Seeing Shang Yu approaching, he discreetly scooped up a handful of sand, stood up, and walked toward him. A VIP spectator, puzzled, asked the administrator, why is he walking on one leg? That's a restriction on the attacker. That short stretch of ground he must traverse to reach the squid pattern requires single leg movement. The defender could stop him there. Exactly, that's the game's first challenge. Listening to the manager explain the rules, the VIPs nodded in vague understanding. Chen Qixuan, having passed the first challenge, stood before Shang Yu. Shang Yu stared at Song Ki-hoon, 2 steps away, his hand tightly gripping the remaining dinner knife. Chen Qixuan met Shang Yu's icy gaze and asked, we used to play this game a lot when we were kids, right? Do you remember what we called it when we passed through here? Shang Yu had no interest in listening to Chen Qixuan's nonsense. He roared, cutting him off. Cut the crap. With that, Shang Yu raised the knife in his hand and lunged toward Chen Qixuan. Just as Shang Yu charged forward, Chen Qixuan flung the sand clutched in his hand straight into Shang Yu's eyes. The sudden turn of events left Shang Yu no time to dodge, and his eyes were stung by sand. Watching Shan Yu lower his head to brush the sand from his eyes, Song Ki-hun calmly advanced to the next point. Chapter 31, Deciding the Winner. Shan Yu wiped the sand from his face and shouted at him in frustration, "You cheated. It seems you've forgotten everything. We call this the Dark Inspector." As Song Ki-hun finished speaking, raindrops began to fall at their feet. Lifting his head to the sky above, a fine misty rain began to fall upon them. Knowing this was the final round of the game or their chance to escape, Shan Yu held nothing back. He lunged at Chung Chi-Shuan with his blade, and the two wrestled fiercely in the rain. Watching the fight below, the VIPs in the lounge erupted in cheers. This was the game they craved: bloody, violent, and brutal. The VIPs standing by the windows on the second floor watched the two intently. Their evenly matched skills and lifelong friendship undoubtedly heightened the game's entertainment value. The administrator's gaze shifted to the control panel behind him, planning to sneak over. But after just 2 steps, he was spotted. The boss can be replaced if he's gone, but where would you go to replace your own life if it's lost? Remember this: you're nothing but a lowly underling. Don't think that a little power means you can make decisions on your own. Hearing the VIP's words, the manager halted in his tracks, too afraid to proceed. In their eyes, he was nothing more than a slightly larger insect, utterly devoid of the right to make his own choices. Inside the doorway, Chen Yi listened to the commotion outside, knowing Chung Chi-Shuan had already started fighting with Shan Yu. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Wu Yinan standing nearby, his face ashen. He recalled that according to the normal storyline, the latter should have already exited the game, observing everything from behind the scenes. But his appearance had changed everything. He had found the opportunity to kill Wu Yinan, deliberately letting Han Feng take the third spot that should have been left vacant, leaving the latter with no way out. Yet after doing this, no one had stepped in to stop the game. For a moment, he couldn't quite figure it out. The Wu Yinan before him was the game's final boss. He had to kill him to clear this stage. He had expected the administrators to intervene and escort Wu Yinan out of the game, but after waiting for a long time, no one appeared. This left Chen Yi perplexed. He couldn't fathom what was going on. From the very start of the game, Wu Yinan's fate had been sealed. Death was inevitable. Wu Yinan was equally puzzled. Glancing at the surrounding surveillance monitors, he saw the distress signal had clearly been sent, yet no one had come to their aid. The VIPs continued to clink glasses, watching the rain fall as if it were too difficult to control. They laughed and applauded. "Ha, this rain came at just the right moment. This game is getting even more entertaining. Who do you think will win between these two?" The manager stood nearby, deeply worried about the boss's safety, yet unable to leave. "Uncle, looks like no one's coming to save you." Hearing Chen Yi's words, Wu Yinan could only keep pretending to be clueless, not daring to meet Chen Yi's gaze. "Ha? I don't understand what you mean. Seems your people aren't reliable either. Otherwise, why hasn't anyone come to rescue you after all this time?" Watching Wu Yinan tremble violently, Chen Yi's hand gripping the knife tightened imperceptibly. As the two spoke, outside, Chung Chi-Shuan and Shan Yu were nearing the end of their game. "You killed them. You killed them all. You killed them." Chung Chi-Shuan knocked Shan Yu to the ground, pounding his fists relentlessly into the latter's head. After landing over a dozen blows, Chung Chi-Shuan saw Shan Yu could no longer resist and forced himself to rise from the ground. Shan Yu lay sprawled on the ground, his face covered in blood. Even the rain pelting his face couldn't wash it away. Chung Chi-Shuan pulled the knife embedded in his palm and thrust it toward the prone Shan Yu. As the blade descended, the VIP spectators watched, eyes glued to the scene, their expressions filled with excitement. "Ha, I won. What a piece of trash. He couldn't even handle this." With his eyes closed, Shan Yu slowly opened them. He looked at Chung Chi-Shuan before him, then glanced at the knife stuck in the ground beside him. His eyes showed confusion, unable to understand why the other had done this. This game is over. The good stuff is always short-lived. Alright, let's get the next one started. Seeing the outcome decided between the two on the field, the VIPs couldn't wait for the next game, the one they truly wanted to witness. Seeing Shan Yu unable to move, Chung Chi-Shuan stood up and turned to walk away. A worker who had been standing nearby drew a pistol from his waist, walked up to Shan Yu, and raised the gun, aiming it at the latter's head. Chung Chi-Shuan stared at the pattern beneath his feet but didn't step on it immediately. Instead, he looked up at the sky. "I'm out." He turned to face the worker holding the gun. "That's enough." The worker preparing to execute Shan Yu heard Song Gi-hun's words and turned his head in surprise to look at him. "What? What is this guy doing? He's already won, why give up now?" The VIPs watching the event heard Song Ki-hun's words and couldn't fathom what he intended to do. According to the third clause of the consent form, the game could be terminated if half the participants agreed. If the two of us quit, that would meet the majority requirement. After hearing Chung Chi-Shuan's words, the worker deemed it compliant with the game rules, lowered the gun, and pulled out a walkie-talkie to inquire. Player 456 requests termination of the match. The players in the VIP room heard Song Ki-hun's words, their eyes filled with disbelief. What the hell? He wants to give up the prize money now? Victory was practically in his hands. What a bastard. If they both quit, it'd be a draw. Neither of us would have bet correctly. The worker received no response, staring down at Sang-woo lying on the floor. Now Song Ki-hoon wanted to end the game, but Sang-woo had to agree too. Sang-woo, speak up. At Song Ki-hoon's words, a faint smile touched Sang-woo's lips. Remember when we were kids and played this game? Mom would always come call us home for dinner. But no one's coming to call us home now. Hearing Sang-woo's words, Song Ki-hoon couldn't bear it and reached out his hand. Come on, I'll take you home. Shang-yo mustered his last ounce of strength, reaching out to grasp Song Ki-hoon's hand. But halfway there, he stopped. Brother, I'm sorry. Hearing Shang-yo's words, Cheng Chi-shuan tried to say something else, but before he could speak, he froze in shock at Shang-yo's next action. The raised hand drew the knife beside his head and plunged it into his own neck. Watching Sang-woo's action, Song Ki-hoon quickly grabbed him and pulled him up. Shang-yo, why are you being so foolish? Why didn't you just stop the game? Player 218, eliminated. Chapter 32, Kill the Boss. Chen Yi and the other two, standing outside the arena, heard the game announcement. Their eyes fixed on the tightly closed doors, they knew the battle inside had ended. The doors slowly slid open, and a worker led the three inside. Braving the rain, they walked inside. In the center of the arena, Cheng Chi-shuan clutched Shang-yu and wept. Game rules explanation. Players 001 and 396, please select offense or defense. Player 396, attacker. Player 001, defender. Han Feng, having a bye this round, was led to a distant vantage point to watch. Hang in there. We're getting out of here together. Chen Yi and Wu Yinan faced off against each other, their suits drenched by the rain. Wu Yinan felt extremely tense, his gaze fixed on a wall within the arena. He knew that was the VIP viewing area and reached out to signal for the match to be stopped. Too late. Chen Yi saw Wu Yinan's move and refused to let him succeed, closing the distance with a quick step on one leg. Wielding the knife, he swiftly reached Wu Yinan's side, wiped the blade clean, and flashed him a smile. Wu Yinan remained unflustered. Even if he lost this round, he still had a way to survive. Don't even think you'll survive. I will kill you. Hearing Chen Yi's words, a flicker of fear flickered deep in Wu Yinan's eyes. Die. In your next life, don't go around secretly tormenting people. Watch out for falling flat on your face. You're the one from that day? Chen Yi deliberately lowered his voice, ensuring only Wu Yinan could hear. Wu Yinan's mind flashed back to several rounds earlier, when someone had held a knife to his waist. That voice was one he would never forget for the rest of his life. Watching Chen Yi stride toward him step by step, Wu Yinan quickly stepped aside, unwilling to stand in the way of Chen Yi's victory. Ha! Your boss really is a coward. Look at him, scared out of his wits, no trace of his usual composure. This is what makes it fun, this is what makes it thrilling. Wait a minute, something seemed off. The VIPs all turned their gaze toward the arena below, only to see that Chen Yi wasn't stepping on the pattern at all. Instead, he was walking straight toward Wu Yinan. Don't kill me. I can give you money, lots of money. I know you're close with that 259 guy. The three of us could just call off the game. Whatever they offer you here, I'll double it. How about that? Wu Yinan watched Chen Yi approach step by step, feeling the danger closing in. Cheng Chi-shuan sat nearby, cradling Shang-yu's lifeless body, watching the contest between Chen Yi and Wu Yinan. Han Feng nervously swallowed hard. Though he could now clear the level, he knew he'd never have reached this point without Chen Yi. In his heart, he already regarded the latter as his benefactor. Han Feng, we don't have to kill each other. If we stop the game now, we can all leave alive. Han Feng, who had been waiting for the outcome, frowned and looked at Cheng Chi-shuan upon hearing his words. He couldn't fathom what the man was suggesting. His childhood friend had died by his own hand, and now this stranger was urging him to abandon the game. Chen Yi, should we stop the game? Stop this senseless slaughter. Wouldn't it be better for all of us to survive together? Wu Yinan, trembling with fear, clutched at Cheng Chi-shuan's words like a lifeline. Exactly. There's no need for us to kill each other. If you want money, I'll give it to you. Wouldn't it be better to get out of here happily together? Isn't this game all about survival of the fittest? Why did you come back? Wasn't it because you still clung to that sliver of hope, wanting to claim that 100 billion yuan prize? Now that someone's dead, you're backing out? Hearing Chen Yi's words, Cheng Chi-shuan lowered his head and looked at Shang-yu. Chen Yi was absolutely right. He had no rebuttal, lowering his head to avoid seeing the outcome. Terrified, Wu Yinan noticed Chen Yi wasn't paying attention to him. He turned toward the VIP observation room, frantically waving his hands. Save me. I don't want to die. Chen Yi snapped back to attention, realizing Wu Yinan was signaling for help. He couldn't wait any longer. His fist slammed into Wu Yinan's face. Thud. Save me. Inside the VIP lounge, the crowd watched Wu Yinan collapse to the floor without a flicker of emotion, still holding their wineglasses as they gazed down below. The black-masked manager clenched his fists tightly, his heart racing with anxiety. Looks like no one's coming to save you. That punch was for all the players who died. To spare you suffering, I've decided to give you a quick death. With that, Chen Yi pressed the knife against the man's chest. You die first. Wuinan pulled a knife from his pocket and lunged at Chen Yi with a furious roar. Seeing the knife in Wuinan's hand, Chen Yi scrambled to dodge, the blade piercing through his formal attire. Chen Yi quickly stepped back, staring at the gaping hole in his suit with a sudden chill running down his spine. He'd almost underestimated Wuinan, never expecting the other man to be hiding a knife too. Wow! I knew he wouldn't disappoint us. Of course, someone who'd won first place in multiple consecutive rounds wouldn't come empty-handed. The manager breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the boss stand up. I don't know who you are. I don't know who sent you either, but I know this much: if I don't kill you, I won't be leaving here alive. Wuinan gripped the knife in his hand tighter, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Yi. Chen Yi, hang in there. Don't you dare die. Shut up. Hearing Han Feng's words, Chen Yi uttered only 2 syllables. He flipped the knife in his hand and hurled it toward Wuinan. Highly alert, Wuinan saw the knife flying toward him and quickly sidestepped to avoid it. Just as he prepared to grab the knife and advance, Chen Yi materialized before him. Go to hell. Chen Yi seized Wuinan's wrist, snapped it clean off, and plunged it directly into the man's chest. The workers and VIPs watching, who had assumed the outcome might still be uncertain now that Chen Yi was unarmed, were stunned. The sudden turn of events left everyone present stunned. They hadn't expected Chen Yi to be so fast. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. Wuinan clutched Chen Yi's hand, asking in disbelief, Who are you? Chen Yi. A man who came to kill you. With that, Wuinan closed his eyes and collapsed heavily to the ground. Quick! Kill them all! Witnessing this, the administrator swiftly grabbed the walkie-talkie and barked orders at the operatives in a furious tone. Yes! Die! Chen Yi stared at Wuinan, already lifeless, then turned in surprise upon hearing the workers cocking their guns behind him. What's going on? Shouldn't the game be over? It shouldn't be. I should have cleared the dungeon. Chapter 33, Back to Reality. Chen Yi closed his eyes, left only with prayer in his heart. Bang! A gunshot shattered the silence of the entire gaming venue. Ding! Chen Yi, who had been keeping his eyes shut, heard the sound ringing in his ears and slowly opened them. He found himself back in the mission hall. Congratulations, player backtracker, on completing the Squid Game World Beginner Dungeon. Completed 6 rounds of gameplay, defeated hidden boss 001 within the game, rated S. Congratulations! Player has obtained the beginner reward, a special S-rank reward for clearing the Squid Game instance. Hearing the system's announcement, Chen Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had guessed correctly: killing the hidden final boss, Wuinan, was the key to ending the game. A blue system panel appeared before Chen Yi, displaying his current status. ID, Backtracker. Chen Yi. Gender, male. Age, 18. Physical strength, 610. Mental, 710. Strength, 510. Agility, 510. Skills, none. Dungeon items, none. Overall strength, D. Chen Yi stared at his own strength and found himself utterly speechless. It was simply too weak. He was just about to open the dungeon reward to see what was inside. Reverser? We need again. Hearing someone call his name, Chen Yi knew exactly who it was without even turning around. He had no desire to engage with the latter and quickened his pace to leave. Earlier in the dungeon, I promised you that if anything came up, you could come find me at the Han group. That request of his, after all the effort he'd put into helping Han Feng clear the game, wasn't something he'd forget so easily. Watching Chen Yi's retreating figure, Han Feng recognized something extraordinary about him. As the heir to the Han group, wherever he went, people would approach him, hoping to ride the Han family's coattails to success. He couldn't understand why Chen Yi, after helping him so greatly, wouldn't even spare him a few extra words. Unlocking the game dungeon reward. Han Feng didn't dwell on it, opening the game rewards he'd received. Having achieved nothing remarkable in the game, merely earning a C-grade evaluation, he didn't truly care about these rewards. The Han family was immensely wealthy. These game rewards were insignificant. After leaving the dungeon world, Chen Yi discovered that only one night had passed in reality, and his body felt no fatigue whatsoever. Back at school, Chen Yi listened distractedly to the teacher's lecture, finding himself unable to focus. His mind was still replaying scene after scene from the game. Staring at his own hands, Chen Yi felt a pang of frustration. Chen Yi, could you please pay attention? The college entrance exams are right around the corner. With your current abilities, you won't get into any decent university. The teacher, noticing Chen Yi zoning out, walked over to him with displeasure. Teacher, Enough. Save your explanations for your family. My mission is to get every one of you into university. Getting into university isn't the ultimate goal. The goal is for you to survive in these chaotic times. Chen Yi, who had been about to protest, closed his mouth upon hearing the teacher's words. At their age, getting into a dungeon would definitely attract a lot of attention. And to have passed the dungeon with the highest S-rank evaluation? No one would believe it if he told them. He feared becoming a target himself. Rather than drawing attention, it was wiser to conceal his abilities for now. Sitting down, Chen Yi's gaze drifted toward the classmate seated ahead. Even just a glimpse of her profile was enough to make his eyes pop out of his head. Hey, what's up? Hey. Snapping back to reality, Chen Yi looked at the person beside him, his high school best friend, Wang He. Nothing. Boss, I entered the dungeon world last night. I was super excited at first, but then I had to clear a dungeon alone. I was kinda scared. Hearing that Wang He had also unlocked the dungeon world surprised Chen Yi. He knew Wang He was lazy and unmotivated, so it was unexpected that he'd get such a lucky break. What's your dungeon called? Maybe I know it. Considering their relationship, Chen Yi didn't want to see him fail. He recalled his own beginner dungeon was Squid Game, perhaps others faced the same. You know the dungeon's name? Boss, you've never even entered the dungeon world. How would you know dungeons have names? Wang Yi was baffled by the boss's question. Chen Yi realized he'd let something slip. Just as he was unsure how to respond, the class dismissal bell rang. Right, I've got something to do today. We'll talk another time. With that, Chen Yi grabbed his backpack and hurried out of the classroom. Watching Chen Yi's retreating figure, Wang Yi couldn't fathom what had gotten into him. Just as Wang Yi was about to leave himself, a figure blocked his path. Wang Yi, why was Chen Yi in such a rush to leave? Him? How should I know? We just mentioned the copy, and he rushed off. Wang Yi shook his head as he finished speaking, then stood up and left the classroom too. Stepping out of the academic building, Chen Yi glanced back. Seeing Wang Yi hadn't followed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Rubbing his stomach, Chen Yi decided to grab a bite to eat first. After taking a few steps, a minivan pulled up in front of him. Two burly men in suits emerged, grabbed Chen Yi, and forced him into the vehicle. Once inside, Chen Yi was forced to wear a black hood. Hey, who are you people? Is there no law in broad daylight? Faced with Chen Yi's questioning, the two men offered no response. Chen Yi's heart began to race with anxiety, fearing that the secret to clearing the dungeon might be exposed. Gentlemen, could you tell me where I'm being taken? Shut up. Or I'll shut you up for you. As he spoke, one of the men removed one of his shoes. Chen Yi, who had been speaking, suddenly caught a whiff of a putrid stench. Fine, I'll shut up. I'll shut up, okay? Put your damn protective gear on. Open the window, or you'll only get a corpse. After hearing this, the big guy put his shoe back on, rolled down the window, and let the stench escape. The van pulled up in front of a villa. Two burly men hauled Chen Yi out of the vehicle and escorted him inside. Inside the villa, Han Feng was passionately recounting the events that had unfolded in the dungeon to his father, Han Feihu. Han Feihu listened intently, nodding repeatedly in response. Impressive. To accomplish this alone, you truly possess your father's courage from back in the day. Han Feihu knew full well the dangers within the instance. He never imagined Han Feng would clear it on his very first attempt. Chapter 34, The Han Family Villa. After hearing Han Feng's account, Han Feihu couldn't stop grinning. Not bad, you've got a bit of your old man spirit in you. Seeing his father's joy, Han Feng recalled his own timid, fearful self in the game and scratched his head awkwardly. But he couldn't let his father know about that cowardly side of himself. Still, he felt it necessary to tell his father about the person who had helped him this time. He hoped his father could think of a solution for him, as he knew he couldn't manage it alone. After some thought, he decided to be honest. Father, I didn't actually clear this dungeon on my own. I relied on other players. I wouldn't have made it otherwise. The smile on Han Feihu's face froze as he turned to look at Han Feng. Seeing his father's gaze, Han Feng jumped to his feet in fright, standing with his head bowed, too afraid to speak. From childhood onward, Han Feihu had held his only son to exacting standards, demanding excellence to ensure he would succeed. He refused to see the family legacy he had built crumble in his son's hands. You little brat. I never expected you to be this resourceful. Knowing your own limitations, you managed to persuade others to assist you. I had feared the Han group would face trouble under your stewardship, but it seems I worried needlessly. Han Feihu wasn't angry about Han Feng's recent dungeon expedition. On the contrary, he was secretly pleased. The Han group now faced immense challenges, with old rivals lurking menacingly. His own body could hold the fort for the Han family for a few more years, but what then? He would have to pass it on to Han Feng. I used to think Han Feng was still childish, but this dungeon run revealed his sharp mind a pleasant surprise. Dad, that guy is incredibly skilled. He seemed to know everything. Using the insight you taught me, I could tell right away that he was no ordinary person. Just as Han Feng spoke, two bodyguards escorted Chen Yi into the villa. Chairman, young master, the person has been brought in. Han Feihu stared at the hooded figure and turned to Han Feng in confusion. He had never instructed bodyguards to fetch someone, much less in such a manner. Is this the Chen Yi you were asked to find? Staring at the hooded figure, Han Feng looked at the two bodyguards in utter disbelief. This is his right-hand man. And they're treating him like this? Han Feng was nearly driven mad with rage by those two bodyguards. The two bodyguards stood there, their expressions practically begging for praise. But sir, didn't you tell us to bring him over? Han Feng finally couldn't hold back and shouted. You! Get the hell out of here! Upon hearing that the person inside was Chen Yi, Han Feng hurried forward, undoing Chen Yi's restraints while barking at the two bodyguards. The two bodyguards, confused about what they had done wrong, turned their gaze toward Han Feihu. You two, get out! Only after hearing the chairman's words did the two bodyguards leave the villa. As the ropes binding his hands were untied, Han Feng's voice reached Chen Yi's ears. Brother Yi! It was all a misunderstanding by the men below. Please don't take it personally. Even before removing his hood, Chen Yi's anger flared upon confirming it was truly Han Feng's voice. He had endured countless hardships in the dungeon, barely managing to get Han Feng through it, only for Han Feng to send men to bind him. Recalling the terror and fear he'd endured, Chen Yi's rage intensified. With lightning speed, he struck Han Feng squarely across the cheek. Han Feng, still smiling, hadn't anticipated what was about to happen. Just as he reached to remove Chen Yi's hood, Chen Yi's fist sent him crashing to the ground. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as Han Feng collapsed in agony, clutching his left cheek and wailing. Hearing the commotion, bodyguards rushed into the villa and surrounded Chen Yi. Get down! Don't move! Only then did Chen Yi, sensing the commotion around him, remove the hood covering his head. The moment the hood was removed, the blinding light momentarily forced Chen Yi to squint. When his eyes finally adjusted and he took in his surroundings, he was startled. Over a dozen burly bodyguards, batons in hand, had him completely surrounded. Han Feihu, however, remained motionless, seated on the sofa, observing everything before him with an indifferent gaze. Having just beaten Han Feng, Chen Yi now realized his own rashness. Who let you in? Get the hell out! Han Feihu, seated on the sofa, barked at the storming bodyguards with displeasure. The bodyguards looked at each other in surprise, glancing down at the young master lying on the floor, confused by the chairman's words. But upon catching the chairman's gaze, the bodyguards present promptly exited the villa. Yes, sir. Han Feihu rose from the sofa and walked step by step toward the approaching figure. Watching Han Feihu approach, Chen Yi felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if an invisible mountain was bearing down on him, sending a chill down his spine. Han Feihu kicked Han Feng lying on the ground, then looked up at Chen Yi before him and asked, Young friend, you must be Chen Yi, the one Han Feng mentioned? Han Feng, clutching his flushed face, rose from the floor. Far from angered, he smiled and introduced himself to Han Feihu. Dad, this is the Chen Yi I've been telling you about. Chen Yi, the man before you is my father, chairman of the Han Group. He built this empire single-handedly. Chen Yi's lips twitched slightly. Introducing himself as that Chen Yi was enough material for an elementary school essay, even his own father could write one about it. Ahem. Listening to Han Feng's exaggerated introduction, Han Feihu felt a bit awkward and quickly cleared his throat twice. He shot Han Feng a glare. Han Feng knew he'd said too much and promptly shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. Watching Han Feng finally fall silent, Chen Yi couldn't help but chuckle. It really was a case of one thing countering another. Han Feihu led Chen Yi to sit on the sofa, while Han Feng stood nearby with a pout. Young friend Chen, I heard from Han Feng that your help comes with conditions? Chen Yi turned to look at Han Feng. If this weren't his home, he'd have wanted to punch him right then and there. Uncle Han, back then, I was just. Chen Yi gave an awkward laugh, momentarily at a loss for words. His actions inside the dungeon had been pure extortion. Now that he was out and still in the Han family's grasp, his confidence vanished instantly. He feared the Han family would renege on their promise after hearing about his opportunistic actions. If they tried anything else, he knew he couldn't resist against their numbers. Brother Yi, you were pretty sharp-tongued in the dungeon, right? Why'd you go speechless the moment you saw my dad? Ignoring Han Feng's taunts from the side, Chen Yi gave Han Feihu a nod with a smile. He swung his leg out, kicking Han Feng in the side. The latter didn't even have time to react before crashing to the ground once more. Uncle Han, no matter what kind of dungeon it is, they're all fraught with danger. Getting Han Feng out of there took a tremendous effort on my part. If I don't get anything in return, that wouldn't be fair, would it? Ouch, Dad, my chest hurts so bad. Han Feihu ignored Han Feng, fixing his gaze instead on Chen Yi. In Chen Yi's eyes, Han Feihu saw ambition. He chuckled. Ambition was a good thing. Without it, a person became truly terrifying. Ambition meant he could be controlled, a definite advantage for Han Feihu. Seeing neither man speak, Han Feng hurriedly stepped forward. Dad, I'm really hurting. Han Feihu chuckled slightly, gently pushing him aside. Get lost. Can't you see I'm talking to my young friend? Han Feng chuckled. Dad, this is the brother I've chosen in my heart. Don't give my brother the cold shoulder. Hearing Han Feng's words, Han Feihu clicked his tongue and narrowed his eyes. Han Feng immediately lowered his head, not daring to speak. Chen Yi felt a twinge of nervousness, though he didn't show it. The president of the Han Group couldn't be stupid. He probably thought things through more deeply than Chen Yi himself. Still, Han Feihu had a point. He was in the right. He had saved Han Feng's life. Wasn't it only fair to receive something in return? Could Han Feng's life really be less important than that item? I'm unclear on the exact nature of your relationship. Please explain again. Han Feihu's gaze fixed on Chen Yi. Chen Yi gave a slight smile, about to speak, when Han Feng immediately stepped in to explain the entire situation. As Han Feng spoke, Han Feihu's gaze remained fixed on Chen Yi. Chen Yi stood straight, expressionless, and the heroic deeds described didn't seem like something he would do. Chapter 35, The Finest Spirit Spring Wine. After finishing his account, Han Feng immediately turned to his father. His words were only slightly embellished. He feared his father might not trust Chen Yi. He believed his judgment was sound. Moreover, in the previous dungeon run, Chen Yi had demonstrated abilities that were truly impressive. Most importantly, this man was a man of his word. Han Feihu gave Han Feng a half smile, half frown. After Han Feng finished speaking with a smile, he dared not say another word. Still, he managed to squeeze out one more sentence. Father, if it weren't for Brother Yi, I might never have seen you again. Han Feng said pitifully, wrapping his arms around Han Feihu's leg. This is my savior. Han Feihu kicked him away with disdain. You brat, get up. How rude to behave like this in front of guests. After hearing Han Feng's account, Han Feihu found the entire situation too coincidental. And with Han Feng constantly speaking highly of Chen Yi, he couldn't help but wonder if Chen Yi had brainwashed his son. He remained concerned about Chen Yi's motives for befriending Han Feng. Seeing the latter dare to strike his son right before his eyes, Han Feihu reasoned that if Chen Yi truly had ulterior motives, he wouldn't act so brazenly in his presence. At the very least, he should put on a better show in front of him. But hearing that his goal was simply to receive compensation eased Han Feihu's mind considerably. If he wanted nothing in return, that would be the most troublesome scenario. The hardest debt to repay is a favor. Your Han Group is a major corporation. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Chen Yi, seeing them persistently avoid discussing the reward, couldn't help but grow suspicious. Hearing Chen Yi question the integrity of the Han family, Han Feihu couldn't help but laugh. His rise to success was built on two principles, boldness and integrity. These were the very foundations of his empire. Of course not. It's getting late, why not stay for a simple meal? Well, actually, Chen Yi wasn't keen on staying. After all, the man before him wasn't someone to be trifled with. We can discuss your terms over dinner. If you'd rather not eat, I'll have someone escort you back. With that, Han Feihu turned toward the dining room without giving Chen Yi a chance to respond. Ever since entering the villa, Chen Yi had felt uneasy. He'd intended to take what he needed and leave. But Han Feihu's words had been clear, if he wanted to make a request, he'd have to eat this meal with him. Brother Yi, you really went all out this time. Han Feng rubbed his leg, unable to hold back his complaint. It took me forever to massage it back to normal. Chen Yi shot him a withering glance before pointing in the direction Han Feihu had departed. Han young master, you wouldn't be trying to dodge the bill by deliberately bringing out the old man, would you? Seeing the direction Chen Yi indicated, Han Feng understood what he meant. He sighed helplessly, bro, my dad's just that kind of person. You better watch out later. Faced with Han Feihu's decision, Han Feng couldn't stop him either, only offering a warning to Chen Yi. Hurrying to follow his father, he entered the restaurant. Chen Yi stared at the locked door, realizing escape would be next to impossible. His phone had been confiscated by the two burly men earlier, and the perimeter was heavily guarded. Every move he made was under their watchful eyes. But then he thought about his own worthless life. At worst, he could fight them. Kill one and take him down with him, kill two and gain one. With nothing to lose, he had nothing to fear from those who had everything to lose. After taking a step forward, Chen Yi couldn't shake the feeling he was walking into a trap. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He still hadn't claimed his dungeon reward. As the thought crossed his mind, a blue light screen materialized before him. He saw two gift packages, one was the beginner's reward, and the other was the S-rank reward for clearing the instance. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yi decisively opened the beginner's reward. Claiming the beginner dungeon reward. Ding! Opening the dungeon newbie reward. Congratulations! Player's 4-dimensional strength has increased by 50%. As the system voice finished speaking, Chen Yi noticed his personal panel had completely refreshed. ID, Backtracker. Chen Yi. Gender, male. Age, 18. Physical constitution, 2650. Mental, 3150. Strength 2950. Agility 2550. Skills none. Dungeon item S-rank gift pack. Overall strength D. Seeing his strength increase, Chen Yi faintly sensed changes in his body. Just as Chen Yi was about to open the S-grade gift pack, Han Feng emerged from the dining hall. Bro, what are you doing over there? Hurry up and come inside. Each player's game interface was visible only to themselves. Han Feng only saw Chen Yi standing there blankly, unsure what he was doing, and urged him to hurry inside. Coming. Chen Yi glanced at the S-tier gift pack in his backpack and momentarily abandoned the idea of opening it. Upon entering the dining hall, he was met with a massive round table laden with delicacies from land and sea. Having never seen such extravagance before, Chen Yi was utterly speechless. Surveying the feast before him, Chen Yi could only muster 2 words: extravagant. Brother Yi, sit down quickly. This is just our everyday fare. If you don't like it, tell the cook to make something else. No need. This is already perfect. Chen Yi struggled to imagine that even if he emptied his entire fortune, he might not be able to afford the price of a single dish on this table. Han Feng promptly took the opportunity to introduce the wine to Chen Yi. This is top-grade Lingquan wine. My dad paid a fortune to get it. Here, let me pour you a cup. Though Chen Yi didn't know the quality of this wine, its name alone suggested it was no ordinary brew. Han Feihu watched expressionless. When he saw Han Feng pour Chen Yi a full glass, his eyes widened in shock. He himself dared not drink it so boldly, usually taking only the tiniest sip. But Han Feng didn't even glance at Han Feihu, pouring himself a full glass as well. He'd had his eye on this bottle for ages. Never had the chance to taste it before, but now that he finally had the opportunity, he was determined to enjoy it to the fullest. Han Feihu watched with dread, reaching out to stop him. Xiaofeng, you can't drink too much of this. Both of you have such robust constitutions, overindulging will harm your health. It's only suitable for those with robust constitutions. If someone with a weaker constitution drinks it, they'll definitely suffer adverse effects. Having possessed the spirit spring wine for so many years, he had only ever drunk a single large cup himself. Now, watching the spirit spring wine in the 2 cups before him, Han Feihu couldn't help but swallow hard. He longed to down a large cup himself, to feel that exhilarating rush, but his constitution simply couldn't handle it. I don't buy it, you're just being stingy. The more you say that, the more I want to prove it to you. Han Feng thought his father was being stingy. He rarely let him touch any good wine, so now that he finally had the chance, he was determined to drink a whole pot. Who knew when the next opportunity would come? He immediately raised his cup and took a huge gulp. Han Feihu tried to stop him, but Han Feng had already swallowed. It was too late. His expression turned tense as he watched Han Feng, urgently asking, "What's wrong? How do you feel?" Chen Yi was also puzzled. What was there to worry about with a cup of ordinary baijiu? Rich people really did make mountains out of molehills. Just as Chen Yi pondered this, Han Feng, standing nearby, suddenly closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Seeing Han Feng collapse, Chen Yi quickly rushed forward. Han Feng, what's wrong? He felt Han Feng's body was burning hot, and cold sweat kept pouring from his forehead. Chen Yi had never seen anything like this before. His eyes darted to Han Feihu standing nearby. Old Guan, old Guan. Soon, a man dressed as a servant entered the dining room. Sir, what are your instructions? Take the young master to the secret room for cultivation. Have him refine all the alcohol out of his system before coming back. After Han Feng was led away, Han Feihu gazed at the remaining wine in his cup with a pang of reluctance. He picked it up and returned to his seat. Uncle Han, what's the story behind this wine? Why did Han Feng turn out like that? Seeing Chen Yi's complete ignorance, Han Feihu was somewhat surprised. He had assumed everyone would know after entering the instance. He asked, you led Xiaofeng through the instance. Didn't you receive any rewards? Yes, the dungeon completion reward and the newbie gift pack. Seeing Han Feihu's puzzled expression, Chen Yi feared he'd said something wrong and quickly corrected himself. So you haven't opened your gift pack yet? Right, I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. Hearing Han Feihu mention game rewards, Chen Yi's gaze drifted back to the spirit spring wine. The moment the spirit spring wine touched his lips, an instant wave of smoothness washed over his entire body. His eyes grew intensely heated with desire for the elixir. Chapter 36, Spirit Spring Wine as Reward. Uncle Han, this jar of spirit spring wine, could it be a reward from the game dungeon? Seeing Chen Yi grasp the concept so quickly saved Han Feihu some explanation. Holding the wine cup, he explained its origin to Chen Yi, smart boy. Dungeons are graded into 5 tiers, E, D, C, B, and A. The spirit spring wine in our cups belongs to the lower tier of C grade rewards. Long-term consumption of this wine can enhance one's 4 core attributes. Acquiring it from that person cost me dearly. Listening to Han Feihu's explanation, Chen Yi sipped the spirit spring wine in his cup. The moment it touched his tongue, he felt himself begin to transcend, a sensation of lightheadedness washing over him. Convinced of its efficacy, Chen Yi took another large gulp. Han Feihu, engrossed in his own speech, hadn't noticed Chen Yi at all. Seeing him down half the cup startled him. Han Feng was already unconscious. If another person passed out, there wouldn't be a second person in the chamber. Bliss. After swallowing the wine in his mouth, Chen Yi let out a satisfied roar. Physical constitution, 2750. Mental, 3250. Strength, 3050. Agility, 2650. Seeing that all 4 of his attributes had increased by 1 point, Chen Yi realized this wine had been specially crafted for him. Han Feihu, sitting nearby, observed that Chen Yi's complexion remained rosy, showing no signs of abnormality whatsoever. Since obtaining this flask of wine, this was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. This wine is truly exceptional, Uncle Han. Chen Yi gazed at the remaining wine in his cup, then glanced at the flask on the table, unable to suppress a drool. This was a real treasure. It could actually enhance his strength. If he could take it with him, wouldn't his next dungeon run be much more secure? Hearing Chen Yi's words, Han Feihu, being no fool, instantly grasped the implication behind them. Chen Yi, I don't like beating around the bush. I invited you to this dinner precisely to discuss something with you. Chen Yi, who had been staring at the spirit spring wine, heard Han Feihu speaking to him. Ha? What did you just say, Uncle Han? Han Feihu watched Chen Yi's expression, thinking the latter was playing dumb with him. Glancing at the liquor on the table, he steeled his resolve, spun the turntable, and sent it toward Chen Yi. When the Han family asks for favors, we always offer compensation in return. Consider this bottle of liquor as payment for helping my son clear the dungeon last time. Would you be interested in continuing our cooperation? Hearing Han Feihu's words, Chen Yi smiled and asked, if this wine is payment for last time, then I'll gladly accept it. Chen Yi saw no need for pleasantries with Han Feihu, this was rightfully his. He poured the wine from his cup back into the flask, clutching it to his chest like a precious treasure, as if fearing Han might change his mind and demand it back. Watching Chen Yi's money-grubbing manner, Han Feihu found himself speechless. While the item was worth a fortune, it wasn't exactly rare just a reward from a C-tier dungeon. Ahem, about that, let's discuss the cooperation matter. Cooperation? What kind of cooperation? Xiaofeng, you've run a dungeon with him before. You know his capabilities. On his own, I doubt he can clear high-tier dungeons. That's why I want you to team up with him to clear them. Chen Yi frowned at Han Feihu's suggestion. Uncle Han, you're joking, right? With your vast fortune, you could easily find any expert to handle this. Why would you need to partner with me? Though Chen Yi was nearly 18 and still in high school, he wasn't so easily fooled. Alright, I'll cut to the chase. The Han family may appear prosperous on the surface, but we're already surrounded by formidable enemies. Lately, I've noticed many people with ulterior motives approaching Xiaofeng. Their intentions are obvious. Hearing Han Feihu's concern, Chen Yi smiled and asked, what? Do you trust me that much, Uncle Han? When Xiaofeng first told me about you, I didn't believe a word. But the moment I met you, I changed my mind. Faced with this sudden trust, Chen Yi felt a bit embarrassed. Alright, I'll agree to the partnership. But I'm in the middle of college entrance exams right now. I'm trying to get into a good school, so I can't even enter the dungeon. Let's talk after I finish my exams. No problem at all. Here's my card. If you have any issues with school, feel free to call me anytime. Chen Yi took the card, slipped it into his pocket, retrieved his phone from the bodyguard, and got into the car sent to take him home. After seeing Chen Yi off, Han Feihu continued the conversation he'd paused earlier. Truthfully, his keen eye for talent was crucial to his success. From the moment he first laid eyes on Chen Yi, he recognized the immense potential and value within him. Perhaps the Han group could flourish even more under his guidance. Seated in the car, Chen Yi clutched the Lingquan liquor tightly in his hands. Hey, buddy, what did our chairman tell you? Oh, and what's that treasure you're holding? Let us brothers take a look. Chen Yi glared at the two burly men flanking him, his anger boiling over. You two jerks, you have the nerve to talk to me? Your young master invited me here, he didn't hire you to kidnap me. Hearing Chen Yi's furious roar, the two burly men dared not speak further, both lowering their heads guiltily. Hey, which one of you tried shoving a sock in my mouth just now? Brother Chen, we were in the wrong just now. That's right. Please forgive us this once. Seeing Chen Yi still holding a grudge, the two quickly spoke up. After all, this guy now dines with the chairman. If they pissed him off and he blew his cover with the chairman, their iron rice bowls would be gone. Good for you two for knowing your place. Keep your eyes peeled next time. At the community gate, Chen Yi got out of the car and continued to remind his two bodyguards. After the car departed, Chen Yi returned to his residence. He poured a small cup of the Lingquan wine he held, storing the rest in the refrigerator to preserve it carefully. Holding the small cup of spirit spring wine, Chen Yi sat cross-legged on his bed. He tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp, only to find his body showed no signs of change. No way. Could it be fake? Fuming, Chen Yi pulled out his phone and dialed the number on the business card. Uncle Han, this is unacceptable. The spirit spring wine you gave me is completely useless. You're only supposed to take one sip of this divine spring wine every 3 days. You just finished it here, then drank more at home. How could it possibly work? Hearing Han Feihu's explanation, Chen Yi felt a bit embarrassed. Alright, I need to rest now. I hope you score well on your college entrance exam in a few days. Beep. Hearing the phone disconnect, Chen Yi felt a bit awkward too. Chapter 36, Spirit Spring Wine as Reward. Uncle Han, this jar of spirit spring wine, it's not some reward from a game dungeon, is it? Seeing Chen Yi grasp the concept instantly saved Uncle Han Feihu some explanation. Holding the wine cup, he explained its origin to Chen Yi, smart boy. Dungeons are graded into 6 tiers, E, D, C, B, A, and S. The spirit spring wine in our cups is a C-tier reward. Long-term consumption of this wine can enhance one's 4 core attributes. Acquiring it from that person cost me dearly. Listening to Han Feihu's explanation, Chen Yi sipped the spirit spring wine from his cup. As it touched his tongue, he felt his entire being begin to transcend, a sensation of floating through the air. Convinced of its effects, Chen Yi took another large gulp. Han Feihu, engrossed in his own speech, hadn't noticed Chen Yi at all. When he saw that Chen Yi had drained half the cup, he was startled. Han Feng was already unconscious. If another person passed out, there wouldn't be a second person in the chamber. Bliss. After swallowing the wine in his mouth, Chen Yi let out a satisfied roar. Physical constitution, 2750. Spirit, 3250. Strength 3050. Agility 2650. Seeing that all 4 of his attributes had increased by 1 point, Chen Yi realized this wine had been specially crafted for him. Han Feihu, sitting nearby, observed that Chen Yi's complexion remained rosy, showing no signs of abnormality whatsoever. Since obtaining this flask of wine, this was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. This wine is truly exceptional, Uncle Han. Chen Yi gazed at the remaining wine in his cup, then glanced at the flask on the table, unable to suppress a drool. This was a real treasure. It could actually enhance his strength. If he could take it with him, wouldn't his next dungeon run be much more secure? Hearing Chen Yi's words, Han Feihu, being no fool, instantly grasped the implication behind them. Chen Yi, I don't like beating around the bush. I invited you to this dinner precisely to discuss something with you. Chen Yi, who was staring at the spirit spring wine, heard Han Feihu address him. Ha? What did you just say, Uncle Han? Seeing Chen Yi's expression, Han Feihu thought he was playing dumb. Glancing at the wine on the table, he steeled his resolve, spun the turntable, and sent it toward Chen Yi. In the Han family, when we ask for favors, we always offer compensation in return. Consider this bottle of wine as payment for helping my son clear the dungeon last time. Would you be interested in continuing our cooperation? Hearing Han Feihu's words, Chen Yi smiled and asked, if this wine is payment for last time, then I'll gladly accept it. Chen Yi saw no need for pleasantries with Han Feihu. This was rightfully his. He poured the wine from his cup back into the flask, clutching it to his chest like a precious treasure, as if fearing Han might change his mind and demand it back. Watching Chen Yi's money-grubbing manner, Han Feihu found himself speechless. While the item was worth a fortune, it wasn't exactly rare just a reward from a C-tier dungeon. Ahem, about that, let's discuss the cooperation matter. Cooperation? What kind of cooperation? Xiao Feng, you've run a dungeon with him before. You know his capabilities. On his own, I doubt he can clear high-tier dungeons. That's why I want you to team up with him to clear them. Chen Yi frowned at Han Feihu's suggestion. Uncle Han, you're joking, right? With your vast fortune, you could easily find any expert to handle this. Why would you need to partner with me? Though Chen Yi was nearly 18 and still in high school, he wasn't so easily fooled. Alright, I'll cut to the chase. The Han family may appear prosperous on the surface, but we're already surrounded by formidable enemies. Lately, I've noticed many people with ulterior motives approaching Xiao Feng. Their intentions are obvious. Hearing Han Feihu's concern, Chen Yi smiled and asked, what? Do you trust me that much, Uncle Han? When Xiao Feng told me about you, I didn't believe a word of it. But the moment I saw you, I changed my mind. Faced with this sudden trust, Chen Yi felt a bit awkward. Alright, I'm in on the partnership. But I'm in the middle of college entrance exams right now. I'm trying to get into a good school, and I can't even enter the dungeon. Let's talk after I finish my exams. No problem at all. Here's my card. If you have any issues with school, feel free to call me anytime. Chen Yi took the card, slipped it into his pocket, retrieved his phone from the bodyguard, and got into the car sent to take him home. After seeing Chen Yi off, Han Feihu continued where he'd left off. His success today owed much to his keen eye for talent. From the moment he first laid eyes on Chen Yi, he recognized the immense potential and value within him. Perhaps the Han group could flourish even more under his guidance. Seated in the car, Chen Yi clutched the Lingquan liquor tightly in his hands. Hey, buddy, what did our chairman tell you? Oh, and what's that treasure you're holding? Let us brothers take a look. Chen Yi glared at the 2 burly men flanking him, his anger boiling over. You 2 jerks, you have the nerve to talk to me? Your young master invited me here. He didn't hire you to kidnap me. Hearing Chen Yi's furious roar, the 2 burly men dared not speak further, both lowering their heads guiltily. Hey, which one of you tried shoving a sock in my mouth just now? Brother Chen, we were in the wrong just now. That's right. Please forgive us this once. Seeing Chen Yi still holding a grudge, the 2 quickly spoke up. After all, this guy now dines with the chairman. If they pissed him off and he blew his cover with the chairman, their iron rice bowls would be gone. Good for you 2 for knowing your place. Keep your eyes peeled next time. At the community gate, Chen Yi got out of the car and continued to remind his 2 bodyguards. After the car departed, Chen Yi returned to his residence. He poured a small cup of the spirit spring wine, storing the rest in the refrigerator to preserve it carefully. Holding the small cup of spirit spring wine, Chen Yi sat cross-legged on his bed. He tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp, only to find his body showed no signs of change. No way. Could it be fake? Fuming, Chen Yi pulled out his phone and dialed the number on the business card. Uncle Han, this is unacceptable. The spirit spring wine you gave me is completely useless. You're only supposed to take 1 sip of this divine spring wine every 3 days. You just finished it here, then drank more at home. How could it possibly work? Hearing Han Feihu's explanation, Chen Yi felt a bit embarrassed. Alright, I need to rest now. I hope you score well on your college entrance exam in a few days. Beep. Hearing the phone disconnect, Chen Yi wished he could sink into a hole. How humiliating. Chapter 37, Omniscience and Omnipotence. Han Feihu hung up the phone and watched the changes occurring in Han Feng's unconscious body, unable to contain his excitement. All these years, relying on the aid of spirit spring wine, his own strength had barely reached C tier. Yet his son, after just 1 sip of the spirit spring wine, had elevated his own strength to D rank. This awakened a glimmer of hope within Han Feihu. His mind flashed back to Chen Yi, an ordinary high school student who had gone back and drunk another cup of spirit spring wine. That wasn't something just anyone could do. Suddenly, a possibility dawned on Han Feihu. Perhaps Chen Yi's strength had already reached D tier. At this thought, a smile began to spread across Han Feihu's lips. With just 1 flask of spirit spring wine, he had secured the allegiance of a prodigy with immense potential. Chairman, the company is calling. What's going on? It's related to the Liu family. Upon hearing the butler's words, Han Feihu rose and left the secret chamber. Early the next morning, Chen Yi rose early for his morning exercises. After breakfast, seeing he still had time, Chen Yi decided to check what his S-rank reward was. Recalling how C-rank rewards included power-boosting items like Spirit Spring Wine, he knew his S-rank reward couldn't be anything less. The thought alone filled him with excitement. Unlocking the instance to claim the S-rank reward. Ding! System is opening. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill, Omniscience. Hearing the system's voice, Chen Yi's gaze fixed on the light screen before him. His personal information on the screen promptly refreshed. ID, Backtracker. Chen Yi. Gender, male. Age, 18. Physical constitution, 2750. Mental, 3250. Strength 3050. Agility 2650. Skills, Omniscience, gains complete knowledge of any learned information or touched object, including detailed usage methods. Dungeon item Spirit Spring Wine 85. Overall strength D. Chen Yi noticed an additional skill listed above his existing abilities. Reading the skill description, Chen Yi couldn't help but marvel at its power. It was practically an encyclopedia. He had been fretting about the upcoming college entrance exams in a few days, but with such an unbeatable skill, getting into university was guaranteed. Seeing that it was almost time for school, Chen Yi hurriedly left home. The moment he stepped outside, he spotted a familiar black minivan. Mr. Chen, the chairman has instructed us to ensure your safety to and from school. Seeing that time was running short, he knew he'd be late if he didn't leave immediately. Chen Yi glanced at his watch. Taking the bus now would be impossible. He glanced at the 2 men and climbed into the van. What would normally take half an hour only took him 10 minutes this time. Just as Chen Yi stepped out of the vehicle, a man ran toward him, calling out, "Brother E." The bodyguard beside Chen Yi, thinking danger was imminent, quickly stepped in to block the approaching man. "Why are you stopping me?" "Brother E, it's me. Me. Wang He." Chen Yi turned around and saw Wang He approaching. He addressed the 2 bodyguards, "Let him go. This is my friend. Mr. Chen, we'll be on our way then. We'll come back after you're done with class." MHM. Seeing someone offering free rides saved him a lot of trouble, and Chen Yi was quite happy about it. Once the bodyguards had left, Wang He cautiously approached. "Brother E, when did your family get so rich? You can actually afford bodyguards?" Facing Wang He's puzzled expression, Chen Yi offered little explanation, simply smiling as he walked into the school. A girl standing by the entrance watched Chen Yi's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes flickering with something. Chen Yi realized this world had changed, and many of the courses had shifted accordingly, all now centered around dungeon-related subjects. Recalling the skill he'd just acquired, he placed his hand on the textbook. Instantly, all the knowledge surged into his mind. What others toiled years to learn, Chen Yi grasped in mere moments. Only now did Chen Yi truly grasp the meaning of that saying, "Some are born to be beasts of burden, while others are born in Rome." This feeling of effortless gain was utterly exhilarating. Ha, this is just too good. Overwhelmed with joy, Chen Yi failed to notice his surroundings and let out an excited shout. The teacher and classmates, who had been lecturing and listening, all turned their gaze toward Chen Yi. Seeing Chen Yi causing trouble again, the teacher slammed his hand on the desk in frustration. "Chen Yi, the college entrance exams are just around the corner. If you can't even pay attention in class, do you not want to study anymore? If you truly have no desire to learn, you needn't come to class tomorrow. That way, you won't disturb the other students who wish to study." If any other teacher had been standing there, Chen Yi would have obediently bowed his head and admitted his mistake. But this bully only recognized money and power. If a student's parents were wealthy and influential or had given him gifts, he would pay them extreme attention, even offering private tutoring sessions. To him, the rest of us, whether we were good students or eager learners, made no difference. He'd half-heartedly teach during class and ignore us completely afterward. Teacher, I already know everything you're teaching. Uproar. Chen Yi's words sent a wave of astonishment rippling through the classroom. In their eyes, Chen Yi was the class dunce, someone who barely scraped into university. And this was a class on dungeon secrets, covering countless dungeons and intricate details. For someone to claim they already knew everything was beyond belief. Fine. If you truly know everything, you may come and go as you please for the next few days. I won't question it. But if you can't answer, don't bother attending my class anymore. Fine. Then bring it on, Professor. Chen Yi placed his hand on his textbook, his gaze fixed on the teacher without a hint of fear. Then I'll start with this: in the B-rank dungeon Doluwa continent, who should you follow to survive? And who is absolutely untouchable? See God Tang San, and who you absolutely must not provoke? His wife, Xiao Wu. What's the easiest trick to clear Mr. Zombie? When checking the coffin's alignment at Mr. Ren's place, don't overlook the bottom of the coffin. The teacher fired off over a dozen questions, and Chen Yi answered each one calmly and fluently, never once flustered. Classmates who had doubted him now stared in astonishment, wondering what had happened to Chen Yi overnight. Teacher, did I answer anything wrong? Humph. The bell rang. As the bell rang to end class, the teacher, looking somewhat embarrassed, quickly gathered his things and hurried out of the classroom. As soon as the teacher's back disappeared from view, the other students immediately gathered around. Chen Yi, did you cheat? How did you get so good overnight? Even the teacher couldn't stump you. Can you share your secrets? How did you study? Yeah, don't hog all the knowledge, kid. Tell us, we all want to get into college too. Facing his classmates, Chen Yi gave a perfunctory reply. A photographic memory that must be a natural gift. Fine, if you don't want to talk about it, then don't. Listening to Chen Yi's explanation, the classmates looked at him with disdain, thinking to themselves. If he truly possessed photographic memory, he'd have been admitted early by now. Why bother attending classes? Chapter 38, The college entrance exams end. They didn't believe a word Chen Yi said, convinced he was simply unwilling to share his study secrets. He'd always been the bottom of the class. How could he possibly have any talent for studying? If he did, he wouldn't have been at the bottom for so long. Chen Yi didn't want to explain further. Even if he did, they probably wouldn't believe him, and he certainly couldn't reveal the source of his photographic memory. Seeing Chen Yi's reluctance, the classmates surrounding him immediately dispersed. Brother E. You really have a photographic memory. Wang Yi stared at Chen Yi in utter shock, yet his face showed not a trace of doubt. Seeing this, Chen Yi asked one more question. You believe me? Brother E, would you ever lie? Chen Yi replied without hesitation, of course not. Then that settles it, I believe you. Who knew, Brother E? You've always played dumb to catch the clever. Is it because the college entrance exams are coming up that you've decided to stop pretending? Chen Yi choked slightly, then went along with his line of reasoning. That's one way to look at it. At least he wouldn't have to explain his photographic memory. Brother E, I didn't even finish telling you about that copy last time. Why did you leave so suddenly? Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. Oh, I had something urgent to attend to. Wang Yi scratched his head. I knew you were in a hurry. Actually, I wanted to ask, how did you even know the dungeon had a name? Chen Yi replied blankly, isn't that how it's always written in novels? Wang Yi suddenly realized, oh, right. I thought you were in the dungeon too, but I never saw you there. Chen Yi smiled but said nothing more. Wang Yi seemed to want to say something more, but the class bell rang. He could only return to his seat with a sigh. During class, the teacher frequently called on Chen Yi to answer questions. Chen Yi's answers stunned the teacher. It seemed they truly hadn't expected Chen Yi, the bottom of the class student, to suddenly become an all-knowing academic prodigy. Once the teachers in the office heard about it, they began calling on Chen Yi in every class to test his abilities. Chen Yi had thoroughly studied every subject's textbook, and that knowledge had long since sunk into his mind. When teachers posed questions, he answered them effortlessly, without the slightest hesitation. Soon, teachers and classmates alike were left red-faced. They believed Chen Yi possessed the gift of photographic memory. Chen Yi, you're such a bluff. Only now revealing your true abilities. Exactly. All these years at the bottom of the class, and it turns out he was just faking it. The moment the college entrance exam came around, his true colors showed. Seriously, he must have used some trick. I wish I could copy it for an emergency. Many were consumed by envy and resentment over Chen Yi's move. Who would have guessed the perennial underachiever was just putting on a show? With the college entrance exam approaching, he finally dropped the act. The cards were laid on the table. The academic prodigy persona was firmly established. Everyone wanted to know how he actually studied and how he managed to fake it so convincingly. But after asking countless times and discovering he was simply a person with photographic memory, no one dared to keep asking and risk further humiliation. Chen Yi chuckled. Once the photographic memory persona was established, no one bothered asking how he studied anymore. It saved him a lot of trouble. Only Wang He occasionally showed up to remind him of his presence. Brother E, wanna hear what I went through in the dungeon? Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice before he followed up with a question. What did you experience in the dungeon? Wang He immediately had plenty to say. I had a terrible time in there. I almost died. And if you don't clear this instance, you become an ordinary person. With that, Wang He broke into a smile. But luck was on my side, I cleared it. And I even got a reward. Chen Yi chimed in, congratulations. You won't have to become an ordinary person. Wang He chuckled. Thanks. If you ever enter a dungeon, make sure you clear it. It's your chance to turn things around. Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Wang He to say that to him. They weren't particularly close, but Wang He seemed like the type who struck up conversations easily, often seeking him out to chat. I'll try my best. But I'm sure if you ever get into a dungeon, you'll clear it. You're so smart. Wang He's flattery lifted Chen Yi's spirits, though he remained modest. It's okay. I've never been inside, so who knows what it's like. Wang He immediately shared his secrets for clearing the dungeon with Chen Yi. Seeing Wang He share his secrets as if they were precious treasures, Chen Yi felt genuinely touched. But he didn't tell Wang He that he'd actually been inside the dungeon before. After all, his secrets weren't something to be shared lightly. Even if he told him, it wouldn't be useful anyway, and he didn't know what other dungeons were out there. The college entrance exams are coming up soon. Focus on preparing for those first. We can talk about other things later. Hearing this, Wang He's spirits instantly sank. He looked at Chen Yi with envy. If only I had your photographic memory, Wang He sighed, then I wouldn't have to worry about the college entrance exams. Wang He's grades were average, not particularly poor, but certainly not outstanding. Getting into college would be tough without putting in serious effort. Then put in the effort now. You might just perform beyond your usual level. Wang He shrugged. He'd given up all hope for the college entrance exam. If he could just clear the dungeon, he wouldn't need the college entrance exam to turn his life around. The dungeon would be his ticket. This time, he'd even passed the dungeon smoothly. Compared to the college entrance exam, he felt far more confident about the dungeon. Having cleared the dungeon, he now pinned his hopes on it. I don't need the college entrance exam to make something of myself. As long as I keep clearing dungeons, that's all that matters. He could absolutely use the rewards to make something of himself. The college entrance exam was just too difficult. Chen Yi understood Wang He's implication. He likely believed that as long as he kept clearing dungeons, he could achieve success in real life. Truthfully, he felt much the same way, though he still yearned to attend a top-tier university. Relying solely on clearing dungeons isn't reliable. Horses stumble, people slip up. Chen Yi didn't try to persuade Wang Yi. Instead, he focused on preparing for his own college entrance exams. After all, everyone has their own choices to make. Moreover, given Wang Yi's academic standing, gaining admission to a top-tier university would be quite challenging. Unless he could also obtain study-related items from the dungeon rewards. Though the knowledge was already firmly ingrained in his mind. Facing his first college entrance exam, nerves inevitably surfaced. On the day of the exam, Chen Yi rose early. Seated in the testing hall, he glanced at the test paper handed out by the proctor. A single glance was enough for the answers to form in his mind. He finished the entire exam in under half an hour. His speed caught the examiner's attention. Seeming to suspect cheating, the proctor stood right beside him to monitor him. When early submission time arrived, Chen Yi promptly handed in his paper. For both days of the exam, Chen Yi was the first to finish and leave the testing hall. On the final day, he received a call from Han Feihu. Without hesitation, he knew Han Feihu's intention, likely regarding Han Feng's situation, or perhaps the dungeon matter. After answering, Han Feihu began by congratulating him on finishing the exams. Uncle Han, I just finished the exams and haven't even rested yet. He was already rushing him to run a dungeon without even giving him a moment to rest. Was it really that urgent? What exactly was Han Feihu up to? Rushing into the dungeon like this. Dungeons carried inherent dangers. Wasn't he worried his son might get into trouble in there? Or was he just overly confident in his son's abilities? Han Feihu chuckled. I'm just reminding you now that you've finished the exams, you should enter the dungeon as soon as possible. Only by getting in and clearing it quickly will it benefit you. Time waits for no one. The longer you delay, the more others will gain the upper hand. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. This Han Feihu seemed to know quite a lot. He'd have to coax some information out of him later. He held his phone and said with a smile, Uncle Han, rest assured. I'm a man of my word. I'll enter the dungeon as soon as possible and keep you updated. Excellent. I hear you were the top performer in the exam hall. Who knew you were also a genius? It's truly an honor to collaborate with you. Han Feihu's words carried a hint of admiration. No wonder he'd been able to protect his son. Han Feihu couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Though Chen Yi wasn't his own flesh and blood, his son had instantly recognized Chen Yi's exceptional qualities. Wasn't that a remarkable ability in itself? Receiving praise from the Han Corporation president, Chen Yi couldn't help but smile slightly. Still, he remained modest. Uncle Han, you flatter me. I just have a better memory, so having that information stored in my head made it easier. Had anyone else heard those words, they would have taken it as pretentious and found it rather irritating. Han Feihu, however, saw no pretense in Chen Yi's words. He congratulated him warmly. Then let me congratulate you in advance on getting into your dream university. Thank you, Uncle Han. After a moment's thought, Chen Yi decisively sent a message to Han Feng. He needed to meet with him after all. The matter of entering the dungeon required advanced discussion. After sending the message, he tidied up and prepared to head out. Arriving at the agreed-upon spot, Chen Yi found a seat and let his gaze drift to where pigeons perched. The crisp breeze felt refreshing all over his body, and he squinted against the sunlight. Suddenly, a weight landed on his shoulder. He immediately grabbed the hand on his shoulder and flipped the person onto the ground. Whoa! Ow, that hurts like hell. It's me. EGE. People in the park turned to look at both Chen Yi and Han Feng. Hearing the voice, Chen Yi realized he'd mistaken someone for Han Feng. Seeing Han Feng's pained expression, Chen Yi felt a pang of guilt. Just show up without a word? I thought you were some enemy or something. Chen Yi felt a pang of guilt and muttered an apology. How are you? Did you hurt yourself anywhere? He'd exerted considerable force earlier and now worried about the severity of Han Feng's injuries. If Han Feihu found out, he might regret their partnership altogether. Han Feng struggled to his feet, forcing a smile. I'm fine, E. You did the right thing. You can never be too careful. As he spoke, he rubbed the wound on his waist and gave a reassuring chuckle. Brother E, you called me out to talk about something? I wanted to discuss the timing for the dungeon run and some preparations. Hearing this, Han Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Brother E, are we actually preparing to enter the instance? When? After mentioning a few necessary preparations, Chen Yi said no more. As for the dungeon time, he notified Han Feng via phone. After school, he took a call and made a decision. Just after hanging up, a hand rested on his shoulder. Brother E, why do you always walk so fast? Chapter 39, Ghost Blows Out the Light, the City of the Dead. Chen Yi glanced at the hand on his shoulder and relaxed when he recognized it belonged to Wang He. You're out pretty early today too. Wang He scratched his head helplessly. Man, I sat there staring at those exam papers until my eyes went blurry, but I just couldn't get anything done. So I had to come out. Chen Yi chuckled at the remark, while Wang He looked at him with pure envy. You must have done pretty well on the exam, you're always the first one out. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, shrugging indifferently. Not bad. It wasn't particularly difficult. Hearing this, Wang He was no longer just envious. Jealousy left him almost speechless. Now that the college entrance exams are over, where are you planning to go? Chen Yi's eyes flickered briefly. He planned to rest one day before diving into the dungeon the next. Han Feihu was so eager he couldn't keep putting it off. Since they were going into the dungeon anyway, getting in sooner meant getting rewards sooner and grinding experience faster. Not sure yet. Planning to rest at home for a few days. Wang Yi hummed in acknowledgement before continuing, let's hang out when you have time. Once we graduate, we'll all scatter in different directions. It'll be hard to meet up later. Chen Yi hummed in agreement. Sure, let's make plans when we can. After parting ways with Wang He, he headed straight home. After resting for 2 days, he contacted Han Feihu to tell him about the dungeon run. The moment midnight struck, a beam of light enveloped Chen Yi, swiftly transporting him to an immense, open plaza. This wasn't his first time entering the instance plaza, so he felt remarkably calm. He stood at the dungeon entrance, waiting for Han Feng. Soon, Han Feng found Chen Yi. Chen Yi, which instance are you heading to? Chen Yi raised his hand, revealing circuit-like patterns on his wrist. Let's form a party first. Only by forming a party could they enter the same instance together, otherwise, randomly matching into the same instance would be quite difficult. Since he had promised Han Feihu, he wouldn't go back on his word. Han Feng immediately raised his wrist and tapped the glowing patterns, instantly forming a party with Chen Yi. So, which dungeon should we tackle? Chen Yi stood at the instance entrance, scanning the displayed options. His gaze instantly locked onto the ancient city of Jingjue. Han Feng's gaze also landed on the ancient city of Jingjue dungeon. Holy crap! D rank. Chen Yi, are you sure? Han Feng froze in terror. An E-rank dungeon had nearly killed him, and now they were about to tackle a D-rank one. While he believed Chen Yi had the skills, he had zero confidence in himself. What if he held them back and neither of them cleared it? Maybe we should just grind more E-rank dungeons? Once we're more experienced, we can tackle higher ones. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Han Feng, you're not scared, are you? No real man would ever admit to being scared. Though fear did stir within him, he stubbornly retorted, as if. What's there to be afraid of? You're still here, aren't you? Seeing Chen Yi silent, Han Feng quickly reminded him, you promised my dad. You're not going back on your word, are you? Chen Yi gave a light snort, opened the interface, and clicked directly on the ancient city of Jingjue dungeon. I said I wouldn't go back on my word. What I promise, I deliver. Han Feng had no choice. The party was already formed, and he was automatically locked into the Jingjue Ancient City instance without needing to select it. Your selection, Jingjue Ancient City Dungeon World, D rank. Dungeon difficulty, normal. Main trial objective, survive 7 days within the instance and find a way to end the instance game. Trial reward, revealed after raiding. Note, the main storyline quest will begin immediately upon entering the instance. Ensure your own safety. The prompt ended, and the group vanished from their original location. After a momentary blindness, he opened his eyes once more to find himself gazing upon a sea of golden desert. Sand swirled up, slapping their faces with grit. Damn it! How did so much sand get in my mouth? It's everywhere. Han Feng wiped his face, his eyes nearly stung shut by the sand. He quickly pulled his sunglasses up onto his nose. That's obvious. The desert is full of sand. There's nothing but sand here. The speaker was Wang the Fatso, who shot a disapproving glance at Han Feng's dramatic reaction. He couldn't help but feel a touch of envy at the sunglasses perched on Han Feng's nose. Got any spare sunglasses? Han Feng gave Wang Fatso a thorough once-over before shaking his head flatly. No. Just one pair. Wang Fat snorted, unable to resist saying, why didn't you bring more sunglasses? Why didn't you get one yourself? Relying on others won't cut it. Chen Yi's gaze swept over Wang Fat and the other four. Sure enough, these were the familiar names, the main players from the ancient city of Jingjue. Han Feng suddenly felt his throat go dry, and speaking caused a sharp sting. Where's the water? I'm so thirsty. Fat Wang rolled his eyes instantly and snapped, if you're thirsty, just shut up. Where's there going to be water out in the middle of this desert? Han Feng looked at Chen Yi, who also felt the discomfort in his own throat. Baking under the scorching sun, their feet pressed into the searing sand, the relentless heat was nearly draining every drop of moisture from their bodies. Occasional gusts of sand and wind lashed their faces. Though the desert held no water, there was one place where water could be found. A voice suddenly rang out from the group. Chen Yi turned to look at the speaker, none other than Professor Chen, the protagonist. Fat Wang couldn't help but blurt out, where's the water? This is nothing but desert, not even a speck of green. You're telling me there's water? You must be out of your mind. Professor Chen paid no heed to Wang Fat's sarcasm and continued, beneath the temples of the ancient city of Jingjue lies an underground water source. Han Feng, parched, began swallowing his saliva to quench his thirst. Hearing Professor Han's words, he couldn't help but ask, where's this ancient city in the middle of the desert? All I see is endless sand. Professor Chen stated firmly, the Jingjue city absolutely lies beneath this very spot. But it's undoubtedly hidden beneath some kind of mechanism. We'll have to find it ourselves. Han Feng was sweltering, constantly wiping sweat from his forehead while Chen Yi surveyed the surroundings. Endless desert stretched in every direction. There was no sign of any ancient city, let alone water. I can't take it anymore. I'm so thirsty, I'm dying. After walking several kilometers, Han Feng clutched his throat and turned to Chen Yi. I need water. What can you do? Chen Yi's mouth twitched. What could he do? Find the ancient city, of course. Just hang on a little longer. No sooner had Chen Yi spoken than Hubai exclaimed with delight, there's a cactus over there. Let's rest by it first. Chapter 40, the 16-character Yin Yang Feng Shui secret technique. The sight of the cactus instantly filled them with hope. Instantly energized, they immediately headed toward the cactus. Chen Yi stood beneath the shade of the enormous cactus, finally catching his breath. Han Feng stared at the massive cactus, unable to resist wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. This cactus must have some moisture inside. Should we cut a piece to check? Before Chen Yi could respond, Han Feng had already drawn his dagger and slashed the cactus's outer skin. Green sap immediately oozed out. Han Feng's face lit up with delight. He immediately took a sip, only for his expression to contort instantly. Holy! What the hell is this taste? Is this even a cactus? Han Feng gagged a few times. Seeing his reaction, Chen Yi, who had been itching to try it himself, immediately suppressed his urge. Fat Wang burst into laughter, mockingly teasing, are you stupid? This cactus is definitely not your ordinary kind. You've got some guts, just eating it straight like that. No matter how thirsty he was, he wouldn't dare eat the flesh of a desert cactus. Who knew if it was even a real cactus? Hearing Wang Fatso's words, Han Feng's expression darkened further. Wang Yu, who had entered the dungeon with them, hadn't spoken a word since the beginning. She had remained silent, trailing behind them the entire time. This thing is inedible. Besides, the cactus before us might just be an illusion. Han Feng froze completely, retching again, terrified of consuming something strange. Chen Yi chuckled. But this probably isn't an illusion. It's likely a mutated cactus. After all, roses blooming on barren land are usually poisonous. Han Feng heard Chen Yi's words, but they offered him not a shred of comfort. The strange taste lingering in his mouth refused to fade, leaving him feeling uneasy. Chen Yi sat on the ground, leaning against a rock to rest. His gaze fell upon Hu Bai. He recalled that Hu Bai seemed to know the 16-character Yin Yang Fengshui secret art, a skill that had proven invaluable in the Jingjue ancient city. If he could master the 16-character Yin Yang Fengshui secret art, wouldn't clearing the passage become much simpler? Once this thought entered Chen Yi's mind, it wouldn't let go. Back when he read novels, he had always longed to master those secret arts. Now, armed with his photographic memory and omniscient abilities, if he encountered those techniques, he could master them instantly. Chen Yi refused to let this chance slip away and set his sights on Hu Bai. Han Feng glanced at the short-haired woman beside him, Wang Yu. Seeing her expressionless face as she held a stone, he asked curiously, "What's the stone for?" "You're treating it like such a treasure." Wang Yu swiftly tucked the stone back into her bag. "It's my lucky stone. Carrying it brings me good fortune." Han Feng opened his mouth, then chuckled dryly. "You're pretty superstitious." Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. "With a dungeon appearing, isn't superstition just normal?" Han Feng was rendered speechless by her retort and silently turned his head away. Chen Yi's gaze wasn't exactly subtle, and Hu Bai caught it immediately, glancing in Chen Yi's direction. "What's up?" Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice before he smiled and said, "I heard you know some secret arts." "I'm just curious." Hu Bai snorted. "Who told you that?" "No idea. I don't recognize the person." Hu Bai chuckled lightly before casually replying, "I know a little." Chen Yi immediately pressed, "I wonder if I could see it in action." Hu Bai raised an eyebrow. "You want to learn?" "I definitely want to learn." Chen Yi made no attempt to hide his desire to master that secret art. Hu Bai looked surprised, then his eyes filled with admiration. "You're honest enough. But if everyone could learn this secret technique, it wouldn't be called a secret technique." Chen Yi smiled without speaking, waiting for Hu Bai to continue. Just as Hu Bai was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately stood up and looked toward the distance. "Look, isn't there a stone pagoda over there?" Hearing Hu Bai's words, the others immediately followed the direction he was pointing. When they first arrived at the cactus, there had been nothing around. But after resting for just a moment, a stone pagoda had appeared right before their eyes. Han Feng's mouth fell open. "A stone pagoda this big? How did we not see it earlier?" Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. "Something must have been obscuring our vision." Hu Bai's eyes widened as he blurted out, "Doesn't that stone on top of the pagoda look just like an eye?" Chen Yi stared intently in the direction of the stone pagoda. The pagoda was massive, yet the stones on its surface appeared somewhat blurred. Han Feng rubbed his eyes repeatedly. "An eye? I can't make it out. Is there really a stone block shaped like an eye on the pagoda?" Wang Yu nodded firmly. "Yes, it definitely looks like an eye. This must hold some special meaning." Han Feng rubbed his eyes again and muttered, "How come your eyes are so sharp? You can see that clearly from so far away." He glanced at Chen Yi, who rubbed his own eyes, still unable to make out the details, and eventually gave up. He suggested, "How about we go take a closer look?" Hu Bai stroked his chin and said, "If that really is an eye, then it means the tomb of the Queen of Jingjue lies beneath the stone pagoda." Hearing this, the others immediately perked up. "Great! We've finally found the entrance." Shelly Yang and Wang Fatty beamed with smiles, as if their hardships had finally given way to sweet reward. Han Feng clicked his tongue and couldn't help but say, "But it's so far away. Shouldn't we rest a bit longer?" Ignoring Han Feng's words, the others stood up and headed straight toward the stone pagoda. Chen Yi followed suit, turning to Han Feng and urging, "Hurry up and catch up. We can't afford to waste time." "Aren't you thirsty?" Han Feng was indeed still parched. After a short rest, he felt he could push on. If night fell, the desert would become extremely dangerous. Hearing this, Han Feng quickly caught up. He asked with a hint of confusion, "You seem to know a thing or two about this dungeon." Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. "This is my first time here too, just like you. I'm just better at observing." Han Feng stroked his chin. It seemed true enough. The journey seemed endless, but after a long trek, they finally reached a spot very close to the stone pagoda. Chen Yi and Han Feng could now clearly see the stone blocks atop the tower that resembled eyes. The eyes were so lifelike that if they weren't carved from stone, one might mistake them for real. "No doubt about it, this must be the tomb of the Queen of Jingjue. Let's find the entrance." Chapter 41, Quicksand. As soon as Hu Bai finished speaking, the others immediately began searching for hidden mechanisms. Han Feng surveyed the sand-covered floor. Aside from the stone tower before them, there was nothing else. No mechanism was even remotely visible. He leaned against the stone tower, watching the group press buttons relentlessly all over its surface. His lips twitched slightly as he asked, "Are you sure the mechanism is on the walls? Stop talking nonsense and come help." A muscle-bound man glared at Han Feng, his expression clearly disdainful. Han Feng sighed, glancing at Chen Yi, who hadn't lifted a finger to help. Chen Yi stroked his chin, studying the stone tower intently. Han Feng stood up and patted Chen Yi on the shoulder. "Stop staring. Let's go help out too, or we'll get scolded again." Han Feng shot a subtle glance at the muscle-bound man, who immediately caught it. Fair-haired boy, what do you mean by that? Who are you calling a pretty boy? Han Feng retorted indignantly. He was fair-skinned, but he wasn't some weak little pretty boy. I'm talking about you. Hurry up and find the mechanism. Han Feng sneered coldly, are you giving me orders? Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? The muscle-bound man clenched his fists, ready to advance toward Han Feng. Wang Yu spoke up at that moment, hurry up and find the mechanism. Stop wasting time. The desert at night is extremely dangerous. Do you want to live or not? The muscle man halted his advance and resumed searching for the mechanism. Han Feng pursed his lips, then walked toward the stone tower's wall. Holy! Han Feng let out a terrified cry, drawing Chen Yi's attention. Only then did he notice Han Feng's leg sinking deeper and deeper into the ground. Holy, Chen Yi, help me! Han Feng strained to lift his leg, but the harder he pushed, the deeper it sank. As a result, his entire body began sinking rapidly. Chen Yi immediately rushed forward and grabbed Han Feng. Han Feng clutched the lifeline tightly, his voice trembling with tension. Don't let go. Chen Yi gave a solemn nod and pulled Han Feng out with all his might. Wang Yu instinctively tried to help but was blocked by the muscular man. What are you doing? That's quicksand. If we can't pull him out, it's one thing, but losing you too? Not worth it. Wang Yu pressed her lips together, her face brimming with disapproval. Many hands make light work. Pulling him out alone was proving difficult. With that, Wang Yu started walking toward Han Feng, only to have her arm grabbed by the muscle-bound man, who yanked her back. Wang Yu instantly flared up. What are you doing? Let go. The muscle man sneered coldly, I told you, going in will only get you hurt. I'm protecting you. Wang Yu struggled briefly, her brows furrowed. Let go. I don't need your protection. Seeing Wang Yu restrained by the muscle man, Shirley Yang hurried forward. What are you doing? Let her go. The muscle man glared at Shirley Yang. Mind your own business. Wang Fat stood in front of Shirley Yang, glaring at the muscle man. You're a grown man picking on a woman. That's not right, is it? The muscle-bound man sneered coldly, declaring with righteous indignation, I'm protecting her. I can't just stand by and watch her walk into danger. I don't need your protection. Let go of me now. Wang Yu struggled again. Fat Wang grabbed the muscle guy's arm, freeing Wang Yu. Chen Yi also pulled Han Feng out. Exhausted and gasping for breath, Han Feng collapsed onto the sand. Chen Yi glanced at him. Aren't you afraid of getting stuck again? Han Feng froze, then scrambled to his feet and grabbed Chen Yi's hand. Don't scare me. I just got out of quicksand. Han Feng shivered uncontrollably, panic etched across his face. Seeing Han Feng safely rescued, Wang Yu decided against further confrontation with the muscle-bound man. Seeing the situation had calmed, Chen Liang stepped forward. Hurry and find the mechanism. I'm getting increasingly thirsty. If we don't find it soon, we might die of dehydration. Chen Yi felt his throat growing dry as if razor blades were slicing through it. He walked over too. Suddenly, his foot plunged downward, sinking into the sand. Han Feng couldn't help but yell out. Holy, Chen Yi. You didn't step into quicksand too, did you? Han Feng instantly grabbed Chen Yi's hand, terrified the quicksand would pull him in. Yet Chen Yi felt solid ground beneath his feet. He stomped down hard, his brow twitching slightly. Wait, there should be solid ground beneath my feet. It's hard. With that, Chen Yi crouched down and began scraping the sand away from his feet. Han Feng opened his mouth, unable to hold back. Are you okay? Are you sure this will work? Is there really something solid beneath you? Chen Yi dug frantically at the sand, grunting in response. Han Feng sighed and joined in. Wang Yu, who had been searching for the mechanism, saw the two of them digging at the sand and walked over in confusion. What are you doing? Han Feng immediately relayed Chen Yi's discovery to her. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat incredulous. Really? Though she said this, she walked over to Chen Yi and began digging the sand alongside him. Are you guys stupid? How could the mechanism be buried in the sand? Seeing Wang Yu actually go to help, the muscle-bound man immediately sneered. Shen Liang watched Chen Yi, head bowed, digging the sand with determination. His eyes flickered twice. Maybe the mechanism really is buried in the sand, he offered. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Yi had already dug a hole in the sand at his feet, exposing the spot where his leg had been planted. It was a step. No sooner had he spoken than Professor Chen and Hubai immediately stepped forward to Chen Yi. Wow, it really is steps. Professor Chen pushed his glasses up his nose and said, wherever these steps lead must be the entrance. Let's climb them and take a look. Han Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he shot a surprised glance at Chen Yi. Damn, bro, your luck is just too damn good. This casual step revealed the temple's entrance. He casually stepped into the quicksand. Is this fair? Though Han Feng felt a twinge of envy, he was mostly overjoyed. After all, Chen Yi was on his side. The easier it was for Chen Yi to pass, the more he'd get to share in the spoils. He couldn't help but marvel at his shrewdness clinging to the big shot's coattails. It's just good luck. Seeing this, the muscle-bound guy couldn't help but let out a bitter remark. Wang Yu frowned and shot her a glance. Chen Liang, ever the good-natured one, chimed in, hey, his luck is a form of skill too. Besides, finding the temple sooner is a win for us all. In his heart, Chen Liang thought the muscle guy was a fool. At a time when their very lives were on the line, he was still fixated on such trivial matters. Their goal was to clear the dungeon. Who cared if he could show off or steal the spotlight? As long as they cleared it, that was all that mattered. Chapter 42, The Eerie Bats. The muscle man gave a cold snort, his face still impassive. The others immediately sensed the tension between him and Han Feng and Chen Yi. Chen Yi shot the muscle guy a puzzled look before whispering to Han Feng beside him, did you cross him? Han Feng had no idea he'd crossed a petty individual. No idea. I've never even seen this guy before. Besides, I'm always peaceful, how could I possibly offend anyone? Chen Yi's mouth twitched. This spoiled rich kid probably had no clue how infuriating his subtle ways of offending people could be. Seeing Chen Yi's skepticism, Han Feng immediately defended himself, I'm just a rich kid. If money can solve it, why go out of my way to make enemies? And this is a dungeon world, you definitely can't afford to offend people casually. He always handled things with money. Han Feng stroked his chin and let out a soft chuckle. Probably just jealous of my wealth. After all, I'm this rich. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, conceding that wasn't entirely implausible. Professor Chen and Hubai led the way ahead. Come on, this is indeed the temple's entrance. Be careful, the temple isn't entirely safe either. Danger lurks at every turn. Hubai offered a kind warning. Han Feng immediately fell in close behind Chen Yi. If he says so, then it must be fraught with danger inside. Chen Yi shattered Han Feng's illusions, stating bluntly, if it's a dungeon, there's no such thing as safety. Han Feng understood this well, otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically sought someone to guide him through the dungeon. The group followed Professor Chen and Hubai as they traversed the steps obscured by yellow sand. At the end of the steps, they discovered a stone door. Hubai stood at the doorway, studying the intricate patterns etched into the stone. His hand traced the patterns, his eyes brimming with excitement. No doubt about it. This is the entrance gate to the temple. Professor Chen pushed his glasses up his nose and asked, how do we get in? This stone door is locked. Just as Hubai was about to speak, the muscle-bound man stepped forward. He sneered with contempt, it's just a stone door? I can open it with ease. He extended both arms, flexing his bulging biceps. Han Feng didn't care for the muscle-bound guy, but he had to admit those arms were undeniably impressive. What man wouldn't want muscles brimming with power? Seeing this, Chen Liang immediately smiled and said, then we'll have to trouble you to clear the way, brother. The muscle-bound man burst into laughter, shooting a smug glance toward Chen Yi and Han Feng. Chen Yi tugged at the corner of his mouth, saying nothing. Han Feng couldn't stand someone showing off like that. The door wasn't even open yet. Not even the door's open yet, don't want to get your face slapped later. A faint chuckle rippled through the crowd, and the muscle man's expression darkened instantly. Pretty boy, watch closely, I'm no pushover. With that, the muscle man planted himself firmly in the doorway, straining every muscle until the veins on his arms bulged. But the stone door remained stubbornly still. Han Feng burst into laughter, mockingly saying, I told you not to show off. Now you're getting humiliated. Looks like those muscles are just for show. The muscle man's face flushed crimson as he glared furiously at Han Feng. Pretty boy, you got the guts to challenge me? Han Feng rolled his eyes, sneering, you think I'm an idiot? Why would I fight you? What's in it for me? The muscle man sneered coldly, you're scared. Han Feng ignored the musclehead's provocation. He knew his own limits well and wouldn't do anything foolish. Chen Yi's gaze fell upon Hubai and Professor Chen. He remarked, this door probably wasn't forced open by brute strength. If it were, this temple would have been trampled by now. Professor Chen shot Chen Yi a surprised glance before smiling. Young man, you're sharp. The temple's doors once had guardians. But later, the guardians perished, and the doors closed forever. Chen Liang immediately pressed, so does that mean we need to find the guardian to open the door? Hubai burst out laughing. How could that be possible? The guardian is long dead. Even if you found him, he'd be nothing but a pile of bones. Then, this door? Chen Yi stroked his chin. Seeing the calm expressions on Professor Chen and Hubai's faces, he knew they must have a way to open the gate. All they needed to do was wait. There's a key. Shelly Yang, who had remained silent until now, smiled as she provided the answer. If they hadn't come prepared, they wouldn't have come here in the first place. The muscle-bound man's expression darkened further upon hearing this. He glared at Shirley Yang with venom. If you had the key, why didn't you produce it sooner? Just to rub it in my face? Fat One glared at the muscle man with displeasure. Weren't you the one who volunteered? We never got a chance to speak up. Even so, the muscle man's expression remained grim. Ignoring the muscle man's complaints, Shirley Yang handed a Rubik's Cube to Professor Chen. Professor Chen examined the patterns on the stone door while holding the cube, then began twisting it rapidly. After a long while, the cube transformed into a triangular shape and pressed against the patterns on the stone door. The earth trembled violently. The sturdy stone door slowly swung open. Everyone's faces lit up with excitement. "Duck! Watch out!" The moment the stone door opened, the sounds from within flooded into the ears of those outside. The flapping of wings and the shrieks of insects and birds rose together. The muscle-bound man at the front, seeing a bat about to fly into his face, swiftly grabbed the person beside him and used them as a shield. Ah! A shrill scream erupted as the person shielding the muscle-bound man was bitten by the bat, their face covered in blood. In an instant, they turned to dust and vanished. Holy! Han Feng watched the scene in stunned silence. Chen Yi frowned, swiftly drawing the dagger he carried. He pulled the stunned Han Feng aside, raised the blade, and slashed at the bat as it flew toward them. The bat instantly turned into flying sand and vanished. "What the hell are you standing there for? Don't you want to live?" Chen Yi roared, snapping Han Feng out of his stupor. He immediately pulled out his survival gear and hurled it at the bats. After dealing with the bats, their group had suffered significant losses. Han Feng sat panting on the ground, while Chen Yi's gaze shifted to Hubai. If he hadn't misread it, Hubai must have used a secret technique. "Hey, you were totally inhumane just now using someone else as a shield." Wang Yu had been standing not far from the muscle guy. When he casually grabbed someone to shield himself, she immediately backed away. The muscle man shrugged indifferently. "So what? He was weak. I just grabbed him on a whim. Blame his bad luck." Chapter 43, The Living Wall. Everyone felt repulsed by his actions. No one wanted to be shoved out to take the hit when danger struck. Noticing their disapproving stares, the muscle man sneered coldly and flexed his fist. "Survival of the fittest. If you've got what it takes, you can use me as your shield too. Dare you?" The muscle-bound man shot a mocking glance at the group. Professor Chen frowned and said bluntly, "Go in. Be careful. Don't touch anything you shouldn't. Don't say I didn't warn you." The stone door swung open, plunging them instantly into pitch darkness. It was enough to make anyone uneasy. Hubai pulled out a flashlight and shone it into the darkness beyond the stone door. He then stepped inside first. Chen Yi followed immediately, with Han Feng naturally close behind. The moment they stepped inside the stone door, a damp, musty odor filled their senses. A chill breeze even brushed against their skin. Chen Yi could feel the dampness beneath his feet as he stepped onto the ground. There must be water ahead, given how wet the ground was. Han Feng cleared his parched throat. "That's fantastic. Finally, we can drink water. I feel like if I don't get some soon, my throat might just give out." The group instantly perked up. Chen Yi reached out and waved his hand beside him, but found no rock wall nearby. Han Feng, following closely behind Chen Yi, naturally noticed his movement. "What are you doing?" Chen Yi stated directly, "I want to know how wide this passage is." Hubai, leading the way, shone his light to the left and right. The passage was wide enough to accommodate about 4 people. The moment Hubai shone the light, Chen Yi spotted something amiss. "Wait, what's that on the wall?" Hubai paused, his light falling upon the stone wall. Strange paintings adorned the surface. Chen Yi walked over, frowning as he stared intently at the painting. Professor Chen seemed visibly moved, his hand tracing the lines of the carving on the stone wall. These must have been drawn by the temple's former inhabitants for documentation. The muscle-bound man, seeing the group begin analyzing the painting, spoke impatiently, "It's just a painting. Aren't you all thirsty?" Chen Yi stared at the painting on the stone wall, feeling something was off. "I feel like someone's watching us. Don't you guys feel it too?" Hubai shot Chen Yi a surprised look. "Young man, you're quite sensitive." Han Feng's skin crawled at the remark. "Who's watching us? Isn't there still someone alive in here? This is a temple, right? It's been abandoned for so many years. Where would living people come from? And buried deep in the desert at that. You're trying to scare me. Where would people come from?" Chen Yi watched Han Feng's timid expression and his mouth twitched. "Then it means it's not people watching us." Chen Yi's words sent a chill down Han Feng's spine. You. Han Feng swallowed nervously. "You're not saying there's a ghost here, are you?" Chen Yi didn't deny it, and Hubai let out a hearty laugh. "What's there to fear? Anyone who comes here isn't exactly timid." Chen Yi remained silent, and the others fell quiet as well. But for the dungeon running players, it was different. After all, they were forced into it, yet they also sought opportunity. No one wanted to fade into obscurity. "Hurry up and find water. Stop fussing over that painting on the wall." The muscle-bound man impatiently repeated, "No matter how long you stare, it's just a dead painting. It won't come to life." Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. A thought stirred in his mind. The muscle guy seemed to have hit the nail on the head. No wonder he kept feeling like someone was watching him. Yet this road was deserted, with only the murals lining both sides. The only source of that burning gaze could be the figures in the murals. The figures in the murals were alive. That was why he could feel a cold, piercing gaze fixed upon him. Get out of here fast. These neurals must be alive. Chen Yi drew his dagger for protection. No sooner had he spoken than the figures on the stone wall protruded from the surface. Stone hands reached out toward Professor Chen, who stood dangerously close to the wall. Hu Bao acted on pure instinct, yanking Professor Chen toward him at the last second, narrowly averting disaster. Professor Chen staggered twice, staring at the twisted stone face of the figure on the wall, frustrated at its failed grasp. Chen Yi led Han Feng toward the center of the chamber, urging them not to stay too close to the walls. They couldn't break free from the stone. The group immediately moved toward the central passageway. Figures on both sides of the stone walls let out roaring sounds, as if furious that their prey had slipped away. The muscle-bound man shot Chen Yi a vicious glare before grabbing him by the collar. Joke. If you hadn't mentioned this stone wall business, we'd have found the water source ages ago. How else would we be stuck here? Chen Yi wrenched free from the muscle man's grip, brushed the collar clean, and replied coldly, if I hadn't warned you, we all would have been lured by those stone paintings. What do you mean? Sounds like you're just making excuses. Lure? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have wasted so much time. Chen Yi couldn't be bothered arguing with such a dimwit. He cut straight to the point. Haven't you noticed we're standing completely still right now? Hearing this, Professor Chen glanced toward the gate and realized they were only 2 or 3 meters away from the stone door. But they'd been walking for ages, how could they only be 2 or 3 meters away? Hu Bai narrowed his eyes. Ghost wall. Fat One hissed softly, we've barely entered, and the traps are already this tricky. Professor Chen, do you have any ideas? Professor Chen fell silent for a moment, his gaze shifting to Chen Yi. Young man, do you have any solutions? Chen Yi stroked his chin, his expression serious. We have to get through this passage as quickly as possible. And it seems like these stone walls on both sides are steadily closing in on us. Han Feng rubbed the goosebumps on his arms before letting out a startled cry. Holy! This path wasn't this narrow a moment ago, was it? Chen Yi immediately looked at the walls. They remained perfectly still. Ever played statue? Chen Yi's words startled the group. Isn't that a game for kids? Who still plays freeze tag as an adult? Chen Yi explained, our situation right now is kind of like the game of statues. See what I mean? As long as we keep our eyes on the stone walls, they won't move. But the moment we look away, the walls on both sides start creeping toward us. The others thought Chen Yi was exaggerating and didn't believe him at all. Hu Bai and Professor Chen, however, began to ponder. If that's the case, how can we move forward if we have to keep staring at the stone walls? Are we just going to be stuck here forever? Chapter 44, One Crisis Follows Another. This was indeed a problem, especially since both stone walls were watching them. With only 2 eyes, they could watch one side but not the other. That's precisely why they needed to leave this path as quickly as possible. Everyone had played statues before, they should know how to play this game. Don't let it catch you. All those portraits on the stone walls, most likely people who came here exploring and got trapped inside. Han Feng swallowed nervously and croaked out, are we playing that game where you freeze like a statue? Yes. In the game of statue, when you stare at someone, they can't move. Once you look away, they resume moving toward you. Only now, the roles are reversed. Chen Yi explained briefly, preventing Han Feng from making mistakes in his panic and ensuring no one unfamiliar with the game caused trouble. Han Feng nodded thoughtfully. So we stare at the stone wall, and it can't move. When we look away, it can come toward me. Exactly. So you must stay close and keep your eyes on it. If you stop watching, their movement speed won't be restrained and will only accelerate. Hu Bai shot Chen Yi a look tinged with admiration. The kid's pretty sharp. Exactly as you said, these stone walls are alive. When I count down from 3, 2, 1, we run. But don't just bolt blindly. After finishing his instructions, Hu Bai paused briefly before immediately counting off and leading the charge. Chen Yi grabbed Han Feng and followed immediately. The stone walls on both sides began shifting. Look left. Look right. Chen Yi shouted, and Han Feng behind him immediately glanced left and then right. Then they continued charging forward. Those lagging behind the main group, seeing the stone wall closing in, were overcome with panic. They couldn't spare a glance at the wall. They ran desperately forward. Ah! Save me! Behind them, a runner's arms were seized by the encroaching stone wall. Torn apart left and right, the person was ripped in two and pulled into the stone barrier. The agonized screams from behind only spurred those ahead to run even faster. Han Feng's head was spinning so violently it felt like water was pouring out. After escaping the man-eating stone wall, he felt completely dazed. They stood panting in a small passageway around a corner, leaning against the wall to catch their breath. Count how many are left? Chen Yi's gaze swept over the group. They'd lost 2 people on that path. As for who had perished, Chen Yi didn't know. He held no interest in the other players who'd entered the instance with him. Except for Han Feng, who was his charge. The only others he could recall were the muscle-bound man and the woman who had spoken up for them. Wasn't there supposed to be water inside the temple? Not a single drop was in sight, and people had died. The muscle-bound man shot Professor Chen a dissatisfied look, doubting his earlier claims. He was nearly parched to death now, each word he spoke feeling like a knife cutting through his throat. Professor Chen pursed his lips and frowned. Didn't you feel the breeze? This indicates ventilation. And since the wind isn't dry, it carries a hint of moisture that proves there's a water source. Professor Chen stared at the muscle man as if he were an idiot. The muscle man's face darkened instantly. His hands clenched into fists, as if ready to strike Professor Chen at any moment. Han Feng immediately sneered, "Oh dear, we must understand some people just aren't well educated. What's that idiom again? Simple-minded and muscle-bound." The muscle man's attention snapped to Han Feng. "Who the hell are you calling that? Who's simple-minded and muscle-bound? You pretty boy want to die?" The muscle-bound man swung his fist toward Han Feng's face. With the fist mere inches from Han Feng's face, Chen Yi swiftly seized his wrist. Han Feng's face narrowly avoided the blow. The muscle-bound man stared at Chen Yi in shock. He struggled fiercely twice but couldn't break free from Chen Yi's grip. His face flushed crimson with rage. "Let go of me, you bastard." Chen Yi curled his lips into a cold warning. "Watch your language." Without hesitation, the muscle man swung his free hand at Chen Yi. Chen Yi countered with a swift kick, sending the man crashing into the wall with a groan. Han Feng burst into laughter. "Didn't expect that, did you? All that muscle, and you can't even beat a pretty boy? All show and no substance." The muscle man scrambled to his feet, his face and neck flushed an alarming crimson. His menacing gaze fixed on Chen Yi and Han Feng. "If there's a next time," he growled, "I won't hesitate to kill you first." Chen Yi issued a direct threat. He didn't want such a ticking time bomb lingering near him. A flicker of terror crossed the muscle guy's face, and the others in the back row instinctively took a step back. Wang Yu immediately stepped forward, trying to smooth things over. "We're all in this together. There's no need to ruin the harmony. Only by sticking together can we get out of here quickly." Chen Yi's gaze lingered on Wang Yu for a moment, surprise flickering in his mind. He'd assumed Wang Yu was an experienced player, but judging by her words, she was likely just a newbie. In the dungeon, there were no friends, and certainly no peaceful coexistence. What abounded were deceitful schemes and betrayals. The muscle-bound man snorted coldly at Wang Yu's words. Professor Chen continued, "Once you've rested enough, let's keep moving forward. I said there's a water source here, and I mean it. I'm just as thirsty as you are. Lying to you wouldn't benefit me either." The others said nothing, silently following Professor Chen. The path ahead grew somewhat calmer. No strange traps appeared, and soon they heard the sound of flowing water. The sound instantly ignited hope in the parched group. "I hear water. We must be close. Thank goodness. We won't die of thirst after all." The group quickened their pace, and upon seeing the flowing water, they immediately broke into a run. They practically threw themselves toward the riverbank. Chen Yi scooped water into his hands and brought it to his nose. Han Feng, who had been about to drink directly, stopped immediately upon seeing Chen Yi's action. "This water is fine, it's safe to drink." Hubai also noticed Chen Yi's actions and scooped up a handful of water, shoving it straight into his mouth. He let out a satisfied sigh. Refreshing. Seeing Hubai's decisive action, Chen Yi no longer harbored doubts and took a sip himself. The knife-like pain in his throat miraculously vanished as the water washed over it. "I'm alive. Finally alive." Han Feng drank several mouthfuls before spotting a fish swimming toward him. Just as he was about to speak, a splash echoed through the air. The fish leaped high, dragging a person down into the water. Chapter 45, Salamander. Holy, that fish grew legs. Han Feng let out a terrified cry. Chen Yi drew the dagger he carried and slashed at the fish as it scrambled onto the shore. Blue blood splattered onto the ground. Chen Yi glanced at the blood on the blade, a flicker of disgust crossing his eyes. Han Feng pinched his nose, his face contorted. "Holy crap, it stinks. How can this fish smell so awful?" Some who hadn't reacted in time were dragged back into the water by the fish that had just come ashore, instantly staining the surface crimson. Just after Wang Yu struck down a fish approaching her, another fish yanked her, causing her to stumble twice and lean toward the water's surface. "Help!" Despair flashed across Wang Yu's face. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her hand, and she felt weightless as the world spun violently. With a thud, she crashed into Chen Yi's arms. Wang Yu froze for a moment before quickly pulling away from Chen Yi. She gave an awkward smile and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you for saving me." Chen Yi gave a faint nod. "Be careful." Wang Yu blinked and gave a stiff nod. Han Feng also swung his dagger wildly at the fish closing in on him. He inadvertently caught sight of Wang Yu's flushed face, his gaze drifting between the two of them. His eyebrows lifted slightly, and he couldn't help but chuckle twice. Meanwhile, Shirley Yang was being dragged down by a fish, pulled relentlessly toward the water. Though it was a pitifully small fish, its strength surpassed that of an adult. She tried to slash at it with her knife, but the fish had already vanished beneath the surface, leaving her unable to strike. She stumbled toward the water's edge, being pulled along. Hubai immediately grabbed Shirley Yang, and Wang Fat followed suit, wrapping his arms around her. Yet the combined strength of the three of them was no match for the fish's pull. They watched as Shirley Yang, dragging Hu Bai and Wang Fat with her, was gradually pulled into the water. Chen Yi, quick as a flash, flung the dagger in his hand toward the water's surface. It struck the fish with pinpoint accuracy. Without the fish's pull, Shirley Yang, Hu Bai, and Wang Fatty suddenly fell backward. Shirley Yang, having narrowly escaped death, nodded toward Chen Yi. Fat Wang was even more direct. Bro, thanks. Hu Bai's gaze toward Chen Yi softened considerably. Thanks. Chen Yi chuckled. No need to thank me. We're all in this together. I couldn't just stand by and watch you die, could I? Hu Bai laughed heartily twice, pointing at Chen Yi. You're something else, kid. You're something else. After receiving Hu Bai's approval, Chen Yi's expression remained largely unchanged. He remained utterly composed. The group stood by the lake, some distance from the riverbank. There's only one river here, no other paths. How are we supposed to cross? Wang Yu gazed at the treacherous river before them and asked doubtfully. Professor Chen pushed his glasses up his nose, his expression growing grave. Impossible. There absolutely must be a path here. Maybe we just haven't found it yet. Fat Wang scratched his head. What kind of trap could be here? On the ground? Or along the riverbank? If we go any further, we'll get tangled up with those strange fish again. Several people had just been dragged under by those strange fish, and the blood on the river's surface hadn't even had time to disperse. Chen Yi speculated. When we entered the temple, the entrance was hidden beneath the yellow sand. Could it be that the path here is concealed within the river? Han Feng's mouth fell open in horror. There are those strange fish in the river. Even if there is a path, wouldn't we be heading straight to our deaths the moment we step in the water? The others agreed with Han Feng. Entering the water was certain death. But if a path truly existed beneath the water, they seemed to have no choice but to take the gamble. Either way, we're doomed. Might as well take the gamble. Or do you plan to stay here forever? Chen Yi's counter-question stopped Han Feng in his tracks. Of course he couldn't stay here forever. The fish in the river could still come ashore. Even if they remained here, they'd eventually be attacked by the fish. Besides, there was nothing edible here. The strange fish's blood was blue, clearly poisonous. It was definitely inedible. The muscle-bound man sneered sarcastically. Where exactly do you see a path in the water? If there's no path in the water, then aren't you leading us to our deaths? Chen Yi retorted bluntly. You don't have to follow me. I never said everyone had to listen to me. This is just my theory. Professor Chen chimed in. I think you're quite right. There's only one river before us, the path must be hidden within it. With Professor Chen's endorsement, the others nodded in agreement. The group returned to the riverbank and scanned the water. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes, his brow furrowing deeply. Is there a bridge hidden beneath this water? He asked doubtfully, looking at the others. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, the others immediately followed his gaze. In the deeper waters, a hidden stone bridge lay before their eyes. Who would have thought the path was actually hidden underwater? What do we do? How are we supposed to get down there? Fat Wang crossed his arms, staring intently at the crystal-clear lake water. The clearer the water, the deeper and more bottomless it seemed. And that stone bridge looked vaguely blurry. Who among you can't swim? The others fell silent, none speaking up. Chen Yi could swim, but he wasn't particularly good at it. Seeing no one else could swim, Professor Chen stated directly, in that case, we'll just have to jump in. Han Feng felt a pang of fear and couldn't help asking, what about the strange fish? What if they show up again soon? Professor Chen pushed his glasses up his nose and said, it won't be that soon. The next batch of strange fish should appear in a few hours. Han Feng was taken aback. How did this man know the exact timing of the strange fish's appearance? Just as he was about to voice his confusion, he heard Chen Yi say, let's just get in the water then. Han Feng quickly grabbed Chen Yi's arm. Wait, bro. Aren't you scared of those weird fish? Chen Yi snorted. This is a game instance. Those fish are NPCs. They already launched one wave of attacks. The next wave won't come that quickly. Hearing this, Han Feng was stunned by Chen Yi's recklessness, treating the dungeon like an actual game. This was a deadly game. Ignoring the worry in Han Feng's eyes, Chen Yi followed Professor Chen and the others into the water. When he realized Han Feng hadn't followed, he immediately urged him on. Hurry up and follow. If you choose not to come, don't blame me for my words. Han Feng gritted his teeth, telling himself Chen Yi wouldn't deliberately harm him. Steeling his nerves, he finally plunged into the water. Wang Yu watched Han Feng and added a stinging remark, you really are a coward. Chapter 46, Things are looking up. Han Feng pressed his lips together, desperate to deny it, but his excuses were indeed flimsy. Seeing Hu Bai and the others already submerged, Chen Yi hurriedly urged, hurry up and follow. Don't get left behind. With that, he dove straight into the water. Wang Yu hurried after him. Han Feng took a deep breath, pinched his nose, and plunged into the water. They had assumed the stone bridge wasn't far away. Holding their breath the entire way, they swam underwater. Yet, even as they neared oxygen deprivation, they still hadn't reached the hidden stone bridge. Chen Yi's face was flushed from holding his breath, his heart beginning to ache, and his swimming grew increasingly sluggish. Many others were in the same predicament as Chen Yi, nearly suffocating from oxygen deprivation. Several couldn't endure it any longer and tried to swim toward the surface, but they were too deep to reach it immediately. Han Feng was already bubbling at the mouth. Each gasp drew water into his stomach. Choking, he covered his nose. Chen Yi persevered for a while, but when he realized the distance to the stone bridge hadn't changed, he too decided to return to the surface for air. Returning to the surface would certainly be quicker than reaching the stone bridge. The moment this thought crossed his mind, a sudden gust of wind erupted from the water. Chen Yi looked down in confusion and saw a small tornado forming beneath their feet. The underwater whirlwind gradually grew larger, forming a massive vortex. The vortex sucked in everything around it, including them as they held their breath underwater. Han Feng's eyes widened as he tried to cry out for help, but before he could utter a sound, he was sucked straight into the vortex. As Han Feng was sucked in, Chen Yi swiftly grabbed his hand and was pulled into the vortex alongside him. They spun relentlessly within the vortex. The world spun violently before Chen Yi's eyes, his mind a hazy blur. When he came to, he found himself in complete darkness. He raised his hand to feel around, soon encountering the rough texture of a wall. Then he reached out beside him. Han Feng. His hand made contact with a person, then slammed into them with force. A cry of pain echoed through the quiet surroundings. Damn it, who the hell hit me? That hurt. Hearing Han Feng's voice, Chen Yi finally relaxed. I did. Han Feng instantly recognized Chen Yi's voice, and his angry tone softened slightly. Why did you hit me? And with such force? My legs definitely bruised now. Chen Yi replied matter-of-factly, I called you earlier, but you didn't wake up. I thought something had happened to you. Hearing this, Han Feng had even less reason to be angry. Fine. Han Feng rubbed the bruised spot. Everything was pitch black before his eyes. If not for the sound, he wouldn't even know which direction Chen Yi was in. Where are you? A soft voice rang out. It was Wang Yu's. Wang Yu had also regained consciousness. Chen Yi spoke up, we're here. See if there's anyone else beside you. Hearing Chen Yi's voice, Wang Yu felt a little relieved. She reached out beside her and felt several bodies. Wake up! Wake up! She roused them all. A beam of light shone upon them, instantly illuminating their surroundings. They had been swept into the cave by that vortex. The group looked utterly bedraggled, their clothes clinging wet and heavy to their bodies. A chilly wind blew, sending shivers down their spines. It's freezing. Does anyone have a fire? Let's warm up first. Wang Yu suggested, then hugged her arms tightly, leaning against the uneven wall. Han Feng rubbed his hands together, freezing as well, and immediately pulled out his tools. Though he had little skill, his family was wealthy, and he had more tools than one could count. He immediately pulled out a fire-igniting talisman and tossed it onto the ground with several pieces of wood. The moment the talisman touched the wood, flames leapt up. Instantly, a group of people gathered around the fire. In an instant, much of the biting cold was driven from their bodies. Many cast envious glances at Han Feng. Feeling their gazes, Han Feng instantly swelled with pride. He lifted his chin like a peacock displaying its feathers. Chen Yi looked at Professor Chen. What should we do next? Professor Chen gave Chen Yi a surprised look, his voice tinged with confusion. I didn't expect you to be more proactive than us. But given our current situation, it's not advisable to press forward any further. Chen Yi looked puzzled at Professor Chen. Why? Our stamina is completely depleted. What we need most now is to replenish our strength. Only then did Chen Yi realize the urgency, as his stomach began to rumble in protest. The successive gurgling sounds made everyone feel awkward. The two women in the group felt especially uncomfortable. Did you bring any provisions? Hu Bai asked Chen Yi. Chen Yi pulled out some provisions from his bag. He had prepared for this when entering the dungeon. Provisions were essential. Seeing this, Hu Bai said nothing more. The group gathered around the fire, munching on their rations as the flames warmed their bodies. Their faces glowed crimson in the light. After finishing their rations, Hu Bai and his companions still made no move. Chen Yi unconsciously drew closer to Hu Bai, eager to learn the secrets of his 16-character Yin-Yang Feng Shui technique. Before he could speak up, Hu Bai suddenly turned to look at him. You seem quite interested in my family's feng shui secrets. Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice before he smiled and said, I just happened to hear that the 16-word Yin-Yang Feng Shui secret technique is incredibly powerful, so I'm a bit curious. Hu Bai asked with a smile, is it merely curiosity? Chen Yi didn't hide his true intentions. It's more than curiosity. I actually want to learn it. After speaking, his gaze locked onto Hu Bai's face. Hearing this, Hu Bai didn't grow angry. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter. I didn't expect you to hold such high regard for the 16-character Yin-Yang Feng Shui secret art. While I admire you, you won't be able to master this art. Hu Bai spoke with absolute certainty, having already judged the outcome before Chen Yi had even attempted it. Naturally, Chen Yi was dissatisfied with this. After all, one must try anything to know for sure. How can you say I can't do it when I haven't even tried? I'm not deceiving you. You truly cannot master it. I advise you to give up. Chen Yi shook his head. Can I at least try? Bai raised an eyebrow. Seeing Chen Yi stubbornly refusing to give up, he suddenly found the situation amusing. You want to try? Chen Yi replied without hesitation, let me see the book on the 16-character Yang Feng Shui secret techniques. Bai's eyebrows lifted slightly as he sighed helplessly, of course I'd love to give you that book, but I don't have it with me. Chapter 47, The Giant Scorpion. Hearing this, Chen Yi instantly felt a pang of disappointment. Could it be that this time, he had no chance to learn the 16-character Yang Feng Shui secret technique? He had been seeking every chance to build rapport with Bai, all to get him to relent. Just as he was about to succeed, this happened. Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. Though you'll never master it, I still admire your courage and decisiveness. Chen Yi forced a smile, just as Bai extended his hand toward him. You're my brother for life. Brave and resourceful, you're destined for great things. Chen Yi smiled at the praise and reached out to shake Bai's hand. Then his pupils suddenly contracted, his face frozen in shock. He had merely shaken hands with Bai, yet the contents of the 16-character Yang Feng Shui secret technique instantly appeared in his mind. His omniscient skill could actually be applied to people. This was simply incredible. Chen Yi's eyes lit up. Bai looked at Chen Yi's suddenly changing expression with confusion. Why was he suddenly so happy? Just moments ago, he'd been looking utterly dejected. This change was faster than a face-changing performance. What's got you so happy? Bai asked with a smile. Chen Yi snapped back to reality and shook his head quickly. He certainly couldn't tell Bai that he'd already mastered the 16-character Yang Feng Shui secret technique. Nothing, he said. Just thinking about something else. Bai eyed Chen Yi suspiciously. Chen Yi quickly changed the subject. Right, how should we proceed? The terrain here seems rather complicated, nothing but uneven stones. Wonder if there are any traps. Bai didn't respond to Chen Yi's question, instead turning his gaze toward Professor Chen. Professor Chen pushed his glasses up his nose, tilted his chin, and stated plainly, just follow the path. It'll lead us to our destination eventually. That was practically useless information, Chen Yi couldn't help but think to himself. After resting sufficiently, the group extinguished the fire and emerged from the cave kiln. Outside the cave kiln, the light was slightly brighter than inside. But it was still dark. Professor Chen led the way, occasionally glancing at the map in his hand. Chen Yi and Han Feng brought up the rear. Wang Yu, who had initially led the group, seemed to notice them lagging behind and immediately slowed her pace. Why are you guys walking so slow? Chen Yi pursed his lips and said, why rush? Han Feng chimed in, exactly. We just filled our stomachs. If we walk too fast, we might get stomachaches. Wang Yu and Chen Yi exchanged glances, looking at Han Feng as if he were an idiot. Then Wang Yu suddenly asked, by the way, I still don't know if you two are new recruits or... Chen Yi narrowed his eyes, eyeing Wang Yu suspiciously. Does it matter? As long as we clear the stage, right? Wang Yu smiled gently and explained, if there are newbies in the party, the dungeon difficulty is reduced. That's why I asked. Han Feng immediately retorted, well, I'm afraid you're out of luck, we're not newbies. So you're veteran players? Then you must have a lot of gear. Chen Yi's gaze fixed on Wang Yu as he chuckled softly. You're eyeing our gear, aren't you? Wang Yu blinked innocently. Of course not. You saved me, I wouldn't bite the hand that fed me. Han Feng crossed his arms, suspicion written across his face. That sounds pretty suspicious. If you had no ulterior motives, why bring this up in front of us? Does this woman really think they're so easy to fool? Wang Yu tried to explain, but the two men before her wouldn't give her a chance. They simply walked past her, striding forward at a brisk pace. After walking for a while, Chen Yi suddenly rubbed his nose. His brows knitted tightly together, his expression complex. Han Feng's face twisted as well. Damn it, why do I smell something weird? Chen Yi grunted in agreement, a bloody stench. What the hell is that stench? This is a temple, right? How long has it been since they cleaned this place? Chen Yi's mouth twitched twice upon hearing Han Feng's words. The people ahead of them overheard the exchange and immediately pinched their noses. After venting his frustration, Han Feng suddenly felt his clothes grow heavy. He glanced at Chen Yi beside him. Bro, why are you grabbing my clothes? It's getting heavy, I can barely walk. Chen Yi asked in confusion, what are you talking about? I told you to let go. Your grip is too tight, it's digging into my shoulder and hurting. Chen Yi raised his hands. I haven't moved them. At those words, Han Feng's face instantly drained of color, and he swallowed nervously. Bro, check this out, what the hell is this thing tugging at my shirt? Damn it! It's so heavy. He'd thought it was Chen Yi pulling him. Chen Yi glanced behind Han Feng. In the darkness, he caught only a sudden flash of pliers. He then shone his flashlight behind Han Feng. Instantly, the massive creature behind him was illuminated in stark detail. Chen Yi locked eyes with those two black bean-sized eyes. He couldn't help but tense up. Only then did he realize the massive scorpion pincers were hooked onto the back of Han Feng's collar. No wonder you felt so heavy. How could such a massive claw not weigh a ton? Han Feng stiffly turned his head, his entire body trembling with fright. Damn it, damn it. What kind of ing luck is this? Why am I always the one getting hurt? Chen Yi pressed his lips together and silently moved closer to Wang Yu. Han Feng thought Chen Yi was about to run away and shouted urgently, Bro, you can't leave me behind. You promised my dad. Chen Yi retreated to Wang Yu's side, merely wanting to get a clear look at the scorpion. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. Han Feng exhaled in relief, but his heart began pounding wildly again upon seeing the monstrous creature before him. Chen Yi whispered, Quick, pull your clothes out from under those pincers. How else are you going to run later? Hearing Chen Yi's words, Han Feng grew even more frantic. How am I supposed to do that? It's staring right at me. The commotion on Han Feng's side didn't draw the attention of those ahead. Probably because their voices were too soft. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes and shone the flashlight in his hand directly at the scorpion's eyes. The blinding white light struck the scorpion's eyes, causing it to freeze momentarily. Han Feng seized the moment, freed himself from his clothes, and turned to run with every ounce of strength he had. Chen Yi switched off the light and followed suit. Run! There's a giant scorpion behind us. The person who had been leading the way, oblivious until now, heard Han Feng's words and glanced back several times. Only then did they clearly see the enormous purple scorpion standing behind them. Chapter 48, Temporary Escape. Holy! Is this scorpion possessed? How can it be this huge? Who cares if it's possessed? Run now! How are we supposed to kill something this big? Panic instantly gripped the group. They bolted forward without a second thought about fighting the scorpion. Chen Yi dragged Han Feng along as they sprinted frantically, the scorpion hot on their heels. Its massive body was constrained in the narrow cave. Every few steps sent the cave rattling and clattering. Pebbles rained down from the cave ceiling, pelting their bodies, yet they dared not pause for even a moment. As Shirley Yang ran, she tripped over something beneath her feet and instantly fell to the ground. Bai quickly pulled Shirley Yang to her feet. Run. Wang Fat wiped his face. Damn it! He raised his gun and fired at the scorpion behind them. The massive scorpion let out a piercing scream of pain, its shrill cry making everyone dizzy and disoriented. Those unable to withstand it collapsed instantly. Cover your ears. You're all crazy. Cover your ears now. Damn it! Bullets can't even kill this thing, its skin is so tough. Han Feng watched as people grew numb, yet his feet dared not pause for even a moment. Fat Wang kept firing his gun relentlessly, but the scorpion only slowed slightly. It didn't stop. Fatso, run. That thing's bulletproof. Wang Fatty realized this too, holstered his gun, and scrambled to follow. Save me. Chen Yi and Han Feng glanced back and saw that Wang Yu had fallen behind. Worse, the scorpion had grabbed her foot and flung her away. Chen Yi paused briefly before drawing his dagger. Han Feng saw this and immediately grabbed Chen Yi's arm. Bro, don't be impulsive. If bullets can't stop it, how could a knife possibly work? The scorpion approached Wang Yu, who had been slammed against the wall, her leg shattered. Pain made tears well up in her eyes. Save me. Please, I beg you. Wang Yu immediately pleaded for help from Chen Yi and the others. Han Feng pressed his lips together, his heart aching with pity. But compared to himself, he was still more important. A system-forged blade is no ordinary weapon. Mine can cleave through anything. Chen Yi charged forward with his blade. No, man. Don't be reckless. Han Feng couldn't even grab Chen Yi, forced to watch helplessly as he charged forward. He couldn't just let Chen Yi get himself into trouble after all, their fates were now intertwined. Besides, he had faith in Chen Yi. Are you out of your mind? He actually charged in. Bai and Fat who were running ahead, saw Chen Yi charging back to rescue someone and stopped in their tracks. Wang Fat spat in disgust, then reluctantly drew his gun again to give Chen Yi and Wang Yu a chance to save themselves. The scorpion moved swiftly, but Wang Fatso's gunfire slowed its advance. Wang Yu tremblingly pulled out her life-saving explosive stone and hurled it at the approaching scorpion. Boom! The explosion sent the scorpion flying. Simultaneously, the explosion sent shockwaves rippling through the cavern. Han Feng had just pulled out an item when he witnessed the scorpion being blown away. His mouth fell open. There are survival items here. Why would she need Chen Yi to save her? Did she want to use their items? Chen Yi rushed over and pulled Wang Yu to her feet. Wang Yu immediately let out a pained scream. It hurts. What's wrong with your leg? Wang Yu gritted her teeth against the pain. My leg's broken. I can't walk anymore. Chen Yi glanced at the scorpion writhing on the ground, then hoisted Wang Yu onto his shoulder and sprinted away. Let's go. Han Feng hurried to follow. The group raced to an open area. Seeing no scorpions following, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Yi set Wang Yu down and sat on the ground to rest. Han Feng sat panting on the ground, glancing at Wang Yu who kept clutching her leg. You had that life-saving gadget earlier. Why didn't you just use it? If you'd used it sooner, you wouldn't be in this mess now. Han Feng's tone was sharp. Wang Yu pressed her lips tightly together. I don't have many items. Each one I use is one less I have. But you still used one. Wang Yu's eyes instantly reddened as she lowered her head, saying nothing. Women are such a hassle. I say, you don't need to bother with her. Isn't it fine to just be an ordinary woman? Why compete with men? The muscle-bound man sneered. Wang Yu's hands instantly clenched into fists, her face twisted with resentment. Han Feng glanced at her dislocated leg. You can't walk on that leg now. You can't expect Chen Yi to carry you forever. Wang Yu pressed her hand against her leg, wincing in pain at the touch. You don't need to worry about me. I can walk on my own. The muscle-bound man immediately sneered. How are you supposed to walk with a broken leg? Don't slow us down. We won't wait for you. Hubai stepped forward. Let me take a look. I know a bit about setting bones. Wang Yu's eyes lit up with hope as she looked at Hubai. As Hubai spoke, his hand pressed against the injured spot on Wang Yu's leg. Is this the spot? It's not broken, it's dislocated. Wang Yu had barely nodded when a sudden, piercing pain made her cry out involuntarily. She quickly covered her mouth. Alright, see if you can walk. Wang Yu took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and shifted her weight a couple of times. My leg's better. Thank you, I really can't thank you enough. Hubai waved his hand dismissively. Be more careful next time. If you hurt your leg and can't walk, no one will be able to help you. Wang Yu knew full well that every moment here was fraught with danger. Han Feng shot Chen Yi a meaningful glance. Bro, don't run so fast. That woman has a life-saving gadget, she just hasn't used it yet. Chen Yi grunted in acknowledgement. That woman had tried to help them earlier, which was why he'd wanted to assist her. Shelly Yang took out her camera and snapped photos of the surrounding walls. Han Feng glanced over before looking away, unable to resist snarking. What's there to photograph in such a dangerous place? Chen Yi glanced at Shirley Yang too. He knew she was the one truly seeking the lost city of Jingjue. There seems to be a path ahead. Let's keep going deeper. After taking several photos, Shirley Yang surveyed the surroundings before turning to Hubai. Hubai paused briefly. Let's take a break. Fat Wang couldn't help but protest. Hey, you're in such a rush you won't even give us time to rest? He sat down on the ground and casually tapped something against the sand. What the hell is that in your hand? Li Lin, sitting beside Wang Fatso, stared in horror at the white bones in his hand. Wang Fatso glanced down, realized it was a bone, and flung it away in fright. Damn it, what bad luck! Li Lin stumbled backward several steps, distancing himself from Wang Fatso. Hubai walked over to Wang Fatso, scraped away the sand on the ground, and immediately found more white bones. Chapter 49, Army Ants. Han Feng was stunned. Holy, someone died here? These bones must be weathered, right? Hubai touched the bones. These bones are too clean. Chen Yi chimed in immediately, probably gnawed by something? Hearing Chen Yi's words, a chill ran down his spine. Wang Yu instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. If that's the case, then there must be other creatures here, right? Hubai immediately turned to Professor Chen, who said, these bones are indeed too clean. He ran his fingers over them again and added, they must have died recently. Han Feng froze for a second. Not long dead? But the flesh is gone, how could it be fresh? Professor, you must be mistaken. Don't question the professor. He's an archaeology expert, he knows far more than you, an amateur. Xiao Yi shot Han Feng a glare. Han Feng chuckled awkwardly and promptly shut up. If it really died recently, we can't stay here too long. Chen Yi chimed in, and Hubai nodded in agreement. Exactly. If something is really out there, we might not stand a chance. No sooner had Hubai finished speaking than the ground began to tremble. Chen Yi immediately looked over, his pupils suddenly contracting. That scorpion isn't dead. It's charging at us. Watch your step. Quick, head for the narrow passage. The scorpion was large. If they retreated into a smaller space, the scorpion couldn't squeeze through and wouldn't be able to harm them. But their current resting spot was wide open. The scorpion burst out, suddenly finding itself in hunting territory. Its tail whipped through the air, the stinger pointing straight at Wang Yu. Wang Yu's face instantly drained of color. Han Feng swallowed hard. Holy crap, this scorpion actually holds a grudge. Wang Yu quickly pulled out her prop and gripped it tightly. The next second, the scorpion's tail lunged toward Wang Yu. Wang Yu frantically flung the prop into the air, where it collided with the scorpion's tail. Boom! An explosion erupted. The scorpion let out a hiss, enraged, and continued its pursuit. Seeing that the prop he'd thrown hadn't even scratched the scorpion, Wang Yu's face turned ashen. It's over. It's over. This woman is probably done for. Han Feng noticed the scorpion relentlessly pursuing Wang Yu, while the prop in her hand proved utterly useless against it. This was a dead end. Fat Wang fired his gun at the scorpion while the others scrambled for cover. Han Feng turned to Chen Yi beside him. What should we do? Help or not? Chen Yi gripped the dagger in his hand and charged straight at the scorpion. Han Feng cursed under his breath, quickly pulling out his prop and watching Chen Yi intently. Chen Yi charged forward, leaping onto Scorpion's body and plunging his dagger deep into the target. The scorpion's tough hide split open effortlessly under the blade. The scorpion writhed in agony, violently shaking Chen Yi off its back. It completely abandoned Wang Yu and turned its attack on Chen Yi instead. Chen Yi landed on the ground, rolled to avoid the scorpion's tail strike, and plunged his dagger into the scorpion once more. The scorpion collapsed in agony, its screams echoing relentlessly. Wang Fei shot Chen Yi an admiring glance before intensifying his fire. Hu Bai yelled at Chen Yi, cut off its legs. Chen Yi understood immediately, circling around the scorpion. The scorpion chased after him, causing it to spin in circles in the same spot. Fatso, aim for its eyes. Hu Bai barked instructions to Wang Fatso beside him. Fat Wang immediately shifted his gun's aim, I'll make sure to hit its eyes. His aim was precise, and he hit the scorpion squarely in the eye. The scorpion flew into a rage, lashing its tail toward Wang Fatso. Hu Bai lunged forward, tackling Wang Fat to the ground just in time to dodge the strike. Chen Yi seized the moment the scorpion shifted its target, slashing its leg clean off with his dagger. The scorpion collapsed instantly. Its tail whipped through the air, darting swiftly toward Chen Yi. Chen Yi reacted with lightning speed, severing the scorpion's tail. In that instant, the scorpion lost its lethal weapon. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Hu Bai stepped forward, comrade, you're incredibly brave. Fat Wang slapped Chen Yi on the shoulder. You're the manliest one in this bunch. You may look skinny, but your guts are stronger than some people's. As he spoke, Wang Pangzi shot a cold, mocking glance at the muscle-bound man hiding farthest away. The muscle man caught Wang Fat's gaze but merely curled his lips in indifference. His goal was to survive. Why should he risk himself for strangers? Han Feng stared at the scorpion, its legs and tail now severed, and only then found the courage to stand before it. Ha! Think you're tough? Daring to chase after me? Well, guess you can't be so cocky now. Chen Yi glanced at the immobile scorpion, then turned his gaze to Hu Bai. How do we deal with it? Just as Hu Bai was about to speak, hands in pockets, Shirley Yang shouted, ants. Everyone's hearts leapt to their throats as they stared intently at the ground. Ants crawled toward the immobile scorpion from all directions. Quick, don't get close to them. They're army ants, they can devour a person in no time. Professor Chen urgently warned, do you have any fire? These army ants won't spare a single living thing. Han Feng quickly replied, I have it. I have it. His bag of tricks was well stocked, containing both a flint and a fire charm. By the time he retrieved his gear, the scorpion was already swarming with army ants. In an instant, the scorpion was reduced to a pile of bones. Han Feng's eyes widened as he swallowed hard. That was way too fast, wasn't it? In the blink of an eye, he devoured that enormous scorpion. Quick, quick, fire, fire! Professor Chen shouted frantically. The army ants had shifted their focus to them, swarming across the ground in a dense, crawling mass. Han Feng swiftly pulled out his flint, struck a spark, and flung it toward the ants on the ground. In an instant, flames erupted, engulfing many of the ants on the ground. Damn it, how could this ever burn them all? They were everywhere. There were even more swarming on the stone wall. Where did they all come from? Han Feng kept flinging flint stones at the ground around him. The others began hurling whatever flammable items they could find. But the marching ants were simply too numerous, they couldn't possibly burn them all. Run! Run now! These things are endless! The group scrambled backward. Run! That way! Hu Bai pointed toward the only spot untouched by the marching ants. The group immediately began running. Chen Yi lit the fire talisman in his hand and tossed it onto the ground. Flames swept across the marching ants like a dragon. Chapter 50, Moths. Though a swath of marching ants was incinerated, dense swarms continued advancing relentlessly toward them. Move! These things are tough to deal with. As they retreated, Chen Yi lit the fire talismans in his hands and flung them behind him. Each fire talisman successfully consumed a swath of marching ants. Finally, they pulled away from the marching ants, who couldn't catch up for now. Damn it, these marching ants have already burned through nearly half my supplies. Han Feng couldn't help but vent his frustration. When the hell are we getting out of this godforsaken place? The muscle-bound man frowned deeply, his words catching Hu Bai's attention. Aren't you here to find the city of Jingjue? The muscle man's eyes flickered twice. He mumbled a few vague ahas and fell silent. Hu Bai turned to Chen Yi and asked with a smile, what about you? My goal is the same as yours, of course. Hu Bai gave a knowing nod. Wang Fatso looked puzzled and asked, what's up? Hu Bai shook his head. Nothing. Let's rest a bit before continuing. Chen Yi sensed Hu Bai's suspicion toward them. He lowered his gaze, sat on the ground, and began twirling the dagger in his hand. Han Feng rubbed his stomach, pulled out the prepared rations, and nudged Chen Yi. Want some? Chen Yi took it without hesitation and began munching. The others gradually pulled out their own rations and began munching as well. Hu Bai sat down beside Han Feng and Chen Yi, smiling as he asked, those gadgets you're holding look pretty interesting. Han Feng chuckled along, you bet. Coming to a place like this unprepared would be like walking into a death trap. Hu Bai chuckled. You guys look pretty young, and not exactly fearless, yet you dared to come to such a dangerous place. Han Feng snorted. Risk and reward are proportional, right? The greater the risk, the richer the reward. Who among those entering the dungeon isn't aiming to rise above the rest? Even though he was already incredibly wealthy, who wouldn't want something even better? Who wouldn't want to climb higher? Hu Bai nodded. True. Still, I admire your courage. Han Feng chuckled. You pulled out some food from her bag and took a couple of bites before suddenly noticing something crawling on the wall. He stared at it in confusion for a moment. Was that a moth? You studied it for a while and realized the creature clinging to the stone wall bore a striking resemblance to a moth. Chen Yi and Han Feng both looked over. Don't touch it. Chen Yi bellowed at Li Lin, who was about to reach out and touch the moth on the wall. Li Lin's hand froze, startled out of his wits. What's wrong? Han Feng stared at Li Lin in astonishment. Bro, are you out of your mind? You dare touch the creatures here? Hearing this, Li Lin seemed to snap out of it and immediately pulled his hand back. No. What was I doing? Why would I even think of touching some unknown creature like that? Li Lin clutched the hand that had nearly touched the moth, scrambling backward to create distance. What the hell is this thing? Could it be some kind of illusion? Han Feng saw the genuine terror in Li Lin's expression and couldn't help but grow suspicious. Chen Yi frowned. Keep your voices down. This thing must be sleeping. Let's take advantage of their rest and hurry up. Han Feng choked. We barely rested 10 minutes and already have to rush again? My legs are still wobbly. Chen Yi watched the evenly distributed moths on the stone wall with vigilance. If we don't move, they'll wake up and we'll become their food. These things can fly, we might not even outrun them. At this, Han Feng fell silent, not daring to make a sound. The others, hearing Chen Yi's words, moved with even greater caution. They rose from the ground with utmost care. Hu Bai nodded to Chen Yi. Let's go. There's a path ahead. Keep moving forward. Chen Yi grunted in acknowledgement and led the way with Hu Bai. After taking a few steps, Li Lin's gaze was suddenly drawn to the moth. He walked toward it. The next second, his eyes snapped back into focus, and he hurriedly backed away. He swallowed hard and quickly caught up to the rear of the group. Click! The camera's flash lit up, its sound echoing in the quiet surroundings. The group, retreating cautiously, froze instantly and turned toward Li Lin. Li Lin looked at the camera in his hands, meeting the gazes of the group. He shook his head frantically. I turned off the flash. The pitch-black cave was instantly illuminated. The surrounding stone walls began to glow, lighting up the entire cavern. Han Feng's lips trembled. These moths are glowing. Dense swarms of moths left the stone walls and filled the air. Run! Chen Yi shouted immediately, grabbing Han Feng and starting to run. The others instantly quickened their pace and began running. The moth's speed was terrifying. Though they'd gained some distance, the moths caught up in no time. Li Lin ran frantically, yet his speed was no match for the moths. In an instant, they caught up to him. The moths instantly covered his entire body. Li Lin had barely pulled out his prop when he was completely enveloped by a swarm of moths. He became a moth swarm. Holy, Li Lin! His companions spotted him and hurled a fire talisman at the cocoon. The fire ignited instantly, sending the moths scattering in all directions. Li Lin lay on the ground, blood streaming down his face. Damn it, these damn things! The person ahead pulled back the dazed figure. Don't throw it. Run. This thing is just like those marching ants earlier, you can't kill them all. Chen Yi glanced back to see a swarm of glowing moths already closing in. He turned to Han Feng beside him and asked, any more firebomb grenades? Han Feng felt around and nodded immediately. Yes. Give them to me. Han Feng handed them over without hesitation. Chen Yi took the bomb, stepped back 2 paces. Then he hurled it toward the moths swarming midair. An explosion echoed, buying them precious time to escape. Run! Quick! Fat Wang couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, why are there so many freaking things on this road? It hasn't stopped the whole way. There's a bridge over there. Cross it quickly. Shelly Yang pointed to a suspension bridge ahead. Han Feng glanced at it, his heart pounding with fear. This bridge, is it stable? It won't snap in a moment, will it? Beneath the suspension bridge lay a pitch-black lake, where something seemed to be stirring. Shelly Yang walked straight onto the suspension bridge. Fat Wang followed closely behind. Chen Yi nudged Han Feng. Hurry! Besides this path, the only other way is by water. Do you want to jump down and take that route? Chapter 51, First Encounter with the Queen of Jingjue. Han Feng glanced at the dark lake below the bridge and immediately started walking onto the suspension bridge. No way! The water below clearly had something wrong with it. He might get devoured by whatever lurked beneath the surface the moment he stepped in. The suspension bridge swayed violently. The moment he stepped onto it, he grabbed the railing, barely steadying himself. It's swaying too much. Don't all cross at once. Shelly Yang nearly got flung off the bridge, but Hu Bai caught her just in time. Those crossing behind them, hearing Shirley Yang's warning, paid it no mind. They just wanted to hurry across. Who knew when those man-eating moths might catch up? The suspension bridge strained under the excessive weight, teetering precariously. Han Feng's hands gripping the suspension bridge ropes bulged with veins. He couldn't help but yell at the people behind him, "Stop coming up! Do you want to get us all killed?" Those behind paused, seeing the bridge sway violently, and hesitated to cross. With the reduced weight, the swaying lessened. Soon they reached the other side. Han Feng swallowed hard, glancing down at the dark river below. "We should be able to rest now, right? Feels like we haven't had a break all day." As he spoke, Han Feng suddenly remembered something. "What time is it?" At his prompting, the others immediately began searching for something to check the time. Chen Yi raised his wrist, revealing his watch. It was already 2 a.m. Han Feng let out a soft grunt, rubbing his eyes. "No wonder I'm so exhausted. It's already this late. Time to sleep." Wan Yu whispered, "Let's find a place to rest. Even if we keep going, our bodies can't hold out. If we collapse, the consequences of that were all too clear. If we can't hold out, we could easily lose our lives." Chen Yi looked at Hu Bai, who in turn glanced at Shirley Yang. Shirley Yang's gaze settled on Chen Yi and the other players. Finally, she nodded. "Then let's rest for a while." Saying this, Shirley Yang pulled out her watch and glanced at it. "How about 4 hours?" Han Feng had never rested for such a short period. Chen Yi had no objections. He didn't even want to rest, but his body was genuinely exhausted. Pushing through could lead to trouble. "Is this place safe? What if something sneaks up on us while we're asleep and just takes us out?" The muscle-bound man sneered. "If you're scared, then keep your eyes open and guard us." Hearing this, the man fell silent. The muscle-bound man snorted derisively. Chen Yi sat down on the ground and then lay flat on his back. Han Feng asked in surprise, "Aren't you afraid something might appear later?" Chen Yi took a deep breath. "This spot should be relatively safe. Let's rest for now. My body can't take much more. Surviving is already a struggle." Han Feng sighed silently. "How much longer? I'm so exhausted. The day wasn't even over yet. 6 more days to go." Shelley Yan was flipping through a notebook when her gaze fell upon the wall. Han Feng froze the moment he saw the woman's movement. What is she doing now? Is there something on the wall? As he spoke, Han Feng, who had been leaning against the wall, immediately stepped forward several paces. Chen Yi chuckled at the sight. Shelley Yang shone her flashlight onto the stone wall, revealing a painting etched into the surface. Professor Chen stood up excitedly, his gaze following every inch of the painting on the stone wall. Hu Bai quickly asked, "Professor Chen, what's wrong? Is there something unusual about this painting?" Professor Chen's hand trembled as he began tracing the surface of the wall. "Nothing's wrong. I'm just a bit excited to see an artifact." Han Feng, sitting on the ground, let out a surprised "Ah." "It's just a painting. How can that be considered an artifact? And it's carved into the stone wall. We can't even take it with us." "Of course it counts. Artifacts are called artifacts because they possess profound historical significance, representing cultures we don't fully understand. Our goal is precisely to unravel the mysteries they hold." Han Feng blinked, not quite understanding. But seeing the excitement on Professor Chen's face, he dryly remarked, "You guys are real heroes. Taking such risks just to find artifacts." While they were merely surviving in the dungeon, the people here were genuinely pushing forward for what they truly desired. The painting above must depict the Queen of Jingjue. The figures resting on the ground instantly turned their gaze toward Shirley Yang. Shirley Yang, holding her lamp, leaned against the mural on the stone wall. "We must be very close to the Queen of Jingjue's tomb." Han Feng shuddered. Chen Yi looked up and glanced at the mural on the stone wall. "What's that about the Queen of Jingjue?" Wang Yu stepped forward, standing beside Shirley Yang, her gaze fixed on the mural. "Is this Queen of Jingjue some kind of demon?" The painting shows her glancing at a man, and he vanishes. Wang Yu pointed to one painting. In it, a man knelt before the Queen of Jingjue, but when she lifted her veil to look at him, the man vanished instantly. Shelley Yang nodded. "Legend does indeed suggest the Queen of Jingjue was a demon." Wang Fatso's eyes widened instantly before he blurted out, "If the Queen of Jingjue is a demon, why are we even bothering to find her tomb? Isn't this just a suicide mission?" Shirley Yang frowned slightly. "That's just a rumor." Professor Chen chuckled. "Comrade Wang, don't worry too much. We archaeologists tend to magnify things beyond our understanding, stretching beyond imagination. It's bound to get a bit exaggerated." Wang Fat scratched his head. "What's that supposed to mean? You intellectuals talk in riddles. I can't follow a word of it." Xiao Yi explained, "What we're saying is, the rumor about the Queen of Jingjue being a demon is just speculation based on a tiny bit of information. It might not be true at all. She isn't real, yet you're so certain." Seeing Wang Fatso's frightened expression, Xiao Yi's smile grew even wider. "That's how archaeologists work. We have to use our imagination. Otherwise, how could we decipher the clues hidden in ancient artifacts? So you're all just making stuff up? You guys are something else." Wang Fatty plopped down onto the ground and took a sip from the water bottle beside him. Professor Chen shook his head and immersed himself once more in the mural. The legend of the Queen of Jingjue being a demon is just a rumor, but that rumor might not be entirely false. Look, the text above clearly tells us that the Queen of Jingjue possessed a unique ability. Chapter 52, Han Feng's speculation. Holy crap! Are there really demons in this world? Han Feng expressed skepticism upon hearing Shirley Yang's words. The muscle-bound man sneered contemptuously, that's utter nonsense. How could demons possibly exist in this world? Chen Yi lifted an eyebrow and glanced at the muscle man. I don't think so. The world is vast and full of wonders. The existence of demons wouldn't be that strange, especially since what's happening to us is already bizarre enough. The dungeon itself was already strange enough. If there were demons, it wouldn't seem so out of place. Besides, in a dungeon, anything can exist. You can't equate their world with the dungeons. Hu Bai frowned. You archaeologists actually believe in ghosts and demons? We're atheists. If you truly believed in such things, how could you dare come here to do archaeology? Professor Chen pushed his glasses up his nose and replied gently, the Jingjue Kingdom has over 2,000 years of history. It's the most brilliant chapter in Western region culture and the pursuit of my entire life. Before I die, I must find the tomb of the Queen of Jingjue. Hearing Professor Chen's heartfelt words, Han Feng let out a soft chuckle. He couldn't help but ask, I'm genuinely curious, what's the difference between you archaeologists and grave robbers? Aren't both just taking people's burial offerings after they've died? Archaeologists are even worse, they go so far as to study other people's corpses. Should the dead be granted dignity? The archaeologist's expressions darkened instantly. Of course it's different, those tomb raiders are thieves. Fat Wang wasn't having it, then aren't archaeologists thieves too? What's the difference? They all enter tombs without the owner's permission. How are archaeologists thieves? We seek historical truths to preserve cultural heritage and restore artifacts, we're nothing like grave robbers. Professor Chen sighed. Seems you're not too fond of archaeologists. Hu Bai quickly nudged Wang Fatso, who nervously rubbed his nose and gave a dry chuckle, not at all. If I had any issues with you guys, I wouldn't have protected you all the way out here. Shelley Yang shot a glance at Hu Bai and Wang Fatso. Han Feng quietly approached Chen Yi and whispered, did you see that? That Wang Fatso. He seems to be in cahoots with Hu Bai. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. Aren't they all part of the same group? Han Feng clicked his tongue. You didn't notice? They just came together, that doesn't mean they're in cahoots. That Hu Bai and Wang Fatty are definitely up to something. Chen Yi's eyes flickered. You're quite observant, aren't you? Han Feng swelled with pride. Of course. I may not be good at much, but my observational skills are top-notch. Otherwise, I wouldn't have snagged a big shot like that so easily. After speaking, he asked again, do you think that Queen of Jingjue is a demon? If she really is a demon, then once we find her tomb, won't we just be opening the floodgates for the big boss's slaughter? Could they possibly survive? Can humans even stand up to demons? Even if she is a demon, she's been dead for so many years, what's there to fear? Han Feng choked for a moment before blurting out, have you considered that if she is a demon, then this Queen of Jingjue might still be alive? No, the Queen of Jingjue is dead. It's impossible for her to be alive. 2,000 years have passed. Even if she were a demon, she couldn't have lived that long. Han Feng pondered this and found some logic in it. Well, overthinking it won't help. Whether she's human or demon, I've got plenty of tools at my disposal. Chen Yi toyed with the dagger in his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the mural. Over there, Shirley Yang was still studying the wall murals, while a group of archaeologists scribbled notes in their notebooks. The only ones resting on the floor were almost entirely the dungeon runners. The dungeon runners couldn't care less about what the murals depicted. Their sole objective was survival, just make it through 6 days. Who had the energy to unravel the mural's secrets? Professor Chen suddenly spoke up. If this Queen of Jingjue truly was a demon, would the people of the Jingjue Kingdom still obey her? Shelley Yang shook her head. Professor, I don't think we should speculate about her being a demon. There must be something wrong with the Queen of Jingjue's eyes. Or rather, her eyes can transport a person to another dimension. Han Feng and Wang Fatty's expressions mirrored each other, staring blankly at Shirley Yang. How could it get any weirder? Another dimension? Why not just say time travel? Shelley Yang gave Wang Pengzi and Han Feng a casual glance. It's not impossible. The mural shows the Queen of Jingjue glancing at someone, and that person vanishes instantly. If someone disappears like that, they've clearly gone somewhere else. Chen Yi frowned and asked, where is this other dimension? The concept of a parallel dimension was a nebulous conjecture. No one knew where or when such a space might exist. Han Feng felt his worldview crumbling. Though the dungeon itself was already mind-bending, surely this one didn't involve supernatural nonsense? You're taking this way too far. We just want to find the Queen of Jingjue's tomb, right? Just go find it. Why invent such an elaborate story about her? This made him almost too scared to even look for the Queen of Jingjue's tomb. Wait, he didn't need to find her tomb at all. He just needed to survive. The dungeon's objective is survival, which means it's fraught with danger. Who knows? That Queen Jingjue might actually come back to life. Han Feng shivered, then edged 2 steps closer to Chen Yi. Hey, don't you think this group searching for the Queen of Jingjue's tomb is genuinely just digging for historical truth? They can't be grave robbers, right? Chen Yi chuckled. Who do you think the real grave robbers are? Hearing Han Feng's words, his eyes lit up instantly. Holy! I really guessed right, there really is. Before he could finish, Chen Yi covered his mouth. This isn't our business. Keep your mouth shut. Han Feng immediately made an okay gesture, his eyes darting back and forth across the group with intense focus. Fat Wang took a sip of water and immediately caught his gaze. Hey kid, what are you staring at? Han Feng tilted his chin. What's wrong with looking at you? Can't I even look at you? Fat Wang snorted. You little punk's got some nerve. He started walking toward Han Feng, who immediately ducked behind Chen Yi. Fatso. Chapter 53, Divergence. Hubai called out to the fat man, who finally halted. Seeing Han Feng's cowardly demeanor, he sneered disdainfully. Look at you. I haven't even done anything yet, what are you so scared of? Han Feng. He cleared his throat uncomfortably. Everyone heard that Fatso Wang just tried to hit me. Fatso Wang froze. Hey, you little brat, you're twisting the story. You're framing me. Shelly Yang frowned. Fatso, cut the nonsense. This isn't the place for your antics. If you don't want to rest, we'll just keep moving. Wang Fatso crossed his arms and immediately fell silent. I haven't even rested yet. What's the rush? Treating us like pack mules. Hubai crossed his arms, studying the mural before him. Does this mean we're getting closer to the Queen of Jingjue's tomb? To Han Feng's ears, it sounded like we're getting closer to death. Shelly Yang hummed in agreement. We're already within the Jingjue kingdom. The Queen's tomb should be at the very heart of it. Professor Chen and his team had already begun studying the murals. Hearing Shirley Yang's words, he chuckled and said, exactly. Right now, we're probably just at the front end of the Jingjue kingdom. The Queen's tomb is still some distance away. But since we've come this far, it can't be too far now. The muscular man closed his eyes for a moment, then immediately spoke up upon hearing their discussion. I think it's pretty safe here. Why don't you guys go on ahead? I'll wait for you right here. Rather than face unknown dangers, it was better to wait quietly in a secure spot. When the dungeon ended, he could leave unharmed. Shelly Yang looked at the muscle man. We don't know what lies ahead. We might not be able to return the same way, and who knows if this place might collapse. The muscle man scoffed coldly. Stop trying to scare me. It hasn't collapsed in all these years, why would it start collapsing just because I'm here? Han Feng raised an eyebrow. Miss Yang, if he wants to stay here alone, let him stay. After all, he's responsible for his own safety. This guy's got some nerve. Even though it's a dungeon, this is a tomb dungeon. To actually think he can just stay put somewhere to guarantee his own safety? How could that possibly work? Survival dungeons aren't about hiding in one spot to stay safe. You have to outmaneuver them. Chen Yi chuckled, shooting a glance at the muscle-bound man. So eager to find death? Might as well just leave this place. Hubai immediately stepped forward to smooth things over. Hey, we're all on the same team here. No need for infighting. Shelly Yang paused before speaking. I never insisted everyone must search for the Queen of Jingjue's tomb. If you wish to stay here, that's your choice. She paused, then added a warning, but staying here isn't safe. You'd be better off returning to the surface. Hearing this, the muscle-bound guy instantly flew into a rage. You damn woman, what kind of joke is this? It was already so dangerous when we first came in. If I turn back now, wouldn't that just be walking straight into their trap? Hey, watch your tone. Show some respect. Miss Yang's just giving you a heads up. Why can't a little kindness go unappreciated? Hubai glared at the muscle man, and Wang Fat immediately chimed in, exactly. The girl just told you it might not be safe here. Leaving the Jingjue kingdom and getting back to the desert is safer. Can't you understand simple words? The muscle-bound guy chuckled, then shifted his gaze to the other players who'd entered the dungeon with him. What about you lot? Are you planning to follow them and keep exploring, or stay here with me and leave in 6 days? After the muscle man finished speaking, few agreed with him. Hubai furrowed his brow. 6 days? Here? I don't think this Jingjue kingdom is big enough to keep us occupied that long. Chen Yi nodded thoughtfully. Han Feng blinked and whispered to Chen Yi, what do you mean? The quest is 6 days, right? I'm sure I didn't misremember. Chen Yi explained, they gave us 6 days, but who knows? Maybe it'll end sooner here? Besides, if you stray from the main group, trouble's bound to happen. If that muscle-bound guy insists on staying here, he'll never complete the dungeon quest. To stay alive, you'd better stick with the main group. That way, you'll not only get clues but also a way out. Han Feng let out a sharp hiss. Ending it prematurely would only make things more troublesome. He should have known dungeons wouldn't let you breeze through quests so easily. Retracing our steps was no easy feat, and the path ahead was fraught with danger. But staying put meant we might just get buried here. Chen Yi added flatly. The muscle-bound man crossed his arms, utterly unconcerned. After all, he only needed to ensure his safety for the next few days. Fat Wang scratched his head, puzzled. You guys came here to adventure? I thought you were here to study like those intellectuals, or at least to hunt for treasure. Hearing this, the muscle man turned to Wang Fatty. What kind of treasure could this godforsaken place possibly hold? Fat Wang tugged at the corner of his mouth and grinned. How could there not be? This is the tomb of the Queen of Jingjue, a queen. Her burial treasures are absolutely priceless. No, they might even be worth an entire city's worth of gold and silver. His eyes lit up as he spoke. The muscle man was hooked by Wang Fat's words, feeling a surge of interest. Items obtained in the dungeon could be used in the real world. But you need to exchange them through the system, which requires points. A city's worth of gold and jewels? Are you kidding me? Fat Wang rubbed his mouth. Who's joking? Ask the professor, he'll know for sure. The muscle man immediately turned to the professor. The professor smiled. The treasures of the Jingjue kingdom are indeed plentiful, but you mustn't touch those things carelessly. They're cultural relics, they belong to the nation. Hearing this, the muscle man's eyes lit up with greed, completely ignoring Professor Chen's words. He was already calculating how much gold and treasure he could bring back to his system space, then exchange for real-world currency. Wouldn't that make him a millionaire? Who cares if he even enters the dungeon? He'd already be above the rest. The muscle man swallowed hard, his mind already spinning with schemes. Chen Yi instantly caught the sinister gleam in the muscle man's eyes. The smile on his face deepened. This fool actually had his sights set on the Queen of Jingjue's burial offerings, truly fearless of death. I couldn't care less about those trinkets. As the heir to the mighty Han Group, money is the last thing I lack. Wang Fatso's eyes lit up instantly, immediately fixing on Han Feng. You're richer than this American chick? Chapter 54, First Use of Secret Feng Shui Techniques. Han Feng glanced over in confusion, meeting Shirley Yang's icy stare. He shrank his neck and moved closer behind Chen Yi. This woman looks fierce and intimidating. Fat Wang nodded in agreement. You bet. She's always wearing that sour look, downright fierce. Fatso. Shirley Yang shot him a cold glare. Fat Wang finally reined himself in. Alright. I won't say anything. You two keep studying. I need to get some proper rest. Chen Yi also withdrew his gaze, leaning against the wall and falling asleep instantly. A sudden clamor erupted beside him, and Chen Yi opened his eyes. It's nothing. Go back to sleep. They've started debating literature. Han Feng crossed his arms, his eyelids drooping to slits. Chen Yi sat up. What debate? About the Queen of Jingjue. Honestly, we're already here, why are we still guessing? Just go find her. We're practically on their turf already, and they're still debating here. This group is just plain boring. Chen Yi pulled his hood over his face, walked to the cave entrance, and scanned the direction of the suspension bridge. He narrowed his eyes, then extended his hand. His expression shifted slightly. Something felt off about the wind. They couldn't stay here any longer. Chen Yi immediately turned to Hu Bai. Hu Bai froze for a moment, then walked to where Chen Yi had been standing and craned his neck to look overhead. His mouth fell slightly open. This wasn't just the wind shifting, something massive was approaching. Run! Run! Han Feng tilted his head to look as well, his face instantly draining of color. He grabbed Chen Yi's arm and started running. Holy, why are even the spiders this huge in here? They could swallow me whole. The others instantly abandoned any thought of resting. They scrambled to their feet and sprinted down the path ahead. The moment they started running, a massive spider crawled into the spot they just vacated. The spider blocked the cave entrance, shooting a strand of silk that stuck to one of the men. Help! In an instant, the web dragged him toward the cave entrance. Chen Yi spotted this and immediately grabbed the person's hand. He was being dragged toward the cave entrance. Han Feng saw this, cursed under his breath, and quickly wrapped his arms around Chen Yi's waist. Help! Quickly! Wan Yu, seeing this, turned without hesitation and grabbed Han Feng. It took all three of them working together to pull the man back to safety. Thank you! Thank you! The rescued man thanked Chen Yi and the others. Han Feng was still panting heavily as he waved his hand. It's fine. Next time we're in trouble, just give us a hand if you can. Chen Yi gave a slight nod, and the man immediately agreed. Rest assured, you saved my life today. Should you ever face trouble, I won't stand idly by. Hu Bai stepped forward, glad you're okay. Let's keep moving forward. It's not safe to linger here. The group pressed onward until they reached a fork in the path. 3 paths. Which one should we take? Wang Fat stood before the 3 cave openings, looking at Hu Bai with confusion. Shelley Yang pulled out a compass and held it up, pointing it toward the 3 openings. Hold on, Miss Yang, is a compass really going to help us here? It's just one direction, right, old Hu? Hu Bai gave Wang Pang a light slap on the shoulder. Cut the chatter. He then turned to Chen Yi. What do you think? Chen Yi stepped forward, examining the 3 openings. One of these openings must be the entrance and another the exit. Han Feng gasped. Then there's another door? Chen Yi pursed his lips and shot Han Feng a glance. Thinking he'd said something wrong, Han Feng immediately shut his mouth. The third door is a matter of luck. Hubai raised an eyebrow. If it were you, which door would you choose? Chen Yi, having mastered Hubai's 16-character Yang Feng Shui technique, drew upon its teachings from his mind. He raised his finger toward the path in the very center. Hubai's gaze followed, his expression turning even more astonished. Seeing Hubai's surprised expression, Shirley Yang asked in confusion, "What? Is this path wrong?" Hubai shook his head. "If it were me, I'd choose this path too. According to my book of 16-character Yang Feng Shui, this route is indeed the safest." "Then that's perfect. Steady is what we need. But I wonder, Comrade Chen Yi, how did you know to take this path?" Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. "Naturally, it's thanks to my family's ancestral Feng Shui techniques." Hubai's eyes brimmed with curiosity. "I wonder if I could learn your family's geomancy techniques." Chen Yi smiled but said nothing. After all, the techniques he referred to were none other than Hubai's own 16-character Yang Feng Shui art. If he told him, Hubai would probably start suspecting him. Shelley Yang shot Hubai a look. "It's our family secret, how could we tell an outsider?" Fat Wang chimed in with a nod. "Yeah, old Hu, don't put him on the spot." Hubai quickly apologized. "Sorry, I was just curious." "If you're not comfortable sharing, it's totally fine." Chen Yi nodded. "I can't really share it. It's like your 16-word Yang Feng Shui technique, it's just not something you pass on to just anyone." Hubai chuckled. "That's different. If you want to learn it, I could teach you. But the 16-word Yang Feng Shui secret technique is pretty advanced for most people, which is why I said." Shelley Yang frowned. "Enough. Let's get moving. Staying here any longer just makes me uneasy." "No way, that big spider couldn't get in, could it?" Wang Fatty glanced toward the cave entrance. The spider at the entrance had long since vanished. Han Feng rubbed his arms and hurried over to Chen Yi. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Since this middle path is the safest, we should hurry up and get moving." With that, Han Feng and Chen Yi led the way inside, the others following closely behind. "Is this path really safe?" Han Feng cautiously asked from the front. Chen Yi shook his head. "Of course there is. You think taking the door of life guarantees safety? It only offers a certain chance of survival." Han Feng's jaw dropped. "Holy, how dangerous is this? How are we supposed to clear this? If we really have to survive 6 days, with so many dangers on the first day alone, I doubt we'll make it through the rest. This is even scarier than the last dungeon. The dungeon requires us to survive 6 days, but if we find the tomb of the Queen of Jingjue, we might be able to clear it directly." Han Feng's lips trembled slightly. Why are these people digging for the Queen of Jingjue's tomb? I don't buy for a second that they're archaeologists. It's so dangerous, yet they're recklessly searching for some queen's tomb. Simply for the sake of archaeology. He couldn't comprehend it. Chapter 55, The Serpent's Knot. It's perfectly normal. Some archaeologists are utterly devoted, willing to sacrifice their lives for the cause. Though it's beyond our comprehension, it deserves respect. Chen Yi remarked indifferently, for he knew the archaeologist was truly seeking to uncover the history of the ancient kingdom of Jingjue. Are you sure they're not grave robbers? I mean, if it's the queen's tomb, the treasures inside must be absolutely staggering. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. Your family's so wealthy, you probably don't care about gold and silver treasures. Of course not. The treasures here can't compare to the items the system gives me. Besides, I heard the professor say we can take the gold and silver from this place. If you take the Queen of Jingjue's treasures, the devil will keep you here. Han Feng took a deep breath, holding no doubt whatsoever. He etched every word they said into his memory, terrified he might make a mistake and provoke something. Hey, what if we just didn't go looking for the Queen of Jingjue's tomb? Aren't we just trying to survive? Let them go find it. Chen Yi's eyes flickered. You really think that? Mainly, it just feels too unnerving. I'm a bit scared. Chen Yi's mouth twitched. What are you afraid of? We're already in the dungeon. What's there to fear? Han Feng gave a dry chuckle. He wasn't afraid of death itself, but these supernatural shenanigans terrified him. Besides, we have no way back. If you don't go find the Queen of Jingjue's tomb, the path ahead leads straight to it unless you plan to stay put. Han Feng shook his head frantically. No, that's impossible. Staying here means certain death. How could he dare stay put? Then let's hurry up and find the Queen of Jingjue's tomb. Unravel the secrets of the Jingjue kingdom, that's the only way to clear this with a high score. Han Feng shot Chen Yi a surprised glance. This is the secret to clearing the stage. Chen Yi said nothing, shining his flashlight ahead. Suddenly, his feet came to a halt. Han Feng stopped right behind him. What's wrong? Chen Yi raised his hand to his lips. Shoo! Han Feng immediately shut his mouth and looked over in confusion. A large coin hung suspended in midair. Han Feng swallowed nervously. Those trailing behind him covered their mouths in even greater terror. Chen Yi raised his hand, signaling everyone to crouch low. The group then cautiously moved forward. They swiftly passed through a large cluster of snake-like knots and came to a doorway. There's another trap here? How do we get in? Han Feng felt a surge of panic. He glanced up at the massive snake knot not far away. If that thing came crashing down, they'd all end up in the belly of a giant snake. He quickly tapped Chen Yi beside him. Hurry! Think of something. We need to get away from this huge snake. Chen Yi swallowed hard, his gaze sweeping over the top of the doorway. This was a trapdoor. First, find the mechanism. Shelly Yang immediately shone her flashlight over. She scanned the area for any unusual features. Everyone immediately followed Shirley Yang's lead and began searching the area for the mechanism. Chen Yi's gaze fell upon the dragon heads flanking either side of the door. Could these dragon heads be significant? Hearing this, Hu Bai and Shirley Yang immediately looked over. They must be useful. Since they're placed beside the door, they're definitely part of a mechanism. Hu Bai stroked his chin, then reached out and ran his fingers over the dragon heads twice. What's the meaning of setting up a door here? Fat Wang chimed in immediately. What else could it mean? There must be treasure inside. They set up a door to keep us from seeing it. He makes it sound so convincing. Hu Bai couldn't help but twitch his lips. Chen Yi pursed his lips, his gaze lingering on the door and the dragon head. His gaze drifted toward the cluster of snakes. What do you think? Is there a connection between this door and that snake knot? Chen Yi pressed his lips together, his gaze growing increasingly somber. Hu Bai's gaze settled on Chen Yi. Any thoughts? Chen Yi clenched his jaw and frowned. There's a snake knot right in front of the gate. Doesn't that mean this knot is specifically guarding this gate? Hu Bai's eyes flickered twice. So, if we start moving this door, the snake knot above it will fall down? Chen Yi took a deep breath. That's just my guess. Whether it's accurate or not, I can't say for sure. Shelly Yan flipped open her notebook. I think Comrade Chen Yi is spot on. It's definitely possible. Fat Wang let out a curse. So, if we don't go in, the snake knot won't fall? No. Even if we don't touch the door, it won't stay up forever. But the moment we move it, that snake knot will attack us immediately. Han Feng shuddered twice. Then, what should we do? If that thing falls, I don't think we'll survive. Fat One clicked his tongue. What are you scared of? We've got numbers on our side, let's take the damn thing down. Han Feng chuckled nervously. You've got guts, I guess. You're not scared, but I am. We've come this far, what the hell are you scared of? Wang Fatty cocked his gun. Old Hu, what do you say? Whatever you decide, I'm with you. Hu Bai cut straight to the point. We absolutely have to open that door, but we need to do it as fast as possible. Otherwise, we're in deep trouble. He then looked at Chen Yi, who nodded in agreement and asked, how confident are you? Hu Bai shook his head. This is my first time seeing a tomb like this. I can't say for sure. We'll just have to try one method at a time. Chen Yi fell silent. Han Feng turned to him and asked, what about you? What's your take? Should we open it? If we don't open it, once the things above us wake up, we won't be able to escape anyway. Han Feng clenched his teeth in frustration. Then we have no choice but to do it. Chen Yi hummed in agreement, then addressed Hu Bai. I'll buy you time. You two crack the door's code as fast as you can. Hu Bai nodded. Alright, we're counting on you. Chen Yi hummed in agreement and stepped outside. Han Feng could only follow, shivering as he protested. Wait, what are you doing? Why do you have to show off? Can't we just study that thing? Let them handle it. Chen Yi shot him a withering look. Hu Bai's smart. He'll crack it faster than I could. We'll get out of here quicker. You wanna hang around with that junk longer? Han Feng fell silent. Besides, we still have our life-saving items. Han Feng swallowed hard. Even if they won't last long enough for this. It's only the first day. Chapter 56, Black Snake. Wang Yu immediately stood beside Chen Yi and Han Feng. Both men glanced at Wang Yu simultaneously. Wang Yu pressed her lips together and said calmly, together. Han Feng raised an eyebrow. You wouldn't be expecting us to protect you, would you? Wang Yu gave a cold laugh. You're overthinking it. I can protect myself. Han Feng chuckled dryly. He hadn't forgotten how this woman had initially tried to use their equipment to get herself out of trouble. Chen Yi nodded. Be careful. This snake is probably different from the ones outside. Han Feng knew all too well the creatures around here were nothing like normal ones. He swallowed hard and whispered, You guys gotta keep an eye on me later. If anything happens to me, you gotta save me. Chen Yi watched the cowardly Han Feng, his mouth twitching violently. Don't worry. With all the gadgets you've got, even if everyone else here dies, you won't. Han Feng. Thanks a bunch. Chen Yi replied casually, You're welcome. Meanwhile, Hu Bai and Shirley Yang had finished their discussion and turned their gaze toward Chen Yi. Are you ready? After preparing everything in his hands, Chen Yi checked it all once more. Then he turned his gaze to Han Feng. Are you ready? Han Fang's hand trembled slightly. Yes, I'm ready. What about you? Wang Yu. Wang Yu drew a sword. I'm ready too. Ask the others. Almost everyone else had already pulled out their own survival gear. No one wanted to get bitten by that snake at this moment. Once Hubai saw everyone was ready, he finally spoke. Then let's get moving. Alright, you guys go ahead. Move fast. Snakes are incredibly agile creatures. We can't be sure how long we can hold out. Hubai nodded earnestly. We'll try our best to hurry. Wang Fatty, holding his gun in both hands, grinned. Old Hu, I believe in you. Go ahead. We've got this end covered. Hubai, Shirley Yang, and Professor Chen began rotating the two dragon heads. As they turned, the large emblem above them slowly illuminated. The crimson circle rotated toward the right. Han Feng swallowed hard, holding the talismanic device before him. The next second, countless tiny red snakes suddenly rained down from above. Each snake bore a strange, glowing lump on its head. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Damn it! How the hell are there so many of these things? Why does this Queen of the Dead keep breeding such unlucky creatures? Fat Wang couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Han Feng chimed in, clearly, they're guarding the tomb. If you hadn't come here, you wouldn't have run into this mess. Fat Wang snorted, so what? If I hadn't come, would you have gotten more treasures? Han Feng rolled his eyes. I couldn't care less about that stuff. Fat Wang shot him a surprised look. Whoa, you treat money like dirt. You came here for archaeology just like those scholars. Han Feng didn't respond. A long blade flashed before him, slicing a sudden attacker in two as it lunged toward him. Han Feng froze in terror, then hurriedly shouted to Wang Yu beside him, Holy! Thanks, Wang Yu. I almost got killed. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the severed snake head suddenly hurtled toward his face. Before Han Feng could react, Chen Yi swiftly drew a fan to shield him. With a flick of his wrist, the severed tail flew away and landed on the ground. Didn't I tell you to be careful? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Han Feng swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Even after being sliced in half, it could still move. Its vitality was incredible. I told you these creatures inside aren't like the ones outside. Be careful. Get your survival gear out. As he spoke, Chen Yi swiftly flicked the fan in his hand. Blades emerged from the fan's corners, slicing the snake in mid-air clean into the moment it flew out. Fat Wang immediately fired his own shot. The ground was littered with red snake corpses, yet more snakes kept emerging endlessly from the cracks. Han Feng fought with growing despair. These things just won't stop coming. When will this ever end? Chen Yi's movements were lightning fast, but even his speed struggled against the relentless stream of snakes emerging from the ground. His gaze fell on Hu Bai, who was still fiddling with the mechanism. Master Hu, any luck? Got any ideas? Hu Bai's brow was deeply furrowed as his hand on the dragon head turned once more. Hang in there a little longer. I'll figure this out soon. Chen Yi glanced back and hurriedly suggested, try turning both dragon heads at the same time. Hu Bai and Shirley Yang exchanged a glance. Holy! Chen Yi, help me. I can't take it anymore, there's too many of these things. Han Feng was on the verge of losing his mind. Seeing the snakes crawling across the floor sent chills down his spine. Wang Yu kept swinging her sword relentlessly, slicing nearly every snake within half a meter of him in two, their bodies dropping to the ground. Her arms were starting to give out too. Everyone else was nearly drained of strength too. Bombs! Use bombs! The dense swarm of snakes was terrifying to behold. The only way to take most of them out at once was with explosives. Got it right here. Fat Wang immediately pulled a bomb out of his backpack. But how? If we throw it too close, we'll get hurt too. Chen Yi's eyes flickered. I'll draw them away. Give me the bomb. Fat Wang instantly tossed the bomb in his hand to Chen Yi. Chen Yi pulled out a rope and flung it toward the rock overhead. The grappling hook caught the stone, and he immediately charged toward the center. The flying blade in his hand sliced through the surrounding red snakes, cleaving them in two with his movements. With one final leap, he crossed to their side. The snakes on the ground instantly changed direction and slithered toward Chen Yi. Chen Yi ignited the bomb. As the majority of snakes closed in around him, he swiftly placed the lit bomb on the ground. With lightning speed, he pulled the long rope, leaping through the air. The bomb detonated with a thunderous boom the instant he took off. The blast's force hurled Chen Yi backward. He crashed directly in front of Han Feng. Han Feng immediately helped him up, asking anxiously, "Are you okay? Can you stand? Can you protect me?" Chapter 57, Gold, Silver, and Jewels. Chen Yi, who had just been helped to his feet, coughed once. He thought this guy was genuinely worried about him. Turns out it was all about his own safety. I'm fine. Not dying. Han Feng finally relaxed a little. Bro, you're seriously impressive. You're the second person I've ever recognized. Han Feng raised an eyebrow. Then who's the first person you've ever recognized? Old Hu, of course. Han Feng glanced at Hu Bai, who was busy decrypting. The ones I recognize are my brothers. He slapped Chen Yi's shoulder and wrapped his arm around him in a brotherly embrace. That snake should be taken care of by now, right? A bomb that big packs quite a punch. As Wang Fatso finished speaking, the others gradually relaxed. Just as they were about to return to Hu Bai and Shirley Yang, a shrill scream pierced the air. One of them had been grabbed by the neck by a single hand. In less than a second, he collapsed to the ground. Holy! Didn't we just take care of that whole bunch of snakes? How could there still be more? Mickey! Mickey, how are you? Quick, treat him! Mickey lay on the ground, his face turning dark and his body already stiff. How can we treat him? We don't know how. He's already dead. Just one bite from that snake can kill you instantly. The people around Mickey seemed reluctant to give up on him. There must be a way to save him. Do any of you have healing talismans? I'll pay a fortune for them. The others remained silent, staring at him in silence. At times like this, even if they had it, they wouldn't bring it out. Who knows if they might be the next ones to get hurt. They had to prepare to protect their own lives. The man's gaze swept across the faces, finally settling on Han Feng. Han Feng froze, then replied dryly, "Why are you looking at me? I don't have any." "How could you not have any? You're so rich, you must have bought plenty." "Don't worry, once we get out, we'll pay you back double." Han Feng chuckled bitterly. "Honestly, I haven't. I only brought offensive and defensive items. I hadn't even considered healing potions." The man gritted his teeth, glaring at Han Feng with venom, convinced Han Feng was deliberately withholding it. Life and death are predestined. Grieve with dignity. Wang Fatso, unaware of the situation, shook his head at the sight of his fallen comrade on the ground. Chen Yi swung his fan again, slicing through the snakes closing in on the man. "Stop chatting. More snakes are coming out, watch out." On the other side, Hu Bai and Shirley Yang finally managed to open the gate. They shouted toward Chen Yi, "The door's open. Hurry in." Hearing this, Chen Yi and Han Feng immediately sprinted toward the open stone gate. After the group entered the stone gate, the mountain of snakes piled up outside did not pursue them further. Chen Yi noticed this and looked puzzled at the snakes outside, which still dared not enter. Why weren't they daring to come in? Hu Bai slowly interjected, "Probably because there's something inside they fear. These creatures usually detect enemies by scent." Han Feng covered his mouth. "Doesn't that mean whatever's inside is even more terrifying than those snakes outside?" Chen Yi patted Han Feng on the shoulder. "What's there to fear? Just charge in." "Mickey! Mickey!" The man dragged Mickey, who had been bitten to death by a snake, inside. Hu Bai stepped forward and checked his pulse. Then he shook his head. No pulse. No, he can still be saved. There's still hope for him. The man's pleading gaze fell once more upon Han Feng. Han Feng felt genuinely helpless. He truly hadn't brought any medical supplies. "Brother, don't look at me like that. There's truly nothing I can do." Hu Bai patted the man's shoulder. "Grieve with dignity. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Give him a proper burial." The muscle-bound man folded his arms and said coldly, "He's already dead. What good does begging do now? Do you think everyone here is family to you? And now you expect others to hand over their life-saving supplies? You've got some nerve." Chen Yi's eyelids flicked up, forming a new impression of the muscle-bound man. Dungeon runs were always about each person relying on their own skills. Helping each other inside the dungeon was merely a matter of courtesy. Refusing help wasn't a crime. Your own life comes first. Only after protecting yourself can you protect others. With no one willing to lend a hand, the man had no choice but to dig a hole and bury Mickey inside. Han Feng watched the man kneel before the small mound of earth and whispered to Chen Yi, "Do you think this man will hold a grudge against me?" It seemed Mickey and he were quite close. Chen Yi folded his arms and offered a bluntly honest reply. "Generally speaking, someone who stands by and does nothing when someone is dying is bound to be resented." Han Feng licked his parched lips and said weakly, "What do you mean refusing to help? I couldn't save him even if I wanted to. I really didn't have any healing items. I did prepare some for my first dungeon run, but they were confiscated the moment I entered. I didn't get to use any of it." He hadn't prepared much for this second instance either, expecting them to be confiscated again. But this time, they didn't. Even so, he genuinely had no healing items. "It's not your fault. Once you're in a dungeon, survival is fate. Everyone fends for themselves. If you pin your hopes on others, you're better off just being an ordinary person." Han Feng fiddled with things, feeling like that remark was aimed right at him. "Are you talking about me?" He knew himself well enough. He was a man without real skill. Chen Yi was always surprised by Han Feng's self-awareness, but he offered a fair assessment. "You're hardly an ordinary person either. You're filthy rich." "Money talks." Han Feng scratched his head. "If he holds a grudge against me, will he try to sabotage me?" He felt a twinge of unease. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes, his gaze settling on the man. "Don't worry. Even if he does sabotage you, I won't let anything happen to you. Besides, you brought plenty of defensive gear, didn't you?" Han Feng had brought quite a few, but no amount of gear could outweigh human nature. "Bro, I'm putting my life in your hands here. I just have this feeling something bad is going to happen to me in this dungeon. Han Feng frowned and patted Chen Yi's shoulder. Hu Bai glanced at his watch and said, looks like there's a door up ahead. Let's go check it out. The group, having mostly recovered, slowly followed Hu Bai. After passing through a small doorway, they found themselves in the grand hall of an ancient structure. The main chamber was filled with gold, silver, and jewels, nearly covering the floor. The dazzling glow illuminated the entire hall. This is just too beautiful. Chapter 58, Eyes Reappear. Chen Yi had never seen such an abundance of gold before. His eyes were utterly captivated. He couldn't tear his gaze away for a long time. The muscle-bound man charged straight down, standing amidst the pile of gold and scooping up a massive heap with both arms. I'm rich. I'm rich. I'm ing rich. Hu Bai shouted urgently, don't move. His voice snapped Chen Yi back to reality. He shook his head vigorously, suppressing the sudden surge of greed. His gaze was still involuntarily drawn to the gold scattered across the floor. He closed his eyes briefly, then turned to look at Han Feng beside him. Does seeing all this make you tempted? Han Feng scratched his head, his expression unreadable. Not really. I've seen this before. Chen Yi was taken aback. Aren't you just like me? How come you've seen this before? Han Feng tilted his chin up, a smug look on his face. What else could it be? My family's loaded, that's why. Chen Yi's mouth opened, speechless. He'd almost forgotten Han Feng's family was the wealthiest in the country. Such treasures were nothing new to him. No wonder he wasn't captivated. He rubbed his temples, feeling a bit dizzy. When he looked back at the courtyard, he noticed many more people had already descended. Each person was frantically scooping up gold and piling it onto themselves. Seeing so many people rush down without incident, Fat Wang followed suit. He reached out and began digging through the pile of gold. Fatso, what are you doing? Don't touch that. You can't just take these things. Fat Wang was about to tuck a gold piece into his clothes when Hu Bai's words made him awkwardly set it back down. Glancing to the side, he saw several others stuffing gold onto themselves. His heart immediately began to itch again. Old Hu, look at them. They're still grabbing pieces. Why can't I? Just one piece. We went through hell to get here, we deserve to break even. Hu Bai took a deep breath. Don't touch it. Have you forgotten what Professor Chen said? Professor Chen watched the people below and grew anxious. Put it down. Quickly. Don't damage the artifacts. This isn't yours to take. Put it down now. Hardly anyone heeded Professor Chen's words. They all kept stuffing things onto themselves. Han Feng stood still, eyeing Chen Yi. Everyone's grabbing stuff, and nothing bad seems to be happening. Shouldn't you take some too? Chen Yi looked up toward the ceiling, his brow furrowing slightly. Didn't you hear Professor Chen? You can't take anything from here. Han Feng's lips twitched. Protect cultural relics? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. Looks like you've forgotten what I said earlier. These belong to the Queen of Jingjue. You took her things. Do you really think you can leave this place? Han Feng shuddered violently. So I'll be left behind by the devil's messenger? Han Feng clutched the artifact tightly in his hand, pressing it against his chest. This place is absolutely terrifying. The last game was way better. Wang Yu, who hadn't moved yet, overheard Han Feng's words and asked in confusion, which previous instance were you guys in? Just as Han Feng was about to answer, Chen Yi cleared his throat sharply. He immediately shut his mouth. Why are you prying into that? It's none of your business which dungeon I went to. Wang Yu pouted. Fine, don't tell me. Why get so worked up? Han Feng crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Why didn't you go down with them to grab the gold? This place isn't ordinary. The fact that this gold can be displayed openly without being stolen means something extraordinary is at play here. Wang Yu's gaze fell on the group. Greed kills, she sneered. And this is a tomb. There's a legend about it. No matter how you look at it, you shouldn't touch anything here. Han Feng looked surprised. You're pretty sharp, huh? Actually knowing what's off limits and what isn't. Wang Yu rolled her eyes. Chen Yi interrupted them. You too, look at this thing. What is it? Wang Yu and Han Feng simultaneously looked upward. Suspended above their heads hung a circular stone. It's just a rock. What else could it be? Wang Yu narrowed her eyes. But this rock looks like an eyeball to me. It's staring right at us. Han Feng cursed under his breath, rubbing his goosebump-covered arms. Could you stop saying such scary things? It's just a rock. Whoever built this palace must have been out of their minds to design a useless stone like this. Chen Yi widened his eyes and scrutinized the stone closely. Upon closer inspection, it did bear a certain resemblance to an eyeball. Han Feng paused, then let out a dry, ah. It really does look like an eyeball? No way. Wait, doesn't that mean this stone eyeball is about to turn into a flesh ball eyeball? The thought sent chills down his spine, goosebumps erupting across his skin as his limbs grew numb with cold. Silently, he shifted from the center position to the side. After hearing their conversation, Shirley Yang silently studied the stone overhead that seemed to resemble an eyeball. After staring for a while and finding nothing unusual, she shifted her gaze away. It's probably just an ordinary rock. Stop overreacting and scaring yourselves. Hu Bai glanced at it and offered a reassuring remark. Han Fang's tense mood eased considerably. Alright then, alright. I really couldn't imagine this thing was actually an eye, staring right at us. Hu Bai smiled at Han Feng and remarked, I've noticed you're quite good at scaring yourself. Chen Yi nodded in strong agreement. That's exactly right. Nothing had even happened yet, and this guy had already imagined the worst possible outcome in his mind. Let's go. We're already at the burial goods area, so the Queen of Jingjue's coffin shouldn't be far. Hu Bai led the way, with Chen Yi immediately following behind him, and Han Feng close on their heels. Hu Bai tugged at Wang Fei, who was still clutching the gold with reluctance. Put it down. Move it. Don't forget our real objective. Just as Wang Fat was about to protest, Hu Bai shot him a glare, and he reluctantly shut his mouth. Chen Yi observed their exchange, understanding their thoughts but saying nothing. Han Feng tugged at Chen Yi's sleeve, glancing at Hu Bai striding ahead. Bro, why do I feel like you trust Hu Bai so much? Is there something special about him? Han Feng trusted Chen Yi implicitly. Throughout their journey, he'd noticed Chen Yi seemed to place extraordinary faith in Hu Bai. He kept glancing at Hu Bai from time to time. Chapter 59, Fire Beetle. Chen Yi hadn't expected his subtle glances to be noticed by Han Feng. But it didn't matter. He murmured under his breath, haven't you noticed this Hu Bai has some skills? Han Feng pondered for a moment before nodding earnestly. He certainly has some skills. Honestly, out of everyone on this journey, only those three seem capable. The rest are far too weak. Chen Yi silently glanced at Han Feng. You're not much different from them. How could I not be? How could I not? I'm far more capable than them. Chen Yi chuckled dryly, you just have more gadgets than them. With all those gadgets in hand, he could toss one and blow a few of them to bits. Compared to those without gadgets, of course you're more formidable. Professor Chen, how's your research coming along? We should keep moving forward. Professor Chen immediately set down what he was holding. Alright, let's keep moving forward. We've come this far, we can't just give up now. Professor, shouldn't we study this first? These are precious artifacts. Xiao Yi lingered reluctantly. Professor Chen pushed his glasses up his nose and said, our priority is locating the tomb of the Queen of Jingjue. We'll leave these artifacts to the main team. The Queen's tomb is our ultimate objective. Xiao Yi thought it over and agreed, setting down his own items. He turned and followed Professor Chen. Chen Yi walked over and saw the people in the courtyard still clutching the gold, reluctant to leave. Forget about them. If they don't leave, let them stay. Whether they live or die, it's none of our business. Han Feng said indifferently. Chen Yi said nothing, nor did Wang Yu. The three of them simply followed Wang Bai and the others. Shelley Yang glanced back, her brow furrowing slightly before she called out to the people lingering behind. We're leaving. Hurry up and follow us. But no one heeded her words. Shirley Yang wasn't exactly a saint either. Seeing they wouldn't listen, she shrugged it off. She turned and walked away. We're rich. We're rich. Once we take this back, we'll definitely get a fortune for it. It's all mine. All mine. The muscle-bound man stuffed a large pile of gold into his pockets. Suddenly, a hand reached out before him, instantly snatching the man up. Don't you want your hand anymore? This is mine. Now get lost. The man being held aloft looked terrified, stammering, we found this together. How can it be yours? Whoever grabs it first gets it. Say another word and see if I kill you. Enough, monk, don't be so selfish. You can't carry all this anyway. Let's just take our share. Monk flung the man he was holding to the ground. Humph. Who says I can't carry it all? Everything here is mine. You lot aren't touching a thing. His words instantly sparked outrage. Mang Ku. What do you think you're doing? Don't think we're scared of you just because you're big and burly. Exactly. We outnumber you. If you insist on being so selfish, don't blame us for being rude. Meng Ke let out a cold chuckle, clenching his fists. Go ahead then. Let's see who ends up being rude to whom. Meanwhile, Chen Yi and Wang Bai stood in a secret chamber. A statue of the Queen of Jingjue stood within. Chen Yi looked up into the Queen's eyes and asked in confusion, this statue seems to be missing something. Han Feng stood beside Chen Yi, stroking his chin thoughtfully. What's missing? It's just a normal statue, right? But isn't it said the Queen of Jingjue covered her eyes to prevent people from seeing them? Why doesn't this statue have her eyes covered? If the real person hid her eyes from view, surely the sculptor wouldn't dare to so blatantly carve them out. Han Feng's mind went blank. How could he possibly recall what the Queen of Jingjue looked like? Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Hu Bai stared intently at the Queen of Jingjue's eyes. Chen Yi nodded, Master Hu, you're right, there must be more to this. This was likely just a ceramic sculpture built out of reverence for the Queen of Jingjue. Chen Yi was skeptical, but human statues are usually built outdoors in open spaces, not inside a palace. Shelly Yang suggested it might be related to cultural differences. After all, the queen of Jingjue was the ruler of the Jingjue kingdom. Her statue would never be placed inappropriately. Then what about these eyes? Just as Shirley Yang was about to speak, they heard screams echoing from outside. The group exchanged glances and immediately rushed outside. A swarm of unidentified insects flew through the air, extinguishing every torch in the central courtyard. The piercing scream came from the torchbearer who was swept up in the swarm. In the next instant, the insects devoured him entirely, flesh and bone, leaving not a single scrap behind. Han Feng's mouth gaped open in horror as he watched the scene unfold. He swallowed hard. What kind of insects are those? Chen Yi frowned. Why did these insects go straight for the fire? They're not afraid of it. After devouring the torchbearer, the swarm charged toward another torch, instantly extinguishing the flame. If they're not afraid of fire, how do we stop them? Hu Bai declared without hesitation, put out the fire. The swarm circled in the air, then locked onto the torches in their hands. Chen Yi swiftly dodged the torch and flung it outward. The insects instantly swarmed toward the spot where the torch landed. Hu Bai's face twitched visibly. How could these insects be so drawn to fire? It was utterly bizarre. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. Could it be that fire has warmth? They seek fire because they're actually searching for warmth. Han Feng froze. Things with warmth? What else could possibly be warm in this tomb chamber? Only fire, right? Shelly Yang gasped. People. Human bodies have blood, and blood has warmth. So those insects are actually hunting for warm-blooded humans. Fat Wang sucked in a sharp breath. Holy. These things aren't afraid of fire and they eat people? How the hell do we kill them? Chen Yi glanced around, then grabbed Han Feng and started running backward. Run. Why stand there frozen? Waiting to be eaten? Shrieks echoed from the central courtyard. The muscle-bound man swiftly grabbed a person and hurled them toward the swarm of flying insects. The swarm instantly caught the man mid-air and began devouring him. This bought the others precious time to escape. Wang the Fatso watched the scene unfold, a flash of disgust crossing his face. This guy is way too ruthless. If we stick with him, we might be the next ones to die. Chapter 60, Stepping Forward. Holy. Han Feng's heart pounded wildly, his eyes darting backward every few moments. That glance made him go completely Spartan. Bro, did you see that? That guy was literally incinerated by those flying insects. This is freaking bizarre. Holy. Chen Yi gritted his teeth. Save your strength. Run now. Stop talking. They sprinted into the inner chamber, only to find no exit door trapped inside. This is a dead end. There's no way out. How are we supposed to escape? What if that insect flies in? What do we do? Han Feng gripped his life-saving device tightly, his eyes darting nervously toward Chen Yi. Chen Yi frowned, his gaze fixed intently on the doorway. As the muscle guy and the others rushed in, the buzzing insects followed them through the doorway. We're dead. What do we do? Bro, think of something. Han Feng's eyes widened as he stared at the swarm of insects. Chen Yi sighed helplessly. What can I do? Hide. That's the only option left. The group played hide and seek around the statue of the Queen of Jingjue, dodging the swarm of insects. The insects moved at incredible speed. Chen Yi immediately flung the fan in his hand. But the moment the fan flicked past, the insects shifted shape and dodged it. Wang Pengzi fired his gun at the insects, but it proved largely ineffective. Wang Yu quickly suggested, if fire doesn't work, try water. Maybe water will. Shen Yili immediately pulled out his canteen and poured water toward the swarm. Nothing came out. Bro, your canteen's bone dry. What's the point of shaking it? Han Feng's mouth twitched twice. Chen Yi froze, awkwardly pulling his hand back. He'd forgotten. In this desert terrain, the longer he stood here, the more his body craved water, causing him to take sips every so often. That's why the full canteen was already empty. What now? If we don't solve this, we won't be able to move forward at all. We're headed straight for death. Seeing Han Feng so tense, Fat Wang said, don't worry. If we all die together, at least we'll have company on the road to the underworld. It won't be lonely. Han Feng choked back a sob. Who wants to keep you company on the road to the underworld? I don't want to die. Think of a way. We can't get stuck here. Chen Yi licked his parched lips, staring at the swarm of relentless insects. How am I supposed to think of a solution? These things aren't afraid of fire, and we don't have any water. We can't fight them all. Han Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. Maybe we could capture them, use our clothes to cover them. Bro, that's absurd. Haven't you seen? They devour everything flesh and bone. No clothes could withstand their assault. Chen Yi couldn't help but retort. Then we have no choice but to hide. The original story didn't offer any good way to evade these insects either, Chen Yi thought to himself. Oh my god. Is there any other way? This is impossible to evade. Ah! My hand! My hand! One of the people following them had his hand instantly swamped by a swarm of flying insects. The swarm circled him, screams echoing relentlessly. "Help me! Please, help me!" The cry for help burst from his mouth just as Chen Yi was about to rush over and rescue him from the swarm. His shoulder was suddenly pinned down. "Brother, he's beyond saving. Don't go." Chen Yi frowned, frozen in place. Before he could move, the man who had been screaming for help was completely engulfed by the swarm, his form utterly obscured. Hubai swallowed hard and said, "Use this chance to get out of here fast." The others scrambled frantically out of the palace housing the Queen of Jingjue's statue. After leaving, they returned to the territory where the red snake had been. The snakes there had vanished without a trace. Standing at the entrance, the group finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. "What do we do? If we go back in, those flying insects will still be there. We're no match for them." Chen Yi rubbed his temples. "But we can't hide here forever. The red snakes are a problem too." Hubai stroked his chin. "There's no other path near the Queen of Jingjue's statue. But I refuse to believe there truly isn't another way." Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. "You mean the statue of the Queen of Jingjue is the mechanism? That we need to decipher its secret?" Hubai nodded. "Otherwise it doesn't make sense. But first, let's figure out what's wrong with that statue." Chen Yi replied without hesitation, "The eyes. Her eyes are very off." Hubai studied him intently. "You're certain?" Chen Yi nodded firmly. "The Queen of Jingjue's eyes were the most mysterious power of the Jingjue kingdom. They must have been exceptionally unique. Even as a statue, this feature should be emphasized. Moreover, most of the paintings in Jingjue's ancient city depict subjects related to eyes. This clearly indicates the significance of the eyes. Then we have to touch those eyes." Wang Fat was the first to object. "How exactly do we touch it? Don't forget that bug is still inside. Going in means certain death. Don't be so reckless." Han Feng wholeheartedly agreed with Wang Fat. "Exactly. We can't do anything about that bug. Let's just forget it. We'll stay here for now." Chen Yi rubbed his temples. "Staying here isn't safe either. That insect will likely come after us soon. We won't be able to hide then." Han Feng fell silent. Wang Yu asked doubtfully, "What if the snakes here and the flying insects over there clash? Would they fight each other? If only they would fight each other. What I fear is that these snakes and insects might team up against us." Chen Yi dreaded the thought of those two creatures meeting. If they truly joined forces against them, their situation would become far more dire than it already was. And we might not even be able to escape. Shelly Yang, but there's still a 50-50 chance they'll fight each other. If they do, we'll get a chance to catch our breath. Wang Fatty frowned, but that still leaves a 50-50 chance they'll team up. Besides, how can a bug and a snake even communicate? They're not humans. What should we do? Han Feng listened intently, but it all seemed like a dead end. There was no choice but to return to the statue of the Queen of Jingjue and assess the situation again. But someone would have to lure those insects away. Shelly Yang's words plunged everyone into silence. They'd all witnessed the scene just now. Those flying insects showed no weaknesses whatsoever. Their only option was to evade. If they didn't dodge in time and got entangled, there was only one outcome: death. None of them wanted to take that risk. Hubai stepped forward without hesitation. "I'll draw them away." Chen Yi slowly stepped forward as well. "Let's go together." Chapter 61, The Mechanism. Hubai glanced at Chen Yi and forced a smile. "Comrade, be careful." Chen Yi nodded and pulled out his fan. "Same goes for you, old Hu. I'm coming with you guys." Fat Wang stepped forward too, glancing around cautiously. There's strength in numbers. At that moment, Wang Yu also approached Chen Yi. "I'll join too." Chen Yi frowned slightly, then suddenly noticed Han Feng hesitantly stepping forward. "You shouldn't come. You'll just get swarmed by those flying insects." Han Feng's courageous step instantly retreated. "You're right. I'll respect your wishes and wait here for your good news." Wang Yu shot him a cold glance and spat, "Coward." Han Feng paused, bared his teeth, and sneered, "You're so tough. Just don't make me, ego, have to save you." Wang Yu's face flushed crimson with anger, and she shot an awkward glance at Chen Yi beside her. Chen Yi fixed his gaze on the swarm of insects outside, then swung the fan in his hand at the flying insects charging toward them. He scattered the swarm of insects that had gathered together. "Whoa, what kind of fan is that? How come it works so well?" Chen Yi chuckled and explained, "It's an heirloom fan. Pretty tough stuff." Fat Wang gazed at the fan in Chen Yi's hand with pure envy. "Another heirloom? How come you guys have so many family heirlooms? What did your families do?" Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice, but he didn't respond. "Fatso, keep your mouth shut. Why pry into other people's family affairs? Watch out, that swarm of bugs might come flying back." Chen Yi waved the fan, generating a gust far stronger than any ordinary fan could produce. But against a swarm of densely packed flying insects, it was merely a drop in the bucket. At best, it disrupted their formation initially. After that, breaking up their ranks proved increasingly difficult. These insects seemed almost intelligent, knowing how to counter their attacks. But Chen Yi's fan was often equipped with blades. It even functioned like a boomerang once thrown, it swiftly returned to his hand. No! There are simply too many of these things, we'll never eliminate them all. Fat Wang fired his gun twice in quick succession, only to realize it was less effective than the shovel in his hand. He immediately switched back to the shovel and swung it wildly. Chen Yi pressed his lips together, his sharp brows furrowed. Then run! Lure them outside and buy Shirley Yang some time. Hu Bai agreed wholeheartedly, right. That's our only option now. Fat Wang scratched his head, puzzled. But how do we get back in after luring these bugs out? Chen Yi replied slowly, let these insects clash with the red snakes outside. Hu Bai paused, but snakes are cold-blooded. Those flying insects probably won't attack them. Exactly. Aren't snakes cold-blooded? Doesn't matter what kind they are, snake blood is always cold. Hu Bai and Wang Fatso's words brought Chen Yi back to his senses. If these insects can only sense heat and not see anything, do you have a solution? Wang Fat muttered, that just makes them even more dangerous. They can pinpoint our location without seeing us. What other options do we have? Chen Yi fell silent too, turning to Hu Bai with a helpless look. These flying insects weren't afraid of fire, which made them quite troublesome. He still had a thunder and lightning talisman in his hand, but he wasn't prepared to use it. It was reserved as a last-ditch life-saving measure. No one could predict what would happen next, so it was only natural to consider every possibility. Wang Pengzi's pupils suddenly contracted. What are you standing there for? Run! Wang Pengzi's words jolted the trio into action. They immediately took off running toward the exit. The swarm of insects was instantly drawn to their commotion, surging toward them in a cloud. Once the insects had flown off, Shirley Yang led Professor Yang toward the statue of the Queen of Jingjue. Professor, be careful. Tell me if you feel any discomfort. Shirley Yang looked at Professor Chen with concern. He raised his hand and waved it dismissively. I'm fine. Hurry up and get to work. Those young people risked their lives to buy us time. We can't let them down. Shirley Yang pressed her lips together, her gaze slowly settling on the statue of the Queen of Jingjue. Then her gaze shifted to the statue's eyes. Professor, do you think the mechanism is in her eyes? Shirley Yang certainly agreed that the eyes were the most distinctive feature of the Queen of Jingjue. Moreover, eyes held significant status within the Jingjue ruins. Eyes, symbols of power and status, were unlikely to be used as mechanisms. If that were the case, it would be a sign of contempt for the eyes. The Jingjue kingdom even had an eye as its totem. Given their reverence for eyes, they would never design a mechanism in that form. Even if it were, could they bring themselves to touch it? Professor Chen pondered deeply. Based on my understanding of history, this eye is indeed a potential breakthrough. However, the eye on this sculpture is unlikely to be a mechanism. Upon hearing this, Shirley Yang's expression darkened. If it's not a mechanism, what happens if we press it? Professor Chen quickly interjected, do not touch that eye. It is a sacred artifact. Tampering with it could bring us misfortune. Xiao Yi approached the sculpture, gazing up at the towering statue dozens of meters high. Miss Yang, there seems to be a crack here. Shirley Yang paused, then hurried to Xiao Yi's side, following her gaze to look in the indicated direction. At the base of the statue, a circular slit was visible. Her hand brushed against it and instantly felt a faint breeze. Her eyes lit up instantly, there's airflow. This must be the passage we're looking for. Xiao Yi grew excited too, really. Miss Yang, you're amazing. But how do we open this door? Shirley Yang, who had been somewhat excited, fell silent. How would she know how to activate the mechanism? That's easy, just move this statue out of the way. The muscle-bound man flexed his arms, grinning smugly at Shirley Yang. No need to be polite, Miss Yang. Shirley Yang's brow furrowed slightly as she looked at the muscle man and said coldly, it's not as simple as you make it sound. Trying to force it open with brute strength is completely impossible. Hearing this, the muscle man felt his face flush with embarrassment, his expression darkening instantly. She patted her arm and snorted lightly. You don't believe me? Well, I'll prove myself then. These muscles didn't grow for nothing. I'm incredibly strong. With that, the muscle man positioned himself beside the Queen of Jingjue statue and silently activated his strength talisman. Then, brimming with confidence, he wrapped his arms around the statue of the Queen of Jingjue. Chapter 62, Han Feng's Awakening. The muscle man summoned every ounce of strength, clutching the statue tightly as he strained upward. The statue shook twice, sending a shower of dust and small stones falling onto their heads. The muscle man's face flushed crimson, yet the statue he clutched remained utterly immovable. Panting heavily, he sat down on the ground, staring in confusion at the unchanging statue. What the hell? Why can't I budge it? This can't be. The tool in his hands wasn't fake. Logically, once he used it, his strength should become limitless, capable of moving anything. Don't waste your effort. If brute force could open this mechanism, this place would have been destroyed beyond repair long ago. The muscle-bound man's face darkened. He still couldn't believe his own strength had ever faltered. Let me try again. Maybe it was just a fluke earlier. Right, just a fluke. Maybe the talisman hadn't fully taken effect yet. Speaking, the muscle man stood beside the Queen of Jingjue's statue once more. He raised his arms and wrapped them around the stone legs. He strained upward with all his might, his face turning purple and red, yet he couldn't budge it an inch. Shelly Yang's brows were tightly furrowed, her patience completely exhausted. Get out of the way. Don't interfere with us. If you really want to help, why not go outside and distract those flying insects for us? The muscle-bound man immediately felt uneasy. How could he dare go outside? Those little pests were impossible to kill off completely, and besides, his strength was his only advantage. None of the protective gear was effective against the insects. I'll stay here and protect your safety. A flash of mockery flickered in Shirley Yang's eyes. She said nothing and began studying the situation. Damn it, how do we even deal with this thing? The four lured the flying insects into the red snake's territory. Their commotion instantly roused the slumbering snakes, which began crawling out of the ground. The four of them stood sandwiched between the flying insects and the red snakes, like a sandwich. Fat Wang glanced left and right, scratching his head. If these red snakes don't fight the bugs and instead turn on us, today might be the end for us. Seeing Wang Fatso's panic, Chen Yi offered a reassuring word. Don't worry. We'll keep each other company on the road to the underworld. You won't be lonely when you die. How nice. Wang Fat opened his mouth, staring at Chen Yi speechless. I thought my tongue was sharp enough, but it turns out you're just as clueless with words. That wasn't comforting at all, it was a major blow to their morale. Chen Yi looked at Wang Fat with innocent eyes. What had he said wrong? Wasn't he just following Wang Fat's line of thought? No way. Wang Yu pulled out the bomb in her hand and hurled it toward the cluster of red lights. The ignited sparks instantly drew the flying insects' attention, and they swarmed toward it. At that very moment, the red snake also charged forward with all its might. The two collided with a loud bang, exploding. A large swath of the red snakes and flying insects were instantly wiped out. Holy, you're something else, kid. You took out so many. We should have just pulled out the bombs earlier. Hubai shook his head. Bombs wouldn't work on those flying insects. Don't forget they can fly. Hearing this, Fat Wang rubbed his head in frustration. Then what do we do? Chen Yi stroked his chin, then his eyes lit up. Look. The insects and snakes are fighting. Though the insects seem to have the upper hand, those red snakes aren't pushovers either. Holy crap, they're actually fighting. Great. Does that mean we're saved? Comrade Wang Yu, you're so smart. You actually thought of using bombs. Chen Yi glanced at Wang Yu, puzzled. Where'd you get the bomb? Wang Yu replied matter-of-factly, from this comrade's bag. Wang Fatso's gaze followed Wang Yu's pointing finger and landed squarely on the backpack slung across his own back. Wang Pengzi froze for a moment, then pressed his hand against the bag behind him. You. When did you touch it? How come I didn't feel a thing? Wang Pengzi's suspicious gaze lingered on Wang Yu for a moment. Wang Yu shrugged indifferently. I thought you knew. After all, I took it right in front of you. Chen Yi and Hubai's eyes immediately turned to Wang Fatso. Wang Fatso was utterly baffled by their stares. He hadn't seen a thing, and if he really had, he wouldn't be acting so strange. Alright, Fatso, be more careful next time. Good thing it was one of us who took it. If an enemy had snatched it, we'd be dead meat. Wang Fat awkwardly scratched his head. Alright, I'll definitely stay on high alert from now on. Let's go. Their fight doesn't concern us for now. Let's head back and see how Miss Yang's decryption is progressing. Hubai felt a surge of urgency and hurried back to Shirley Yang's side. He glanced at the dejected muscle-bound man. Chen Yi stepped forward and asked directly, what's wrong with him? Han Feng grinned. After you guys left, this guy tried to muscle that statue out of the way. Didn't budge it. Total embarrassment. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes and pulled Han Feng aside. Did he use any tools? Han Feng scratched his head thoughtfully. Probably. He seemed so confident at first, but no matter how strong someone is, there's no way one person could move a statue that big. So he definitely used props. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. Seems like props aren't very effective here. Exactly. Tools don't seem to help much. I'm almost out of them already, and we're just getting started. Chen Yi pursed his lips. That's why we need to clear this stage quickly. If we drag it out until the system's deadline, what awaits us won't be a clear stage, it'll be a death stage. Because we simply won't last that long. Han Feng sighed. I know, but I have no idea how to clear it either. This damn system didn't explain anything, it just issued the task and vanished. Why isn't there a single hint? Forget it. Don't overthink it. Just stick close to them. Chen Yi's gaze shifted toward Shirley Yang, and Han Feng instantly understood. He whispered, what's their secret to clearing this? Chen Yi added coolly, following them is the only way to survive. If you don't, your chances of dying are much higher. Han Feng shuddered and swallowed hard. For that reason alone, I'd never let them out of my sight, even if it killed me. Isn't that the absolute key to clearing the stage? Chapter 63, Unraveling. After exchanging their whispered conversation, they noticed Wang Yu had been watching them the entire time. Han Feng shot her a cold glare. Why are you staring at us like that? Wang Yu cleared her throat. You're standing right here. Can't I look? Han Feng narrowed his eyes and sneered, I think you were eavesdropping on our conversation. Wang Yu chuckled. What, were you two discussing something you don't want anyone to hear? You. Chen Yi stepped in front of Han Feng. Enough. Don't do anything rash. She probably didn't hear anything. If she had heard, she wouldn't be acting like this unless she's a great actress. But even if she did hear, it wouldn't matter, she probably wouldn't believe him anyway. After all, Shirley Yang and Hubai's abilities throughout the journey were plain for all to see. Combined with what he'd witnessed earlier, his words held no fault. Wang Yu looked at Chen Yi with a puzzled expression. Are you two really talking about something you don't want others to hear? Chen Yi rubbed his nose. No, I was just reminding Han Feng. Wang Yu found it hard to believe. If that were the case, why did Han Feng look so hostile? Noticing the doubt on Wang Yu's face, Chen Yi saw no need to explain. What difference did her suspicions make anyway? They weren't partners anyway, just traveling together by chance. So, how's the decryption coming along? Hubai approached Shirley Yang and asked in a low voice. Shirley Yang shook her head, no leads yet. Chen Yi stepped forward, tried the eyes? Shirley Yang shook her head, the eyes probably aren't the mechanism. And if we touch them, something bad might happen. Chen Yi froze. Why? Aren't the eyes the most crucial part of the Queen of Jingjue? Logically, shouldn't the most crucial element be the key to activating the mechanism? Why isn't it? Are you overthinking this? The Jingjue kingdom revered the eyes as divine messengers, the mechanism must be connected to them. No, that's too simplistic. And if the eyes were the most crucial element of the Jingjue kingdom, why would they use them for a mechanism? Shelley Yang continued, most crucially, they forbade anyone from touching the sacred eyes. Shelley Yang's reasoning made perfect sense, and Chen Yi listened intently. But if not the eye, then where else could it be? Fat Wang collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. You guys better hurry up. Once we're done fighting that thing, if it finds us gone, it'll definitely come after us. Han Feng plopped down beside him. Damn it! Those things aren't dealt with yet? How'd you guys get back here? They're fighting like mad. That's why we had time to come check on things. Han Feng was taken aback. Those two species aren't allies? They're actually fighting each other? You bet. I'm dying to see who comes out on top. Hubai shot him a glance, don't go blabbing. If they come looking for us later, we won't even have time to run. Fat Wang immediately covered his mouth in guilt. Han Feng sat on the ground, but without anything to lean against, he felt utterly uncomfortable. He shifted back a few steps. Suddenly, he felt a protrusion in his back, making him uncomfortable. He shifted back slightly, using the motion to scratch an itch. Thud. Startled, Han Feng scrambled to his feet and jumped over to Chen Yi's side. What was that noise? What was that noise? Shelley Yang looked puzzled as the statue of the Queen of Jingjue began to rotate. She pulled Hubai aside as the statue turned toward the left. Once the statue's pedestal was removed, a large circular hole appeared beneath it, revealing bottomless darkness below. Holy! So, the door was actually beneath this queen's pedestal. Talk about a twist. Shelley Yang narrowed her eyes. How did you find this mechanism? Shirley Yang's question instantly drew everyone's gaze to Han Feng, who looked just as confused. Ha? This mechanism? I have no idea where this thing came from. Seeing Han Feng's bewildered expression, Shirley Yang pressed further. What did you just do? Han Feng hurriedly explained, I was just leaning against it to rest. I'd been standing for so long, I was tired and wanted to take a break. Who knew it would suddenly happen like that? It nearly scared the life out of me. Where exactly were you sitting? Han Feng knew this part clearly and pointed over with his hand. Right there. Beyond that, I don't know. Shelley Yang immediately walked over to the spot where Han Feng had accidentally triggered the mechanism, just as she was about to examine it closely. Wang Fat's panicked shouts erupted. Holy, those flying bugs are coming back. Quick, where do we run? Shelley Yang immediately abandoned her task, raising her flashlight to illuminate the direction of the circular hole. Hubai peered inside. Below was a river. Chen Yi said, tossing a circular light down into the hole. Soon, a splash echoed from below. It's not too high. We can jump down. Chen Yi glanced at the figure, now nearly upon them. Jump now. Chen Yi immediately pulled Han Feng to the edge of the cave. Han Feng followed suit and plunged down without hesitation. Seeing this, the others didn't hesitate either, leaping down one after another. Seeing that Hubai hadn't entered yet, Chen Yi hurriedly shouted, Mr. Hu, jump now. Hubai, holding his gun, replied, you jump first. I'll cover the rear. Chen Yi gave Hubai a deep look. All right, I'm jumping. You follow quickly. With that, Chen Yi swiftly flicked his fan forward, deflecting the insect hurtling toward Hubei's face. Then he plunged down without delay. How come there's a river here? Han Feng plunged into the river, instantly numbed by the icy water. He swam frantically toward the shore. Hubei was the last to jump in. The moment he hit the water, the statue above him snapped back into place. Holy crap! Wang Fatso, hearing the commotion, looked up toward the ceiling. It had completely shut itself. We can't get back, can we? How do we open it now? Chen Yi wrung out his soaked clothes, sat down on the ground, and filled his canteen with water. This must be a one-way passage. To get out, we'll have to find another route. Shelly Yang nodded. This area should be safe. Everyone can rest up and replenish their energy. As soon as Chen Yi sat down, Han Feng immediately took a seat beside him. Hey, did you see that? That guy's hand is ruined. Chapter 64, Money Luck. Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice as his gaze shifted toward the man nearby whose hand had been bitten by flying insects. The man's hand was pitch black. He held a cloth wrapped around the darkened area, his face contorted with pain. See? What the hell are those flying insects? How can they be so vicious? Han Feng shuddered at the memory of that insect devouring a person down to the last bone fragment. No clue. I don't know much about insects. You should ask Professor Chen or Shirley Yang. Han Feng waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I don't really need to know. Just curious. But when it comes down to it, curiosity can't compare to your life. Chen Yi shook his head solemnly. This place is too dangerous. You need to watch your own back. I might not be able to protect you. Though he'd promised to protect Han Feng, his own survival came first. I know. Don't worry. I've got life-saving gear. I won't slow you down. After finishing his water, Wang Fatso glanced toward the shore. Can we get across there? Hubei and Chen Yi both looked in that direction, but neither spoke. They stared silently across the Black River. Wang Fatso took another sip, screwed the cap back on his canteen, then stood up and started walking toward the Black River. Hubei immediately grabbed Wang Fat's arm. What are you doing? I just wanted to take a look. Don't go anywhere. We don't know what's going on here. What if something in the water drags you under? Hubei glared at him in exasperation. Wang Fatso felt a twinge of guilt under the glare and gave a nervous chuckle. I'm just trying to find a path for us, right? Han Feng immediately chimed in, Hey, Fatso, cut the nonsense. Just rest properly. You can't sit still for a second, can you? Fat Wang grunted and shot Han Feng a glare. You're the one who should be resting, you coward. Look at you, acting all tough. Han Feng clicked his tongue and muttered, I'm not exactly a total coward either. Oof. You're not a coward? If it weren't for Chen Yi, would you even be standing here? The muscle-bound man glared at Han Feng. Han Feng didn't get angry at all. So what? Besides, even if I am a coward, I'm nothing compared to your venom. This guy was truly venomous, actually using others to clear his path. The muscle-bound man declared with righteous indignation, everyone relies on their own skills. If you want to use me as a stepping stone, go ahead if you can beat me. Wang Yu fixed the muscle man with a cold stare, don't think you're invincible just because you're here. Mengke clenched his fists and sneered twice, I actually do think that. Han Feng couldn't stand Mengke's attitude, seriously? You think your muscles alone make you the boss around here? When danger actually struck, I never saw you charge in. Mengke pressed his lips together, ignoring Han Feng's taunt. If you go in yourselves, there'll be no need for me. So it's our fault for moving too fast, leaving you no chance to act? Han Feng couldn't help but marvel at the sheer audacity of the man. What kind of nerve would it take to say something like that? Fine. Now you have your chance. Why don't you go scout this river for us? Mengke turned his head toward the Black River, his face expressionless, yet utterly unmoving. Seeing this, Han Feng couldn't help but sneer. Why aren't you moving? You wouldn't dare, would you? Han Feng burst into laughter. All day long, you're full of big talk, but when it comes down to it, you're still too scared to move, aren't you? Wang Yu watched Mengke being cornered, a smirk curling her lips. Pretty boy, say one more word if you dare. You think I won't kill you? Han Feng blinked innocently at Mengke, then spread his hands behind his back. You want to kill me? Oof. If you want to kill me, you'll have to get past my brothers first. Think you can handle that? Han Feng wasn't the least bit afraid this guy would dare to make a move on him. Chen Yi wasn't someone to be trifled with, and he would never let anything happen to him. Staring at Han Feng's arrogant expression, Mengke clenched his fists and strode toward him. His hand instantly lifted the person off the ground. Looks like you're really out for it. Fine, I'll oblige you. Mengke's fist swung toward Han Feng's face. Ah! Mengke's furious expression abruptly froze, replaced by a mask of agony. Han Feng's lips curled upward as he freed his collar from Mengke's grasp. He casually brushed imaginary dust off his clothes. Ha, you still want to hit me? Go ahead. Come on, punch right at my face. I'll stand still. Han Feng thrust his left cheek forward. Mengke's flushed face glared at Han Feng with dark fury. Then get Chen Yi to let go of my hand. Han Feng scoffed, I can't make him let go. Besides, why did you want to hit me in the first place? I told you if you want to hit me, you'll have to get past my brother first. You're nothing but a pretty boy. Without Chen Yi, what are you? Chen Yi's eyebrows lifted slightly before turning to Han Feng. He was curious to see the expression on Han Feng's face after hearing such words. Han Feng smirked. Look at that jealous look on your face, it's hideous. You're just jealous I have people backing me, huh? Well, what can I say? I'm just that popular. Chen Yi's mouth twitched. That's not popularity, it's pure money luck. He flung his clenched fist out. Now's not the time for infighting. If you still want to pick a fight, I won't mind taking you down first. Chen Yi's threat made Mengke rein in his aggression somewhat, though the expression on his face remained unchanged. Mengke shook his hand, now red from being squeezed, and spat out a threat. I'll remember what happened today. You better not give me any reason to find something on you. Han Feng scoffed. Evidence? Like you can just run off and tattle with whatever you find. This isn't school, you know. Chen Yi slapped Han Feng on the back. Cut it out. You're just making people hate you more. Some people, when pushed too far, will do the most unexpected things. Small-minded people are the most dangerous to provoke. Han Feng retorted, clearly annoyed. It's not like I wanted to say it, he started it. Chen Yi sat down beside Han Feng, took a couple sips from his water bottle, and said, I'm going to catch some sleep. Han Feng immediately nodded. You rest. I'll keep watch. Over on the other side, Fat Wang also sat down. Seeing Chen Yi already fast asleep, he nodded at Han Feng. Hey, are you two brothers? Han Feng chuckled, not at all. We don't even look alike. But we're closer than brothers. Fat Wang chuckled, funny, me and old who are the same. We're not blood brothers either, but we're closer than brothers. Come to think of it, we look pretty similar too. Chapter 65, Ghost Cave. Hubai walked over, enough already, why are you so talkative? Aren't you going to sleep? If you can't sleep well, then you can keep watch. I'll sleep. You sleep, you sleep. I'll keep watch. Professor Chen flipped through his book while Shirley Yang opened her notebook beside him. How much further to the Queen of Jingju's tomb? Xiao Yi asked doubtfully. Professor Chen shook his head. Judging by the map of the ancient Jingju city, we shouldn't be far now. Shirley Yang nodded. Yes, and the wind is blowing fiercely here. We must be getting close. Strong winds mean we're near the exit, right? Xiao Yi exclaimed excitedly. Where there's wind, there's naturally a path, though it won't be an easy one to traverse. Shirley Yang closed her notebook and gazed intently across the Black River. Hold on. I'll scout ahead first. If it's safe, you can follow. Professor Chen sighed. Miss Yang, this is such a bother for you. Professor Chen, is there really any need for formalities between us? Besides, I came here for my own reasons too. After resting, Chen Yi suddenly sat up. Han Feng was startled by Chen Yi's sudden movement. What's wrong? What happened? Chen Yi raised his hand. Nothing. Just had a nightmare. What kind of nightmare? Chen Yi couldn't quite describe it, but he could feel his heart pounding in his chest clearly. The dream scenes had terrified him. It was a dream he'd just had, yet he couldn't recall what it was about no matter how hard he tried. Chen Yi rubbed his temples, his face worn with exhaustion. Ah, don't take it too seriously. It's just a dream. Maybe something in here lured you into it, deliberately trying to scare you. Chen Yi looked at Han Feng in surprise, his expression complex. It's not impossible. Wang Yu approached and handed him a small bottle. Chen Yi looked at Wang Yu questioningly, what's this? Wang Yu seemed slightly uneasy but maintained her composure. You had a nightmare, didn't you? Smell this. It'll help you stay grounded and ease your fatigue. Han Feng's eyes widened. Wow, you're being so kind. I'm not quite used to this yet. Wang Yu shot Han Feng a glare. Chen Yi has helped us so much. Without him, who knows how difficult this journey would have been. I just don't want the road ahead to be too hard. When Chen Yi touched the item, his omniscience confirmed it had genuine efficacy, allowing him to accept it with relief. He held it to his nose and took a light sniff. A wave of fragrance washed over him, stimulating his brain and instantly clearing his mind. The lingering dizziness vanished instantly. Chen Yi was taken aback. This thing actually works pretty well. Thanks. He returned the small bottle to Wang Yu. Wang Yu smiled faintly. You're welcome. It's the least I could do. Chen Yi nodded and slowly stood up. By now, most people had regained consciousness. After packing her things, Sherry Yang walked to the edge of the Black River. I'll go check the situation first. If it's clear, you can follow me. Chen Yi quickly interjected, we can't have a girl scouting ahead, that's our job as men. Exactly. Miss Yang, you wait here. Chen Yi and I will go check things out first. Shirley Yang refused without hesitation, I'll go. You two stay here. Why must you be so stubborn now? We two men aren't afraid of anything, but you're a girl. Yang Shuili's expression instantly hardened. Are you implying you look down on us women? Hu Bai gave an awkward chuckle. No, Miss Yang, don't misunderstand me. Women hold up half the sky, I'd never dare discriminate. The party and the people would never forgive me. Chen Yi nodded in agreement, Master Hu certainly didn't mean it that way. He was merely showing gentlemanly courtesy. Shirley Yang's expression finally eased. It's unnecessary. With that, she strode ahead of them. Man, women can be so stubborn. Wouldn't it be better if the two of us scouted ahead for her? Hu Bai couldn't help muttering under his breath. Chen Yi chuckled, just keep up. Miss Yang is an intellectual after all. She probably hates it most when people make a big deal out of gender. Hu Bai paused, then clarified, but we shouldn't unfairly label her as an intellectual either. Besides, I never underestimated her. Chen Yi shrugged. He knew nothing about the complexities of romantic feelings between men and women. Mr. Hu, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea, always the hardest to guess. You'd be wise to go along with her. Hu Bai pursed his lips. Why should I go along with her? I have nothing to do with her. Chen Yi shrugged again, yeah, you're right. He hurried to catch up with Shirley Yang ahead. Seeing Chen Yi walk so quickly, Hu Bai asked, don't you believe what I said? Chen Yi, I'm telling the truth. The three stepped into the Black River. The water wasn't deep, and they crossed directly to the opposite bank. Slowly, they entered a tunnel. A powerful gust of wind hit them head-on. The group froze in their tracks. This wind is so strong. Where could such a powerful wind be coming from? What on earth is out there? Hu Bai peered toward the distant tunnel entrance. Let's go check it out first. Just as Shirley Yang was about to step forward, Hu Bai abruptly stopped her. She looked at him in confusion. What are you doing? Hu Bai cleared his throat. I'll go first. Chen Yi, you follow behind me. Chen Yi's gaze shifted between the two men, and he instantly understood. He gave a soft sigh. Maybe I should lead after all. I'm younger and quicker on my feet. Hu Bai and Shirley Yang instantly felt as if they'd been stabbed in the back, the pain sharp and stinging. You little brat, are you itching for a beating? How come you're the only young one here? Miss Yang here is a young lady too. Right, Miss Yang? Shirley Yang pursed her lips, gave him a dismissive glance, then smiled. If you two aren't going, I'm leaving. Chen Yi walked straight past them, taking the lead position. The further forward he went, the stronger the wind grew, and the greater the resistance became. One wrong step, and you might get blown back a few paces. After passing through, Chen Yi found himself standing at the edge of a massive cliff. What is this? A cliff? Shirley Yang approached, scanning the surroundings. If I'm not mistaken, she said, this must be the legendary Ghost Cave. Hu Bai froze. What Ghost Cave? Shirley Yang glanced at Hu Bai. This comes from the records of the Jingjue Kingdom. The Ghost Cave actually has another name. Chapter 66, The Enterprise. The Ghost Cave tribe originated from this very place. Shirley Yang's words left both Chen Yi and Hu Bai momentarily stunned. The Ghost Cave tribe? There's such a tribe? Shirley Yang continued, the Ghost Cave tribe spent their entire lives guarding this cave, hence their name. Hu Bai exclaimed, what's so worth guarding about just a bottomless abyss? Chen Yi nodded in agreement. Shirley Yang smiled, took out a firefly stick, lit it, and tossed it into the cave. The light gradually spread deeper and deeper until it vanished, never reaching the bottom. Good heavens! True to its name, it really is bottomless. Chen Yi had never seen a cave like this before. His curiosity piqued, he leaned forward, straining to see deeper. Before he could move closer, Shirley Yang pulled him back. You too, don't be reckless. Be careful. That strong wind we felt earlier must have come from here. If you accidentally fall in, there's no way to get you back. Chen Yi obediently took a couple of steps back, but Hu Bai remained standing there, unfazed. Miss Yang, you're treating us like children. Why would we knowingly walk toward danger? Shirley Yang stared at him silently. The smile on Hu Bai's face gradually faded, and he awkwardly walked back to stand beside Chen Yi. Let's go back and discuss this first. Shirley Yang led the way back, the two men following behind her. Is she angry? Chen Yi heard Hu Bai ask this question. Bro, you'd better ask her yourself. I wouldn't know if you ask me. How could he tell if Shirley Yang was upset? He hadn't even been the one to upset her. Hu Bai rubbed his nose bridge and murmured, just sense it a bit. Do you think she's actually upset? Chen Yi chuckled, teasingly replying, why would you care about that, Mr. Hu? Besides, Miss Yang has a pretty good temper, she rarely gets angry. Hu Bai stared at Chen Yi in disbelief, as if hearing a joke. He couldn't help but retort, you think she has a good temper? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, countering, doesn't Master Hu think so? Or does Master Hu have some issue with Miss Yang? Hu Bai blinked, glaring at him. Don't try to trick me. I won't fall for it. Chen Yi shrugged. He wasn't setting any traps, just stating the truth. Master Hu was overthinking it. With that, he didn't pursue the topic further and turned to walk back outside. Back across the Heiha River. Shirley Yang was already surrounded by Professor Chen and his group, bombarded with questions. Han Feng and Wang Yu had also gathered around Chen Yi. Brother Yi, did you encounter anything on the way back? Chen Yi shook his head and stated plainly, nothing at all. Just stumbled upon a massive bottomless pit. Han Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Are bottomless pits real? What do they look like? I want to see one too. Han Feng was brimming with curiosity, ready to follow at a moment's notice. You'll see it soon enough. Rest up first, we need to discuss our next move. Wang Yu asked in surprise, is there no path on the other side? Chen Yi shook his head. Well, there is a path, but it's quite narrow. I'm just worried that if we go over, we might run into some difficulties. Han Feng's curiosity piqued. Chen Yi, where exactly does this bottomless pit connect to? Chen Yi chuckled dryly. Finding out is simple enough, just jump down and see for yourself. That'll give you your answer. Han Feng gave a dry chuckle, shaking his head vigorously. No way. Who knows where that cave leads? What if something happens? Wang Yu snorted coldly, folding her arms and saying casually, why so timid? We're all here. Besides, weren't you the one curious? How can you prevent physical fear? Wouldn't you be scared seeing a bottomless pit? Wang Yu shook her head without hesitation. I'm not you. Why would I be scared? Han Feng took a deep breath and turned his head away in exasperation, only to notice one shoulder trembling. Brothery, if you want to laugh, just laugh openly. I won't say anything. There's no need to hold it in like that. Han Feng watched Chen Yi, whose smile showed no trace of restraint, and his own expression instantly crumbled. Professor Chen, we discovered a ghost cave across the way. Shelley Yang relayed the situation to Professor Chen, whose eyes immediately lit up with excitement. His student reacted similarly, his gaze fixed intently on Shirley Yang. Shelley Yang gave a helpless smile, her expression serious as she said earnestly, Professor Chen, it's dangerous over there. I think you should wait here for now. Professor Chen refused without hesitation. How could that be possible? My life's pursuit has been to find the lost city of Jingjue, to uncover its secrets and the truth about the Queen of Jingjue. Asking me to stop now would mean all my efforts have been for nothing. Xiao Yi chimed in, that's right, Sister Shirley. We came all the way from Beijing specifically to study the secrets of the Jingjue ancient city and the history behind it. We can't just give up now. The archaeologist's expressions turned grim, while the rest of the group sat watching the drama unfold. The muscular man, Menko, bluntly stated, you archaeologists are so obsessed with your work, you'd risk your lives for it. This place is clearly deadly. Professor Chen responded gently, contributing to our nation is the duty of every Chinese citizen. Han Feng immediately shot back at Menko with sarcasm, their ideological awareness is several times higher than yours. Don't project your own thoughts onto them, you're not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath. Seeing Han Feng lavish praise upon Professor Chen, the professor quickly interrupted him in alarm. Comrade, such words must not be spoken lightly. Archaeology is our calling naturally, we must see it through properly. Wang Yu looked at Professor Chen with concern. After all, he was an elderly man, and the hardships of the journey had left him utterly exhausted. Professor Chen, can you keep going? Why not listen to Miss Yang and rest here for now? We'll be back soon. Professor Chen shook his head firmly, no. I must see this ghost cave. I've only read about such caves in books, never witnessed one firsthand. This is a monumental discovery. Chapter 67, The Coffin. Hubai watched Professor Chen grow increasingly agitated and couldn't help but chuckle. Since Professor Chen insists on witnessing this so-called ghost cave, let him go. Staying here might not be any safer. Shelley Yang's brow furrowed slightly. Though she didn't entirely agree, Hubai's words held some truth. This place seemed safe enough now, but who knew what might happen next? If Professor Chen met with an accident, she'd be hard-pressed to escape blame. Alright then, Professor Chen, pack your things. We'll head over shortly. Han Feng watched the excitement in the archaeologist's eyes and couldn't help but rub the goosebumps rising on his skin. Noticing Han Feng's gesture, Chen Yi asked curiously, what's wrong? Feeling cold? It is a bit chilly. Hey, do archaeologists everywhere act like them? Risking their lives just to study history? Is that history really more important than their own lives? Chen Yi patted his shoulder and sighed, everyone has their calling. Devoting one's life to their work isn't entirely incomprehensible. For them, life isn't necessarily the most important thing. Especially Professor Chen, he's already at an advanced age with not many years left. So his archaeological work becomes even more significant. Wang Yu shot Han Feng a meaningful glance, you can't possibly understand people like them. So don't project your own thoughts onto others. Han Feng snorted, crossing his arms in displeasure. Whatever. They're just nobler than me, I guess. After packing up, the group began crossing toward the opposite bank of the Black River. As they reached a sluice gate, the wind gradually picked up. Wang Fat wiped his face, his eyes stinging from the wind. Damn, this wind is brutal. Where'd it come from? If it's from that ghost cave, it's downright deadly. Han Feng immediately shielded his eyes with his hand, his lips pressed tightly together. Hearing Wang Fatso's words, he couldn't help but agree. Where does the wind in this ghostly cave come from? Wasn't it said to be bottomless? How could there be ventilation in a place with no bottom? Wang Fatso and Han Feng were filled with confusion, waiting for an answer. Shelly Yang spoke slowly. Actually, there's another theory. Rumor has it this ghost cave is a gateway to another dimension. The Queen of Jingjue's gaze could make people vanish. So where do you think those people went after disappearing? Chen Yi pondered for a moment before replying. Miss Yang, are you suggesting those vanished individuals actually entered an alternate dimension the other side of this ghostly cave? Professor Chen's hands trembled with excitement. This is incredible. It's a monumental discovery in literature. Quick, film this ghost cave. Xiao Yi hurriedly raised her camera to photograph the enormous ghostly hole. Suddenly, she paused, her expression growing increasingly puzzled. Professor, Miss Yang, look over there. Is there something up ahead? Shelly Yang and Hu Bai both looked in that direction. Hundreds of meters above the ghost cave, there was a sheer cliff. And atop the cliff, something seemed to be placed there. The distance was too great, and their eyes couldn't make out the details clearly. Xiao Yi zoomed in dozens of times but still couldn't make it out. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes and took a few steps forward before Han Feng pulled him back. Be careful, don't wander off. What if you fall? This damn cave is too deep. If you fall, there's no way to save you. Han Feng glanced down and his legs began to tremble. He wasn't usually afraid of heights, but this time he felt like he might be. The bottomless cavern stretched endlessly before them, like a gazing abyss. Within its depths, it seemed as if a pair of eyes were fixedly watching them, yet also tempting them to draw nearer. Han Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Only standing a few meters from the edge of the hole made him feel slightly safer. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes, studying the broken bridge before murmuring suspiciously, you guys think that thing on the broken bridge is a coffin? Fat Wang gaped, his voice thick with disbelief. A coffin? Who would put a coffin on a cliff edge? Don't they fear it might fall? Hu Bai pursed his lips, frowning. If it really is a coffin, then who's inside? Shelly Yang fell silent for a moment, her expression growing grave. Suddenly, her eyes snapped wide. Could it be, we've already reached the tomb of the Queen of Jingjue? No way. You mean that coffin on the broken bridge holds the Queen of Jingjue? Why would a queen in good health place her coffin on a cliff edge? Chen Yi suddenly had an idea. It might be connected to this ghost cave. Didn't they say the ghost cave tribe guards the cave for their entire lives? And I suspect the Queen of Jingjue possessed strange abilities perhaps also connected to this ghost cave. That's why she placed her coffin above it, likely seeking to harness the cave's power. Shelly Yang, Hu Bai, and everyone present turned their gaze toward Chen Yi. Borrow the power of the ghost cave? What do you mean by that? Did the Queen of Jingjue truly believe this cave could bring her some benefit? Chen Yi speculated, think about it, a colossal, bottomless cavern suddenly appears in the world. What would people perceive it as? In ancient times, when technology was underdeveloped and science held little sway, beliefs in spirits and deities flourished. This ghostly hole might well be hailed as a divine miracle. For the people of Jingjue City, being buried within a divine miracle would be the highest honor, and honor reserved solely for the Queen of Jingjue. Shelly Yang licked her lips and tapped her fingers. You're absolutely right. Whether it's the Queen of Jingjue's coffin or not, we have to go take a look. Professor Chen wholeheartedly agreed, nodding vigorously. Exactly. Shirley's right. Regardless of whose coffin it is, we must investigate. This is invaluable research. No way, we have to go down there? I can't do it, my legs are shaking. It's way too high. Falling down there would be deadly. Han Feng was genuinely terrified. Falling down there would mean certain death. Even if they said this ghostly cave had no bottom, who knew where you'd land if you fell? Wang Yu rolled her eyes. Professor Chen isn't scared. You're a young man, what are you afraid of? If you're scared, just stay put. No one's forcing you to go. Chapter 68, Encountering the Corpse-Scented Devil's Tongue. Chen Yi looked up toward the cliff's edge. There lay the coffin of the Queen of Jingjue. The coffin itself was carved from Kunlun sacred wood, and clinging to its surface was the corpse-fragrant devil's tongue. Hey, what are you staring at? Chen Yi snapped back to reality, glancing at Wang Fat, who had just patted him on the shoulder. His gaze fell upon Wang's pocket. What's this? Wang Fat paused, following Chen Yi's gaze to look down. He froze in shock, quickly stuffing whatever had fallen out of his pocket back inside. Nothing. Come on, let's keep going. Chen Yi chuckled and whispered, Fatso, you didn't take that from the pile of treasure, did you? Wang Fatso's eyes flickered twice. No way. Hu Bai, walking ahead, glanced back. Wang Pengzi froze, forcing a stiff smile. He placed a hand on Chen Yi's shoulder. Don't go saying things like that. The weight pressed down on Chen Yi, making it hard for him to straighten his back. It must be said, the fat man's weight was quite substantial. You can't touch her stuff. If you really do, you won't be able to get out. Chen Yi kindly warned. Fat Wang scoffed in disbelief. How could we not get out? We've already made it to this damn cave. Miss Yang said we'll find the Queen of Jingjua's coffin any minute now. Chen Yi knew full well the Queen of Jingjua's coffin was within reach, but they couldn't approach it. Getting close would inevitably draw them into an illusion. Master Hu, let's pause here. Hu Bai ahead shot Chen Yi a meaningful glance. What's wrong? I see it clearly now, that's the Kunlun sacred tree up there. Upon hearing this, Shirley Yang instantly grew excited. The legendary Kunlun sacred tree, also known as the heaven-reaching tree, serves as a bridge between heaven and earth. Such sacred wood never withers. If fashioned into a coffin, it would ensure the corpse within never decays. I believe the Queen of Jingjue lies within. Chen Yi glanced at Shirley Yang, feeling a newfound respect for her. Her knowledge was truly remarkable. Had he not read the original text, Chen Yi himself would never have recognized the wood on that coffin as Kunlun sacred wood. Something seemed to be clinging to it. Han Feng pointed in astonishment at the enormous mushroom-like growth on the coffin. That must be the corpse-fragrant devil's tongue, Chen Yi said slowly. Han Feng looked confused at the term. Corpse-scented devil's tongue? What was that? Was it edible? Han Feng's remark drew laughter from the archaeological team. I've never heard of anyone eating corpse-scented devil's tongue, but if you're feeling particularly reckless, you could give it a try. Shelley Yang chuckled. Han Feng laughed heartily. I'm not desperate enough to try it yet. Sounds like it can't be good. Definitely not edible. This corpse-scented devil's tongue probably remains unrotted because of the Kunlun sacred tree. Han Feng frowned. What significance does it hold that this thing grows on the coffin? Corpse-scented devil's tongue naturally grows in ancient tombs. It prevents corpses from decaying while also causing them to emit a peculiar fragrance. Chen Yi explained to Han Feng, who looked surprised. Shelley Yang stared at Chen Yi in astonishment. You seem quite familiar with this stuff? Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice before he chuckled, all from books. Never imagined I'd actually see the real thing. Han Feng was taken aback. I never imagined you were such a studious guy. Chen Yi looked at Han Feng in silence. Han Feng chuckled. Just kidding, just kidding. But Chen Yi's right, this might actually be the tomb of the Queen of Jingjue. Professor Chen immediately declared, then let's go see if this is truly the tomb of the Queen of Jingjue. If it is, this will be a monumental discovery. Han Feng peered down into the ghostly cavern below, then quickly pulled his gaze away. Holy, it's too deep. He glanced at Wang Fatso beside him, who cautiously peered down into the depths. It was indeed terrifying. Chen Yi put on a veil, and Wang Yu followed suit upon seeing him. Han Feng's gaze lingered on the two of them. Why are they suddenly wearing masks? Is it toxic? Han Feng immediately covered his nose. Legend has it that the scent emitted by this corpse fragrance devil's tongue can cloud one's mind and trap people in illusions. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, everyone instinctively covered their noses. Shelley Yang pursed her lips and looked toward the Kunlun sacred tree. We're still so far from the sacred tree's location, it shouldn't be so easy to lure us into a trap just yet. This corpse-scented devil's tongue can indeed lure people, but at this distance, it should be rather difficult to entice anyone. Both Shirley Yang and Hu Bai believed it couldn't possibly draw anyone into an illusion. But Chen Yi knew that even though they were now on the other side of the ghost cave, they were still within the corpse-scented devil's tongue's range. Within its reach, the corpse-scented aram's fragrance permeated everything. A single misstep could easily lead one astray, plunging them into its illusory realm. Have you considered that the corpse-scented devil's tongue atop the Kunlun sacred tree is enormous? Its influence must cover a vast area. Perhaps we're already standing within its reach. Han Feng trusted Chen Yi unconditionally. After all, Chen Yi was the one tasked with protecting him. I trust him when he says something like that. Better to be cautious, it never hurts to be careful. Hu Bai agreed, you're right. Let's be cautious. If we really are within its influence and get trapped in this environment, it would be a real mess. Upon hearing Hu Bai's words, the group immediately donned their masks. At first glance, it looked like a chaotic free-for-all. Your masks are quite distinctive. Especially Han Feng's, it's downright show-offy. Anyone would want to punch it a couple times. Wang the Fatso stared intently at Han Feng's mask. Bro, is that diamond encrusted on your mask? Han Feng gave a nod. Yeah. Pretty cool, huh? This mask was custom made just for me. It's inlaid with blue sea sapphires. Nothing can break it. Fat Wang blinked, his eyes brimming with envy. I've never seen such a luxurious mask. Can I try it on for a bit? Han Feng raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. No way. It was made just for me. You can't wear it. Wang Fat looked disappointed, then suggested, fine, I won't wear it. But can I at least touch it? I've never touched such a beautiful mask before. Han Feng felt his mask was under intense scrutiny and narrowed his eyes. Fatso, what are you doing? Chen Yi stepped forward and pulled the object from the fat man's pocket. Shirley Yang and Hu Bai saw this and instantly flew into a rage. Chapter 69, Caught Off Guard. Hear me out, this is all a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Wang Fatso blurted out nervously. Hubai knew Wang Fatso's temperament all too well and shot him a look of exasperation. You really are something. At a time like this, you're still thinking about treasure. Don't you fear death? Fat Wang suddenly retorted, people die for wealth, birds die for food. That's only human nature. Human nature my ass. Listen, Fatso, put that thing back right now. Or else, you won't even know how you died. Fat Wang pulled a gold coin from his pocket and muttered, is it really that serious? It's just a gold coin. You guys aren't taking it, so why can't I? Han Feng was stunned. Pointing at the gold coin in his hand, he exclaimed, you actually took it? Didn't you say we weren't supposed to touch anything in there? Professor Chen glanced over, his face filled with disappointment. Comrade Wang Kaixian. How could you touch those artifacts? We're only supposed to look at them, how could you take one? This is unacceptable. The party and the people are deeply disappointed in you. Wang Fatty stared at the pitifully small bronze coin in his hand, then glanced at the disappointed faces around him. No, I don't know. I just couldn't control my hand. By the time I realized it, the thing was already in my grasp. Han Feng chuckled, not believing a word of Wang Fatso's excuse. Did it grow legs and run into your hand? Wang Fatso chuckled, you're right, it did grow legs. Though it didn't run into my hands, everything that ran in front of me ended up in my hands. How could I not take it? Han Feng rolled his eyes. Hubai glanced at Shirley Yang's expression and hurried over to Wang Fatso. What the hell? Didn't I tell you not to touch this thing? Hearing this, Wang Panji pulled Hubai close. It's not like I wanted to take it. It just appeared right in front of me. How could I resist? He'd finally managed to resist all those piles of gold and silver treasures, but who knew that as soon as he got to Heiha, he'd see this thing. Put it back. Wang Panzi looked utterly reluctant. Put it back? But it's worth a fortune. Professor Chen just said it's ancient and incredibly valuable. Hubai nudged Wang Fat with his elbow. We're already under suspicion. Put it back now. Wang Fatso froze, glancing at Shirley Yang and Chen Yi. Had they really been discovered? Hubai managed a strained nod. Fat Wang had no choice. Alright, I'll put it back when the time comes. Stop messing around. Hurry up. We don't even know what this thing is. What if it triggers other traps? You. Fat Wang cut her off immediately. So many traps? It's just a gold coin. Besides, the Queen of Jingjue wouldn't be that stingy, right? Chen Yi walked toward Wang Fatso, who immediately tucked the object away. Fatso, you gotta toss that coin back. Otherwise, this place'll trap you. Watching Chen Yi, his face tightly covered, Fat Wang's mouth twitched involuntarily. Aren't you uncomfortable? Chen Yi touched the mask covering his face. He'd exchanged it for in the system store. He'd prepared it the moment he decided to enter this instance. No toxic mist could penetrate it, perfect defense. No, you guys should put yours on too. This corpse-scented devil's tongue is seriously potent. I'm worried it might pull us into an illusion. Fat Wang chuckled. No way. No matter how powerful that corpse-scented devil's tongue is, we haven't even gotten close yet. How could it possibly control us? Honestly, you're just too nervous. Just chill out like Fatso and old Hu here, and you'll be fine. Chen Yi shook his head. Trust me, this corpse-scented devil's tongue has a massive range. And this isn't just any corpse-scented devil's tongue, it's the one from the Kunlun sacred tree. Seeing Chen Yi's serious and certain expression, Hubai nudged Wang Fatso. I think Comrade Chen has a point. He's looking out for us, how can we not appreciate that? Meanwhile, Shirley Yang had already prepared her defenses, her gaze fixed on Chen Yi. Chen Yi, we're all ready. Let's go. The group began making their way along the narrow path leading to the ghost cave. Chen Yi walked in the middle of the group. Suddenly, he felt a sharp gust of wind strike toward his back. He dodged it swiftly. A hand wielding a dagger lunged toward his body. Die! Chen Yi's eyes widened as he darted back and forth through the narrow passageway. Brother Yi! Han Feng noticed and tried to help. Chen Yi urgently stopped him. Get out of here! Don't slow me down! Chen Yi seized the hand attacking him and twisted it violently, sending the dagger clattering to the floor. Ow! Chen Yi narrowed his eyes, kicked the attacker flying, and prepared to advance only to be blocked once more. Ha, Chen Yi, this reward is ours. You'd better just stay put in this godforsaken place. Ha! That's right. The reward is ours. You'd better stay put here. The group attacked Chen Yi simultaneously. Outnumbered, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Clutching his head, Chen Yi held a dagger in one hand to fend off the attackers. Nearly all of them were dungeon raiders. They didn't know why they suddenly obeyed Meng Ku. Countless skills rained down upon him. The pressure left him utterly unable to fight back. Meng Ku! How dare you! Meng Ku's eyes glowed crimson as he glared at Chen Yi with sinister intent. What's there to fear? We're about to clear the instance. If you die, I'll get a higher rating. With that, he swung his blade at Chen Yi. Chen Yi blocked with his hand, instantly slicing open his flesh as blood gushed forth. Chen Yi gritted his teeth, staring at his bleeding hand before clutching it tightly. The others surrounded him, but attempts to help were blocked by other players. Manga slowly approached Chen Yi, his eyes locked on him. He raised the blade high in his hand. Go to hell! Chen Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. He took a step back, colliding with the person behind him. That person grabbed him, pinning him down tightly. Ha ha! You're dead! You're dead! Chen Yi's vision filled with the shadow of the dagger as it swung toward his eye. The sharp blade was mere millimeters from piercing his eyeball. Chen Yi had no time to close his eyes, letting out a terrified scream. Blood flowed like a river. Chapter 70, Persuading Shirley Yang. Han Feng looked at Chen Yi with puzzlement. What was wrong with him? A group of people who had been about to leave heard Han Feng's words and approached Chen Yi. Chen Yi covered his eyes, his face frozen in terror as he waved his hands frantically around him. He seemed possessed. Professor Chen frowned, then glanced at the Kunlun sacred tree and corpse-fragrant devil's tongue nearby. Oh no! He's fallen victim to the corpse-scented devil's tongue's illusions. Fat Wang was utterly incredulous. What? He's under the corpse-scented devil's tongue's illusion? But he had already prepared his defenses. Han Feng stared at the mask covering Chen Yi's face, equally puzzled. Yeah. Yi Gu put on the mask early on. How could he have fallen into the corpse-scented devil's tongue's illusion so quickly? Professor Chen shook his head. I have no idea. But his situation does suggest he's been caught in the illusion. Wake him up immediately. Under no circumstances should he die within the illusion. If he perishes there, he will truly die. Hearing Professor Chen's words, the others immediately grew tense. No way, the corpse-scented devil's tongue is that terrifying? Fat Wang aimed his gun at the corpse-scented devil's tongue and opened fire. If this thing is so terrifying, then destroy it. The crackling gunfire echoed as Chen Yi suddenly opened his eyes. The figures before him seemed to be speaking right into his ears. The sharp blade in Manga's hand vanished. He searched for Manga's figure, only to see Manga staring in terror toward the Kunlun sacred tree. He wasn't looking at him at all. What was going on? Hadn't Munt just nearly killed him? Why was he running over there? Are you awake? Or still not yourself? Chen Yi shook his head, looking at the worried Han Feng and asked in confusion, what were you doing just now? Han Feng gasped, me? I wasn't doing anything. You were the one doing something, Yi Gu. You were pulled into an illusion by that corpse-scented devil's tongue. At those words, Chen Yi's pupils suddenly contracted as he stared at the corpse-scented devil's tongue. Wang Fatso's gun rattled as he sprayed fire toward the corpse-scented devil's tongue. But there was no reaction whatsoever. It's too far away, the bullets won't reach. Hu Bai immediately said, let's get closer and take care of that corpse-scented devil's tongue. The two men started moving forward. Wait! Chen Yi hurriedly called out to the two. Hu Bai and Wang Fatso looked at Chen Yi in confusion. What's wrong? Don't go any further. Living beings must never approach the corpse-scented devil's tongue, it will instantly pull you into an illusion. If you die within that illusion, your life will be lost. Hu Bai frowned, but this is our only path forward. Are we supposed to retreat? There's no way back. This corpse-scented devil's tongue is so mysterious, we absolutely have to investigate. Xiao Yi tilted his head, squinting as he couldn't resist pulling out his binoculars to peer closer. Professor! There seems to be writing on that Kunlun sacred tree. Professor Chen paused, took the binoculars from Xiao Yi, and peered upward. There really are writings. If we could transcribe them and bring them back for study, it would be a monumental discovery. Han Feng watched Professor Chen, who was brimming with excitement, and couldn't help but remark. This guy, why does he always make such big discoveries? They were all in the same place, yet he didn't sense any major discoveries at all. Let's go take a look. The two students under Professor Chen couldn't contain their excitement either and immediately headed toward the corpse-scented arum. Seeing this, Chen Yi quickly called out to them. Wait! Don't move! You all saw what happened to me just now. If you go over there, you'll definitely be pulled into the illusion. The others fell silent. Shirley Yang frowned. Then what should we do? Chen frowned, deep in thought. We need to find another route. There's gotta be more than just this one path. This one's way too dangerous. Han Feng clung tightly to the wall, not daring to look down at the path beneath his feet. Hearing Chen Yi's words, he glanced ahead. Ha! There's another path here? I thought this was the only one. You're not suggesting the other path means jumping down into this damn cave, are you? Chen Yi shot Han Feng a silent glance. Han Feng awkwardly rubbed his nose. Just kidding, just kidding. Don't take it seriously. I'm serious. Hu Bai thought for a moment before nodding. Alright, let's do it your way. I trust you. Chen Yi's lips curved upward. Thanks, Mr. Hu. But Shirley Yang remained silent. Noticing this, Chen Yi asked, Miss Yang, what's wrong? Shirley Yang snapped back to reality and shook her head. You guys go ahead. I absolutely must get to the bottom of this queen's tomb. Hubei froze. Don't be reckless. Didn't Comrade Chen warn us? Living people can't approach it. If you get too close, it'll take your life. What then? Shirley Yang shrugged indifferently. I came here specifically for the tomb of the Queen of Jingjue. Having reached this point, I won't back down. Chen Yi knew why Shirley Yang had come, but the tomb of the Queen of Jingjue didn't hold what she sought. He cautioned, Miss Yang, perhaps what you seek isn't in the Queen of Jingjue's tomb at all. It might be elsewhere. At his words, Shirley Yang's gaze suddenly fixed on Chen Yi, her eyes brimming with scrutiny and suspicion. What do you know? Chen Yi smiled faintly. I know a little. But Miss Yang, there's no need for such hostility toward me. I won't interfere with your plans. Hubei's gaze shifted back and forth between the two. What are you two talking about? It sounds like you're solving riddles. Shirley Yang pressed her lips tightly together, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Yi. Are you certain the tomb of the Queen of Jingjue doesn't contain what I'm searching for? Chen Yi nodded. Indeed, it holds nothing you seek. Therefore, your visit would serve no purpose. Shirley Yang looked away, seeming hesitant. Hey, senior brother. How did you two get up there? Hearing this, Chen Yi and Hubei turned their gaze toward the location of the Kunlun sacred tree. Professor Chen's two disciples had somehow made their way up without anyone noticing. The two were engrossed in documenting the inscriptions etched into the ground, gradually drawing closer to the Kunlun sacred tree and the corpse-scented devil's tongue. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. This is bad. They're going to get into trouble. With that, Chen Yi immediately sprinted toward them. Han Feng hurriedly called out, Chen Yi, where are you going? Don't do anything reckless. Chapter 71, Caught in the Trap Again. Chen Yi ran swiftly. He knew that in the next second, those two would turn on each other. He had to seize that moment to save them. Senior brother. Good heavens, what's gotten into them? Why did they suddenly start fighting? Is this some kind of disagreement? Han Feng watched the two suddenly attacking each other, scratching his chin in confusion. No, they must have been poisoned by the corpse-scented devil's tongue and fallen into an illusion. Hearing this, Han Feng's mouth dropped open in horror. It's that powerful? Even wearing a mask couldn't protect them. I thought Brothery just put his mask on too late earlier. Shelley Young frowned. Who knew this corpse-scented devil's tongue was this potent? It packs such a punch. Hubei watched as Chen Yi walked toward the edge of the cliff. Chen Yi. Watch out. Han Feng's heart skipped a beat when he saw the two suddenly swing whatever they were holding at Chen Yi. Chen Yi immediately subdued the two men. You've been deceived. Follow me. He forced them back toward the entrance when suddenly, a pink vine lashed out from behind. One of the men he was holding was wrapped around the waist and instantly pulled toward it. Chen Yi snapped to attention, immediately drawing his knife and slashing at the thing. The vine snapped, and the ensnared man fell to the ground. Yet the person remained trapped within the illusion. Staring at Chen Yi in terror, they swung whatever they had in their hands like a weapon at him. Chen Yi dodged, but was struck from behind by a club. The pain made him crouch down, clutching his head tightly. Damn, that hurt. Getting hit with a solid blow like that was bound to hurt. Seeing this, Hubei hurriedly ran up the stairs. You guys wait here for now. I'll go bring them down. Professor Chen nodded urgently. Thank you, Comrade Hu. This is a huge help. Hubei grunted in acknowledgement, then turned to Wang Fatso beside him. Keep an eye on things. Fat Wang nodded. Go ahead. I'll keep an eye on that corpse-fragrant devil's tongue for you. I'm going to punch a few holes right through it. With that, Wang Fatty raised the gun in his hand and opened fire on the corpse-scented devil's tongue. The two men, locked in a deadly struggle, grew increasingly frenzied. When Hubei arrived, he too found himself momentarily at a loss. But soon, he managed to subdue one of them. Damn, this corpse-scented devil's tongue is something else. Chen Yi stood up, staring intently at the corpse-scented devil's tongue clinging to the Kunlun sacred tree. Without hesitation, he drew a dagger from his waist and slowly approached the corpse-scented devil's tongue. Hubei asked in confusion, What are you doing? Chen Yi replied earnestly, I'm going to destroy this corpse-scented devil's tongue. That way, it won't harm anyone. Hearing this, Hubei held Chen Yi in even higher regard. Be careful, don't get pulled into the illusion yourself. Otherwise, he won't save anyone. Chen Yi pressed down on the mask covering his face, then slowly walked toward the Kunlun sacred tree with his knife in hand. As he drew nearer, his gaze shifted from the corpse-scented devil's tongue to the interior of the Kunlun sacred tree. Inside the Kunlun sacred tree lay a corpse. Judging by the attire, it appeared to be the corpse of the Queen of Jingjue. The Queen of Jingjue wore a mask over her face, an utterly terrifying sight. Chen Yi recalled reading that the Queen of Jingjue's face bore an uncanny resemblance to Shirley Yang's. Curiosity stirred within him just how similar were these two faces? Without realizing it, he reached out his hand toward the mask covering the Queen of Jingjue's face. His fingers touched the mask on her face. After a brief pause, he removed it without hesitation. A face of icy pallor was revealed before his eyes. And that face was indeed strikingly familiar. It was identical to Shirley Yang's. So this wasn't Hu Baiyi's imagination. They really did look alike. Chen Yi, his mind suddenly cleared, felt a surge of excitement. Suddenly, the surroundings grew quieter. Confused, he glanced behind him, but the three figures were nowhere to be seen. He stood alone before the Kunlun sacred tree. He looked toward the figures at the ghostly cave entrance. The person standing there seemed to be waving at him. Chen Yi hesitated for a moment, but then raised his hand and waved back. The next moment, he sensed something stirring at his feet and quickly looked down. The roots of the corpse-scented devil's tongue had wrapped around his ankle. Without hesitation, he drew his dagger and slashed toward his ankle. The root snapped cleanly. After severing it, Chen Yi immediately took several steps back. The root still tried to grab him, but he severed them all with the blade in his hand. The enormous corpse-scented devil's tongue slowly rose upright. Then, its tightly closed petals slowly unfurled in the air. Chen Yi's pupils contracted sharply at the sight. Damn it! How could this thing bloom so quickly? Chen Yi scrambled backward, sprinting all the way back to the others. Hu Bai frowned and asked, "What were you doing up there? Didn't you say it wasn't safe?" Hearing this, Chen Yi froze in place. What? Boss Hu, you mean I went up there myself? Han Feng piped up, exactly. I yelled at you so many times from behind, but you didn't even acknowledge me. You just ran up on your own. I couldn't catch up, so I didn't go up. Chen Yi's brow furrowed deeply. How could that be? Didn't those two go up? The two students beside Professor Chen looked at him in confusion. No, we didn't. Didn't you say it was dangerous up there? But weren't you supposed to document some literature? Xiao Yi pulled out a notebook, exactly. That's why we used binoculars so we could see plenty of documents without getting close to the corpse-scented Titanarum. Chen Yi watched as the two students meticulously recorded their observations in the notebook using this method. Watching them, he couldn't help but doubt himself. Am I being pulled into an illusion again? How could this be? Why would they specifically target him? You seem to be looking into the Kunlun sacred tree just now. What did you see? Chen Yi locked eyes with Shirley Yang and said, I saw a corpse. It must be the body of the Queen of Jingjue. It hasn't decayed. And that face, it was identical to yours. Hearing this, Shirley Yang pressed urgently, besides the corpse, what else did you see inside? Chen Yi knew what she was asking about, but he hadn't found it. Sorry, I looked, but there was only the corpse. Nothing else. A hint of disappointment flashed across Shirley Yang's face. Really? Nothing else? Chen Yi's eyes flickered. I told you, it doesn't have what you're looking for. Why don't we check somewhere else? Shirley Yang's gaze fell back on Chen Yi. You know a lot about me? Chapter 72, Out of the Frying Pan and Into the Fire. Chen Yi's eyes flickered again, and he gave a faint smile. Not exactly knowledgeable, he replied, just a little bit informed. Upon hearing this, Shirley Yang grew even more suspicious of Chen Yi's true identity. Who exactly are you? Hu Bai and Wang Fat stood in the middle, watching the back and forth between the two. What's going on with them? Does Comrade Chen Yi have another identity? Could it be the same as ours? Wang Fatso frowned in suspicion, while Hu Bai clicked his tongue. You're overthinking it. Comrade Chen Yi is the kind of person who returns lost property. If he were like us, he would have taken things he shouldn't have long ago. But he hasn't even glanced at them once. Wang Fatso considered the reasoning and found it somewhat plausible. True, he hasn't taken anything. But what's his deal? How come he seems to know so much about this American chick? Hu Bai nudged Wang Fatso, who immediately chuckled. Seeing Shirley Yang look tense, Chen Yi quickly reassured her, you don't need to worry. My goals are different from yours, and I won't stand in your way. I might even be able to help you. Hearing this, the suspicion in Shirley Yang's eyes deepened. Who exactly are you? I'm just an ordinary person who happened to be in this place and decided to join the expedition. Shirley Yang didn't believe Chen Yi was an explorer, but she had no proof to the contrary. Ah! Look! What on earth is that? How did it turn red? Chen Yi's gaze immediately darted toward the Kunlun sacred tree. He froze instantly. That's the hell-blooming red spider lily. Run for your lives. At Chen Yi's command, everyone immediately began running. Yet the Higanbana moved with terrifying speed, instantly blocking their retreat. They had no choice but to keep running forward. Chen Yi, leading the charge, knew there must be another path here. So as he ran, he kept his hand pressed against the wall, feeling his way. Ah! How can these flowers actually pull people in? Han Feng felt his resolve crumbling as the red spider lilies wrapped around his legs. Wang Yu, running beside him, immediately drew her long sword and slashed at them. Run! Before Han Feng could even thank her, he was barked at. Helpless, he could only keep running. The red spider lilies were incredibly fast, closing in from both front and back in an instant. Fat one, holy crap, are we gonna get stuck here today? Chen Yi suddenly found an open spot. Here! Quick, come over! Chen Yi immediately pulled the others inside, positioning himself at the entrance. Wang Yu watched nervously, get in here. Chen Yi slashed the binding him with his knife, then leapt into the hole. Soon, the cave began to tremble. As they pressed forward, fragments of rock rained down from above. The thunderous boom sent them scattering like rats in all directions. After a long while, when the tremors finally subsided, they all breathed a huge sigh of relief. Han Feng sat on the ground and sighed. Another day survived. Chen Yi glanced back, his expression clouded with worry. Our way out is blocked. The words plunged the group into deathly silence. No, it can't be. You're not saying we're trapped in here, are you? Han Feng exclaimed in surprise, then seemed to realize something and calmed down. It's fine. This place is safe. There aren't any strange things here. Chen Yi pressed his lips together. There's not much oxygen left in this enclosed space. With so many of us here, we probably won't last 2 days. We'll die from suffocation due to oxygen depletion. Hearing this, Han Feng shot to his feet. Holy, that won't do. We have to find a way out. Quickly. We're not going to die here. Chen Yi sat back down. There's no way out. There's no wind here, and the outside is completely blocked off. This is clearly a completely sealed space. As he finished speaking, Shirley Yang sat silently beside him. Hu Bai scanned the surroundings and sighed. It really is like that. He then glanced toward Shirley Yang, who was buried in her knees. Confused, he walked over. Miss Yang? He called out softly, but received no response. Nervously, he pulled Shirley Yang up. A face streaked with tears came into view. Hu Bai froze instantly. Yang. Miss Yang? You're crying? Shirley Yang quickly wiped the tear streaks from her face. No. Hu Bai's gaze held no reservation, landing directly upon Shirley Yang. Shirley Yang averted her gaze. Hu Bai, realizing his stare had been intrusive, awkwardly looked away and moved to the side. What? There are so many of us. Surely one of us will get lucky. Maybe soon, heaven won't abandon us, we'll find a way out. Shirley Yang's voice trembled slightly. We've exhausted all our supplies. Even if we don't die from oxygen deprivation, we'll starve or dehydrate to death from lack of water and food. Hu Bai was at a loss for words. Menko, beside him, was so furious he slammed a nearby rock onto the ground. We're in this mess because of Chen Yi. Menko's words instantly snapped everyone back to attention. Yu was the first to protest. What nonsense are you spouting? If it weren't for Chen Yi, you'd have been killed by the Higan Bana long ago, you ingrate. What red spider lily? It's just a flower. What's so scary about it? But now, we've holed up in this cave and can't get out. He just wants to get us killed. Han Feng felt a twinge of fear too, but he still sided with his brother. Menko, where did you learn this habit of settling scores after the fact? All you do is blame others, why not blame yourself first? If you were any good, we wouldn't be in this mess. Menko's face flushed crimson with rage at Han Feng's words. What do you mean by that? Han Feng sneered coldly, nothing at all. If you don't understand, find someone to translate for you. I don't waste my breath on fools. Menko clenched his fists in rage, ready to strike without a second thought. Chen Yi immediately stepped in front of Han Feng, his voice icy. You followed us here of your own accord. You could have chosen not to come. Since you did, it was your own decision. Exactly. You followed of your own accord. Chen Yi didn't force you. If you've got the guts, why not fight him one-on-one? Han Feng sneered. Hu Bao, seeing the situation spiraling out of control, stepped forward urgently. Enough. Stop arguing. At a time like this, we should be uniting our strength. How can we be causing trouble? Chapter 73, The Prophet's Tomb. Hu Bai stepped forward to lighten the mood, smiling as he said, our gathering here is fate itself. If we die here today, at least we won't be lonely on the road to the underworld, right? Menka chuckled coldly, die? How could I possibly die? I'll find a way out. Han Feng couldn't stand people like Menku. He immediately sneered, where does your confidence come from? I haven't seen you lift a finger the whole way, yet you spout nothing but tough talk. Pretty boy, are you looking for death? Han Feng stepped back behind Chen Yi. You think you can beat my Yi? When you've beaten him, then you can talk tough to me. Menku's gaze shifted toward Chen Yi, tinged with apprehension. All you know how to do is hide behind others. If he ever stops protecting you, your end won't be pretty. Han Feng snorted coldly, rest assured, no matter how bad it gets, it'll still be better than yours. Wang Fat sat against the wall, watching the two men spar back and forth, licking his parched lips. You two have the energy to bicker? That's such a waste of stamina. Aren't you thirsty? Menku and Han Feng froze instantly, silently closing their mouths. Neither spoke. Professor Chen was already weak, his eyes nearly closing. Shelley Yang noticed and quickly slapped Professor Chen awake. Professor, don't sleep. Hang on. Professor Chen slowly opened his eyes. Spotting Shirley Yang, he gave a faint smile. Ah, old age catches up with you. I just can't help but feel sleepy. Shelley Yang pressed her lips tightly together and shook her head. Professor, please don't sleep now. Let's get out of here first, then you can rest properly. Xiao Yi leaned close to Professor Chen. Sir, are you thirsty? I have a little water left here. Let me give it to you. Professor Chen raised his hand. No need. Save it for yourself. I'm not thirsty yet. Xiao Yi opened his canteen and pressed it directly to Professor Chen's lips. Professor, please drink a little. I'm young, I can endure it. Shelly Yang nodded in agreement. Yes, Professor, you really must drink some. Professor Chen had no choice but to let them force feed him water. He felt slightly better afterward. Han Feng sighed. Good, do you think we're really going to perish here? With the supplies they had and the oxygen here, lasting 24 hours would be tough. Let alone the remaining 5 days. Chen Yi sat on the ground, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. No, there's still a way out. Hearing this, Han Feng's eyes widened. You mean it? There really is another way? This place is completely sealed off. How could there be another way? Han Feng felt a surge of astonishment, yet he didn't doubt Chen Yi's words. Wang Yu, who had been resting, lifted her eyes and fixed her gaze on Chen Yi. Yes. Chen Yi's tone was unwaveringly certain, instantly calming Han Feng's flustered heart. Those who had been watching Chen Yi noticed this and chuckled. At a time like this, you still have the nerve to brag? Only these two idiots would believe you. The speaker was none other than Li Yu, who had previously berated them for standing by while someone was in danger. His menacing gaze pierced Chen Yi and the others like a series of knives. Han Feng sneered coldly, even if we can't get out, you can't either. We'll all die together. Li Yu shrugged indifferently. So what? At least you'll be taking me down with you. Enraged by his attitude, Han Feng leapt to his feet, lunging forward to grab Li Yu by the collar. Hu Bai had just managed to persuade Meng Ke when this new conflict erupted. He quickly grabbed Han Feng's arm and pulled him back. What's the point of arguing? Save your energy. We need to figure out how to find an exit. Li Yu smoothed his collar, then sat down on the floor. An exit, he said coldly. This place is sealed. Where would an exit be? You didn't actually believe him, did you? If he hadn't let us into hiding here, we might have found the exit long ago. We wouldn't be facing death by suffocation. Li Yu led the others in emotionally lashing out at Chen Yi. Chen Yi lifted his eyelids and let out a cold laugh. When we find the exit, I hope you won't be following. Li Yu scoffed. Exit? Go ahead and look now. It's all rock in here, where's the exit? You're just dreaming. Chen Yi ignored Li Yu's ranting, for he knew there truly was an exit here. It was merely the tomb of a prophet. And that tomb was precisely located here. Chen Yi didn't immediately stand up to search. He planned to rest first, then used the 16-character Yin Yang Feng Shui secret technique to locate the tomb. He drank the last drop of water from his flask before rising to his feet. He began searching with his compass in hand. Hu Bai saw Chen Yi's actions and knew exactly what he intended to do. He asked in confusion, what? Is there another tomb here? Chen Yi nodded without hesitation. According to the geomancy I've studied, there is indeed a tomb here. This might be our only way out. Upon hearing this, Hu Bai immediately began his own calculations. Then he was astonished to discover there really was a tomb here. Chen Yi, your geomancy skills are impressive. I almost fell for this terrain's deception. I never expected you wouldn't be fooled. Wang Fatso, overhearing their conversation, sprang to his feet. A tomb? A tomb? That means there must be treasure. Hu Bai took a deep breath. At a time like this, you're still thinking about treasure. Don't you want to live? Wang Fatso chuckled nervously. I was just saying. You know I can't help myself. Besides, if we can't get out, at least I'll die holding a priceless treasure. That'd be worth it. Chen Yi had come to understand Wang Fat's love of money throughout their journey. He truly was as greedy as the books described. He declared, being buried so close to the Queen of Jingzhua's coffin, she must have been someone important. There's bound to be treasure inside that coffin. The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Fatso was overcome with excitement, practically ready to start digging up the tomb right then and there. You've lost your minds. How could there be a tomb here? It's all rocks everywhere. Are you suggesting it's buried inside a rock? Meng Ke stared at Chen Yi and Hu Bai in disbelief. Shelly Yang and Professor Chen stood up. If there really is a tomb, we might actually have a chance. Let's search first. Where could this tomb be? Chen Yi spun his compass and headed toward one spot, while Hu Bai went the other way. The others figured there was nothing else to do, so they started feeling along the rock walls too. What's this? Hey, there's a small hole here. Could this be the tomb we're looking for? Chapter 74, Opening the Hall. Upon hearing Han Feng's words, Chen Yi immediately walked over. A faint breeze seemed to seep through the cracks in the stone. Chen Yi crouched beside the small hole and peered inside. Move these rocks aside and take a look. The group sprang into action immediately. With more hands, the pace quickened. In no time, they cleared the stones blocking the tomb entrance. Holy, there really is a tomb in here. This is incredible. One of them suddenly exclaimed. Han Feng immediately puffed up with pride. Humph. Didn't you all doubt Igu? When has Igu ever been wrong? If he says it's here, it's definitely here. Meng Ke rolled his eyes. What are you so smug about? It wasn't even you who found it. Han Feng paused. How isn't it mine? I'm the one who discovered it. Seeing another argument brewing, Shirley Yang shouted. Can you all just stop arguing? At a time like this, you still have the energy to bicker. Meng Ke snorted coldly. Who cares about bickering with a useless pretty boy? The group entered the tomb chamber, where a coffin stood. The others felt uneasy, and Han Feng couldn't help but lean back. Only the archaeology team, Hubai, and Shirley Yang's group dared to approach. Chen Yi stood to the side, observing. What's written on this coffin? Are those characters? Professor Chen adjusted his glasses, carefully felt the surface twice, and said, This is the script of the Ghost Cave tribe. Whoever lies here must not be an ordinary person. Well, duh. Buried here? Of course it's someone important. Wang Fat rubbed his hands together. When do we open it? Chen Yi's gaze lingered on the inscription. I've heard the Ghost Cave tribe had a prophet. No sooner had Chen Yi finished speaking than Wang Fat piped up, so this is the prophet's tomb? We're in for a fortune. A prophet's tomb must be filled with treasures. We missed out on the Queen of Jingjue's tomb, but we can't possibly leave empty-handed from this prophet's. Shelley Yang shot a look at Fat Wang. Hubai immediately cleared his throat. What nonsense are you spouting? They say the person inside is a prophet. How dare you touch his things? Fat Wang muttered under his breath. He's dead anyway. What's wrong with taking one thing? Shelley Yang lowered her eyes. We're not here for riches. Professor Chen chimed in immediately. Exactly, Comrade Wang Kaixian. These are cultural relics. We shouldn't let them slip away just for personal gain. Fat Wang chuckled. I was just saying. Don't worry, I won't touch a thing. I haven't taken anything the whole trip. Professor Chen smiled. Good. We must honor the revolution and the party. Fat Wang couldn't muster a smile. He pulled Hubai aside and whispered, Are we really not taking anything? After all this trouble, we get nothing. Hubai glanced back and whispered, Let's talk outside. We need to play it safe now. Miss Yang is already suspicious. Fat Wang exclaimed in surprise, But I haven't taken anything. What could she possibly suspect? You're one to talk. You dare say you didn't touch this or that along the way? Miss Yang is so smart, how could she not have figured it out? Wang Fatso cleared his throat nervously. Well, I only looked. I didn't take anything. I did everything you said, didn't touch a thing. Hubai sighed and glanced cautiously behind him. Anyway, don't do anything stupid. Shirley Yang's gaze rested on both Hubai and Wang Fatso. Chen Yi smiled, feigning ignorance. Miss Yang, what are you looking at? Watching someone with terrible acting skills. Hearing this, Chen Yi's gaze shifted toward Hubai and the others. Shelley Yang looked at Chen Yi. What? You know? Shirley Yan was truly sharp, she could easily discern what he was thinking. Just then, Hubai and Wang Fatty approached. So, are we opening the coffin now? Shelley Yang's eyes flickered twice as her gaze shifted to the spot beside them. Do you think we have much time? Not much, naturally. Then let's open the coffin now. Maybe it'll help us escape sooner. Shelley Yang agreed wholeheartedly, then turned her gaze toward Hubai. Hubai had no objections whatsoever and promptly instructed Wang Fat to light the candles. Fat Wang pulled candles from his bag and lit them on the eastern side, then stared intently at the flame. Seeing the flame hold steady, he finally exhaled a slight sigh of relief. Alright, we can open the coffin now. Han Feng, who had remained silent all along, whispered to Wang Yu beside him, Don't you find this scene a bit eerie? Wang Yu lifted her eyelids, completely ignoring his question. Not at all. Hearing this, Han Feng looked at Wang Yu in surprise. You really don't feel anything at all? Wang Yu froze, thinking Han Feng was about to say something important. Her expression instantly turned serious. Tell me more. Han Feng immediately pointed at the lit candle. They could have just opened the coffin. Why did they have to light a candle here? What's the purpose of this candle? Wang Yu's tense expression suddenly froze, then she shot Han Feng a puzzled look. It's their rule for opening coffins. If the candle goes out, it means the occupant inside doesn't welcome them. Only if it stays lit can they proceed. Han Feng's expression was incredibly complex, and he found Wang Yu's words utterly unbelievable. The person is dead, how could you possibly ask if they're willing? That's just too bizarre. Wang Yu tugged at Han Feng's sleeve. Cut it out. They're about to open the coffin over there. Han Feng immediately covered his mouth, his eyes fixed intently on the figures beside the coffin. Chen Yi joined them in prying open the coffin, which slid slowly aside. Wang Fat rubbed his hands together, his face brimming with excitement. Chen Yi shot Wang Pengzi a quick glance, knowing this time he'd likely disappoint him. There were no gold or silver treasures buried inside. What was this? Why was there no corpse inside the coffin? The moment the coffin opened, Wang Fatty immediately thrust his head inside. His smile froze on his face in an instant. What the hell is this? He pointed at the box placed right in the center of the coffin. Why would there be a box in here? How strange. Could this box be our way out? The others immediately snorted in derision. You were so certain this was connected to the exit just now. Well, look at you now eating your words. Manga let out a cold chuckle, his face radiating unspoken scorn. Han Feng, at a loss for words this time, could only glare fiercely at him. Chapter 75, Suspicion. Chen Yi remained calm. Since there's a coffin here, there must be an exit. We should focus on figuring out what's going on with this box first. Hubai stroked his chin. Yeah, this box is weird. It's actually inside the coffin. What kind of person would put a box in here? Fat Wang blurted out without hesitation, definitely a poor person. Otherwise, why would there be nothing inside? Fat Wang couldn't even hope to make a quick buck off this. Han Feng stepped closer and glanced inside the coffin too. A box sat prominently on top, as if deliberately placed there. Look, what exactly is written on this box? These characters aren't any script we recognize. Shelly Yang pursed her lips, her brow furrowing slightly. Professor, please take a look. What do these characters mean? As an archaeologist, Professor Chen possessed profound knowledge. Shirley Yang looked at him with hopeful anticipation. Professor Chen pushed his glasses up his nose and stepped forward to examine it closely. This must be the script of the Ghost Cave tribe. Hubai, standing guard nearby, was instantly stunned. Ghost Cave tribe? Why would the Ghost Cave tribe scribble on this? There was no doubt about it, something was definitely amiss here. This proves that whatever's written here must be incredibly important. Professor Chen's sudden remark caused everyone to turn their gaze toward him simultaneously. Professor, can you decipher what's written here? Professor Chen pushed his glasses up his nose. Let me try to translate it. Everyone waited expectantly for Professor Chen. Professor Chen's expression darkened instantly. Shelly Yang was the first to ask, Professor, what's wrong? Professor Chen shook his head. This is strange. So there really are prophets in this world. Prophets? Han Feng exclaimed in surprise, skeptically adding, aren't all prophets in this world fake? How could there possibly be real prophets? Professor Chen nodded. Indeed. This prophecy was given by a prophet thousands of years ago. The others gaped in disbelief. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. Was his prophecy accurate? Professor Chen nodded. It was remarkably accurate. It even specified the exact number of us present. Chen Yi's expression began to crack. He remembered the prophecy in the book wasn't like this. It seemed their arrival had triggered a butterfly effect. Manga pushed through the crowd and stepped before Professor Chen. Are you saying this prophecy includes us as well? Naturally. The prophet foresaw your arrival as well. Manga's face paled further. This is just superstitious nonsense. He didn't believe in any prophecy. See for yourself. There's an image here that corresponds directly to each of us. Doesn't that prove the prophet foresaw our arrival here long ago and hid within this tomb chamber? Han Feng's mouth fell open in astonishment. He shook his head in disbelief. How did that prophet manage to do this? It's too incredible. Doesn't that mean he could also foresee our future? Before he could finish, Chen Yi covered his mouth. Chen Yi glared at Han Feng. Why couldn't this guy keep his mouth shut? Are some things meant to be spoken aloud? What's this, Comrade Han? Got some other secrets up your sleeve? Han Feng gave a dry chuckle. No, nothing. If fables are already inscribed here, what then is the meaning of this box? Professor Chen's expression grew increasingly grave. Each fable here points us toward the solution. Shelly Yang immediately pressed, what kind of solution? Professor Chen pointed at the box, look here. It says one among us is the devil. Only by eliminating the devil can we find the right path. Nonsense. What kind of prophet writes this? I think he deliberately wrote it this way to make us turn on each other. Manga's face darkened instantly as he snapped, you don't all believe this fable, do you? As soon as he spoke, the others instantly pulled back, creating distance between each other. They watched each other warily. Chen Yi pressed his lips together, silently distancing himself from those beside him as well, his dagger firmly in hand. Mengku hadn't expected them to actually believe it. This was clearly utter nonsense. Chen Yi. You're supposed to be pretty smart. You didn't fall for this too, did you? Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. Every line in this fable corresponds to reality, and it's all true. What comes next might not be false either. Seeing Chen Yi believe it, Han Feng naturally followed suit, though he still harbored doubts about the fable. You're all insane. How could this possibly be true? What demon? Are you suggesting someone was replaced by some demon? Shirley Yang and the others' gazes silenced Mengku. His gaze swept over the people around him. He couldn't detect the slightest trace of a demon. How do you plan to find this demon and deal with it? Shelly Yang scanned her surroundings warily, then turned to the people before her. Better to kill the wrong person than let a single one slip through. Chen Yi opened his mouth. Miss Yang, your approach is a bit extreme. We only have a dozen or so people here. How many innocent people would have to be killed to ensure they're all good? That's clearly impossible. Shirley Young fell silent, her gaze fixed on Chen Yi, seeking his response. Why don't we study this parable further? It can't possibly require us to turn on each other to uncover the final secret. Professor Chen sighed and shook his head. I've examined it multiple times. There's only this information here. Nothing else. At this, Shirley Yang's expression grew agitated. Did you hear that? The prophet must have known there's a non-human among us. That's why he wants us to eliminate the demon so we won't be monitored by it. Chen Yi murmured in confusion. Miss Yang, you seem rather agitated. Try to calm down. This was the first time he'd ever seen Shirley Yang so agitated, and he couldn't quite figure out what was wrong with her. Shirley Yang drew a gun from her waist and aimed it at Chen Yi. Chen Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. Miss Yang! Hu Bai was also stunned and shouted urgently. No! There must be a demon among us. Who is it? Is it you? Shirley Yang pressed the gun closer to Chen Yi's face, her eyes blazing with ferocity as she glared at him. Chapter 76, Gone Mad. Hu Bai rushed to intervene. Miss Yang, calm down. Let's discuss this properly. This fable might not be true. Shirley Yang shoved Hu Bai aside. Tell me how this fable isn't true? Every single parable written here corresponds to us, and everyone has come true. That proves there really is a demon among us. Chen Yi pressed his lips together, his brow furrowed. If you actually took up a gun and killed someone, that would be falling into the prophet's trap. That prophet might not be a good person. Shirley Yang scoffed coldly. Of course you'd say that now. Why don't you focus on proving you're not the demon? Han Feng's anger flared when he saw his brother Yi being held at gunpoint by that woman. Hey, do you have a heart? We only made it this far because of brother Yi. How could he possibly be a demon? One you also spoke up for Chen Yi. Miss Yang, there must be some misunderstanding here, or perhaps this parable holds some trap we're unaware of. Shirley Yang still didn't lower her gun. Everyone froze, staring at each other. Hu Bai whispered soothingly, Miss Yang, I know you're anxious, but rushing won't solve anything. Besides, Comrade Chen Yi doesn't fit the description of a demon in any way. His words made Shirley Yang pause to think seriously. Then, she shifted the gun's barrel, pointing it toward Meng Ku. Instantly, the players standing with Monk watching the scene were startled. Miss Yang! Miss Yang! Be careful, it could go off. We're not demons. Put the gun down now. Hu Bai took a deep breath, feeling somewhat helpless. What proof do you have that you're not demons? What proof do you need? We've been right beside you the whole time, never leaving your side. Even if that demon really infiltrated our group, it must be someone else, definitely not me. Li Yu's eyes flickered twice as the knife in his hand pointed toward Chen Yi. What's there to say? The demon is definitely one of them. Why not just kill them all? That way, we can eliminate the demon and get out of this hellhole. Meng Ku glanced at Li Yu. His expression seemed off, but Meng Ku didn't think much of it, assuming Li Yu simply wanted to avenge his brother. He made no attempt to stop him. The others heard Li Yu's words and grew suspicious. Li Yu, what nonsense are you spouting? Aren't you just trying to avenge your brother? Li Yu's expression twisted instantly. He declared bluntly, only demons would stand by and watch someone die. If they were truly human, how could they lack compassion? Why did they turn and run when they clearly could have saved him? Han Feng, hearing this blatant reversal of blame, felt his anger surge. The situation was hopeless. How many times must we explain that? Besides, so many people were there earlier, and not a single one helped. Why single us out? Han Feng was furious. This guy was clearly bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Didn't that muscle-bound idiot Meng Ku refuse to save him too? Why isn't he called a monster? Miss Yang, think carefully. If you encountered someone in mortal danger, wouldn't you do everything in your power to pull them to safety? Shirley Yang narrowed her eyes, her gun slowly pointing toward Chen Yi. Han Feng gaped. Wait, Miss Yang, your stance is way too inconsistent. You flip-flop just because someone says a few words? Is this really the same cool-headed, resourceful Shirley Yang from before? This is sheer madness. Wasn't he partly right? If she were human, she wouldn't stand by and watch someone die. Han Feng fell silent. How could anyone have been saved in that situation? They were completely trapped. Going over would have been suicide. Was choosing not to save them in order to survive really wrong? Isn't this just moral blackmail? Chen Yi chuckled, but old Hu was there too. He should know the situation back then. Ask him if you don't believe me. Shirley Yang's gaze immediately shifted to Hu Bai, who nodded in agreement. That's right, the situation back then was indeed quite complicated. Hu Bai glanced awkwardly at Li Yu. Comrade Li Yu, I'm truly sorry. Your friend's situation back then was beyond anyone's ability to save. If someone had actually tried to rescue him, it would have only cost another life, and that simply wasn't worth it. No. You couldn't have saved him, but others could have. Han Feng especially could have. Li Yu's eyes reddened noticeably, making others feel uneasy. Han Feng, who had been singled out, twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth, instantly grasping the implication. Hu Bai frowned in confusion, while Wang Fatso bluntly interjected, "You think this coward could save someone? Sounds like you just want him to go die." Han Feng instantly shot Fat Wang an admiring look. Though the words were meant as an insult, they also served as a defense for him. With his half-baked skills, how could he possibly save anyone? "Comrade Liu," he said, "at least make your suggestions feasible. Whether this person can be saved isn't up to you." Chen Yi added, "I know your friend died and you're heartbroken, but we genuinely couldn't save him. We did everything we could. If you think we're monsters because of that, then we have nothing more to say." Liu pulled the trigger. "Doesn't this prove you're monsters?" At the same moment, Shirley Yang's gun also fired. Tension instantly gripped everyone present. Han Feng's lips trembled slightly as he quickly backed away, taking cover beside a pillar. "I'm telling you, if you kill the wrong person, you'll be in big trouble." Professor Chen leaned over the box, examining it intently. "Something's not right here. The fable says only 4 people can escape." The others gasped in shock. There were over a dozen people here. If only 4 could leave, didn't that mean the rest were all demons? Li Yu's gun immediately shifted its aim away from Chen Yi. "It seems you're all demons." Chen Yi pressed his lips together and retorted without hesitation, "That's impossible. This parable must be flawed. He probably just wants us to turn on each other. Don't fall for it, everyone." Shelley Yang tightened her grip on her gun. "This parable can't be fake. You people are the ones who are fake." Just as Chen Yi was about to speak again, Professor Chen suddenly let out a startled cry. The startling noise made Chen Yi jump. "Professor Chen, what's wrong?" Professor Chen kept his head bowed, his face hidden from view. He muttered something under his breath. Wang Yu stepped forward and gently tugged at Professor Chen. "Professor, what's wrong?" Chapter 77, Total Madness. "Ah!" Professor Chen suddenly jerked his head up and shoved Wang Yu to the ground. Wang Yu hadn't had time to react before she was knocked down. Sitting on the floor, she felt a stinging, numbing pain in the palm of her hand. Wang Yu hissed softly, then looked up at Professor Chen again. Professor Chen burst into maniacal laughter. "Ha! Demons! Demons! There are demons here! Ha ha! You're all demons!" Han Feng's mouth fell open. "No way! Has Professor Chen lost his mind? How did he snap? What kind of shock could cause this?" Chen Yi narrowed his eyes, a hint of suspicion in his gaze. In the original story, Professor Chen had gone mad after his 2 disciples turned on each other and fell into the ghostly abyss. But this time, he had stopped those 2 disciples from approaching the Queen of Jingzhua's tomb. Naturally, they hadn't been dragged into the illusion by the corpse-scented devil's tongue. And they certainly hadn't slaughtered each other and fallen into the ghost cave. Professor Chen couldn't possibly have gone mad from shock. So how exactly did he lose his mind? Seeing Professor Chen's sudden madness, Liu immediately exclaimed, "Isn't it obvious? That demon drove him mad. If we don't eliminate the demon, we'll be the next ones to lose our minds." This remark clearly hinted at something to the others, whose eyes narrowed as they fixed their gaze on Chen Yi and his group. Han Feng swore under his breath, panic rising in his voice. "Why are you staring at us? We're not demons. Why don't you look at yourselves? Didn't it say only 4 people could leave? Doesn't that mean everyone else here is a demon?" Hearing this, the remaining people began eyeing each other warily, each clutching a self-defense tool. It seemed as though the slightest sign of trouble would trigger immediate action. "You must be a demon. You've been lurking behind me all this time. Turns out you were replaced by a demon long ago. I'll finish you off today." The 2 men immediately started wrestling. With them leading the way, others gradually began looking for chances to attack those around them. Han Feng and Wang the Fat were stunned. The situation escalated so rapidly that the sudden turn of events left them momentarily unable to react. "Then you must be the devil." Sherry's tone was unwavering as she cocked the gun in her hand with a sharp click. Chen Yi's eyes flickered as he pulled a small pebble from his pocket. "Miss Yang, I believe you've lost your mind. How else could you possibly have such a delusion? Put the gun down first. Let's talk this out calmly. If that gun goes off, the consequences would be unimaginable." Though Chen Yi knew Shirley Yang couldn't kill him even if she fired, if it happened, it would prove he was the devil. Then no amount of explaining could clear his name, and clearing the level would be a pipe dream. Hu Bai joined in the persuasion, "Miss Yang, I can guarantee Comrade Chen Yi is absolutely not a demon. If he were, he wouldn't have led us to this place. Maybe he got possessed by a demon on the way in. If it wasn't him, then it must be you." Hu Bai choked on his words. Seeing this, Wang Fatso beside him grew anxious too. "Miss Yang, how can you speak to old Hu like that? He's been nothing but loyal to you. Even if he really were a demon, he wouldn't harm you in the slightest." Hu Bai's mouth twitched twice, his expression perhaps stiffening. "Fatso, what nonsense are you spouting? How can you joke at a time like this?" Fat Wang scratched his face. "I'm just defending you. She's misunderstood you completely. What if he really shoots you and sends you to meet the king of hell? Just as Hubai was about to respond, Wang Fatty let out an ouch. The brawlers nearby dragged Wang Fatty into their fray, and he was grabbed so roughly that his face was bruised. He swung his leg out, kicking both men aside. You bastards! How dare you treat me like this? Want to taste my bullets? Those already consumed by the fight couldn't hear Wang Fatso's threat. Seeing Shirley Yang distracted, Chen Yi instantly flung the pebble in his hand toward her wrist. With a thud, the gun slipped from Yang Shueli's grasp and hit the ground. Hu Bao, quick as lightning, snatched up the fallen weapon. Chen Yi immediately raised his gun, aiming it at Shirley Yang. Just as he pulled the trigger, Hu Bai seized his gun. The next second, the struggling figures suddenly began convulsing. Shirley Yang collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. Then, she suddenly burst into laughter. After a few more spasms, she slowly rose to her feet. Chen Yi nervously took a step back. The others laughed and jumped around like fools. Ha ha, look! What do you think I've got in my hand? Fat Wang held out his hand, showing it to the person beside him. After a glance, the person kicked Fat Wang flying across the room. Then they happily clapped and danced. Chen Yi watched with a sinking feeling. What on earth was wrong with them? Had they gone mad or turned stupid? Hu Bai pursed his lips, equally baffled. What just happened? What did they touch? Han Feng had stayed hidden to the side and avoided trouble, but watching the crowd dance wildly like possessed demons was utterly bizarre. Their occasional twitching only added to the terror. He swallowed hard. They've all gone mad. But doesn't that mean the rest of us are the sane ones? Exactly 4 of us. So all these crazed ones must be demons. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. You actually believe that fable? Han Feng hesitated. I didn't believe it at first, but this situation seems to match the fable's description perfectly. Only the 4 of us remain sane, while the others have all gone mad. Isn't that the work of demons? Chen Yi dismissed the fable. No, that fable must be flawed. I refuse to believe it. Hu Bai felt the same way. But how could they resolve this? If the others kept losing their minds, they'd never escape. Han Feng's eyes darted around. Then let's do as the prophecy says, eliminate the mad ones. Maybe we really can escape. Hearing this, Chen Yi snatched his hand back from Hu Bai's grasp and aimed his gun at the chaotic, demon-possessed crowd. Wait! Hu Bai saw this and immediately held him back. Don't make any rash moves. They might soon. Chen Yi ignored Hu Bai's warning. Waiting any longer could lead to unpredictable consequences. He fired several shots directly. Booms echoed through the tomb chamber. The man writhing on the floor suddenly snapped to attention. They looked down at themselves in confusion. What happened to me? Who made me lie down like this? Damn, my face hurts. Who hit me? What the hell are you doing? You actually spat in my face? You disgusting bastard. Shirley Yang shook her head, frowned, and rubbed her temples with her hand. What the hell is wrong with me? Hu Bai immediately walked over to Shirley Yang's side. Who do you think is the demon? Chapter 78, Illusion. Shirley Yang raised her eyebrows, her expression blank as she looked at Hu Bai. Hu Bai met her gaze and gave an awkward chuckle. Just kidding. Shirley Yang withdrew her gaze and hurried over to Professor Chen. Professor, how are you feeling? Professor Chen removed his glasses and shook his head. What exactly just happened? It's as if I've lost my memory. The others looked equally puzzled. Did you just hit me? My face hurts like crazy. Who hit you? I feel like you hit me. There's not a single spot on my body that doesn't hurt. Chen Yi was taken aback. They'd all lost their memories? He and Hu Bai exchanged a glance. Shirley Yang instantly sensed something was off and blurted out, what just happened to us? Hu Bai met Shirley Yang's gaze and immediately began explaining. You guys went berserk and started attacking each other. Shirley Yang's mouth fell open. You're serious? Of course. Look at the wounds on their bodies, those are from the fight. Shirley Yang took a deep breath. I never imagined this box could hold such power. To make people turn on each other like that. No. Chen Yi firmly refuted Shirley Yang's conjecture. Shirley Yang looked at Chen Yi in confusion. Not the box? No. This box is likely just an ordinary box. Do you remember the corpse-scented devil's tongue we saw in the ghost cave? Of course we remember. You were pulled into its illusion and nearly killed yourself. I doubt I'd forget that so quickly. Chen Yi choked slightly upon hearing Shirley Yang's words. Yes. What I'm thinking is, maybe we never truly escaped the corpse-scented devil's tongue's illusion. We're still trapped inside it. At those words, Hu Bai and the others' expressions instantly fell. Within an illusion? Shirley Yang immediately walked over to where the box was placed, staring at the prophecy inscribed upon it. But if you're talking about an illusion, this prophecy is far too real, so real it leaves no room for doubt. Chen Yi nodded and continued, precisely because it feels too real, it seems less credible. And it clearly contains words meant to lure us into killing each other. If we truly slaughtered each other, would only 4 of us really survive? It doesn't want us to escape, it wants us all to stay. Han Feng couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes wide with horror. This is just too cruel. Sure, we did trespass into her tomb, but we didn't take anything, did we? Fat Wang sighed regretfully. Since we're all going to die anyway, I should have taken something with me. At least I wouldn't be a penniless ghost in the underworld. Han Feng looked at Wang Fatty with mixed feelings. How could someone be so obsessed with money that they'd put it before their own life? Shelley Yang frowned deeply. How do you know we're still trapped in the illusion? Maybe we've already escaped it. Chen Yi smiled. Of course he knew after all, the characters on the box hadn't vanished yet. As long as they remained, they definitely hadn't escaped the illusion. Because the real box had no inscriptions at all. Chen Yi didn't explain why. After all, he'd never been to the city of Jingjue before. How could he possibly know this so clearly? I'm certain we haven't left the illusion. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Shelley Yang, how? Chen Yi replied calmly, within this illusion, do you know how to distinguish truth from falsehood? Shelley Yang's eyes flickered twice. She opened her mouth. What you see in an illusion isn't necessarily real. Truth and falsehood are intertwined. To discern the fake, you must rely almost entirely on your own common sense. Shelley Yang's gaze drifted toward the crowd of people calling out. Are they real or fake? Chen Yi paused, surprised that this woman had begun questioning the authenticity of the other players. How could people be fake? Shirley Yang stared intently at Chen Yi, as if trying to discern the truth in his words. I suddenly can't quite recall when you all appeared. Chen Yi's eyes flickered. Miss Yang, the illusion began right here. Surely you weren't pulled in before we even entered the Jingjue city ruins? Shirley Yang's expression remained unchanged, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Hu Bai, seeing this, quickly stepped between them. Miss Yang, even if we are trapped in an illusion, why would you doubt Chen Yi's authenticity? He's helped us immensely along the way. If he's fake, then, who was helping us? Could it be we never faced any real difficulties? Was it all just our imagination? What about our fallen comrades? Hu Bai didn't voice this final thought aloud, but he trusted Shirley Yang understood. Shirley Yang finally withdrew her suspicious gaze, though doubt still lingered in her heart. Since you say we're in an illusion, how do we escape it? Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. He truly didn't know. The original text never mentioned it either, leaving him somewhat uncertain. After firing a few shots just now, you all snapped out of it. Why don't I fire a few more? Maybe we'll break free of the illusion completely. With that, Chen Yi raised his gun without hesitation. Everyone panicked. Wait. Fat Wang immediately grabbed Chen Yi's gun. You calm down first. Don't do anything rash. This thing can easily go off accidentally. Hu Bai hadn't expected Chen Yi to be so bold, ready to pull the trigger the moment he said it. Not a moment's hesitation. What if he fired and still couldn't escape the illusion? Chen Yi pulled the trigger, forcing Wang Fatso's hand away. We'll only know if we try, won't we? As he spoke, he casually pointed the gun in his hand toward Li Yu. Li Yu flinched, reacting with lightning speed as he raised his own gun, aiming it squarely at Chen Yi's head. You want to kill me? Li Yu's expression twisted with fury as he glared at Chen Yi. Chen Yi smiled faintly. I only want to lead everyone out of this illusion. Why would I want to kill you? Killing is wrong. Li Yu scoffed coldly. You could watch your own people die without lifting a finger. How could you possibly pull the trigger? You're just fooling those fools. Chen Yi hummed in acknowledgement. So you believe I would shoot you? Li Yu's face paled, yet the gun in his hand didn't budge an inch. If you dare to shoot, what have I to fear? At worst, we both go down together. Chen Yi's movements were painstakingly deliberate, as if time itself had slowed to a crawl in the eyes of the onlookers. Every breath was held. Chapter 79, Seizing the Sheepskin Book. Li Yu's gaze locked onto the other man's hand. Seeing that hand twitch, he thought the other man had finally lost control and was about to fire at him. He grew frantic in an instant. Go to hell! With a bang, he fired at Chen Yi. A chorus of screams erupted throughout the room. Brother Yi! Chen Yi rose from the floor, his body unscathed. Li Yu stared at him in shock, then glanced down at the gun in his hand. How is that possible? I clearly aimed at him, how could it miss? Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Chen Yi unharmed. You scared the hell out of me. I thought you were going to bite the dust today. Chen Yi grunted in acknowledgement. Hu Bai's eyes darted around. In his vision, Chen Yi had remained standing the entire time, his gun pressed down, yet Li Yu showed no signs of injury. In his mind, Chen Yi had been shot and fallen to the ground. But in reality, Chen Yi was unharmed. Hu Bai shook his head, trying to stay alert. Was he still in the illusion, or had he returned to reality? Hu Bai felt the influence of the corpse-scented devil's tongue was far too potent, lingering even now. Chen Yi walked up to the box. Only after seeing the characters on its surface had vanished did he smile and say, We've already left the illusion. Hearing this, Hu Bai and Shirley Yang looked at Chen Yi with confusion. How exactly did you figure that out? Chen Yi motioned for them to come closer. Look at this, the characters on the box have vanished completely. Shelly Yang quickly pushed through the crowd to examine the box placed in the center. Where are the characters? Chen Yi narrowed his eyes and smiled. Perhaps, from the very beginning, there were never any inscriptions on this box at all. It was merely meant to deceive us. Shelly Yang couldn't help but ponder deeply. Could it be that long ago, there truly were people capable of foreseeing the future? Otherwise, this whole setup would be utterly unexpected. As she spoke, Shirley Yang's complex gaze turned toward Chen Yi. This man seemed to know this place intimately, as if he were aware of everything that would happen here. But he had never been here before. How did he know? Or could it be that he, too, possessed the ability to foresee the future? Otherwise, how could an ordinary person like him uncover secrets hidden for millennia? Chen Yi was unaware that Shirley Yang had begun to suspect him. Since the box has no writing, he said, why not open it and see what's inside? At this, Wang Fatty grew excited. Right. Let's open it up. There's bound to be treasure inside. Let me see if this final trip was worth it. Professor Chen pushed his glasses up his nose and said, Comrade Wang Kaishan. Even if this thing is worth a fortune, you can't take it privately. If we can actually get it out, it must be handed over to the organization. Wang Fatso's expression instantly fell. I won't take it, I won't take it. Am I that kind of person? I just want to look, just look. Hu Bai scrutinized the box closely, rubbing his hands together. Then I'll open it now. Chen Yi nodded, and Professor Chen hurriedly moved closer. Go ahead. Let me see what's been hidden in such a secret place for thousands of years. Hu Bai pursed his lips, his hands moving with extreme caution. The moment the box opened, a book lay inside. What is this? Shelly Yang pulled out the parchment scroll inside. This is the most important thing in the box? Shelly Yang smiled, about to open it to see what was written inside. The parchment in her hand was snatched away in an instant. Shelly Yang paused, momentarily stunned. Chen Yi's eyes darkened as he instantly turned to the person who had snatched the sheepskin scroll. What are you doing? What else? Take it, of course. This is a rare sacred artifact. Hu Bai snapped back, what sacred relic? We're all in the same boat now. We should be working together. Starting arguments at a time like this, does everyone want to stay trapped here? The man clutching the parchment sneered coldly. Who's in the same boat as you? We sure aren't. The other players looked at Hu Bai with equal derision, their eyes brimming with arrogance, as if they were superior beings. Hu Bai couldn't fathom their sudden change. Wang Fatso watched their faces shift like a kaleidoscope and asked, did we just enter another illusion? How did these cowards turn into arrogant jerks overnight? Fatso, what did you say? You think I won't make an example of you? Fat Wang burst out laughing at the threat. You? You want to make an example of me? Do you even have the guts? At those words, the man's expression twisted instantly. You think I'm afraid? A fatso like you? I could take you down in a heartbeat. Fat Wang chuckled, who'd have thought? Just moments ago you were crying your eyes out, begging me to save you from those snakes. Now you're talking big? The man flushed with rage as the memory of his earlier humiliation flooded back. Shut your trap, you fat pig. One more word and I'll blow your brains out. Fat Wang shrugged his shoulders, can't handle a little pressure? Ha! Chen Yi narrowed his eyes, what exactly are you guys up to? Their mission was simply to survive 7 days. Now, as the deadline nears, these people have turned on us. Could that sheepskin scroll be that important to them? Could it be that this system's mission wasn't even issued by the same source? That's none of your business. Han Feng tugged lightly at Chen Yi's sleeve and said, I suspect they belong to a guild. These people are working specifically for the guild. A guild? I've heard of guilds before, but I never imagined I'd actually run into one. Chen Yi always preferred going solo, and this was only his second dungeon run. Guilds were a completely new concept to him. We're taking this stuff. If you dare come after it, don't blame us for showing no mercy. Chen Yi couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of his boastful words. What good would it do you if you got it? If you can't get out, you're still dead. Hearing this, Meng Ke shot the man a glare. You fool! With your brain, do you really think you could crack it? Why not just wait until they leave and take it then? But it was too late for words now. The item was already in their hands, and the relationship had been completely severed. Chapter 80 end. The man glanced at Meng Ke nervously, then blurted out, they can crack it, but that doesn't mean we can't. Meng Ke rolled his eyes. Then go ahead and try. The man closed his eyes and opened the parchment scroll with a determined sigh. His timid manner instantly made Wang Fatty and the others burst into laughter. If you're so scared, why did you rush to grab it in the first place? Ha! That's hilarious. It's just a book. And he's closing his eyes? He's got less guts than I do. Shelly Yang couldn't help but laugh too. The man's face flushed crimson under the barrage of teasing. He opened his eyes to take a look and realized the characters inside were unfamiliar to him. Meng Ke snapped irritably, so, do you know what it says now? Hearing this, the man gave a sheepish chuckle, well, I don't recognize these characters. Liu, holding his gun, shot him a cold glance but said nothing. Chen Yi immediately interjected, "This parchment is our last hope of leaving this place. Or did you really think you could just sit here for the remaining days? Even if you wanted to, do you have the supplies to survive?" Of course not. The supplies they carried were system issued, neither more nor less, and had long since been consumed. Not even a single drop of water remained from their underground river supplies. Shelly Young held out her hand. "Let's see what's written inside." "Give it to her. We outnumber them. If they don't return it after reading, well." The threat lurking beneath that cold chuckle was unmistakable. Ultimately, the man handed the parchment scroll to Shirley Yang. She glanced at it swiftly, her eyes suddenly narrowing. Monk narrowed his eyes. "What the hell is written in there?" Shirley Yang took a deep breath. "It contains prophecies about the prophet and the secrets of the Queen of Jingjue." Meng Ku and the others' eyes lit up instantly. They had come to this instance precisely for the secrets of the Queen of Jingjue. "Then hand it over." Monk extended his hand. Shirley Yang did not hand it over, instead continuing, "There's one more thing. The prophet will point the way to escape for future generations, but never let the parchment fall to the ground. If it touches the sand, that is when the sandstorm begins. Yellow sand will once again bury the ancient city of Jingjue and the sacred mountain. Once the sacred mountain is submerged again, it will remain so until the end of time." Fat Wang shouted, "This isn't a treasure, it's a damn bomb. It's pushing us to our deaths." Meng Kun narrowed his eyes. If he said it would show us a way, then where exactly was that path? Chen Yi immediately began inspecting the area. He approached the dried corpse of the prophet, his gaze lingering repeatedly on the fingers. His gaze swept the surroundings, finding no exits anywhere. "I think you're just playing us for fools. Where's this path? This is a sealed space, and the outside is locked tight. You just want to steal the parchment scrolls." Han Feng couldn't hold back any longer. "Steal? Choose your words carefully. You didn't find this thing yourselves, so how is it stealing? It's your banditry that's worse than grave robbers." Wang the Fat paused, then nodded emphatically. "Exactly. Worse than grave robbers. At least grave robbers never steal from the living. Don't waste your breath on them. Let's just get the thing first." Hearing this, one of them lunged toward Shirley Yang. Hu Bai immediately stepped in front of her. Unfortunately, those men were equipped with system-provided gear. Their agility and strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. They easily snatched the item from Shirley Yang's hands. Wang Yu joined the fray and wrestled it back from the man's grasp. "Holy, Wang Yu, you're amazing." Wang Yu smiled, but before she could speak, her hand was bound by a rope. She quickly tossed the sheepskin scroll toward Han Feng. "Catch it." Han Feng flinched in alarm before snatching it out of the air. Shelley Yang's eyes widened. "Don't let it hit the ground." Hearing this, Han Feng sprinted forward with all his might, only to have his legs swept out from under him, sending him crashing to the ground. Wang Fatso and Hu Bai lunged to grab it, but the parchment slipped through their fingers and instantly hit the ground. Chen Yi, still studying the prophet's desiccated corpse, glanced back and saw the parchment on the ground. He felt a flicker of panic. Soon, the earth began to tremble violently. The sealed cave suddenly cracked open in several places. Chen Yi stood before the three openings, narrowing his eyes. These are the exits. But why the hell are there three? Are we supposed to pick one? Chen Yi's gaze fell back upon the desiccated corpse. Fat One thought for a moment and blurted out, "We should split up. That way, even if only one hole leads out, some of us can still make it out alive." Before he could finish, the mountain shook even violently. Chen Yi hurriedly exclaimed, "There's no time. We must leave immediately. Take this one." Chen Yi pointed in one direction as he watched the mummified corpse suddenly collapse to the ground. Shelley Yang gave Chen Yi a deep look before saying, "Let's go." Han Feng followed behind Chen Yi and called out, "But the sheepskin scroll." Wang Yu shook her head. "It's not on me. Who took it just now?" Han Feng couldn't recall either. He glanced back at the group behind him, noticing none of them held the parchment either. "Forget about the parchment. We need to get out of here now. We won't make it in time." Chen Yi immediately led his men toward the central cave entrance. Meng Ku and the others followed without hesitation. "Meng Ku, what if they're wrong?" Li looked at Meng Ku, who gave a cold laugh. "When have I ever been wrong on this journey? If you choose another path to your death, that's your business." Meng Ku shook off Li Yu's hand and quickly followed after them. The moment they entered the cave, the path behind them was completely blocked by falling rocks. Hu Bai led Shirley Yang and Professor Chen's group back to the desert. Wang Fat sprinted a few steps, then broke into laughter. "We're out. We made it out." Hu Bai and Shirley Yang exchanged a knowing smile. The next moment, Shirley Yang turned her head in confusion to look behind them. "Where are they?" Wang Fatso's smile froze. "That shouldn't be possible. That kid was right in front of me. I was watching him just now." Hu Bai pursed his lips. He must have returned to his own world. Shelley Yang glanced at Hu Bai, then chuckled softly. "Maybe. Wang Pingzi looked at the two of them, puzzled by their strange smiles. What are you two talking about? I don't get it. Where's that guy? He promised to give me that gold inlaid jade. Chen Yi opened his eyes and returned to the system space. The blue interface before him displayed his current data. His gaze swept quickly across the screen before suddenly pausing at the inventory, a parchment scroll. Chapter 81, The Guild. ID, Backtracker Chen Yi. Gender, male. Age, 18. Physical constitution, 2950. Mental, 3350. Strength, 3150. Agility, 2850. Skills, Omniscience and Omnipotence, 16 character in Yang Feng Shui Secret Arts. Dungeon item Goatskin Manuscript. Overall strength C. Seeing the 16 character in Yang Feng Shui Secret Art added to his skill bar, Chen Yi's smile deepened. He promptly exited the system space. Brother E. The moment he exited the system space, his phone rang. The unfamiliar number made him glance at it, ready to hang up. But he accidentally pressed the answer button instead. Wang Yi's voice immediately came through. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Yi's eyebrows raised slightly in puzzlement. Wang Yi? Yeah, it's me. I didn't expect you to recognize my voice right away. What's up? Wang Yi quickly said, don't we still have the martial arts exam coming up? We've got a few days to spare, and I was thinking we could train together, What do you say? Chen Yi didn't respond immediately, and the phone fell silent. Wang Yi's cautious voice came through the line, Brother E? Could you at least give me a straight answer? If you don't say anything, I'll never know where I stand. The martial arts exam doesn't yield results overnight. If you haven't trained regularly, cramming at the last minute won't cut it. Wang Yi scratched his head and suddenly laughed. Brother E, I know that. But I got into the dungeon, right? I got the rewards from it, and they'll be useful for this martial arts exam. At those words, Chen Yi's expression shifted slightly. Your dungeon rewards are related to this martial arts exam? Wang Yi laughed again, his tone brimming with confidence. It's somewhat related, but I'm not sure if it'll work. That's why I wanted to practice with Egu. Seeing Chen Yi fall silent again, Wang Yi spoke up, Brother E, I just think you're so skilled, that's why I want to try it with you. If you don't want to, it's fine. Chen Yi chuckled. I don't recall showing off my skills in this area. How did you come to think I'm good at this? He'd always been the bottom of the class. How on earth did this one he figure out he was any good? Ever since entering that instance, this guy had been acting strangely. Or was it because of the item he'd obtained from the dungeon? I always knew Brother E was a hidden ace. Oh, and I booked a private room this time. No one will interrupt our training, and you'll even be able to watch the fights outside. Hearing this, Chen Yi pursed his lips, his eyes flickering twice. Alright, I'll agree. Wang Yi, having waited in vain for an agreement, was about to offer more persuasive words. His response was unexpectedly granted before he could even speak. Really? You really agreed? I'll go prepare right now. See you tomorrow. Wang Yi quickly hung up and sent him an address. The speed was astonishing. Chen Yi shook his head, sat up in bed, took a sip of water, glanced at the still dark sky outside. He settled back down to sleep a little longer. When he woke up, the sky had fully brightened. After getting himself ready, he headed out to find something to eat. He casually picked a restaurant and ordered a plate of fried rice. Then he waited quietly. Suddenly, a familiar fragrance wafted over, and he couldn't help but lift his hand to his nose. He turned his head slightly to look, but could only see a silhouette. Her sleek black hair fell to her waist. Though slender, her figure didn't appear overly thin. Instead, it radiated a sense of strength. Chen Yi suddenly wondered what the girl behind him looked like. But he only pondered it briefly. The girl was walking quickly, and he couldn't very well rush up and stand in front of her to study her face. Doing so would likely get him mistaken for a creep. The owner brought over the fried rice, and Chen Yi immediately lost interest in watching other girls. By now, he was starving. It was a miracle his stomach hadn't growled yet. After finishing his meal, he wandered around a bit and unexpectedly bumped into the girl who had piqued his curiosity once more. This time, however, he saw her enter a martial arts training facility. Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. Though she looked petite and delicate, he sensed strength emanating from her. He never imagined she would actually go to a place like this. These combat training centers were almost always the real deal. Even those paying for lessons had to weigh their own abilities carefully. The instructors inside wouldn't go easy on you just because you paid. Chen Yi sat outside for a while, silently counting the minutes, waiting for the girl to emerge, unable to endure the training. After a long wait, she still hadn't emerged. He was genuinely surprised she was staying in longer than he'd anticipated. Chen Yi chuckled to himself and eventually left without waiting any longer. Not long after he left, he received a message from Han Feng inviting him to meet up tomorrow. However, he already had plans for the next day and declined without hesitation. The next day, after getting ready, Chen Yi headed to the agreed-upon location. Upon arrival, he realized it was the very same combat base he'd seen guarding the entrance yesterday. You want to fight someone from this place? Hearing this, Wang Yi's face nearly turned pale with shock. No way. They could knock me out with a single punch. Training with them would be like asking for a beating. He wasn't an idiot, why would he do something so foolish? Chen Yi nodded slowly, a hint of disappointment in his expression. He had hoped to see if the skills Wang Yi had acquired could evade these men's attacks. But Wang Yi clearly didn't think so. Wang Yi led him to a quiet private room. The glass was one way those inside could see out, but outsiders couldn't see in. Their booth was on the second floor, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a fighting ring. Though empty now, the area around the ring had already drawn a crowd. This was Chen Yi's first time at this place, and his first time seeing a real-life arena. People still fought on stages here? Really? This combat base is huge, and this arena is seriously impressive. Hearing this, Chen Yi immediately looked at Wang Yi with curiosity. What did he mean? He'd heard that the person who founded this fighting base had also established a guild. This was the third time he'd heard that word. The first time was during the dungeon run, when they mentioned it while scrambling for the parchment scroll. Though he still couldn't fathom what was so valuable about those parchments. Chapter 82, Girls Tournament. Moreover, the top fighter here, the guild founder, would funnel all resources toward him. At those words, Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. How do you know that? Wang Yi chuckled, because I have insider information, of course. These things others don't know? I know them inside out. Chen Yi hummed in acknowledgement. So you want to become the champion too? Wang Yi choked. That was something he dared not even imagine. After all, stepping onto the stage meant leaving life and death to fate. Even if you were beaten to death, no one would speak up for you. No way. I value my life too much. I'd never risk it like that. Chen Yi's gaze shifted away from the arena. When does this arena tournament start? Wang Yi replied immediately, today. It should start in a little while. Actually, I suggested meeting here because we're both preparing for the martial arts exam. Maybe we can learn something from them. Chen Yi found that reasonable. Suddenly, he realized Wang Yi seemed to possess some foresight. To come up with a plan like this. You mentioned gaining skills from the dungeon? What kind of skills did you acquire? Wang Yi sprinted back and forth in front of Chen Yi, his speed so blindingly fast it was almost impossible to track with the naked eye. Chen Yi exclaimed in astonishment, is that speed? You bet. This skill I got is incredibly useful. A life-saving tool. Wang Yi was exceptionally pleased with his new skill. After all, in dangerous situations, hitting the road immediately meant survival no matter what. Chen Yi wholeheartedly agreed with Wang Yi's reasoning. If you can't fight, you have to run, and with speed on your side, escape becomes far easier. However, speed alone might not be enough for the martial arts exam. Who knows if others in the exam hall have acquired skills too? Escaping alone wouldn't win this competition. Wang Yi rubbed his nose, sighing helplessly, I know. That's exactly why I asked you to spar with me. And to observe how others fight. Maybe even pick up a few tricks along the way. That was Wang Yi's true plan. Chen Yi shed his cumbersome outer garments, grunted in acknowledgement, his physique already transformed beyond recognition. The muscles on his arms looked incredibly solid. Wang Yi's face was filled with envy. As a chubby guy, men just naturally covet muscle definition. Brother Yi, when did you start training? How come there wasn't a single sign of it? Chen Yi smiled but said nothing. His current physique was largely thanks to the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, every day was nerve-wracking, and the physical demands were immense. If your body was weak, completing the dungeon's tasks became even more difficult. Come on. Wang Yi froze for a moment before catching on, chuckling softly. Brother Yi, you've gotta go easy on me. Don't worry, I'm just testing if I can catch you. Hearing this, Wang Yi relaxed and immediately began circling Chen Yi without hesitation. His speed was remarkable, creating a gust of wind with each stride. Chen Yi watched him intently, then lunged forward only to grab the hem of his shirt. He couldn't even touch his body. Seeing this, Wang Yi's face lit up with smug satisfaction. Brother Yi. Looks like you can't catch me either. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. What? You've been sparring with others? Wang Yi gave a nod. Right after I got this skill, I sparred with others. I found they couldn't even touch me. This only bolstered his confidence in the martial arts exam. Hearing this, Chen Yi rubbed his wrist and said, Then you won't mind if I spar with you? Wang Yi blinked, considering his skills before replying, Not at all. Even if I get hurt for real, I've still got healing potions on me. Chen Yi's eyes narrowed sharply. He had no idea which dungeon Wang Yi had ventured into to acquire such potent healing supplies. Seeing Chen Yi silent, Wang Yi thought he might be hesitating and quickly patted his chest. Brother Yi, you can relax. Even if you beat me to a pulp, as long as I have this healing fluid, I'll bounce right back. Chen Yi knew full well he'd seen others use it before. He nodded, no longer holding back his strength. Wang Yi was indeed fast, but beyond his speed, his reactions weren't particularly sharp. He quickly identified Wang Yi's weakness, his hand darting out like a whirlwind. A punch landed squarely on Wang Yi's face, knocking him flat to the ground. A cry of pain echoed. Chen Yi paused his movements, looking down at the man on the ground. He asked softly, "Are you okay?" Wang Yi clutched his face and hissed softly. "Got a problem with my face or something? Don't they say you shouldn't hit someone in the face? Why'd you go and target my face specifically?" Even the slightest touch sent sharp pain shooting through Wang Yi's face, contorting his features in agony. Chen Yi's mouth twitched. "I didn't disfigure you. Don't worry." Wang Yi couldn't relax at all. Outside, the sounds gradually grew louder. The people inside remained unaffected by the commotion. Catching the commotion out of the corner of his eye, Chen Yi moved to the window and watched intently. They seemed ready to begin. Hearing this, Wang Yi immediately moved to the window as well. The current champion didn't seem to be present. Chen Yi looked down at the crowd with confusion. The champion? Usually the champion presides over the event, but today he's absent, probably entered the dungeon. Chen Yi couldn't hear Wang Yi's words anymore. His gaze fixed on a purple-clad figure. It was the same girl he'd encountered these past 2 days. Why is she here again? It looks like she's about to step onto the stage. For some reason, Chen Yi suddenly felt a pang of anxiety for her. "What are you staring at? You look so engrossed. I've been talking to you, but you don't seem to hear a word." Chen Yi cleared his throat. "Nothing. By the way, can girls compete on this stage too?" Wang Yi hummed in acknowledgement. "Anyone with the skill can step up. Truthfully, this arena is just another way of selecting talent." Chen Yi understood perfectly well. Otherwise, why go to all this trouble? It's all about profit, that's why they're doing it. "Do you know that girl?" Wang Yi followed Chen Yi's gaze with a puzzled look and immediately spotted a flash of purple. Glancing at Chen Yi's expression, he instantly understood. He chuckled playfully. "Brother Yi, you wouldn't happen to have an idea, would you?" Chen Yi pursed his lips. "I just admire her guts. She's standing right there on the stage, and even you, a big guy, wouldn't dare go up to her." Chapter 83, The Ling Family's Eldest Miss. Hearing this, Wang Yi felt a pang of guilt and forced a stiff laugh. "Well, people really are different." Chen Yi hummed in agreement. "That's exactly why I'm impressed. She looks far more delicate than you." Wang Yi scratched his face. "Don't let appearances fool you. She may look delicate, but her methods are terrifying." Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. He instantly realized Wang Yi likely knew something about that girl. He began to probe discreetly. "What's the story?" Wang Yi was also someone who could be easily coaxed into talking. Without hesitation, he spilled the beans. "She's no ordinary person, she's the eldest daughter of the Ling family." "The Ling family's eldest daughter?" "Yeah, I don't know if you're aware, but this Ling family's eldest daughter seems to have been groomed as an heir since childhood. She's incredibly capable." As he spoke, a hint of admiration flickered in Wang Yi's eyes. "I wonder what kind of man will end up with such a woman." Chen Yi tapped his fingers twice and asked, "What's her name?" Wang Yi hummed in confusion, then suddenly understood as he saw Chen Yi's gaze fixed intently on the Ling family's eldest daughter. "Well, Yi Ge, I trust your charm, but this Ling family heiress is from a prestigious family. I doubt she'd." Chen Yi's eyes flickered. "What are you thinking? I'm just curious about her name. After all, it's the first time I've met such a bold girl." Hearing this, Wang Yi's eyes still brimmed with skepticism, but he relayed the information nonetheless. "Ling Xiaoxiao. And this woman is incredibly talented." Once Ling Xiaoxiao came up, Wang Yi seemed to have endless stories to tell, chattering away about her exploits in Chen Yi's ear. This distracted Chen Yi from his own thoughts about Ling Xiaoxiao. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Hearing this, both men turned their heads simultaneously. Wang Yi immediately went to open the door. "Sorry, the owner of this private room is back. You'll have to come another day." Hearing this, Wang Yi instantly grew displeased. "What the hell? We booked this private room first, why should we have to leave?" The staff member replied helplessly, "We're truly sorry. This private room was actually reserved for purchase, but due to a staff error, it was booked out. Now the owner has arrived. How about this, we'll double your compensation and extend your membership for another year." Wang Yi's expression remained sour, but the compensation offer was undeniably tempting. After all, securing membership here wasn't something money alone could guarantee. The founder of this place certainly wasn't short on cash. Just as Wang Yi was about to reluctantly agree, he suddenly heard someone calling Chen Yi's name. "Brother Yi, what are you doing here?" Han Feng approached Chen Yi with astonishment, throwing his arms around him. Chen Yi's mouth twitched twice as he pushed him away with obvious distaste. "Just accompanying a classmate to practice." Han Feng's gaze immediately swept over the others in the room. "Oh, this chubby guy is your classmate?" Wang Yi's smile froze. "Hey, show some manners. How dare you call me fat?" Han Feng gave him a once-over. "This chubby? If I don't call you fatso, what am I supposed to call you, skinny?" Hearing this, Wang Yi's face flushed crimson with anger. Chen Yi quickly interjected, "Are you the owner of this private room?" He just overheard the staff mention that this private room had been purchased. Han Feng nodded. Yep. I bought it the very day this place opened. Wang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. You're so rich. Han Feng's lips curved upward as he lifted his chin slightly. Of course. Have you no idea who I am? Wang Yi stroked his chin, scrutinizing Han Feng closely before blurting out, you wouldn't happen to be the young master of the Han group, would you? Han Feng confidently tossed his hair. Good eye. That's right, I am the eldest son. Chen Yi pursed his lips, glanced at Wang Yi, and said, let's go. Wang Yi snapped back to attention and nodded. We'll be on our way then. Hearing this, Han Feng quickly stopped Chen Yi. Brother Yi, where are you going? I specifically arranged for us to meet here. I just didn't expect you'd be here today too. Chen Yi's eyes flickered. You invited me here? Yes. Today is the day the base challenges its champion, so I wanted you to come observe. Han Feng continued, I had no idea the people in my private room were you guys. If I'd known, it wouldn't have been such a hassle. We could have watched together. Chen Yi genuinely wanted to watch more. He was curious whether that Ling girl would step up to challenge the champion. He decided to stay. With Chen Yi staying, Wang Yi naturally didn't leave either, though his mind was preoccupied with the membership matter. I never expected Ling Xiaoxiao to join this tournament. Can she really pull it off? Isn't she just setting herself up for humiliation? Han Feng's tone clearly indicated he knew Ling Xiaoxiao. Chen Yi's eyes flickered slightly as he asked softly, this Miss Ling, isn't she exceptionally skilled? Skilled? I'll admit she's talented, but calling her skilled? Not quite, especially not in front of Brother Yi. Chen Yi stared expressionlessly downward as a knock sounded again. The outer door swung open. It was Han Feng's bodyguard. Young master, that Lu young master has arrived and started placing bets. Are you ready to bet? Han Feng's eyes flickered twice. Who did he bet on? He's betting on someone from the Lu family, the one ranked 7th on the leaderboard. Han Feng folded his arms, his expression clearly impatient. He's trying to promote his own people. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. Wang Yi beside him asked, you mean Lu Zilei, 7th in the bases tournament? Holy crap, that guy's a force to be reckoned with. Chen Yi turned to Wang Yi, waiting for an explanation. Wang Yi immediately replied, this Lu Zilei is a boxer. He's incredibly skilled at boxing, he wins almost every match using boxing techniques. I heard he was even in the military before. Then why place a bet? Wang Yi replied without hesitation, well, isn't this just a rich man's game? Who knows? The young master is here, you ask him. When Han Feng met those two pairs of eyes that seemed to scream idiot, he immediately retorted, this concerns our family's honor. That Lu guy is deliberately trying to humiliate me. My father said we can lose to anyone else, but we absolutely cannot lose to that Lu guy. Chapter 84, Preparing to Enter the Arena. Chen Yi knew the moment he heard this that the feud between these two families must be deep, though he had no idea what had sparked it. Han Feng's face burned with fury as he muttered under his breath. Since that Lu guy has placed his bet, are you going to bet too? Wang Yi asked with a hint of confusion, though his tone was firm after all, this sounded like a deep-seated grudge. And after placing his bet, that Lu fellow specifically had someone inform the Han family's eldest son, wasn't that just to lure the young master into a trap? Han Feng took a deep breath and asked, Brother Yi, if it were you, who would you bet on? Chen Yi gave Han Feng a faint glance and replied, I don't even know how skilled they are. How can I bet on anyone? Only after asking did Han Feng realize the crux of the matter. Chen Yi didn't even know these people or their abilities. He immediately had someone fetch the list of contestants and placed it before Chen Yi. Alright, take a look. These are all the dark horses this time. Chen Yi flipped through the list briefly and asked, is anyone allowed to enter? Han Feng nodded. Of course. Anyone who enters this place and wishes to challenge can do so. However, noticing Han Feng's pause, Chen Yi asked in confusion, but what? But it's life or death. If you get killed up there, the combat base won't offer any compensation. Hearing this, Chen Yi's brows immediately furrowed. No compensation whatsoever? Yes, that's the rule. If they had to compensate for every death, wouldn't those reckless individuals just come here to milk the system? Chen Yi hadn't expected Han Feng to think this way, and a hint of displeasure rose in his heart. Wang Yi immediately voiced his grievance, don't you think you're looking down on the poor common folk a bit too much? Seeing the displeased expressions on Wang Yi and Chen Yi's faces, Han Feng hastily added, Brother Yi, I didn't believe it before either, but after experiencing it once, I understood everything. You absolutely cannot test people's hearts. Though I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, I've seen enough to know things I shouldn't. Don't doubt me, this happened to me. Why else would I say such things? Hearing this, Chen Yi withdrew his gaze and asked, what if you beat the champion? Han Feng immediately moved closer to Chen Yi. What's up, Yi? You wanna fight too? Chen Yi remained silent, but his expression spoke volumes. Han Feng tried to dissuade him, I believe in your skills, Yi, but comparing your current strength to the champion's, it might be a bit tough. Why not rest up and recharge instead? Chen Yi asked doubtfully, is that champion really that formidable? That's not just impressive, it's incredibly impressive. Brother E, you haven't seen this guy. Word is he's cleared countless dungeons, and the rewards he's earned are nothing short of staggering. Otherwise, how could he have held the title of champion for so long? Chen Yi's eyes flickered. So many people wanting to challenge the champion, it's not just about status, is it? Han Feng chuckled, exactly. The champion possesses many valuable items, but if someone defeats him, all those treasures become the victor's to claim. No wonder. Wang Yi's mouth instantly dropped open. I knew winning the arena battles could net you some good loot, but I had no idea defeating the opponent meant their entire stash becomes yours. Wow, this is seriously tempting to test out. Exactly. Most of these people are here for the champion's possessions. After all, this champion has a lot of valuable items. Han Feng sighed softly, if I had any real strength, I'd want to give it a shot myself. Hearing this, Wang Yi exclaimed in surprise, you're already so rich, and you're still coveting these things? Han Feng choked on his words, snorting coldly, what do you know? Do you even know what he has? Those are all rewards from dungeons. You think money can buy them? The stuff bought with money is useless to him. Wang Yi scratched his head. Is that how it is? But even if it is, it's none of our business. We're just here to watch the show. He dared not pick a fight. Having been here many times, he knew that once you stepped onto that stage, it wasn't so easy to come down. Chen Yi's gaze settled on the figure clad in pale purple. Since I'm eligible to participate, I'll give it a shot. Hearing this, Han Feng's gaze immediately fixed on Chen Yi as he hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Try? You absolutely mustn't try. That's no place for you to test yourself. If you get injured and it affects your martial arts exam, won't you regret it? A faint smile touched Chen Yi's lips. Isn't there healing fluid? He had points to exchange for it in the system store. Han Feng opened his mouth, then finally said, then you'd better prepare thoroughly beforehand. Some people up there are madmen. They won't give you any chance to react, they'll just kill you outright. If it's that dangerous, why did that young lady join? Han Feng paused, following Chen Yi's gaze. You mean Ling Xiaoxiao? It's no big deal for her to join. After all, with her status, the opponents on the stage will only fight to a standstill, they won't go all out to kill her. Otherwise, the Ling family wouldn't let them off the hook. Wang Yi snorted. So they get special treatment. Rich people really do get preferential treatment no matter what world they're in. Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. What if she conceded early? Han Feng's gaze held a hint of admiration. Brother E, you've hit the nail on the head. If she concedes early, the opponent can't keep attacking you. If they do, it's a foul. Upon hearing this rule, Chen Yi slowly smiled. Then I'll give it a shot. Perfect preparation for my martial arts exam. Han Feng scratched his head, looking at Chen Yi in confusion. Brother E, you're really going to do this? Chen Yi gave a low hum and turned to walk out. Han Feng immediately followed without hesitation. If you're participating, then as your brother, I'll definitely place a bet on you. Chen Yi pursed his lips, unconcerned. No need. Bet on whoever you think stands a chance. I'm just going down to test the waters. He still didn't know how he measured up against these opponents. How could he let Han Feng stake his reputation on him? Chapter 85, The Thrill. What's the big deal? I never expected you to take down the champion anyway. Just beat that guy surnamed Lu and his crew. Of course, if you can't handle it, no worries, your safety comes first. Han Feng didn't care about such things. Losing some money was no big deal, he had plenty. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing Han Feng's words. He knew the deep-seated animosity between the Lu and Han families, though he'd never probed the reasons behind it. The Lu family placed their bet, then immediately notified Han Feng, clearly wanting him to bet as well. This clearly meant they knew their man was the dark horse of this tournament. They were so certain Han Feng would lose that they acted accordingly. So they wanted Han Feng to bet alongside them just to fleece him? But that seemed far too amateurish. Did that Lu family brat truly think that way? Surely there had to be other reasons? The Lu family was a major clan, they couldn't possibly be short on money. No sooner had he finished this thought than the two stepped out of the private room and bumped into a group of people. Among them was precisely the person he'd been thinking about, Lu Yuan, the young master of the Lu family. Well, young Master Han, you finally deigned to emerge. I was beginning to think you intended to hide away like a turtle in its shell. I came specifically to speak with you. Who's a turtle? I'd say it's you. What's the rush to talk? You wouldn't have set a trap for me, would you? Lu Yuan chuckled, rubbing his hands together. What could I possibly be scheming? You know perfectly well this is the tournament format of the combat base. I'm just exceptionally confident in my own people. Unlike your Han family, barely any capable individuals. Not a single Han representative made it onto this stage. What a shame. Who says your family lacks reliable fighters? Your Lu family only produced someone ranked 5th in the base. Besides, our people simply chose not to participate. Had they entered, you wouldn't have stood a chance. Besides, his prowess is confined to the combat base. If he's so capable, let him escort you through the dungeon's guaranteed safety. Lu Yuan's face instantly darkened at Han Feng's words, his gloomy gaze fixed intently on Han Feng. Seeing this, Han Feng's face broke into a wide grin as he sneered, "Looks like you're out of luck. But I'm not like you." Lu Yuan, seemingly privy to some information, sneered coldly, "Ha! A useless piece of trash who only knows how to rely on others for protection actually has the nerve to act all high and mighty here. You really have no shame. How can you even utter such words? What's so hard to say? As long as I survive, right? Surviving the dungeon and getting rewards? I'm not like certain people who'd rather die for face than live in misery." Lu Yuan clenched his fist, but upon recalling his next move, he forced a smile and murmured softly, "Young Master Han, I didn't come here to exchange pleasantries." "Who said I was joking? Didn't you come to me about the betting? I already have someone to bet on. You can leave now." Lu Yuan's words caught in his throat. He looked at him in confusion. "Who are you betting on?" He'd studied all the contestants this time. The few with real skill weren't even a match for his own men, which was precisely why he felt so confident. Han Feng's hand immediately patted Chen Yi's shoulder, his chin lifting slightly. "This is the one I'm betting on." Lu Yuan's gaze shifted over Han Feng, her mind drawing a blank on Chen Yi. What place did he finish in the tournament? I don't recognize this face at all. Before Han Feng could answer, one of Lu Yuan's subordinates piped up, "He's probably just a newcomer. Never competed before, right?" Hearing this, Lu Yuan burst into loud laughter. He pointed at Chen Yi, then turned to Han Feng, his face brimming with mockery. "Han Feng, you must be out of your mind. You actually bet on a rookie? Even if no one here can beat my guys, you don't have to give up so easily. What if a miracle happens? What's wrong with a rookie? Can't a rookie be a dark horse? Let me tell you, my rookie can take him down in 2 or 3 moves. Sigh. All these years, and you still haven't changed your boastful ways. Fine, bet on whoever you want. But let me warn you, if you lose this bet, you'd better be prepared." Hearing this, Han Feng abruptly lifted his head and glared at Lu Yuan. "What did you say? Prepare for what? Surely you haven't forgotten what's written in black and white." Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. "What are you talking about? I don't know anything about this. Lu Yuan, have you lost your mind? Are you dreaming?" Lu Yuan shrugged his shoulders. "It's written in black and white." Han Feng couldn't recall when he'd ever signed any contract. Staring at Lu Yuan's arrogant face, Han Feng's hand clenched into a fist and lashed out at Lu Yuan. "You dare scheme against me?" Caught off guard, Lu Yuan took the punch squarely. Clutching his swollen cheek, he glared at Han Feng through gritted teeth. "You bastard, you hit my face? You must be tired of living." Han Feng shook out his hand and sneered coldly, "You're the one who tried to trick me. Let me tell you this, no matter what that contract says, I won't agree to it. The terms are written clearly in black and white. You want to back out? Now you want to force me to fulfill the contract? I don't even remember when I signed it. I refuse to acknowledge it. How is that forcing? You agreed to it yourself. Who knew you could renege after signing a contract? If word gets out, will anyone dare sign contracts with the Han family anymore?" Lu Yuan instantly set another trap for Han Feng, waiting for him to fall into it. Just as Han Feng was about to speak, Chen Yi pulled him back. "Young Master Lu, Han Feng still doesn't know what's written in the contract. But if that's the case, it shouldn't be valid, right? Signing a contract when someone isn't in their right mind is unethical, isn't it?" Lu Yuan glared at Chen Yi, who had dared to speak up. "Who do you think you are, addressing this young master?" Han Feng couldn't stand by and watch his sworn brother get bullied. He immediately stepped in front of Chen Yi and retorted, "He's my brother. Who the hell do you think you are?" Hearing this, Lu Yuan looked surprised. He scrutinized Chen Yi carefully. He knew the old patriarch of the Han family didn't allow Han Feng to make friends lightly. After all, the Han family was vast and powerful, and there were plenty of unscrupulous people waiting to scheme against the foolish young master. Thus, Han Feng's friends and brothers had to pass the old patriarch's scrutiny. How this man had managed to gain his approval remained a mystery. Chapter 86, Blood Enmity. He's your brother? Then why send your brother to that tournament? Clearly, you don't treat him like a brother, you treat him like an enemy, sending him to his death. Lu Yuan immediately began sowing discord, turning to Chen Yi and saying, "Don't trust this kid. You need to understand this kid sees only profit. He could never treat you like a real brother." Chen Yi himself hadn't counted Han Feng as one of his own. He'd only protected him because he'd promised the Han family patriarch. He hadn't expected that in Han Feng's mind he had somehow become his brother. The feeling was somewhat strange, but Chen Yi didn't dwell on it. He stated bluntly, "Since young Master Lu says the contract is signed, he must know where it is, right? Han Feng has no idea what's written in that contract. You should at least give him the right to know, shouldn't you?" Lu Yuan immediately nodded. An assistant swiftly brought up a contract, which Lu Yuan handed to Han Feng with an unusually deep smile. "Take a good look. This is the contract you signed with me. You'd better do exactly as it says. Otherwise, once you lose your credibility, it'll be hard to get anyone to work with you in the future. Han Feng skimmed through the contract in a few seconds. His gaze then lingered on one particular clause, and his face instantly drained of color. His expression was far too obvious, and both Chen Yi and Wang He noticed it. Wang He immediately asked, "What's wrong? You look terrible." Han Feng clenched his eyes shut, then crumpled the contract into a ball and flung it at Lu Yuhuan. "This can't be what I agreed to," he declared bluntly. "You deliberately forged this, didn't you?" "What do you mean forged? Stop accusing me falsely. If you still don't believe me, I can pull up the surveillance footage for you to see." Seeing his goal achieved, Lu Yuhuan broke into laughter again. Ignoring the crumpled contract on the floor, he declared, "Tear it up as much as you like. I have countless backups. Of course, if you don't want to, that's fine too. I couldn't care less. As for your Han family's breach of trust..." Before Lu Yuhuan could finish, he and his entourage strode past Han Feng. Chen Yi slowly picked up the crumpled contract from the floor, unfolded it, and began reading. When his eyes landed on the final line, he froze in shock. "How could you agree to such terms? This cuts off your future prospects." It stated that if Han Feng lost the wager, all future dungeon rewards he earned would belong to Lu Yuhuan. Han Feng couldn't fathom why he'd agreed to such a bizarre demand, especially concerning something as crucial as dungeon rewards. These were rewards earned through life-threatening battles. How could he just give them away? Especially because he lost the bet. "Brothery, what should I do? I don't even remember when I signed this contract, but the handwriting is definitely mine." This was extremely troublesome. He scrutinized the writing. It really was his. Wang Yi pressed, "You weren't forced to sign this after being plied with alcohol, were you?" Hearing this, Han Feng tried to recall the incident, but the memory triggered excruciating headaches. He could only shake his head helplessly. "I don't know. All I can say for sure is that Lu Yuhuan has ulterior motives and wants to mess with me. Isn't that obvious? If he didn't want to frame you, he wouldn't have made you sign the contract in the first place." Wang He scratched his head. "But the only solution is the ring, right? Just beat his guy, and that's it. So, who are you betting on?" At this point, Han Feng's headache intensified. Yet surprisingly, he still chose Chen Yi. This stunned both Wang He and Chen Yi. Chen Yi couldn't help but ask, "You know how severe the consequences of losing are. Why are you betting on me?" He was just testing the waters. Little did they know Han Feng suddenly played a clever little trick. He went to great lengths to get me to sign the contract and then have me place bets here. He must have made thorough preparations. The participants this time were probably all people he had already scouted out. Some of these people might even be in his pocket. If I bet on them, wouldn't I be falling right into his trap? Chen Yi nodded slightly. You do have a point. But his curiosity only grew stronger. What exactly is the feud between your Han family and this Lu family? How can you be so utterly at odds? That Lu family's young master clearly wants to destroy you. Han Feng's eyes flickered twice before he chuckled lightly. Nothing major, just a long-standing feud. Wang Yi choked on his words at Han Feng's remark. If it's a hereditary feud, how can it not be a conflict? That's far more serious than personal grudges. Chen Yi had considered this possibility too. After all, the Han family's attitude toward the Lu family was clearly seething with hatred. It couldn't possibly be a simple grudge. Anyway, it's a grudge from our parents' generation. I originally thought matters from the past generation had nothing to do with us. But as you've seen, that kid has been picking fights with me since he was a kid, opposing me at every turn. TSK, you really had it rough. At this point, Han Feng looked even more aggrieved. You bet I am. All the friends I made back then were set up by Lu Yuhuan. He nearly caused a huge disaster for my family. As for friends? I dared not make any casually anymore. His father was even more worried that his friends might leak family secrets, so he forbade him from making friends altogether. Even if he did make friends, their backgrounds had to be thoroughly investigated and approved by his father. As a result, the people around him were mostly just drawn by his generosity. Of course, he never truly cared about any of them. He understood perfectly well. Brothery, no matter what, your own safety comes first. Though Han Feng resented losing, he didn't want Chen Yi to get seriously hurt. After all, this man had protected him countless times in the dungeon. Even if it was because of his father, he couldn't just be an ungrateful bastard forever. Of course, I won't be leaving my life here. With that, Chen Yi made his way toward the arena downstairs. The people gathered around the edge of the stage all seemed to know each other. When they spotted an unfamiliar face, they all instinctively glanced at Chen Yi a few extra times. Chen Yi remained composed, utterly unfazed. How old are you, kid? You actually dare to come play around here? Chapter 87, The Lecture. A burly man eyed the lanky Chen Yi and burst into laughter. His hand slapped Chen Yi's shoulder, causing Chen Yi's expression to darken noticeably. Chen Yi brushed the hand away with obvious distaste, his brow furrowed. Ha! Kid, this ain't your playground. If you want to live, you'd better head home quietly. No one here's gonna coddle you. Chen Yi lightly brushed the dust off his shoulder. How would I know it's not my playground unless I try? This remark instantly offended quite a few people. Well, this kid's got some nerve, thinking he can treat this place like a playground. Just you wait, we'll teach you a lesson your parents will be proud of for your audacious ignorance. Chen Yi gave a hollow laugh, offering no rebuttal. No need for further words. Here, strength spoke for itself. Ling Xiaoxiao glanced in Chen Yi's direction. Miss, that kid's got some nerve, showing up here all by himself. The bodyguard beside Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke up, his eyes filled with genuine admiration. After all, this place wasn't exactly easy to get into. Most people had already paid with their lives. Ling Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes, arms crossed, and remarked coolly, so what if he has the guts to step onto the stage? If he can actually stay up there, that's what's impressive. The bodyguard scratched his nose and spoke up in Chen Yi's defense, but he's young and inexperienced. How could he possibly stay on the stage? Just defeating one of the fighters here would be impressive enough. Should we challenge him then? Ling Xiaoxiao's participation in the arena wasn't solely for training, she was also scouting promising talent for the Ling family. The Ling family was another prominent clan. One misstep could invite another powerful family to devour them. Naturally, they needed considerable support to protect the Ling lineage. We'll see how things play out. Not everyone who steps up is necessarily a promising prospect. Some might just be climbing up for the sake of so-called face, unaware of the truth. They might not even know how they died. Ling Xiaoxiao regarded Chen Yi with utter coldness, seeing no real talent in him whatsoever. Chen Yi's gaze shifted involuntarily to Ling Xiaoxiao. He was intensely curious about her. He thought his gaze was subtle, but unexpectedly, Ling Xiaoxiao turned her head abruptly, locking eyes with him. Before Chen Yi could avert his gaze, he met hers head on and offered a dry, forced smile. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned and shot Chen Yi a fierce glare, silently uttering a few words. Watching her cherry red lips move, Chen Yi silently repeated the words in his mind. Lecture. Chen Yi immediately cleared his throat, swallowed hard, and quickly averted his gaze. He hadn't expected his actions to be so misunderstood by that girl. Before he could move to explain, the competition had already begun. Everyone present received their numbered cards. The first contestant to step forward was relatively short in stature, yet his muscles were exceptionally massive. The disproportionate build felt jarringly out of place. Chen Yi stood with his arms crossed, expressionless, watching the contestant above. Soon, a challenger stepped forward. With a few swift moves, he knocked the man off the platform and waited for the next challenger to face him. Laughter erupted from the crowd below. Why hasn't Brother Yi stepped up? Could he be saving himself for last? Wang He and Han Feng watched intently. But Chen Yi showed no sign of moving, making them almost think he might give up. Han Feng pressed his lips together. Though anxious inside, he showed no sign of it on his face. Brother Yi must be observing. Once you enter the ring, you can't back out. And once you step up, you have to endure 5 minutes before you can concede. So even if Chen Yi stood there motionless, he'd still be called up eventually. Only after fighting that person for 5 minutes could he concede. Wang He sighed. I told you we're still students. Why compete against a bunch of adults? We can't possibly match them. I need to get Yi's recovery potion ready. As soon as he comes down, I'll pour it down his throat. Han Feng frowned at Wang Yi's words. Why would he need your recovery potion? Brother Yi will obviously drink mine. Mine is infinitely superior to yours. Wang He froze. Aren't all recovery potions the same? How could there be any difference? They're all from the system anyway. Ha, Han Feng, I think you should just admit defeat. You don't even have the guts to step up to the stage. I wonder where you found this guy. Lu Yuan walked over, her face twisted in a mocking expression as she stared at Han Feng. Han Feng instantly shifted his expression into a cold sneer. Things aren't over yet, and you're already rushing to declare victory? Watch out for that backfire. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and tooted. Well, even if we wait until the very end, won't the outcome be the same? You'd better just comply with the contract and hand over all the goodies you've acquired. Lu Yuan had long had his sights set on Han Feng. He'd assumed this useless piece of trash would die in the dungeon, but instead, not only did he survive, he'd actually acquired quite a few valuable items. This guy's luck is truly beyond words. Blessed from childhood to adulthood, enviable. You've got some nerve. Since when did you start coveting mine? Look at you talking. You were the one who insisted I sign that contract. Isn't it obvious you're the one coveting me? It's just that my family members are exceptionally skilled. That smug look on his face made Han Feng want to punch him again. Holy crap, brothers in the ring. Young Master Han, look, one's in the ring. Wang He was nearly beside himself with excitement, immediately cheering Chen Yi on. Lu Yuan frowned and dug in her ears. This is so noisy. Shut up, you fatso. The bodyguard beside Lu Yuan made a couple of threatening gestures. Hearing the commotion, Wang He immediately shut his mouth. His gaze remained fixed on Chen Yi in the ring, still brimming with excitement. Lu Yuhuan glanced over indifferently. He's just a rookie. You don't seriously think he can beat anyone here, do you? You guys are being way too. Ah. Brother Yi took down one opponent. As Lu Yuhuan looked over, he saw Chen Yi slam a man flat onto the mat. The man lay motionless as the referee approached to begin the count. Damn, this kid's got some skills. Lu Yuhuan's face darkened like ink could drip from it. Because the man lying on the ground was also from his Lu family. Chapter 88, Winning Streak. Han Feng's face instantly broke into a grin. Ha! What did you just say? Didn't you claim Brother Yi couldn't beat anyone? Wang He immediately chimed in, Brother Yi is truly formidable. He just breezed in and took down someone effortlessly. He might even become the champion right away. Wang He's bold claim drew the simultaneous stares of both Han Feng and Lu Yuhuan. Caught off guard by the sudden stares, the smug Wang He froze, momentarily speechless. He stammered, Why are you all staring at me? Is there something on my face? Lu Yuhuan snorted. So that's what you've been scheming about. No wonder, Han Feng. No wonder you always come here, you've been eyeing the champion's seat all along. Han Feng pressed his lips tightly together. He had that ambition, but lacked the skill. Oh, so you don't have that ambition after all. Lu Yuhuan paused, then sneered coldly, Your daydreams aren't half bad. But this is just a minor role, don't get too excited. Hearing this, Han Feng snorted coldly. He had been feeling anxious, but since the first match had gone so well, the rest couldn't be too bad either. Right, I shouldn't get too excited. Who knows who'll have the last laugh? Take it easy, young Master Lu. Lu Yuhuan scoffed derisively, convinced this was merely Han Feng's last desperate floundering. Meanwhile, Ling Xiaoxiao watched Chen Yi's performance with mild surprise. This youth looked so young, yet he defeated a seasoned veteran in just a few moves after stepping onto the stage. Miss, see? I told you this youth was promising. Not only does he possess remarkable courage at such a young age, but his abilities are equally formidable. If we could bring him to our side. Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered. We'll need to observe him further. Some individuals possess remarkable strength, but if their character is lacking, they won't be beneficial to us. Hearing this, the bodyguard bowed his head and murmured, Yes. Understood, sir. On stage, Chen Yi stared at his own hands in astonishment. Facing an opponent clearly superior to him, Chen Yi truly felt the pressure. Yet he could also feel the heightened responsiveness and sharpness emanating from his own body. The wine he'd drunk last time had significantly boosted his stats, and emerging from this dungeon had granted him even more enhancements. During the fight with that man, though he felt the pressure, he handled it with ease. Luoshan, you're pathetic. Getting taken down by some greenhorn. I suggest you go home and suck your thumb. Stop wasting your breath here. The man named Luoshan's face twisted in humiliation as he sneered coldly, Even if I'm useless, aren't you still my defeated opponent? Ha! If you're so confident, why don't you go up and try it yourself? The man who had been mocking Luoshan turned pale at his retort, utterly unconvinced that a greenhorn could be anything special. Exactly. Why don't you go test that kid's skills and see if he's really as good as Luoshan says? That guy's no fool either. Why don't you go up yourselves? All you do is call me out. Think I don't know what you're up to? The others who'd been egging him on fell silent. A burly man stepped forward. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, a towering figure. All you do is whine and complain. What a bunch of cowards. With that, the man stood directly before Chen Yi. Chen Yi had to tilt his head back to look at the man, his neck growing stiff and sore. Kid, the man said, I don't like bullying the weak. I'll give you a chance, admit defeat now. Chen Yi, called Kid, replied expressionlessly, It hasn't even started yet. How can I admit defeat? That's not how I do things. The tall, burly man found Chen Yi's words amusing. He lifted his head, looked at Chen Yi, and said with a smile, Not bad. You've got some backbone. You're a hell of a lot better than those bastards. Chen Yi shrugged and chuckled softly. After all, I'm still young. I have room to make mistakes. The implication was clear, older men like him had no room left for error. The man narrowed his eyes, then chuckled. I like you, kid. Even if you lose to me, I won't kill you. We'll stop at the right moment. Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. Watching from below, he'd noticed the intense hostility radiating from those on the stage. They fought every opponent with deadly intent. As long as an opponent remained standing and hadn't surrendered, they were beaten mercilessly. Their methods were brutally ruthless. It was rare to see anyone stop at the right moment. But Chen Yi immediately said, Thank you. The big man's height made his movements less agile, but his strength was extraordinary. He was much larger than the previous man, and the impact of that punch alone left his arm numb. The slight numbness in his arm made it difficult for him to counter the giant. Ling Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow slightly, seems he's reached his limit. The bodyguard paused before asking, Your Highness, shall we continue? To possess such skill at such a young age, even if we can't recruit him to our faction, we absolutely must not antagonize him. Ling Xiaoxiao could see the latent potential in him. Given time, he would surely become a dragon or phoenix among men. Such a person must be befriended, not antagonized. If he harbors deep resentment, he must never be offended. Just as everyone was certain Chen Yi would lose, the burly man suddenly conceded defeat. Those below, unaware of the truth, immediately began to curse. They accused the giant of intentionally losing, and claimed Chen Yi must have used some underhanded trick to force the outcome. Yet despite the chorus of insults, the burly man merely smiled with a look of release. "Young man, you truly are formidable. I underestimated you. But I must thank you for sparing my life." Chen Yi immediately clasped his fists in return, acknowledging the point had been made. "Ha, indeed. Just enough." Seeing this, Lu Yuan's face darkened noticeably. What the hell? Playing games at a time like this? Watching Chen Yi, who clearly hadn't done anything, emerge victorious, Lu Yuan was nearly overcome with rage. He then whispered a few words to the people beside him. His companions immediately nodded and withdrew. Han Feng narrowed his eyes and remarked, "You wouldn't be pulling some trick, would you?" Lu Yuan replied calmly, "In the face of absolute strength, no tricks matter." "Damn it, you really are trying to cheat. Lu Yuan, are you even a man? If you've got the guts, fight fair and square." Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, looking down on Han Feng and Wang He. "Fair and square? Isn't this already fair enough? This is a fair fight on the stage, Han Feng. Isn't this the most impartial match I could give you?" Chapter 89, Weapons. Chen Yi stood on the platform for a moment. Those who had been eager to challenge him earlier now dared not underestimate him after witnessing the consecutive defeats. He glanced around at the crowd below, whose eyes immediately darted away. Chen Yi pursed his lips, then shifted his gaze toward the second floor. He hadn't forgotten Han Feng's wager. He just hadn't figured out who that person was yet. "You're one of Han Feng's men?" A muscular, bronze-skinned man leapt onto the stage in an instant. A pair of menacing eyes fixed intently on Chen Yi. Chen Yi gave a nonchalant grunt and replied, "Are you one of that Lu family young master's men?" The man narrowed his eyes before breaking into a smile. "Kid, you've got some skill to have made it this far. Interested in joining us?" Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. "Sorry, I prefer to go it alone. Besides, I doubt I'd get along with your young master." The man's eyebrows arched slightly, seemingly puzzled by Chen Yi's words. "After all, I'm friends with his sworn enemy. He probably wouldn't welcome me either. Especially given the feud between the Lu and Han families. If he accepted me, it would surely be to use me against Han Feng. Well, it seems there's no other way. I won't hold back then." He'd noticed the malicious glint in the man's gaze directed at him from the start. How could he possibly intend to spare his life? And as someone under the Lu family's young master, he'd likely already been tipped off. All that talk was merely a test. He drew a whip from thin air and lashed it toward Chen Yi. Chen Yi was startled by the sudden attack, but relied on his agility to dodge the lash. "You're actually using an external weapon?" The man laughed heartily. "On the stage, no one cares what weapon you wield. As long as you win, it doesn't matter what you use." Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. "Any weapon is acceptable?" The muscular man's lips curled upward. "What? Did you think having a weapon would be enough to defeat me? Since you look down on me, why bother using a weapon? Doesn't that just make your strength seem hollow?" The muscular man didn't seem angered by this remark. A smile even lingered on his face. "Ha! I just want to give you, this ignorant brat, a taste of your own medicine. If you beg for mercy and admit defeat, I might show you mercy and spare your life today." Chen Yi didn't believe a word of it. Killing someone wasn't something you could just talk your way out of. His shifting gaze and subtle facial expressions all hinted that the man before him intended to eliminate him. Though he couldn't fathom the man's true intentions behind those words. He knew this man had no intention of sparing him. Chen Yi slowly drew his dagger, his only real defense. This dagger could sever any metal object. Though he wasn't sure if it could cut through the whip in the man's hand, it was worth a try. The muscular man noticed the dagger in his hand, his expression shifting with surprise. "Kid, so you've entered the dungeon too?" Chen Yi gave a faint, wry smile. "When the time comes, it's only natural." The burly man's expression stiffened slightly, as if struck by a truth, then his movements grew fiercely aggressive. The whip in his hand whipped through the air like a dragon's tail, lashing out toward Chen Yi. As the defender, Chen Yi struggled to close the distance. Chen Yi's brow furrowed as he began calculating how to find an opening. He couldn't think of a solution immediately, causing the standoff to persist. Trapped at the edge of the ring, he couldn't close the distance. Take one step forward, and the whip would lash at his position. Fail to retreat in time, and the lash would strike his body. The sheer power of that whip was evident from the gashes scarring the ring floor. A direct hit would likely shatter his bones. Chen Yi's gaze was drawn to the whip. How he wished he could possess that weapon. The thought arose inexplicably, yet a flicker of hope still stirred within Chen Yi. The muscular man swung the whip repeatedly, yet it still failed to strike Chen Yi, causing him to grow impatient. Seeing the man's growing impatience, Chen Yi knew his chance was coming. No matter how powerful his swings were, prolonged use would inevitably cause his arms to grow sore and sluggish, forcing his speed to gradually slow. He only needed to conserve his strength. When the man's arms grew too tired to continue, he would charge forward and win. The man across from him seemed to see through Chen Yi's thoughts instantly. With a cold sneer, he switched hands with blinding speed, catching Chen Yi off guard. TSK. This kid still didn't understand his opponent. While whipping the whip seemed to be the most physically demanding, it was actually the whip wielder who was wearing down his opponent's stamina. Ling Xiaoxiao gave a cold hum, yet her gaze involuntarily followed Chen Yi. Even now, cornered at the edge where one misstep meant plummeting down, not a trace of panic flashed across that kid's face. Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes filled with confusion. Wasn't he afraid of losing? Holy crap! This kid is impressive. He's managed to avoid that whip for so long and even closed the distance. What's the deal with this half-grown kid? Is he the dark horse everyone's been talking about lately? How should I know? He just appeared today. But if he can defeat base number 7, that means his strength surpasses even theirs. The crowd below was buzzing with speculation, while on stage, Chen Yi struggled to keep up. Lu Yuan's smile grew deeper as she watched. Ah, young Master Han, I hear you acquired quite a haul from the dungeon run. Would you be so kind as to bring it all over? Han Feng's eye twitched twice as he sneered coldly. What kind of joke is this? The competition results aren't even out yet. Lu Yuan gave a soft chuckle. Isn't the outcome obvious? Why wait? True. How could young Master Han possibly accept defeat? Never mind, never mind. We'll just wait for the results. Young Master Han can give them then. Just remember to keep your word when the time comes. The certainty in Lu Yuan's eyes darkened Han Feng's expression. Crossing his arms, he gave a cold snort, his gaze burning as it fixed on Chen Yi. He couldn't help but silently pray in his heart. Chen Yi stared at the skills in his skill bar, pursing his lips, unsure how to use them. Finally, he activated the 16-character Yin Yang Feng Shui secret art. Chapter 90, the ingenious application of the 16-character Yin Yang Feng Shui secret technique. The moment he activated the 16-character Yin Yang Feng Shui secret art, he realized that by observing a man's movements, he could analyze where the most dangerous attack would come from. Chen Yi suddenly understood this art didn't have to be applied only to environmental trends, it could also be used on the feng shui of people. He then lured the man toward the most accident-prone spot in the feng shui layout. The moment the man shifted slightly, his feet suddenly slipped. Terror filled the man's eyes as he crashed to the ground with a thud. Chen Yi sheathed the dagger at his waist, choosing not to deliver the finishing blow. He knew this fall would take at least several days to recover from. The man certainly couldn't sit up now. The referee began the countdown beside the man. He tried to push himself up with his hands, his face contorting in pain, yet his body refused to move. His gaze turned vicious as it fixed on Chen Yi. What did you do to me? He demanded. Chen Yi replied without flinching, with so many eyes watching and the referee here, if I'd used any underhanded tactics, wouldn't they have seen it? Then why can't I move? Chen Yi shrugged. Probably because your body's too weak, uncle. You should work out more. All muscle and no strength? That's just empty. Just then, the referee's countdown ended, declaring the man defeated. Lu Yuan, who had been beaming with confidence, froze instantly. Unbelievably, he slumped against the floor-to-ceiling window, his face pressed against the glass, utterly unable to accept that he'd lost so quickly. And the opponent hadn't even done anything. No, impossible. Your people must have used some trick. Han Feng and Lu Yuan's expressions underwent a dramatic reversal. He stood with his hands on his hips, laughing heartily. See? I told you you never know who'll win until the very end. Now hand over your goodies. Han Feng rubbed his hands together, already growing impatient. He knew Lu Yuan's goodies were bound to be plentiful. He could only hope Lu Yuan would honor their agreement. Lu Yuan's face darkened like ink could drip from it. He shot Han Feng a fierce glare before turning and walking away. Han Feng hadn't expected such a lack of commitment. He immediately gave chase. Wait. Lu Yuan, it's all written in black and white right here. How dare you break the agreement? Lu Yuan let out a cold, mocking laugh. Go ahead and sue me if you dare. See if the police will come arrest me. Hearing this, Han Feng's eyes widened. He pulled a contract from his pocket, glanced at it, then turned to Wang Yi beside him. Tell me, can I sue him? Wang Yi shook his head. No idea. But I've heard that when you rich folks go to the police station, it's just going through the motions. Nothing ever really comes of it. Han Feng raised an eyebrow in confusion. Where'd you hear that? We're law-abiding citizens. If we do something wrong, we'll get arrested. Wang Yi blinked twice. Maybe I got it wrong? Is that really not how it works? Han Feng shook his head. Of course not. Come on, let's go find Igu. Who'd have thought he'd win so easily after stepping in? Shouldn't we celebrate properly? Just now, Lu Yuan's expression looked like he wanted to laugh at him, daring him to act so brazenly in front of him. Over there, Chen Yi was intercepted by a tall, burly man in black as soon as he stepped off the stage. Chen Yi instantly grew wary, taking 2 steps back to create a safe distance. Mr. Chen, hello. Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice as he studied the man before him. The fact that the man clearly addressed him as classmate meant he knew Chen Yi was still a student. Had this man been targeting him from the start? And you are? I'm the bodyguard for Ling Xiaoxiao, the eldest daughter of the Ling family. My mistress would like to make your acquaintance. Chen Yi's gaze immediately shifted toward Ling Xiaoxiao. Sensing his look, Ling Xiaoxiao slowly tilted her chin upward. Are you certain it is your young mistress who wishes to meet me? That Ling family's eldest daughter, Ling Xiaoxiao, appeared exceptionally cold and distant, showing not the slightest hint of wanting to meet him. The bodyguard silently glanced at his mistress, who turned her head away without a hint of acknowledgement. My young mistress has always been this way, rather aloof. Please don't take offense, Mr. Chen. Chen Yi hummed in acknowledgement. Is that so? But are you certain it was her desire to meet me? Why hasn't she approached me herself? Bodyguard. Well, our young miss is just a bit shy. Chen Yi uttered another "oh" before his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Ling Xiaoxiao. He promptly turned and headed toward Ling Xiaoxiao. Just then, Han Feng suddenly approached. Brother Yi. Han Feng and Wang He immediately blocked Chen Yi's path. Brother Yi, you're incredible. We were all sweating bullets for you at first, never expecting you'd win. You should have seen that bastard Lu Yuan's face, it was priceless. After Han Feng finished speaking, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure standing beside Chen Yi. He called out in surprise, Uncle Mo? The man called Uncle Mo looked equally surprised. Young Master Han? You two, you know each other? Han Feng nodded. Of course. We're good brothers. Uncle Mo, what are you doing here? Ling Xiaoxiao hasn't left yet? Mo Shu's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. He gave a dry chuckle. Miss Ling is right behind you. Ling Xiaoxiao stood with her arms crossed behind Han Feng and Chen Yi. Han Feng turned around and met that icy gaze, instantly feeling uneasy. Ling Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao's brows instantly furrowed before she turned her gaze to Chen Yi. Chen Yi blinked, staring at Ling Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao's hair fell straight to her waist, long and jet black. A fringe of bangs swept across her forehead, framing a face of porcelain-like pallor. Her lips held a hint of cherry red. Her eyes were round and bright, making her a quintessential cool beauty. Chen Yi spoke first. Hello, Miss Ling. Ling Xiaoxiao hummed in acknowledgement. Hello, I'm Ling Xiaoxiao. May I ask your name? Chen Yi, Chen as in ear and E as in perseverance. Han Feng's gaze darted back and forth between the two, his mouth opening and closing before finally closing again. Wang He, however, lacked Han Feng's complex emotions. He asked directly, Ling Xiaoxiao? You're Ling Xiaoxiao, the eldest daughter of the Ling family. My goodness. Wang He's exclamation drew several glances. Chen Yi cleared his throat to remind him. Chapter 91, Xiangyu Pavilion. Wang He's expression froze. What? What's wrong? Can't I be excited? I mean, this is my first time meeting the Ling family's eldest daughter. Chen Yi chuckled, while Han Feng let out a disapproving tisk. What's so exciting about Ling Xiaoxiao? Why aren't you more excited to see me? I'm the eldest son of the Han family. Han Feng's expression darkened at Wang He's blatant double standard, shooting Ling Xiaoxiao a cold stare. Ling Xiaoxiao gave Han Feng a faint glance. He immediately averted his gaze and cleared his throat. He shifted closer to Chen Yi. Miss Ling, why aren't you staying at home? What brings you here? Ling Xiaoxiao chuckled coldly. If you were blind, I wouldn't bother scolding you. After all, someone with eyes wouldn't ask such a question. Hearing this, Han Feng's expression twisted. He leaned close to Chen Yi's ear and hissed, look at this woman, her tongue is truly venomous. Chen Yi smiled. Miss Ling is correct. People come here for only a few reasons. And hasn't young Master Han understood this all along? Han Feng paused, looking at Chen Yi in confusion. How could his own brother speak up for someone else? Wang Yi clicked his tongue twice and gave Han Feng a light pat on the shoulder. Hey, young Master Han, you haven't seen through this yet? Forgetting your friends for a pretty face. Hearing this, Han Feng's pupils suddenly dilated. No way. Chen Yi immediately felt uncomfortable. These two were whispering so loudly, as if afraid others couldn't hear them. Ling Xiaoxiao's gaze instantly turned icy as she shot a fierce glare at Han Feng and Wang He. You've misunderstood. We were merely having a friendly conversation. Unlike certain people who imagine all sorts of scenarios just because someone of the opposite sex spoke to them. Wang He and Han Feng froze instantly. Han Feng even took a step back from Wang He. This has nothing to do with me. He's the one imagining all this. With that, Ling Xiaoxiao coldly withdrew her gaze. Uncle Mo beside her promptly pulled out a business card and handed it to Chen Yi. Mr. Chen. Chen Yi accepted it immediately, though he didn't have a business card of his own. Sorry, I don't have one, he said. No problem. It's just a way to stay in touch. You can simply give us your contact information directly. Chen Yi thought for a moment and wrote down his contact information for them. After exchanging contact information, Ling Xiaoxiao led Uncle Mo away. Only after they had walked far out of sight did Han Feng remark, still staring? They're long gone. Chen Yi cleared his throat and slowly withdrew his gaze. No. Wang Yi immediately teased, just now the young lady said I was overthinking it, but this isn't overthinking at all, it's clearly REGE getting all flustered. Chen Yi's eyelid twitched slightly. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not. I'm just a little interested in Miss Ling. But don't get the wrong idea, I mean interested in a normal way, not that kind of interest. Han Feng clicked his tongue. If you like her, just admit it. Why all the hiding? It's no big deal. Chen Yi frowned slightly. I told you, it's nothing. Don't get the wrong idea, or you'll upset the young lady. Han Feng burst into laughter upon hearing this. Seeing Chen Yi's expression darken by the second, he finally reined in his grin. Fine, I won't say another word. By the way, to celebrate you taking care of Lu Yuan for me today, I've reserved a private room at Xiangyu restaurant. Let's celebrate properly. Chen Yi didn't refuse. After all, he had indeed put in the effort. He hadn't planned to agree in the first place, but he'd accepted because of his friendship with Han Feng. Those who stepped onto the stage were all formidable opponents, especially during the final match against the Lu family's representative. He was acutely aware of the gap between himself and that opponent. Had they fought fairly, victory would have been impossible. It was only by exploiting the feng shui techniques that he had managed to scrape by with a win. Otherwise, he would have been the one lying defeated on the stage. Good heavens, Xiangyu Pavilion. I've never even been to Xiangyu Pavilion in my entire life. Hearing Wang Yi's astonished voice, Han Feng's vanity reached its peak. Let's go. You'd better feast properly, there might not be another chance. Wang Yi's eyes flickered twice before he nodded firmly. I'll definitely cherish it. Igu. Thank you. If not for your generosity today, I'd probably never get to taste Xiang Yufan's cuisine in my entire life. Chen Yi's lips twitched slightly. If I recall correctly, isn't your family pretty well off too? Though we can't compare to families like the Hans, we still have a decent amount of assets compared to ordinary households. That may be true, but Xiang Yufan's dishes are incredibly hard to book. Even money can't guarantee you a table. Hearing this, Chen Yi was taken aback. Money can't buy it? Yes, because Xiang Yufan doesn't want money, they want something else. Hearing this, Chen Yi immediately turned to Han Feng. You're something else, kid. You know so much about Xianjiafang, must have been snooping around, huh? Wang Yi chuckled. I wanted to get in too, so I had to figure out the qualifications. That's how I learned a thing or two. Exactly. Money alone won't get you a meal in there. As for why, Brother E, you'll understand once you've eaten there yourself. Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. Then what did you offer? Han Feng continued, don't worry. My dad has a partnership with the founder of Xiangyu restaurant. I just need to give them a heads up to get a table. But if you want something fancier, it depends on whether what I got from Lu Yuan covers the cost. Chen Yi instantly understood he was planning to use the rewards from the dungeon to cover the bill. This owner really knows how to do business. To think of such a scheme. But being so blatant, doesn't he fear attracting unwanted attention? It wasn't until Chen Yi followed Han Feng into Xiangyu restaurant that he understood why. Xiang Yufan was decorated in an antique style. The moment you stepped inside, you could smell the essence of nature, instantly soothing both body and mind. His body felt lighter instantly. It felt as if all impurities had been washed away. This peculiar sensation struck Chen Yi as utterly novel. He couldn't help but ask, what's going on here? Outside, I felt tired and weighed down, but the moment I stepped in, my body felt so much lighter. Han Feng's lips curved upward. This is the marvel of Xiangyu Pavilion. It can transform both body and mind. Staying here long term could even reshape your physique. Chapter 92, Recruitment. Hearing this, Chen Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. The claim sounded so outrageous that he suspected Han Feng was pulling his leg. Wang Yi's eyes lit up. You mean it's real? It can actually alter one's constitution? Han Feng shrugged. Everyone says so, but it seems to vary from person to person. Some folks could stay here forever and never change their constitution, while others get lucky and transform almost immediately after entering. Hearing Han Feng's words, Chen Yi grew even more curious about this Xiangyu Pavilion. How on earth was this place created? It was so miraculous. Han Feng cautiously glanced around before whispering into Chen Yi's ear, the Xiangyu Pavilion was actually obtained by that person within the dungeon. Chen Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. What did you say? Seeing Chen Yi's expression, Han Feng knew he was skeptical again. I'm telling the truth. Otherwise, do you really think it could have been created solely by human hands? Chen Yi had to admit Han Feng had a point. So that's how it is? Truly astonishing. How many more jaw-dropping rewards are there in this dungeon? Just the Xiangyu Pavilion alone is shocking enough. Exactly. So as long as we keep winning, the rewards we get won't be small. Maybe we could even get a Xiangyu Pavilion. Chen Yi pursed his lips and shook his head. Rewards like this probably aren't that common. Maybe there's only one. And that one has already been claimed. Hearing this, Han Feng couldn't help but feel disappointed. Come to think of it, that makes sense. Wang Yi looked at the two of them in confusion and couldn't help asking, Brother Yi, you entered the instance too? When did that happen? How come he hadn't heard a thing? He'd been keeping a close eye on Chen Yi lately, yet he'd missed something like this. Chen Yi's eyes flickered. He'd forgotten that, from Wang Yi's perspective, he hadn't entered the instance yet. He had only entered it recently. Wang Yi nodded knowingly, then laughed carefree. Brother Yi, the dungeon must be dangerous, right? I barely survived to get this reward. Chen Yi gave a non-committal hum. So when are you guys going back into the dungeon next? Han Feng's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Wang Yi. What, you wanna tag along? Hearing this, Wang Yi's eyes lit up. Really? Han Feng refused without hesitation. No way. Our team members are all top tier. What's your deal? Chen Yi was there to protect him. Adding another person would compromise his safety completely. Wang Yi's disappointment was palpable. Alright, I admit my current strength isn't up to par. I wouldn't want to slow you down. Han Feng gave him a look that said, you're teachable. Soon, the dishes were served. Their mouths watered at the sight of the visually appealing and aromatic dishes. Chen Yi took a whiff, and saliva immediately pooled in his mouth. Wiping his lips, he kept his eyes fixed on the dishes. Is there something wrong with this food? Why were they so irresistible, making him unable to tear his gaze away? No. Eat up without worry. So many people have eaten here, and I occasionally come for a meal myself. Everything's been just fine. Hearing this, Chen Yi's expression grew even more complicated. Then why hasn't my physical condition changed much? Chen Yi's question struck a nerve. He too desperately wanted to know why his physical condition refused to improve. Was he truly destined to be a useless waste? Seeing Han Feng at a loss for words, Chen Yi abandoned further probing. He picked up his chopsticks, took a generous bite of the dish, and his eyes lit up instantly. Han Feng had actually been telling the truth. It could genuinely alter a person's constitution. The wine he'd obtained earlier from Han Feng's father also enhanced physical constitution. Though the increase wasn't substantial, it was still far better than no improvement at all. And this method, merely eating to achieve enhancement, was exceptionally effective. Did this mean that as long as he could provide what was needed, he could come here to eat? Han Feng shook his head. Not exactly. It depends on your qualifications. This Xiangyu restaurant isn't easy to get into. I'm only here because of my father. For others, they'd probably have to check your background. Wang Yi gaped. No way. That strict? Then I'm completely unqualified. His tone dripped with regret, his eyes brimming with envy as his hands moved faster. If this might be his only chance to come, he had to eat his fill. After finishing their meal at Xiangyu Pavilion, Han Feng offered to escort Chen Yi back. Chen Yi immediately declined. What need had a grown man for an escort? Wang Yi promptly slung his arm around Chen Yi's shoulder. Brother Feng, don't worry. I'll definitely get Brother Yi back safely. My route home overlaps with his. It's way easier than yours. Hearing this, Han Feng's critical gaze lingered on Wang Yi. You guarantee you can get Brother Yi home safely? Mission accomplished. On the way, Wang Yi asked curiously, Brother Yi, how did you even meet these big shots? That's the Han family's eldest son. Chen Yi replied casually, met them in the dungeon. With that explanation, Wang Yi suddenly understood. Such individuals were indeed most likely to be encountered in dungeons in other realms of reality. They were simply unreachable. No wonder. Brother Yi, when are you planning to enter the dungeon next? I haven't been in for days. I was actually planning to wait until the very last day. Wang Yi kept complaining about his troubles in Chen Yi's ear when suddenly, a black car pulled up in front of them. Chen Yi and Wang Yi immediately took a step back as several burly men in black suits emerged from the vehicle. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. From among the group of burly men in black suits, a very familiar figure stepped forward. It's you! It was none other than Lu Yuhuan. Chen Yi had suspected this man might seek revenge against him personally, but he hadn't expected him to act so swiftly, intercepting him on the very same day. Ha, Chen! Lu Yuhuan's face was beaming as he rubbed his hands together and approached. What brings you here? Lu Yuhuan's eyes flickered twice as he chuckled. What business could I possibly have? I simply wish to befriend Chen. No need to be nervous, Chen. Chen Yi pressed his thin lips together. How could he possibly believe Lu Yuhuan's words? This man clearly wasn't the type to enjoy making friends. Chapter 93, Rage in Western Hunan. Young Master Lu, if you have something to say, just say it plainly. I'm a straightforward person myself. I don't like beating around the bush. Lu Yuhuan raised an eyebrow and replied, what a coincidence. I'm the same way. Don't you think our personalities are a perfect match? Chen Yi pressed his lips together, utterly baffled by Lu Yuhuan's intentions. Still, every muscle in his body was taut, ready to react at a moment's notice. Lu Yuhuan laughed at the sight. Don't be nervous, Chen. I always keep business and personal matters separate. Though you're close with Han Feng, I have great respect for those with real ability. Chen Yi pressed his lips together, instantly understanding his intentions. You want me to join you? Han Feng has little to offer, he might even need your support. But I'm different. And the Lu family can provide far more. Chen Yi's expression remained utterly unchanged. Lu Yuhuan looked slightly surprised. Is that still not enough for you? Chen Yi pressed his lips together and said calmly, I won't join either side. With that, Chen Yi prepared to leave with Wang He. The smile vanished from Lu Yuhuan's face, replaced by a cold chuckle. Mr. Chen, I advise you to reconsider carefully. Threats were laced throughout Lu Yuhuan's words. Chen Yi smiled. No need to think about it. I've already made up my mind. Lu Yuhuan gave a cold laugh. Fine. I don't like forcing people either. Since that's the case, I won't bother you anymore. Lu Yuhuan walked away quickly, as if he'd only come to exchange a few words. Wang He patted his chest. I thought the men he brought were going to make a move on you. Who knew he'd hold back? Chen Yi pressed his lips together, watching the black sedan's receding silhouette with a cold stare. Just look at him, you know he won't let me off easily. Wang He frowned slightly. But he left with his men, didn't he? Chen Yi retorted sarcastically, he just didn't want to make a move here. Probably still wary of the Han family. Otherwise, given young Master Lu's temperament, how could he possibly let it go so easily? Ah, then Brother Yi, doesn't that mean you're in danger? Chen Yi pressed his lips together. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Adapt as we go. Wang Yi opened his mouth, unable to help but admire. Brother Yi's mindset is truly impressive. The martial arts exam is imminent. You should head back early and prepare thoroughly. The martial arts exam arrived swiftly. Chen Yi had long been prepared, his mind remarkably calm as he entered the examination hall with his identification token. The martial arts exam merely assessed physical metrics through various instruments. Meeting the data requirements of each academy sufficed. Those who passed the physical tests would then spar with an examiner. Satisfying the examiner's standards would earn a recommendation. Chen Yi's physical fitness test results were outstanding, and he passed swiftly. He then approached an examiner directly. The examiner wore a military uniform, likely someone from the barracks. They exchanged a nod. Chen Yi took a deep breath, declared he was ready, and the match began. Emerging from the testing area, Chen Yi was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. He sat on the ground to rest for a moment. Wang He approached him. Hey, Yi, you're here too. Chen Yi slowly lifted his head, looking over in confusion. You're done? Wang He gave a low grunt and sighed. Yeah, I finished. My physical fitness met the standards, but when it came to the examiner's test, I got pinned down instantly. Earlier, he'd been smug about his speed and skills, only to be defeated one after another and effortlessly at that. It left a bitter taste in his mouth. Brother Yi, you must have won, right? Barely. That examiner was too formidable. No wonder he's military trained, way tougher than those ring fighters. None of their skills worked on him. Still gotta be you, Yi. Chen Yi chuckled, rested on the ladder for a moment, then headed home. Han Feng started asking him when he'd be back in the dungeon. Their break had lasted a bit too long, and his father seemed to be growing impatient. He couldn't quite figure out what exactly was causing the worry. Chen Yi pondered it. Entering the dungeon was fine, there wasn't much to do in the real world anyway. Tonight it is. Han Feng immediately agreed upon hearing this. At midnight, a white light transported Chen Yi into the system space. Han Feng had been waiting by his side for quite some time. You're here? How did your martial arts exam go? My dad mentioned his friend spotted a promising prospect this time and you were the first person I thought of. Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. With so many people at school, it might not have been him, and besides, he'd struggled to get by. After speaking, Chen Yi and Han Feng headed to the lobby together. They had already formed a party. His gaze swept across the system interface. Then his brow furrowed slightly. Fury in Western Hunan? Han Feng also saw that the system had directly assigned them to this dungeon, they had no choice in the matter. Brother Yi, I've heard about this Wrath of Xiangxi dungeon. They say hardly anyone has ever cleared it. Apparently, everyone who came out went mad. Hearing this, Chen Yi's expression darkened. He happened to know the story behind the Nuqing Xiangxi dungeon. He just didn't know how much it had changed. But the changes in the previous ancient city of Jingjue weren't particularly significant. If the plot of Raging Sun in Western Hunan hadn't changed much either, then it would be a piece of cake for him. Though it's labeled as a C-tier dungeon, I'd say it's definitely B-tier material. Han Feng's face betrayed a look of anxiety. What do we do? I have a feeling we're in for trouble this time. Hearing this, Chen Yi patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, I've got this. Hearing this, Han Feng genuinely relaxed. He then added, I got some intel about the Wrath of the Xiangxi from someone. Apparently, there's a big shot in there. We absolutely have to cozy up to him. Chen Yi smiled. Who? No name was given, but they said once we're inside, we'll spot the big shot immediately. Chen Yi's mouth twitched. This was clearly a scam, wasn't it? This Han young master really is a sucker with deep pockets falling for such nonsense. Your selection, The Wrath of Xiangxi Dungeon World, C rank. Dungeon difficulty, normal. Main trial objective, survive until the end of the instance, uncover the truth behind the events, and find a way to conclude the instance game if possible. Trial reward, revealed after rating. Note, the main storyline will begin immediately upon entering the instance. Prioritize your safety. The prompt ended, and both figures vanished from their original spots. Chapter 94, An Unexpected Encounter. When Min Ran opened her eyes, she found herself in the bustling heart of a crowded city. People surged around her like a raging tide. Chen Yi and Han Feng were forced to push their way forward through the crowd. Don't push. There's enough for everyone. If anyone gets out of line, don't blame my fists. Han Feng was jostled into the presence of a woman who scrutinized him from head to toe. You don't look like a refugee to me. Before Han Feng could even process his situation, the mention of refugee made him snap out a quick denial. Me, a refugee? I'm a wealthy young master. Han Feng was so accustomed to spouting such lines that even in the dungeon, his mouth ran wild like a masterless dog, blurting out the words without restraint. Honggu's brow instantly furrowed. If you're not one, then what are you doing standing here? This is for the displaced people our leader Sher Shan is helping. Move along, move along. Han Feng was shoved aside in an instant. He blinked twice, unable to resist muttering, this woman doesn't act like a woman at all. So fierce. Even less like one than that woman Ling Xiao. Han Feng was quickly shoved out, his face a picture of utter bewilderment. What's the big deal? It's like they haven't eaten in days. Chen Yi also pushed his way through the crowd of displaced people. Hearing Han Feng's words, he slowly replied, they really have no food to eat. That's why so many have gathered here. Han Feng froze, his expression turning horrified as he immediately covered his mouth. I said the wrong thing. After speaking, he cautiously glanced around at the people nearby. The displaced people around him had no time to notice Han Feng. They were frantically pushing toward Honggu, desperate to get their hands on the distributed steamed buns. After observing the scene, he pursed his lips. Hey, good, do you think those steamed buns taste good? Hearing this, Chen Yi gave him a puzzled look. What? You want some? Han Feng blinked innocently. Hee, they look so delicious when they eat them, I just can't help wanting some. Chen Yi's mouth twitched. All steamed buns taste the same. It's just that different times bring different attitudes toward food. Things that were commonplace back home were indeed hard to come by here. Oh, righty go, what's your role here? My status should be the same as yours, we're both Toon Raiders hired by old Luo to hunt for that mountain treasure. Han Feng couldn't help but frown. Why does this dungeon feel eerily similar to the last one? It seems like both involve searching for treasure. Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. Possibly. Han Feng scratched his head. Where are we going now? Naturally, we're going to find old Luo. He's the one we hired specifically to take us to Bottle Mountain. If we don't follow him, how else are we supposed to get there? Han Feng replied matter-of-factly, we can just go in ourselves. Why wait for that Luo Lawai? If old crooked Luo finds out we didn't go with him and went in ahead of him, he'll have someone shoot us dead on the spot. Han Feng fell silent for a moment, then said nothing more. Is he really that ruthless? Those obsessed with wealth can't tolerate others getting ahead of them. Hearing this, Han Feng silently followed Chen Yi. How are we supposed to find old Rai Luo? Even if we don't go looking for him, he'll come looking for us. Han Feng couldn't help but think of his identity and muttered, if that Professor Chen from the last dungeon knew we were grave robbers, he'd probably die of anger. Chen Yi clearly shared this thought, a faint smile curling his lips. So, you're the Tomb Raiders Luo Lawai hired? A man in military fatigues approached them, scrutinizing them from head to toe. We are. What's the problem? Our commander sent me to escort you. The others are already there just waiting for you too. Hearing this, Chen Yi and Han Feng exchanged a glance before following the young man. I didn't expect the others to be faster than us. Chen Yi was also somewhat surprised. Since they had found old Luo so quickly, it meant he and Han Feng had lingered a bit too long in this place. When they finally reached Luo Lawai's location, they suddenly spotted several familiar figures. It was Ling Xiaoxiao and Wang He. Wang He turned around and spotted Chen Yi and Han Feng, his excitement rising. Brother Feng, what a surprise to run into you here. Isn't this fate? Han Feng was equally astonished, it really is fate. To run into you both like this. Chen Yi's gaze fell upon Ling Xiaoxiao. Though she wore plain cloth garments, they did nothing to diminish her grace. Ling Xiaoxiao gave Chen Yi a slight nod. Luo Lawai's gaze swept over the group. All familiar faces? That's great. Since we all know each other, I'll skip the introductions. Luo Lawai stepped forward with a smile. I assume you're all aware of the purpose of our gathering here. In our Xiangxi region, there's a mountain holding boundless treasures. If you can help me locate this particular treasure, you'll certainly receive your share. Chen Yi, Ling Xiaoxiao, and the others remained silent, while the rest beamed with delight, immediately fawning over Luo Lawai. It would be our honor to help the general find the treasure. How could we ever covet it for ourselves? Luo Laowai shook his head faintly. Don't say that. I, Luo Laowai, value loyalty above all else. If you're willing to help me, you'll certainly get your share of the rewards. A soldier stationed outside suddenly entered and whispered, Commander, Captain Chen is here. He's waiting outside. Hearing this, Luo Laowai immediately smiled and ordered the man to be ushered in. Chen Yulo entered and immediately saw the people inside. His gaze swept over Chen Yi and the others before settling on Luo Laowai. Commander, with so many guests here, might I be interrupting? Luo Laowai quickly replied, not at all. We're all on the same side, how could there be any disturbance? Right, brothers? The others nodded with smiles, their eyes fixed on Chen Yulo, subtly sizing him up. A flicker of confusion crossed Chen Yulo's eyes. Luo Laowai stroked his beard and said with a smile, these men are masters of ancient tomb techniques. They're our greatest asset for entering Ping Mountain. Hearing this, Chen Yulo grew even more curious and raised his fist in a respectful salute toward Chen Yi and the others. The others understood the gesture and returned the salute. You all master ancient tomb techniques? Chen Yi, who possessed the 16-character Yin Yang Feng Shui secret art, naturally had some understanding of tomb raiding techniques and felt no need to hide anything. But the others? Their identities were merely labels randomly assigned by the system. They certainly didn't possess such knowledge. Chapter 95, Dungeon News. He gave a dry chuckle. Luo Laowai quickly redirected Chen Yulo's attention to himself, inquiring, Chief Chen, what's the matter? Have you decided to join me in entering Ping Mountain? A smile instantly spread across his face, as if everything were under his control. Chen Yulo tapped his fan lightly against his palm. I can lead my men to join you in searching for treasures within Ping Mountain. But you must heed my counsel. The mountain is fraught with peril, and its depths are filled with unfathomable mysteries. If you, General, insist on acting alone, you'll only drag many others to their deaths. Luo Laowai agreed without hesitation, fine. You understand the twists and turns here. I, old General Luo, only have some troops and men. As long as you can lead me to the treasure inside, I'll follow your lead, and besides, I trust the capabilities of your Yulin faction. Chen Yulo nodded, then glanced toward Chen Yi. Since all of you brothers are well versed in ancient tomb techniques, why not have a proper discussion? After getting to know each other, we might swiftly uncover the mountain's hidden treasures. Chen Yi clasped his hands in a respectful salute. I'd rather obey than refuse. Chen Yulo immediately smiled. I'm an approachable person and won't force anyone. If you have any grievances, feel free to voice them. Chen Yi knew Chen Yulo had misunderstood and clarified, you've got the wrong idea. What I meant was, since it's knowledge we possess, we'll naturally discuss it with the Grand Master. Seeing this, old Luo quickly chimed in, agreed. Then you'd better discuss our approach thoroughly. Luo Laowai couldn't wait for them to settle their plans for entering the mountains. He was already itching to head into the mountains to hunt for treasure. Luo Laowai rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Chen Yulo nodded, then said to Luo Laowai, but to enter Ping Mountain, we must first go to the Miao village to gather some information. At this, the smile vanished from Laowai Luo's face, and he let out a soft sigh. We're going to Bottle Mountain, why must we go to the Miao village? What business do we have with them? You can't put it that way. The Miao people have lived at the foot of Bottle Mountain for generations and know its terrain well. We can't risk entering the mountain blindly without any knowledge. Luo Laowai still looked displeased, so Chen Yi chimed in, Master, the head instructor is right. If we rush into the mountains without any knowledge, it'll only bring us harm, not benefit. Hearing this, Laowai finally suppressed his displeasure and chuckled, since you all insist, I can hardly disagree. I, Laowai, trust you completely. Then let's head to the Miao village first. Only then did Chen Yulo leave Luo Laowai's room with satisfaction. The moment Chen Yulo departed, the expression on Luo Laowai's face instantly fell. His gaze fixed on Chen Yi. Why did you agree with him? You're the one I invited here, you should be following my lead. Chen Yi understood Luo Laowai's urgency, but no matter how urgent it was, the necessary steps still had to be taken. General, what I said earlier was entirely true. If we want to enter Bottle Mountain, we must first understand the Miao village. They've lived there for so long, they know far more than we do and have a much clearer picture. Ling Xiaoxiao strongly agreed with Chen Yi, stating bluntly, if you don't want to die for no reason, then listen to us professionals. Otherwise, if innocent lives are lost, it's none of our concern. Luo Laowai's words were instantly captured by Ling Xiaoxiao's response. He stroked his beard, grinning broadly as he fixed his gaze on her. He hadn't noticed before, but there was actually such a pretty girl among them. Perfect, she was exactly his type. At his words, Ling Xiaoxiao's expression instantly turned cold. Luo Laowai seemed to sense the murderous intent behind her icy glare. He shrugged it off with a carefree laugh. You're just a young lady, following a bunch of old men into the mountains hunting for treasure. It's too rough for you. Look at your skin, so soft you could squeeze water out of it. If you got hurt in there, you'd suffer terribly. Ling Xiaoxiao snorted coldly, then let's see who ends up suffering. Luo Laowai felt a tingle run through him at the sound of her cool, clear voice. He chuckled, about to speak, when Chen Yi stepped forward. Commander, we need to head out and assess the situation. We won't be staying much longer at the estate. Luo Laowai paused, his thoughts drifting to the mountain of gold and silver treasures before finally letting them go. Watching their retreating figures, old crooked Luo stroked his beard, his gaze fixed intently on Ling Xiaoxiao. Damn, this woman is something else. Outside Luo Laowai's residence, Han Feng couldn't help but mutter, that bastard's nothing but a thug. I don't want to say much, but you'd better watch your back. Han Feng warned Ling Xiaoxiao with a glance, that old crook Luo has clearly set his sights on you. Ling Xiaoxiao shot him a cold glance. If he dares come near me, my blade won't spare him. Recalling Ling Xiaoxiao's formidable blade skills, Han Feng couldn't help but touch his own neck. He was an important NPC, he couldn't be killed that easily. Chen Yi shook his head. No need. That Luo Laowai values money more than women. If he really sets his sights on you, just intimidate him with force. That's all? Chen Yi nodded. Yes. Rest assured, he's not entirely without sense, just a bit dim when it comes to money. Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Chen Yi questioningly. How do you know all this? Chen Yi's eyes flickered briefly as he replied slowly, just observe him closely, and you'll understand. Wang He scratched his head. We've all been here for so long, yet none of us noticed this. Brothery really is sharp, he spotted it. Everyone else's gaze also fell on Chen Yi, looking somewhat puzzled. How exactly did you figure that out? Chen Yi tugged at the corner of his mouth, offering a faint smile. This isn't the time to discuss that, is it? We're about to enter Bottle Mountain. What do you know about this instance? The others exchanged glances but remained silent. They'd spent considerable resources to uncover this dungeon's secrets, why should they just hand them over? Ling Xiaoxiao spoke up directly. The most dangerous thing in this instance is a giant insect inside. Most players who enter this instance get killed by that insect. Chapter 96, Unloading the Ridge. Chen Yi knew exactly what Ling Xiaoxiao was referring to, the giant centipede lurking within Bottle Mountain. Dealing with that colossal centipede was indeed troublesome, but it wasn't their primary concern right now. A giant bug? Holy crap, doesn't that mean we're doomed too? I've heard this dungeon has barely anyone who's ever made it out alive. God, why did I get matched into this C-rank dungeon? I'm still just a newbie. Wang Yi couldn't help but vent, his face filled with panic as he clutched his head in fear. Han Feng slapped Wang Yi's shoulder. Can you man up? If they're brave enough to go in, what are you afraid of? Besides, aren't you a fast runner? If danger comes, just bolt. Wang Yi froze for a moment, suddenly remembering he had a survival skill. Right, I can run. But if I run, what about you guys? Chen Yi was somewhat surprised that Wang Yi could even think about their safety at a time like this. Worry about yourself. We've got our own survival skills. Ling Xiaoxiao's words were cold, yet undeniably logical. Han Feng chimed in, enough. Stop worrying about us. We've got plenty of ways to save ourselves. Besides, we've got EGE here. Wang Yi's eyes sparkled as he looked at Chen Yi. Exactly. With Brothery here, we'll definitely be fine. Hearing this, Chen Yi hastily replied with feigned modesty, we still need everyone working together to clear this stage. Han Feng couldn't help but shake his head, thinking his brother was far too modest. He'd only met that person once, yet already understood so much. Didn't that already speak volumes about his capabilities? Ling Xiaoxiao frowned and cut straight to the point. Didn't you just tell that old crook Luo that we needed to go out and gather some information? Where exactly are we supposed to gather it? Chen Yi looked at the anxious expression on Ling Xiaoxiao's face and explained that Chen Yulo, the chief instructor, is the leader of the Unloading Ridge faction. The others looked at Chen Yi blankly, seemingly unaware of the significance of this leader of the Unloading Ridge. Chen Yi paused, realizing their unfamiliarity with these terms. He explained simply, legend has it the underworld has 4 great sects, tomb raiders, grave diggers, mountain movers, and ridge strippers. Chen Yulo is the leader of the ridge strippers. It said their power lies in sheer strength. Tens of thousands of disciples working together can level a mountain to extract treasures. Hence the name ridge strippers. Then how are they different from grave robbers? Han Feng blurted out involuntarily. Chen Yi's eyes flickered, of course there's a difference. Grave robbers can only enter tombs to steal, while the Unloading Ridge faction can literally hollow out an entire mountain. What do you think? Han Feng opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. Chen Yi led the way forward, with Ling Xiaoxiao immediately following behind. Then why are we seeking out that Chen chief instructor? Since he's the leader of the Unloading Ridge faction, he naturally knows the safest approach. We just need to assist and follow his lead. Ling Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise, are you saying that Chief Instructor Chen is the key to clearing this dungeon? As soon as Ling Xiaoxiao spoke, everyone's eyes turned to them. One person demanded, we've only just entered the dungeon. How can you be so sure? Did you buy the dungeon's secret guide from someone? Before Chen Yi could respond, the others grew restless. If you have a guide, why not share it with everyone? That way we can all clear the dungeon together. Exactly. You can't be so selfish. We're all teammates in this dungeon, you can't possibly want to hog it all for yourself. Exactly. People shouldn't be so selfish. Our lives matter too. Han Feng sneered coldly, you've got some nerve saying that. When I asked you to show your own dungeon intel earlier, why didn't you say a word? Oh, now that you know Brother E has the guide, you want a piece of the pie? What are you thinking? The others exchanged glances and fell silent. But a pair of eyes fixed intently on Chen Yi, exerting subtle pressure, trying to force him to reveal the secret guide. Only then did Chen Yi speak, I don't have any secret guide, nor any dungeon intel. This was merely a hunch, but my instincts are usually spot on. Hearing this, the others' expressions instantly fell. What a letdown. Was he just stringing us along? What a waste of excitement. Exactly. We thought we'd finally found the key to clearing the dungeon. Turns out he was just stringing us along. Who's tricking you? From start to finish, I never said a word. It's only you guys who've been blabbering on and on. Wang Yi couldn't help but speak up for Chen Yi. Ling Xiaoxiao coldly addressed the group of dissatisfied faces, entering the same instance doesn't mean we're on the same team. This is an individual battle. How dare you treat it like a team fight? Don't you know your place? Hearing Ling Xiaoxiao's sarcastic retort, the group's faces flushed crimson with rage. What the hell do you mean, you? Male pride flared up, and as they clenched their fists, ready to show Ling Xiaoxiao who was boss, they were pulled back by those beside them. Don't be foolish. Don't you know who she is? The enraged man fell silent, turning to his companion in confusion. Is she actually someone important? His companion couldn't help but roll his eyes. Are you genuinely clueless or just playing dumb? That's Ling Xiaoxiao, the eldest daughter of the Ling family. If you dare harm her, the Ling family will hunt you down the moment you step outside this place. Even if you manage to escape the dungeon safely, you'll face relentless pursuit in the real world, and it could be far worse. Hearing this, the man instantly lowered his clenched fist, staring at Ling Xiaoxiao with panic-stricken eyes. My apologies, Miss Ling. I didn't recognize your stature. Please forgive my offense. Ling Xiaoxiao gave a cold laugh, the mockery in her eyes unmistakable. She then shot Chen Yi a glance. Let's go. Weren't we supposed to find that Chen chief instructor? Don't waste any more time. Chen Yi rubbed his nose, gave a low hum, and immediately led the way ahead. The others who remained exchanged glances before deciding to follow. After all, they themselves had no leads whatsoever. Staying close to Chen Yi and his group might yield some clues, at least they wouldn't be wandering aimlessly in circles. Chapter 97, Cooperation. When Chen Yulo saw the group who'd come looking for him, a clear look of surprise flashed across his face. Hey, aren't you that fraud who pretended to be a refugee begging for food? The speaker was none other than Honggu. Seeing Han Feng's pale, delicate face filled her with rage. You actually have the nerve to show up? What, did you run off to our boss trying to scam him? Let me tell you, if you dare try to cheat my boss, I'll beat you to a pulp. As she spoke, Honggu rolled up her sleeves, ready for a fight. Han Feng immediately ducked behind Chen Yi. Hold on, are you out of your mind? When did I ever cheat you? He never once reached out for that steamed bun. He'd only briefly considered it in his mind, he hadn't actually acted on it. You still dare play dumb? You were dressed neatly and cleanly, walking right up to me and staring at the steamed bun in my hand. Han Feng hurriedly cut Honggu off. Hey, don't go spreading rumors. I never wanted the steamed bun in your hand. I just got accidentally pushed in front of you by that crowd of refugees. Look at my clothes, I'm clearly not someone who's short on cash. Honggu snorted coldly, who knows what peculiar tastes some people have. Han Feng was furious at her words. He had merely been standing in front of Honggu when the dungeon randomly teleported them there. This woman just wouldn't let it go. Then, Han Feng's eyes darted around. You wouldn't happen to have your eye on me, would you? That's why you're clinging to me like this. Chen Yulo and Chen Yi both turned to look at Han Feng, their eyes filled with astonishment and a hint of admiration. Honggu's eyes widened instantly. What did you say? I'm interested in you? Han Feng nodded emphatically. What else? Why else would you be so? Han Feng chuckled. He never imagined his charm could be so potent, even winning the heart of a dungeon NPC. Honggu burst out laughing in exasperation. You, with your scrawny frame? A weakling with no muscle to speak of, not even as strong as me? How could I possibly fancy you? Han Feng, stung by the insult, flared up. Fine, call him incompetent in other areas, but how could a grown man possibly be weaker than a petite woman? You want to test strength with me? Without another word, Honggu rolled up her sleeves and extended her hand toward Han Feng. Compete? Han Feng's eyelid twitched. This wasn't good. People would say he was picking on a woman. Honggu tugged at the corner of her mouth. Looks like you're scared. What's the matter? Afraid you'll lose to me? Han Feng was the type who got easily provoked. Once goaded, he'd fall right into the trap. Fine, let's compare. But don't cry if you lose, I won't feel sorry for you. Honggu snorted coldly, her eyes rolling back several times. Hurry up. Han Feng believed that while his strength might not match others, he could still hold his own against a woman. The moment his hand touched Honggu's, he was instantly thrown off balance. Han Feng hadn't even had time to react. You, that doesn't count. I hadn't even reacted yet. Honggu chuckled, her face dripping with obvious mockery. Chen Yi cleared his throat and interjected, enough. This isn't the place for a scene. Honggu, as a woman, couldn't you just let him win? Look what you've done to him. Han Feng, who had already been feeling rather down, sank even deeper into despair upon hearing those words. He never imagined his strength couldn't even match that of a woman. Was he really that weak? The others around him burst into laughter simultaneously. Han Feng, your strength is pathetic. How can you lose to a woman? Han Feng snorted, saying nothing more, sinking into his own sorrow. Honggu shot a glance at the tall, burly man whose mockery was all too obvious. What? You think you're so great? Want to compare strength with me? The tall, burly man shot her a dismissive glance. I've no interest in competing with women. With your little frame, I could lift you with one hand, let alone match your strength. Hearing this, the contemptuous tone darkened Honggu's expression. Who do you think you're looking down on? The tall, burly man gave a faint, dismissive curl of his lips, crossed his arms, and stood to the side, his gaze settling on Chen, the head instructor. Chen Yi promptly scolded Honggu. Enough, Honggu. He's already outmatched you just by his height. Don't make a fool of yourself. Boss, do you really think I'm better than him? Chen Yi sighed in exasperation. Are we here to compete in strength? We came to discuss serious business. Do you still want to enter Bottle Mountain? If not, get out and guard the gate. At this, Honggu fell silent, standing aloof with arms crossed, glaring coldly at them. Chen Yi then turned his gaze to Chen Yi and his group. May I ask what brings you all here to see me? We just came to ask when we can go to the Miao village to investigate the situation. Chen Yi pondered for a moment. Naturally, the sooner the better. We'll accompany you into the Miao village to investigate. Chen Yi nodded. Agreed. When it's time to depart, I'll have my men notify you. Just as Chen Yi and the others were about to take their leave, Chen Yi called them back. Chen Yi looked at Chen Yi with puzzlement. Can we talk? Chen Yi pointed at himself. Chen Yi smiled and nodded. Chen Yi naturally smiled and agreed. Sure. Han Feng looked a bit concerned. Chen Yi shook his head, nothing serious. You guys go out and wait for me outside. After Han Feng and the others left the room, the door closed behind them. I wonder what head coach Chen wants to discuss with me. Chen Yi smiled, his gaze fixed on Chen Yi. You must be the leader of that group. They all seem to listen to you. Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice before he denied it. No, I'm not their leader. I just have some influence. Having influence doesn't make you the leader? Of course not. I've only known them for a few days. They listen to me because what I say makes sense. Chen Yi looked even more surprised. I thought you were their leader. They seem to listen to you quite well. If you are their leader, I have a business proposal I'd like to discuss with you. Chen Yi chuckled. Even if I'm not their leader, we can still discuss this partnership. Chen Yi tapped the fan in his palm. He didn't agree, but he didn't outright refuse either, as if weighing something. Chapter 98, Dungeon Skills. As soon as Chen Yi stepped out of the room, Han Feng and Wang Yi surrounded him. What's up? What did that guy want to talk to you about? Chen Yi sighed without answering, glancing at the crowd surrounding him before waving his hand. Let's talk about it back at the place. The group returned to the lodgings arranged for them by old Luo. What on earth did he say? So mysterious. Ling Xiaoxiao's brows knitted tightly as she leaned against a nearby pillar, her icy gaze fixed on Chen Yi. Seeing how anxious they all were, Chen Yi found himself reluctant to reveal everything at once. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Care to guess why the head coach insisted on keeping me behind? Han Feng clicked his tongue. Since when did you start playing these guessing games? If we knew, we wouldn't be so anxious. Wang Yi chimed in, yeah, cut the suspense. Do we really need to play guessing games with our relationship? Chen Yi's mouth twitched. He was just joking around, did they have to take it so seriously? Then he stated plainly, the head coach called me over just to discuss a collaboration. At this, everyone's gaze instantly turned to him. Collaboration? What kind of collaboration? Aren't we Tomb Raiders? He wants to exploit our Toon raiding skills to venture into Bottle Mountain for them. The eager expressions on the others' faces instantly fell, and their heads ducked back. This was clearly treating us like a suicide squad. We're Tomb Raiders, our job is tomb raiding. How did it turn into exploring for them? Chen Yi pressed his lips together, saying nothing. Ling Xiaoxiao stepped forward and asked, you didn't agree to it, did you? My decision alone can't represent everyone, so I came back to discuss it with you. We absolutely can't agree to this. We get nothing out of it, yet we have to be their frontline scouts? Nice plan. Munaxin crossed his arms and said coldly, besides, all we need to do is survive the dungeon, right? Ling Xiaoxiao glanced at Chen Yi, then turned to Munaxin. Surviving the dungeon? Do you even know when it ends? There must be a key figure guiding us through. If we overlook them, forget about getting out. Mu Nanxing clearly hadn't anticipated Ling Xiaoxiao painting such a grim picture. In my past instances, surviving 7 days was always enough. That was then. This dungeon doesn't specify how many days we need to survive. It says survive until the dungeon ends, meaning the time frame is indefinite. Ling Xiaoxiao crossed her arms, her tone icy cold, utterly unconcerned with the grim expression on the other's face. If this instance never ends, we'll be stuck here indefinitely. And everyone here should understand the consequences of that, either assimilation or death. Those present couldn't help but swallow hard. Han Feng was at a loss for words. Why was this instance so incredibly difficult? It shouldn't be like this. This was only their 3rd instance. How could it suddenly go see? Egu, what do you think? My theory is this: since we agreed to be Toon Raiders, the system must have granted each of us a Toon rating skill. We can fully leverage that ability. Mu Nanxing couldn't help but snort coldly upon hearing this. That's practically saying nothing. The skills the system gives are completely useless. Just some knowledge about dealing with corpses. Yeah, what skills? There are none. Hearing this, Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. Suddenly sensing a gaze fixed on him, he shot a sharp look around and instantly locked eyes with Ling Xiaoxiao's icy stare. He quickly changed his expression. Miss Ling, why are you looking at me like that? Do you have some insight? Ling Xiaoxiao replied slowly, why did you bring this up? Could it be that the dungeon granted you some kind of skill? Chen Yi hadn't expected Ling Xiaoxiao's mind to work so quickly, immediately grasping the crux of the matter. But if they didn't have anything, wouldn't it make me seem like a loner? No, just a few bits of knowledge. I figured since I have this knowledge, yours must be different. Guess I overthought it. Han Feng sighed, exactly. These dungeons keep getting harder and harder. I'm starting to wonder if they're deliberately trying to kill us. After clearing one, they immediately match us with a higher level one, giving us no choice at all. Back when we were newbies, they still let us choose freely. But now, barely a moment later, they've stripped us of that right. So we should follow that Chen Yi instructor? Ling Xiaoxiao stared straight into Chen Yi's eyes. Chen Yi shook his head. It's not about siding with him. It's just that what he's doing warrants our attention. He holds the key to ending this dungeon. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, the others instantly began to harbor their own thoughts. Ling Xiaoxiao chuckled softly and slowly drew closer to Chen Yi. You always sound so certain when you say that, as if you know everything that happened here. Just how much do you really know? Chen Yi, who had aroused Ling Xiaoxiao's suspicion, remained utterly composed. He spoke softly, it's merely a guess. Whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely up to you. I've said all I need to say. With that, Chen Yi gave them a look that clearly said, I'm done here, silently urging them to leave. Ling Xiaoxiao chuckled. She didn't buy a word of it. She was skilled at reading people's expressions. Could she tell if someone was lying at a glance? Clearly, this man wasn't lying. He was telling the truth. So he genuinely knew something about what happened here. She was just puzzled, how exactly did he learn this? If he really bought this dungeon intel from other players, why didn't she have it? She'd had people gather tons of dungeon intel. She'd received some on this one too, though likely far less than this man knew. If I said I wanted to buy a piece of information from you, Ling Xiaoxiao was certain Chen Yi would agree. And with her status as the Ling family's eldest daughter, she could easily attract people to work for her, especially since she was offering payment this time. After hearing Ling Xiaoxiao's words, Chen Yi shook his head helplessly. Sorry, Miss Ling, everything I just said was the truth. It really was just a guess. Well, it's quite late. I need to rest now. You should all head back too. Han Feng immediately stepped forward, pushing them toward the exit with open hands. Alright. My brother already said it's just his speculation. Whether you believe it or not is your own business. He needs to rest now, so you guys should get going. Chapter 99, A Gun to the Head. After shooing everyone out, Han Feng finally turned to face Chen Yi. Brother Yi, do you think we can get out of this? After hearing what Ling Xiaoxiao had said, a wave of panic washed over Han Feng. He even began to doubt whether they could escape this instance at all. What are you thinking? How could we possibly not make it out? Han Feng licked his dry lips and whispered, it's because of what Ling Xiaoxiao just said. And she made it sound so convincing. That means she's been to higher level dungeons than C rank and spent a long time in them. Han Feng blinked, pondering for a moment. That made sense. This woman just loved challenges and thrills. She'd rush back into a dungeon the moment she finished one. It was incredibly hard to even catch a glimpse of her. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow before glancing out the window. Brother Yi, what are you looking at? Chen Yi raised a finger to his lips, signaling Han Feng to stay quiet. Han Feng instantly understood, his face tensing as he peered toward the doorway. Chen Yi slowly stood up and cautiously approached the door. The door creaked open with a sudden squeak. A small bamboo flute was thrust inside. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes and immediately pulled the door wide. The two men, who had been cautiously preparing to blow smoke into the room, were caught red-handed by Chen Yi. Well, you dare to poison our room? Who do you work for? The two intruders hadn't expected the occupants to be awake at this hour, let alone caught so swiftly. After a moment's reaction, they immediately drew pistols from their bodies and pointed them at Chen Yi and Han Feng's heads. Damn it! Such a lack of honor. Doing something shady and still bringing guns. Chen Yi glanced at Han Feng, then turned his gaze to the two men. What do you want? The two exchanged glances. You grave robbers must have found a ton of treasure in that tomb, right? Hand over a few pieces to us, and we'll let you go. If we had that much treasure, why would we bother coming here to hunt for more? That'd be ridiculous. The pair ignored his protest entirely. Because there's an even bigger treasure hidden in the Bottle Mountains. An entire mountain's worth of riches. Even General Luo has mobilized a large force to raid it. What makes you grave robbers think you stand a chance? Who are you calling thieves? You lot look more like thieves to me. The two men seemed to grow angry, snapping, if you dare move another muscle, you think I won't blow your brains out? Threatened, Han Feng froze instantly. Look at your temper. You get 2 words right and you're already angry. You're pointing guns at my head, and I'm not even angry. Chen Yi raised his hands, his gaze fixed on the guns in their hands. He said, let's talk this out. We do have some good stuff, but if we give it all to you, what will we eat? The two men cut straight to the point. Don't worry, we don't want much, just half. Han Feng opened his mouth. You seem to misunderstand what not much means. Half is already taking a huge chunk out of our lives. Since you know we got this from a tomb, you should understand how dangerous underground tombs are. We risk our lives for this. Hearing this, the two men grew frantic. Cut the crap and hand it over. Or I'll blow your brains out right now. Chen Yi shot Han Feng a warning glance. Han Feng swallowed hard and muttered, okay. Alright, I'll get it for you now. When Han Feng pulled out some gold from his bag, both men's eyes widened in shock. While their attention was fixed on Han Feng, Chen Yi swiftly snatched the gun from the man's hand. With a sweeping kick, he sent the man crashing to his knees. He twisted the man's arms behind his back. With his free hand, he grabbed the gun and pointed it at the other man, who hadn't yet reacted. Don't move a muscle. My gun doesn't have eyes. If I accidentally pull the trigger and blow your brains out, don't blame me. Hearing this, the man's legs began to tremble. Spare me! Spare me! Seeing this, Han Feng immediately snatched back the gold he had just handed over. He sneered coldly. Ha! You lot think you can snatch gold from my hands? Do you even have the guts? Han Feng swiftly dodged the gun in the man's hands. Brothery, what should we do with these two? Chen Yi's gaze fell on the uniforms the two men wore. They were military uniforms, clearly indicating they were soldiers from Luo Laowai's forces. Take them to Luo Laowai. They're probably his men. Chen Yi and Han Feng immediately dragged the men before Luo Laowai. Luo Laowai puffed on his cigarette, looking puzzled at the two kneeling on the ground. Brothers, what's going on here? Why have you pinned them down? Did they do something to offend you? Chen Yi smiled broadly. Commander, I've always held you in the highest regard. I truly believed that under your leadership, your men would never act so disrespectfully. Yet, this incident occurred that very night. Luo Laowai glanced at the two men on the ground, then looked up at Chen Yi. I'm a straightforward man. Just tell me straight up what exactly did these two do? Han Feng immediately interjected, General Luo, these two in your custody are quite the pair. That very night, they planned to poison the rooms of Brother Yi and me with toxic fumes, intending to break in and rob us. Fortunately, neither Brother Yi nor I were asleep. At this, old Rai Luo's face darkened instantly. Is he telling the truth? The two men on the floor looked at Luo Laowai with utter terror. General, we just lost our heads for a moment. We'll never do it again. Yes, General. We were just momentarily foolish. We just wanted to get some money to enjoy ourselves. Luo Laowai's expression instantly hardened. So it was true. How dare you do this to my guests? You must be tired of living. With that, old crooked Luo drew his gun and fired directly at each of the kneeling men. Shrieks of agony echoed through the room. The two gunshots and screams turned Han Feng's face ashen. He stammered, You didn't have to go that far. After the men outside dragged the two unconscious bodies out, Laowai finally smiled and said, it's my fault for not disciplining them properly. You've only been here a day and already encountered this mess. I promise it won't happen again. Chen Yi's gaze fell upon the bloodstain on the floor before he remarked, It is precisely because the general is so approachable that his subordinates harbored improper thoughts. But this bears no relation to the general himself. Chapter 100, Entering the Camp. Luo Laowai instantly broke into a smile upon hearing his words. You're quite right. I, Laowai, have always valued harmony above all else. Chen Yi's lips twitched slightly as he replied indifferently, Since the matter has been resolved, we shan't disturb General Luo's rest any longer. We'll take our leave now. Very well. You should rest too. I apologize for today's events. Sleep soundly, I will ensure nothing like this happens again. Chen Yi returned the bow with a clasped fist before leading Han Feng out of old crooked Luo's quarters. Back in their own quarters, Han Feng couldn't help but remark that Luo Laowai sure knows how to talk. How dare he claim he values peace above all else? Those 2 shots he fired just now showed no hesitation whatsoever. I wouldn't have dared pull the trigger myself. Chen Yi flopped onto the bed fully clothed. He's a warlord who's led his men in battles for years. How could he truly value peace? It's just lip service. If you actually believed him, you'd be a fool. Han Feng burst out laughing. Good thing I didn't. Even if it was stealing, I wouldn't go so far as to break someone's hand. How would they survive here with a broken hand? Chen Yi pressed his lips together, his expression darkening involuntarily. You're right. Losing a hand here would mean certain death. Hearing this, Han Feng looked at Chen Yi with confusion. What's wrong? Did something occur to you? Chen Yi's brow furrowed upon hearing Han Feng's words. I wonder if I'm overthinking this, but now that those 2 lost their hands, might they hold us responsible for their misfortune? If so, could they seek revenge against us when the chance arises? Ever since entering the dungeon, Chen Yi had been haunted by the fear that anyone they'd harmed might harbor ill will and seek revenge. Han Feng instantly tensed upon hearing this. You know, it's not impossible. If that's the case, I'd almost prefer they just shot us dead outright. Death would be a clean end to it all. Everyone would be safe. Chen Yi sighed. Forget it. We're here now, so we might as well make the best of it. Just keep an eye on the people around us. Han Feng gave a low hum of agreement, and soon both men drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Chen Yi and Han Feng woke up at first light. After grabbing breakfast outside, they ran into Chen Yulo, who had come looking for them. You're both up? Perfect timing. We've got business to attend to today. Hearing this, Chen Yi's eyebrow twitched slightly. He thought to himself, this must mean he wants to go scout out the Miao village. Luo Laowai also arrived on the scene. Upon seeing Chen Yulo, he immediately beamed with delight and stepped forward to greet him. Brother Chen, you're finally here. What's the plan for today? Chen Yulo immediately replied, as I mentioned earlier, before heading to Bingshan, we must first visit the Miao village beneath it to gather intelligence. Luo Laowai didn't object, readily agreeing. Alright, let's head to the Miao village then. The group prepared and set off toward the Miao village. But the moment they arrived at the village, the villagers stared at them like enemies and surrounded them. Han Feng nudged Chen Yi beside him and muttered, why do I feel like they're really hostile toward us? Like they're about to tear us apart any second. Chen Yi cleared his throat, glancing at the others who stood frozen, unable to speak. He stepped forward and said, we mean no disturbance. We're merely passing through your territory and wish to rest here for a while, as well as exchange some goods. Would you be so kind as to grant us permission? The Miao leader eyed them coldly. What do you do? Chen Yi immediately pointed to the goods they'd carried up, were merchants who carry goods over the mountains and collect local produce. While resting, we'd like to trade some of our mountain goods with you. The others immediately turned their gaze to the baskets they carried. Mountain pickers? Chen Yi nodded hastily. Yes, that's exactly right. If you don't believe us, you can go check out the goods we brought. They're all laid out over there. Seeing their eyes still fixed intently on them, Chen Yulo smiled and said, we can sell it cheap too, we're just trying to make a living. Hearing this, the villagers' expressions softened slightly. They then followed to inspect the goods they had carried up. Only after confirming the goods were genuine did they lower their weapons. Kid! Honggu suddenly called out to a young boy. The child immediately looked toward Honggu. She beckoned, and the boy promptly approached. What's your name? Rong Bao Yi Xiao. Wow, that's quite a long name. Rong Bao Yi Xiao scratched his head and gave a shy smile. Everyone in our village has names like this. How did you end up here all by yourself? Honggu raised an eyebrow. You look down on us women? Let me tell you, we're no less than men. Rong Bao Yi Xiao smiled, but that smile still didn't sit well with Honggu. Don't believe me? Honggu immediately held out her hand. Want to test our strength? Rong Bao Yi Xiao hesitated, then extended his hand. In an instant, he was pinned down by Honggu. See? You young man, and you dare look down on women. Rong Bao Xiao scratched his head and said helplessly, no, I wouldn't dare look down on women. Honggu gave a cold laugh, then turned her attention to the only other girl in the group, Ling Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao stood aloof to the side, her icy gaze seeming to shut everyone out. Honggu blinked, then walked over to Ling Xiaoxiao. Care to take a walk together? Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered twice. Sure. Chen Yi watched as Ling Xiaoxiao and Honggu were led around the village by a child. Han Feng snorted. Women's friendships form quickly, huh? They're already getting along so well. And that kid with all of us standing right here, he completely ignores us and just follows those two women. Seeing Han Feng's clearly jealous expression, Chen Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, the girl has her charm. If you think you can pull it off, go give it a shot. At that, Han Feng immediately fell silent. Well, never mind then. These people don't look like they'd be easy to get along with. He feared they might secretly kill him if he said the wrong thing. Luo Laowai's gaze swept around the circle. Chen Yi and Chen Yulo began mingling within the village. Before long, they were mingling with the villagers and were even invited to a meal. Chapter 101, Treasure Aura? Demon Energy? During the meal, old crooked Luo fixed his gaze on the young man trailing behind Ling Xiaoxiao and Red Auntie. Young man, he said, how old are you? Rong Xiuli immediately answered, 13. Chen Yulo chuckled, 13, still just a kid, huh? With that, Chen Yulo took something from his person and handed it to Rong Baoxiao. For you. Rong Baoxiao glanced at it without much interest. Seeing this, Chen Yulo grew curious. This is a rare treasure. You don't even think it's worth looking at? Rong Baoxiao looked surprised. What kind of treasure is this? Almost everyone in our village has one. It's hardly rare. Hearing this, Chen Yulo's expression changed instantly. Where did you get it? Rong Baoxiao replied, near Bottle Mountain. That mountain looks like a bottle with its lid removed, hence the name. Luo Laowai narrowed his eyes. Where is Bottle Mountain? Rong Baoxiao immediately replied, very, very far. Extremely far. Seeing Chen Yulo and the others staring intently at him, he grew nervous and added, I heard from the villagers that there's even a tomb of a great Yuan dynasty general inside that Bottle Mountain. At this, Luo Laowai's eyes widened in astonishment. Chen Yi and Chen Yulo both turned their gaze toward him simultaneously. Chen Yulo fanned himself and chuckled, sounds like this Ping Mountain is quite intriguing. We've come all this way, it'd be a shame not to visit. At this, Rong Baoxiao's expression instantly changed. He grew anxious at once, but we absolutely cannot go there. Chen Yulo and Luo Laowai immediately turned to Rong Baoxiao. What? Why can't we go? My mother said that just looking at Bottle Mountain from afar is fine, but the Xiangxi Corpse King inside often comes out to eat people. Hearing this, Chen Yi burst out laughing. Young man, what Corpse King? When people die, they simply become dry bones. Seeing their disbelief, Rong Bao Yixio pleaded anxiously, I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying. My mom also said there are monsters in these woods. All the bodies that die there vanish, leaving only clothes and such behind. It's really creepy. Chen Yi and the others couldn't help but ponder deeply. Rong Baoxiao continued to persuade them, painting Mount Nian as an extremely dangerous and eerily unpredictable place. Seeing Chen Yulo begin to waver, Chen Yi spoke slowly, how about this? We'll just take a look from a distance. You'll guide us, young man. If you're willing, we'll give you a basket of salt. What do you say? Rong Baoxiao didn't immediately agree, seeming hesitant. Luo Laowai chimed in immediately, how about this? Not only will you get the whole basket of salt, but all these mountain goods we're carrying will be yours too. What do you say? Hearing this, Rong Baoxiao glanced at the goods, his interest piqued. After a moment, he finally nodded. Luo Laowai broke into laughter. Rong Baoxiao then led his group toward Laoxiong Ridge. Chen Yi glanced at the mountain peak, then asked Rong Baoxiao, who was walking ahead, is there any legend about this place? Rong Baoxiao pondered for a moment before replying, legend has it that many emperors once refined immortal elixirs and divine medicines here, raising all sorts of insects. It's incredibly dangerous. Anyone who goes there ends up dead. Hearing this, Han Feng chuckled, that powerful? Why isn't the mountain called Death Mountain, taking lives at every turn? Ling Xiaoxiao shot Han Feng a glare. He cleared his throat, feigning indifference. I didn't say anything wrong. Didn't that young brother just say it himself? He was just following up on his own words. Why was she glaring at him? A group of people followed Rong Bao and shouted the mountain, arriving at a spot where they could see Bottle Mountain. Chen Yi was astonished by the mountain that resembled a bottle. Though he had seen it described in books, he had never witnessed it with his own eyes. What a marvel! Han Feng gazed at the clouds swirling around the Bottle Mountain and blurted out, look! The light around that mountain seems multicolored, it's so eerie. Chen Yulo immediately interjected, that's called the aura of treasure. Just as Lao Luo was about to chuckle, Chen Yulo added with a twist, though it could also be demonic energy. Han Feng scoffed. You're clearly a demonic aura, what does that have to do with treasure aura? Luo Laowai shot Han Feng a glare. How is it demonic energy? That place is full of treasures. Of course it's radiating treasure energy, which is why we're seeing such a strange phenomenon. Hearing this, Han Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He was just saying that to sound good. If he hadn't entered the instance himself, he might have actually believed in the notion of treasure aura filling the sky. This definitely wasn't a good place. Rong Baoxiao spoke up again, gentlemen, we've seen this Bottle Mountain. Shouldn't we head back? My mother is waiting for me at home. Luo Laowai's expression darkened instantly. Go back? Back where? I came here specifically for Ping Mountain. You want me to turn back now? Is that even possible? Rong Baoxiao's expression shifted. Sir, you really shouldn't go into Bottle Mountain. The Corpse King inside is incredibly dangerous, it eats people. I'm not joking. Luo Laowai chuckled. What's there to fear? I've got a gun. Even the Heavenly King himself couldn't stop me. Rong Baoxiao frowned, panic evident. Suddenly, lightning split the sky overhead, and thunder shook the heavens. Chen Yi glanced up. The weather's turning. We should find a place to rest first. Hearing this, old crooked Luo immediately asked Rong Baoxiao, is there anywhere around here we can stay? Rong Baoxiao thought for a moment, his expression troubled. There is, but it's a bit dangerous. Han Feng sighed, what kind of danger? Keep talking. With this weather, what if it rains? Won't we still need shelter? Honggu patted Rong Baoxiao's shoulder reassuringly. Don't be afraid. Go on. Rong Baoxiao pursed his lips before continuing, there is a place, but it's where the dead rest. We can't go there. And there's a rat spirit inside that eats people. Hearing this, Wang Yi gasped in horror. A rat spirit? Can rats even become spirits? Seeing Wang Yi's pathetic reaction, Han Feng immediately retorted, foxes can become spirits, so why can't rats? You're just species discriminating. Wang Yi shut his mouth instantly, shooting Han Feng a look that spoke volumes. He hadn't meant it that way. At this, everyone burst into laughter. Chen Yi stood beside Rong Baoxiao. Don't worry. We've got numbers and weapons. Even if there really is a rat spirit, it can't touch us. Lead the way. Chapter 102, The Strange. In the end, Rong Baoxiao was forced to lead the group toward the Pavilion of Stillness. All the way there, Rong Baoxiao was flustered and nervous, afraid of encountering something. Han Feng shook his head. Look at this kid, he's got no guts. With that kind of courage, will he ever find a wife? Wang Yi followed with a hearty laugh. You're absolutely right. Hearing their mocking voices, Ling Xiaoxiao shot them a cold glare. Had it ever occurred to them why he might be timid? Could it be he'd truly encountered something? This was a dungeon, after all. At her words, Wang Yi and Han Feng instantly turned pale, their bodies beginning to tremble. You woman! Why are you saying such things to scare us? Ling Xiaoxiao watched the trembling pair and snorted lightly, cowards. Han Feng, consumed by impotent rage, could only express his displeasure through his glare. The group soon reached the entrance of the abandoned building. A thunderous clap echoed overhead. Rong Baoxiao stopped just outside the doorway, panic evident as he looked at Honggu and Ling Xiaoxiao. Sisters, you absolutely must not go in. There really is a man-eating rat spirit inside. Believe me, I'm not lying. Chen Yulo glanced over, adjusted his cap, and walked inside without hesitation. Ling Xiaoxiao said calmly, don't worry, just follow us. She followed him inside. The moment they entered, Han Feng accidentally kicked the rock by the door. He stumbled and fell flat on his face, the pain contorting his features. Damn it, that hurt like hell. What the hell is this thing? He scrambled to his feet and scanned the surroundings. A flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating the room's interior. The room was filled with row upon row of coffins, neatly arranged on both sides. Han Feng froze in place, swallowing hard. Egoo! Egoo! What the hell is going on here? Why are there so many coffins? Chen Yi snorted. Didn't I tell you? This is a mortuary naturally, it's where bodies are stored. Han Feng nervously retreated behind Chen Yi. There aren't really man-eating rat demons in here, are there? Rong Baoxiao, seeing someone finally believe his story, immediately exclaimed, it's true. There really are rat demons in here. You must be careful. Chen Yulo chuckled, young man, there's no such thing in this world. That's all just nonsense you're making up. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sound echoed through the chamber. The group instantly turned to look behind them, where rows of coffins stood arranged in silence. The source of the noise came from the very area where the coffins stood. Their expressions changed instantly. Han Feng and Wang Yi, like startled little birds, cowered timidly behind Chen Yi. Could there really be ghosts in here? No way. Brother Feng, stop saying such scary things. I'm a materialist. What kind of materialist bull is that? If you're so materialistic, why are you hiding just like me? Wang Yi was on the verge of tears, but it's really terrifying. I've never encountered anything like this. Chen Yi raised his hand to shield the others, his gaze fixed intently on the coffin from which the sound emanated. Chen Yulo cautiously approached and placed his hand on the coffin. His heartbeat instantly quickened, his Adam's apple twitching slightly. The next second, he swiftly and carefully pushed the coffin open, his gaze fixed intently on the pitch-black interior. A sudden noise made Chen Yulo react swiftly, ducking to the side. As soon as Luo Laowai saw the figure, he immediately drew his gun and fired a shot at it. A loud bang echoed through the room. Ling Xiaoxiao's flashlight illuminated the creature. It was a cat perched atop a coffin, its pair of green eyes fixed intently on them. After glancing at them a few times, the cat darted away. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Yulo turned to the people behind him and said with a mocking tone, look how scared you all got. It was just a cat. After speaking, he turned his head, exhaled a deep sigh of relief, and patted his heart, which had nearly stopped from fright. Honggu pursed her lips and retorted indignantly, it's just a cat. Why did you fire your gun? Luo Laowai paused, chuckling. That cat sure knows how to scare people. Han Feng immediately scurried closer to Chen Yi and asked, "Brothery, what's the deal with these bodies?" Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. "How should I know? Go ask the corpses. See if they'll tell you." Han Feng pursed his lips. "Why do I feel like you're being sarcastic?" Chen Yi chuckled, about to respond when a sudden shriek pierced the air. Chen Yi rushed over to find Luo Laowai pinned down by something. He kicked it aside, and Luo Laowai scrambled to his feet, grabbing his gun to fire at the object. Chen Yi instantly grabbed the gun from Luo Laowai's hand. "It's just a standing corpse. Don't waste your bullets." Hearing this, Laowai finally lowered his gun. Rong Baoxiao's voice trembled with tears. "We can't stay here. This place is haunted by a rat spirit. She'll devour us." Hearing Rong Baoxiao's words, Ling Xiaoxiao chuckled. Strange-looking people existed in this world. This one merely resembled a rat. Mistreated in life, she was now slandered as a demonic spirit in death. Chen Yi looked at Ling Xiaoxiao in surprise, then gave a faint smile. Ling Xiaoxiao heard the movement and shot Chen Yi a puzzled look. "What are you laughing at?" Chen Yi quickly shook his head. "Nothing. Just marveling at Miss Ling's capacity for empathy." Before Ling Xiaoxiao could respond, Han Feng interjected with a sneer, "Her? She's all talk. Not a single good deed among all she's done." Ling Xiaoxiao's gaze turned cold as she fixed it on Han Feng. "Han Feng, if you have any grievances against me, feel free to voice them. I won't change my ways anyway." Han Feng's mouth twitched. "You won't change your ways, so what's the point of me saying anything? It's just wasted breath." Chen Yi saw the two of them clashing again and didn't bother to intervene. He found a chair, kicked his legs back, and flopped straight down. Thunder rumbled outside, its roar terrifying. Each had found a spot to sleep. Luo Laowai seemed utterly terrified. Cigarette clenched between his teeth, he muttered, "This thing just looks weird. We should burn it to the ground. Better safe than sorry, in case it comes back to haunt us." Chen Yulo shook his head. "General Luo, spare her life. She suffered enough in life, let her rest in peace without this torment after death." Chapter 103, Dungeon Leaderboard. Luo Laowai took a drag on his cigarette and spoke slowly, "But I'm worried about our safety. If we sleep too deeply tonight and this thing suddenly stirs, we won't even have time to react." Fang Ke chuckled lightly. "General, you're just scared. With so many of us here, and our spirits so high, what ghost or spirit would dare cause trouble around us?" Luo Laowai immediately denied it. "Fear my ass. Back when I was on the battlefield, nothing scared me. If anything dares to show up around me, my gun won't let it off the hook." Fang Ke flattered him instantly. "General, you're truly a hero. Nothing scares you. We're not quite up to your level." Luo Laowai beamed at the flattery. Han Feng narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but remark, "You sure know how to flatter someone. Could you be a reincarnated sycophant?" Wang He shook his head and whispered a warning. "Keep your voice down. This Fang guy is no pushover. He's no newbie. I heard he's cleared several A-rank dungeons and snagged some serious loot. Wonder why he ended up in a C-rank dungeon with us this time?" Hearing this, Chen Yi looked surprised. "You know him?" "No, this is my first time meeting him too. But I've certainly heard about him. After all, he's quite the hot commodity. Plenty of people are trying to recruit him into their factions. How come we haven't heard of him? Where'd you get this info?" Han Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. As the esteemed young master of the Han family, he actually knew less about him than this chubby guy. Wang He scratched his face and said earnestly, "You really don't know? Isn't he all over the place lately? I've seen his name pop up multiple times." "Hey, cut the nonsense. Just tell us where you heard it. We'll check it out once we get out." "The Dungeon Ranking Forum. Haven't you guys checked it out? Sometimes you have to look there to get the scoop. But seriously, who'd have thought we'd end up in the same dungeon as the big shot?" Han Feng snorted. "He doesn't even look like a big shot. More like a suck-up. Well, big shots having their quirks is nothing unusual. At least it means we've got a pro in this dungeon, might even score some perks off him." Han Feng crossed his arms and snorted lightly. "I only trust Brother Yi. With him around, I'll be just fine." As Chen Yi's loyal right-hand man, he'd never waver in his loyalty. Wang He blinked. He knew Chen Yi was skilled, but he didn't have a clear picture of his abilities within the dungeon. Even so, he understood Chen Yi's strength was undoubtedly above his own. He decisively chose to latch onto the stronger player. Chen Yi had barely closed his eyes for half a moment when he heard a rustling sound. He opened his eyes and looked toward the rat spirit. The cat that had already fled suddenly reappeared inside the room. "Cat!" The others who heard Chen Yi's voice instantly snapped awake. "Damn it, that cat again? Didn't it run off? How did it get back here?" The cat let out a meow, then leaped left and right before landing on the frozen figure. Chen Yi watched as the cat tore off the frozen man's ear. Han Feng covered his mouth at the sight, looking like he might gag. Rong Baoxiao immediately cowered in fear. After devouring the ear, the cat leaped down. Chen Yulo, quick as lightning, grabbed a dagger and flung it toward the cat. The cat dodged it. Chen Yulo fired another shot. The startled cat scrambled away and fled. Furious, Chen Yulo immediately gave chase. Chen Yi followed closely behind. Han Feng, naturally unwilling to let his ego get away, followed suit. Seeing them all dash out, Ling Xiaoxiao followed without hesitation. Wang He wanted to follow, but his movements were too slow. By the time he tried to catch up, they were already out of sight. Honggu stood before Wang He, patting his shoulder. "Why are you trying to get involved?" she asked. "At least they have some ability. You just slow them down and couldn't fight them anyway. If something happened, you'd be counting on us to save you, wouldn't you?" Honggu's words stung Wang He deeply, and he slumped back into his chair. Feng Ke's gaze shifted, and she walked over to Wang He. "Oh, right. I didn't get a chance to ask earlier. You seem pretty familiar with them. Do you know them?" Wang He hadn't expected Feng Ke to speak to him and couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After all, this was a big shot. A big shot talking to him no matter how you looked at it, it was thrilling. "Yes, I know them. We're practically friends." Hearing this, Feng Ke narrowed his eyes and slowly smiled. "Friends, huh? That's great. Friends coming together." Honggu found this a bit odd and couldn't help but ask. "Aren't you all together? Surely you know each other?" Feng Ke immediately turned to look at Honggu and said with a smile, "We came together, but that doesn't mean we all know each other. I only know a few of them." Hearing this, Honggu nodded lightly. "I thought you all knew each other. Turns out you're just a temporary group after all." Feng Ke tugged at the corner of his mouth, saying nothing. Honggu didn't press further. Rongbao and Xiuzhan trembled, heads bowed low as they hid behind Honggu. Honggu quietly soothed her. Meanwhile, Chen Yi and the others had given chase. As they ran, the thunder above grew louder and louder. It was enough to make anyone's heart race. Chen Yi followed and soon spotted Chen Yulo. He approached cautiously, and Chen Yulo immediately gestured for silence. Chen Yi nodded and stood silently beside him. From their vantage point, the cat suddenly stood motionless in one spot. Just as Chen Yulo was about to step forward, Chen Yi swiftly grabbed him, pinning him back. He pulled him back. This place wasn't just home to that wild cat, there were other things lurking here too. With their current abilities, dealing with that thing would be quite difficult. Chen Yulo, confused, was about to ask when Chen Yi swiftly covered his mouth. Then, a series of sharp meows echoed through the air. Both men turned their gaze back to the sound. The wild cat lay on the ground, yowling sharply, as if it had encountered something that made it feel threatened. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. Soon, a massive civet cat emerged from behind a rock. Chapter 104, Feng Ke's speculation. The wild cat's shrill cries did nothing to deter the enormous civet. The massive civet cat slowly approached the wild cat lying on the ground. Amidst the wild cat's piercing cries, its sharp claws tore open the wild cat's belly. The wild cat died instantly at the giant civet's paws. After finishing its meal, the civet vanished. Chen Yulo swallowed hard, about to go investigate. Chen Yi knew that here, Chen Yulo would be poisoned by the civet's urine, so he held him down tightly. Chen Yulo looked at Chen Yi in confusion. Chen Yi shook his head, signaling him not to make any rash moves. Something else hadn't fully emerged yet. After a long while, when nothing else seemed to appear, Chen Yulo pushed Chen Yi's hand away. "It's fine. Let's go see what's there." Chen Yulo walked over again and saw a piece of jade on the ground. He picked it up in confusion. He held it up to examine it closely. Chen Yi remained rooted to the spot, unsure of the exact range of the civet urine's effect. Seeing that Chen Yulo was unharmed, he began to wonder if he had misremembered. Just as he was about to follow and investigate, he noticed Chen Yulo had collapsed to the ground. Chen Yi's advancing step froze instantly, and he silently withdrew. It seemed he hadn't misremembered the plot, it really was weasel urine. Brother E. Damn it, how could you walk so fast? I nearly ran myself ragged just to catch up to you. Chen Yi quickly covered Han Feng's mouth, and Han Feng's eyes widened in terror. From behind a rock not far from where Chen Yulo had fallen, a figure slowly emerged. That figure looked familiar. Wasn't that the female corpse standing in the abandoned inn? Han Feng's entire body began to tremble violently. Chen Yi held him down firmly as he drew a dagger from his waist. The corpse approached the prone figure of Chen Yulo, slowly bending down as its sharp fingers reached toward his face. Just as Chen Yi was about to throw his dagger, Ling Xiaoxiao approached. The sound instantly caught the corpse's attention. The corpse whipped its head toward Chen Yi's hiding spot and charged forward. Chen Yi shoved Han Feng aside and kicked the charging corpse flying. Chen Yi pressed his lips together, glaring coldly at the corpse. Holy! It's supposed to be in storage. Why is it here? How the hell did it get here? Han Feng was completely petrified. If he remembered correctly, that thing shouldn't have been here at all. Ling Xiaoxiao scoffed, "Coward. What's there to be scared of? It's just a moving corpse." Han Feng turned his head to look at Ling Xiaoxiao and chuckled. "If it weren't for you, my brother Yi wouldn't have been caught off guard by that corpse." Ling Xiaoxiao scoffed, then drew a whip and lashed out at the corpse, immediately rushing to support Chen Yi. Soon, the female corpse was subdued. They stood beside Chen Yulo, looking down at him lying on the ground. Suddenly, Chen Yi lifted his head and looked toward a spot not far away. Noticing his movement, Ling Xiaoxiao asked in confusion, "What? Something else?" Chen Yi shook his head and smiled. "Nothing. Just a passerby." Ling Xiaoxiao looked in the direction Chen Yi was staring, surprised. "A passerby? Where?" She hadn't seen anyone. Han Feng raised his hand and tapped Chen Yulo's face. "Mr. Chen, are you okay? Is there anywhere you feel unwell?" Chen Yi explained, Mr. Chen was poisoned by civet urine. "He'll be fine soon. Let's stay here for now to avoid any unexpected situations." Hearing this, Han Feng asked doubtfully, "Why not just take him back ourselves? The three of us can handle it. That way, you won't have to spend the night out here." Chen Yi and Ling Xiaoxiao both turned to look at him. Ling Xiaoxiao cut straight to the point. "Are you genuinely clueless or just playing dumb? Don't you understand social etiquette? This Chen chief instructor clearly values his reputation. If we take him back and someone sees him stiff and motionless from raccoon urine poisoning, he'll lose face in front of his brothers. They won't be happy with us. That's not what they want." Hearing this, Chen Yi shot Ling Xiaoxiao a look. He hadn't expected this Ling family heiress to be even more savvy about social etiquette than the Han family's eldest son. He'd assumed someone so aloof wouldn't care about others' reputations, yet once again, he'd misjudged her. He chuckled twice before saying, "Don't get too close. You absolutely mustn't step into that civet urine circle, or you'll end up lying on the ground just like Master Chen." Han Feng silently moved several paces away from Chen Yulo before sitting down on the ground. By dawn, the group finally returned to the inn. Honggu immediately grew anxious upon waking and not seeing Chen Yulo. Just as she was about to go searching, she spotted Chen Yulo and Chen Yi returning. Wang He and Honggu rushed to greet them. "Where the hell have you been all night?" Wang He exclaimed in astonishment, "You were gone all night. Weren't you afraid at all?" Chen Yi just smiled without comment. Han Feng slapped Wang He on the shoulder. "What's there to be scared of? You think everyone's as chicken-hearted as you?" Wang He gave a nervous chuckle. "Well, you guys are brave. I wouldn't dare go out like that. This looks like trouble waiting to happen." Old Luo, his eyes still heavy with sleep, opened them and looked at the disheveled group. He couldn't help but remark, "You guys are something else. Chasing a cat all night long and not even getting any sleep." Chen Yulo tossed the wrapped civet onto the ground. Luo Laowai immediately unwrapped it. "Whoa, this fur doesn't look right. And its head seems a few sizes bigger mutated? This is a civet." Hearing this, old Luo's curiosity grew even more. "Then where's the wild cat?" "Right here, inside its belly. Just slit it open and you'll see." Chen Yi sat down in a chair and slowly closed his eyes. Wang He approached Chen Yi, casting a cautious glance at Feng Ke, who was trying to join the conversation. He then whispered softly into Chen Yi's ear, "Brothery, after you two leave, Feng Ke keeps asking me about you." Hearing this, Chen Yi instantly opened his eyes and looked at Wang He. "Did you tell him? How would I know what news about you? I only told him we know each other. Besides, he could guess that information anyway, so it doesn't matter." But it seems they were discussing something about a dungeon. Chen Yi raised his eyebrows in confusion. "What instance?" "The dungeon in the ancient city of Jingjue. Brothery, do you know about this dungeon?" Chapter 105, Echoes from the Mountain Depths. Chen Yi knew it well, he'd been a player in the previous instance run. But Feng Ke's sudden interest was puzzling. Wang He continued, "I suspect this person is up to something." Chen Yi hummed in acknowledgement, his gaze deepening. He then glanced sideways toward Feng Ke. Feng Ke was examining the ground with Luo Laowai, seemingly captivated by the massive beast and oblivious to Chen Yi's gaze. "Brothery, what do you think he's trying to find out?" Chen Yi narrowed his eyes, suddenly recalling the guild mentioned by that group. Perhaps this Feng Ke was also part of that guild. He patted Wang He's shoulder and said, "All right, stop prying into things. Knowing he's a big shot, how dare you ask so many questions?" That Feng Ke didn't seem like a simple man either. He'd probably already seen through Wang He. He could probably also predict that Wang He would report this incident to him. But why ask him if he already knew? "Brothery, we're not actually going to that Bottle Mountain, are we? That kid said it's pretty dangerous." Chen Yi pursed his lips, his brow furrowing slightly. "Don't forget the name of this script, we have to go into Bottle Mountain. Otherwise, we can't complete this dungeon. If the instance couldn't be completed, they couldn't leave this place. Given enough time, they'd simply be assimilated into this world. So they must follow the plot's progression. Even with modifications, Bottle Mountain remains one of the main storylines." Upon hearing this, Wang He's expression instantly darkened, and he slumped back into his seat. Han Feng glanced over and said, "What's with the sigh? It doesn't matter which instance we enter anyway. With Yi Gu here, there's absolutely no problem." Ling Xiaoxiao happened to walk in just as she heard Han Feng's words. She couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth, her eyes turning slightly cold as she glared at him. "I don't know why you're so confident in him. He's not a god, capable of anything. Relying on him is worse than relying on yourself." Ling Xiaoxiao's words made Chen Yi slowly lift his head, looking at her in surprise. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. Did I say something wrong? Chen Yi quickly shook his head. You're absolutely right. Relying on yourself is paramount in danger. No one can guarantee others will come to your rescue, and even if they do, what if they arrive too late? Perhaps because Han Feng's father had entrusted him with his son, Han Feng felt certain he would protect him no matter what. But he couldn't possibly keep a constant watch over Han Feng. He could only lend a hand in critical moments, not babysit him like an old father would. Han Feng understood Ling Xiaoxiao and Chen Yi's concerns. He spoke slowly. Don't worry. Ordinary dangers are no problem for me. Even if I'm not that skilled, the gadgets I carry are no joke. With his family's wealth, it was no surprise his father had equipped him with plenty of life-saving gadgets. Chen Yi's ears twitched as his gaze shifted toward the room's entrance. The main group had arrived. At this, old Luo, who had been examining the raccoon skin, immediately broke into a smile. He quickly stepped forward. Chief Chen, now that everyone's here, should we start preparing for the mountain operation? Chen Yulo tapped his fan and gave a slight nod. Let's go. Rong Baoxiao's face was filled with terror. Sister, please let me go back. I can't go to Ping Mountain. Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Rong Baoxiao but said nothing. Honggu patted him gently. She gave a soft chuckle. Let's go. Ling Xiaoxiao sighed softly, offering gentle reassurance. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Rong Baoxiao's expression remained grim, looking as if he might burst into tears at any moment. Chen Yulo and Luo Laowai led the main force steadily toward Ping Mountain. They reached a cliff, with Bottle Mountain looming on the opposite side. Han Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! Up close, it really does look like a bottle, no wonder it's called Bottle Mountain. Wang Yi nodded in agreement. I've lived past my teens and never seen such a strange mountain. This is truly eye-opening. You're only in your teens? Honggu, standing nearby, heard Wang He's words and was utterly astonished. Wang Yi snapped back to reality and gave Honggu a puzzled look. Doesn't it look like it? Honggu's smile was quite complex. She chuckled softly. Honestly, I wouldn't have guessed. If you hadn't said anything, I'd have thought you were in your 30s or 40s. Wang Yi fell silent, a hint of sadness creeping onto his face. Did he really look that old? Han Feng burst into loud laughter. This was the funniest joke he'd ever heard. He couldn't help but turn to Honggu beside him and ask, so how old do you think I am? Honggu shot him a cold glance. Same as everyone else. A grown man still caring about his age? More feminine than most women. Han Feng and Wang Yi immediately fell silent. Say another word, and would they turn into women? Feng Ke stood at the cliff's edge and peered down. Luo Laowai stroked his beard. Who knows how deep this cliff is? Can we even get across? Chen Yulo nodded at Luo Laowai. Fire a shot to test it. Luo Laowai chuckled, immediately drew his pistol, and fired a shot toward the cliff's edge. The echo of the gunshot made Chen Yulo close his eyes. Ling Xiaoxiao stood beside Chen Yi, arms crossed. What is he doing? Chen Yi, he's listening with his ears to gauge how deep this cliff is, whether we can climb down. Ling Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows in surprise. Is there really a way to tell distance just by listening? The world is full of wonders and now you've encountered one. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Chen Yi with a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, she blurted out, I always feel like you know everything. Chen Yi paused, then smiled slowly. If only I were that capable. Maybe I could have passed the test in an instant. Ling Xiaoxiao tugged at her lips and turned her head away. Suddenly, Honggu shouted, Who's there? The next second, Honggu dashed out. Just as Ling Xiaoxiao was about to follow, Chen Yi pulled her back. Ling Xiaoxiao immediately turned to face him, her brows furrowed in accusation. Why are you stopping me? What if she's in danger? Chen Yi shook his head decisively. She won't. She can't be in danger. Seeing the certainty in Chen Yi's tone, Ling Xiaoxiao's frown deepened. How can you be so sure? Chen Yi chuckled. Because that person just now was the same one I encountered in the woods last night. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao stopped in her tracks. You really have sharp eyes. Chapter 106, The Partridge Whistle. She hadn't even caught a glimpse of a figure, yet he'd already seen that person's face. Feng Ke retreated from the cliff's edge and slowly approached Chen Yi's group. Any thoughts? Chen Yi said expressionlessly, the simplest way to cross to the other side is to climb down to the bottom of the cliff and go from there. If we try to cross directly from here to the other side, it'll be much harder. We don't even know how deep this cliff is below. How can we be sure we'll make it to the other side? Chen Yi smiled slowly. That's a question best directed to Chen Yulo. Feng Ke froze, clearly caught off guard by Chen Yi suddenly shifting the topic to Chen Yulo. Feng Ke narrowed his eyes and asked, What does this have to do with Chen Yulo? I'm asking you. If you don't know, just say so. There's no need to act like this. Chen Yi offered an explanation. Chief Instructor Chen has exceptionally keen hearing. Didn't General Luo just fire a shot? He might already know whether we can descend or not. Feng Ke immediately turned his gaze toward Chen Yulo. But he discovered Chen Yulo seemed to have left and was no longer among the troops. His brow furrowed as he scanned the surroundings. Wang He also froze. What's going on? Where did Commander Chen go? Luo Wei pointed toward the nearby jungle. He went with Red Ant to chase after that mysterious figure who appeared out of nowhere. He really slipped away without a sound. We didn't notice a thing. Han Feng added, that's why he's Commander Chen. He's definitely not your average person. Wang Yi nodded thoughtfully. Ling Xiaoxiao kept glancing toward the jungle, a faint trace of worry flickering across her face. Chen Yi glanced at her. You're worried about Red Auntie? I should have followed them just now. That would have put my mind at ease. Chen Yi couldn't believe Ling Xiaoxiao was actually worried about an NPC's safety. She was the young miss of the Ling family. How could she be concerned about an NPC's well-being? Don't worry. She'll be fine. Besides, Master Chen followed her. At the mention of Chen Yulo, Ling Xiaoxiao's frown deepened. Head Instructor Chen isn't exactly formidable. What, does his presence guarantee Honggu's safety? Chen Yi choked. Ling Xiaoxiao seemed to have some issues with Chen Yulo. That's not what I meant. I meant the person they're chasing isn't a bad guy, so she'll be fine. Ling Xiaoxiao finally hummed in acknowledgement. Soon enough, Chen Yulo and the others returned. Accompanying them were 3 individuals dressed in plain cloth, 2 men and 1 woman. Chen Yulo immediately introduced them. This is Partridge Whistle, the man from last night. These 2 are his junior disciples. Chen Yi raised his fist in a salute and bowed. Zhuge Xiao returned the gesture. His gaze locked onto Chen Yi. Chen Yi gave Zhuge Xiao a puzzled smile. The Partridge Whistle quickly averted his gaze. As if he'd merely glanced at him casually. Chen Yi blinked, then withdrew his gaze in puzzlement. After Chen Yulo finished speaking, his gaze returned to the cliff's edge. Have the brothers set up a ladder to descend? Han Feng silently glanced down toward the cliff's base. Just one look was enough to make his legs tremble, his entire body collapsing limply to the ground. Holy, I'm afraid of heights. I'm really afraid of heights. Can I not go down? Chen Yi pursed his lips and nodded slightly. You can. At those words, Han Feng's expression instantly lit up with joy, his mood lifting in an instant. Really? You're not lying to me? I really don't have to go down? Chen Yi hummed in acknowledgement. After all, they weren't truly entering Bottle Mountain this time, so whether Han Feng went down or not made no difference. He might as well wait outside. Why doesn't he have to go down? Could it be you're planning to abandon him? Feng Ke's voice emerged from behind them, speaking with a playful smile. Han Feng immediately shielded Chen Yi. No way. My EGE would never abandon me. Stop trying to drive a wedge between us. Feng Ke chuckled. Why are you so sure? He's not even family. Besides, even relatives can abandon each other. Isn't it even easier for someone with no blood ties? Han Feng understood Feng Ke's words all too well. He knew Feng Ke was deliberately sowing discord. Whether it stemmed from envy or resentment, resorting to such tactics was truly disgusting. It was utterly disgusting. The bond between me and Igu isn't something anyone can easily break. Besides, if Igu said it, he must have his reasons. Hearing this, Feng Ke looked at Chen Yi with confusion, as if weighing the meaning behind his words. So tell me, can I not go down? Chen Yi lifted his eyelids indifferently. Go if you want to. Don't go if you don't. But let me remind you, we were invited here by Boss Luo. Feng Ke's expression changed instantly. Their status was that of tomb raiders invited by General Luo to enter Bottle Mountain together for treasure hunting. They were here to offer him strategies. If they just stood around doing nothing, he dared say Luo the Crooked would blow their brains out with a single shot. Feng Ke's mouth twitched involuntarily. And what about him? Feng Ke pointed at Han Feng. He hadn't misheard Chen Yi wanting Han Feng to stay up here. He and I are partners. Only one of us needs to go down. Hearing this, Feng Ke's expression darkened instantly. Luo Wei clicked his tongue. So what if it's just another cliff? What's the big deal? So many people have gone down before. Besides, how else are we supposed to clear the stage? And the rewards are based on how much you contribute. It's not like you get them for doing nothing. Luo Wei couldn't understand why Feng Ke had to pick on Chen Yi and the others. Even if he couldn't stand them, he hadn't come up with any good solutions to deal with them. Feng Ke pressed his lips together and stepped back to the side. The ladder was nearly fully extended, and the main group had already begun climbing down. Chen Yi immediately followed suit. Spotting Ling Xiaoxiao right behind him, he asked, why don't you just stay up there? At this, Ling Xiaoxiao shot him a glare. Are you looking down on me? Chen Yi choked. That line was clearly copied from Honggu. Why can't you learn the good things instead of the bad? I'm just worried about you. We can handle this. I'll let you down once we confirm there's no danger below. Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered twice at his words before she pressed her lips tightly together. No need. Chen Yi didn't press further and descended ahead of Ling Xiaoxiao. Chapter 107, Centipede. Wang Yi still followed them down the cliff. Though not particularly brave himself, his curiosity was strong. Seeing so many others descend, his own fear diminished considerably. He kept pace with Chen Yi. Holy crap, look at this. Is this a Lingji mushroom? My goodness, I've never seen one this big before. Wang He's eyes nearly glowed with astonishment. His hand instinctively reached out toward the Lingji. Wait! Chen Yi's voice carried a hint of authority, causing Wang He to instantly pull his hand back. What's wrong, Yi? Is there something wrong with it? That sudden shout nearly stopped his heart. The color of this Lingji mushroom is clearly off. Do you think it's good? Wang He silently swallowed hard, instantly grasping the implication behind Chen Yi's words. This huge Lingji is actually poisonous? What a pity, such a waste. It's practically squandering a gift from heaven. Exactly. If we'd given such a large ratio to our junior sister, she would have been overjoyed. Both sighed in unison. Suddenly, Wang He noticed the voice beside him sounded off nothing like his brother Yi's tone. He turned to look, puzzled. It was the old foreigner. Brother, you're quite quick, aren't you? The old foreigner chuckled, ignoring Wang He as he continued descending. He finally stopped on a tiled beam. A hole was cut into the tile beam, with a ladder hanging beside it clearly placed there by the two brothers who had descended the cliff first. But now, there was no sign of those two brothers anywhere. Honggu frowned in confusion. Where the hell did those two go? They came down but didn't wait here acting solo again. Ling Xiaoxiao cautiously peered into the opening, but couldn't see clearly. Chen Yulo stepped forward, peered inside a few times, then climbed down. Below lay an assortment of Yuan dynasty burial artifacts. Honggu stepped forward, staring at the pile of clothes on the ground. Why were there clothes here but they themselves nowhere to be seen? Could they have hidden? Honggu immediately called out their names several times, but there was no response. Chen Yi pressed his lips together, his expression grave. As Ling Xiaoxiao tried to move toward Honggu, Chen Yi stopped her again. She frowned at him. She was curious to see what trick Chen Yi was playing. What are you doing? Be careful. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao's expression changed instantly. Her brows furrowed tightly as she scanned her surroundings with tension. What did you see? Ling Xiaoxiao didn't question it, gripping the whip tightly in her hand. Chen Yi didn't spell it out directly, only saying, I sense danger. Something feels off about this place. Don't get too close. After Fan could jump down, he heard Chen Yi's words and immediately laughed derisively. Thought you were some kind of big shot? Turns out you're just a coward. What could possibly be scary about this place? Chen Yi ignored Fan Ku, his gaze growing grave. The books mentioned that the centipedes here were man-eaters. Once bitten, a person would instantly dissolve into a pool of water, leaving only their clothes behind. The clothes lying on the ground clearly confirmed that those two had met their end. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed through the air. By the time they turned to look, only another set of clothes remained on the ground. Standing before the empty spot were none other than the Zhihu Whistle brothers. Honggu, who had already been suspicious of the two, stared at the clothes before them and demanded, What exactly did you do to him just now? Honggu's suspicion made Zhihu Xiao frown, but he didn't respond immediately. The light fell on their faces. Chen Yulo stepped forward, tilted his head, and shifted his gaze from Zhihu Xiao to behind them. From the pillar above, several centipedes began crawling down. The next second, a swarm of them followed in droves, a dense mass of centipedes trailing closely behind. A piercing scream erupted instantly. The brothers behind them were instantly covered by the centipedes, dissolving into a pool of viscous liquid before their very eyes, leaving only a set of clothes behind. Wang He's eyes widened as he silently edged closer to Chen Yi. These centipedes were terrifying. Did they actually eat people? Chen Yi pulled Ling Xiaoxiao backward as the centipedes on the ground kept crawling toward people. They were about to catch up. Chen Yi swiftly drew his gun and fired at the centipedes on the ground. Retreat! Chen Yi knew escape was impossible under these circumstances and could only shout the order to retreat. Then he shoved Ling Xiaoxiao. Hurry up! Ling Xiaoxiao stared at the swarm of centipedes covering the ground, her scalp prickling with dread. Without a word, she scrambled up onto the tile roof ridge. Chen Yi saw the centipedes crawling up his legs and immediately lit a fire, tossing it onto the ground. Only then did the centipedes retreat. Seeing this, Chen Yulo swiftly gathered clothes from the ground, set them ablaze, and brandished the flaming bundle toward the centipedes. Commander Chen, get your head away. We can't stay here long. There are too many centipedes here. We're completely unprepared and no match for them. Chen Yulo nodded, seeming somewhat at a loss for how to respond. After issuing the warning, Chen Yi swept the flames toward the side once more. Ling Xiaoxiao flung the rope toward him. He used the momentum to climb onto the roof beam and pulled Wang Yi up after him. Honggu asked anxiously, Where's the chief? One of the brothers replied, He's still behind. Chen Yi pursed his lips and peered deeper inside. The leader! The roof beam suddenly collapsed, crashing down toward Chen Yulo. Kunlun immediately threw his body in front of Chen Yulo, saving him from certain danger. Honggu watched anxiously, wanting to rush down to help, but was pulled back by Zewo Sheo. Are you out of your mind? Going down now is suicide. Honggu couldn't care less about the danger. She couldn't just stand by and watch the chief foreman die. Ling Xiaoxiao also felt a pang of reluctance. Chen Yi, how can we save him? Chen Yi paused, glanced at Ling Xiaoxiao, then said, going down to rescue him isn't realistic. There are too many centipedes down there. If you go down, you might not make it back up. Stop all this nonsense. Just tell me how to save him. Honggu shouted at Chen Yi. Chen Yi's mouth twitched. This woman's temper really was terrifying. He said nothing, raising the gun in his hand and aiming downward. Kunlun shoved the stone beam off his body and dragged Chen Yulo to safety. Chen Yi seized the moment. Timing his shot perfectly, he fired at the lamp oil nearby. The shattered oil spilled onto the ground, igniting the flames below and instantly engulfing the area in a raging inferno. It blocked the centipede chasing after them. Chapter 108, Strange Wind. The group pulled the two men up together, glancing back at the raging fire engulfing the tile roofed house below. Chen Yi frowned and hurriedly said, "Stop looking. Let's get out of here. This place isn't safe to linger in." The others nodded in agreement and began moving toward the direction they had descended. Wang He, being rather stout, struggled for a while but couldn't reach the rope. He couldn't help but grow anxious. Seeing this, Chen Yi quickly pushed him up, finally getting him to steady himself on the ladder. Cold sweat beaded on Wang He's forehead as Chen Yi urged him repeatedly, "Hurry up and climb. Don't hold up the brothers behind you." Without another word, he began scaling the ladder. Chen Yi then turned to Ling Xiaoxiao beside him, "You go up quickly too. I'll bring up the rear." Ling Xiaoxiao gave Chen Yi a deep look, said nothing, and quickly climbed up. Just as Chen Yi was about to ascend, he noticed Partridge Whistle and the old foreigner nearby. The two ropes before them had been reduced to one. Clearly, someone had taken their rope. Just as Chen Yi was about to motion for them to climb over to his side, Honggu beat him to it. He halted abruptly, his gaze shifting between Honggu and Zhuge Xiao before he chuckled and turned to climb the ladder. As he climbed, Wang Yi's gaze fell upon that enormous Lingji mushroom once more. He had never seen such a large reishi mushroom before, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. "If only I had a camera, I'd definitely take a picture. It's a once-in-a-lifetime sight." Ling Xiaoxiao shot him a glare and urged, "Hurry up and climb. Don't waste time." Wang Yi reluctantly tore his gaze away and continued climbing the cliff without pause. After reaching the cliff top, Chen Yi didn't see Chen Yulo anywhere. He couldn't help but glance down. Had they touched that Lingji mushroom on their way back? He'd already warned them that Lingji was problematic. Why would they go near it? Reishi mushroom? Where was there a reishi mushroom? Honggu hadn't seen any reishi mushroom at all. A particularly large one growing on the cliff face, probably 1,000 years old. Wang Yi gestured to Honggu, who opened her mouth in disbelief. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. That Lingji mushroom was indeed enormous, something ordinary people rarely see. But for it to grow on a cliff face like that, it couldn't possibly be anything normal. Honggu suddenly grew tense. What should we do? Zone 2 must still be down at the cliff bottom. I have to go save him. As she started to descend, Zhuge Xiao immediately grabbed her arm. "Let me go instead. With so many of you, you'll move too slowly. I can descend most efficiently alone using the sky-piercing lock." Honggu glanced at her, pondered for a moment, then said, "Then I'll leave it to you. The terrain below is treacherous, be extremely careful." As they stood at the cliff's edge, a sudden gale swept up, sending yellow sand swirling through the air. With a thud, a figure was flung behind them. "Holy crap, isn't that Chen Zonbeito? He got flung back here?" Han Feng stared at the figure sprawled behind them, his voice laced with shock. Mr. Chen's head slowly opened, his eyes on the ground. Before anyone could react, he slipped back into unconsciousness the very next second. Instantly, everyone grew worried again. Hua Ling stepped forward, took Chen's pulse, and nodded with a calm expression. "Don't worry, Mr. Chen is fine. He's just passed out." Hua Magua couldn't help but worry aloud. Could it be centipede venom? The old foreigner snorted at this remark. If it were centipede venom, he'd be beyond recognition by now. How could he still be unconscious? Partridge Whistle shot the foreigner a glare, and the old man immediately fell silent. Han Feng hadn't descended to the cliff's base and was naturally unaware of certain details. He glanced at Wang He beside him and inquired, "What exactly happened? What's down there? It looks pretty serious." That Chen boss seemed pretty formidable, yet he ended up getting into trouble. Wang Yi, still shaken, replied, "Thank goodness you didn't go down. You have no idea how deadly those centipedes are down there. One bite and you'd dissolve like water, not even your bones would remain." Han Feng hissed softly, "Holy crap, that's insane." "Exactly. If he hadn't shoved me up the ladder just now, I almost couldn't make it back up. Only my E could do that." Han Feng's lips curved upward. "You bet. My E is a man of honor. He'd never stand by and watch a brother die." Ling Xiaoxiao walked over to Chen Yi's side and followed his gaze toward the unconscious Chen Yulo. "How is he?" Chen Yi snapped back to reality. "What do you mean, how is he?" "You were staring at him so intently, so I asked how he looks." "Is there something wrong with him?" Chen Yi sighed. "Miss Ling, don't read too much into it. I was just glancing casually, nothing more." Ling Xiaoxiao stiffened, clearing her throat twice as discomfort spread across her face. You truly weren't thinking anything else? Chen Yi looked utterly helpless. Honestly, no. If I were thinking anything, it'd be about what wind blew him up here, and this wind carries sand, which is rather unusual. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao agreed. How could a wind suddenly appear down there? And to sweep someone up like that out of nowhere? It was truly bizarre. Such strange phenomena did remind her of the protagonist effect in novels. Ling Xiaoxiao tugged at the corner of her mouth, her tone laced with sarcasm. Chen Yi's eyes flickered. Ling Xiaoxiao's offhand remark had actually hit the nail on the head. Chen Yulo was essentially a protagonist himself, so by following him, they could always clear the dungeon. Chen Yulo's men immediately grabbed a stretcher and carried him toward the rest area. Luo Laowai fanned the unconscious Chen Yulo with his fan. His attentive manner left Han Feng staring blankly. What was he doing? The man was already unconscious. Such excessive attentiveness was just ridiculous. Chen Yi chuckled softly. Because only Chen Yulo knows where that treasure lies. If anything happened to him, we couldn't enter Bottle Mountain and we'd never find the treasure. Hearing this, Han Feng instantly understood. His expression toward Luo Laowai grew intensely complicated. Logically speaking, weren't we the Tomb Raiders he hired? Why didn't you pin your hopes on us instead of constantly relying on Chen Yulo? What was the point of hiring us then? That foreman is someone he knows well. Though he hired us, our backgrounds aren't from this Xiangxi region. How could we possibly know as much as Foreman Chen? Chapter 109, The Mountain-Moving Treasure Dividing Technique. Han Feng hadn't anticipated this layer of meaning. This Luo Laowai was overthinking things, and his reasoning seemed rather sound. They certainly didn't know as much as Chen the foreman, perhaps they weren't even as capable as him. Chief Chen's crew was larger, and compared to just the few of them, he clearly had the upper hand. Meanwhile, the foreigner was furious with those who'd stolen his sky-piercing lock. He was equally displeased with the Unloading Ridge sect and General Luo's men, a motley crew. What good can come from a group of thieves gathering together? They're all thieves, stealing things people need to survive. Hualing couldn't help but glance at the old foreigner standing nearby. Enough. Our senior brother hasn't said anything yet. Besides, it was that adjutant who stole your sky-piercing lock. It has nothing to do with the Unloading Ridge people. The old foreigner snorted coldly, his displeasure still palpable. The group returned to the inn, where Hua Ling stayed behind to tend to the wounded Xiaoling members. Ling Xiaoxiao gazed at the battered figures, her heart aching. Let me help too. Hua Ling nodded. Han Feng stared at the wounds on the person seated before him, letting out a sharp gasp before turning his head away. The wounded man sat on the ground, wailing in agony. His voice wasn't loud, yet it carried a palpable ache. Chen Yi pressed his lips together and silently averted his gaze. Honggu approached. The boss wants you over there. Chen Yi glanced at Honggu in surprise. Did he say what it was about? Honggu folded her arms. You'll find out when you get there. Chen Yi awkwardly scratched his nose, chuckled, then immediately headed toward where Chen Yulo was being held. Meanwhile, the partridge whistle signaled the old foreigner to produce the captured centipede. The moment it emerged, it swiftly dissolved into a pool of water. Hualing's eyes widened as she blurted out, "This thing is way too bizarre. Looks like centipede venom can make people and animals turn into water instantly." The old foreigner snorted coldly, "This very thing nearly got us framed." His tone shifted. "Though that young fellow by General Luo's side seems quite formidable." Guishao's eyes flickered, and the next moment, a sound echoed. They turned their gaze toward the nearby haystack. As they approached, they discovered a person bound inside. After a moment's thought, Partridge Whistle untied the ropes binding the youth. The next instant, the boy bolted out. The old foreigner cried out in alarm, "Senior brother, he's escaped." The Partridge Whistle gave a soft hum, and the next moment, the youth's cry of pain echoed through the air. The group exchanged glances and hurried over, discovering it was Hua Magua. "Chief, our boss wants you over here." Partridge Whistle glanced at the boy. "Who is he?" "He's the guide we invited from the Miao village." Partridge Whistle chuckled. "He wasn't invited, he was kidnapped, wasn't he?" Hua Magua gave a helpless smile. "I didn't tie him up. General Luo did. Besides, if we hadn't tied him up, he would have really run off. If he ran off, who would guide us?" Partridge Whistle pressed his lips together, saying nothing. When Chen Yi arrived, he happened to be standing at the doorway alongside Partridge Whistle. "Brother Partridge." Partridge Whistle raised his hand toward Chen Yi. Together, they stepped inside and approached Chen Yulo's bedside. Chen Yulo slowly sat up. "You're here." Chen Yi nodded. "The chief's complexion looks quite good. I suppose he's out of danger now." Partridge Whistle. Chen Yulo smiled faintly. "I'm fine, thank you." Chen Yi knew Chen Yulo had something to say, so he prompted directly, "Head Instructor Chen, please speak your mind." Hearing this, Chen Yulo's gaze shifted between Partridge Whistle and himself. "It's embarrassing to admit, but I truly believed this mission would be a swift and successful victory. Who could have imagined we'd return defeated, our honor utterly lost? I feel ashamed before our ancestors." Chen Yi and Partridge Whistle both fell silent, staring at him without a word. The room fell into an unnerving silence, leaving Chen Yi visibly uncomfortable. He opened his mouth, then continued, I've heard that your mountain moving division technique is a supreme art of your clan. We rich strippers have strength in numbers. Wouldn't it be better to cooperate and seize the treasures together? At these words, Partridge Whistle nodded in agreement without hesitation. Chen Yi hadn't expected Zhu Geshao to agree so quickly. Before he could even finish his prepared speech, the issue was already resolved. His gaze then shifted to Chen Yi. Chen Yi smiled, we were invited by General Luo, so cooperation is only natural. Hearing this, Chen Yi visibly relaxed. He could sense that the two men before him possessed far more than met the eye. With them on their side, their chances of securing Bottle Mountain's treasures would greatly improve. After leaving Chen Yi's room, Chen Yi glanced at Zhu Geshao once more. He murmured softly, I thought Brother Partridge might refuse. I came for Bingshan's secret treasures. If cooperation is possible, it's clearly the superior path. Going it alone is rather inferior. Chen Yi blinked. True. I've heard your mountain-moving sex-splitting armor technique is your ultimate skill. Might I have the chance to witness it someday? Perhaps someday in the future. With that, Partridge Whistle turned and walked away. Chen Yi stood alone, watching the figure recede into the distance. Ling Xiaoxiao leaned against a nearby pillar. You're interested in their sex supreme art? I am quite interested. After all, if it's called a supreme technique, it can't be something simple. Ling Xiaoxiao curled her lips, but they're just NPC level techniques. Do you really think their secrets would be useful to you? Who knows if they might prove useful someday? Besides, learning more and broadening my horizons can't hurt. Chen Yi slowly walked over to Ling Xiaoxiao. Besides, you got one thing wrong. Ling Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. What's that? To us, they might be NPCs. But have you ever considered that this world is real to them? We're the ones who are the NPCs. Ling Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Nonsense. She turned and walked away, leaving Chen Yi standing alone. When Chen Yi returned to Han Feng and Wang He, he found Feng Ku and Luo Wei were also there. Their eyes immediately fixed on him with intense scrutiny. What did Mr. Chen tell you when he called you aside? Chen Yi pressed his lips together, unflappable despite their questioning tone. Why should I tell you? Feng Ku narrowed his eyes, so you don't want to cooperate with us anymore? Chen Yi looked surprised. When did we ever collaborate? I think you might be mistaken. Feng Ku gave a cold laugh. I thought since we're working on the same copy, we could share some information. But now it seems you don't want to share copy details with us. Chapter 110, Exchanging Information. Han Feng chuckled dryly, that's laughable. Share information? All this time, I haven't heard a single word come out of your mouth. Wang Yi chimed in from the sidelines, even if we're discussing cooperation, bro, shouldn't you offer something first? You're giving us nothing, how can we trust you're telling the truth? Feng Ku's eyes flickered. You're not planning to give us any information either. Why should I trust you? Wang Yi clicked his tongue, patting his shoulder. Bro, that's not quite right. Didn't you want to know what that Chen boss told Igu? If you want to know, you'll have to give us something first. Hearing this, Feng Ku's gaze immediately shifted to Chen Yi. What do you say? Chen Yi gave a faint, wry smile. I'll tell you this, Wang Yi has a point. If I tell you, what can you offer us in return? We can't just be left in the dark, can we? Feng Ku immediately responded, rest assured. If you genuinely want to cooperate with us, we won't play games with you. Seeing Chen Yi remain silent, seemingly weighing his options, Feng Ku continued, deep within this mountain lies a colossal centipede. It's incredibly formidable, and this centipede is the most crucial boss encounter for clearing the dungeon. Chen Yi looked at Feng Ku in surprise. Where did you learn this? Feng Ku didn't answer but countered, don't you believe me? Chen Yi trusted him implicitly. He knew full well that the giant centipede there was a formidable foe. Even the smaller centipedes were tough enough to handle, so the giant one must be even more formidable. Han Feng scoffed coldly, your information is outdated. We all saw that giant wind sweep Chen Yulo up, that wind contained the centipede. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao asked doubtfully, did you see it clearly? Han Feng stiffened. Of course he hadn't seen clearly, he hadn't even dared keep his eyes open at the time. How could he possibly have made out what was inside? He'd only heard others mention it. Now, hearing him speak of a giant centipede. So he connected the dots, wasn't that whirlwind just the giant centipede blowing through? He couldn't possibly be wrong. But he dared not voice these thoughts aloud. Instead, he gave a nervous chuckle. He gave a vague answer. Upon hearing this, Wang He, who already knew the news, shot him a reproachful look. That won't do, bro. We need a different lead, this one's completely useless. At those words, Feng Ku's expression darkened instantly. He turned to Han Feng, you really saw it clearly? Han Feng blinked innocently and nodded. Of course. Why would I lie to you? What would I gain? It was a giant centipede coiled up. If you don't believe me, ask the others. They all saw it too. Feng Ku turned to Luo Wei beside him. Luo Wei paused, then nodded. Seems right. Quite a few people were talking about it just now. Though they were guessing things like dragons or snakes, never heard anyone mention a centipede. Han Feng's eyelid twitched twice. If you don't believe me, go ask them yourself. I saw it with my own eyes, and I'm sure plenty of others saw the same thing. Wang He immediately wore a disappointed look. That won't work, Brother Feng. How about we switch to another piece of intel? Surely Brother Feng doesn't know what's coming next, right? Feng Ke's lips twitched, his expression darkening as he coldly retorted, looks like whatever I say next, you'll all claim to already know. Trying to freeload off my intel? Hearing this, Han Feng quickly interjected, bro, why would you think that? We do know about it. Besides, whether you share the info or not doesn't really affect us much. And it was you who wanted to get the info from us in the first place. Wang He chimed in immediately, exactly. Didn't you beg Gu for this? Why won't you spill more now? Feng Ke took a deep breath, seemingly angered by Wang He's words. Fine. I'll say one more thing, to deal with that little centipede, you must catch the chicken. Hearing this, Chen Yi's gaze toward Feng Ke held a different meaning. Is this information you bought too? Feng Ke smiled, this kind of information can't be bought. Hearing this, Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. Could it be that he had also seen the original storyline? But if he had, he wouldn't have come looking for a partnership, right? Han Feng leaned close and murmured softly into Chen Yi's ear. Brother Yi, do you think this guy might be from some guild too? He'd heard that guilds shared information internally, yet outsiders remained unaware. Chen Yi had heard the word guild countless times. He never saw any benefit in joining one. Besides, last time they'd snatched the parchment scroll from the guild members, and those guys were probably plotting revenge. He still didn't know if this guy was connected to the last dungeon group. What do you think? Chen Yi smiled and accepted the message this time, replying slowly, Head Coach Chen didn't mean anything by it, just discussing a business partnership. He probably felt this trip was unexpected, so he called me over. Feng Ke looked skeptical, seemingly unconvinced. He really called you over to discuss cooperation? But I can't help feeling you're pulling my leg. Chen Yi shrugged helplessly. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do about it. Luo Wei suddenly interjected, but aren't we the ones General Luo invited? Why would he suddenly collaborate with Head Coach Chen? Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. We're Tomb Raiders. Legend has it there are 4 sects in the underworld, Tomb Raiders, Gravediggers, Mountain Movers, and Ridge Strippers. Chen Yulo is the leader of Ridge Strippers. He suspects we might belong to the Tomb Raiders or Gravediggers sects, hence seeking cooperation. Han Feng's eyes suddenly narrowed. The term Tomb Raiders sounded familiar. Wasn't that what Wang Fatty and Hu Bai had mentioned in the last dungeon? So these dungeons were actually connected. Han Feng's gaze grew even more intense. What exactly was the relationship between these 4 major sects? Ling Xiaoxiao spoke up, these 4 major sects share one common goal, they all seek underground treasures. Now that both the mountain moving and ridge unloading sects are present, and Chen Yi behaves so much like a treasure-seeking captain, it's natural to assume he belongs to the treasure-seeking or tomb-breaking faction. Naturally, he'd want to form an alliance. Chapter 111, The Divine Chicken. Luo Wei hissed softly, isn't this just profiting from the dead? These people are incredibly bold. In chaotic times, death was commonplace, losing its terror. Poverty, however, struck terror into souls. People would rather die than starve to death. Wang He immediately nodded in agreement, exactly. Who wants to die penniless? Just thinking about being broke makes me want to dig up my ancestors' graves and beg them for mercy. Han Feng couldn't quite relate, probably because he was too wealthy. So what? What does this have to do with us? Ling Xiaoxiao thought this man was a complete fool. He seemed sharp enough, yet after such a clear explanation, he still asked such a question. Feng Ke narrowed his eyes and suddenly chuckled, you actually want to claim that identity? Luo Wei's eyes widened instantly. Are you out of your minds? This identity already puts us in a tough spot, and now you want to make things even worse? We don't know anything about grave robbing or tomb opening rituals. Han Feng also looked at Ling Xiaoxiao in astonishment. This was indeed a bit of a predicament, especially since it wasn't exactly what it seemed. But since she was one of them, they'd discuss it privately later. Oh, I never said I'd keep this identity. But if you're completely clueless about it, do you really think General Luo would spare your life once he finds out? Given his temperament. Luo Wei's eyes flickered twice. General Luo might smile cheerfully on the surface, but his methods were equally ruthless. Naturally, they dared not offend him. Feng Ke shrugged indifferently. He's just an ordinary man. His gun might not even be as fast as ours. Ling Xiaoxiao sneered coldly, you don't look like a rookie. How could you ask such a foolish question? You killed old crooked Luo, did you think he'd vanish completely? He was back the very next day. When that happens, we won't care whether you live or die. Hearing this, Feng Ke's expression darkened once more. He gave a cold snort and said nothing further. Then what's your plan? Are you planning to betray old Luo and defect to Chen Yulo? Chen Yi replied indifferently, it's all about cooperation. There's no betrayal involved. Besides, aren't we all working together now? Fong pressed his lips together, his gaze growing unusually intense as he studied Chen Yi. You think it's all so simple, but will it really play out as you imagine? Chen Yi smiled. If we don't try, who knows? Alright, I've answered your question. If there's nothing else, don't interrupt our bonding time. Fong's mouth twitched twice. She then coldly flicked her sleeve and immediately left. After she was gone, Han Feng shot Ling Xiaoxiao a disapproving look. Miss Ling, you really have no concept of discretion. Do you even know the skills of tomb raiding and grave opening? You don't possess them, yet you insist on claiming this identity? Ling Xiaoxiao shot him a cold glance. I don't. But doesn't Chen Yi know how? Brother Yi? He knows? Han Feng turned to Chen Yi in surprise. Brother Yi, how come I never knew you had this skill? Why keep it hidden from your brothers? Hearing this, Chen Yi's mouth twitched. You actually believe everything she says? Where would I even learn such skills? All he truly understood now was the 16-character Yin Yang Fengshui secret art. Yet, this technique seemed sufficient to handle the current situation. Chen Yulo, the leader of the Unloading Ridge, was remarkably perceptive. He'd managed to uncover the secret hidden within him so quickly. Ling Xiaoxiao snorted lightly. Stop hiding. You dare say you have no other abilities? Take this geomancy technique, you seem to understand it too. Chen Yi's eyelid twitched. He looked puzzled and asked, how did you even find out about that? If I recall correctly, I don't think I've ever mentioned it to you. I have eyes. I can see. But since we're all in the same boat now, there's no need to hide things anymore. Han Feng immediately retorted, who's in the same boat with you? Miss Ling, you sure know how to talk. Did we ever agree to work together? You're just like that Feng trying to get Brother Yi to carry you. Ling Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes and flicked the throwing knife in her hand toward Han Feng. Han Feng flinched in terror, ducking just as the blade embedded itself in the pillar behind him. If you can't speak properly, then shut up and be a quiet mascot. Han Feng swallowed hard, chuckled awkwardly, then turned to Chen Yi beside him. Brother Yi. This woman's picking on me. Chen Yi looked at Ling Xiaoxiao expressionlessly. Miss Ling, Han Feng didn't exactly say anything wrong. Are you just embarrassed and angry? Ling Xiaoxiao pressed her lips tightly together, her tone growing icy. You don't want to cooperate with me. Hiding behind Chen Yi, Han Feng suddenly felt secure and blurted out, collaboration? Hey, you're saying the same thing as Feng Ke now. You two actually have a lot in common. At this, Ling Xiaoxiao shot him another dagger-like glare. I'm certainly willing to cooperate with Miss Ling, Han Feng replied, but I expect Miss Ling to follow my lead completely in all subsequent actions. At this, Ling Xiaoxiao's expression immediately soured, clearly displeased with this decision. Follow everything you say? What if your decisions turn out to be wrong? Am I supposed to follow wrong decisions? So what? Even if it's wrong, you must obey. Han Feng is Chen Yi's loyal subordinate. Ling Xiaoxiao raised the dart in her hand once more. Han Feng silently swallowed hard before immediately ducking behind Chen Yi and offering a nervous chuckle. If you feel something's off, we can discuss it. Ling Xiaoxiao's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. Fine. Only after Ling Xiaoxiao left did Chen Yi peek out from behind him and ask, Brother Yi, why did you insist on working with that woman? She has such a terrible temper. Chen Yi's gaze lingered on the direction Ling Xiaoxiao had departed, a slow smile curving his lips. Is her temper really that bad? I don't think so. I find her quite kind. Han Feng choked, his expression turning intensely complicated. Listen to this kind? Ha, that was the biggest joke he'd ever heard. Would a kind person threaten your brother with a flying knife? Brother Yi, snap out of it. Chen Yi snapped back to reality and couldn't help but laugh. Feng Ke was right to repel centipedes, you absolutely need chickens. Chickens naturally prey on centipedes, they're their natural predators. Hearing this, Han Feng's expression turned serious. It's just a chicken? How hard could that be? But it's not just any chicken. Those centipedes are highly venomous. If an ordinary chicken gets bitten, it'll meet the same fate. Then, where would we find such a divine chicken? Chapter 112, The Partridge Whistle Joins. Chen Yi stretched lazily, speaking slowly, that's for that young brother to decide. Wen Yi propped his chin on his hand, you mean that little brother, you don't mean the little guy they brought back, do you? Chen Yi hummed in acknowledgement. The nearest settlement was the Miao village. Its people surely roamed around Ping Mountain. If they could survive here unscathed, it meant they possessed something to protect their lives. Han Feng instantly understood, then we go to the Miao village to gather intelligence. Chen Yi nodded again. But don't worry too much. If I can think of it, others will too. Seeing Chen Yi's knowing expression, Han Feng's curiosity intensified. Who are you talking about? Who else could have thought of this? You wouldn't be referring to Feng Ke, would you? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment. He probably wouldn't have thought of it either, and besides, he has access to first-hand information. Han Feng stroked his chin. Brother Yi, if this Feng Ke really is part of the guild, what could his motive be for getting close to us? Could it be to take revenge? Instantly, goosebumps broke out all over his skin. Wang He listened dazedly from the side. What are you guys talking about? What revenge? Han Feng tooted. You wouldn't understand. Don't listen. Wang He froze. Why wouldn't I understand? I know plenty of things. Are you sure? Han Feng narrowed his eyes. Then tell me, is that Feng Ku really part of the guild? This time, Wang He didn't hesitate. Yes. Chen Yi and Han Feng froze. Then where did you hear that? From him, of course. Seeing the look of astonishment on their faces, Wang He felt a surge of pride. I told you, my sources are practically endless. Chen Yi cut off Wang He's attempt to brag and quickly asked, did he tell you that himself? Of course not. But I do know some guild affairs. Like the information he just shared with us, it's actually internal guild intelligence. The kind you can't buy. Wang He blinked his small eyes and continued, these guilds have one very clear goal, to get their hands on the treasures inside the dungeons. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. Treasures? Aren't dungeons meant for us to clear? Doesn't the system automatically distribute rewards after clearing them? Rewards are rewards, but you can't lump them together. Besides, the treasures they seek aren't necessarily part of the rewards. Chen Yi gave Wang He a penetrating look. You seem to know quite a lot. Haven't you only been running dungeons for a short while? If his guess was correct, Wang He should be a newbie too, having cleared at most 2 or 3 dungeons. Yet the intelligence he possessed wasn't something a novice could possibly know. Wang He let out an exasperated sigh. I already told you I got it all from the forums. This stuff isn't exactly a secret. Once we're out, I'll teach you guys. Han Feng's gaze lingered on Wang He before he asked, so what should our next move be? Chen Yi folded his arms, speaking casually, nothing much. That Chen chief instructor isn't one to sit around waiting. Plus, he's got a bit of an ego. He'll likely make his move soon. But we haven't even found the chicken yet. How dare he proceed without it? He hasn't learned his lesson. Han Feng froze. Wasn't he afraid of dying? Probably not. He cares about his brothers. He wouldn't let them die for nothing. But Igu is right, someone that arrogant would never just sit around waiting. Wang He immediately turned to Chen Yi. Brother Yi, what's really going on here? There must be more than one path through this underground palace. He'll definitely search for another route. Besides, the unloading ridge chief always has sharp ears. Who knows? He might actually find another way out. Honggu brought over the meal, her gaze sweeping over the group. Eat. She set down the bowls and turned to leave. You just said Miss Ling was fierce, but I think this red auntie is several times fiercer than our Miss Ling. Han Feng snorted. Aren't they both the same? Otherwise, how would they be hanging out together? Wang He nodded thoughtfully. You've got a point. Chen Yi shook his head, no longer watching the two. He picked up his bowl and chopsticks and began eating. Mr. Chen suddenly had something to discuss, so he called everyone together. I've called you brothers here today to discuss something important. Luo Laowai looked at Chen Zongbeta with puzzlement, then nodded with a smile. If you have something to say, Brother Chen, just speak up. We'll all support you. Chen Yulo smiled briefly before pointing at Zhou Huoxiao and declaring, the brothers from the mountain moving sect will join our treasure hunting expedition. At these words, Lao Wei's expression instantly turned cold. Chief Chen, this isn't right. We already have so many brothers. You want to bring in more to share the spoils? Will there even be enough treasure to go around? Chen Yulo pursed his lips, then turned his gaze toward Chen Yi and the others. You brought others, and I didn't object, did I? Besides, these mountain-moving folks have real skills. With them on our side, our chances of success increase significantly. Luo Laowai still wore a look of dissatisfaction, dragging his feet on agreeing. Zhou Huoxiao immediately interjected, our mountain-moving sect isn't after the treasures inside. We only want one specific thing. Luo Laowai paused, his gaze shifting to Zhou Huoxiao with a hint of suspicion. You truly only want one thing? Yes. Luo Laowai burst into laughter. If you truly mean what you say, I, Luo Laowai, will have nothing but respect for you. Ha! In that case, so be it. Chen Yulo finally smiled. Lao Wei continued, so what's the next step? Well, Brother Jihu has discovered a way to deal with those centipedes. At this, Lao Wei couldn't help but regard him with new respect. Brother Jihu, you know how to deal with those formidable centipedes? Excellent. Let's go now. Luo Laowai was bursting with impatience, but Jihu Xiao remained calm. General Luo, to deal with the centipedes there, we must first find a treasure. Hearing this, old crooked Luo narrowed his eyes. What did that mean? They couldn't just go straight there? They had to find a treasure? We need to make a trip to the Miao village. Find the treasure there that can deal with the centipedes. Once I return, we can continue onward. Chen Yulo immediately chimed in, I think that's wise. If we can't deal with those centipedes, going there would just be a pointless sacrifice of our lives. What do you say, General? Chapter 113, The New Tomb Gate. Luo Laowai stroked his beard and chuckled. Since the chief has spoken, what could I, Laowai, possibly object to? All right then. Honggu will accompany you. She can lend a hand. Luo Laowai narrowed his eyes. How about this? I'll let Fong Ku join you too. He can offer advice and his hands and feet aren't half bad either. Chen Yi glanced at the grinning Fong Ku. What was this man scheming? Could he be planning to catch that chicken himself? Chen Yulo gave a faint nod. More hands mean more strength. The chief spoke well. Old Rai Luo might lack other skills, but he had men, guns, and explosives. No trick could fool old Rai Luo. After Fong Ku and the others left, the group returned to the inn. Chen Yi idly sharpened the dagger in his hand. Han Feng lay asleep in his chair, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Luo Lawai's men suddenly rushed in, reporting, Brother Chen, the commander wants you over here. We've found the door. Han Feng jolted awake. The door? That fast? Chen Yi narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Ling Xiaoxiao watched Chen Yi's furrowed brow and asked softly, what's on your mind? Not sure. Let's go check it out first. Hearing this, the group immediately headed toward Luo Lawai. They now stood before a large gate, its stone surface covered in numerous inscriptions. Han Feng glanced at them, then rubbed his eyes. I just don't like reading so many words. All that dense text makes my eyes tired. Wang He asked, what kind of writing is this? I can't make heads or tails of it. You're illiterate, aren't you? That stone seal script. Wang He was taken aback. You know this? Han Feng's lips immediately turned up in a smirk. Of course I know this stuff. It's just some names of officials and nobles. Nothing special. Hearing this, Wang He looked at him with admiration. Brother Feng, I always thought you were useless. But seeing this today, I realize I was wrong. Your knowledge is truly impressive. Han Feng bristled at the first part of the compliment, but the second half quickly soothed his irritation. He continued, but it seems like there are some curses written here too. Doesn't feel good. Han Feng then turned to look at Chen Yi. Chen Yi hadn't expected the plot to unfold this way. This place was a trap they couldn't go in. Meanwhile, Huamaku frowned. Hearing Han Feng's words, she nodded in agreement. The characters engraved here were indeed peculiar. Better to proceed with caution. Luo Lawai, however, wasn't one for such niceties. Seeing they'd finally found the entrance, he was overjoyed and wouldn't give up now. He barked, get the explosives. Blow this place open. Huamagua immediately cried out, General Luo. Luo Lawai looked at Huamagua in confusion. What is it? Huamagua pursed his lips and glanced at Chen Yulo, who remained silent. Then he said, we should be cautious here. Let's assess the situation first. What if something goes wrong when we blow it up? What's this nonsense about mishap or not? Luo Lawai snapped back. We're already at the threshold. I've got my pants down. And you're telling me this now? Luo Lawai's eyes darkened briefly before he turned his gaze to Chen Yulo with a smile. Mr. Chen, what do you think? Before Chen Yulo could respond, Huamagua immediately interjected, Boss, those ancient inscriptions up there, they could very well be curses. Huamagua then turned to Han Feng beside him. Brother Han Feng, you saw it too. Isn't that a curse written up there? Han Feng hadn't expected to be asked, but he answered sincerely, yeah, it definitely has some curses written on it. But curses? They usually don't amount to much, just like the swear words we casually throw around every day. Luo Lawai's lips curled upward at the words. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Yi spoke up at that moment, since this is the tomb of the Yuan dynasty general, the curses written here couldn't possibly be empty threats. Han Feng froze in surprise. He hadn't expected his own ego to actually believe in curses. Huamagua's eyes lit up with renewed hope. Chen Yulo tapped his fan and asked, what are your thoughts, Brother Yi? I believe this place is off limits. To proceed would likely lead to casualties. Chen Yi spoke with certainty, but Chen Yulo and Luo Lawai were both reluctant to give up so easily. Luo Lawai bluntly stated, isn't pursuing wealth perfectly normal? In this world, everything carries risk. But what if it all comes to nothing? What if it's just a trap with nothing inside? Are you still willing to take that risk? Luo Lawai narrowed his eyes at this remark. Could it be written on there? Chen Yi pressed his lips together and said nothing more. Luo Lawai turned to Chen Yulo. Chief, what do you say? Whether we go in or not, I'll follow your lead. Chen Yulo tapped his fan rhythmically against his palm, his gaze fixed as if deep in thought. Then his gaze settled on Chen Yi. Brother Yi, now that we've come this far, how can we believe in some so-called curse? If we believed in curses, we wouldn't be in this line of work. Chen Yi had no retort, but finally said, my gut tells me this is a trap. Chen Yulo's eyes darkened slightly as he gave a faint smile. Let's go in first, he said. Then we'll handle it as a trap. Luo Lawai burst into laughter. You always have a solution, boss. I'm impressed. He then bellowed to his men behind him, get the explosives over here fast. Blow this door open for me. Hearing his command, men immediately brought large quantities of explosives and placed them before the stone door. The explosives ignited in an instant, and with a thunderous boom, the stone door was blown apart. Han Feng covered his ears and peered through the gaping hole. He cautiously asked, Brother Yi, should we go in? Chen Yi frowned deeply. He knew these men wouldn't heed his warnings, but he couldn't bear to watch them walk into certain death. If too many perished up front, who would trigger the traps further in? Let's go. As long as we don't trigger the traps, we should be fine. Han Feng couldn't help but swallow hard. Why does that sound so dangerous? Chen Yi shook his head. Chen Yulo smiled and said, Brother Yi, don't be nervous. If we want to get the treasure, we have to share the risks. Chen Yi frowned deeply and said earnestly, Chief, trust me. This is very likely a trap. The small seal script engraved on the stone door isn't a joke. Those curses might very well be real. Chapter 114, Kind words can't persuade a damned ghost. Chen Yilo remained undeterred by Chen Yi's words. He shook his head and pointed to the vest he wore. Royal vests. For protection. I'm not afraid of anything. Chen Yi opened his mouth, suddenly feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. He rubbed his temples as he watched Luo Laowai lead his men inside. Let's go, Yi. Perhaps you'll discover your intuition was mistaken. Chen Yi chuckled inwardly. This wasn't intuition at all, it was scripted drama. Easy to enter, hard to leave. The group, torches in hand, slowly made their way through the stone door. Each of them was visibly excited. Especially General Luo, who had his men bring sacks to stuff any valuables they found into. When Chen Yi heard these words, he slowly shook his head. Treasure? There was nothing inside. Only countless flying arrows. Ling Xiaoxiao hurried forward, but just as she was about to pass Chen Yi, he suddenly grabbed her arm. Don't rush so much. Be careful. Ling Xiaoxiao glanced down at the hand gripping hers. Noticing her gaze, Chen Yi paused awkwardly and withdrew his hand. I just wanted to remind you to be careful. Ling Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow slightly. With so many people around, there's no danger. Han Feng clung tightly to Chen Yi's heels. You should listen to my EGE. He's never wrong. If he says there's danger here, then there definitely is. Ling Xiaoxiao shot Han Feng a glare. I think this place looks perfectly safe. No danger here. Seeing her stubborn refusal to heed the warning, Han Feng gave up trying to persuade her. His gaze turned anxious as he fixed it on the pitch-black area ahead. This place looks terrifying, Yi-gu. Is there some kind of trap here? Chen Yi nodded. Be careful. Don't touch anything. Han Feng licked his lips. Ever since the last dungeon run, he knew some things were simply untouchable. Who knows if what you touch might trigger a mechanism, instantly bringing you face to face with death. I know. I get it. Wang Yi was considerably bolder than Han Feng. Watching Han Feng's overly cautious movements, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, Bro Feng, there's nothing wrong now. You're being way too nervous. Han Feng shot Wang Yi a glare. You don't trust EGE's judgment, do you? If Yi-gu says it's dangerous, then it is dangerous. Mark my words, stay alert at all times. Don't fall into any traps. Seeing Han Feng so tense, Wang Yi couldn't help but feel anxious too. Chen Yulo, leading the way, raised his hand to halt the group. A group of shield-bearing men emerged from the rear and moved to the front. Holding several pigeons in their hands, they released them toward the front. The next second, the pigeons immediately flew toward the distance, only to be swiftly pierced by arrows flying out. Luo Laowai watched the scene in astonishment, then gave a thumbs up. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Only the chief could pull this off. Facing Luo Laowai's flattery, Chen Yulo gave a faint smile and turned to glance at Chen Yi behind him. Brother Yi, what do you think? Chen Yi pursed his lips and replied, Captain, you should still be cautious. Chen Yulo chuckled knowingly and continued forward. They proceeded unimpeded until they reached a large gate, where all eyes turned to it simultaneously. Well, Chief? The chief commander ordered the shield bearers to step forward. As they advanced, water gushed from the dragon's head, spraying onto their shields. A distinct hissing sound could be heard as the corrosive water ate away at the shields. Han Feng silently covered his mouth and let out a soft chuckle. Damn, there sure are a lot of traps here. But doesn't that mean there must be quite a few treasures hidden inside? Chen Yi glanced at Han Feng and sighed helplessly. Didn't I already tell you? There are no treasures here. It's just a trap. Hearing this, Han Feng couldn't help but ask, Bro, how did you know? Is it really a trap? Chen Yi pursed his lips. You don't believe me? Han Feng shook his head quickly. Of course not. I trust Brother Yi completely. It's just, if there's nothing here, why set up so many traps? It just raises people's hopes. Wang Yi watched the scene unfold before him. Whether it's a trap or not, why did we have to follow them in here? Feng Ku and Luo Wei aren't here. Han Feng suddenly realized the same thing, only to be glared at by Chen Yi the next second. He lifted his chin slightly. If they hadn't followed, old Luo's gun would likely be pointed straight at their heads by now. This wasn't something they could just come and go as they pleased. Han Feng instantly grasped Chen Yi's meaning, offering a dry, bitter smile. Soon, Chen Yi heard movement as Kunlun pushed open the door with his men. Chen Yi stepped forward, his mind racing. Chief, be careful of the 1,000-pound gate. Hearing this, Chen Yulo glanced up at the door. Brother Yi, you're still too tense. This doesn't look like a 1,000-pound lock. Chen Yi sighed and stepped forward. Captain, trust me on this one. Chen Yulo's eyes flickered twice as he glanced inside. Inside lay several coffins. He slowly stepped inside, then frowned deeply at the arrangement within. Why are they arranged like this? Chen Yi spoke again, don't touch those coffins. They're just a diversion. The moment you touch them, you'll trigger the mechanism. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a loud clang echoed through the chamber. He immediately looked over. Luo Laowai had already opened one of the coffins. Chen Yi was speechless. He immediately grabbed Han Feng and pulled him backward. His sudden movement caught Chen Yulo and Luo Laowai off guard. Only when an arrow whizzed past did they snap out of their daze. Chen Yulo bellowed, "Run!" Only then did everyone scramble toward the iron gate. By the time Chen Yi and Han Feng reached it, the iron gate had already slammed shut. Holy, it really is a 1,000-pound gate. What do we do, E? Are we screwed this time? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi nervously scanned the distance, where numerous people had already been pierced through by the flying arrows. Han Feng's mouth fell open as fear crept into his voice. What do we do now? When will this barrage of arrows ever end? Chen Yi pressed his dry lips together and said, "Let me think. There must be a way." Then, Chen Yi's gaze suddenly fixed on the place where the arrows were being fired. You have something to protect yourself, right? Use it for now. I'll go find a solution. Seeing Chen Yi about to leave, Han Feng hurriedly called out, "Be careful." Chapter 115, Unending. Chen Yi leapt to Chen Yulo's side, his dagger snapping the arrow aimed at Chen Yulo's heart clean out of the air. Thanks, brother. Chen Yi nodded. Chief, I told you this was a trap. Now you believe me, right? Chen Yulo's face flushed slightly with embarrassment, but this was no time to stubbornly cling to pride. Brother Yi, what's your plan? Chen Yi pursed his lips. Staying here isn't an option. Who knows when that gate will open? If we keep waiting, our brothers will be sacrificed. No sooner had he spoken than Luo Laowai let out a sudden scream. An arrow had driven itself clean through his eye socket. Chen Yulo opened his mouth, unable to bear the sight. Chen Yi continued, we must find a way to stop those flying arrows. Chen Yulo understood Chen Yi's meaning immediately, his gaze darting toward the source of the arrows. The mechanism must be up there. We need to go check it out. Chen Yi nodded. I'll go with you. Hearing this, Chen Yulo nodded. Chen Yi immediately pulled a rope from his person and flung it toward the rock wall where the arrows were flying. Once they reached the top, they discovered that the archers were almost entirely wooden figures, and the traps were densely arranged. Chen Yulo rushed forward to touch them, hoping to stop the wooden figures from firing arrows. Chen Yi shook his head. Captain, but the two of us can't possibly deal with hundreds of these wooden dummies. We need to find the master mechanism. Cold sweat beaded on Chen Yulo's forehead, leaving him momentarily speechless. He kept muttering the words master mechanism that Chen Yi had spoken. Where is the master mechanism? The master mechanism. Chen Yi spotted a place rumbling with noise and immediately headed toward it. Chen Yulo followed suit. Pushing aside the wooden panel revealed a colossal mechanism inside. Machinery churned relentlessly, feeding hundreds of wooden arrows in an unending stream. Chen Yi was stunned by the sight of such a mechanism. Was this installed by a Yuan dynasty general? Had such technology truly existed back in the Yuan dynasty? Chen Yi dismissed his thoughts and leaped down. They had to find the mechanism to shut it down. Otherwise, if this machine kept running, the brothers below would surely be wiped out. Chen Yulo was in a panic, utterly unable to think of a solution. Chen Yi glanced at the smoothly operating mechanism and immediately declared, Sergeant Major, we need to jam these parts with something to stop the mechanism. Chen Yulo nodded in agreement, though he seemed somewhat out of it. Chen Yi couldn't afford to explain further, nor was there time for lengthy discussions. He tapped the floorboards beneath his feet. The hollow sensation made him pause slightly. He promptly pried up a section of the floorboards. What lay exposed beneath revealed a scene of countless arrows being transported one by one. Arrows were being fed forward one by one along the conveyor belt. Chen Yi thought for a moment, then leaped down. He pulled an arrow from the machine and flung it directly onto the rotating mechanism. He then turned to Chen Yulo, who had been panicking helplessly, and shouted, Head Instructor. Quick! We need to jam all these arrows into it. Hearing this, Chen Yulo snapped out of his daze and swiftly followed suit. Together with Chen Yi, they began plucking arrows from the conveyor belt and hurling them onto the operational machinery. Soon, the massive machine gradually ground to a halt. Chen Yulo's legs were already trembling slightly. He couldn't help but ask, how is it? Has it really stopped? Chen Yi examined it closely before nodding solemnly. It should be stopped. Come on, let's go down and check the situation. Chen Yi took a few steps before glancing back at the jammed machinery. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. No! Run! Chen Yi pulled Chen Yulo, whose hands were already trembling, away from the stone wall. The moment they descended, a torrent of yellow sand cascaded down the wall. The sand cascaded down like a waterfall, crashing heavily onto the ground. Some people were swept up in the sand and couldn't escape. Chen Yi saw this but couldn't reach out to help them escape. He could only drag Chen Yulo desperately toward the entrance. Brother E. Over here. Han Feng had been waiting at the cave entrance for Chen Yi. Not seeing Chen Yi had left him anxious, but the moment he spotted Chen Yi dragging Chen Yulo out, he breathed a sigh of relief. As Chen Yi carried Chen Yulo over, he spotted Lao Luo lying on the ground and had no choice but to reach out with his other hand to pull him up. Go! Hurry up! The moment Chen Yi turned his head, an explosion erupted behind him. The immense blast wave sent all three of them flying backward. Ling Xiaoxiao, who had already reached the doorway, turned back upon witnessing this. She grabbed Chen Yi and pulled him away. The very next second, a massive boulder crashed down onto the spot where Chen Yi had been standing. Chen Yi's heart leapt into his throat at the sight. The person beside him gripped his hand tightly as they sprinted toward the cave entrance. Chen Yulo reached the entrance and glanced inside. Suddenly, a hand appeared before his eyes, compelling him to take 2 steps forward. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, sending Chen Yulo flying backward. Chen Yi turned his head in confusion, only to be instantly knocked backward by the blast wave. His hand immediately caught Ling Xiaoxiao as they rolled onto the ground, using his body as a cushion for her. Ling Xiaoxiao felt the ground beneath her and sprang to her feet. Are you okay? Chen Yi sighed, then slowly rose to his feet. I'm fine. Are you okay? Ling Xiaoxiao's expression grew unusually grave. Yeah. I'm fine. After Chen Yi sat up, Han Feng approached. We need to get out of here fast. If we don't leave now, this place is going to collapse. At those words, Chen Yi sprang to his feet, grabbing Ling Xiaoxiao's hand and pulling her toward the exit. Ling Xiaoxiao glanced down at her tightly grasped hand. This time, she didn't immediately shake his hand off. Together, they fled the underground chamber. Once back on solid ground, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Holy crap, E, you have no idea what I went through. Wasn't that ancient wisdom just a little too advanced? Han Feng knew this was just a dungeon, but the dungeon was about ancient tombs. The last dungeon felt like fantasy, but this one made him realize that even ancestral tombs weren't so easy to plunder. Why do modern people just turn to dust when they die? Who still bothers with tombs and burial offerings? Thank goodness they don't. Chapter 116, Heavy Losses. After speaking at length, Wang Yi suddenly realized no one was responding to him. He glanced toward Chen Yi in confusion. His eyebrows shot up in alarm as his gaze locked onto Chen Yi. What are you two doing? The two people still clutching each other tightly snapped out of their trance. Ling Xiaoxiao immediately jerked her hand free, glared at Chen Yi, and bolted away. Wang Yi blinked in confusion. What the hell? Why is she glaring at him? Chen Yi shot Wang Yi a silent look. Wang Yi chuckled awkwardly as Han Feng slapped him on the shoulder. Are you stupid? Did you just interrupt our EGE? Wang Yi instantly understood, swallowing hard before stammering. Sorry, EGE, I really didn't mean to. Han Feng laughed heartily, slapping his shoulder several more times. You didn't mean it? You meant it. Hearing this, Wang Yi quickly protested, Brother Feng, don't mess around. What if Brother E misunderstands me? Hearing this, Han Feng's smile deepened, let him misunderstand. Are you afraid of that? Before Wang Yi could say more, Chen Yi stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. Get out of here fast. Hearing this, the two men scrambled to their feet and sprinted away. Han Feng dropped his smile and walked beside Chen Yi. How weird is this place, huh? Turns out it was just a trap, nothing else. Chen Yi, didn't I tell you all along? Hearing this, Han Feng slowly widened his eyes and leaned closer to Chen Yi. Brother Yi, how did you know? How could you possibly foresee something like this? When we first entered, didn't it say in small seal script? It was a curse. I told you it wasn't just written for fun. Han Feng swallowed hard, rubbed his nose, and chuckled. They probably never imagined this day would come. Who knew people's minds could get so sharp right before they die? Chen Yi placed a finger to his lips and gave a soft shush. Some things are better left unsaid after all, they were your ancestors. Han Feng silently closed his mouth, then glanced backward out of the corner of his eye. Luo Laowai, in particular, had one eye blindfolded with a black cloth, his face twisted in fury. And Chen Zanbata seemed a bit off too. He murmured under his breath, could these two be backing out now? Chen Yi's gaze drifted slowly toward the two men. Do you think they'd give up after losing so many men? Han Feng pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No one wants to see all their efforts go down the drain, especially after sacrificing so many brothers. But looking at Chief Chen, I sense he's starting to lose his nerve. Han Feng always trusted his judgment of people. Seeing the bewildered look on Chen Yi's face, he knew something else was playing on his mind. Chen Yi's retreating drumbeat, it wouldn't be so easily beaten. Han Feng raised an eyebrow. Why? That stubborn Luo Laowai was determined to search for treasures deep within Pingshan. If Chen, the boss, simply said no and turned back, wouldn't the sacrifices of his fallen brothers have been for nothing? Moreover, he'd prepared extensively before coming here, and now he'd even lost an eye. Needless to say, Luo Laowai would never abandon the mission midway. If Chen, the boss, backed out now, their partnership would effectively collapse. How could Luo Laowai possibly let him off the hook so easily? Luo Laowai commanded a sizable force, armed with guns and explosives. That alone makes Chen a tough opponent to handle. Which meant they still had to enter Ping Mountain. Chen Yi nodded solemnly. This dungeon run is particularly dangerous. You need to be careful yourself. Don't worry. I'm fully prepared for this. After speaking, Chen Yi fell silent and followed the main force back. Han Feng tapped Chen Yi lightly on the shoulder. What's going on between you and that Ling girl? Something seems off. Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. Nothing at all. Don't get the wrong idea. It's completely above board between us. Nothing going on. Han Feng narrowed his eyes. Bro, you usually keep your answers short, but today you're being unusually verbose. Han Feng's expression was full of playful teasing as he watched him. Chen Yi let out a soft click of his tongue. Don't go spreading rumors. If Miss Ling hears that, your mouth will get hurt. Han Feng immediately covered his mouth, then cleared his throat as he caught his breath. What does that even mean? Like I'd be afraid of that woman? Chen Yi gave him a dismissive glance and uttered a non-committal "oh." Then I'll repeat everything you just said to her. Han Feng's eyes widened instantly. Bro, don't do this. I'm your brother. If you tell her, she'll tear me apart. Ling Xiaoxiao has a temper. If she hears what you said, that knife won't show any mercy. Chen Yi chuckled twice. Then keep your mouth shut and don't blab everything. Han Feng snorted. He wasn't wrong about that. Besides, he just witnessed it himself, those two holding hands. And he wasn't the only one who'd seen them. Han Feng glanced toward Wang He, who immediately turned his head away, pretending he knew nothing. Han Feng's mouth twitched at the sight. Mr. Chen led the group back to the pavilion with Luo Laowai. The flower spirit in the pavilion stared blankly at the returning figures. They had set off in high spirits to dig for treasure, yet returned covered in wounds, their clothes soaked through with blood. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed to assist the wounded. The wounded were simply too numerous. They could only sit on the ground of the shelter, and the medicine Hua Ling had brought was gradually dwindling. The constant wails of the injured filled her ears. Flower girl, could you apply some medicine? I'm in so much pain. Hua Ling, who was treating another casualty, suddenly heard the voice behind her. She glanced back at the wounded man sitting on the ground. His face was exposed down to his leg, flesh and blood visible. He must have been gritting his teeth to endure the pain all along. Hua Ling nodded urgently. Right away, I'll tend to you immediately. Hua Ling turned to fetch the medicine, and Ling Xiaoxiao approached. Need help? Hua Ling nodded. Yes, Miss Ling. Thank you for your help. Chapter 117, Disbanding. Seeing the exhaustion etched on Hua Ling's face, Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. The girl before her didn't seem very old, yet she had to do all this work. Meanwhile, Chen Yi found Chen Yulo still sitting inside the room. Chief. Chen Yulo remained frozen in place, lost in thought. Chen Yi called out twice, but his voice failed to rouse the man from his reverie. He didn't rush him, simply standing by quietly waiting. Chen Yi knew today's events had deeply affected him, especially since his best friend Kunlun had died in the underground palace. After a long silence, just as Chen Yi thought Chen Yulo might never speak, the man slowly murmured, Did I make a mistake? If I hadn't brought them here, they wouldn't have met their end. They could still be alive. Hearing this, Chen Yi understood exactly what Chen Yulo was thinking. This time, he had lost too many brothers, and the wounded were even more numerous. They were all young men who had trusted Chen, their head instructor, implicitly. Now they had lost their lives there. And he still didn't know if they would encounter even greater dangers ahead, if more lives would be lost. Was it truly worth it to risk his brothers' lives for that so-called treasure? Chen Yi understood Chen Yulo's perspective. If he were in Chen Yulo's shoes, he might not have handled things any better. What did the chief commander think himself? Chen Yulo snorted derisively, slowly lifting his head to look at Chen Yi. If not for you and my sworn brother's help today, I, Chen Yulo, would never have made it out of that underground palace. My sole focus was on bringing the treasures from Mount Ping to save the common folk and change their plight. But I never once considered how difficult it would be to actually obtain those treasures. His arrogance, his overestimation of himself, had pushed his brother into this dire situation. Chen Yulo felt a surge of fear. He didn't want to continue. To always carry a heart dedicated to saving the common people that truly commands respect. Hearing this, Chen Yulo gave a wan smile. If I hadn't had that heart, he said, perhaps my brothers wouldn't have died. Chen Yi fell silent. Had Chen Yulo not organized this operation, such a tragedy might indeed have been avoided. But how could one seize the mountain's treasures without casualties? Before he could formulate a response, old Luo's voice echoed from outside. Ever since we unearthed that skull melon, I knew something was terribly wrong. And sure enough, Luo Laowai stormed in, seemingly ignoring Chen Yi entirely as he marched straight to Chen Yulo. Not only did we lose so many brothers, but we got nothing in return. And to top it off, I lost an eye. What happened to the room full of gold and silver we were promised? That last line was the crux. Even with one eye gone, Luo Laowai still craved mountains of gold and silver. Let's call it a day. Chen Yulo said weakly. Luo Laowai paused, his gaze shifting toward Chen Yi. It was as if he had only just noticed Chen Yi's presence. He asked Chen Yi in confusion, "Did you hear what he said?" Luo Laowai rubbed his ears, his face filled with astonishment, as if he thought his hearing was failing him. Chen Yi stood silently to the side. Luo Laowai suddenly snorted coldly, "Disperse? General Manager Chen, look at me. How can you even say that? Can we possibly disperse in our current situation? The mainland is vast, each of us must go our separate ways. Let's disband." Luo Laowai was so enraged by Chen Yulo's words he burst into laughter. "Oh my dear brother, what are you saying? This is no time for jokes. We've sacrificed so many brothers. I've lost my eyesight, who am I supposed to demand answers from?" Hearing this, Chen Yulo slowly raised his head, his expression grim. "You have the nerve to say that? If you hadn't recklessly triggered that mechanism, using my unloading Ridge brothers as stepping stones, and if I hadn't saved your life time and again, you wouldn't just have lost one eye, you'd have lost your entire life." Upon hearing this, old Luo was speechless, letting out a couple of awkward chuckles. Suddenly, Luo Laowai's attention shifted to Chen Yi's side. He pleaded urgently, "Young man, you must speak up for me. We've come all this way, how can I possibly explain going back now to the brothers?" Chen Yulo pressed his lips together, his expression dark. "How do you expect me to explain? I don't even know how to face the families of the fallen brothers." Luo Laowai's eyes flickered twice before he laughed. "Chief Chen, we're all here to hunt for treasure. How could treasure hunting not claim lives? Yes, I admit what you said earlier is true. But if I die, how can my brothers go on living?" Seeing the two men on the verge of a confrontation, Manhwa hurriedly interjected, "Both bosses, please don't get angry." The next second, Luo Laowai glared at Manhwa, "Get lost. Who gave you permission to speak?" The remark instantly darkened Chen Yulo's expression. "If it weren't for him, you'd be dead already." Luo Laowai took a deep breath. "Fine. Even if what you say is true, you can't pin all the blame for our brothers' deaths on me. You were the one who found this cave entrance. You can't tell me you're not partly responsible for what happened inside." "Yes. It was my fault. I admit it. So let's just call it quits and head back. That place is off limits." Luo Laowai took another deep breath, his gaze cold as he stared at him. "Fine. Then we're done here. I can handle this alone." Luo Laowai immediately turned and left. Chen Yi stood rooted to the spot, silent. Chen Yulo propped his head up, eyes closed. Manhwa wanted to say something, but seeing Chen Yulo's expression, he knew now was not the time for words. Manhwa tilted his chin toward Chen Yi, signaling him to leave together. Chen Yi nodded and took 2 steps toward the exit before being called back. "Young man, what do you think?" Chen Yi paused, glancing back at Chen Yulo. "Chief, you're already wavering." With that, Chen Yi turned and walked straight out of the chief's office. Manhwa, standing nearby, looked at Chen Yi with confusion. "What did you mean by that?" Chen Yi tugged at the corner of his mouth. "You figure it out." Manhwa pursed her lips and snorted. "Fine, don't say anything then." Upon returning, Chen Yi noticed someone was missing. "Where's that person?" Wang He replied with a grunt, "He got hurt. An arrow pierced his shoulder." "Ugh, that wound looks terrifying." Chen Yi looked skeptical. "He doesn't have any medicine?" "Of course he does. How could he not have something that saves his life? He just can't bear to use it." Hearing this, Chen Yi held his tongue. If he had it but refused to use it, then he deserved every moment of his suffering. Chapter 118, Flower Spirit. "Brothery, did that Chen boss really call you over to say he's not going?" Chen Yi took a deep breath and nodded. "Yeah, he said he's not going." "Han Feng, so if he doesn't go, does that mean this instance will never end?" Chen Yi leaned against the doorframe, legs crossed, and hummed in acknowledgement. "Given the situation, Chen Zongbei absolutely must go to Ping Mountain. If he doesn't, who knows what'll happen. Wang Yi, aren't we just following the plot? Why worry about whether they show up? This is how the story's written. Just go with it as long as we survive, right?" Chen Yi pursed his lips. He hadn't planned to interfere either. The plot would unfold on its own regardless of any changes, and that was none of their business. Chen Yi hadn't expected that the next day, after gathering together, Chen Yulo and the others would simply leave with their men. Seeing the ranks half empty, Chen Yi and the others froze in shock. They actually left. Looks like they were genuinely scared off. Han Feng stroked his chin before heading toward another room. Hua Ling and Ling Xiaoxiao were busy processing herbs nearby. Spotting Han Feng rushing over in a panic, they looked at him with puzzled expressions. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned coldly. "What is it?" Han Feng was glared at for no apparent reason, but he still smiled and said, "Master Chen's men have all left. I just came to see if Hua Ling's sister had left yet." Hua Ling immediately beamed. "My senior brothers haven't returned yet. I won't leave, I'm staying here to wait for them." "Oh, you mean that leader of the mountain moving clan, Partridge Whistle?" Hualing nodded. Han Feng cautiously asked, "Are you sure your senior brother will return?" Hualing hummed in agreement. "Of course. My senior brother wouldn't just abandon me here. Besides, this bottle mountain might hold something he's searching for. He wouldn't give up hope." Hearing this, Han Feng nodded thoughtfully. "All right, I understand. Keep up the good work. I'll come get you when it's time to eat." After gathering the information, Han Feng immediately rushed back to Chen Yi's side. Chen Yi's mind was still replaying the events of the plot. He distinctly remembered Chen Yulo hadn't taken his men away, nor had he left the pavilion. How could he have departed so quickly? Chen Yulo, frowning deeply, looked up and saw Han Feng grinning broadly. "Brother E." Chen Yi gave him a once-over. "What's got you grinning like that?" Hearing this, Han Feng placed his hand over his upturned mouth. "Am I smiling that much?" Chen Yi hummed in acknowledgement. His mouth was practically stretched to his ears. How could he not be happy? "Nothing much. I just went to check on Miss Hua Ling. She's still there." Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice before he gave a low hum. "Hualing, that's Partridge Whistle's junior sister. Since Partridge Whistle hasn't returned yet, Hualing wouldn't leave. She and Chen Yulo aren't even part of the same group." Hearing this, Han Feng's smile deepened. Wang Yi, munching on a candy he carried with him, looked at Han Feng's disgustingly smug grin and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Feng, you wouldn't happen to have taken a fancy to that girl, would you?" Startled, Han Feng instinctively touched his own face. "Am I that obvious?" At this remark, both men froze, staring blankly at Han Feng. "No, Brother Feng, you really don't have a fever?" Han Feng immediately swatted away the hand reaching out to him. "What nonsense are you spouting? You're the one with a fever. I'm perfectly fine." Wang Yi suspected Han Feng's health might genuinely be failing, otherwise, why would he respond to the question like that? "Brother Feng, you. Miss Hua Ling is still so young." Han Feng snorted lightly. "I'm not that old either." "Han Feng, are you really okay?" Chen Yi couldn't hide his astonishment. How did this guy suddenly develop feelings for someone from the dungeon? These dungeon characters weren't real, and even if they were, they couldn't reach the real world. Beyond the dungeon, they might not even have a chance to return. "Why are you all staring at me like that? Did I say something wrong?" Chen Yi rubbed his temples. "You've been pushing yourself too hard lately. That's why you're acting like this." He found it hard to believe Han Feng could actually like Hua Ling, setting aside that she was just a character in the dungeon. As the eldest son of the Han family, what kind of beauty hadn't he seen? How could he possibly fall for someone as plain as Hua Ling? Han Feng fell silent, his smile fading from his face. Just as Wang He seemed about to speak, Chen Yi shot him a sharp glare. Only then did he shut his mouth. "Young man, the general requests your presence." Hearing this, Chen Yi looked over. It was Deputy Officer Yang delivering the message. Chen Yi nodded and followed Adjutant Yon to Luo Lawai's room. "Ah, young man. I hope summoning you here hasn't disturbed you." Chen Yi slowly shook his head. "Commander, whatever you need, just say the word. I'll handle it immediately." Luo Lawai burst into laughter upon hearing this and turned to Luo Lawai beside him. "Listen to that. Listen to that. How cooperative the young man is with me. We're just here to make a fortune, not doing anything else. Yet that Chen Zong, the leader, actually deserted us in the heat of battle." Luo Lawai was still bitter about Chen Yulo leaving with his men, harping on the subject for quite some time. Chen Yi could only respond with a faint smile, playing along. "Young man, you Tomb Raiders, are you the legendary Tomb Raiders?" Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. He hadn't expected this Luo Dashuai to guess their identities as treasure-seeking commanders. "There's some connection, but not much." At those words, genuine laughter burst from Luo Lawai's face. "The degree doesn't matter, what matters is the connection." Chen Yi remained modest. "We merely understand a bit about feng shui. We can't be compared to the true masters of the unloading ridge." Even so, Luo Lawai's mood lifted considerably. With Chen Yulo gone, he felt he'd lost a major ally. Chen, the head instructor, was the chief of the unloading ridge and possessed extensive knowledge. That's why he'd sought this partnership. Now that the man was gone, he naturally had to seek other partners, especially those who understood these matters. He never imagined the person he invited to collaborate would actually possess genuine skill. Good. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. The journey to Bottle Mountain is now in your hands." Hearing this, Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice before he replied, "Commander Luo, I'm afraid we still need to wait for Partridge Whistle. Didn't he go to find that centipede's treasure?" Chapter 119, The Oddity. Upon hearing this, old Luo stroked his beard, pursed his lips, and wore a solemn expression. "Who knows if the Partridge Whistle will ever return?" Chen Yi quickly interjected, "Brother Partridge is the leader of the mountain-moving sect. He never speaks falsely. If he says he'll return, he will return." Luo Lawai, hearing this, shot Chen Yi a puzzled look. "You seem to have quite a bit of faith in this Partridge Whistle fellow." Chen Yi nodded slowly. "Well, I've heard of this sect. If the rumors about the mountain-moving sect are true, then his words certainly won't be false either." Luo Laowai hummed in response, though it remained unclear whether he truly believed it or not. After leaving Laowai's room, Chen Yi kept pondering this question. Chen Yi, what did that Luo Laowai want with you? The wounded man returned, leaning weakly against a pillar. Chen Yi glanced over and said, the boss has left. Naturally, he remembered our role and wants us to guide him. Hearing this, the others instantly paled. No way, he's already trying to use us? Han Feng felt utterly sick to his stomach. He remembered what his role was listed as in the dungeon. Though the dungeon had given him tools and he tried using them, he simply couldn't. What's the matter? Chen Yi remained utterly composed, showing no sign of fear. His calm demeanor instantly reassured the group. Brother Yi, aren't you nervous? Chen Yi shook his head. What's there to panic about? There's only one path. Just lead the way in. But there are centipedes in there. Bro, you forgot? Han Feng couldn't help but break out in goosebumps at the mere thought of those centipedes lurking in the mountains. Once those centipedes latch onto someone, they instantly dissolve them into a pool of water. It's truly terrifying. When the time comes, bring out all your special skills. I can't. No sooner had Chen Yi finished speaking than a faint voice piped up. The others immediately turned their gaze toward the speaker. The man's face instantly contorted as if he were about to cry. Though perhaps man isn't quite right, he was more of a boy, a very young one at that. Kid, this can't be your first time running a dungeon, right? The youth shook his head. I'm just a newbie. Hearing this, the expressions of the others changed instantly. A newbie? A pure newbie actually joined this dungeon? How is that even possible? Wang He looked surprised. How old are you? You look younger than me. Aren't I the youngest here? Chen Yi was also taken aback. By the rules, only those over 18 could enter the dungeon. This boy clearly didn't look 18, more like 14 or 15. A flash of irritation crossed the boy's face at Wang He's remark. I'm already an adult, he declared bluntly. Wang He gave a dry chuckle. Oh, really? I never would have guessed. My bad. So how old are you exactly? Teenager, almost 19. Oh, so you're older than me. Wang He scratched his head. He was still the youngest person there. The teenager looked surprised. Ha? You're younger than me? You look like you could be my uncle. There's no way you're only 18. Hearing this, Wang He grew annoyed. Can't a person look their age? The teenager gave a nervous chuckle and quickly shook his head. No. You look however you want to look. He wasn't his parents, how could he possibly control that? Wang He snorted coldly. Chen Yi pressed, don't newbies get to choose their own dungeon? Why didn't you pick one yourself? The teenager scratched his head in confusion. I don't know what you're talking about. What dungeon selection? I opened my eyes and was already here. There was no chance for me to choose. Chen Yi's eyes flickered. You didn't choose it yourself, and you didn't enter the instance space? The boy shook his head. I was sleeping at home. When I opened my eyes, I was just here. Han Feng's jaw dropped. No way. That's impossible. How could this happen? Did the instance malfunction? This instance has never malfunctioned before. Chen Yi frowned. Han Feng, have you ever seen an item that can pull someone directly into a dungeon? Hearing this, Han Feng's mind raced. He had indeed seen one before, but it was an extremely rare item, not something just anyone could obtain. And why would such an item be used on this person? The others' gazes instantly fixed on Xin Yan. The youth, startled by their stares, cringed nervously into a small ball. We're all on the same side. Could you help me? Han Feng and Wang He remained silent, both turning their gaze toward Chen Yi. Chen Yi pressed his lips together, falling silent. Seeing everyone silent, the youth lowered his head as well. Just stay behind us and do as you're told. Hearing this, the boy instantly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling brightly. Wang He and Han Feng exchanged delighted glances. Brother Yi. You're amazing. Chen Yi shot them a glance, cut the flattery. Get yourselves sorted out properly. We'll probably be heading out tomorrow. Han Feng frowned in confusion. But weren't we supposed to wait for the partridge whistle? Chen Yi hummed in acknowledgement. I wanted to wait, but the general can't afford to. If he can't wait, do you think those of us he invited can just stay behind? Well, naturally we can't. Chen Yi's words proved true the very next day. Old Luo, seemingly unable to contain his impatience, reorganized his troops once more and pressed on toward Bottle Mountain. Chen Yi and his men had no choice but to follow in his wake, pressing onward. Unexpectedly, they actually made it into Ping Mountain. Using the tools at their disposal, they guided Luo Laowai forward. By the time they'd used up more than half of their supplies, over half of Luo Laowai's men had perished. Only a handful of men remained. Ling Xiaoxiao's brows furrowed deeply as she approached Chen Yi. If I'm not mistaken, she asked, we should be nearing the treasure's location. Why aren't you pleased? Chen Yi shook his head. I just find it strange. But no matter how strange it is, we're almost at the end. Although Chen Yulo's group had left without entering Ping Mountain, they had entered it alongside Luo Laowai. As they pushed open the final stone door, they finally laid eyes on the zombie king that Rong Baoxiao had spoken of. Chapter 120, Time Rewind. Luo Laowai was utterly shocked. Damn it, so there really is such a thing as a zombie king. But I've got a gun no matter what, I'll make that zombie pay. With that, Lao Wei and his men immediately opened fire on the zombie king. Yet the zombie king showed no fear of bullets. With blinding speed, it grabbed Lao Wei by the arm and snapped his neck in an instant. Chen Yi and the others froze in shock. Holy! Commander Luo's dead. Chen Yi hadn't expected General Luo to be dispatched so easily by the zombie king. With Luo Laowai dead, his men instantly lost their leader. Panic set in. Chen Yi led his men to evade the zombie king. Along the path into Ping Mountain, their supplies were being depleted at an alarming rate. They had to protect themselves and prevent old Luo from being killed. But they never imagined it would happen here. The boy burst into tears. Are we never going back? Ling Xiaoxiao snapped at him immediately, shut up. Don't talk nonsense. The teenager's tears were halted by Ling Xiaoxiao's icy voice, his eyes still brimming with unshed tears. Chen Yi pressed his lips together, watching as the people who had followed them gradually collapsed to the ground. He didn't dwell on it any longer. Run! The group frantically scrambled for an escape route, eventually hiding inside a cave. We can't just hide forever. Where exactly is this plot heading? Chen Yi crouched on the ground, his mind growing hazy. The plot isn't fixed, is it? Precisely because it wasn't fixed, he hadn't chosen to stop Chen Yulo when he left. But if the plot is fixed, Chen Yulo must enter Bottle Mountain, yet he didn't, then this plot point remains stagnant. Even if they defeat the Corpse King within Bottle Mountain, it won't matter, they'll still be trapped here. They couldn't escape the instance. Brother Yi, what's wrong? Han Feng watched Chen Yi, who was breaking out in a cold sweat, and immediately asked with concern. Ling Xiaoxiao quickly pulled out a handkerchief and dabbed his forehead, her voice cool yet concerned. What's wrong? I suspect the instance storyline hasn't even started yet. Hearing this, every player present froze in shock. What do you mean? We all entered together. How can it not have started yet? Our items are almost depleted, half our lives are gone, and now you say it hasn't even begun? Are you out of your mind? Chen Yi's gaze was utterly devoid of warmth as he looked at the man who seemed on the verge of losing his mind. The man was covered in injuries. If not for the items keeping him alive, he would have died long ago. Just when they thought they were about to escape this hellhole, he suddenly declared the dungeon hadn't even started. Anyone else would have lost their mind. Han Feng felt puzzled but held back from confronting Chen Yi immediately. Instead, he spoke up for him, then explained this. We're already at the final scene with the zombie king. According to the intel we gathered earlier, we just need to follow the storyline. Once the plot concludes, the dungeon ends, and we can leave this place. Wang Yi's face was also covered in wounds as he sighed heavily. Are we supposed to defeat that zombie king? He's way too powerful. How are we supposed to handle him? Chen Yi pursed his lips. What if we defeat the zombie king and still can't escape the instance? The others fell silent. Ling Xiaoxiao, what do you think we should do? Luo Laowai's men are nearly all dead. Only a few of us remain. That means we're the only living people left in this mountain. But the Yin energy here is overwhelming. Even with our items, we probably won't last long. If only we could return to a certain point in time. As Chen Yi spoke, the man who had spoken earlier despaired. How could that be possible? Time reversal is an ultra-rare item. It can't be bought with points or money. We're doomed. Chen Yi hadn't expected such an item to actually exist. Since that wasn't possible, our only option was to leave Bottle Mountain and find Chen Yulo again, asking him to return to Bottle Mountain. This was the last solution he could think of. If only one person entered and the plot conditions weren't met, then the other should enter too. That should fulfill the requirements, since old Luo was already inside Ping Mountain. Even though he was dead, his body was still there. But what if even that failed? Wang Yi didn't want to be a downer, but he couldn't help but worry. Chen Yi's expression turned grave. If even that fails, prepare to live out your days here. At these words, the others fell silent. Chen Yi drew his dagger, intending to rest briefly before confronting the zombie king. Only beyond its tomb could they find an exit. Even if they hid and avoided detection, they would still perish here in the end. I have that item. Just as Chen Yi had devised his plan to take a desperate gamble, the youth suddenly spoke up, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Han Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Little brother, do you know what you're saying? The item we're talking about is an extremely rare S-rank artifact. How could a newbie possibly have one? He patted the boy's shoulder. Don't worry, we're all here with you. If you die, you'll have company. The youth looked up, eyes brimming with hurt. I really do. I am a newcomer, but I truly possess this item. It's called retrospection. Chen Yi had no idea what it was called, he'd never possessed one himself. Right. It's called rewind. You really do have that item. Seeing the man's excited expression, Chen Yi realized the boy was probably telling the truth. Can this retrace really take us back in time? The youth shook his head. I don't know. But it says so on it. It can only take us back 4 days at most, that's what it says. Hearing this, Chen Yi stroked his chin. 4 days ago? That's the day we escaped the trap. Han Feng quickly asked, then, does that mean we're going back to the day we entered Bottle Mountain? Chen Yi's gaze shifted from the youth to the man who had spoken earlier, the one who seemed to know a great deal about the time travel device. Are there any side effects after using this artifact? The man paused briefly before glancing at the youth. There are no side effects for us, but for the one who possesses the artifact, the side effects are significant. Hearing this, Chen Yi's gaze fixed on the youth. What kind of side effects? For at least several days, he'll be completely incapacitated and unable to move on his own. This is extremely dangerous in the dungeon, because without protection, he could die instantly. That's why it shouldn't be used lightly. No one can predict how people will react. The youth fell silent for a moment before turning to Chen Yi. Use it. If we don't, we'll all die. If we do, I might not die. Chapter 121, Trying to Deter Chen Yulo. Did I make a mistake? If I hadn't brought them here, they wouldn't have gotten into trouble. They could still be alive and well. The moment Chen Yi opened his eyes, these words reached him. A despondent Chen Yulo sat slumped in his chair, utterly shattered by the death of his brother. He had promised them wealth and splendor when he brought them here. Now they were dying in this godforsaken underground cavern, unknown to anyone. Not only that, they had gained nothing, losing so many lives for nothing. Kunlun had died for him. He couldn't get past this mental barrier. He thought that if they turned back now, perhaps more lives wouldn't have to be sacrificed. Chen Yi could no longer remain silent as before, nor could he passively wait for events to unfold. He must follow the path of the original storyline. Others might not know how the original plot unfolded, but he did. Chen Yulo must enter Ping Mountain, and not just him, but that partridge whistle too. Chief, I do agree with your point. But if we retreat now, we'll have lost brothers without gaining anything. How can we console the families of those who sacrificed their lives? If your household is wealthy enough to bear the burden, I have no objection. Hearing this, Chen Yulo pressed his lips together, his face growing even paler. Chen Yi pressed on relentlessly, especially those with wives and children. Now that the pillars of their households are gone, how are they supposed to survive? These men left precisely to provide decent lives for their families. With their breadwinners gone, their homes are lost too. Whether they can even afford food is another matter entirely. Add to that the chaos of these turbulent times, with so many refugees pouring into western Hunan. If they return now with nothing to show for it, has General Chen even considered how he'll appease them? Chen Yulo's hand resting on his knee trembled involuntarily twice. He had taken every word Chen Yi spoke to heart, and his anxiety only deepened. At that moment, old Luo Wei entered once more, repeating his initial words. Chen Yi didn't linger any longer. He left immediately. He hurried back to their small gathering place. The moment he arrived, all eyes turned to him. You're back? You still remember? Han Feng hummed in acknowledgement. Yeah, bro. What's up? They seem to have no memory. The flashback only affects us players, it has nothing to do with the natives in the instance. After the man who knew the rewind skill well spoke, everyone's gaze shifted from Chen Yi to him. Caught off guard by the sudden barrage of stares, the man startled. Why are you all staring at me like that? Ling Xiaoxiao voiced the question on everyone's mind. Why do you know so much about this rewind skill? Could it be, you possess it too? I don't have it. If I did, I would have used it long ago. Then how do you know so much about it? I know because I encountered someone like that in a dungeon before. The retrace item isn't just an item, it's also a skill. That person was a player who possessed the retrace skill. Hearing this, surprise flashed in the other's eyes. Then wouldn't he be invincible? With a skill like that, he'd breeze through any dungeon. Plus, having endless chances to try things out, that guy must be incredibly lucky. The man chuckled dryly. The one with that skill isn't lucky at all. Without absolute strength, yet possessing such a god-tier ability, do you think he could survive? Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. He died? Not in the dungeon itself, but at the hands of other players' greed. Who wouldn't want a skill like that? Han Feng's mouth fell open in disbelief. You mean, this skill can be stolen from others? Why not? With dungeons, these bizarre phenomena already existing in this world, do you really think snatching skills from others is such an earth-shattering act? Han Feng silently closed his mouth, his heart filled with dread. It was utterly terrifying. Then how did he take that skill from the other person? The man didn't continue. Without waiting for a response, he asked again. The man instantly snapped, his voice tinged with anger and embarrassment. How the hell should I know how it was done? Anyway, that guy lost his skills and died. Back then, we were in the same dungeon, and we all saw him rewind time. Now wasn't the time to argue about whether it was an item or a skill. The priority was to change Mr. Chen's mind and continue to Bottle Mountain. One of the men said coldly, if he refuses, we'll just tie him up and take him. That should work, right? Chen Yi gave him a cold glance. If only it were that simple. Forget whether we could even restrain him. If we did, wouldn't his men kill us? He's got so many under him. How powerful do you think you are to handle all of them? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Ling Xiaoxiao crossed her arms, glaring coldly at the sinister man, her tone dripping with unrestrained scorn. Nothing works, nothing fits well then, you figure it out. If that Chen CEO insists on not going, we won't have any reversal tools to use this time. Ling Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and turned to Chen Yi. What should we do now? Naturally, we need to persuade Chen Yulo. Of course, I don't mean you should just go stand in front of him and try to talk him into it. Wang Yi scratched his head, looking utterly confused. If we don't speak to him directly, how can we make him abandon his plans? Chen Yi sighed helplessly. If you confront him directly, he's too sharp, don't you think he'd see through it? The smarter someone is, the harder they are to fool. But clearly, in the original storyline, Chen Yulo ended up entering Ping Mountain. What exactly caused this subtle shift in events? Chen Yi pressed his lips tightly together, still unable to figure it out. He decided to look for clues. As soon as he stepped outside, footsteps sounded behind him. He turned to look. Han Feng followed him out. Brother Yi, I'm coming with you. Chen Yi grunted in acknowledgement and whispered, how many survival tools do you have left? Han Feng had the most life-saving items in his possession. After all, he was the wealthiest among them, so he naturally didn't hesitate to spend. The others had prepared just 1 or 2 items at most. After all, items cost resources, and they didn't necessarily have that much money or points. After this trip, they had almost no items left. Even Chen Yi had none left. He'd never stockpiled such things to begin with, and now he was completely depleted. Han Feng nodded. Maybe 1 or 2 left. Chapter 122, Negotiations Break Down. Hearing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. With Han Feng now holding only 1 or 2 items, Chen Yi would have to keep a closer eye on him. A promise made must be kept. What's up, Yi? Is something wrong? Chen Yi shook his head, saying nothing. Han Feng suddenly grew anxious. Brother Yi, don't scare me. What's going on? Will the props I have keep me safe? He instantly grew panicked. Don't overthink it. How can I not overthink it? Given our current situation, how could I not? We've gone back 4 days. If things unfold the same way as before, won't we be doomed again? This time, there's no prop to save their lives. They'll probably die even faster. Chen Yi's eyelid twitched twice. All right. Keep your mouth shut. Say more auspicious things. You never know, bad news travels faster than good. Good luck doesn't work, but bad luck does. Han Feng immediately chimed in, we'll definitely survive. We'll definitely survive. We'll clear this stage smoothly. We'll get through this dungeon without a single casualty. Seeing Chen Yi about to leave, Han Feng hurried after him and grabbed his arm. Brother Yi, where are you going? To check on our injured brothers. We'll strategize later. Han Feng couldn't fathom the point of visiting them, but he followed anyway. The moment they entered, Han Feng felt the heavy atmosphere. Many kept their heads bowed, hiding the tear tracks on their faces. Others moaned softly in pain, their bodies covered in wounds. Even with medicine applied, the agony still seared through them. Hearing these agonized cries of pain, Han Feng felt goosebumps rise all over his body. He hurriedly followed behind Chen Yi, nervously swallowing hard. Brother Yi. Chen Yi grunted in acknowledgement, then handed a hand to Hua Ling beside him. Hua Ling noticed and smiled at Chen Yi. Thank you. Han Feng offered to help as well. Miss Hua Ling, allow me to assist you. Hua Ling gave a slight nod, accepting the offer. Chen Yi observed the situation as Hua Magua entered and approached a man. The man cried out to Hua Magua, Brother Gua, my third brother is gone. Hua Magua's expression grew intensely complex. He patted the man's shoulder and said gravely, I know. Brother Gua, we've sacrificed so many brothers, yet still. Suddenly, a man snarled, it's all General Luo's fault. Every brother who died and there was one of us from shelling. We demand justice. Hua Magua pressed his lips together, observing the raging fury of his brothers below. He said nothing. He simply said, everyone, pack up. We're heading back. The moment the words left his mouth, discontent erupted. Brother Gua, so many of us have sacrificed, yet we've gained nothing. To just leave like this, what about General Luo? Yeah, Brother Gua. If you won't speak for us, then let Sergeant Chen stand up for us. Hua Magua's anger flared at these words. I know you brothers are angry, he said, but do you think the chief isn't angry too? He's suffering more than any of us. Do you think he wanted to lose so many brothers? Hua Magua's speech left all the brothers speechless. Pack up our things. We're heading back. With that, Hua Magua shot a glance at Chen Yi and the others before striding out. Han Feng didn't miss the look Hua Magua shot him, and instantly felt resentment welling up. What kind of look is that? We didn't provoke him, and we even saved their leader. Chen Yi raised his hand to restrain Han Feng. Don't speak recklessly. The others glared coldly at Chen Yi and the others, and Han Feng immediately backed down. He silently followed Chen Yi out. Brother Yi, I reckon this Chief Chen is as good as gone. There's no point in arguing. Chen Yi twisted his lips. If it's useless, then we can prepare to assimilate with them or die. Hearing this, Han Feng fell silent. Then we should try our best to get Mr. Chen to come with us. Chen Yi pressed his lips together. Is there any way to relay a message to Feng Ku? Tell them to hurry up and get that chicken, then come back quickly. That might just change Chen's mind. I don't have a way here, but others should have a solution. Aren't they all part of the same group? Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. Didn't all of Feng Ku's crew leave with him? Not just that, the rest of his crew. They must have some way to contact each other. I'll ask around later. Chen Yi immediately interjected, don't wait. Go now. The two immediately located someone who seemed to have a decent relationship with Feng Ku. That person actually had a way to contact them. They picked a random pigeon. After slipping a tiny sugar pellet into its beak, the man attached an envelope to its leg. Only then did they release the pigeon into the air. The pigeon immediately flew away. Is that all it takes? Han Feng tilted his head, watching the pigeon fly farther and farther away. Of course it would work. This was something produced by the dungeon, how could it be useless? Our message would reach Feng Ku's hands soon enough. All we had to do was wait quietly. Chen Yi's eyelid twitched twice. Don't just wait quietly. Before they return, we absolutely cannot let Chen Yulo and the others leave this place. No sooner had they spoken than Hua Ling entered. What brings you here, Miss Hua Ling? The moment he saw Hua Ling, Han Feng moved closer. Mr. Chen has already led his men back. Hearing this, Han Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. Wasn't this a bit too fast? We'd only just returned from there, and now they were leaving already. Chen Yi sighed, looks like the talks broke down. We'll have to figure something out. Han Feng scratched his head, his thick hair becoming wildly disheveled, resembling a bird's nest. What else could they do? They couldn't just charge in front of them and block their path. These people wouldn't hesitate to open fire. You can't hold them to the moral standards of ordinary people. After all, this dungeon's era allows for indiscriminate killing. What do you think would make them stop? Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered twice. What other options were there? Unless it started raining. Then they'd have to stay put to avoid the rain. Chen Yi immediately turned to Ling Xiaoxiao and praised her without hesitation. You're so clever. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao's face flushed instantly. Wang Yi, however, remarked, can we really decide matters that are in the hands of the heavens? Chapter 123, Artificial Rain. At this, morale immediately sank once more. Yeah, if it's up to the heavens, there's nothing we can do about it. The youth weakly raised his hand. Chen Yi looked at the pale-faced boy with confusion. Ever since the boy had used the time-rewinding artifact, his complexion had been exceptionally poor. After all, he was the one who had saved everyone's lives, so Chen Yi had instructed Wang Yi to look after him. Seeing the youth raise his hand now, Chen Yi's eyebrows lifted slightly, a hint of astonishment flitting through his mind. I actually have that kind of item too. Wang Yi was stunned. You even have a rain-inducing item? That's incredible. The youth gave a helpless chuckle. It's nothing special. This kind of item can't save lives. If it weren't for this unique situation, I wouldn't have even pulled it out. Especially out in the mountains, you can't just suddenly unleash a rain skill when some ghostly thing is trying to kill you. Even if the heavens themselves sent rain, it wouldn't save him. So to him, it was still a useless skill. Wang Yi pondered this and realized it made sense. Honestly, if he'd come across this item, he probably wouldn't have known what to do with it either. The youth turned to Chen Yi. Brother Yi, when do we use it? Hearing this, Chen Yi pursed his lips. How long can it rain? The youth replied, it can be recalled. Once all its water is used up, it becomes useless. How long does its water supply last? The youth pondered for a moment. Only about 2 days worth, I think. Not sure if that'll be enough. Chen Yi also didn't know when those people would return. We'll stall as long as we can. If it comes to it, we'll figure something else out later. Hearing this, the boy asked, should we release it now? If they're truly ready to leave the pavilion, we release it. If not, we hold off, but the moment they step outside the pavilion gates, we release it immediately. The youth understood. Meanwhile, Hua Makwai had already gathered all his brothers together, and Chen Yulo appeared before them. His complexion was poor, and his expression was grim. He glanced up at the sky overhead. Brothers, he said, this is where we stop. We came here for nothing. We've lost. His words brought tears to every brother's eyes. Those who had lost their dear comrades overnight choked back sobs. Chen Yulo watched with a heavy heart, yet he was powerless. He lacked the ability to bring the dead back to life, and his pride had been utterly shattered by this disaster. Luo Laowai shot him a cold glance, his mocking laughter ringing out. Bunch of cowards, he muttered under his breath. The already subdued men instantly flared up, glaring at Luo Laowai. Chen Yulo gave him a fleeting glance before quickly averting his gaze, unwilling to engage with Luo Laowai's sarcastic tone. Let's go. At his command, the unloading Ridge brothers turned in unison and strode toward the exit of the inn. As they stepped outside the gate, a mass of dark clouds loomed overhead. Lightning danced wildly within the storm, crackling and flashing, while the thunderous roar of each strike echoed in their ears. "Boss, looks like rain's coming." Huamagua cautiously observed Chen Yulo's expression and whispered. Chen Yulo looked up at the sky in confusion. The dark clouds overhead seemed to envelop the entire inn. He glanced toward the distant sky, where the scene was entirely different. Over there, the sky still held a dazzling sun. This weather is truly bizarre, two completely different conditions coexisting. "Boss, what should we do now? Should we take shelter first, or?" Chen Yulo pressed his lips together, his gaze fixed on the half of the sky where no rain fell. "Keep moving. Once we're out of this area, the rain will stop. We'll rest and regroup on that open ground over there." "Yes, sir." "Men, keep moving." Hearing this, the unloading ridge men gradually departed from the Tingting Inn. The others in the group silently turned their gaze toward Chen Yi. This doesn't make sense. It's pouring rain, yet they insist on moving forward. Looks like they genuinely don't want to stay here. Han Feng looked at Chen Yi and asked, "Brother Yi, what should we do now?" Chen Yi looked at the youth. "Can this rain be moved?" The youth nodded. "Yes. I bound them to the group led by Chief Chen. Wherever they go, the rain will follow." Hearing this, Chen Yi's expression finally eased slightly. "Good. That means Chief Chen will be back soon." Ling Xiaoxiao frowned deeply, but what if he insists on not coming back and insists on rushing back? Chen Yi shook his head firmly. The terrain was already treacherous when we ascended. Now, with the rain and the rugged landscape, if he insists on leading his men through, there will be heavy casualties. He can't afford that. After all, many of his men are already wounded, and those who absolutely mustn't get wet are out of the question. Ling Xiaoxiao blinked, remarking casually, "You're quite observant." "It's simple. You know how difficult the ascent was, don't you?" Ling Xiaoxiao paused, and Han Feng burst into loud laughter. Seems Miss Ling's attention was focused elsewhere the entire time. No sooner had he finished speaking than a flying knife whizzed past his face and embedded itself in the pillar behind him. Han Feng gaped in horror at Ling Xiaoxiao. "I don't think you'll ever learn your lesson. Do I have to shut your mouth before you know how to speak properly?" Han Feng silently swallowed hard, stiffly shuffling his feet as he moved toward Chen Yi. "Brother Yi. Look at this woman, she's truly vicious. I just made a casual remark and she wants to shut me up. The most poisonous heart belongs to a woman, but it can't match the venom in Miss Ling's heart." Ling Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned cold as she glared at Han Feng, the throwing knife spinning menacingly in her palm. "Han Feng." Chen Yi stepped in front of Han Feng. "He was just joking. Don't take it to heart. If I offended you, I apologize on his behalf." Hearing this, Han Feng immediately stepped forward. "Brother Yi. How could I let you take the blame for something I caused?" "I'm sorry, Ling Xiaoxiao. I spoke out of turn just now." Ling Xiaoxiao's gaze swept over Han Feng twice before she gave a light snort. "For Chen Yi's sake, I'll let this slide for now. But if it happens again, even if Chen Yi speaks for you, I won't let you off." Chapter 124, Returning. Let's head back and wait. At this rate, they should be returning soon. Hearing this, the others accepted it without question and followed back to their gathering spot. Luo Laowai stood by the corridor, puzzled, watching the inexplicable downpour. The heavens sure are strange. Just moments ago, the sun was blazing, and now it's pouring down on us like this. They're determined to make my life miserable. Standing beside him, Deputy Officer Yang whispered, "Commander, this rain is actually a blessing in disguise. Didn't the leader of the unloading ridge just leave with his men? With this downpour, they probably won't be able to get far." Luo Laowai snorted at this. "Can't leave? Serves them right. I've lost an eye, yet I'm not backing down. But they've already chickened out. Even without them, can't I go on my own? I've got explosives and guns, what the hell do I care about those ghostly things?" So enraged was old crooked Luo that he didn't even light his cigarette. He turned and strode back to his resting place. Deputy Yan glanced at the rain, then quickly followed suit. Huamagua watched the rain intensify. Just as it seemed they were about to reach a rain-free clearing, they found themselves trapped within the rain's embrace. "Boss. Maybe we should turn back. This rain won't let up anytime soon." Chen Yulo pressed his lips together, his expression grim. "What kind of rain is this? Why won't it stop?" It felt as if it were clinging to their very footsteps. Huamagua frowned, glanced upward, then said, "Boss, the brothers are still wounded. If they get soaked for too long, it won't be good for their injuries." Chen Yulo nodded. "Let's head back for shelter first." "Yes, sir." Huamagua immediately ordered the men to turn around and head back toward the inn. Meanwhile, those who had been anxiously awaiting Chen Yulo's return began discussing how to retrieve him. They had already changed into dry clothes, ready to rush ahead and block the path. "They're back. They're back. They're all back." Everyone turned to look at the same moment. It was Wang Yi, frantically running back. Wang Yi's face was lit up with surprise and delight, his smile impossible to contain. "They're all back. We're saved. Han Feng immediately scanned the area outside, locating the entrance where he saw the unloading rich people gradually returning. Luo Laowai had clearly received word as well, standing cheerfully on the doorframe. Hey, Chen Zongbeitu, weren't you leaving? Why'd you come back? Hearing this, Chen Zongbeitu paid Luo Laowai no mind whatsoever and headed straight for the house. Everyone, come in and take shelter from the rain. After saying this, Chen Yulo sought out Hua Ling. Spotting her, he apologetically said, Miss Hua Ling, I'm afraid I must trouble you once more. This weather is truly baffling. The moment we stepped outside, the rain began, catching us completely off guard. My brother's wounds haven't fully healed yet, and I fear this rain might worsen their condition. Hua Ling gave a reassuring smile. Don't worry. I'll examine them shortly. Thank you for your help. Ling Xiaoxiao and Chen Yi exchanged a glance, their faces softening with a hint of amusement. You're something else. You actually figured that out. It was only because that youth had that device, otherwise, there's no way we could have stopped them from leaving. And rain was the best solution. Chen Yulo was a man of honor. He'd never let his brothers trek through a downpour while injured. The only place to shelter from the rain was the inn. The other option was the Miao village, but how could the villagers possibly let so many strangers in? That would inevitably lead to more negotiations, wasting who knows how much time. Thus, the optimal solution was to return to the inn. Though they had returned, they would still depart once the rain ceased. Chen Yi was well aware of this. Therefore, our hopes now rested on Fang Ku and his group. If they could return in time, they might still turn the tide. Ling Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes, but what if they don't return in time? Chen Yi took a deep breath. If they don't return in time, we'll have to find another way to keep him here until old Quail Whistle comes back. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao seemed puzzled. Are you certain they all need to go together? Otherwise, what do you suggest we do? Ling Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and shook her head. I don't know. That's why I'm listening to you. Besides, you seem pretty confident about this. Chen Yi paused. Really? Of course. Those people trust you, probably drawn in by your confidence. You'd make a pretty good leader. Chen Yi couldn't help but clear his throat softly. Stop. You really should say less. What leader? I don't like that title. Ling Xiaoxiao gave a faint smile and looked away. Chen Yi caught that smile out of the corner of his eye, and the corners of his own mouth lifted involuntarily. Hey, is that a carrier pigeon? Is it the one we sent out? Hearing this, Chen Yi followed Ling Xiaoxiao's gaze and saw it was indeed that pigeon. Come rain or shine, it never fails. The pigeon landed on Ling Xiaoxiao's outstretched hand, and she immediately spotted the envelope tied to its leg. She opened it and glanced at Chen Yi, her face brimming with delight. Chen Yi, Fang Ku has sent word they're on their way back and should arrive tomorrow. Chen Yi was taken aback, his expression turning slightly peculiar. Last time, they probably hadn't even started heading back at this point. Ling Xiaoxiao hummed in agreement. Fang Ku must have realized how serious things are and is rushing to meet up with us. Chen Yi nodded in understanding. Just as he turned to leave, Hua Makwai approached. Brother Chen. Chen Yi halted his steps and looked over. Brother Hua. Hua Magua hurried to Chen Yi's side. My boss wants to see you. Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice before he smiled and nodded in agreement. When he reached Chen Yulo, the latter still bore the disheveled appearance of having been drenched by the heavy rain. I apologize for troubling you to come all this way. Chen Yi smiled and asked directly, may I ask why the boss summoned me here? Chen Yulo pursed his lips. Today's celestial phenomena are rather peculiar. The sky was perfectly clear moments ago, yet the moment my men and I stepped outside, a violent storm erupted. Dark clouds, relentless lightning. What insights might Brother Chen offer? Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. He dared not offer any insights after all, they were the ones who had orchestrated this. It might just be a coincidence. Chief Chen, there's no need to overthink it. Chen Yulo wasn't as carefree as Chen Yi imagined. His brow furrowed deeply as he slowly shook his head. No. I don't believe this was mere coincidence. Chapter 125, Suspicion. Chen Yi's eyebrows lifted slightly, his expression complex. He hadn't expected Chen Yulo's intuition to be so sharp. But so what? He couldn't change it, unless the supply of that prop ran out. Where to even begin? Surely no one could control the heavens. Chen Yulo pressed his lips together, his expression complicated as he gazed out the window at the steady patter of rain. Brother Chen, look toward the west. Notice how the sky over there forms a stark contrast to ours. One side was thick with dark, ominous clouds, while the other basked in bright sunshine, blue skies, and white clouds. A stark contrast indeed. That's exactly how it is. Don't you find it strange? This weather is utterly baffling. And it's as if it's tracking me wherever I go, it follows. Chen Yi's eyelid twitched involuntarily at those words. No way it had actually been noticed. Mr. Chen, you're getting a bit fantastical here. That seems highly improbable. Clouds aren't people, how could they possibly track someone? Mr. Chen shook his head, equally puzzled. I'm puzzled too, Chen Yi replied. But what I just said is true. If you don't believe me, ask my brothers, they were with me the whole time and saw it with their own eyes. Chen Yi raised his hand to his forehead, his mind racing to find a solution. Is that so? I still feel something's off. If what you say is true, then isn't this rain trying to stop you? Doesn't it want you to leave? Chen Yulo froze, his mind reeling with shock. This was the first time he'd ever encountered such a situation. This is extraordinary. The most astonishing phenomenon under heaven. Could clouds truly behave this way? Chen Yi licked his dry lips and smiled faintly. Nothing in this world is impossible. Perhaps it truly is so. Why not stay a few more days and see? Maybe once the rain sees you're not leaving, it will stop. Chen Yulo's eyes flickered twice, and the fan in his hand clapped involuntarily against his palm. Did General Luo seek you out for a talk after I left? Chen Yi's eyes lifted slightly. General Luo is my employer, after all. Now that you've decided not to get involved, he'll naturally seek solutions from us. Chen Yulo sighed and turned to Chen Yi. Are you truly determined to proceed? We were hired by General Luo and have already received his payment. How could we possibly back out now? Chen Yulo's expression froze upon hearing this. You all value your word. Even if it costs you your lives, you'll keep your word. Isn't that what our line of work demands? Otherwise, who would trust you with their lives underground? Chen Yulo fell silent, seeming to agree with Chen Yi's words. But that tomb holds man-eating centipedes. How do you plan to enter without dealing with them? A single touch from one of those creatures turns you to water. How do you propose to handle that? Chen Yi burst out laughing. Isn't that exactly why we're waiting for the treasure from the partridge whistle? Chen Yulo froze, and Chen Yi quickly explained, didn't Partridge Whistle say when he left that he was going to find a treasure specifically designed to deal with those centipedes? Chen Yulo finally recalled, that's true. But does such a thing even exist in this world, something to counter those unnatural centipedes? Chen Yulo's words betrayed his disbelief. He looked at Chen Yi intently and said, brother, you saved my life. To me, you're already a brother I'd die for. But honestly, I don't think we should go to Ping Mountain. You might think I'm chickening out, but honestly, I really am. After losing so many brothers, I just don't have the courage anymore. If I keep pushing forward, what about the brothers I have left? I can't just stand by and watch them sacrifice themselves like this. Chen Yi could hear the pain in Chen Yulo's voice. He was still deeply affected by what happened last time. Thank you for your concern, Master Chen. But this is non-negotiable. I understand your worries, yet our identity as Tomb Raiders signifies we possess our own skills, especially underground. Otherwise, General Luo wouldn't have sought us out. Chen Yulo opened his mouth, but in the end, he said nothing more. He gave a slight nod, his voice deep and solemn. Take care. After leaving Chen Yulo's room, he was once again surrounded. It seemed that whenever he spoke privately with someone, these people feared he might not share what was discussed with them. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you all crowding around Ego like this? My ego isn't going to keep anything from you guys. Some people took a step back upon hearing Han Feng's words, while others remained completely skeptical. They suspected Chen Yi might be deliberately concealing something. Not necessarily. This is a dungeon, there might be ulterior motives. Han Feng's mood soured instantly upon hearing this. What's wrong with having personal motives? Who doesn't? Besides, you haven't lifted a finger, yet you want a share of the spoils? Look at what you're saying. This isn't the time for selfish motives. If he hadn't told us anything, wouldn't that be like watching us walk into certain death? Wang Yi paused, stunned by the man's words. Hey, what kind of talk is this? When did Brother Yi ever tell you to go to your death? He just dragged you in for a few words. If you don't listen to those few words, are you going to die? The man sneered coldly. If it's just a few words, then what's the harm in telling me? It won't change anything. With that kind of attitude, you still want to know? Forget it, Yi. Don't tell him. He doesn't deserve it. Doing nothing is one thing, but now he's trying to play the moral high ground card? What a joke. We're already deep in the dungeon. They won't be swayed by moral blackmail that easily. Chen Yi looked bored. You don't need to be so wary. When Mr. Chen called me, he didn't say much either. Just told us to be careful and advised us not to go to Bottle Mountain. That's all. Hearing this, the others instantly lost interest. Ah, that's all? I thought he had something important to say. Turns out it was just this? He even tried to dissuade us from going? Please. We're practically dragging him there. Chen Yi glanced toward the back of the room, catching sight of a corner of a garment. He rushed to the doorway but saw nothing. The others in the room watched Chen Yi's sudden movement with surprise. What's up, Yi? Why the rush? Someone was outside the door just now. They probably overheard what we were saying. Han Feng's mouth fell open, and he couldn't help but feel uneasy. We didn't really say anything, did we? Even if they heard, they couldn't have figured anything out. He swallowed nervously. Right? Chapter 126, Return. The others all looked confused, exchanging glances, unsure of what to do. Wait, who could it be? Someone actually spying on us? Oh right, what did we just say? The others fell silent, exchanging glances. Ling Xiaoxiao sighed and said, don't worry. Even if they overheard, it won't matter. If it involves dungeon matters, the dungeon will alter what they heard. Hearing this, the others finally relaxed a little. Chen Yi noticed something and asked, what kind of changes? Ling Xiaoxiao paused, then shook her head. That's all set by the dungeon itself. As for what exactly it changes to, I have no idea. Chen Yi sighed. Let it be. If they overheard, it's no big deal. We can explain later if needed. Han Feng let out a soft hiss, stepping beside Chen Yi. Bro, do you think that eavesdropper came because they suspect our identities? Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. Our identities are assigned by the dungeon. They can't be wrong. Since our identities are correct, it must be because we've been spending too much time with Chief Chen these past few days, making people suspicious. Hearing this, Han Feng's eyes widened. Now that you mention it, it all makes sense. It must be Luo Laowai's people eavesdropping on us. After all, didn't Chen Zong, the head instructor, just call you over to talk? He definitely wants to know what Chen Zong, the head instructor, told you. Chen Yi pursed his lips. Then it doesn't matter. We'll just wait until tomorrow to bring back the partridge whistle and we can go back in. Hearing this, Han Feng couldn't help but rub the goosebumps rising on his skin. His last experience had scared the living daylights out of him, and he had absolutely no desire to go back in. Sigh, I wonder if we'll even make it out of this dungeon alive. Chen Yi frowned at this remark. Don't talk nonsense. Of course we can get out alive. Han Feng still wore a sighing expression as he said, if we really do make it back alive, I hope the next instance isn't like this one. It's too terrifying. These two dungeons had taught him that this world had no ghosts, only the wisdom of ancient people. They knew what awaited them after death even before they died. Holy crap, that's truly godlike. We'll deal with what comes next later. Alright, take care of that boy. Make sure no one bullies him. Chen Yi glanced sideways at the frail youth. That kid had pulled out nearly S-tier gear twice in a row. No doubt, some eyes had already turned green with envy. If he didn't keep an eye on things, he feared that crowd might try to squeeze every last bit of his fortune out of the boy. Though the boy claimed he had no fortune left. Who would believe that? The next day, the sky gradually lightened, and the youth's rain summoning item was completely depleted. It returned to the youth's hands. The moment the dark clouds dispersed, the sun burst forth in brilliant radiance. The warm sun bathed his body, radiating a comforting warmth that felt especially soothing. Han Feng rubbed his hands together, deciding to bask in the warmth of the sun. After all, that all-night downpour had left him chilled to the bone. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. Alright, think of a way to keep stalling for time. With the clouds gone and no more rain falling, wouldn't Chen Yulo's men start preparing to leave? Fong Ku and the partridge whistle hadn't returned yet. They couldn't just leave like this. So what do you plan to do? Chen Yi hadn't figured it out yet. Damn it, why is Fong Ku moving so damn slow? Doesn't he fear we might die again? Watching Xia Ling pack his belongings, Wang He grew increasingly impatient. How about I block the door and stop them from leaving? Hearing this, Chen Yi's body twitched involuntarily. How much strength could you possibly muster? With so many of them, they'd only need to send a few men to carry you away. Wang He's expression froze upon hearing this, then he slumped his shoulders in defeat. Then what do we do? The rainwater's gone too. But wasn't the rain supposed to last 2 more days? It's only been 1 day and 1 night, and it's already gone. Light rain lasts 2 days, but heavy rain probably doesn't even last a full day. Earlier, when it was just light rain, Mr. Chen stubbornly insisted on leaving with his people. Only heavy rain could make them reconsider. So the young man had no choice but to switch to heavy rain mode to successfully call them back. Otherwise, they really would have just watched them run off. Wang He scratched his head. Seeing Chen Yi standing motionless, he couldn't help but ask, Brother Yi, have you figured something out? Chen Yi shook his head. No. Hearing this, Wang He grew even more anxious. Then why aren't you worried at all, Yi? Are we really just going to let him walk away? If he leaves, won't we be repeating the same mistake? This time, there's no second chance. It's all or nothing. He wasn't ready to bite the dust at such a young age. Han Feng whispered soothingly, don't get so worked up. Brother Yi isn't panicking, which means he definitely has a solution. You just need to wait patiently. Besides, you can't think of any other way anyway. We still have to rely on Brother Yi. Wang He scratched his head again. So we're just supposed to do nothing? He's about to leave. Wang He was beyond nervous, terrified the other party would leave without hesitation, leaving them no chance to salvage the situation. Han Feng also turned to Chen Yi. Brother Yi, what should we do? Don't worry, it won't happen that quickly. Seeing this, Han Feng immediately relaxed and waited quietly. Why? The rain just stopped. At the very least, we should wait for the water on the ground to dry. Just walking off like this isn't right, there are so many people here. Hearing this, Wang He blinked and quickly pointed toward the people leaving the door. What about them? What are they doing out there? scouting the path, checking the condition of the roads after the rain. If they're passable, they'll leave, if not, they'll wait a bit longer. Wang Yi paused, then stammered, "Oh, I see. That makes sense. Ha! Then I can rest easy." Meanwhile, Fangku and Luo Wei, who had been on her mind all along, followed the partridge whistle back along the path. Honggu's gaze lingered on them several times before she asked, "Why do you two look so flustered?" Fangku immediately laughed, "Really? Yes. You clearly panicked when catching the chicken. Why?" Honggu had always assumed these two were useless freeloaders who couldn't help with anything. She never expected them to handle the chicken so effortlessly. She'd assumed they'd be stuck there for quite some time. Chapter 127, Gathering Intelligence. Maybe it's because I want to get this divine chicken back quickly. That way, we won't have to fear those centipedes anymore and can enter the underground palace smoothly. Hearing this, Honggu tentatively believed him for once. "Heh, you're quite the impatient one." Fangku replied with casual nonchalance, "There's a fortune in gold and silver treasures inside. Who wouldn't be eager?" Honggu raised an eyebrow slightly, folding her arms as she asked, "So you're here for the treasure? Miss Hong, isn't that a bit of a strange question? If it weren't for the treasure, who would risk so much? Right, brother Partridge?" Fang Jianjian saw that the partridge whistle hadn't spoken, so he turned his gaze to the old foreigner. "Right, old foreigner? I'm not wrong about this, am I?" The old foreigner obliged with a nod. "Indeed. But it's also true who'd trek all this way to some godforsaken backwater without a purpose?" "Exactly. The old foreigner really gets it. Ah, I hear your mountain-moving sect isn't after treasure. If it's not treasure, then what is it for?" The foreigner chuckled, about to speak, when Quail Whistle cleared his throat. The foreigner immediately fell silent. He gave Fangku a couple of awkward chuckles. Only then did Fangku's gaze shift slowly to Partridge Whistle. He asked with a smile, "Is it something you can't talk about? This concerns our mountain-moving sect. Outsiders are better off not prying." Fangku grunted. "Brother Cuckoo, you don't have to be so cold. I was just curious. It's rare to hear of people who aren't after treasure. The world holds many kinds of people. Those who seek nothing for gain are not few. You needn't focus your attention on me." Fangku expended considerable effort but failed to coax any words from Zhuge Xiao's lips. Honggu burst into loud laughter beside them. Getting words out of his mouth is harder than climbing to the moon. You'd be better off asking someone else or just switching to another person. But who else is there to ask but the old foreigner? The foreigner clearly caught the implication and gave a helpless chuckle. "If my senior brother forbids me from speaking, I certainly won't blab. You'd better give up." Fang Kimian suppressed his thoughts and chuckled twice. "All right. Since it's your sect's secret, I won't press further. I overstepped earlier, my apologies." Hearing this, the old foreigner warmed to him. "You're a decent fellow, quite polite. When traveling far from home, harmony is always the best policy." The old foreigner laughed heartily. "You're right. If you speak out of turn, you'll not only offend people but also get yourself beaten up." Fang could chuckle twice before saying, "We should hurry on our way. From what I heard, something seems to have happened." Honggu, who had been smiling until then, suddenly grew anxious at Fangku's words. "What did you say? What happened?" Fangku sighed. "I just got word from them. Many brothers from the Unloading Ridge faction were injured or killed. Their losses this time are severe. It'll be tough for them to continue." Hearing this, Honggu's face paled even further. "What about my boss? Is he okay?" Fangku shook his head. "I don't know about that. The message didn't say anything about your boss. But it sounded urgent, which is why I rushed here. I was worried that if I delayed even a moment, it might." Fangku didn't finish his sentence, but his words were deeply thought-provoking. Honggu's panic was genuine. She quickened her pace, urging them on. "Hurry up! Haven't you heard something's happened? You're moving like a bunch of turtles." Partridge Whistle and the old foreigner exchanged a silent glance at Honggu. After receiving a glare from her, they immediately averted their eyes and hurried to follow behind him. Luo Wei shot Fangku a knowing look, and Fangku smugly lifted his chin. While Chen Yi and the others waited anxiously on this side, Luo Lawai had already gathered them together on the other. Because of Chen Yulo wanting to quit, old crooked Luo finally remembered this group of Tomb Raiders. Rubbing his hands together, he grinned and asked, "You lot should each have your own skills. Compared to that Chen boss, you shouldn't be any worse off, right? After all, you've been digging around underground for years. Your know-how can't be any less than his." The men exchanged glances and gave dry chuckles. "What exactly is the general asking?" Chen Yi spoke up first. Luo Lawai cut straight to the chase. "I just want to know when we should set out. You know, waiting around here these past few days with nothing to do has made my men restless. If we don't get moving soon, I can't imagine how lazy they'll get." Chen Yi knew this was merely a surface excuse. The real reason was Luo Lawai's impatience. He wanted to get his hands on the treasure in Ping Mountain as soon as possible, which naturally meant wanting to enter the mountain sooner. He understood the urgency, but rushing was pointless. The team wasn't even fully assembled yet. Commander, we must wait a little longer. Once Partridge Whistle returns with the treasure, we can set out immediately. Luo Lawai snorted impatiently. Is that guy even coming back? I can't shake the feeling he's pulling my leg. The Meow village isn't that far, how come he hasn't returned after so long? It feels like he's run off. Since he's searching for the treasure, it naturally won't be quick. If it were that easy to find, the treasures hidden in these mountains would have been taken long ago. Hearing this, old Crooked Luo conceded there was some truth to it and dropped the argument. But waiting indefinitely was starting to test his patience. So while we wait for them to return, is there anything else we can do? Chen Yi shook his head. Just wait patiently. There's nothing else to do for now. Luo Lawai's mood soured instantly. He pressed on, are you certain there's absolutely nothing else? Chen Yi's eyebrow lifted slightly as he shook his head slowly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Truly, there is nothing else. Luo Lawai pressed his lips together. Must we wait for that man to return? Is he really that important? Being able to handle those centipedes was already crucial. If we couldn't even get past the first hurdle, what was the point of discussing what came next? Luo Lawai fell silent. His aide, Yang, chimed in with a word of advice. These brothers are right. Those centipedes are deadly. One touch and a man turns into 2 pools of water, their venom is potent. Luo Lawai narrowed his eyes and gave a cold nod. Fine. We'll wait for that brother then. How much longer do they have? If they dare run, I'll turn Shangxi upside down to hunt them down. Chapter 128, Back into Bottle Mountain. The men emerging from Luo Lawai's place all wore tear-stained faces, which struck Chen Yi as highly unusual. What's wrong? Wang He sighed. That Luo Lawai is pushing us towards certain death. He kept saying wait, but then he still wanted us to discuss it. Doesn't he just want to go sooner? That man really isn't afraid of dying. He'd trade his life for wealth. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. He simply doesn't know the true dangers there. Naturally, he feels no fear, thinking our warnings are just scare tactics. With all those casualties, his eyes must have been blinded long ago. Chen Yi glanced up at the scorching sun. At this rate, the ground would likely be parched by afternoon. Hearing this, the others immediately grew tense. No, it can't be that fast, can it? Han Feng silently examined the ground beneath his feet. The soil beneath his feet had visibly dried considerably. Though it still looked somewhat loose, it was already much better than it had been that morning. Wang He pressed his lips together. It's fine. I believe the heavens are on our side. Chen Yi stared at the puddles on the ground, then glanced up at the sky. When did they say they'd arrive today? Well, I don't think it was specified, but they'll definitely arrive today. Once they're here, we won't have to worry about this anymore. Honestly, General Manager Chen's constant worrying has been keeping me up at night. Chen Yi hummed in agreement. Then there's no need to worry. We just need to make sure they don't leave today. The others all nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Fang Ku and the others had spared no effort to rush their journey, finally arriving at the pavilion at top speed. Honggu arrived to find the ground littered with wounded brothers, many more being carried inside for treatment. The old foreigner immediately shouted, Hualing! Hualing! Honggu rushed to find Wamagwa, her voice trembling with anxiety. Where's the boss? How is he? Huamagwa shook his head. Not good. Hearing this, Honggu rushed forward anxiously and dashed inside. Chen Yi emerged and spotted Fang Ku and his group. Fang Ku and Chen Yi exchanged a glance before quickly averting their eyes. Chen Yi turned to ask Zhuge Xiao, did you find the treasure? Yes, we've found it. With this, we can safely enter Bottle Mountain. Chen Yi nodded slowly and said, however, the situation is rather complicated now. General Manager Chen and General Luo have had a falling out, and there's talk of disbanding the group. Zhuge Xiao fell into deep thought before offering a brief thank you. Upon his return, Zhuge Xiao immediately convened a grand assembly. Chen Yi and the others arrived early, standing by and waiting. When Luo Lawai arrived with his subordinates, he demanded angrily, what the hell do you want with me? Don't fret, General. Our boss will be here shortly. Luo Lawai snorted derisively but said nothing. Chen Yulo arrived late, taking the seat of honor, his face still worn with fatigue. Once everyone was present, Partridge Whistle finally spoke. I must ask you all, are you truly not going? Seeing no response, Partridge Whistle continued, if you wish to disband, then let us part ways here. The mountain-moving sect has always been accustomed to acting alone. We will take the treasure and enter the tomb ourselves. This instantly stirred discontent in Luo Lawai. Hold on. Brother Partridge, why the rush? Let me see what treasure you've brought back. Zhuge Xiao didn't beat around the bush, he let the old foreigner open the basket directly. A chicken was lifted onto the table. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to the chicken on the table. Luo Lawai stared at the chicken in surprise for a moment. He snorted derisively, it's just a chicken. If you found it, you found it, if you didn't, you didn't. No one's going to say anything. But this? Bringing a chicken to fool us? What kind of nonsense is this? Fang Ku immediately interjected, Commander, this isn't just any chicken. It possesses extraordinary abilities. Luo Laowai fixed his gaze on Fong Ku. He still held some trust in him, and after all, he was one of his own. What kind of power, he demanded. Can this chicken actually fight those evil creatures? Fong Ku nodded without hesitation. Yes, Commander. Don't be fooled by its appearance. This is a phoenix breed rooster. Moreover, roosters are natural predators of centipedes. Combined with other factors, it will certainly eliminate those centipedes. General Luo's eyes lit up, and he burst into laughter. Impressive indeed. A phoenix breed. Excellent, excellent. Brother Partridge, you've certainly got some skills up your sleeve. General Luo chuckled twice before turning his gaze to Chen Yi and calling out to him with a smile. When Chen Yi ignored him, Luo Dasha hurried over, bowed deeply with clasped fists, and apologized profusely. Chen Yi quickly reached out to help him up. We're all on the same side. We should watch each other's backs. I share the blame for what happened earlier. Seeing the two leaders reconcile, Hua Mogwai immediately interjected. Congratulations to both leaders on discovering such ingenious strategies. Chen Yi turned to Partridge Whistle and said, This journey has been troublesome for you, Brother Partridge. Tomorrow, we shall advance into Ping Mountain. Hearing this, Chen Yi and the others were overjoyed. After the meeting concluded, they each returned to their respective quarters. Wonderful. This time it's finally happening. We should be able to clear the pass now. Wang Yi couldn't help but feel elated. Chen Yi's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Indeed, this part should be correct. Now our focus must shift to tomorrow. Once we enter tomorrow, everyone must be cautious. This will undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Han Feng felt a bit bolder. Having already gone through it once, what was there to fear? He knew the place inside out. As long as he didn't run into that zombie king again, he'd be unafraid of anything. That zombie king is truly formidable. Chen Yi's brow furrowed again. The zombie king was a formidable foe, but defeating it wasn't our primary objective. Our goal was simply to survive until the dungeon concluded. However, if we followed the dungeon's path, nearly everyone entering this time would perish. Chen Yi closed his eyes, forcing himself to suppress the unease. Go back and prepare. Upon Fong Ku's return, he immediately contacted the others. What on earth was going on? Why had they suddenly returned to 4 days prior? Fong Ku had no idea what had happened to them, but he was puzzled that time had actually reversed, bringing them back to 4 days prior. Brother Fong, what were you guys doing back then? Why didn't you enter Ping Mountain? Fong Ku pressed his lips together, recalling the scene, his expression darkening. We couldn't get in. After you guys left, Ping Mountain was shrouded in thick fog. It was impossible to see anything. I wanted to go in and meet up with you, but I couldn't find the entrance at all. Chapter 129, Exposure Means Death? Everyone was stunned by this. How could that be? You're not pulling our leg, are you? How could you not find the entrance? It's such a huge opening. Fong Ku knew they didn't believe him, but that was the truth. Not only that, but they couldn't get in, nor could they get back out. Bingshan was shrouded in mist, and the areas behind them were equally enveloped. The only thing visible was the resting pavilion. It seemed as if that place had been specially set aside for their rest, and beyond it, nothing else could be seen. A vast, empty expanse. What about that Partridge Whistle following you? Is he like you? Fong Ku's brow furrowed slightly before he shook his head. He's a native of this dungeon. Naturally, he's different from us. He sees what we can't, and he goes where we cannot. Chen Yi pursed his lips, asking doubtfully, did he notice anything amiss? Yes. That's why he killed us. Chen Yi's pupils contracted sharply. Han Feng stared in disbelief. What? He killed you? Fong Ku continued, just as we were about to die, we suddenly returned to 4 days ago. That's why we wanted to ask you what exactly is going on here. Chen Yi stroked his chin. He sensed something was off with you. Did he realize you weren't from here? Fong Ku's gaze shifted to Chen Yi. Hearing his words, he gave a faint nod, yes. Once he realized that, his demeanor changed completely. He launched an attack on us directly. Those two suddenly became like monsters. Han Feng swallowed hard, gave a small laugh, and whispered to Chen Yi, who was frowning in deep thought. Brother Yi, do you know what's going on? Chen Yi pursed his lips. I have a theory. The others' gazes instantly turned to him. Fong Ku looked at him in surprise. What theory? Didn't you just say it? Once they realized something was off with you guys, they went after you. Doesn't that prove we can't let our cover slip? If we do, they'll target us first. Han Feng and Wang Yi gaped, silently embracing each other. Our Tomb Raider cover? This is gonna be tough? Fong Ku's eyes darted around before he asked, what happened to you guys? What else could it be? We didn't follow the plot, so we got trapped and died inside Bottle Mountain. Mozak was the man who knew so much about the time rewinding artifact earlier. Fong Ku's brow instantly furrowed. Didn't follow the plot? Do you even know what this plot is about? No clue. But even if we don't know, one thing's certain, sending only Luo Laowai's crew in was definitely the wrong move. We're proof of that. This time, gathering everyone together before going in should work. Mozak's gaze shifted to Chen Yi, as if seeking someone to echo his words. Chen Yi nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. If this doesn't work, then there really is no other way. Hearing this, Fangke's expression darkened. None of them had any other solutions, so they could only go with the flow. Then we'll proceed with your plan for now. By the way, what exactly is the situation inside Bottle Mountain? Mozak looked utterly speechless, chuckling dryly before shaking his head. You'll see for yourself. Anyway, this time, we've practically gambled everything we have on this expedition. This new trip, whether they clear the instance or not, is beside the point. The real question is whether they'll survive. Are you okay? You look a bit pale. Do you need me to take a look? As Hua Ling passed by, she noticed the youth's ghastly pallor and immediately approached, standing beside him. The boy's face was deathly pale. Seeing Hua Ling's worried expression, he slowly managed to smile. I'm fine. Just haven't gotten enough rest. Hua Ling frowned in confusion. You haven't been anywhere. How could you not have rested well? The youth froze, suddenly feeling a chill run through his body. He looked at the girl before him. Though her expression was clearly one of concern, he felt as if saying the wrong thing could get him killed by her in the next second. His instincts were usually spot on, and he instantly grew tense. His mind raced. Hua Ling narrowed her eyes. What's wrong? You don't seem like a tomb raider with such a weak constitution. Could someone who frequently explores tombs really be this frail? You're not actually. Miss Hua Ling. I finally found you. I was just wondering where you'd gone. Han Feng smiled as he drew closer to Hua Ling, instantly capturing her attention. Brother Han Feng, what's up? Han Feng pointed in a direction. Your senior brother is looking for you. Seems something happened with Mr. Chen's team leader. He wants you to check it out. Hua Ling grew tense. Oh. I'll go right away. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back to the boy and said with a smile, once I'm done with this, I'll come back and check on you. If anything's bothering you, just come find me. Then she left the spot. Hearing her words, the boy's face paled even more. What's wrong? You look even worse than before. The boy swallowed repeatedly. Don't you find this strange? Han Feng found a clean spot and sat cross-legged on the ground. What's strange? Where's the strangeness? I think your complexion looks strange. After using that artifact, why do you seem to be getting weaker and weaker? Hey, we're entering Bottle Mountain tomorrow. Will you be able to make it? The youth gazed at the vanished flower spirit, then finally spoke. Just now, Miss Flower Spirit suspected my identity. Han Feng was startled. Ha? She doubted you? But you didn't do anything. Why would she suddenly suspect you? This was another point that puzzled the youth. Yeah, I didn't do anything either. She just suddenly started doubting me. That's what makes it even stranger. Han Feng suddenly recalled Fangke's words, and a chill instantly ran down his spine. Something's off about this. I think they're trying to destroy their own cover story with us, then find an opportunity to take us out. After saying this, Han Feng froze. Could we really end up dying at their hands this time? No way. The boy looked at Han Feng in confusion. Why would you say that? Miss Hua Ling was quite kind to us earlier. She wouldn't do something like that, would she? Chapter 130, Are the Tools Useless? Han Feng shot the youth a look of exasperation. Have you forgotten Hua Ling is part of the dungeon? Her kindness toward us is just her character's role. The boy's expression grew complex as he spoke. But you seemed to like Miss Hua Ling quite a bit earlier, didn't you? Han Feng's eyes flickered twice as he nervously rubbed his nose. I've liked plenty of girls. I like all girls. The youth asked with childlike innocence. Then, what about Miss Ling? You're trying to get me killed. The youth burst into laughter. Not at all. I just didn't expect you to be so afraid of Miss Ling. Han Feng chuckled. Afraid of her? If he could beat that woman, he wouldn't be afraid. If you're not afraid, then go ahead and say something flirtatious to her face. Of course he wouldn't dare. Han Feng sat for a moment before abruptly standing up. No, I have to tell Yi about this. What if it's a clue? With that, Han Feng dashed off. The youth remained seated, watching Han Feng's frantic departure with a faint smile. After Han Feng left, several figures appeared before him. Brother Mo, Brother Luo, Brother Feng, what's up? Seeing them surround him, the youth grew tense, though his face still bore an innocent smile. Fangke narrowed his eyes, asking with confusion, I heard it was you who used that time rewinding device to save us. I came specifically to thank you. The youth blinked and waved his hands hurriedly. It's nothing, Brother Feng. If I hadn't used that item, we all would have died. Besides, if Brother Mo hadn't brought it up, I wouldn't have even remembered. Fangke tilted his head, his tone thick with confusion. But you said you were a newbie? How did a newbie get hold of a tool? The boy blinked his innocent eyes, looking utterly bewildered. I don't know either. These two items were just in my backpack, but they were useless except for the rewind item. But that's a one-time use item. Once you use it, it's gone. So the only 2 items in your backpack are already gone. The boy's eyes flickered briefly as he slowly shook his head. There's another item. Fongke was a bit surprised. Another one? What kind of item? It's pretty useless too. I can't think of any use for it anyway. The youth promptly pulled out the item. It looked like an ordinary flashlight. Fongke examined it carefully from all angles before handing it back. Is that all? The boy nodded. This is all I have left. Just then, Wang Yi returned. Spotting the boy surrounded by others, he grew tense and hurried over. Brother Fong, Brother Mo, Brother Luo, what are you doing? Our little brother needs proper rest. Let's not disturb him here. Fongke turned his head, a smile playing on his lips. Seeing Wang Yi's anxious expression, he asked with puzzlement, why are you so nervous? Do you think I'd hurt him? After all, he saved my life. I'm not some ungrateful dog. Wang Yi scratched his head, looking troubled. Miss Ling said no one is allowed near him. Brother Fong, you understand. If Miss Ling finds out I left for just a moment and you all came over, she definitely won't let me off the hook. Fongke narrowed his eyes. Mozak beside him nodded slowly. True. Miss Ling did say that. What's there to fear? She won't do anything to you. Wang Yi chuckled twice. You can try and see if she'll do anything to you. He certainly wouldn't dare. Fongke pressed his lips together, his expression darkening for a moment. Wang Yi slowly stepped between them, separating the youth from Fongke and her companions. All right, stop crowding around him. He's so frail, look how pale his face is. Fongke raised an eyebrow, gave a light snort, and turned to sit in a corner not far away. Once she was gone, Wang Yi leaned close and whispered to the boy, he didn't do anything to you, did he? The youth shook his head. He just asked about the props I was holding. Wang Yi patted his chest in relief. That's good. As long as he didn't harm you. Igu told me to take good care of you. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't have the face to stand before him. Meanwhile, Han Feng recounted every detail of the boy's encounter to Chen Yi. Chen Yi and Ling Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, both seeing unease in each other's eyes. Seeing this, Han Feng couldn't help but voice his concern. We're starting over again. Could we have triggered some kind of mechanism? This feels off. Chen Yi shook his head, his expression heavy. He didn't know what had happened, but whatever it wasn't good news for them. Be careful. Make sure you keep your cover story firmly in mind. Han Feng nodded, immediately pulling out his ID card and beginning to study it intently. Ling Xiaoxiao leaned against the wall. It wasn't like this before. Why did it suddenly get harder just because we restarted? First time around, no matter how much we messed up our personas, nobody cared. Their sole goal was getting into Ping Mountain. But now we've used the rewind device to go back 4 days. That means everyone in this instance is also back 4 days, only they have no memory of it. Their attention is fixed on us. Maybe the real instance is just beginning. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao's brows knitted tightly. This would severely hinder our actions. With so many monsters lurking in Bottle Mountain, having to constantly watch out for these natives was nothing short of a headache. Chen Yi fell silent. This situation felt unnervingly strange. Could it truly be because they had restarted? Is this the chicken that can handle that centipede? Han Feng edged closer to the old foreigner, crouching beside the basket. Through the slats, he caught sight of the furious rooster inside. If my senior brother says it can, then it can. Besides, this isn't just any chicken. You might not even be able to defeat it in a one-on-one fight. Hearing this, Han Feng instantly bristled. Who did he think he was looking down on? If he couldn't beat the old man, that was one thing, but he couldn't even beat a chicken? The old foreigner chuckled. Why don't you give it a try? Have a fight with it? Hearing this, Han Feng felt a pang of unease. Fighting a chicken? If he lost, wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? Forget it. Why would I fight some animal? Winning that wouldn't earn me any respect. Chapter 131, Tomb Raiders. The old foreigner chuckled. No big deal if you lose. No one will laugh at you. Han Feng didn't buy it. The man before him was the master of sarcasm. Hey, who brought this chicken? The old foreigner clicked his tongue. Didn't he say? It's one of your own, isn't it? I underestimated him, he's got some skills after all. Ha? Fongke caught a chicken? That impressive? He can actually catch chickens. The old foreigner looked at Han Feng. What? You seem completely unaware. Aren't you all in this together? Han Feng's eyes flickered twice, then he gave a dry laugh. Who said we're in this together? The foreigner raised his eyebrows in surprise. You're not part of the same group? Aren't you all Tomb Raiders? Han Feng replied with an inscrutable expression, of course not. When General Luo invited us, I had no idea he'd invite so many others. Had I known they were coming, we wouldn't have come. The old foreigner was utterly astonished. So you're not in cahoots? From the way you talk, it sounds like you and them aren't exactly on friendly terms. What's this talk of friendly or unfriendly? We're just competitors. Would you ever give your rivals a friendly look? The old foreigner shook his head immediately. Of course not. Han Feng snapped his fingers. Exactly. Neither would I. Isn't that just normal? This Luo Laowai is something else. He actually gathered all your sworn rivals together. Han Feng's eyelid twitched. He quickly interrupted the old foreigner. No. Not mortal enemies, just competitors. Don't go inventing new personas for me. If he actually took that to heart, wouldn't he really have to go up against Feng Ku and the others? He dared not provoke them. The old foreigner shot him a meaningful glance. Han Feng chuckled awkwardly, quickly finding an excuse to slip away. Upon returning to their small gathering spot, he found the group had split into two factions, each occupying opposite sides with a noticeable distance between them. He silently walked over to Wang Yi's side. What's going on here? The atmosphere feels a bit off. Wang Yi muttered something under his breath, and Han Feng's eyes widened instantly. He glanced sideways toward Feng Ku. To be arguing at a time like this? They must be out of their minds. Why act so foolish now? When Ling Xiaoxiao and Chen Yi returned, they naturally saw the situation. Chen Yi wore a blank expression, while Ling Xiaoxiao frowned deeply. Forming cliques? Han Feng immediately lifted his head and quickly looked toward Feng Ku. Miss Ling, he began, this isn't the time for idle chatter. Can't you see how tense things are right now? Ling Xiaoxiao crossed her arms. So what? Her aloof demeanor left Chen Yi and Han Feng momentarily stunned. Han Feng immediately turned to look at Chen Yi, and Ling Xiaoxiao's gaze followed suit. Chen Yi paused, then grunted in acknowledgement. Fine. Very fine. Ling Xiaoxiao gave a soft snort and sat down beside Chen Yi. Early the next morning, the group packed up and headed toward Ping Mountain. When Chen Yi saw Ling Xiaoxiao seemed about to follow Hua Ling, he immediately pulled her back. Not yet. Ling Xiaoxiao glanced down at where she'd been grabbed. Chen Yi caught her gaze, instantly released her, and awkwardly rubbed his nose. Their situation is unclear. We shouldn't interact with them for now. What if she? Ling Xiaoxiao pursed her lips. If I don't go now, won't it contradict my earlier behavior? Won't that make her even more suspicious? Hearing this, Chen Yi no longer tried to stop her. He simply said, be careful. If anything feels off, run back to me. Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered briefly. She gave a faint "oh" and turned to leave. Chen Yi watched her retreating figure when a sudden gust of wind swept past. He reached out his hand and immediately heard a wail of anguish. Brother! Brother! It's me! You're being too harsh. My hand is about to snap. Recognizing the figure behind him as Han Feng, he instantly released the hand he was holding, his brow furrowing slightly. What are you doing? Han Feng swallowed hard, reading Chen Yi's expression. I just saw you standing here spacing out. I'm telling you, we can go now. Everyone else has left. You're the only one still standing here zoning out. Han Feng chuckled awkwardly. Brothery, you wouldn't actually have feelings for Ling Xiaoxiao, would you? You're overthinking it. I don't feel that way. I'm not like you. With that, Chen Yi immediately followed after them. Han Feng stood alone, frowning in confusion. When have I ever misjudged someone? It's obvious. That look in his eyes, could I possibly have misread it? Hey, Brother Feng, what are you muttering to yourself about? Hurry up, or we'll lose them. Han Feng glanced at the youth being supported by Wang Yi. Are you okay? The boy nodded faintly. I'm fine, Brother Feng. Han Feng hummed in acknowledgement, then remarked oddly, you've rested for a whole day, yet somehow you seem even worse off than before. The youth rubbed his face in confusion. Really? I feel like I've recovered quite a bit. Wang Yi glanced at the youth's face and nodded with a hint of concern. Yeah, you have. Your complexion seems to be getting worse the longer you rest. The person ahead urged them on, snapping the trio back to attention. They hurried to catch up. Chen Yulo, leading the way, suddenly halted and spoke slowly. It's a pity our mountain-moving and ridge-unloading faction lacks the skill of the tomb raiding school to discern the mountain's form from the outside and investigate its earth veins within. Using our ridge unloading method, we'd find a weak spot along the ridge, set explosives, and blast the underground palace open. Luo Laowai stroked his beard and immediately broke into laughter. His gaze instantly locked onto Chen Yi and the others. Don't I have the skills of the tomb raiders? Chen Yulo's eyebrows lifted slightly, instantly grasping the meaning behind Luo Laowai's words. All eyes instantly turned to Chen Yi and his companions. Han Feng's eyelid twitched uncontrollably as he silently edged closer to Chen Yi. He stammered, they can't be talking about us, right? We don't have those tomb raiding skills. It doesn't even say that here. Chen Yi pressed his lips together. This didn't faze him. He possessed the 16-character Yang Feng Shui secret art, which corresponded precisely to observing mountain formations and probing Feng Shui terrain. But they had always distanced themselves from the tomb raiders. Why was old Luo suddenly linking them together? Chapter 132, The Entrance. Brother Chen, it's time for you to step in. Just as Chen Yi was about to step forward, Feng Ku beat him to it. Standing beside General Luo, he smiled and said, General, Chen Yi and his crew don't really understand this tomb raider business. At those words, Luo Laowai's gaze turned icy cold. Chen Yulo narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening as well. Chen Yi picked up where Fong Ke left off, adding, "We Tomb Raiders may not know the ways of the Tomb Raiders, but we have our own methods for finding tombs." Hearing this, General Luo and Chen Yulo's expressions relaxed, and they looked at him with smiles. "Well then, now is the time to show us your true skills." Chen Yi immediately turned to Fong Ke. "Looks like you already have a plan. You go first." Fong Ke's eyebrow arched slightly. He snorted, then turned his head and stated bluntly, "If we can't get up the mountain, why not go in from below?" Chen Yulo turned to him, waiting for Fong Ke to continue. "What do you mean?" Fong Ke spoke with an air of profound mystery. "I observe that vines grow abundantly at the base of this mountain. There must be a path. Digging from below is far better than digging from above." Hearing this, Chen Yulo seemed somewhat inclined to agree. "Brother Partridge, what do you think?" Partridge Whistle immediately chimed in, "I wholeheartedly agree with Brother Fong. This mountain's base has been hidden from light for centuries, yet it's covered in vines and creepers. That proves it's not solid rock beneath. Digging from below would definitely be less taxing than digging from the top down." "Chen Yulo, are you certain?" "It's merely a hypothesis." Chen Yulo's gaze fell once more upon Chen Yi. "Brother Chen, what are your thoughts on this?" Upon hearing this, Fong Ke's expression shifted slightly, his face clouding over. By the time Chen Yi looked over, Fong Ke had already composed his expression, offering a faint smile. Chen Yi, having read the emotion in his eyes, said, "I agree with Brother Zhuge and Brother Fong. The terrain here is rugged and the mountains are steep, making it difficult to find the entrance to the underground palace. Moreover, both of them are correct. However, I believe that pursuing both methods simultaneously would be faster." Chen Yulo nodded and immediately decided, "Very well. We'll split into two teams. One group will descend the mountain to excavate the underground palace, while the other will join me and General Luo in laying explosive charges along the ridge to blast open the entrance." Chen Yulo promptly assigned the remaining personnel, leaving only Chen Yi and his team unassigned. Before Chen Yulo could speak, Fong Ke volunteered, "General, I'll join you and Chief Chen to blast open the underground palace." Fong Ke, Luo Wei, and Mozak naturally stood by General Luo without hesitation. General Luo smiled and agreed. Chen Yulo then turned his gaze toward Chen Yi and the others. Chen Yi had no choice but to follow Zhuge Xiao down to the mountain base to excavate the underground palace. After assigning roles, the group began preparing for action. "Boss!" Honggu suddenly spoke up. The group thought she had something important to say, so they all stopped and waited for her. But it turned out she just wanted to be on the same team as Partridge Whistle. Han Feng, who had been feeling somewhat tense, couldn't help but start winking and making faces upon hearing this. "When did these two get together?" Han Feng whispered softly into Chen Yi's ear. Chen Yi lifted his eyelids slightly, glancing at Han Feng. "Don't talk nonsense." Han Feng immediately dropped his playful expression. Chen Yulo clearly froze for a moment, his gaze shifting between the two. Then he hummed in acknowledgement. "Well, how about letting Honggu lend you a hand? What do you think?" Zhuge Xiao gazed intently at Honggu, his lips curling into a faint smile. Han Feng watched the two of them acting all lovey-dovey, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Who would have thought we'd spot a lovey-dovey couple in the dungeon? Ling Xiaoxiao's gaze shifted to the bottle mountain across from them before she asked in confusion, "Why aren't we taking the original path we came in on?" During their previous entry into Ping Mountain, they hadn't gone to such lengths digging underground palaces, laying explosive charges, and blasting their way out. Back then, Chen Yi had simply chosen a direction based on feng shui and found the entrance to the underground palace. They'd simply followed the dungeon's storyline. Ling Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together, her brows furrowed. "This is way too much trouble. Just in case." Ling Xiaoxiao held her tongue and said no more. The group boarded bamboo rafts and headed toward the base of Bottle Mountain across the river. Chen Yi gazed at the pristine scenery around him, unable to suppress a wave of admiration. It was also incredibly real, especially the breathtaking scenery that filled one's heart with joy. Han Feng and Wang He beside him couldn't help but marvel as well. After all, in the real world, they rarely get to see such beautiful scenes. My goodness, it's truly breathtaking. If this weren't a dungeon, I'd definitely whip out my phone to capture it. Yet even the most breathtaking scenery in the dungeon left them with little heart to truly appreciate it. Take now, for instance. Standing on the bamboo raft, they were already strategizing how to handle what lay ahead. Their bamboo raft carried them all the way to the base of Bottle Mountain, where a cave entrance lay at its foot. They anchored the raft by the shore and followed the path inland. "We've never been here before," Han Feng remarked, looking around with unfamiliarity. But the chilling wind sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to hug his arms. "Are you cold?" Hua Ling's voice suddenly appeared beside him, startling Han Feng into a shudder. The stiffened Hua Ling turned to look. How did you suddenly appear beside me?" Han Feng's voice cracked involuntarily. Hua Ling blinked innocently. "I've been here all along. You haven't told me yet, are you scared?" Han Feng swallowed hard, tilting his neck back haughtily. Don't be ridiculous. Don't forget who I am. How could I possibly be afraid? Hua Ling tilted her head in disappointment. I thought you were scared. Otherwise, why would you be trembling like that? Han Feng silently followed Hua Ling's gaze down to his own legs. They were trembling uncontrollably. Han Feng's mouth twitched as he offered a deadpan explanation. It's just my old rheumatic legs. They start shaking uncontrollably whenever it gets cold. Hua Ling seemed to be hearing this for the first time, looking somewhat confused. I've never heard of this condition before. Do you need me to treat it? Han Feng shook his head frantically. No. It's an old problem. It can't be cured. Don't trouble yourself. With that, Han Feng silently squeezed his way toward Chen Yi and Ling Xiaoxiao. He wedged himself right between them. Being sandwiched between them made him feel safer. Only then did he slowly exhale in relief. He glanced back with his peripheral vision, only to find the other person's gaze still fixed on him. His heart sank, and he quickly withdrew. Chapter 133, Splitting Mountain Horned Armor. Seeing this, Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't help but frown. You're a grown man, why are you so scared? Han Feng didn't have the courage to retort. Now that he knew these people might target him for any behavior that didn't fit his persona, he dared not joke around with Miss Hua Ling anymore. He dreaded the thought of her suddenly delivering a massive slap. Cowardice is good, cowardice is good. It's not like being a coward is anything else. As long as it saves your life, it's good. Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't help but roll her eyes. Soon, the path ahead vanished, replaced entirely by rock. Partridge Whistle picked up the water flask and moved forward, lowering it as he took each step. Water poured out of the flask, dripping onto the ground. Han Feng watched his actions in confusion. What was he doing? Wasn't he supposed to be finding a path? Why was he playing with water now? Chen Yi explained, he's actually looking for the path to dig the underground palace. Han Feng was even more astonished. Huh? How does he find it? I don't understand at all. Just watch closely. You'll understand soon enough. Han Feng glanced at the man with his arms crossed. His face showed complete understanding, as if he knew the techniques of the Partridge Whistle inside out. Brother Yi, how do you know so much? Could it be, you're also part of the mountain-moving sect? Han Feng joked with a laugh. Chen Yi silently glanced at him. Don't joke about things like that, he warned. The mountain-moving sect isn't something you just join. The mountain-moving sect is uniquely privileged, and its members devote their entire lives to seeking the dust pearl to lift the curse upon them. Since he bore no such curse, that alone excluded him from their ranks. Found it. Right here. Han Feng's gaze darted over at the words, instantly spotting 2 holes exposed on the ground. Is this it? What do these 2 holes prove? Chen Yi explained again, the water here drips very quickly, indicating a hollowed-out section within the mountain wall. Digging a tunnel from here could lead straight to the underground palace. Chen Yi's words earned him a look of respect from Zhuge Xiao. Brother Chen, you really know your stuff. Zhuge Xiao's face held a look of skepticism. Chen Yi laughed. These are the skills we need to master. If we didn't know anything, how could we dare to enter a tomb? That's right. Brother Yi knows so much. The rest of us just assist him. Everything is thanks to Brother Yi. Zhuge Xiao studied Chen Yi for a moment. Honggu crossed her arms and peered down. Found it. Start digging. Hurry up. With that, the unloading ridge crew sprang into action. Suddenly, a loud boom exploded beside them, startling everyone. Honggu was the first to recover. They've started digging. We need to pick up the pace. Quick! Han Feng examined the rock beneath his feet, then stomped on it several times with force. With just our group, even if we use every ounce of strength, it'll take forever to break through. Honggu nodded. Go get some reinforcements down here. Otherwise, who knows how long this will take? Right. No need. Partridge Whistle quickly called back the men who were about to fetch reinforcements. What does this mean? Could it be, you have another plan? Zhuge Xiao smiled meaningfully and released the mountain splitter. Hearing this, the old foreigner immediately set down his bag and pulled out a pangolin. Wang He and Han Feng's eyes widened in shock. This is a national treasure, for crying out loud. Who in their right mind would carry a national treasure around like this? Wang He and Han Feng's gaze shifted from the pangolin back to the old foreigner. They'd been together this long, yet they really knew nothing about each other. That thing's huge, doesn't it weigh you down? Yet he walked with such ease, showing no sign of carrying such a heavy load. The old foreigner tilted his chin and chuckled. But if you won't let us dig and insist on using the pangolin yourself, how the hell is it going to dig up a subterranean palace for us? You're not joking, right? Even if Han Feng feared offending Partridge Whistle, he couldn't help but speak his mind. He didn't believe for a second that this pangolin could actually dig through the earth. Haven't you heard of the mountain-splitting clan's earth-splitting armor? It's one of their secret techniques. Han Feng's eyes flickered twice before he chuckled. Well, I'm afraid I'm not particularly familiar with that. We've been underground for so long, how would we know about things outside? Han Feng offered an explanation, and the man quickly let it go. Chen Yi's gaze fell upon the pangolin. It's tiny and kinda cute. Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled as she stared intently. This thing is so cute. Hualing immediately chimed in with a smile. Don't let its size fool you, it's got some serious skills. It'll definitely surprise you all later. If it really did dig up the underground palace, that would have truly stunned us. Han Feng said that, but deep down, he still didn't quite believe it. Everyone stared curiously at the pair of mole beetles. The sight of the large and small mole beetles was quite a spectacle. Han Feng let out a soft grunt before turning his gaze to Chen Yi beside him. Could this thing really dig through it? Every creature possesses its own unique abilities. After all, wasn't the original pangolin capable of burrowing through mountains? Han Feng acknowledged the logic, but the next moment, his pupils dilated in shock. The mountain-splitting mole beetle had actually gnawed a hole through the stone wall, seemingly without the slightest effort. Holy moly! That's seriously impressive. That single claw strike was faster than all of us digging together. Wang Yi took a deep breath. Just imagine how deep that claw could tear into a person. Han Feng froze, then spat twice. Don't speak such unlucky words. This is clearly our closest ally. How could it possibly attack us? Brother Partridge would never agree to that. With that, he turned to look at Partridge Whistle. Partridge Whistle said, this mountain-splitting digger shell will take a while longer to excavate. It'll be time-consuming, so everyone should sit down and rest for a bit to conserve your energy. Hearing this, the group settled down to rest. Wang Yi pulled the youth over and found a spot to sit. Then, he watched the pangolin dig its burrow with great interest. You know what? Watching a pangolin dig is surprisingly entertaining. But why tie up the smaller one and leave the bigger one free? Aren't you afraid the bigger one might escape? Chen Yi, these two pangolins are male and female. The smaller one is the female. Han Feng snorted coldly upon hearing this. What season is this, when even pangolins have their own little couples? Chapter 134, Entering. Chen Yi kept his eyes closed until he heard movement at the tunnel entrance, then slowly opened them. The old foreigner and the pangolin emerged. Patting his head, he grinned and said, Senior brother, the mountain ridge is open, wind and water are stirring. Hearing this, Han Feng and Wang Yi exchanged glances. What does that mean? Chen Yi stood up. It means we found the entrance to the underground palace. At this, the others leapt to their feet. Holy crap, that fast? They actually dug it out? That pangolin did us a huge favor. What pangolin? Didn't they say it's a mountain-splitting digger armor? Calling it a pangolin cheapens it. Han Feng's mouth twitched. A pangolin is a national treasure, no matter how you name it. How can you compare? National treasures are for display. Ours can actually dig through a mountain. Han Feng couldn't be bothered to argue further with Wang Yi. This path was completely different from the one they'd taken earlier. Naturally, they had to be even more cautious. Now that the tunnel's dug through, Miss Hong, could you send someone to notify them? Honggu nodded happily and sent someone to inform Chen Zongbeido and Luo Laowai. After the old foreigner returned the finished pangolin to its basket, he exclaimed excitedly, the inside is truly magical, brother. Let's go in. His tone betrayed a palpable sense of urgency. Chen Yi and the others, however, looked utterly dreadful. The inside was indeed quite wondrously terrifying. Han Feng's legs were already buckling, he could barely take 2 steps without staggering. Seeing this, the person behind him couldn't help but ask with concern. Brother, are you okay? Han Feng's eyelids fluttered twice. And no, I'm fine. Just my old rheumatism acting up. I'm used to it. As he spoke, he swallowed hard. Wang Yi's face twitched. Holy crap, I suddenly feel nervous. Han Feng and Wang Yi supported each other. Me too. For some reason, I feel chills all over. It's like there's a wind blowing down my spine. Ling Xiaoxiao stood up, passing by the two of them as she said indifferently, what's there to be afraid of? We've already been through it once. How could we be scared of a second time? Han Feng chuckled. How did they get through the first time? They literally smashed their way through with props. Now, the props in their hands couldn't be used lightly. They were saving them for the final showdown with the Zombie King. They'd avoid using them otherwise, lest they run out completely. The consequences of that would be dire. Chen Yi cast a deep, lingering glance at the underground palace entrance. He drew the dagger from his waist and gripped it tightly in his palm, his gaze fixed and intense. Let's go! At Chen Yi's command, the others immediately followed behind him, striding directly into the underground palace's entrance. Hualing watched them depart and remarked, Senior brother, they seem to possess genuine skill. No matter how capable they are, it's only for themselves. They can't protect you. Be careful and stay close to the old foreigner. Hualing obediently replied. Understood, Senior brother. I won't wander off. Crawling forward, they finally emerged from the cave. Yet when they beheld the landscape before them, Chen Yi and his companions felt little shock. Instead, a flicker of dread and panic began to stir within them. The foreigner stepped out, his eyes wide with astonishment at the cave's interior. He exclaimed, "This is truly magnificent. It's like an underground fairy palace. What do you think, senior brother?" Hua Ling frowned, puzzled. "But this doesn't look like a Yuan dynasty tomb." Han Feng immediately chimed in, "Of course not. How could a Yuan dynasty tomb resemble a celestial palace? This is clearly the alchemical palace of a Taoist temple where an emperor of a previous dynasty refined elixirs. No tomb would be constructed like this celestial palace." Hualing glanced at Han Feng, then turned her gaze to the partridge whistle. "Senior brother?" "Exactly. This was indeed a Taoist palace where an emperor of a previous dynasty refined elixirs." Honggu asked in confusion, "Refining elixirs? For the immortal elixir of eternal life?" The partridge whistle paused. "Immortality? That was nothing but an emperor's dream. Later, when the empire crumbled, didn't these palaces just become the tomb of this Yuan dynasty general?" After he spoke, everyone fell silent. As Ling Xiaoxiao took 2 steps forward, Zhuge Xiao immediately called out to her. "Hold on." Ling Xiaoxiao turned to him in confusion, unsure why Zhuge Xiao had called her back. "We should wait until Chen Zone comes before we act together." Ling Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows slightly and muttered under her breath. "Then what was the point of us coming in just now? Was it just to take a look?" The partridge whistle offered no explanation, simply turning and walking out. Ling Xiaoxiao's expression turned slightly displeased, but Chen Yi gave her a nod. "Let's go. It's safer to act together. Better than them going it alone." Ling Xiaoxiao hummed in agreement and had no choice but to follow back. After Chen and Luo Laowai turned their heads, they immediately scanned the direction of the widened cave opening. Luo Laowai's face lit up with excitement as he kept peering into the depths of the opening. Then he noticed the partridge whistle nearby. "I hear this underground palace was dug out using your mountain moving and earth splitting technique. Might I see it?" The old foreigner promptly revealed the 2 pangolins to Luo Laowai. Luo Laowai couldn't resist reaching out to touch them, only to nearly get bitten by the smaller one the next second. His enthusiasm instantly cooled. He then turned his gaze toward the cave entrance. Chen Yulo promptly said, "Your Excellency, please proceed ahead. I'll be right there once I've given the orders." Luo Laowai didn't seem to care much. He simply said, "Fine. Luo Laowai, want to see what's going on in there myself. I'll clear the way for you lot." With that, he strode boldly inside. His troops followed close behind. Chen Yi nodded to his men and followed inside. Fang Ke drew close to Chen Yi and asked, "There's some commotion outside. Are you aware of it?" Chen Yi's eyes flickered. "What?" "In the cornfield we passed on our way here, there was something I don't know what it was, but it seemed dangerous." "Did you encounter it last time?" A thoughtful look crossed Chen Yi's face before he shook his head. "We entered the underground palace directly and didn't linger outside much. Naturally, we didn't encounter anything outside." Fang Ke nodded. "True. Now that we're inside, who cares what that ghostly thing is out there? It shouldn't interfere with our work." Then he added, "But wait, is it dangerous?" Though Chen Yi wasn't particularly fond of Fang Ke, he still offered a warning. "Yes. Nothing in this underground palace is safe. Don't touch anything randomly, and watch out for the crawling creatures on the ground." Chapter 135, Scouting. The moment they entered the underground palace, Chen Yulo and Luo Laowai were stunned by the scene before them, just like Zhuge Xiao and his crew earlier. "Holy crap, I'm gonna strike it rich today." Chen Yulo's eyes gleamed as he turned to Hua Magua and ordered, "Get the brothers to haul out every rare treasure in here." Hua Magua burst into laughter. "Got it. You guys hear that? Grab the biggest sacks you can find and haul every single good thing out of here." Han Feng silently approached Chen Yi, watching their actions and couldn't help but snort. "What's the big deal about moving this little bit? It's nothing compared to what's inside." The treasures inside were more abundant and rarer, dazzling the eyes, yet also far more dangerous. Chen Yi leaned against the wall, silent, his gaze fixed intently on every corner of the surroundings. "Be careful. It could appear at any moment." Han Feng immediately went on high alert, shielding the frail youth in the center. "Kid, you better stick close. Don't get lost, or we'll have to go looking for you later." "That'd be a pain in the ass." The youth nodded nervously. "Brother Feng, don't worry. I'll stick right behind you guys." The partridge whistle's gaze flickered toward Chen Yi before stepping directly before him. "What exactly are you seeking?" Chen Yi's lips curved into a faint smile as he replied directly, "We're tomb raiders. Naturally, we seek the owner of this underground tomb." Hearing this, partridge whistle's eyes flickered. "In that case, our objectives are nearly identical. Why not join forces?" "I was wondering how to remember Brother Partridge, who always goes it alone. Why suddenly want to cooperate with us today?" The partridge whistle's gaze circled Chen Yi twice. "You're different from them. What we seek isn't treasure." Chen Yi was taken aback. This man had seen through him. Truly, the leader of the mountain-moving sect possessed both intellect and capability. But for Chen Yi, collaborating with the natives was extremely dangerous. Especially now if this partridge whistle detected anything amiss, he'd turn his blade on them in an instant. Then he'd have to deal with far more than just a zombie king. That would not bode well for him. But if he refused to cooperate, what's in it for you to cooperate? Fong suddenly appeared beside Chen Yi, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he fixed them on the partridge whistle. Zhuge Xiao narrowed his eyes. Cooperating with me should be your best option. You're tomb raiders who don't seek treasure, to be honest. That seems rather peculiar no matter how you look at it. Fong's expression darkened as he asked with a smile, Brother Zhuge is threatening us. That depends on how you interpret it. Fong's gaze immediately shifted to Chen Yi. What do you think? Chen Yi shot Fong a silent glance. Given the situation, agreeing was the only sensible option. Refusing might just provoke the uprising he'd mentioned. We appreciate Brother Partridge's kindness. The journey into the underground palace is fraught with danger. The more allies we have, the better. Partridge Whistle chuckled, happy cooperation. Chen Yi, pleased to cooperate. Partridge Whistle immediately turned and walked over to the old foreigner. Are you out of your mind? Why cooperate with him? If you've got the guts, go refuse him yourself. Then why are you looking to me for approval? You just want to use me to test him, don't you? Chen Yi chuckled softly. He understood Fong's little scheme perfectly well. He just wasn't falling for it. You're overthinking it. He asked about you, not me. I was just trying to get him to clarify things for you. Who knew he'd threaten us without any explanation? And you still dared to agree to cooperate with him? Aren't you afraid he'll sell you out? Chen Yi said casually, better he sell me out later than right now. With so many people here, a single whistle from Zhuge would make both the unloading Ridge crew and Luo Laowai's men point their guns straight at them. Forget walking to meet that zombie king, we'd be flat on the ground before even stepping inside. I'm warning you, Luo Laowai continued, there's no way back this time. If you die, you're dead. If we can't get out, there's no other solution. The person beside you knows the situation too. If you don't trust me, you must trust your brother. With that, Fong watched as Zhuge Xiao exchanged a few words with Chen Yulo and Luo Laowai before striding forward with Chen Yi and the others. Ling Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes. Could this guy be planning to use us as scouts? The original plot's Zhuge Xiao wouldn't be like this, but this version? Who knows? Was he hinting at something in his earlier words? Was he planning to turn on them? Or had he paused only because he'd changed his plans? Damn it! I thought the mountain moving sect would be decent folk, at least better than Luo Laowai's crew. Turns out he wants to trample over our corpses to get ahead. Han Feng's gaze darkened. Egu, what if we? He made a throat-slitting gesture. After all, the enemy was clearly planning to eliminate them. How could they just sit back and wait for death? Chen Yi shook his head. Don't move. This is a key figure. Partridge Whistle didn't die here. Hearing this, Han Feng instantly deflated. Ah, so we can't do anything? We just have to endure this? This is too hard. Chen Yi met the gaze passed over by the Partridge Whistle. Let's go. Be careful. You've been through this once already. You should know what not to touch now. Han Feng and Wang He nodded in unison. Don't worry. I won't touch anything else. If I do, I'll chop off my own hand. Wang He grimaced. You're ruthless. Chen Yi led Wang He and Han Feng, along with Ling Xiaoxiao, to follow Partridge Whistle. Fong Ku and the others remained behind, keeping company with Luo Laowai and Chen Yulo. Luo Wei watched their retreating figures and couldn't help but mutter, they're not going to pull something behind our backs, are they? Fong Ku crossed his arms, lifting his eyelids slightly. You want to follow them too? Noticing Fong Ku's uneasy expression, Luo Wei quickly shook his head. Of course I'm only following Brother Fong. I'm just worried they might find a way out of the dungeon without telling us. Fong Ku snorted coldly before turning to Mozak. Mozak, Chen Yi said you know quite a bit about this place. Tell us what's really going on. Is there a safe spot in this underground palace? Mozak paused to recall, then shuddered violently. Pressing his pale, thin lips together, he said, Brother Fong, we should stick together with Chen Yi and the others for now. At least for the moment, we can't afford any conflicts. This place is too strange. Once you enter, you can't leave. Chapter 136, The Wrathful Rooster Reveals Its Might. Luo Wei's face instantly turned cold upon hearing this. I asked you to explain the situation, not spread rumors. What do you mean once you enter, you can't leave? Haven't you seen them coming and going? Mozak, who had naturally noticed, replied with a complex expression, Bro, I've got no reason to lie to you. They can leave because they're natives. We're not. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. Fong Ku and Luo Wei immediately headed toward the cave entrance. After making a round trip, both men stared at Mozak with icy expressions. Mozak looked utterly bewildered. How is that possible? We tried every trick in the book and couldn't get out back then. How could it work now? I think you're deliberately deceiving us. What do you mean we can't get out? You wouldn't have betrayed us, would you? Luo Wei narrowed his eyes suspiciously. You didn't reveal our identities to Chen Yi, did you? Mozak looked utterly wronged. Bro, heaven knows I wouldn't expose you guys. If I really had, do you think Chen Yi would be talking to us so calmly right now? Fang Ke raised his hand to stop Luo Wei, who was about to act. Indeed, if he had really spoken up, that Chen Yi wouldn't be calmly telling us all this, even kindly warning us. But we weren't trapped in this mountain at all. Fang Ke pressed his lips together, his expression darkening. Could it be? Luo Wei's expression shifted, but didn't the instance start the moment we entered? Fang Ke shook his head. This instance's mission differs from previous survival quests. He instructed us to follow the storyline. That means the current plot hasn't started yet. Once it begins, we likely won't be able to leave. Hearing this, Luo Wei scratched his head. Then when does this instance start? Is there some kind of trigger? Fang Ke's gaze drifted slowly from the underground palace to Mozak. We'll have to ask him. What was the first encounter? Meanwhile, Chen Yi and the others cautiously held their guns, closely following behind the partridge whistle. Perched before a Taoist statue, the whistling partridge's hand reached out to touch it. Bang! A bullet whizzed past his hand, piercing the centipede that had suddenly emerged. Zhuge Xiao's pupils contracted sharply as he retreated swiftly. In an instant, countless centipedes crawled out from the Taoist temple, swarming over the statue until it was completely covered, densely packed, and tightly sealed. Thank you for saving my life, Brother Chen. Chen Yi holstered his gun. No problem, Brother Partridge. Are you all right? I'm fine. Let's head back first. We need to deal with these centipedes before moving forward. Hearing this, Han Feng and Wang He instantly exhaled in relief. They truly didn't want to face this horde of terrifying centipedes unprepared. Let's go. Didn't you say that angry-eyed chicken is the natural enemy of these centipedes? Brother Partridge, get that angry-eyed chicken out now. Chen Yi pointed his gun at Han Feng, who froze instantly, unable to move. Bro, be careful. Don't shoot me. Han Feng didn't question Chen Yi's actions for a second. The moment Chen Yi's gun fired, a centipede dropped to the ground. Don't get distracted. Be careful. Wang He immediately flung the salt in his hand toward the centipede on the ground. The centipede he was chasing instantly retreated. The partridge whistle glanced at the scene before darting toward Chen Yulo and the others. Chen Yi and the others immediately followed. Wow, this thing is so beautiful. Just imagine how much it would fetch if sold. Luo Laoai's gaze fixed on an 8 treasure glass cup, his expression beaming with delight. His hand shot out to grab it. Stop! Chen Yulo shouted urgently, and Luo Laoai's hand was seized firmly by Mozak, who had sensed the danger. Luo Laoai paused, his gaze shifting between Mozak and Chen Yulo before he yanked his hand free. What the hell are you doing? No sooner had Lao Wei spoken than Mozak kicked the glass lamp flying. Luo Laoai gasped in agony. Oh my goodness, my precious. Couldn't you have been gentler? If you break it, you'll pay for it. General Luo, take another look. What's on that glass cup? Luo Laoai immediately looked down at the glass goblet on the floor. Countless centipedes were crawling out of the goblet's pupil-like opening. He recoiled in terror, stumbling backward several steps. Then, with a laugh, he thanked Mozak. Thanks for saving my life, brother. If it weren't for your sharp eyes, I, Lao Wei, would have been done for by those bugs. Boss, look. Huamagua's hand pointed toward a nearby pillar. Countless centipedes were crawling down its surface, instantly turning everyone's faces pale. Chen Yulo swallowed hard. Quick, torches. At his command, the group immediately lit their torches and hurled them at the centipedes crawling relentlessly toward them. The flames only temporarily drove the swarm back, but soon they surged forward again. Luo Laoai fired his gun immediately, but the centipedes were swarming densely on the ground, moving in hordes. The bullets in his gun simply weren't enough. Boss. Huamaguai looked at Chen Yulo with concern. Chen Yulo's expression was grim. By the time Partridge Whistle returned, they were already surrounded. Chen Yi swiftly hurled his dagger, striking a centipede hurtling toward Chen Yulo and pinning it to a pillar. Not a single centipede dared approach the dagger's vicinity. Brother Partridge. Brother Chen. You're back. Chen Yi stepped forward, while Han Feng and Wang He, following behind, continuously scattered salt around the perimeter. Centipedes touched by the salt immediately retreated. Then the two of them quickly ran to Chen Yulo's side. Are you okay? There are simply too many centipedes, our men can't possibly fight them all off. Han Feng shouted urgently, Partridge Whistle. Quick, bring out your angry sun chicken. The old foreigner and Hua Ling immediately opened the bamboo basket, releasing the angry chicken inside. The moment the angry chicken touched the ground, one of its claws instantly pinned a centipede to the ground beneath it, then promptly devoured it whole. Wang He and Han Feng gaped in astonishment. Holy crap! It actually eats them whole? Doesn't that chicken worry about getting diarrhea? Han Feng clicked his tongue in admiration, truly a rage chicken. In a fit of rage, it devours the entire field of centipedes. But aren't centipedes supposed to turn both humans and animals to water? Why is this chicken different? Chapter 137, Insect Eggs. Otherwise, how could it be called an anger-clearing chicken? If it didn't have some real power, would it even deserve that name? Ling Xiaoxiao stepped beside Han Feng and pulled him away. Han Feng's eyes widened. Had Ling Xiaoxiao not grabbed him, that centipede would have crawled up his leg. Holy crap! Chen Yi stood with the others behind the angry sun chicken. The moment it appeared, countless centipedes scattered in panic. Seeing this, Lao Luo and Chen Yulo's expressions immediately brightened. Once the centipedes had nearly all retreated, the partridge whistle blew a sharp note. The angry-eyed chicken instantly returned to its bamboo basket. Why does this look like a chicken Zhuge Xiao caught? Hearing this, Chen Yi glanced at Han Feng and nudged him lightly. Han Feng instantly felt as if he'd been targeted. He silently touched the spot on his neck. Why did my neck suddenly feel so cold? After the centipedes were driven back, Chen Yulo immediately had his men scatter lime on the ground to prevent the venomous creatures from counterattacking. Luo Laowai had someone bring up the lantern, instantly illuminating the entire cave. The light only made Luo Laowai even more delighted. The pillar was covered in gems, filling Luo Laowai with unbridled delight. Chen Yulo remarked slowly from the side, the valuable items were looted long ago. What remained was worthless to them. Who would have thought that after centuries, these things would become treasures? Thinking this, wouldn't the tomb of that Yuan dynasty general hold even more precious treasures? Chief Chen is absolutely right. All this is merely an appetizer. Chen Yi and Ling Xiaoxiao approached a stone door. Once inside, the real adventure would begin, right? Ling Xiaoxiao glanced at Chen Yi, who gave a low hum. This must be the entrance. Everyone braced themselves mentally. Han Feng and Wang He licked their lips involuntarily, letting out silent sighs. They'd been mentally prepared for ages, just waiting for this moment. Seeing them standing motionless, Manhwa approached with a puzzled look. Discovering a tightly sealed stone door before them, he froze in shock. Another stone door here? How peculiar. I'll report this to the chief scout immediately. With that, she immediately dashed off toward Chen Yulo. Chief! We found another stone door over there. Hearing this, Chen Yulo and Luo Laowai exchanged glances before immediately approaching the stone door. Chen Yulo's gaze fell upon Chen Yi and the others who had first discovered the door. This stone door. Chen Yi spoke slowly, it's likely that this leads to the tomb of the Yuan dynasty general. Chen Yulo pondered for a moment, then gave a subtle signal. Manhwa, standing beside him, immediately ordered someone to push the stone door open. As the door creaked open, the group stood frozen, staring intently. None dared step inside first. Seeing this, Manhwa naturally prepared to enter first to investigate, but was stopped by Chen Yulo. You stay here. I'll go in and take a look first. He finished speaking, then turned to glance back at Chen Yi, Zhuge Xiao, and the others. Chen Yulo strode forward first, with Chen Yi, Zhuge Xiao, and the others following closely behind. Entering the stone gate, the group cautiously made their way along the stone path. The wall ahead was adorned with numerous murals. Chen Yulo abruptly halted, his gaze fixed on the viscous substance dangling mid-air. Chen Yi and the others instantly grew alert. No way, that thing is here? Earlier? Ling Xiaoxiao and Chen Yi immediately looked over, and Han Feng promptly shut his mouth. Chen Yulo, however, caught Han Feng's remark. Brother Han, do you know what this is? Han Feng chuckled, his expression complex. This is my first time here too. How would I know what it is? Chen Yulo's gaze shifted to Chen Yi. What are your thoughts, Brother Chen? Chen Yi pursed his lips. These should be the eggs of those centipedes. No sooner had he spoken than a brother's agonized scream pierced the air. Right before their eyes, a man clutched his face, trying to call for help. In an instant, the flesh on his face caved in, and he collapsed to the ground. The stiffened body jerked upward. The group recoiled in terror. Before Chen Yulo could step forward to investigate, the man behind him also let out a piercing scream. The situation was identical to the previous one. Luo Laowai swallowed hard. Chen Yulo immediately shouted, "Back the way we came. Quick, back the way we came." At his command, everyone retreated backward, exiting the stone gate. Manhwa watched Chen Yulo emerge and asked in confusion, "Chief, how did you get out?" Before Chen Yulo could answer, another person exiting the gate let out a piercing scream. As he clutched his face, about to reach out for help, Luo Laowai shot him dead on the spot. Chen Yulo immediately looked ahead, while Chen Yi quickly pulled him back a step. Be careful. Hearing this, Chen Yulo immediately smiled. Brother Chen seems to have some insight. Chen Yi saw that the other was waiting for his explanation. He replied, I presume you've noticed, Chen. These individuals were likely infested with centipede eggs that burrowed into their bodies, feeding on flesh and vital essence. Once mature, they burst forth from their hosts. Chen Yi tossed the torch to the ground. In the next instant, the fluid seeping from the corpse began moving toward the torch. Chen Yulo's eyes flickered twice. This venom was truly formidable. As long as we don't get those eggs on our bodies, we'll be fine, right? Lao Wai remarked. Then he frowned and added, but the entire passage is filled with eggs. How the hell are we supposed to deal with this? Chen Yi smiled and said, burn the passageway with fire and lime. That should clear out the eggs inside. Chen Yi nodded without hesitation and ordered his men follow Brother Chen's instructions. Yes, sir. After the burning, the group pressed deeper into the passageway. Soon, they encountered the mural again, this time revealing a bead resembling an eye. Han Feng narrowed his eyes. Never seen one of these before. Chen Yi glanced at the startled partridge whistle beside him. Seen your brother? Isn't that the Yuan dynasty general in the painting? Hearing this, the others immediately turned their gaze toward the general's portrait. Gu Xiao replied blankly, it does bear a resemblance. Chen Yi slowly withdrew his gaze and looked elsewhere. Ling Xiaoxiao, Han Feng, and the others looked toward the interior. Do you think that thing is in there? Han Feng swallowed hard. Could you please not ask me that? How would I know? Honestly, I hope I never have to deal with it. Chapter 138, The Giant Centipede. That thing is deadly if you ever come into contact with it. Just thinking about it made Han Feng's scalp tingle. He shivered twice, then quickly returned to Chen Yi's side. Staying close to Brother Yi still felt safer. Wow, so many gems. As they ventured deeper inside, they discovered the ground littered with precious stones. He immediately started stuffing them into his pockets. Then they crossed a small arched bridge, beneath which lay a pitch-black, bottomless void. They slowed their pace and saw the characters written before the hall. What were these characters? The Hall of Boundless Void. We've yet to find the tomb owner's coffin, it must be here. Chen Yi spoke slowly, and Honggu followed up. If the tomb owner is in this boundless hall, then the corpse king should be inside as well. The two scouts who had gone ahead returned to report, Chief, there's another passageway on the side of this hall. We don't know where it leads. Chen Yi, that should be the rear hall we visited earlier. Indeed. Judging by the mountain's contours, Brother Chen's assessment is correct. Partridge Whistle surveyed the surroundings and voiced his thoughts. Luo Laowai clicked his tongue. In my opinion, we should just go check it out. Chen Yi didn't hesitate. Let's go. The group immediately arrived at the gates of the boundless hall, where a lock secured the entrance. Honggu recognized the lock's origin at a glance. It was a Song Dynasty dog headlock, its teeth interlocking like canine fangs. Without the key, it was nearly impossible to open. Han Feng, hearing this, burst out laughing. You're joking. There's no lock in this world I can't open. Hearing Han Feng's words, Honggu's eyebrows arched upward. So confident? Then go ahead and try. Han Feng wasn't exaggerating, he possessed a universal key, meaning nothing was beyond his unlocking. With a confident smile, he stepped forward, produced the key, and inserted it into the lock. Moments later, the lock clicked open. This display earned him a newfound respect from Honggu. I didn't know you had such skills. Han Feng casually patted his chest. It's no big deal. Besides, you need some skills to get by. Who'd dare wander around without them? Honggu smiled silently, then glanced toward Chen Yi's side. Han Feng pushed the door open, sending a cloud of dust swirling down, evidence that no one had set foot inside for centuries. Han Feng recoiled in horror, spitting several times with a grimace. Holy crap, so much dust. He could feel the dust settling on his face. After pushing open the door, everyone cautiously peered inside as torches illuminated the space. They slowed their pace, surveying their surroundings. Han Feng swallowed hard. Why do I have this gut feeling that it's right here? Chen Yi froze for a moment, then pulled Han Feng behind him. His gaze fixed on the silhouette of an ancient woman not far away. Zhuge Xiao immediately demanded, human or ghost? The others raised their guns, aiming at the figure's back. Zhuge Xiao slowly approached, extending his hand toward the woman. The next second, the woman turned to ash. What kind of ash? A paper effigy. Paper doll? Han Feng's voice rose involuntarily. So lifelike, and it's just a paper doll? Good heavens, I should have known better. Ling Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together. This paper effigy has been here for so many years, yet it crumbled to dust with just a touch. Probably because we just opened the door, Chen Yi explained. Outside air came in. Chen Yi offered an explanation. He then continued walking deeper inside, with Han Feng and Ling Xiaoxiao naturally following behind. After taking a step, he suddenly glanced back over his shoulder. What is it, Brother Yi? Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. Something seemed to have moved just now. Han Feng's teeth clenched in dread. No way. It's not coming back, is it? Ling Xiaoxiao immediately drew her gun. What's there to fear? We'll have to face it sooner or later. Besides, if we can kill it once, we can kill it again. Han Feng pressed his lips together, his face twisted in bitterness. Last time we barely managed to kill it with that prop, and we don't have one now. Let's check out the situation over there first. Chen Yi continued walking forward. They came upon a collapsed area. Senior brother, isn't this where that big guy exerted his power? The remark drew Chen Yi and the others' attention. It was the Quail Whistle trio. Partridge Whistle gave Chen Yi a nod. Chen Yi withdrew his gaze, his ears twitching slightly. So that guy really is here. At this, Ling Xiaoxiao, Han Feng, and the others instantly grew alert. Chen Yi sprinted forward. Han Feng cursed under his breath and hurried after him. Meanwhile, Chen Yi watched for a long while before breaking into laughter. Seems it's just the boundless hall where immortals cultivate. Luo Laowai chuckled heartily. These ancient folks really had nothing better to do. Suddenly, a droplet of slime landed on him. He raised his hand in confusion, touched it, and looked up toward his head. A massive centipede coiled above Luo Laowai's head. Old crooked Luo was too terrified to speak, frozen stiff in place. Suddenly, the enormous centipede opened its gaping jaws toward Luo Laowai. Chen Yi, who had rushed over, hurled the dagger in his hand. Chen Yi then lunged forward, knocking Lao Wei to the side, saving him from certain doom. Ling Xiaoxiao and Han Feng immediately drew their guns and opened fire on the giant centipede. The centipede, in pain, crawled away. Chen Yi immediately gave chase, slashing viciously at the centipede's head. Ling Xiaoxiao released a throwing knife from her hand, aiming it straight for the centipede's eye. Seeing this, the others immediately opened fire on the giant centipede. Seeing the centipede about to escape, Chen Yi urgently shouted, "Don't let it get away." Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao whipped out her whip, coiling it around the centipede's leg. However, the centipede's immense strength sent Ling Xiaoxiao flying through the air. Seeing the centipede hurtling toward Ling Xiaoxiao, Chen Yi leaped forward, scooping her up and diving backward. Just as the centipede lunged forward, the angry-eyed chicken in the basket let out a cry. Hesitating briefly, it crawled toward the pitch-black, bottomless pool. "Are you okay?" Ling Xiaoxiao clutched the spot where she'd landed, frowning. "I'm fine." Chen Yi rushed over. "Miss Ling, how are you?" Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head. "I'm fine. It's just a shame we didn't manage to keep that centipede." Chen Yi remained silent. Luo Laowai chuckled, "Impressive, impressive. Never imagined your skills were so formidable." This was the first time Luo Laowai had witnessed Chen Yi and the others in action. Had it not been for this incident, he might have genuinely suspected that the people he'd hired weren't here to help, but to take a slice of the pie. Chapter 139, Preparations. Chen Yi ignored Luo Laowai's words, his gaze settling on Ling Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao stood up, her steps unsteady. Chen Yi steadied her. Han Feng rushed over, giving her a thorough once-over. "You look like you're in serious trouble. You're not actually hurt, are you?" Ling Xiaoxiao, "No. Don't worry, I'm not weaker than you." Han Feng choked, grunted, then asked, "Brother Yi, what if that centipede escaped? If we don't eliminate it, it'll find a way back to finish us off." Chen Yi narrowed his eyes, his gaze settling on the bamboo basket behind the partridge whistle. "It won't run. We still have that angry chicken here. That bird devoured plenty of its offspring. You think it won't seek revenge?" Han Feng nodded upon hearing this. "Of course it will seek revenge. That centipede holds grudges fiercely. How could it possibly let that angry-eyed chicken off? But if it does come back, what method should we use to kill it?" The method they used to kill the giant centipede the first time was clearly impossible here. Mainly because the tools were gone. "We once used a method to skin and dismember a snake as thick as a water bucket. I believe we could employ the same technique to kill that giant centipede." Chen Yi overheard their conversation and immediately joined in. The few who heard his words exchanged glances. On the other side, Partridge Whistle, and especially the old foreigner, disagreed. "Your argument relies entirely on the snake's attachment to its nest and having only one exit. But with this centipede, how can you possibly know which direction it crawls? Your method won't work." Chen Yi turned to Partridge Whistle and Chen Yi. "What do you two think?" Partridge Whistle immediately suggested, "Why not use both methods simultaneously? The old foreigner and I will wait inside with the sky-piercing locks. The moment it crawls in, we'll bind it with the locks. Then you two can shoot it down together. Chen Yi, then we'll position the dragon-skinning knives on the bridge." After speaking, Chen Yi and Zhuge Xiao both turned their gaze to Chen Yi. Chen Yi pressed his lips together and gave a light cough. "We'll support you all together." Han Feng nodded immediately, "Right, we'll support you." Wang Yi chimed in, "With us backing you up, we'll definitely take down that bug." "Right." Ling Xiaoxiao Zuner silently nodded. Chen Yi, "Alright, let's settle it this way. But when will that centipede return?" Chen Yi, "It won't hide down there for long. It'll be back soon. Let's set up the traps first." Hearing this, the others immediately began gathering supplies to set up the traps. Feng Ku and Luo Wei showed no surprise at the giant centipede. After all, this wasn't their first time in a dungeon. What strange creatures hadn't they seen? "Do you know how to deal with that thing? Mozak, didn't you tell him?" Mozak froze. "I didn't get a chance to tell him yet. Anyway, our method was super easy. Boom, it was gone. But we can't just go boom on it now." Feng Ku narrowed his eyes. Wang Yi said, "Bro, that bug's a tough nut to crack. If you've got anything special, bring it out." Wang Yi instantly set his sights on Feng Ku's gear. After all, neither Feng Ku nor Luo Wei had gone inside, so naturally, the tools they carried hadn't been used. Feng Ku chuckled. "Wang Yi, you little rascal, you're sharp as a tack. But I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. I don't have anything here that can handle it. We'll still need everyone to pitch in." Hearing this, Wang Yi's disappointment was palpable. All right. Han Feng raised his chin. Brave of you. You actually dared to ask Feng Ke for a prop. Not at all. Killing that centipede benefits him too. If that centipede doesn't die, we're the ones who'll die. Ling Xiaoxiao, how should we set up the formation? Chen Yi, let's split into 2 groups. One group goes to assist the Partridge Whistle team, while the other stays here with Chief Chen. How does that sound? Feng Ku immediately chimed in, then we'll join Brother Partridge. You guys guard the outside. Hearing this, Han Feng immediately objected, why should we stay outside while you guys go inside? There are more of us outside, it's for your own good. Inside, there are only 3 of them. 3 people, do you really think you can handle that? Feng Ke smiled slowly. Enough. Hurry up and prepare. Who knows when that centipede will show up. Feng Ke led Luo Wei and Mozak as they followed Brother Partridge inside. Hey, who do you think you're looking down on? Ling Xiaoxiao immediately poured cold water on the situation, they're looking down on you. Han Feng instantly grew displeased, wait, if you won't speak kindly to me, that's one thing, but why pour cold water on things too? Ling Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes nonchalantly. I know you inside out, but you don't know me at all. Hearing this, Han Feng froze. What do you mean? Chen Yi looked at Ling Xiaoxiao in confusion. Does Feng Ku even know Han Feng? Who doesn't know Han Feng? He's got money, looks, and brains. Wang Yi burst into laughter, earning him a glare from Han Feng. Chen Yi blinked and chuckled. That's true. Brother Yi. Why are you agreeing with this woman? How could I possibly be a fool with deep pockets? Everything I buy is useful, right? Chen Yi hummed in agreement, buying someone's cheap goods at a high price, isn't that exactly what they call dumb with deep pockets? Han Feng had no retort. Chen Yi pursed his lips, glancing at Chen Yulo and the others busily making preparations. Would their method work? No. Ling Xiaoxiao and Han Feng immediately turned to look. Such a decisive answer? The old foreigner had been right earlier. Their method might work against snakes, but it would likely prove difficult against centipedes. After all, centipedes were far more adept climbers than snakes, and their exoskeletons were far harder than snakeskin. Han Feng's mouth opened, then we'll have to come up with another plan? Once it emerges, find a way to lure it inside. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao turned to Chen Yi. You mean, use the Partridge Whistle's sky-piercing lock? First bind it, then we'll deal with it using blades and spears. Han Feng stroked his chin, then that angry chicken would be completely useless, right? Not at all. The Rage-Eye chicken is indeed formidable, but that centipede has lived for who knows how many years. The Rage-Eye chicken is still a bit small in its presence. Even as its natural predator, age is a factor. Han Feng listened, his expression shifting as if he'd witnessed the centipede and the Fury-Eye chicken locked in combat. Chapter 140, Redirecting the Calamity. The sound of something crawling echoed through the air. Chen Yulo raised his hand toward Chen Yi and the others. It's coming. Get ready. At his command, the group fell silent. Chen Yi slowly made his way toward the arched bridge. The ground beneath the arch bridge was littered with dragon skinning blades. The centipede crawled out of the black pool and was about to cross the bridge when it spotted the obstacles laid out. It immediately changed direction. Chen Yulo's mouth fell open. He hadn't expected this centipede to defy expectations, it was actually a sentient one. The centipede crawled directly beneath the bridge. Terrified, Chen Yulo and the others scrambled backward. The centipede paid them no mind, instead crawling straight toward the house. Chen Yi immediately turned around to go inside and help, but just then, the angry chicken let out a cry. Instantly, the centipede changed course. It crawled toward the direction of the angry rooster. Chen Yulo, quick as a flash, grabbed the bamboo basket holding the angry sun chicken and sprinted away. The centipede immediately gave chase. Wait, let the chicken out. Han Feng watched in panic, but dared not fire his gun, afraid of hitting someone. The centipede reared up, then lunged at Chen Yulo in the next instant. Chen Yi somersaulted onto the centipede's back, plunging his knife directly into its flesh. The centipede, in agony, thrashed violently, flinging Chen Yi off in an instant. Chen Yi landed on his feet, taking 2 steps back to give Chen Yulo a moment to catch his breath. Chen Yulo immediately opened the basket in his hands, only to find the angry-eyed chicken still fast asleep inside. This left Chen Yulo utterly speechless. He hurriedly reached out to nudge the rooster, trying to wake it. The bird seemed to be deliberately defying him, refusing to stir. The centipede turned its gaze back to the angry sun chicken. Compared to Chen Yi, it seemed far more concerned with the bird's presence. Without hesitation, it lunged toward Chen Yulo. Chen Yulo naturally took off running. At that moment, the angry sun chicken finally awoke. It flew out of the basket and instantly locked in combat with the centipede. The fight was dead even. Wang He and Han Feng watched the scene in stunned silence, unsure how to react. Their faces were frozen in disbelief. This angry sun chicken was no ordinary chicken, it was truly fierce. This was the first time I'd ever witnessed a chicken battling a centipede. Ling Xiaoxiao cracked her whip. What are you two staring at? That angry-eyed chicken can't hold its own against the centipede. If this keeps up, the centipede will definitely kill it. Hurry up and help. Watching the evenly matched battle between the angry sun chicken and the centipede, Han Feng glanced back and forth several times. How am I supposed to help? I feel completely at a loss. Ling Xiaoxiao had no such hesitation. Locking onto her target, she flung the dart in her hand directly at it. They all hit the centipede's body. The centipede screeched in pain. At that moment, Chen Yi charged forward, dagger in hand. Charge! Hearing this, Han Feng and Wang Yi each grabbed their weapons and charged at the centipede. Luo Laowai watched their movements, hesitating slightly. You guys watch carefully before attacking. Don't hit your own people. Seeing this, Chen Yulo followed suit and charged forward. The centipede, stung by the angry sun chicken's attack, turned its attention back to Chen Yi and the others. Lure it into the house. Chen Yi's ultimate goal was still to restrain the centipede, otherwise, it would be impossible to fight it effectively. Wang Yi and Han Feng fired relentlessly. How do we lure it in? After falling to the ground, Han Feng scrambled back up and darted toward a nearby position. Chen Yi noticed the centipede seemed to have locked onto Han Feng and immediately ordered him to run toward the house. Without a word, Han Feng took off running, only then realizing the centipede had targeted him. Terrified, his legs moved even faster. It's coming! It's coming! Get ready, everyone! Han Feng shouted with all his might toward the people inside the house. The old foreigner watched Han Feng being chased and couldn't help but laugh. Senior brother, it's coming! The partridge whistle grunted in acknowledgement. Get ready! Han Feng sprinted forward, and the partridge whistle immediately hurled the sky-piercing chain in his hand toward the centipede. 3 grappling hooks bound the centipede, instantly hauling it into the air. Right now, fire! Chen Yulo and the others charged forward with their guns, firing relentlessly at the centipede suspended in midair. However, the centipede's exoskeleton proved incredibly hard. After firing for a long time, they still couldn't kill it. The giant centipede thrashed violently in the air. Chen Yi charged forward, his dagger capable of slicing through anything. He intended to stab the centipede to death at close range. With a loud bang, the sky-piercing lock snapped. The giant centipede crashed to the ground. Its tail lashed out instantly, sending everyone flying. Chen Yi, who had just charged forward, was slammed into the wall, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Feng Ke stood startled on the beam, utterly motionless. Han Feng, seeing his brother spitting blood, grew frantic. His anger flared when he noticed Feng Ke on the beam watching coldly. Feng Ke! He shouted angrily. Feng Ke's eyebrows lifted slightly before he finally leapt down. By then, the centipede had already been lured away. Feng Ke, why didn't you do anything just now? Han Feng was visibly angry. Feng Ke replied without flinching, I'm not that skilled. What could I possibly do? Besides, isn't it still alive? Ling Xiaoxiao lashed out with her whip toward Feng Ke. Feng Ke dodged it with lightning speed, his expression darkening as he glared at Ling Xiaoxiao. How dare you attack me? Ling Xiaoxiao raised her whip. I'm not afraid of anything. Stop fighting amongst yourselves. We're all on the same side. The priority now is to deal with that centipede. Seeing them about to fight, the youth quickly intervened. Just then, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from outside, drawing all their attention. The old foreigner had somehow been seized by the centipede. He was bitten mid-air. Chen Yi's pupils contracted. Han Feng's mouth opened, the old foreigner. He immediately drew his gun and fired relentlessly at the centipede. The creature instantly flung the old foreigner aside. The centipede charged back into the house, opening its mouth wide toward Han Feng. Han Feng immediately took off running, moving toward Feng Ke's direction. Feng Ke instantly sensed Han Feng's movement and bit her lip tightly. Han Feng! Han Feng chuckled softly, pulling out a speed talisman. With a whoosh, he shot past Feng Ke. The centipede couldn't catch him at all, but it spotted Feng Ke instead. Feng Ke instantly became the centipede's target. Chapter 141, The Inner Core. Feng Ke finally drew his own weapon, a sturdy staff. He swung the staff with a thud, striking the centipede. The centipede was instantly knocked flying. It let out a mournful cry. The sound was somewhat grating. Han Feng returned to Chen Yi's side and whispered, I told you Feng Ke must have some good stuff on him. He just wouldn't help us out. Good thing I'm smart, I lured the trouble to him. Let's see if he'll budge now. He thought he could use us to pave his way. Chen Yi coughed, spitting out blood before swallowing a pill. He felt much better immediately. After dealing with the centipede, he'll probably come for you next. Han Feng's expression froze. His words came out stuttered. He wouldn't dare. If anything happens to me, my father won't let him off. Han Feng kept swallowing saliva as he spoke, but Feng Ke found it no easy task to fend off the stick in his hand. The centipede moved too fast enough that Feng Ke would be killed outright if he lost focus for even a second. Go help him. Even with his tools, Feng Ke can't handle it alone. That centipede is moving too fast? After hearing that, Han Feng had absolutely no intention of going. Ling Xiaoxiao cracked her whip. Cut the nonsense. If he dares lay a finger on you, my whip won't be so easy to escape. Han Feng's frown instantly smoothed out. Miss Ling, you mean what you say? My life is now in your hands. Ling Xiaoxiao gave a faint nod, rest assured, I won't let you die. Only then did the others step forward to help. Fang Ke sneered sarcastically, thought you lot were gonna stand by forever. Han Feng gave a cold chuckle, think everyone's like you? We're not the kind to abandon our own teammates. Watching the old foreigner gasping for breath, the partridge whistle's expression grew even colder. Senior brother, I'll avenge you. Hua Ling, take good care of him. With that, Partridge Whistle charged straight into the house. Seeing Chen Yi and his group already locked in combat with the giant centipede, he immediately charged forward. Chen Yi lunged forward, plunging his dagger into the creature's body, while Fang Ke smashed the centipede into the wall with a single blow. He clung tightly to the centipede's back, refusing to be flung off despite its violent thrashing. Ling Xiaoxiao's whip lashed out at the centipede. But how could such attacks possibly kill this centipede? Ling Xiaoxiao saw this method was utterly useless. The centipede appeared to be in extreme agony, yet it still wriggled and jumped about. Chen Yi's dagger never paused, stabbing relentlessly into the centipede's body. Fang Ke's blow sent the centipede crashing into a lid. While Chen Yulo, forced by the situation, had just jumped onto the same lid. As the centipede crashed down, Zhuge Xiao immediately shoved him out of the way, only to be crushed beneath the centipede himself. The lid couldn't withstand such force, flipping over in an instant and dragging Chen Yi down into its hollow interior. Damn it, what are you doing? Are you trying to get my brother Yi killed? Han Feng glared furiously at Fang Ke. Fang Ke shrugged helplessly, looking utterly innocent. How was I supposed to know this lid could do that? Who knew this pot was big enough to hold that giant centipede? Ling Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together, her expression grim. Are you an idiot? This is obviously a trap. How could this pot possibly hold that giant centipede? Hurry up and find a way to open it. Han Feng immediately leaped onto the pot lid, frantically feeling around. Where's the mechanism? Where is it? Damn it, where the hell did the damn mechanism go? He slammed his fist hard on the lid, then bellowed, Ego, hang on. We'll get you out soon. Ling Xiaoxiao's gaze fixed on Chen Yulo as she grabbed his collar. Mr. Chen, you must know where this mechanism is. Look. Where is it? Luo Laowai and the others entered, seeing Chen Yulo being held by the collar by Ling Xiaoxiao. The unburied ridge men who followed in immediately grew anxious. What are you doing? Let go of the chief immediately. Chen Yulo was equally anxious inside. Miss Ling, let go of me first. I need to assess the situation. Wang Yi stepped in front of Ling Xiaoxiao, smiling as he said, our young miss is just a little impatient. It's nothing, really. Luo Laowai chuckled. She sure has a fiery temper. Ling Xiaoxiao released his collar and immediately began searching the area. How had that lid flipped open just now? Why couldn't it be opened now? Han Feng strained with all his might but couldn't budge the lid. Find the mechanism. There must be some kind of mechanism. Outside, the heat was unbearable, but inside, the two remained still, pressed against one spot. Chen Yi tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the giant centipede. Surrounded by skeletal figures, he stood amidst a pile of bones. Suddenly, a centipede emerged from the hole. The centipede crawled toward Chen Yi. Chen Yi's gaze locked onto it. The next second, he sliced the centipede in half with his dagger. The commotion drew the centipede's attention back. Chen Yi immediately shifted position and lay flat on the ground. The partridge whistle remained motionless. After failing to detect anything, the centipede scurried away again, seemingly occupied with something else. After waiting a while, Chen Yi slowly peered over. He noticed a crimson object in the centipede's mouth. Chen Yi instantly realized what it was, likely the centipede's inner core. No wonder they couldn't kill it no matter what they tried. With its core intact, the centipede remained an unstoppable force. Chen Yi fixed his gaze on the core in the centipede's mouth. Seizing the dagger in his hand, he lunged forward with all his might, colliding with the centipede and sending it flying through the air. The inner core fell to the ground. Spotting it, Chen Yi immediately reached out and seized the inner core. On the other side, the partridge whistle, noticing Chen Yi's movement, shoved the skeleton off his body and charged forward. The centipede's gaze locked onto Chen Yi. Chen Yi chuckled twice, extending his hand. In his palm lay a crimson inner core. Is this what you wanted? Come on, come and get it. Chen Yi's provocation made the centipede roar in fury before charging toward him. The cramped space offered little cover, and the centipede moved with blinding speed. Chen Yi immediately darted into a circular alchemy basket, thrusting the dagger in his hand through the narrow opening. Each strike sank deep into its flesh. Without its inner core, the centipede's shell was no longer as hard. Chapter 142, Poisoned. The partridge whistle swiftly picked up a sharp wooden implement from the ground and plunged it forcefully into the centipede that was crawling toward Chen Yi's hiding spot. Instantly, the centipede writhed in agony on the floor. Chen Yi burst out from within its cover, wielding his dagger to stab relentlessly at the centipede's body. Soon, the centipede fell completely still. Chen Yi breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. Bro, besides this centipede, there shouldn't be any other dangers here. Let's rest for a bit. Chen Yi's words went unanswered. He glanced over in confusion. He noticed that Zhuge Xiao's face had turned noticeably paler and his consciousness seemed somewhat unfocused. He immediately sprang to his feet. Are you okay? What happened? Zhuge Xiao clutched his head, weakly explaining, probably, it's because of that little centipede I just bit to death. I must have been poisoned by it. Chen Yi was stunned. You actually bit it in half with your teeth? That takes some guts. Zhuge Xiao seemed on the verge of collapsing. Chen Yi quickly caught him and helped him sit down on the ground. Rest for a moment. Saying this, Chen Yi pulled out a vial from his person, one he'd specifically exchanged from the system space. The centipede's core was in his hand, but he didn't plan to feed it to Zhuge Xiao just yet. He had other antidote pills as well. He took one from his pocket and slipped it into Partridge Whistle's mouth. This is our family's ancestral antidote, he explained. It should work against your poison. Sit tight and wait for it to take effect. Chen Yi sat beside him. Zhuge Xiao's complexion was dreadfully pale, as if he might pass away at any moment. Moments later, hearing a disturbance, Chen Yi immediately drew the dagger in his hand and cautiously peered toward the source of the noise. Senior brother. Hualing's voice rang out, and Chen Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief, sitting back down. A group of people hurried over. Brother Chen, Brother Zhuge. How are you both? Chen Yi nodded. We're fine. We've taken care of the centipede. Hearing this, Chen Yulo and Luo Laowai immediately walked over to the centipede lying on the ground. Good heavens, that monster's finally gone. But how on earth did you two manage it? We struggled so hard just now and couldn't subdue it. Brother Yi. Han Feng rushed over and threw his arms around Chen Yi. Brother Yi, you scared the hell out of me. I thought I'd never see you again. Chen Yi's mouth twitched. You're exaggerating. Are you hurt anywhere? Ling Xiaoxiao stepped up to Chen Yi, scanning him from head to toe. Seeing no visible injuries, she finally exhaled in relief. Chen Yi glanced in Ling Xiaoxiao's direction. When she looked back at him, he immediately lowered his head. Han Feng blurted out impatiently, Miss Ling was beside herself when you fell into that huge pot. She nearly tore Mr. Chen's head off. If we hadn't stopped her, it would have been a disaster. Wang Yi chimed in, you bet. Who'd have thought Miss Ling would care so much about you? Never would have guessed your relationship was this close. Ling Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together and shot Wang Yi a furious glare. Are you two done yet? Don't you want to keep your tongues? The remark instantly silenced the pair. They burst into laughter. No, no more. Senior brother. Senior brother. Are you okay? Senior brother. Hua Ling cried as she hugged the silent Partridge Whistle. His lips were purple, clearly poisoned. She checked his pulse but couldn't detect anything, making her panic even more. She clung to Zhuge Xiao, weeping bitterly. Ling Xiaoxiao watched with a heavy heart before asking, what exactly happened to Zhuge Xiao? Is it true? Chen Yi took a deep breath, he's been poisoned. But I've already given him an antidote pill. He'll be fine soon. Hua Ling, hearing Chen Yi's words, felt her heavy heart lift slightly. Really? My senior brother, he'll be okay? Rest assured. This is our family's ancestral antidote. Once he rests for a while, he'll be fine. Hearing this, Hua Ling finally released the Partridge Whistle with great care. I wonder how your ancestral antidote is made. I see ingredients in it I've never encountered before. Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice before he smiled and said, family secrets, of course, cannot be shared outside. Hua Ling froze, realizing her slip, and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I just... It's fine. I understand how deeply you medical practitioners guard such knowledge. But I'm truly sorry, I simply cannot reveal it. Hua Ling gave a faint smile upon hearing this. It's fine. I understand the rules of this profession. Her gaze then returned to the Partridge Whistle. When will my senior brother wake up? Ling Xiaoxiao hurried forward to reassure her, it's fine. Since Chen Yi has already administered the antidote, there won't be any problems. Hua Ling nodded slowly, her expression still grim. She sank to the ground beside Zhuge Xiao, her expression lost and defeated. Chen Yulo, unsure how to respond, walked over to Chen Yi and patted his shoulder. What the hell happened here? How did you manage to kill that centipede? The moment that centipede returned here, it began healing itself. We only managed to kill it by exploiting its weakened state. Chen Yulo hummed in acknowledgement before cautiously asking, is there truly still hope for him? Chen Yi nodded without hesitation, of course there's hope. Our family's ancestral antidote pills aren't just a name. Hearing this, Chen Yulo's eyes lit up. He chuckled softly and asked, I wonder if Brother Chen's ancestral antidote pills might be. Chen Yi's mouth twitched. The so-called ancestral antidote was merely a figure of speech. He certainly couldn't produce the real thing. If he were asked to produce them, he simply couldn't comply. Mr. Chen, these pills are truly a family heirloom, Chen Yi explained. I can't just hand them out casually. Besides, I only have these two left. I really can't spare any more. Hearing this, Chen Zongbeitu's face fell. He'd hoped to get an extra one, thinking that if they encountered any poison later, he wouldn't have to worry. Chen Yi cleared his throat awkwardly at the scene. He should have spoken more quietly earlier. Speaking so loudly had nearly made him lose face. How does that centipede heal wounds? Chen Yulo's sudden question made Chen Yi's eyes flicker. He then produced a crimson inner core. Chapter 143, The Golden Token of the Imperial Bodyguard. This centipede was indeed quite old, otherwise it wouldn't have grown so large. I seized its inner core while it was using it for healing, which is how I managed to wound it. Hearing this, Chen Yulo's gaze immediately fixed on the crimson inner core. So this is the beast's inner core. It certainly looks the part. Chen Yulo did not take it from Chen Yi's hand. After glancing at it twice, he withdrew his gaze and continued, since you obtained it, I, Chen, would never take what belongs to others. Mr. Chen, you're being too generous. Chen Yulo tapped his fan in his hand. Luo Laowai's gaze, however, was fixed on the massive alchemy furnace. Mr. Chen, this thing is worth a fortune. Hearing this, Chen Zongbeitu immediately turned and said, this thing has some age to it. If you take it out to sell, it certainly won't be cheap. Luo Laowai's smile deepened at this. He raised his hand. Get all this loaded up and hauled back to the shop right now. Don't let it get damaged, these are treasures. Yes, sir. Luo Laowai's men sprang into action, packing up the items and moving them outside. Senior brother, you're finally awake. Hua Ling burst into tears of joy upon seeing Zhuge Xiao's eyes open. Senior brother, you nearly scared me to death. I thought I'd lose you forever too. As she spoke, Hua Ling wiped the tears streaming down her face. Zhuge Xiao looked at her with heartfelt concern. I'm still here with you. He pulled Hua Ling into his embrace to comfort her, but his mind drifted back to the image of the old foreigner before his departure. Instantly, both were engulfed in sorrow. Chen Yulo, sensing their state, hurried over and spoke gently, don't be like this. Trust that the old foreigner, in spirit, wouldn't want to see you both like this now. Zhuge Xiao took a deep breath, forcing back the tears welling in his eyes. Yes, old Yangren. I must keep moving forward. Chen Yulo smiled. Exactly. We've finally dealt with that centipede. The road ahead will be much smoother now. The expression on Partridge Whistle's face softened considerably. Flower Spirit spoke slowly, Senior brother, let's go together to bury the old foreigner's body. Zhuge Xiao nodded immediately. All right. With that, the two departed. Chen Yi watched the departing figures, a flicker of sadness crossing his eyes before he followed after them. I'll come with you. His words left Ling Xiaoxiao and the others puzzled, but none asked questions. They simply followed behind. We're all friends. We spent quite some time with the old foreigner and gave him a proper burial. Maybe he's happier now with so many people around. The Partridge Whistle's expression froze for a moment before a strained smile tugged at his lips. On behalf of my junior brother, I thank you all. Don't mention it. Didn't we just say it? We're all friends, no need for thanks. Han Feng chuckled softly. He then walked over to Partridge Whistle and immediately offered his arm. Brother Zhuge, let me help you over. Hua Ling and the others walked ahead, while Ling Xiaoxiao, trailing behind, quickly caught up to Chen Yi. What's up? Why suddenly decide to do a good deed? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. Aren't I the kind of person who does good deeds? Ling Xiaoxiao chuckled softly. Of course you are. But I'm curious, why did you suddenly strike up a conversation with them? Are you really just here to comfort them? Chen Yi closed his eyes tightly for a moment before speaking slowly. No. It's just, I have this vague sense of foreboding. Just in case, I decided to stay by their side for now. Ling Xiaoxiao finally understood. Then we'll stay with you. No need. I'll stay with them. You two should rest first. As he spoke, Chen Yi accidentally locked eyes with Ling Xiaoxiao before quickly averting his gaze. He awkwardly rubbed his nose, then walked briskly behind them with his hands behind his back. Han Feng glanced back and caught the inexplicable depth of emotion on Chen Yi's face. Confused, he blinked. Brother Yi, are you feeling unwell? Your face looks a bit flushed. Chen Yi raised a hand to touch his face, his tone utterly flat. Really? Han Feng studied him closely but couldn't detect the same flush as before. He blinked several more times, doubtfully remarking, maybe I just imagined it. It seems to have faded now. Chen Yi's lips instantly curved into a wide smile. Maybe. Han Feng didn't press the issue further. He turned around, picked up the Partridge Whistle, and sat down where the old foreigner had been lying. The two changed the old foreigner's clothes, then laid a white cloth over his face. Meanwhile, Fang Ke watched as one after another stuffed treasures into their pockets, his eyes sparkling with desire. Luo Wei stroked his chin and couldn't help but remark, these things really make you want to collect them. Fang Ke chuckled. What good is it to have them in your hands? You'd still need a lot of points to trade them out. Might as well just buy them in the mall. Luo Wei pursed his lips. He had to admit it made sense, so he said nothing more. Yet his gaze remained glued to the treasures. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted. Fong Ku and Luo Wei both turned to look. Approaching, they discovered the screamers were actually fighting each other. Luo Laowai suddenly grew anxious. What on earth was going on? How had they ended up fighting? General, be careful. Don't move forward. They just turned like this out of nowhere, no warning, just grabbing their knives and stabbing the people beside them. Hearing this, Lao Wei was even more stunned. How could they suddenly turn on each other like this? Something must be terribly wrong. This must be the legendary golden token of the Taibao. Hua Mogwa's sudden remark froze everyone in their tracks. The Taibao golden token? I've only heard rumors about it myself, never knowing if it's real or not. They say this Taibao golden token can control the minds of those around it, driving people to slaughter each other, making them kill anyone they see. Only then did Luo Laowai grasp the situation. He waved his hand urgently, hurry and fetch the head instructor. Such a major incident can't proceed without the chief warden present. When Chen Yulo arrived, he witnessed his brothers slaughtering each other. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to intervene. Enough! Stop fighting! Chen Yulo stepped forward, grabbing two men locked in a fierce struggle and pulling them apart. Stop fighting! Don't fall for that Taibao's golden token trick. Chapter 144, Slaying the Flower Spirit. How could those locked in a fierce struggle possibly heed Chen Yulo's words? Their eyes were bloodshot from the fight, their minds completely controlled. After stepping in, Chen Yulo was slapped several times. Hua Mogwa and the others immediately tried to pull Chen Yulo back. But Chen Yulo suddenly shoved them aside. Not only that, he immediately joined the fray himself. His martial prowess was superior to theirs, and once the fight began, he swiftly threw them aside. Seeing this, Hua Mogwa grew panicked. Chief! Chief! Chen Yulo's expression was deeply unsettling. Fong Ku, who was handling the situation, noticed the change and looked at him with confusion. Something was off about this man's expression. Luo Wei immediately looked over, only to see Chen Yulo stride right past them without so much as a glance. Wasn't this man being a bit too arrogant? General Luo was still treating us well, so why was it different with Chen Yulo? Luo Wei's expression darkened with displeasure as he watched the man's movements coldly. Fong Ku narrowed his eyes, follow him and see what's going on. After Fong Ku spoke, Luo Wei's expression darkened further. Fong Ku, why meddle in this? I feel we're already halfway there, it should be over soon. Fong Ku shook his head. No way. It can't be that simple. Besides, if we manage to pin down Mr. Chen, who knows what other surprises we might uncover. With that, Fong Ku immediately followed without hesitation. Luo Wei naturally had no choice but to follow. The two trailing behind him noticed he hadn't bumped into anyone or caused any harm, and they instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Yi and the others were busy working on Hua Ling, while Ling Xiaoxiao stood comfortably by her side. Han Feng wiped the sweat trickling down his forehead and watched the approaching figures with confusion. What are Fong Ku and Chen Zongbeta doing over here? Hearing this, Chen Yi's gaze instantly shifted over, then he stepped forward to block the others. Mr. Chen's expression looks off. Everyone, be careful. Hearing this, the others immediately moved back a few steps. Han Feng opened his mouth, rubbing his eyes repeatedly before staring wide-eyed in Chen Yulo's direction. Something definitely seemed off. Why were his eyes red and swollen? And he was clutching a knife, could he be planning to attack us? As he thought this, Han Feng chuckled to himself, finding his own words rather ridiculous. Hua Ling, unaware of the situation, saw everyone suddenly tense up and immediately felt her own nerves tighten. What's going on? Zhuge Xiao looked up in confusion. The next second, Chen Yulo, who had already closed the distance, swung the blade in his hand straight toward them. Hua Ling's eyes widened in terror. Chen Yulo was instantly flung aside by a whip, tumbling several times across the ground. Luo Laowai and Hua Makwai rushed over and quickly pinned Chen Yulo down. The other unloading Ridge brothers immediately charged forward, pressing him firmly to the ground. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned. What's going on with this Chen boss? Why did he suddenly turn into this? Han Feng was equally baffled. No clue. He doesn't seem quite himself. Could he really be off? Wang He retorted, that's obvious. He nearly came to blows with Miss Hua Ling just now. If Ling Xiaoxiao hadn't reacted quickly, Miss Hua Ling might not be standing here before you right now. Han Feng scratched his nose and immediately turned to look at Hua Ling. What about you? What do you think? Chen Yi watched Chen Yulo, who was being held down, with a look of tension. Hua Ling was completely petrified. What room was there for any other thoughts? Mr. Chen, snap out of it. That's Miss Hua Ling. Mr. Chen, pull yourself together. Don't do anything foolish. That partridge flute guy only has this one junior sister left. If you kill her, he'll be furious with you. Chen Yulo couldn't hear a word. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Hua Ling. Chen Yi silently stepped in front of Hua Ling, while Ling Xiaoxiao tightened her grip on the whip. Miss Hua Ling, rest assured. I won't let him harm you. Ling Xiaoxiao spoke with such conviction it almost seemed plausible. Wang He and Han Feng exchanged a glance before silently positioning themselves to shield Hua Ling. Veins bulged on Chen Yulo's hands. Finally, the arm pinned to the ground lashed upward with a sudden, violent swing. He flung the person pinning him off with a single motion. The next instant, he charged toward Hua Ling. Chen Yi immediately snatched the dagger from Chen Yulo's hand and pulled away from him. Chen Yulo pursued relentlessly, his gaze fixed firmly on Hua Ling. This left Chen Yi with a headache. This must be what they call the power of the plot. Since Hua Ling had originally died by Chen Yulo's hand, his attention was almost entirely focused on her. The long grieving partridge whistle finally registered the situation before them and sprang to his feet. Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you'd never even notice once we'd settled this matter. Guixiao's gaze flickered toward Chen Yulo. What was wrong with him? No idea. He was like this when he approached us. Those eyes were terrifyingly red, and the knife in his hand looked ready to slaughter us. Hua Magua and Luo Laowai, who had just arrived, saw Chen Yulo already subdued. Hua Magua hurried over. Partridge whistle, Chen Yi, our chief Chen must have been struck by that golden badge of the Guanshan Taibao. That's why he's acting like this. Luo Laowai stroked his beard. Seeing all eyes on him, he added, Brother Hua Magua is right. Whatever the chief Chen planted seems to warp people's minds. My men and the unloading ridge crew started slaughtering each other. Hearing this, Partridge whistle narrowed his eyes. They started fighting? Luo Laowai stroked his beard. Yes, the situation looked rather off, but they've all been tied up now. Han Feng and Wang He immediately exclaimed, then hurry up and tie him up. This man's strength is several times greater than normal. If we don't restrain him, once he regains his senses, he'll attack us again. They were still so close. She certainly didn't want to die like this. Luo Laowai burst into laughter. He's just unconscious. What's there to fear? Chapter 145, Disappearance. Hua Makwai smiled, then ordered his men to bind Chen Yulo. Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, what exactly is this tailbai you mentioned? Han Feng looked utterly confused, having only caught a vague mention of it and having no idea what it was. Hua Magua shook his head. I've only heard about it too. This is my first time seeing one. The partridge whistle narrowed his eyes. The golden token of Guanshan Taibao. Han Feng froze in shock when Partridge Whistle uttered the full name. You know this thing? You can even pronounce that long name? Seems like you know quite a bit about it. The Partridge Whistle made no attempt to hide his knowledge. I do know a bit about it, he said slowly, but like Brother Hua, it's only from hearsay. Han Feng nodded in sudden understanding. Just hearing about it is impressive enough. Only someone with deep knowledge can truly remember what they've heard. For people like them, hearing it mentioned in passing was like a fleeting thought that vanished just as quickly. So all these people killing each other, it's all because of this Guanshan Taibao golden token? Damn it! That thing is truly cursed. Chen Yi, how should we resolve this situation now? I haven't heard of any solutions yet, but we've already tied up all the brothers who are affected. We're just waiting for them to come to. Chen Yi glanced at Chen Yulo, who was bound and unable to move. He nodded slowly. He then found a spot and sat down. Han Feng scanned the surroundings and remarked, Brother, I don't see Feng Ku and the others anywhere. Chen Yi paused. Where did they go? No clue. Luo Laowai's crew is nowhere to be seen either. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes, puzzled. Where could they have gone? They wouldn't just leave things here. Han Feng pursed his lips, sitting cross-legged on the ground with no regard for his appearance. Who cares? It's none of our business anyway. Chen Yi rubbed his temples, his expression instantly turning grave. But what if their actions are connected to our mission? Don't forget these people seem to be from the guild. They're definitely not just doing system-assigned tasks. Han Feng immediately sat up straight, his expression instantly stiffening. Right. I almost forgot about that. If that's the case, then we're screwed. Ling Xiaoxiao shot him a glance. They're not exactly powerhouses. What could they possibly accomplish? Even so, it's bound to make waves eventually. We'll just wait and see. Ling Xiaoxiao's reasoning seemed sound, yet Chen Yi couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. A persistent sense of unease lingered. Do you know what kind of tasks those guilds usually assign? Ling Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes. I don't know the specifics, but I've heard rumors. Apparently, whenever these guild members enter a dungeon, they retrieve the most crucial item inside before leaving and handing it over to their guild. Chen Yi asked in surprise, what's the most important thing? Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head. I don't know that part, but I've heard they have their own way of identifying it. Chen Yi immediately began replaying the entire storyline in his mind, word for word, yet still couldn't pinpoint which item might be the most crucial. This story revolved almost entirely around Chen Yulo and his companions seeking treasure, nothing but gold and silver treasures. But gold and silver weren't particularly important to them. So there must be something he didn't know. But come to think of it, we've been in this underground palace for so long, yet we haven't even caught a glimpse of the tomb owner's resting place. Is there really a tomb in here? Wang Yi sat on the ground, voicing his confusion aloud before glancing at the person beside him. Hua Ling stood guard beside the partridge whistle, saying nothing. Boss. Honggu approached and, seeing the person bound and unable to move, immediately glared at the others. What the hell? How did you end up tying up the boss like this? Hua Makwai scratched his head. Well, the boss was poisoned and nearly went on a killing spree. Honggu frowned in confusion. What happened? Hua Magua immediately recounted the entire incident. Honggu's gaze froze. Is Hua Ling, the partridge flute girl, alright? Honggu's gaze fell upon Hua Ling. Aside from looking pale, Hua Ling seemed otherwise unharmed. Hua Ling gave a faint smile, pursing her lips as she said, "Thank you for your concern, Sister Honggu. I'm fine." Hearing this, Honggu let out a sigh of relief. Glad to hear it. You two shouldn't keep grieving like this. I'm sure he wouldn't want you to be so downcast over his death. Neither the partridge whistle nor Hua Ling responded. Seeing this, Honggu pressed on, "Aren't you two searching for some pearl? That must have been the old foreigner's wish too. If that's the case, you should be even more determined to find it." Han Feng whispered, "What pearl?" Ling Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. "Are you deaf? Haven't we mentioned it countless times? It's the dust pearl." Han Feng murmured, "Oh, right. I remember now. But that bead, it seems like..." Han Feng hummed in confusion, glancing at Chen Yi. Chen Yi gave a faint nod, understanding exactly what Han Feng wanted to ask. This is ridiculous. Are we really going to be entangled with this thing forever? Is that dust pearl really that important? That woman from the last script was after it too, for the sake of this so-called dust pearl. This dust pearl really seems to be important. He rubbed his lips. Bro, I can't shake this feeling this dust pearl is even more crucial. You think the guild members are hunting for it too? At this, Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. Probably not. Don't they hunt for important items in every dungeon? But didn't the partridge whistle say his clan has been searching for this dust pearl for nearly 1,000 years? That proves it's extremely important. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. But here, in this instance, what truly was the most crucial item in this dungeon? Han Feng was suddenly at a loss for words, unable to answer immediately. This. I don't know. What could possibly be the most important thing? Chen Yi slowly produced an inner core from his hand. What is this? The inner core you mentioned? Chen Yi, you tell me, does this thing count? An inner core should be pretty rare, right? They couldn't possibly not care about it. Han Feng stared at the crimson inner core, his expression heavy. If they care about it, would they come to take it? Chapter 146, Awakening. Chen Yi silently pinched the crimson inner core between his fingers, his lips pressed tightly together as he gave a faint nod. Why not just keep quiet? Hearing this, Han Feng let out an ah, seeming to agree. The question was, did they truly not know? So many people had just arrived, it was impossible for them not to know. But whether the news had reached Feng Ku and the others remained unclear. Chen Yi pursed his lips, deep in thought. But the tomb's owner still hadn't been seen. Was there really a coffin here? Han Feng began to doubt. Could this place also be a diversion? After all, the underground palace they had visited earlier had been a deception. It wasn't impossible for this place to be one too. Partridge Whistle stood up but lost his balance. Flower Spirit quickly caught him. Senior brother, you really should rest properly now. Zhuge Xiao shook his head. I must search again. This is the unfinished business of the old foreigner. I must find the dust pearl. Hearing this, Hua Ling opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but finding no words. In the end, she fell silent. Seeing that Zhuge Xiao's injuries hadn't fully healed yet and he was already preparing to act again, Chen Yi immediately spoke up. Brother Zhuge, if you go searching now and something unexpected happens, what will become of Miss Hua Ling then? At this, Partridge Whistle halted abruptly. Hua Ling gazed at Zhuge Xiao with sorrowful eyes and softly called out, Senior brother. Zhuge Xiao opened his mouth, but no words came out. Chen Yi continued, rest properly first. Recover your strength. Besides, we don't know if the poison in your body has been completely purged. If it hasn't been fully purged, then you. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. Honggu immediately chimed in, exactly. Partridge Whistle, don't be so stubborn. Even if the old foreigner desperately wants that pearl, he wouldn't want you going after it covered in wounds. Chen Yi and the others nodded in agreement, all opposing his immediate departure. After all, the fierce infighting above had left everyone severely wounded, and none had likely recovered yet. Zhuge Xiao was finally forcibly restrained by Honggu. Rest well. Hua Ling, you take good care of him. With that, Honggu cast a lingering look at Partridge Whistle before turning away. Wang Yi's gaze lingered between Hua Ling and Honggu. Maybe there's some love-hate entanglement going on here. The next moment, Wang Yi felt a sharp blow land on him, the pain making him wince involuntarily. He glanced up to see Ling Xiaoxiao's icy expression and immediately averted his eyes, silently shifting his gaze elsewhere. Why did you hit me? I didn't say anything. Stop jumping to conclusions. They're just simple senior and junior siblings, don't you know they're actually blood siblings? Not what you're imagining. Wang He hung his head uncomfortably, unable to utter a word. Han Feng laughed heartily. See? Now you know to keep your mouth shut. Who told you to run your mouth like that? Wang He's mouth twitched. Yeah, I can't control mine. Can you? Hearing this, Han Feng and Wang He began bickering back and forth. After resting for a while, Chen Yi went to check on Chen Yulo's condition. When will Mr. Chen come to? Huamagua shook his head, no idea. That Guanshan Taibao golden token was just a rumor. Who'd have thought we'd actually stumble upon it here? Turns out all the world's rumors have some basis, they don't just appear out of thin air. Chen Yi pursed his lips, his gaze fixed on Chen Yulo. Honggu cautiously edged closer and called out softly. Boss? Boss, wake up. Boss. Suddenly, the bound Chen Yulo jerked violently. Startled, everyone immediately scrambled backward, fearing he was about to lash out again. Chen Yulo shook his head, his dazed expression turning toward them. What are you doing? Untie me immediately. Hearing this, the others cautiously asked, Boss, are you awake? What's this about being clear-headed? What did I do? You've got some nerve, tying me up like this. Honggu laughed heartily and asked, Boss, you're really awake? Do you remember what just happened? Chen Yulo frowned, his face clouded with confusion. What just happened? Luo Laowai stroked his stubble and chuckled. Oh, Chief, you nearly killed that sister disciple of the partridge whistle just now. Thankfully, Chen Yi acted swiftly and stopped you. Otherwise, Miss Hua Ling would have met her end at your hands. Hearing this, Chen Yulo was startled, his face filled with confusion. He had no idea what was going on. How could that be possible? Hua Magwei immediately explained, Boss, it really happened just like that. You too might have been affected by that Guanshan Taibao golden badge. The Guanshan Taibao golden badge? Hua Magua nodded urgently. Chen Yulo rubbed his temples, then nodded toward Hua Magua. Let go of me. Honggu swiftly intercepted Hua Magua's attempt to move forward. Boss, are you sure you're fully sober? What else could it be? I'm perfectly lucid. Besides, with all of you here, do you really think you can't overpower me? The group fell silent. That was a tough one to answer. Seeing their expressions, Chen Yulo looked at them in confusion. What's with the looks? Seeing Chen Yulo seemed poised to deepen his contemplation, they immediately stepped forward to untie the ropes binding him. Nothing. We're untangling you right now, don't worry. Honggu chuckled softly before stepping forward to untie him. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes, then walked over to Chen Yulo and asked softly, Is there really a tomb here belonging to the tomb's owner? We've been searching for so long and haven't seen the tomb of the owner. We've explored every corner of this immortal palace. Chen Yulo's expression darkened upon hearing this. We've searched for so long without finding the tomb owner's burial site. It's likely not within this underground palace. Chen Yi, if it's not in this underground palace, then where else could it be? Chen Yulo pondered for a moment before lifting his gaze upward. If it's not in this underground chamber, then it must be somewhere on the mountain peak. Chen Yi pondered thoughtfully. Tombs throughout history have always been built underground, rarely has anyone chosen the mountaintop. It really is a peculiar arrangement. Yes, it must be a custom of the Yuan people. We don't understand their reasoning behind the construction, but we can be certain it's on the mountaintop. If it's not there, then something is amiss. Chapter 147, Refusing the Deal. Within the mountain peaks. Han Feng immediately sensed something was off. Wait a minute, Good, do you remember how we first encountered that corpse king? Chen Yi frowned, straining to recall. You remember? Just as Han Feng opened his mouth to speak, he suddenly froze. I thought I remembered just now. It wasn't on the mountain peak, was it? Where did we actually enter from? We didn't go in from underground. We started right from the center of the mountain, kept climbing upward, and that's when we ran into the old corpse king. The youth recounted their previous encounter with remarkable clarity. Chen Yi and Han Feng stared at him in astonishment. You remember it that clearly? I was having trouble recalling it myself. It just felt odd, like we encountered that corpse king almost immediately after entering, without much searching at all. The boy pursed his lips, his brow furrowing deeply. Perhaps the dungeon's magnetic field is disrupting our memories. Han Feng's mouth fell open as he silently pulled a notebook from his chest. This had to be recorded in the notebook. Things in the mind might fade, but words written in the notebook would never disappear. He decisively pulled out a pen and began scribbling notes. Chen Yi froze. You carry a pen and notebook with you? I didn't used to, Han Feng replied. But last time, I saw everyone carrying a notebook and pen, so I picked up this little habit. Who knew it would come in handy? Han Feng smiled with evident satisfaction, his expression radiant. Chen Yi. The group of people who had been chatting and laughing immediately turned their heads to look. Feng Ke walked over with a smile. I heard you accidentally obtained the inner core from that centipede's body during your fight with it. Is that correct? Chen Yi narrowed his eyes, exchanging a knowing glance with Han Feng. Their expressions clearly conveyed, so it was you. Is there something you need? Seems you really did get that centipede's inner core. Lucky you. Chen Yi gave a faint nod. My luck has been decent, but what exactly do you want to discuss? I just came to confirm. If it's real, I want to make a deal with you. Chen Yi stared at Fong Ku in astonishment. A deal? You want the inner core in my possession? Yes. I'm very interested in that centipede's inner core, so I'd like to discuss a deal with you. What do you say? Chen Yi pursed his lips, appearing deep in thought. Why should I believe you? I have no reason to lie to you about this. Besides, it's just a centipede's inner core, it can't be that important to you, right? The centipede's inner core wasn't particularly important to him, but he'd rarely seen such a thing and wanted to keep it. And he had no intention of trading it with Fong Ku. Sorry, I'm not planning to trade this core anytime soon. Fong Ku narrowed his eyes, the smile fading from his face. You truly refuse to trade this with me? Chen Yi asked with a puzzled look. This is something I obtained, right? Since that's the case, I have the right to decide what to do with it. It's the first time I've seen an inner core from a centipede's body, just like in the novels, so I want to keep it as a memento. Fong Ku's smile broadened, his tone ambiguous. I hope you won't regret the decision you've made today. I imagine you've already guessed our identities. To still be so bold. Chen Yi shrugged. I know you're from the guild. But even guilds shouldn't resort to forcibly seizing others' treasures, right? Fong Ku chuckled. Of course, we're all well-mannered. If you're unwilling, we won't force you. But consider this inner core is useless to you. If you trade with us, you'll get what you desire. What I want is this inner core. No need to say more. My mind is made up, I won't trade. Fong Ku raised an eyebrow indifferently. Very well. Since a deal isn't possible, let's preserve our friendship. After all, we're fellow dungeon raiders. Should any other opportunities arise, do give us a heads up. With that, Fong Ku departed, accompanied by the two individuals behind him. Han Feng snorted derisively. He really thinks highly of himself, expecting us to alert him to opportunities? Who would selflessly share their luck? He was just speaking off the cuff. Don't take it to heart. Chen Yi didn't dwell on his words either, though. He glanced at the centipede's inner core clutched in his hand, his expression clouding with confusion. Did his guildmates even know this centipede possessed an inner core? When they encountered it, they hadn't made much effort to take it down. Han Feng sneered coldly, they're using us as stepping stones. Aren't they just waiting for you to clear the path for them? Look, the moment you got hold of this centipede's core, he came knocking right away. If that core had been in Zhuge Xiao's hands, he'd have probably used force to snatch it back long ago. Hearing this, Chen Yi pursed his lips and slowly shook his head. I recall him saying they were killed by Zhuge Xiao. Han Feng paused, scratching his head. That must have been the mad Zhuge Xiao. The sane Zhuge Xiao is a genuinely good person. Chen Yi hummed in acknowledgement, tucking the inner core into his system pouch. After they walked over, they bumped into Ling Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao asked anxiously, did you make a deal with Fong Ku? No. My EGE didn't want to trade. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao finally exhaled in relief. Her reaction only made Chen Yi and Han Feng even more puzzled. What's up? You look like you know something. Ling Xiaoxiao, I do know a bit. Anyway, don't make deals with them. People who go back on their word like that aren't exactly popular. Plus, whatever they trade, its value is only going up, never down. It all depends on whether the item is useful to its owner. A centipede's inner core, do you even know what it's used for? Ling Xiaoxiao looked somewhat surprised as her gaze fell upon Chen Yi's outstretched hand, where the crimson inner core rested in his palm. She couldn't help but be a little surprised, joking, aren't you afraid I'll snatch the inner core right out of your hand? If you need it, I can make a deal with you. Ling Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. She then crossed her arms and tilted her chin slightly. I don't need it yet. Keep it safe. I don't know what this thing does, but the system should give me a prompt once we're out. Chapter 148, Threat. Once Ling Xiaoxiao approached Hua Ling, Wang He and Han Feng immediately crowded around Chen Yi. Hey, bro, seriously? You were so fixated on that inner core just now. How come Ling Xiaoxiao had to open her mouth and you handed it over instantly? Han Feng and Wang He were utterly baffled. Seeing his earlier defiant expression, they couldn't fathom how this man could bend to the allure of beauty. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow indifferently, replying nonchalantly, what nonsense are you talking about? Ling Xiaoxiao is our partner. If she needs something, it's only right for us to help her as partners. His expression was utterly selfless, leaving those nearby stunned speechless. Well, that does sound somewhat reasonable, but... Han Feng stroked his chin and chuckled a few times. The next second, however, Chen Yi's piercing gaze silenced him. He immediately covered his mouth. Shen Yulo told Chen Yi they wanted to go to the mountain peak, and Chen Yi agreed without hesitation. Ling Xiaoxiao walked up beside him and added, I'll go with you. No need. You stay here. What if something dangerous happens? With so many people up there shouldn't be any danger. Besides, they'll be there. Ling Xiaoxiao's chin lifted toward Han Feng and Wang He. This instantly made the two men stand taller, as if entrusted with a great responsibility. You're right. Brother E, rest assured we've got this covered. Wang He nodded emphatically like a loyal sidekick. Exactly, E. Following them won't be as useful as having Ling Xiaoxiao with us. Wang He spoke with clear self-awareness. Chen Yi's eyebrows lifted slightly, and Han Feng promptly jabbed Wang Yi in the ribs with his elbow. That's you, not me. Han Feng refused to admit he was useless. Wang Yi stroked his chin and murmured a faint "oh." Fine, you're not, I am. After the two had settled their discussion, they saw Partridge Whistle standing alone over there. Brother Partridge, your physical condition isn't suitable for such dangerous work. Zhuge Xiao looked extremely unwell, his face pale as a sheet, as if he might collapse at any moment. A flicker of concern crossed Honggu's eyes as she hurriedly said, Gui Xiao, why must you be so stubborn? Zhuge Xiao said nothing, only fixed a deep gaze on Honggu before plunging straight down without another word, using his drill heaven lock. Chen Yi's gaze fell upon Honggu. Seeming to sense it, she immediately shot him a glare. What are you looking at? Chen Yi awkwardly rubbed his nose, while Ling Xiaoxiao's brows furrowed slightly. Honggu also realized her emotional outburst was uncalled for and awkwardly apologized. Chen Yi hastily waved it off. It's fine. Brother Partridge's situation seems a bit off. Xiao Xiao and I will go down and check. Hearing this, Honggu declared, I'm coming down too. With that, the three of them immediately began climbing down the centipede ladder. Midway down, Chen Yi's gaze suddenly shot upward, locking onto Feng Ku and the others standing at the top. His grip tightened as he exchanged a glance with Ling Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together. It shouldn't be. Wang He and Han Feng are still up there, right? Hearing this, Chen Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He continued his descent. What are you doing? But the situation above wasn't as straightforward as they'd imagined. Han Feng and Wang He stared at the three figures before them, their expressions darkening. Especially since the other party wore an expression brimming with provocation, clearly not good people. Feng Ku gave a faint smile. Gentlemen, aren't you being a bit too suspicious of us? We're just here to check things out. No need for such vigilance, right? Han Feng scoffed. We don't need your fake kindness. Do you think we don't know what you're up to? Feng Ku looked puzzled. What could we possibly be up to? Aren't we on the same side? Besides, it's not just Chen Yi and the other guy going down, there are others too. We wouldn't dare take on so many people. Han Feng and Wang He exchanged a glance. That's true, they thought, but they still felt uneasy about Feng Ku's sudden arrival. Then why are you here? Nothing much. Just checking in. We're all running the same instance, after all. Shouldn't we share intel? Feng Ku spoke with an expression of utter normality, making Han Feng feel like he'd overthought things. Still, he didn't let his guard down. After all, this man was from the guild. Who knew what trouble he might cause them in the next second? Han Feng pressed his lips tightly together and replied coldly, we don't have any intelligence right now. Besides, why are you always coming to us for information? Aren't you the ones with more intel? Feng Ku shrugged. If we had it, we wouldn't be asking you. This dungeon, we still don't know how it ends. From what you mentioned about last time, it seems completely different from this run. It really is different. Even the route into the underground palace was almost entirely different from the start. They charged straight through, rushing right up to the zombie king. Instead of starting off by heading into the immortal palace like this. But this person knew the situation. He just couldn't figure out what exactly this person wanted to ask. Feng Ku narrowed his eyes, slowly walking to the cliff's edge. He glanced down into the abyss, an endless black void stretching below. He let out a soft click of his tongue before quickly withdrawing his gaze. He shot a glance in Luo Wei's direction. Han Feng, who had been watching Feng Ku's every move, caught the glance immediately and swallowed hard. What exactly are you lot trying to do? A slow smile spread across Feng Ku's lips. What are we doing? Just giving Chen Yi a little lesson. Hearing this, Han Feng couldn't help but retort, didn't you just call us partners? Turning on us now? That's pretty cold-hearted, don't you think? Feng Ku hummed indifferently. Unfair? I rather like being unfair. If Chen Yi had been willing to make a deal with us, I wouldn't have resorted to this. Han Feng was instantly enraged by this shameless remark. You bastard. You're completely inhumane. Didn't we agree on a fair deal? If someone refuses, that's perfectly normal. So isn't it only fair that I teach him a lesson? Feng Ku's immediate retort left Han Feng speechless, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. You're truly inhuman. Han Feng and Wang He watched Feng Ku's movements with bated breath, only to see him lightly stamp his foot on the ground. Chapter 149, Plunging Off the Cliff. With a faint smile, he turned and walked away. The two were utterly baffled. Is he out of his mind? What was he doing just now? Wang He shook his head, equally baffled. The youth who'd been sitting in the rest area suddenly spoke urgently, hurry up and get them up here. This place is about to collapse. This only deepened their confusion. What nonsense are you talking about? Everything's fine now. How could it collapse? Earlier, Fongke didn't just step on the ground, there must have been something on his feet. Didn't he just say he wanted revenge on Igu and the others? Hearing this, Han Feng immediately ran to the cliff's edge and shouted down to the brothers still climbing. Stop climbing down. Come back up now, it's about to collapse. Hearing this, the others still descending looked at the two men in confusion. What nonsense are you talking about? Everything's fine now. Han Feng explained, it's fine now, but it won't be in a moment. Stop descending immediately. Pull the brothers who've already gone down back up. Those who hadn't descended yet exchanged confused glances, unsure what to do. Just then, Hua Makwai approached. What's going on? Brother Hua, trouble's brewing here. Get the men who went down to come back up immediately. If we keep going, it might be too late to save them. Hua Magua stared intently at Han Feng. Seriously? Absolutely. We've never lied to you along the way. Hearing this, Hua Magua's eyes flickered. After a moment's thought, he called out to the men above, tell the brothers who went down to come back immediately. Have the chief scout return too? Yes, sir. With those words, Han Feng finally felt a little relieved. Yet his relief proved premature. No sooner had Hua Magua issued his orders than the ground began to tremble violently. Those on the cliff were shaken off balance. Damn it! How could it come so fast? He'd thought they still had some time. What should we do? Brother Yi and Miss Ling are still down there. Han Feng's expression was equally grim. How was I supposed to know? This Feng is truly treacherous. How dare he treat us like this? Wang Yi sighed and blurted out, if he good had made that deal with him, none of this would have happened, right? No way. He just used this as an excuse to strike at us. You're taking it too seriously. Han Feng saw it clearly. Even if they'd struck a deal with Fongke, this man wouldn't have let them off easily. Right now, he's just using an excuse to eliminate them. Then he just seized the treasure directly from Chen Yi's hands. What deal would he need? Get out of here immediately. Everyone else jumped toward the opposite direction. The sudden tremor of the cliff face instantly put Chen Yi and Ling Xiaoxiao on edge. How are you? Chen Yi asked, his concern evident as he looked at Ling Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao froze for a moment before shaking her head. I'm fine. Jump toward the opposite direction. Chen Yi nodded, then pulled a sky-piercing lock from his waist. He hurled it toward the opposite cliff face, where it embedded itself firmly into the rock wall. You go first. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock. She refused without hesitation. No way. We're going together. Hearing this, Chen Yi sighed helplessly. He had only replicated a single sky-piercing lock, how could they possibly go together? He was also afraid. If they really went together, wouldn't the rocks in the cliff collapse under their combined weight? Wouldn't they both just plummet straight down then? Stop messing around. Hurry up. Seeing Chen Yi's grim expression, Ling Xiaoxiao dared not press the matter further. The mountain trembled even more violently now, with small fragments of rock continuously tumbling down the cliff face. Some people were struck and fell straight down. Chen Yi himself was pelted by numerous fragments. He nodded toward Ling Xiaoxiao's direction, urging her with a sharp command, hurry up. Ling Xiaoxiao had no choice but to leap swiftly across to the opposite side of the cliff. Many others were leaping across the cliff as well. Some were struck mid-air by falling rocks above, their screams echoing as they plummeted. Chen Yi pursed his lips as he looked up at the cliff's edge. Despite arriving well ahead of schedule, he had still stumbled into this very moment. It seemed that even arriving early couldn't alter what was meant to happen. This left Chen Yi looking rather grim. Chen Yi, what are you spacing out for? Jump already. Ling Xiaoxiao waited for what felt like an eternity without Chen Yi jumping over. Growing anxious, she shouted urgently at the dazed Chen Yi. Snapping out of his trance, Chen Yi finally leaped toward the opposite cliff. Just as he was about to make his move, the mountain shook violently. His jump sent a shower of debris crashing down, pelting him from head to toe. In an instant, he plummeted downward. Ling Xiaoxiao's pupils contracted sharply as she screamed Chen Yi's name. Instinctively, she whipped her whip toward him. The whip barely caught Chen Yi. But Chen Yi's weight made Ling Xiaoxiao's brows furrow tightly as she bit her lip. Chen Yi hadn't expected Ling Xiaoxiao to actually catch him. He felt a momentary surge of emotion, but immediately shouted, let go. He could see Ling Xiaoxiao was struggling to hold on. There was no way he'd let her fall with him. He was confident he could survive the fall. But Ling Xiaoxiao might not. He couldn't risk that. Let go. No matter how loudly Chen Yi shouted, she clung to him with deathly grip. Chen Yi felt a flicker of emotion, but if she didn't let go now, they would both truly be doomed. Ling Xiaoxiao's face had gone pale, yet her grip remained unyielding. No, we're partners. I'll never let go of you. Chen Yi opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. The rope around his waist was impossible to cut, leaving him only to watch Ling Xiaoxiao struggle on. The veins bulged on her slender arms, and her complexion grew even paler. Chen Yi felt a pang of pity. Chen Yulo noticed and tried to help, but as he approached, he saw that Zhuge Xiao and Honggu were in the same predicament. He immediately grabbed them both. Now completely tied up, he managed a strained glance toward Ling Xiaoxiao. Hang on a little longer, it'll be over soon. But the situation on both sides was dire. Ling Xiaoxiao was also struggling to hold on. Realizing this, Chen Yi immediately ordered her to let go. At least this way, one person could be saved. Chapter 150, Injury. Yet Ling Xiaoxiao refused outright. How could she possibly let go? She'd rather fall with Chen Yi than release her grip. Even though she knew this was utterly foolish. She simply refused to let go now, to abandon her companion. Finally, Ling Xiaoxiao truly couldn't hold on any longer. Her grip on the sky-piercing lock slipped, and she plummeted downward alongside Chen Yi. Spotting the falling figure, Chen Yi immediately slowed his descent. He swiftly caught Ling Xiaoxiao in his arms mid-air and adjusted his grip. Mid-air, Chen Yi couldn't help but scold her. Are you stupid? I told you to let go. Now look, you've fallen too. Despite his words, Chen Yi swiftly made a decision. With Chen Yi's protective shield absorbing the impact, neither sustained serious injuries during the fall. However, they both lost consciousness, though only Ling Xiaoxiao remained unconscious. Chen Yi remained conscious. After glancing at the unconscious Ling Xiaoxiao, he sat silently beside her, quietly keeping watch. He then proceeded to clear the surrounding area. During his cleanup, he spotted the partridge whistle and red ant nearby. He dragged them to a spot not far from Ling Xiaoxiao, making it easier for him to keep an eye on her. After a long while, Zhuge Xiao finally awoke. Seeing Honggu still unconscious beside him, he immediately grew concerned. Don't worry, Chen Yi reassured him. I've already checked her. She's fine, just temporarily passed out. Hearing this, Zhuge Xiao exhaled in relief. Only then did he notice that Chen Yi and Ling Xiaoxiao had also fallen down. You two too? Chen Yi gave a helpless smile and glanced at Ling Xiaoxiao. Those who survive great calamities are destined for good fortune. I never imagined our luck would hold out this well, falling from such a height and still being alive. Zhuge Xiao lowered his head. Chen Yi instantly understood what he was thinking, but said nothing. After waiting for both girls to regain consciousness, the two men stood beside Ling Xiaoxiao and Honggu respectively. Chen Yi asked with concern, how are you feeling? Any discomfort? He had already examined Ling Xiaoxiao when he regained consciousness. He found nothing amiss with her. Ling Xiaoxiao's brows furrowed slightly before she shook her head. Nothing's injured, but my limbs feel a bit numb. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's expression darkened slightly as self-reproach welled up inside him. He should have gone down alone from the start. Knowing the danger, he still let Ling Xiaoxiao follow him. If he hadn't allowed her to come along, she wouldn't have encountered this situation. Ling Xiaoxiao immediately sensed Chen Yi's expression and tugged at his sleeve. Chen Yi snapped back to reality. Where are we? Can we go back? Chen Yi glanced around and replied, we can go back. While you were unconscious, I already found the route. Just follow me. The three exchanged glances upon hearing this, then turned their eyes to Chen Yi without hesitation. Just as Chen Yi was about to lead his men away, Honggu suddenly let out a cry. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to Honggu. Honggu gave an awkward smile and stammered, my leg seems to be hurt. Hearing this, Partridge Whistle immediately stepped in front of Honggu. I'll carry you back. Honggu blinked, unable to suppress a smile that crept onto her lips. But that's not right. You're injured too. What if I end up hurting you? Honggu spoke with genuine concern, as if she truly believed it. Zhuge Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. No way. Your weight couldn't possibly crush me. Hearing this, Honggu's smile deepened, her lips curving upward uncontrollably. She then cleared her throat lightly. Well, I'll just go ahead then? Just as Honggu was about to climb onto Zhuge Xiao, she felt two pairs of eyes fixed on her. Startled, she snapped her head around. There, Ling Xiaoxiao and Chen Yi were both staring at her. As she met their gaze, both of them simultaneously broke into laughter. The sight made Honggu's scalp crawl. What are you two staring at me for? At her words, Chen Yi and Ling Xiaoxiao silently averted their gazes, looking up at the sky or down at the ground, only glancing cautiously at her with their peripheral vision. Honggu pressed her lips together, her gaze lingering on Ling Xiaoxiao before suddenly smiling. Miss Ling, are you hurt? You mentioned your limbs felt numb earlier. Can you walk? Instantly, Chen Yi's attention shifted to Ling Xiaoxiao. Can you still walk? Ling Xiaoxiao immediately felt uncomfortable, but still replied, I should be able to walk, I suppose. What she really meant was, I can't walk. So, Chen Yi, you'd better take the initiative. If you can't walk, don't push yourself. I'll carry you back. Now it was Ling Xiaoxiao's turn to feel awkward, and she couldn't help but clear her throat softly. I'm quite heavy. Are you sure? What if I crush you? Chen Yi's mouth twitched. You think I'm weak just because I look skinny? Do you doubt my strength? Ling Xiaoxiao paused, then retorted without hesitation, of course not. How could I look down on you over something like that? Besides, you've shown plenty of strength before. Where's the small part? Are you just making this up? Chen Yi immediately crouched down, glancing toward Ling Xiaoxiao. Then hop on. Ling Xiaoxiao hesitated only briefly. From the other side, Honggu immediately urged, hurry up and get on. Don't we still have to hurry on our way? Who knows how the other brothers are doing? With that, Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't delay the group any longer and quickly climbed onto Chen Yi's back. Feeling the warmth on his back, Chen Yi's ears flushed crimson. His gaze fixed ahead, his mind as still as water. Just as he was about to move forward, a group suddenly emerged from ahead. It was Chen Yulo, Han Feng, and the others. Brother E. Miss Ling. Are you two alright? Han Feng's heart sank when he saw the two were unharmed. But then he noticed their posture, and his heart began to race again. What on earth was going on? Ling Daxiajia was injured. Ling Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together, unwilling to reveal her condition to others. She replied coldly, I'm fine. Nothing serious. Then why did you have E carry you? What if he got hurt? Chapter 151, Vanishing Again. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao immediately tried to jump off Chen Yi's back, only to be firmly held in place by him, unable to move. Her face flushed crimson with anger. What are you doing? Let me go right now. Ling Xiaoxiao began struggling violently. Chen Yi sighed inwardly. Why was she so easily swayed by Han Feng's words? Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just that. Chen Yi glanced at Han Feng, who instantly understood. Still, he thought both of them must have been injured after falling off the cliff. He immediately offered, Miss Ling, how about this? I'll carry you. Han Feng, ever the loyal friend, crouched down on the ground. Chen Yi pursed his lips and gave him a faint glance. No need. Chen Yi declined Ling Xiaoxiao's offer with effortless ease. Ling Xiaoxiao paused, hesitating. But Chen Yi didn't give her time to hesitate. He simply hoisted her onto his back and started walking forward. On the other side, Chen Yulo looked at the injured Honggu and immediately asked, Honggu, are you alright? Honggu, supported by Zhuge Xiao, felt slightly awkward upon seeing Chen Yulo approach and remained silent. Chen Yulo waited anxiously until Zhuge Xiao finally explained, Honggu's legs are injured, she'll likely have trouble walking. Chen Yulo exhaled in relief. Merely a leg injury, no other wounds, was the best news possible. He sighed softly and said, it's fine. If she can't walk, she can't walk. Come, I'll carry her over. But before he could finish, Partridge Whistle had already hoisted Honggu onto his back and was keeping pace with Chen Yi. Chen Yulo stood rooted in place, momentarily bewildered. Only when the pair were nearly out of sight did he snap back to reality. Hey, wait for me. Chen Yi carried Ling Xiaoxiao on his back, with Wang Yi and Han Feng following behind. The two men silently watched the man and woman ahead, neither able to speak. After a moment, Wang Yi seemed unable to hold back any longer and muttered under his breath, don't you think they're moving a little too fast? Hearing this, Han Feng's eyebrow involuntarily twitched. As the saying goes, heroes have always struggled to resist the allure of beauty. That adage holds true everywhere, especially at a time like this. Wang Yi shook his head. But Miss Ling is quite beautiful, isn't she? Han Feng retorted without hesitation, isn't that stating the obvious? Miss Ling is a young lady of high standing, how could she possibly be unattractive? After all, the marriage partners of the wealthy are always handsome men and beautiful women. Improving one's looks. Wang Yi scratched his head, thinking that made sense. But then again, Gu himself wasn't half bad looking either. Ling Xiaoxiao, who had been leaning against Chen Yi's back, was already feeling a bit uncomfortable. Now, the person walking behind them was muttering quite loudly. It was nearly impossible for her to pretend she hadn't heard. Finally losing her patience, she shot a glare backward. Could you two keep your voices down? Don't you realize you're disturbing others? At her words, Han Feng and Wang Yi immediately shifted their gaze uncomfortably, letting out a couple of dry laughs. Why did you have to speak so loudly? Now he heard us. This is so embarrassing. Wang Yi looked genuinely innocent. But you weren't exactly whispering either. I figured even if he heard, he wouldn't say anything. Do you think she's some shy little girl? She says whatever's on her mind. And she doesn't give anyone any face either. The moment he finished speaking, he met Ling Xiaoxiao's icy glare. Han Feng immediately covered his mouth. Then, suddenly remembering something, he hurried over to Chen Yi's side. Ling Xiaoxiao's icy stare pierced him like a silent ice blade. He offered an apologetic smile. Don't worry, I don't really want to interrupt your private moment. I just need to explain the cause of this landslide. Chen Yi and Ling Xiaoxiao's gazes instantly locked onto him. Wasn't it a natural collapse? Ling Xiaoxiao had assumed the sudden mountain collapse was just that natural. No, he continued. Fong Ku and his crew used something. Anyway, he wanted revenge because Brother Yi refused to deal with him. Ling Xiaoxiao flared up instantly. Is he out of his mind? Doesn't he know all those people were down there? Does he want to kill everyone? Han Feng shrugged helplessly. Who knows what he was thinking? But he definitely wasn't a good person. If he were a good person, he wouldn't do something like this. Chen Yi pressed his lips together, his expression darkening slightly. Where are they? Han Feng and Wang He shook their heads. No clue where they went. Probably scared we'd come looking for trouble. After finishing their business, they vanished without a trace. Han Feng's eyes flickered. Could they be up to something else? It was impossible not to suspect that. After all, the look of those few people made it obvious they were up to something big. Chen Yi's brow furrowed deeply. A scenario suddenly flashed through his mind, but he wasn't sure if Fang Ku and the others were aware of this particular detail. He'd heard that their guild seemed to be rife with rumors. This inevitably made him wonder if they might exploit these rumors to undermine them. But based on our last failed attempt, they probably wouldn't act recklessly. After all, if they caused us to fail the dungeon again, wouldn't they be trapped here with us too? Wang Yi sighed heavily. These guilds couldn't care less about the lives of ordinary players like us. If they truly cared, where would they profit from? Han Feng's words sent a chill down everyone's spine. Back at the inn, Hua Ling rushed over, her face tense as she looked at them. Are you all okay? Let me check you over. Her hand moved decisively toward Ling Xiaoxiao. Then she soothed, Sister Xiaoxiao, your hand feels weak. Rest properly and take care of it, avoid exerting too much force. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao nodded obediently. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. After that, she walked over to Honggu. Honggu's injuries were more severe than Ling Xiaoxiao's. Her leg wounds meant she could only walk with a cane for now. This sight instantly filled Zhuge Xiao with guilt. Seeing this, Honggu immediately said, what does this have to do with you? No matter who it was, I wouldn't just stand by and watch them fall. Meanwhile, Chen Yi and Han Feng searched the entire inn in silence but found no trace of Fang Ku and the others. Damn it, they really did go off on their own. But where could they have gone? Han Feng immediately turned to Chen Yi. Could they possibly have something important in their possession? Chapter 152, Curse? Slow poison? Chen Yi pursed his lips. Maybe they really did get some inside scoop. Otherwise, why would they be stirring up trouble like this? Ling Xiaoxiao snorted coldly. They're definitely acting recklessly based on some so-called inside scoop. If they actually interfere with the dungeon mission, we'll just take care of them first. Her words were icy cold, yet not entirely without merit. Better to lose a few than everyone. Wang He glanced around, analyzing the situation seriously. Of us here, only Yi Gu and you have any combat ability. Don't count on us to handle them. He's only good at running away. He can't do anything else. After speaking, he turned to Chen Yi and Ling Xiaoxiao with a helpless look. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were left speechless. Chen Yi's brow furrowed deeply. Now that Ling Xiaoxiao was also injured, if those men were carrying significant supplies, it wouldn't bode well for him. Engaging them head-on wasn't wise, but even so, he had to find a way to suppress them. Otherwise, if they struck later with a knife, he truly didn't know how he'd handle it. Han Feng agreed with Wang He's assessment. After all, their combat strength likely couldn't match those opponents. And they were big and strong too. Good, do you have any ideas? Chen Yi shot him a helpless glance. What could he possibly do now? Still, he was genuinely curious about what trump card this man held up his sleeve. Han Feng sighed. Who knows what kind of trump card makes him so arrogant? Maybe it's the guild backing him. Possible. Definitely possible. Who knows what kind of important figure that Fang Ku is? If something happens to him, his guild members will come to bail him out. That's why he's so brazen. Chen Yi pressed his lips together, offering no response, but found the reasoning rather plausible. Whatever trump card he held, it revealed one thing, his slack approach to tasks. Beyond the dungeon matters his followers cared about, this Fang Ku seemed like nothing more than a casual tourist. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes, certain this man was protected by something valuable. The question was, what did they want with the inner core he held? What are you thinking about, E? Do you have a solution? Chen Yi shook his head slowly. I have nothing here. We'll see how things play out. Even if they made no move, Fang Ku would inevitably strike again. Luo Laowai stood with his hands on his hips, fuming. All my treasures are locked inside. I thought I'd finally manage to bring them all out. Luo Laowai was nearly driven mad by rage, never imagining things would turn out this way. Over there, Hua Magua observed Chen Yulo's expression and spoke slowly. Boss, the losses this time are heavy. Many of our brothers have. At those words, Chen Yulo's face paled, his hands trembling involuntarily. How many brothers were lost? Hua Magua dared not utter the number, his expression deeply troubled. Boss, you really shouldn't ask. The casualties are too heavy. How many? Chen Yulo's eyes turned red with rage. Hua Magua had no choice but to speak the truth. Instantly, Chen Yulo seemed to lose his footing. Hua Magua hurriedly urged, Boss, pull yourself together. The brothers are watching. Chen Yulo sighed. Forget it, Hua Magua. Let's just leave it at that. Hua Magua opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately held his tongue. Seeing Chen Yulo's utterly defeated state, Hua Magua himself a member of the Unloading Ridge felt a similar turmoil. Witnessing his brothers killed or crippled left him with mixed emotions. Hua Magua took a deep breath. Boss, you need to rest properly first. Whether we go or stay, I'll follow your lead. I believe the brothers feel the same. Chen Yulo gave a faint nod before Manhwa helped him back to the room and laid him on the bed. After leaving Chen Yulo's room, Manhwa relayed the news to Chen Yi and Zhuge. Upon hearing this, He couldn't help but exclaim, he's giving up again? How weak-willed can a man be? Han Feng immediately chimed in, exactly. This is the second time. Can't he just make up his mind? Chen Yi, however, understood Chen Yulo's state of mind perfectly. He said, this landslide had a profound impact on the chief. Many of his men were sacrificed. Hearing this, Wang He and Han Feng fell silent, though they muttered a few words under their breath. Ling Xiaoxiao added, for us, this is just a game instance. For them, it's real life. So many of their own have died. What good are all the treasures if they lose their lives? Wang He and Han Feng both understood the logic, but the problem was this, if Chief Chen refused to go, wouldn't their dungeon run be ruined again? Don't worry, she reassured them. Mr. Chen really doesn't want to go right now, but there's still someone else who has to. Ling Xiaoxiao, you mean that Zihusho guy? Their relationship isn't exactly bad, but it's hardly worth risking his life for, is it? Zihusho's junior disciple died, making him even more desperate to find the Corpse King. The Corpse King's coffin holds many treasures, perhaps among them lies what he seeks. You mean that dust pearl? Ling Xiaoxiao looked confused. Could curses truly exist in this world? From what he said, only this dust pearl could lift their curse. To me, it sounds less like a curse and more like a slow-acting poison. Chen Yi hummed in agreement, from our modern perspective, it's indeed a slow-acting poison. But if the antidote remains unfound, they'll carry this toxin through countless lifetimes. Ling Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together, a flicker of sympathy crossing her eyes. So that antidote pill from the system is useless too? A poison that hasn't been cured in thousands of years, do you really think something from the system could instantly undo it? I gave him the antidote pill too, but it only seems to counteract the surface-level poison. As for the curse, it was naturally useless. Only the dust pearl could help. If this instance hadn't failed to yield the dust pearl, he'd be genuinely curious to see what it actually looks like. Shouldn't we go persuade Mr. Chen to surrender now? Chen Yi pressed his lips together, yes, but let's not rush. We'll go after the partridge whistle arrives. Ling Xiaoxiao folded her arms. You saw him go? He'll definitely go to persuade him. If you don't believe me, just wait by the door. Once Wama comes back, the partridge whistle will arrive. Chapter 153, Blackmail. Han Feng and Wang He exchanged a glance, then moved toward Chen Yulo's quarters with perfect understanding. Where are you two headed? The youngster had been hanging out with Han Feng and Wang He lately, and over time, they'd become familiar with each other. To see if it's just like Igu said. Hearing this, the youth immediately followed after them. I'll come too. The three of them dashed out immediately. Ling Xiaoxiao stood rooted to the spot, silently watching their retreating figures. Ling Xiaoxiao folded her arms and said, so, that Chen Zongbeitu is still going ahead with it? If things change, then we'll have to step in. Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered twice, how exactly? Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice before he said, we absolutely must find a way to keep him going. As for how? Start with the people around him. Whatever matters to him, use that. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao tugged at the corner of her mouth. What if he refuses to go? After all, nearly everyone who's gone has died. He might not want to sacrifice any more lives. In that case, we'll have to take him by force. Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in astonishment. You're not joking, are you? With all the men under his command, to bind him and take him, you'd have to get past his men first. Getting him out on the run won't be a problem as long as we move fast. Besides, Wang He is a fast runner. If he wants to disappear, he won't be seen. Chen Yi already had a backup plan in mind. If things went wrong, they'd have to activate Plan B. After all, they couldn't let some unexpected glitch dictate their actions. Before long, Han Feng and Wang He returned. Brother Yi. You were right. That partridge whistle really went. But we didn't dare get close enough to listen. We have no idea how it ended. Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. Since he went, I imagine he'll continue on to the peak of Bingshan Mountain. Should we prepare then? Chen Yi paused briefly before nodding. Get ready. We'll head up the mountain at a moment's notice. Got it. Ling Xiaoxiao touched her ankle. Chen Yi noticed the gesture and frowned involuntarily. Ling Xiaoxiao noticed his reaction, paused, then withdrew her hand. Don't worry, I won't slow you down. Chen Yi froze for a second before realizing Ling Xiaoxiao had misunderstood him. You got hurt partly because of me. How could I possibly resent you holding us back? Besides, your combat skills are formidable here. We can't afford to lose anyone, least of all you. Ling Xiaoxiao's expression softened slightly at Chen Yi's words. She cleared her throat, her face flushing with discomfort. Of course, we can't do without any of us. Chen Yi nodded immediately. Of course. I'll do everything I can to protect everyone and get us all out of this dungeon together. Ling Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together, lowering her gaze, unsure what to say. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Chen Yi sat silently beside her, equally at a loss for words. But noticing Ling Xiaoxiao occasionally rubbing her leg, he realized the pain must have returned. Should I ask Hua Ling to take another look at it? Ling Xiaoxiao immediately stopped him. No need. My leg only hurts a little. Rubbing it helps. Are you sure? Chen Yi's face was filled with concern, still looking somewhat unconvinced. Of course I'm sure. How could I not know my own body? Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice before he slowly nodded. All right then. If anything hurts, tell me right away. Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Chen Yi with confusion. You? I'm very worried about you. Chen Yi replied calmly, you were injured because of me. Naturally, I'm more concerned. Ling Xiaoxiao responded with a faint "oh." Han Feng and Wang He silently moved a few steps away from Chen Yi and Ling Xiaoxiao. They exchanged knowing glances and shared a quiet chuckle. The young man joined in the laughter, all wearing mocking expressions. Ling Xiaoxiao caught their glances and immediately shot them a glare. Han Feng and Wang He burst into loud laughter. On the other side, Chen Yulo sat on the bed looking utterly dejected. When Huama entered, this was the scene he encountered. Boss, don't overthink it. We'll follow whatever you decide. Hearing this, Chen Yulo rubbed his temples. This loss was so devastating, I admit I chickened out. Just thinking about how to explain this to their families makes me want to back out. Hearing this, Huamagua sighed and said, Boss, honestly, it's not your fault. They just had bad luck. Besides, who could have known that mountain would collapse? Otherwise, this outcome wouldn't have happened. So what do you think, should we continue? Huamagua paused, then replied earnestly, I'll follow your lead. If you say continue, we continue. If you say return, we return. Chen Yulo smiled faintly and said nothing more. Meanwhile, Partridge Whistle couldn't wait any longer. Now that he knew the location, he naturally had to go find it. He immediately set off toward the mountain peak. Chen Yi and the others noticed his movement as soon as he started moving. They set off in pursuit. Partridge Whistle spotted them instantly. Brother Chen, you're coming too? Since we all know the location now, it only makes sense to go take a look. Guishao's eyes flickered briefly before he replied indifferently. Then let's go. The group proceeded together. Meanwhile, Chen Yulo finished packing his things and prepared to lead his men toward the mountain peak. They had come this far. Though most of the treasures were buried, they could still dig them out. After composing himself, he was about to step outside when he sensed someone was present. Chen Yulo immediately frowned. What was going on? Luo Laowai stroked his beard, equally puzzled. I don't know either. I was just about to send my men to retrieve the buried items when I heard the explosion outside. No sooner had he finished speaking than a bomb exploded right before his eyes. The shock froze him solid. On the other side, Chen Yi and the others suffered the same fate. Several figures stood before them. And they were some old acquaintances. Chen Yi, there's no point in struggling. You'll come back with us, won't you? Chen Yi stared at Feng Ko, who had appeared before him, his expression filled with confusion. Feng Ko, what are you talking about? Feng Ko narrowed his eyes coldly. Stop playing dumb. Do you think I don't know what's on your mind? If you refuse to come with me, I can't guarantee you'll still be alive. Chapter 154, Recognizing the Times. Wang Yi's expression instantly hardened. What do you mean? Are you after our lives, Feng Ko? I thought I made myself perfectly clear. Why do you still act so clueless? There should be a limit to playing dumb. This is getting tiresome. Chen Yi knew their actions were likely just revenge against him. He pressed, what exactly do you want? If it's the inner core in my possession, I can hand it over. Feng Ko suddenly burst out laughing, tears streaming from his eyes as he sneered with utter contempt. The inner core? You weren't willing to part with it during our earlier deal, but now. Feng Ko shrugged his shoulders and declared with righteous indignation, what I want now is everything you have. Not just a single inner core. Hearing this, Chen Yi, Han Feng, and the others froze in shock. Han Feng exclaimed in utter disbelief, your appetite is simply too big. Feng Ko casually tugged at his lips. Then you can try to figure out how to make my appetite smaller. Han Feng immediately turned to Chen Yi, who shook his head slightly. Ling Xiaoxiao drew her whip without a word. You're just asking for a beating, that's why you're so arrogant. Think having a few people behind you gives you free rein? Her whip lashed out toward Feng Ko. Feng Ko, momentarily caught off guard, was struck by the whip. His face instantly contorted in pain. His eyes narrowed menacingly as he glared at Ling Xiaoxiao. His expression was terrifying. Ling Xiaoxiao showed no fear, tightening her grip on the whip as if ready to strike again at any moment. Feng Ko instantly raised the gun in his hand, pointing it at Ling Xiaoxiao, a faint smirk curling his lips. You dare strike me? Which is faster, the whip in your hand or the gun in mine? Ling Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together, glaring at him with a grim expression. No matter how fast her hand was, it couldn't possibly outpace a bullet. Her gaze shifted to Chen Yi, who had remained silent all along. She whispered, what should we do? Chen Yi also recalled the plot in his mind, then slowly shook his head. He hadn't expected this man to use Ma Zhenbang against them, but he was indeed clever. But if he openly turned against them now, did he truly have no fear of the consequences that would follow? Fang Ke, we're at least partners now. By tearing up our agreement like this, are you sure it'll help you in the long run? Fang Ke's eyes flickered twice before he continued, whether you live or die doesn't matter much to me, so eliminating you wouldn't be a big deal. Chen Yi's lips twitched. They weren't particularly important after all, clearing the level didn't require them. But they knew the way through. Wouldn't that man be curious? Besides, if I really couldn't get out, someone would come looking for me outside. Chen Yi's eyes suddenly flashed. Just as he'd suspected, this person truly had powerful backing. It was precisely because of that backing that he acted so brazenly. Chen Yi suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Was that so-called guild really that formidable? What the hell are you talking about? Partridge Whistle was utterly confused. Though he understood their path was blocked. Gentlemen, please accompany me back. That officer surnamed Ma wishes to see you. Hearing this, everyone except Chen Yi looked utterly bewildered. What is he talking about? An officer surnamed Ma? Who is that? I've never seen this person before. Han Feng looked utterly bewildered, almost doubting his own memory. I've never heard of this person either. Is he new? Both frowned deeply, but Fang Ke, standing nearby, offered the wrong answer. Of course you haven't seen him. That officer surnamed Ma just arrived here recently, and he's practically Luo Laoai's sworn enemy. Han Feng's eyebrows twitched slightly. You're helping Luo Laoai's sworn enemy? Aren't you afraid he'll come after you? Fang Ke chuckled. No one in this world can retaliate against me, especially not a commoner like Luo Laoai. Hearing this, Chen Yi and the others chuckled but said nothing. Fang Ke spoke slowly, arrest them. At his command, the men behind him immediately moved toward them. Ling Xiaoxiao tried to move, but Chen Yi's stern glance halted her. She froze, her face filled with confusion as she stared at Chen Yi. Chen Yi had stopped Ling Xiaoxiao precisely because the man held a gun. When facing a firearm, it was wiser to be the one who knows when to yield. Bullets don't have eyes. Getting shot is easy. Chen Yi feared Ling Xiaoxiao might be accidentally hit, so he had no choice but to act that way. Fang Jian, witnessing this, immediately chuckled. Chen Yi knows when to be practical. You lot should take a leaf out of his book. Han Feng silently rolled his eyes at this, though the eye roll wasn't directed at Chen Yi. The group was swiftly subdued by the uniformed men behind Fang Ke, their hands bound. Chen Yi tentatively wriggled a couple of times. The ropes were tied rather tightly, he couldn't break free easily. Han Feng and the others looked utterly hopeless, completely unable to break free. Ling Xiaoxiao's brows furrowed, though she didn't let her emotions show too much. Chen Yi watched her composed expression and couldn't help whispering, "Can you untie these ropes?" Ling Xiaoxiao blinked slightly. Yes, but it will take a little time. A faint smile touched Chen Yi's lips at her words. As long as they could free themselves from the ropes binding them, everything else would be manageable. I'll find you some time later. After you untie your own ropes, help us untie ours. Ling Xiaoxiao agreed without hesitation. All right. Chen Yi and the others were immediately bound and taken to a location not far from the Tingguan pavilion. Chen Yi was somewhat surprised that the people inside the pavilion hadn't been tied up yet. He hadn't expected them to be captured so swiftly. Han Feng and Wang He instantly felt a surge of hope. I'm sure that Chen boss will definitely save us. Chen Yi pressed his lips together. Rather than relying on others, you'd be better off relying on yourself. Hearing this, Wang He and the others gave an awkward chuckle. It's not that we don't want to rely on ourselves. The thing is, right now we can only rely on others to save us. Ma Zhendong glanced at the people Fang Ke had brought back, raising an eyebrow slightly as he took a sip from his thermos. What use are these people? Fang Ke immediately interjected with a smile. Sir, these men are invaluable. This guy with the partridge whistle is the leader of the mountain-moving sect. He knows a lot, and it's thanks to him that Commander Chen found so many treasures along the way. Chapter 155, Surrendering the Inner Core. Ma Zhendong perked up at this. Oh? So he's the leader of the mountain-moving sect? My apologies for not recognizing him earlier. Ma Zhendong chuckled. Fang Ke, you've done well. Ask for whatever reward you desire. Fang Ke immediately bowed his hands. Sir, I have a personal grudge against Chen Yi. My sole desire is to oppose him. As for rewards, I care little for them. It is enough that this man is in my hands. Ma Zhendong was quite satisfied with Fang Ke's response. How rare it was to find someone uninterested in treasure. But he wasn't entirely convinced. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by gold? Ling Xiaoxiao's anger flared even brighter upon hearing Fang Ke's words. Fang Ke, you traitor? Fang Ke shrugged. Miss Ling, I'm no traitor. From the start, we were merely thrown together. We never agreed to cooperate, did we? Then he suddenly remembered something, his expression turning regretful. I recall mentioning cooperation before, but you were the ones who refused, weren't you? You can't blame me for that. With that, the smile on Fang Ke's face deepened. Ling Xiaoxiao glared coldly at Fong Ke, but he paid no heed, stating bluntly, Chen Yi, what do you say? If you refuse to hand over everything you have, the lives of those around you will be forfeit. Chen Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, completely unfazed by the threat. Fong Ke, do you even know who these people are? How dare you threaten their lives like this? Fong Ke laughed dismissively, who wouldn't know if they died here? If I were to kill them, I wouldn't spare any witnesses. That way, I'd be safe, wouldn't I? Han Feng's face instantly drained of color. He whispered, Brother Yi, he does have a point. If he kills us all, there'll be no witnesses left. Chen Yi's mouth twitched. If we all die, leaving just him behind? Won't he be questioned when he leaves? Of course he would. A dungeon run where only one survivor remains? That survivor would inevitably spark discussion and draw significantly more attention. People outside would naturally sense something was off. But ego, we don't want to die either. Can we not die? Chen Yi silently glanced at Han Feng, who was looking nervous and anxious. I never said we'd die. Alright, with so many people watching, keep your mouth shut. Seeing Chen Yi seemed to have a plan, Han Feng immediately shut his mouth and quietly played the role of a hostage. Seeing them panic, Feng Jian couldn't help but laugh. So, what do you think? Chen Yi pursed his lips. I don't have anything on me except for that inner core. Feng Ke couldn't possibly believe such an absurd claim. He dismissed it outright. Impossible. Then Feng Ke chuckled. So it seems you don't care at all about your companion's life or death. Of course I care. That's why I'm offering you the inner core, it's all I can give. As for anything else, even if you wanted it, I couldn't provide it. Chen Yi explained helplessly. Feng Ke narrowed his eyes, his expression giving nothing away. But even so, Feng Ke still refused to believe Chen Yi had absolutely nothing left. Impossible. Feng Ke repeated the word. Chen Yi shrugged. If that's how you want to see it, then so be it. What I can't produce, I simply can't produce. Even if you killed me, I couldn't produce it. After speaking, Chen Yi stared at him with a cold expression. As if observing someone making unreasonable demands. Feng Ke's expression twisted for a moment. You can't produce it? You can't produce it? With that, he pressed the gun against Wang Yi's head. Wang Yi stared in terror at the muzzle suddenly appearing above his head, swallowing nervously. No, bro, you're threatening ego with me? You think that's possible? Wang Hedron was nearly dumbfounded. He never imagined he'd be the one being threatened. Feng Ke chuckled softly, whether it's possible or not depends entirely on what happens now. Trust yourself, you've been by his side for so long. If he were truly with someone else, he wouldn't have left you behind. Hearing this, Wang Yi's eyes immediately turned to Chen Yi, pleading for help. Bro, don't abandon me now. Chen Yi's mouth twitched. I told you, all I can offer is the inner core I just acquired. Besides, we're both newbies. Feng Ke narrowed his eyes, clearly skeptical. Wang Yi immediately piped up, I can vouch for it. We really are just pure newbies, as pure as they come. Feng Ke turned to Luo Wei, who shrugged. I don't know what's going on either. Maybe he really is a newbie. How could that be? A newbie could be that composed? His methods are completely decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Compared to that newbie by your side, you really don't seem like a newbie at all. Hearing this, Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice before he shrugged helplessly. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. I really am a rookie. If I weren't, you wouldn't know anything about me either. Feng Ke narrowed his eyes, his thoughts churning. Mozak stroked his chin. True. If he weren't a newcomer, given his actions, I doubt he'd be an unknown figure. Couldn't he just be keeping a low profile? At this, both Luo Wei and Mozak fell silent, closing their mouths without a word. Chen Yi looked at the gun pressed against Wang Yi's head and said, You don't need to point it at him like that. Even if you kill him, I can only give you one of the things you want. If you really kill him, I won't have any to give you, and I won't let you off either. Feng Ke immediately laughed, shifting the gun from Wang Yi's head only to press the muzzle against Chen Yi's. Oh? Killing him serves no purpose. But killing you? That would be useful. You've reminded me of something. Hearing this, Chen Yi's face showed no emotion whatsoever, not even a trace of fear. His gaze remained calm, as if nothing mattered. Feng Ke found this deeply unsettling, like firing a shot into cotton, not even a flinch. Hand over the inner core. What inner core? Ma Zhendong was still dazed by the conversation, but this particular term registered clearly. He couldn't help but smile as he looked at Feng Ke. Chapter 156, The Traitor. Feng Ke turned to meet the gaze filled with greed that seemed to know no bounds, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Sir, it's just a pill. Ma Zhendong grew even more intrigued. A pill? What kind of pill? You seem quite concerned about it. That thing must be something special. Hearing this, Feng Ke explained with a smile, It is indeed a good thing, but it's of no use to you, sir. Ma Zhendong narrowed his eyes. Useless to me? How can you be so sure it's useless to me? Feng Ke continued, If you knew where this came from, you probably wouldn't be able to swallow it. Hearing this, Ma Zhendong grew even more curious. Where was it taken from? Fong Ke chuckled. It was extracted from the belly of a giant centipede. That centipede's saliva can dissolve a person into water. Its venom is extremely potent. Hearing this, Ma Zhendong's expression shifted slightly, clearly startled. Such bizarre creatures exist in this world? If you don't believe me, sir, you can ask others. Ma Zhendong's eyes flickered twice. Of course I believe you. There's no need for you to deceive me. Just as Fong Ke was about to smile, Ma Zhendong continued, but I still want to see what this inner core looks like. Finding it inside a giant centipede, that's something I've never seen before. With that, Ma Zhendong waited for Fong Ke to produce it. Fong Ke didn't have it was only in Chen Yi's possession. Hurry up and show it to the commander. That might just save your life. Chen Yi handed over the inner core expressionlessly. Though it was precious, compared to his life, it wasn't so valuable at this moment. He knew he could retrieve it again later. Thus, he handed it over decisively. Fong Ke handed it to Ma Zhendong. Ma Zhendong's gaze fell upon the crimson inner core in his palm, and the corners of his mouth curled upward. If I consume this, could I become an immortal? The words hung in the air, stunning everyone present. They stared blankly at Ma Zhendong, the source of this outrageous claim. This might work for that centipede, but for humans? Not so sure. He laughed heartily. Seriously? People still believe in that nonsense about cultivating immortality? Even the emperor tried to build momentum for it, but he didn't succeed. He ended up on the executioner's block, didn't he? Ma Zhendong's expression darkened instantly. Han Feng quickly nudged Wang He. Why are you so damn talkative? I thought I was the chattiest one here, but it turns out there's someone even more talkative than me. Looks like you're out to get yourself killed. Wang He gave an awkward chuckle. Well, I just tend to speak my mind. Don't take it personally, I didn't mean any harm. Han Feng's face twisted in disgust. He'd told him to stop talking, yet this guy still had the nerve to say it was just telling the truth. This guy is something else. Looks like you're about to lose your mind. Shut it. Fong Ke narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the group before suddenly breaking into a smile. While Chen Yi might genuinely not have much of value on him, I'm sure you lot have something worth taking. Hearing this, Han Feng and Wang He exchanged a silent glance. They couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. No, we really don't. Didn't we just say? We're all newbies. Only Ego has any real ability, we're just a bunch of greenhorns. Han Feng even managed to squeeze out a tear as he spoke. Fong Kiki didn't buy it, especially Han Feng. This guy's background was different from the others, how could he possibly have nothing? He pulled the trigger, smiling as he aimed the gun at Han Feng's head. Think carefully. Are you absolutely certain you have nothing left? Han Feng swallowed hard, letting out a nervous chuckle. I really don't have anything. If it were at the beginning, I'd definitely have something, but at this stage, I've truly used it all up. After all, it's all gone. And what's left is truly a lifesaver, absolutely cannot be revealed. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mozak. We were working together at the time. Fong Ke's gaze shifted toward Mozak. Mozak rubbed his nose bridge and replied slowly, well, it's possible. The situation back then was complicated. And to be honest, I don't have any left on me either. Hearing this, Fong Ke's expression darkened. Gone? I don't have mine anymore. As for the others, they're probably in a similar situation. Fong Ke took a deep breath, his face betraying obvious impatience. His gaze finally settled on Ling Xiaoxiao. Why are you looking at me? Don't tell me you're expecting to get something from me? Ha! You're a grown man, don't you feel embarrassed? Ling Xiaoxiao's face twisted into a look of utter contempt. Fong Ke seemed stung by Ling Xiaoxiao's words, his face darkening to a frightening degree. Miss Ling, what exactly do you mean by that? Ling Xiaoxiao chuckled coldly, nothing. If you don't get it, I won't repeat myself. Ma Zhendong's brow furrowed deeply. What the hell? I told you to capture someone, and you haven't even brought anyone back. Chen Yi's gaze suddenly fixed on Deputy Officer Yang, his voice tinged with confusion. Adjutant Yang? Hearing Chen Yi's voice, the others immediately looked over and indeed spotted Adjutant Yang. Wait, why does Deputy Officer Yang look like he's snitching to old brother Ma Zhendong? Could he be a traitor? The group silently pondered for a moment before reaching a conclusion. No way. How could old Luo have been so blind in judging character? To actually nurture a thankless traitor like this? Ling Xiaoxiao clicked her tongue. Given old Luo's temper, what kind of torment must those around him endure to stick it out? I've always admired his resilience. Chen Yi's brow furrowed involuntarily. Who says that? Adjutant Yang was saved by old Luo. If not for him, Yang might not even be alive today. Ling Xiaoxiao froze at this. Then why betray his own savior? Oof. Some people value their own lives more than honor, I suppose. Hearing this, the other three turned to Chen Yi with curious expressions. Brother Yi, where on earth did you hear this gossip? Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice before he cleared his throat. I'm afraid I can't disclose that. Hearing this, the others all looked at him with puzzled expressions, as if they were about to ask something. Chapter 157, Scheming. Lieutenant Yang glanced at Chen Yi and the others, silently passing by them. Han Feng cautiously remarked, "Did that deputy officer Yang just give us a glare? What a terrifying look." Wang He silently lowered his head. In a world where everyone carries a gun, everyone is dangerous. Chen Yi's gaze shifted toward Deputy Officer Yang. "Don't worry, your comrades will soon join you." Partridge Whistle pressed his lips together, his face darkening. After a long pause, he asked in a low voice, "Do you know how to untie these ropes?" Ling Xiaoxiao immediately replied, "We could, but there are too many people here. Even if we untied the ropes, we couldn't escape. Worse still, we'd likely be shot on the spot. The risk is too great. We can untie the ropes anytime, but let's wait for a better opportunity." Hearing this, Zhuge Xiao nodded slightly. "All right. I think they'll still need us to find the tomb owner's grave. We'll do it then." Zhuge Xiao explained the situation to Ling Xiaoxiao, who nodded softly in understanding. As their low-voiced discussion drew to a close, Chen Yulo and the others were brought over. "Mr. Chen, look!" Wang He exclaimed in surprise. "You guys got kidnapped too? But you had so many people. How could you lose like that?" Chen Yulo was momentarily speechless at Wang He's question, offering only a dry chuckle. The treatment meted out to Chen Yulo and Luo Laowai was far from kind. Luo Laowai, in particular, was tied directly to a tree stump. It was clear just how much Ma Jindong despised Luo Laowai. "Ah, Commander Luo, long time no see. Never imagined we'd meet again like this." Hearing this, Luo Laowai shot him a cold stare before flicking a spit right at Ma Jindong's face. Ma Jindong closed his eyes and wiped his face, his expression darkening to a frightening degree. "You're so arrogant even as death approaches. If I fall into your hands, it's just my bad luck." Ma Jindong burst into laughter. Deputy Yang. Deputy Officer Yang, who had been standing among the crowd, slowly stepped forward and positioned himself beside Ma Jindong. Instantly, everyone understood. Ma Jindong's ability to reach Bingshan so easily clearly meant someone had tipped him off and that someone was Deputy Officer Yang. Luo Laowai stared in utter disbelief. "You little bastard! How dare you betray me?" Deputy Yan remained silent. Luo Laowai continued his tirade, "You ungrateful bastard! You motherless fool! I spit on you!" Luo Laowai spat right in Yang's face, leaving his face covered in spittle. "Since you're about to die, I won't hold this against you. But this is the last time you'll ever humiliate me." Lieutenant Yang's expression remained utterly impassive, as if Luo Laowai's words held little weight. "If I hadn't picked you up 3 years ago, would you even be here now? And you dare betray me?" Deputy Yang said coldly, "That's why I endured 3 years of your insults." Ma Jindong watched with a hint of amusement. "Enough of this nonsense. It's time to prove your loyalty to me." At those words, the gun in Deputy Officer Yang's hand slowly raised toward Luo Laowai's head. Luo Laowai took a deep breath and glanced at Chen Yulo, who was similarly bound. "Mr. Chen, I'll be going first." With that, a loud bang echoed, and Lao Wei collapsed. A formidable figure was gone in an instant. Chen Yulo opened his mouth, but no words came out. Hua Magua, standing beside him, looked at Chen Yulo with deep concern. "Boss?" Hua Ling was also bound. The Partridge Whistle immediately lunged toward Hua Ling, only to be held down by the soldiers behind him. "Don't move." After dispatching the men, Deputy Officer Yang approached Ma Jindong. Ma Jindong smiled with great satisfaction, his gaze slowly settling on Chen Yi, Chen Yulo, and the others. "Sir, these people cannot be killed just yet." Hearing this, Ma Jindong looked at Feng Ke beside him with confusion. "What do you mean? They still have their uses. If all these people die, we won't be able to find the tomb of the Yuan dynasty general." Hearing this, Ma Jindong fell deep in thought before slowly turning his gaze back to Feng Ke. "What do you think?" Feng Ke replied without hesitation, "Why not send Zhuge Xiao and Chen Yulo to search for the great general's tomb? Keep these men here. If they cause trouble, just kill them outright." Hearing this, Han Feng and Wang He were both stunned. "Wait, this guy really intends to eliminate us? Ige, I have a feeling we won't escape this." They had assumed Feng Ke merely wanted to rob them of their equipment. But judging by the current situation, he wasn't just after their gear, he wanted their lives. Han Feng felt utterly sick to his stomach. Wang He trembled violently. "No. I just graduated. I was about to get into a university. I haven't even started college yet. I don't want to die like this." The Partridge Whistle shot them a glance before murmuring, "Take out that commander. Use him to command the others. Don't you get it?" Han Feng and Wang He both turned to look at the Partridge Whistle. "Damn it! You were eavesdropping on us." The Partridge Whistle pursed his lips, his tone utterly flat. "You were talking too loudly. Didn't even bother to cover it up. I've heard it countless times already." Hearing this, Han Feng and Wang He's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, you eavesdropped on us, and now you're acting like you're in the right? That doesn't make sense. If you heard everything, why didn't you just kill us?" They recalled Fong Ku mentioning that this partridge whistle had instantly killed them the moment he realized they weren't natives. Having eavesdropped on them so many times, he must have known they weren't natives. So why hadn't he acted? Partridge whistle, did you ever want to kill me? You didn't harm my senior and junior siblings, and you even saved my junior sister. I know all this. At these words, Han Feng's gaze immediately turned to Hua Ling. Hua Ling was also tightly bound, but being under Honggu's care, she wasn't in too bad a state. Wait a moment. I will have you lead them to that tomb. We'll resolve matters here as quickly as possible and follow shortly. Chen Yi pressed his lips together, staring intently at Partridge Whistle. Before we arrive, I hope you can ensure that coffin remains sealed. Zhuge Xiao paused. What's in that coffin? Just don't let it be opened prematurely. Unless we're here. Rest assured, we won't let Miss Hua Ling get hurt. Chapter 158, Searching Their Persons. Ling Xiaoxiao shot Chen Yi a surprised look and asked doubtfully, how do you know that officer would release them? Chen Yi tilted his chin toward Fong Ku. He must have discovered something, so he'd definitely take those individuals he knew to the final destination. Ling Xiaoxiao blinked. She'll take all the key people with her? Chen Yi gave a low hum. Ling Xiaoxiao pursed her lips. If we don't follow, does that mean we'll be trapped in the dungeon forever? Uncertain. But we should follow before that coffin is opened. Why must it be before the coffin is opened? Will things change after it's opened? Han Feng voiced the question on everyone's mind. It's like finding the grand finale, but we haven't experienced what should happen in the finale. Do you think people who skip the finale can really call it a conclusion? Han Feng's mind raced through the logic. The grand finale of clearing a dungeon usually involved a fierce battle with the boss. If they hadn't encountered the final boss from start to finish, it meant they hadn't reached the climax yet. What do we do now? That guy clearly doesn't want us to follow him. Not only that, but he wants that commander to kill us. Wang Yi's voice trembled uncontrollably. He just faced a real gun pressed against his temple. If that finger had pulled the trigger, he'd have been dead as a doornail. Dying in a dungeon meant real death. As a newbie, he didn't have any resurrection items to fall back on yet. If he had, he wouldn't be so terrified. He understood Wang Yi's concerns, but what good did that do? There was no solution for now. Their inventory was nearly depleted. They had nothing left to offer. Fong Ke stepped forward and whispered something into Ma Jindong's ear. Ma Jindong's eyes lit up instantly. You're telling the truth. Of course it's true. Ma Jindong burst into laughter, then nodded. Alright, pick whoever you need. Take those men with you to hunt for my treasure. If you really bring it back, I'll reward you handsomely. Fong Ku immediately smiled, rest assured, sir. I won't let you down. Fong Ku immediately approached Chen Yulo, Partridge Whistle, and Red Ant. You three, come with me to the mountaintop. Seeing Fong Ku take Chen Yulo alone, Ma Jindong asked, what use is he? The leader of the unloading ridge is highly skilled, Fong Ku replied. But most importantly, this man has exceptionally keen hearing. Hearing this, Ma Jindong, who had initially seemed reluctant, relented and let the man go. However, he made sure to station several of his own men to follow Fong Ku closely. Only then did he feel slightly more at ease. Before departing, Fong Ku cast a meaningful glance at Chen Yi and the others. Sir, make sure to treat them well. Ma Jindong sipped his tea and chuckled softly. Rest assured, I won't let them slip away. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes, watching Fong Ku and the others walk away. Holy, you nailed it again. They really took those key people away. Chen Yi pursed his lips. Can you untie the ropes now? Ling Xiaoxiao hadn't expected it to happen so quickly, but she nodded immediately. I'll try first. The ropes could be untied, but it was just a matter of how quickly. Just as Ling Xiaoxiao was about to untie the ropes, Ma Jindong stepped in front of Chen Yi. He asked with confusion that Fong Ku was quite a talent himself. Why is he so hell-bent on killing you? Chen Yi laughed. I haven't wronged him. It's simply because I know a bit more than he does, that's why he wants me out of the way. Hearing this, Ma Jindong looked puzzled. Oh? What do you know? Tell me. Chen Yi glanced down at the ropes binding him. If I tell you, how about it? Shouldn't you untie me too? Ma Jindong chuckled. The ropes? No way. It took a lot of my men to capture you lot. If I let you go, you'd pull some trick later and cost me even more men. Chen Yi replied, Chief Ma, I've never crossed you. When your men suddenly came to bind me, I had to fight back. If I hadn't, wouldn't that be disrespecting the life my mother gave me? You've got a way with words. Since you're so eloquent, tell me something I'd find interesting. Look around at the people beside you. If you don't want anything to happen to them, cooperate properly. Chen Yi hadn't expected that all he wanted was for them to loosen his bonds, yet this man was alert. He didn't fall for it. Have you decided what you're going to tell me? Chen Yi pressed his lips together, then let out a hearty laugh. Sir, what I know might not interest you much, but I'm still willing to share it properly with you. With that, Chen Yi immediately launched into a vivid account of his battle with the giant centipede in the underground palace. Ma Jindong listened with a beaming smile, especially when he heard that all the treasures had been buried. His face lit up even more. After all, buried they were, but not beyond retrieval. They'd already been transported to the outermost perimeter, no need to venture deeper. Excellent. Excellent. That's splendid. Continue. After Chen Yi spoke at length, Ma Jindong suddenly interjected. So you must have quite a few treasures on you, right? Chen Yi froze at the question. He hadn't kept anything for himself. How could he possibly have any? Sir, I have nothing on me. Impossible. Fang could just said you had quite a few good things on you. Only one inner core? I don't believe it. Hand it over, or I'll have someone search you. Even a search wouldn't turn anything up. After all, that item was stored in the system space. How could it possibly be retrieved? Seeing Chen Yi stubbornly deny it, Ma Jindong immediately ordered a search. The soldiers found nothing. Ma Jindong looked utterly disappointed as his gaze swept over the others. Finally, his gaze settled on Ling Xiaoxiao. Oh my! How did I miss such a beauty in here earlier? Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao abruptly lifted her head and glared at him. Ma Jindong's words carried a subtle implication, causing Ling Xiaoxiao to frown. Ma Jindong stroked his chin, wondering what treasures the little beauty might be hiding. Chapter 159, Negotiations. Upon hearing Ma Jindong's words, a soldier on the side approached Ling Xiaoxiao, clearly intending to search her. The others couldn't hold back their reactions. Hey, I told you there's nothing. Why can't you old fool understand plain speech? I bet you're just trying to harass her. Han Feng spat out a disdainful pfft with a look that said he'd seen right through Ma Jindong's scheme. Ma Jindong chuckled softly, nodding his chin toward the man beside him. The soldier standing nearby instantly raised his hand and slapped Han Feng across the face. Stunned and dazed, Han Feng couldn't process what had just happened. His head was still spinning. I got hit? Wang Yi's mouth fell open as he silently swallowed. Brother Feng, you got hit. After saying that, he lowered his head, hoping that since Han Feng had been hit, he wouldn't be next. Ma Jindong chuckled, if you say anything else I don't like, you'll keep getting slapped. I've always enjoyed helping people achieve their goals. Han Feng felt his face already swelling up, and instantly flew into a rage. My own father never hit me like this, he snapped. How dare you? My father won't let you get away with this. Ma Jindong roared with laughter, as if he'd never heard a bigger joke. Then bring your old man here. Let's see if he dares to teach me a lesson. Either he teaches me, or I'll take him down first. Han Feng immediately fell silent, letting out a nervous chuckle. His dad wasn't someone to be messed with either. He probably had guns and stuff. But his words were useless here after all. His dad couldn't possibly come to this place. Seeing Han Feng's grim expression, he burst into loud laughter. Kid, you're still too green to take me on. Hearing this, Han Feng glared fiercely at him, his face already swollen from the beating. Save your smug talk. Who knows when you might end up in our hands. The next second, Han Feng's face was struck again left and right. The man's blows were powerful. Han Feng's face had never endured such treatment before, swelling up naturally. Both sides were perfectly symmetrical. Chen Yi couldn't help but intervene. Just shut up. If you keep talking, your face might get disfigured. Hearing this, Han Feng adopted an even more pitiful expression. I don't want to talk either. This guy is just way too arrogant. And he's so disrespectful to Miss Ling. Ling Xiaoxiao snorted coldly and muttered under her breath, I'll kill him sooner or later. Ma Jindong's mood finally improved when he saw the crowd below had finally toned down their earlier arrogance. Chen Yi, if you don't hand over the valuables on your person, I won't be polite. Ma Jindong singled out Chen Yi for his threats. Chen Yi pressed his lips together, then offered a conciliatory tone. Sir, didn't you already search me? I truly have nothing left. Everything I could give up, I already have. Before he could finish, a soldier approached Ling Xiaoxiao and began groping her. Ling Xiaoxiao shouted, What are you doing? Trying to grope her? Get away from her. You guys didn't find anything? This little beauty must have something good on her. Ma Jindong grinned broadly. Chen Yi immediately shoved aside the man pressing him from behind and collided with the soldier approaching Ling Xiaoxiao. The soldier stumbled from the impact. Snapping out of his daze, he lashed out in anger, kicking Chen Yi hard enough to send him tumbling to the ground. Chen Yi. What's wrong with you? After rolling once on the ground, Chen Yi stopped, struggling to sit upright. He reassured Ling Xiaoxiao, I'm fine. Ling Xiaoxiao could see Chen Yi's condition. She felt touched yet also a bit worried. Damn it, you dare bump into me. You think I won't shoot you dead? Ma Jindong merely smiled faintly at his subordinate's threatening words, replying calmly, Listen, if you'd handed it over voluntarily, none of this would have happened. My men might be rough, but they wouldn't hurt her. They wouldn't hurt her, but they wanted to take advantage. Seeing how pretty she was, they just wanted to grope her. What kind of old pervert is that? An old pervert leading a pack of young perverts. Han Feng couldn't hold his tongue, firing off barbs non-stop until his face turned green with rage. What are you doing? Just standing there watching him humiliate me? The guard standing by his side heard this and immediately delivered several sharp slaps across his face. This time, Han Feng truly couldn't speak, his mouth ached too much to utter a word. His eyes burned with defiance. Chen Yi couldn't bear to watch and turned his head away, his cold gaze fixing on Ma Jindong. What exactly do you want from me? Ma Jindong narrowed his eyes. What I want, of course, is the most valuable treasure. That Feng Ku is no slouch. Since he knows you have treasure, then you must have it on you. If I truly believed you, Feng Ku would have come to search me himself, he wouldn't be waiting for you to come. Ma Jindong chuckled, utterly unconvinced. If you don't hand it over, no one here will survive. Chen Yi's eyes widened in shock, staring at him in disbelief. So you'll kill them just because I won't hand it over? They're useless to me anyway, just Chen Yulo and Luo Laoai's men. I certainly won't spare them. But since you gave me something valuable, I'll show you a little face. It's up to you whether you take it or not. Chen Yi's face darkened instantly. This was blatant banditry. What if I refuse? Ma Jindong shrugged indifferently. Then these men will be shot. And it'll all be on you. I wonder if you'll be haunted by their vengeful spirits when you sleep tonight. Hold on, that's not right. Why should Brother Yi take the blame for people you killed? Those vengeful spirits would come after you, wouldn't they? No sooner had Wang He finished speaking than he too was slapped. But the man standing beside him was exceptionally burly, and the blow sent blood streaming from Wang He's face. Damn it, Wang He, are you okay? Han Feng, already too pained to speak, was stunned. Wang He lay on the ground, unable to rise. Despairing, he gasped, could someone else hit me? Another slap from this guy and I'll lose half my life. If I give you all the good stuff, you'll let these people go. Ma Jindong nodded. Of course. I always keep my word. Look at that young adjutant, he killed old crooked Luo for me, proving his loyalty. Naturally, I'll grant him what he wants. Chapter 160, Flying Stones. Deputy Yang had already gone to the mountaintop with Feng Ku and the others to search for that ancient tomb. Who knows what that young deputy wants? Besides, hasn't he finished his task for you yet? He's off treasure hunting with Feng Ku and the others. If he gets the treasure, would you really spare his life? Would you truly keep such a traitorous, ungrateful dog by your side? Wouldn't you fear he might betray you one day? Ma Jindong narrowed his eyes, then broke into a smile. As long as you offer sufficient benefits, he won't betray you. Besides, I never keep ingrates by my side. So you're saying, use him and then discard him? If that adjutant Yang finds out, he'll probably want to run away. He'd never betray old Luo to stay by your side. Ling Xiaoxiao sneered, still disapproving of Yang's actions. Though old Luo's words weren't always pleasant, he was still the one who saved his life. For him to betray his savior like this, truly an ingrate. I didn't beg him to work for me. He came to me of his own accord. I made him no promises. But the promises I made to you, I will keep. After all, I only promised him what he wanted, I never promised to spare his life. This shameless statement stunned everyone present. Few felt sympathy for Deputy Yang, most simply thought he deserved it. Wang He and Han Feng dared not speak further. Ling Xiaoxiao, however, asked, but we're neither from the Unloading Ridge nor Luo Laoai's faction. Why would you help us? You two, he continued, are the ones Feng Ku specifically ordered me to capture. I must arrest you, and I must kill you. Only then will he reveal the treasure's secret to me. Chen Yi and Ling Xiaoxiao exchanged a startled glance. What secrets of the treasure? Just as Ma Jindong was about to speak, he abruptly stopped. TSK. Are you asking me, or am I asking you? This is turning upside down. Ma Jindong then raised his hand and ordered, hang them up. Yes. The men behind him were already pushing them forward. A rope was tied around their waists, and the men beside them gave it a sharp tug. Instantly, their feet left the ground, and they were suspended mid-air. Damn it, Ego, what are we gonna do? Are we really going down today? Ling Xiaoxiao, also suspended, frowned at Han Feng's words. Stop talking like that. We'll be fine. The youth beside them spoke quickly, we're fine for now, but trouble's coming soon. What's that thing flying toward us? The others looked in the direction the youth was pointing, only to see stones hurtling through the air. The stones slammed into the people, sending them flying. Wang He was struck by one of the stones, sending him flying backward. The ropes pulling him back swung him violently in midair. Being the heaviest, his swaying motion dragged the others along with him. The person who'd pulled the rope was also caught in the chaos. Barely suspended mid-air, he plummeted straight to the ground. Han Feng opened his mouth in agony, letting out a pained cry. After landing, Ling Xiaoxiao immediately untied the rope binding her. She then drew a blade from her waist and swiftly cut through the rope restraining Chen Yi's hands. Damn it, who the hell is throwing rocks? That force is terrifyingly strong. Wang He was nearly speechless from the agony, and Han Feng immediately helped him to his feet. We can't stay here. We have to escape now. If we don't take this chance, they'll catch us again. Ling Xiaoxiao took a few steps forward before suddenly spotting Hua Ling amidst the chaos. She hurried over and shielded her. She swung her whip at the stones hurled toward them, and the pebbles in midair instantly shattered into dust. Many below were struck by stones and fell to the ground, unable to rise. Ma Zhendong hid behind the crowd, snarling angrily, "What are you hiding for? Hurry up and fire the cannon. I won't believe those bastards can't be killed by cannon fire." Chen Yi deftly dodged the stones hurtling toward him, leading Ling Xiaoxiao and the others toward safety. What on earth were those things being thrown? Could there be people from other factions involved? Ling Xiaoxiao stared in confusion at the stones raining down from the sky. Ma Zhendong's men reacted instantly, firing relentlessly in the direction the stones came from and hurling countershells. I recall Fong Ku mentioning something about encountering ghostly things on their way here. What the hell were they? Several eyes turned to Chen Yi simultaneously. He shrugged nervously. How the hell should I know what kind of ghostly thing it was? But it definitely wasn't human. That kind of strength clearly isn't something a person could possess. After firing several grenades, the rocks flying over from the opposite side gradually decreased. Ma Zhendong slowly rose to his feet and sneered loudly, "Daring to oppose me, Ma Zhendong? You really don't know when to quit. Go see what the hell is causing this trouble." A soldier immediately grabbed his rifle and moved toward the front. Halfway there, he was knocked to the ground by a white figure, its claw tearing through his body. It's a monkey. The white-haired monkey, its hands dripping with blood, then sprinted toward the others. "Fire! Shoot it!" Those who reacted fired their rifles at the white monkey, which collapsed instantly. Only then did the others realize the monkey could be killed by gunfire. "Be careful! There must be more monkeys around here." Chen Yi stood nearby, noticing the grass rustling around them. No sooner had he spoken than a group of monkeys burst out of the grass, charging toward the crowd. Chen Yi instantly stepped in front of Ling Xiaoxiao, drew his dagger, and slashed at the white monkey charging toward them, ending its life. Who disturbed the monkey nest? Were these monkeys here for revenge? Ling Xiaoxiao swiftly lashed out with her whip. Those missing people must have been killed by these monkeys. That thing Fong Ku mentioned must be them too. Help me. Han Feng lost his footing and was knocked to the ground by a white monkey. He clutched its hand tightly. The monkey opened its mouth, seemingly intent on biting his neck. The foul stench from its mouth nearly made Han Feng pass out. The veins on his arms bulged as his strength began to fail. Just as the black claws were about to sink into his throat, a short blade pierced the monkey's heart. It collapsed onto Han Feng's body. Chapter 161, The Spirit Monkey. Han Feng immediately shoved the monkey off him, wrinkling his nose in disgust. Then he couldn't help but gag. How disgusting. Like it hadn't brushed its teeth in centuries. With that, Han Feng began to retch uncontrollably. Wang Yi took 2 steps toward Han Feng, glanced at him, then immediately sprinted toward Chen Yi. "Brother Yi." Chen Yi swiftly handed Wang Yi a gun he'd taken from the fallen man. Wang Yi took it and immediately fired at the white monkey charging toward them. Finally, most of the monkeys had died off, and things settled down. Ma Zhendong breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, finally got rid of those damn monkeys. Ha! They actually dared to fight back. What a bunch of overconfident fools. The moment Ma Zhendong uttered those words, a sudden chill ran down his neck. "Sir, don't move. This blade is sharp as a razor. One wrong move and it could slit your throat." Ma Zhendong froze instantly. You dare." Chen Yi smiled and looked down at the men below. "Think about it. If Ma Zhendong dies, would that be more beneficial or detrimental to you? Do you really need to save someone who doesn't value his own life?" The men below him remained silent, seemingly hesitating. Seeing this, Ma Zhendong immediately panicked. You're talking nonsense. Hurry up and save me." Chen Yi didn't let him continue his nonsense. One slash to the throat. As Ma Zhendong died, terror still clung to his face. With their leader dead, the others saw no point in continuing the fight and scattered like birds and beasts. Hua Guaran immediately burst into laughter. Chen Yi immediately led his men toward the mountain peak. Hopefully they'd make it in time. Ling Xiaoxiao was also anxious. They should still have time. They hadn't been gone long. Perhaps they encountered an ambush along the way. Chen Yi pressed his lips together, secretly hoping such an incident had occurred. At least it would buy them some time. The group raced frantically toward the summit, encountering numerous corpses along the way, clear evidence they had indeed been ambushed by those monkeys. When they finally reached the mountaintop without hindrance, the coffin remained unopened. Partridge Whistle and Chen Yulo had somehow freed themselves from their bonds and were now locked in combat with Fong Ku and the others. "Brother Chen, you've arrived." Hearing the commotion, Fong Ku whipped his head around, his gaze turning cold. "So you two were working together all along? Chen Yi, you're overthinking it. It's just mutual assistance." Fong Ku narrowed his eyes and exchanged a knowing glance with those beside him. Mozak raised his gun and fired a shot in Chen Yi's direction. Chen Yi dodged instantly, flinging the dagger in his hand toward Mozak. It struck Mozak's hand, causing the gun to fall to the ground. Fong Ku and Luo Wei charged forward instantly, while Ling Xiaoxiao and Chen Yi simultaneously advanced head-on. A smirk instantly spread across Fong Ku's lips. Chen Yi and Ling Xiaoxiao were instantly blown backward by an explosion. Han Feng and Wang He froze in place. Holy, what the hell just happened? Wang He swallowed hard, no idea. How did it suddenly blow up like that? Zhuge Xiao and Chen Yulo also stared at the scene in bewilderment. Chen Yi coughed up a pool of blood from the blast. He glanced back at Ling Xiaoxiao. She was in the same state. How are you? Ling Xiaoxiao coughed twice, wiping the blood trickling from her mouth. I'm fine. Just didn't expect him to have buried explosives underground. Chen Yi stared at Feng Ke's hand and saw that he was indeed holding the fuse to the bomb. How did you manage to set this up so quickly? Chen Yi was baffled. This guy's speed seemed almost too fast. Besides, Chen Yulo and Zhuge Xiao were here too. Because I found this place a long time ago. He didn't need to hear the rest to understand what was going on. He was stunned. Never would he have imagined it was like this. He had discovered the final location long ago, but since he hadn't reached the climax of the plot, he'd been waiting for an opportunity. Now that the chance had come, he wasted no time in striking against them. Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. What do you want? Feng Ke's lips curled upward. Of course I want you all to stay. You want us dead. Since you refuse to cooperate with us, then die. Chen Yi pressed his lips together, his gaze fixed on the ground. There must be other bombs hidden in the ground. After wiping the blood from her mouth, Ling Xiaoxiao charged forward once more. Chen Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. He shouted urgently, wait. Before he could finish, Ling Xiaoxiao was blown backward again. Holy, Miss Ling. Ling Xiaoxiao rolled once on the ground. Feng Ke sighed regretfully. Knowing there were bombs here and still charging in like that? Ha, she really isn't afraid of dying. Feng Ke held the device controlling the bomb, flashing a taunting grin at Chen Yi and the others. Chen Yi glanced at Ling Xiaoxiao, who was already fainting, and said calmly, without us, how are you going to deal with the Corpse King? Hearing this, Feng Ke pursed his lips. Mozak immediately interjected, Feng Ke, that Corpse King is a tough opponent. Feng Ke glanced at Luo Wei, who nodded. Mozak immediately went to open the coffin. There, lying within, was the Corpse King. Mozak took only a glance before backing away cautiously. He watched intently. Chen Yulo and Zhuge Xiao also took a couple of steps back. Freeze! If you take another step back, you'll step on the bombs. Get over here now. Feng Ke's warning silenced the trio. What should we do? Honggu whispered. Whatever's in there can't be good. Going in now would be suicide. Feng Ke's gaze fell on Chen Yi and the others. You come over too. Feng Ke intended to use these men as bait for the Corpse King. That way, after finally defeating the Corpse King, the rewards would be even greater. Chen Yi stood up and joined Han Feng, Wang He, and the others before the coffin. Holy! What the hell? There's a monkey in here too. Han Feng's face drained of color when he felt a hand clutching his ankle. He kicked several times, but couldn't free his leg from the monkey's grip. The monkey's grip grew tighter and tighter, as if it intended to wrench his leg right off. Just as Chen Yi raised his dagger to strike, the monkey dodged the blow in an instant. After evading Chen Yi's attack, it fell silent, merely staring intently at the group. Damn it, how come this monkey seems so damn intelligent? Chapter 162, Defeating the Corpse King. A monkey this size must be the ancestor of those little monkeys. No wonder it kept attacking Mai Jindong's men. It turns out Mai Jindong's people had trapped the monkey's ancestor. Chen Yi couldn't help but mutter this observation as he watched the monkey. Then he noticed something. The giant monkey beneath the coffin was still moving. Suddenly, one of Yang, the deputy officer's men, who had been standing beside Chen Yulo, bent down to look at the treasure inside the coffin and was instantly pulled in. A blood-curdling scream pierced the earth. The next instant, the coffin was hurled aside by the monkey, which immediately launched an unhesitating attack on the remaining humans. In an instant, it slit the throats of several people. Chen Yulo and Zhuge Xiao, who were standing nearby, were not spared. They were grabbed and hurled into the depths below. Chen Yi glanced down at the hole below, his eyes darting frantically to find Chen Yulo, Zhuge Xiao, and the others. Before he could spot them, Feng Ke kicked him down into the pit. Chen Yi instantly crashed onto the ground below, then cautiously scanned his surroundings. His expression instantly tensed. The area was filled with abandoned pillars and stones, as if the place had only recently been deserted. After falling, Chen Yi grew anxious. He glanced toward the coffin now empty and knew the Corpse King had already emerged. Han Feng and Wang He, who had been thrown down with him, were even more tense, standing back to back with guns pointed. Chen Yi cautiously moved toward the perimeter. Suddenly, a white figure appeared before him. The next instant, he was knocked flying by the white monkey, his entire body crashing into the rock face. Brother Yi, are you okay? Chen Yi's chest throbbed from the impact, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he coughed violently. I'm fine. There are two tough opponents here. You guys be careful too. Don't let that Corpse King suck your blood, and definitely don't get killed by that monkey. Han Feng quickly assured him, don't worry, we won't get into trouble. He still had a few life-saving items left. Nothing would happen to him. Just as Chen Yi was about to say more, the Corpse King suddenly lunged at him. Its black claws nearly seized Chen Yi's throat, but he grabbed it fiercely, pinning it tightly before him. The partridge whistle and Chen Yi didn't hesitate, immediately rushing to help. They yanked the Corpse King away violently and flung it aside. "Are you okay?" both asked Chen Yi simultaneously. Chen Yi stood up, clutching his chest. "I'm fine. You two be careful." No sooner had he spoken than the white monkey somehow darted back before them. It charged straight at Chen Yulo and Partridge Whistle. Chen Yulo and Partridge Whistle had no choice but to leave Chen Yi's side, engaging the white monkey in combat. The Corpse King emerged from a pile of rocks, its stiff body moving slowly toward him. Chen Yi recalled how Zhuge Xiao had dealt with the Corpse King in the story. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he fixed a fierce stare on the Corpse King's head. Once the Corpse King's head was severed from its body, it would be finished. With this realization, Chen Yi's expression brightened slightly. He gripped his dagger tighter and charged toward the Corpse King's head. With a deft, cunning movement, he scrambled up the Corpse King's body, planting his feet firmly on its head. He brought the dagger down with a fierce strike aimed squarely at its skull. Even with its head wounded, the Corpse King remained mobile. Sensing danger, its movements grew even faster. The next instant, Ling Xiaoxiao's body was hurled down the exit of the underground chamber, tumbling onto the ground. Noticing this, the Corpse King decisively released the person hanging from his body and moved toward the unconscious Ling Xiaoxiao. As its speed increased, Chen Yi dared not lag behind. He once again sat atop the Corpse King, then clutched its head tightly. He didn't think twice. The Corpse King, sensing the threat from the hand on its head, immediately began struggling. Chen Yi clutched the Corpse King's head with all his might and yanked upward with every ounce of strength. The Corpse King's head was actually wrenched off. He tossed the severed head aside, and the towering Corpse King collapsed to the ground. Chen Yi collapsed alongside it, gasping for breath before slowly crawling toward Ling Xiaoxiao. Meanwhile, the white monkey engaged in combat with Chen Yulo, the Partridge Whistle, and Wang He. Only after exhausting every ounce of their strength did they finally subdue the white monkey. Exchanging glances, they both burst into laughter simultaneously. Chen Yi lifted Ling Xiaoxiao from the ground. He glanced up at the white sky. Han Feng asked, "What? We haven't left yet?" Chen Yi's gaze slowly settled on the Partridge Whistle. "No rush. It's not over yet." Han Feng asked in confusion, "Isn't this supposed to be the grand finale?" Chen Yi shook his head. "This isn't the final showdown. It's just a place where we need to intervene." He continued, "Find a way up. We can't linger here." Wang Yi understood too this place was treacherous, with all manner of demons and monsters emerging. After climbing up together, they saw Hua Magua leading a group of people rushing over. "Boss!" Chen Yulo burst into laughter, but his smile instantly froze. "Hold on, don't move yet." He remembered the bomb in Fong Ke's hands. He still didn't know if it had been detonated yet. Fong Ke watched them emerge unscathed, his smile deepening. "Looks like you guys are pretty capable after all, getting out this fast. I knew I hadn't misjudged you." Only after Chen Yi safely set Ling Xiaoxiao down on the ground did he turn his gaze toward Fong Ke. "Fong Ke, with all these people here, if you really dare to do anything, aren't you afraid they'll retaliate against you?" Fong Ke held the detonator in his hand and chuckled indifferently. "Say one more word of nonsense. I'll press the button." The threat instantly silenced Chen Yi, while the others stared at Fong Ke in sheer terror. "What the hell do you want?" Fong Ke didn't respond, only letting out a low chuckle. "I want your life, of course." With that, he pressed the button on the remote without hesitation. Yet the bomb buried underground didn't make a sound. The smile froze on his face. "What the hell?" Confused, he looked toward where he'd planted the bomb, his fingers tapping the remote incessantly. But there was no response whatsoever. Only then did he notice the boy staring back at him with a smug grin. "You did this?" Chapter 163, Han Feihu's Letter. Once the bomb in Fong Ke's hands proved useless, the men from Huamaguai immediately rushed forward and subdued him. He was then taken back. Meanwhile, Ling Xiaoxiao was arranged by Chen Yulo to receive medical treatment. Lying in the hospital bed, Ling Xiaoxiao gazed at the antique-style room and Chen Yi seated beside her. She asked, "I suppose we've cleared the level now?" "It should be. My progress bar is almost complete." Ling Xiaoxiao glanced over and saw the progress bar was indeed nearly complete. "When do you think I'll be able to leave?" "Chen Yulo is hosting a celebratory banquet with plenty of food. Would you like me to bring some in, or would you prefer to go out yourself?" Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered. "I'm not really hungry yet." Receiving her answer, Chen Yi nodded slowly before turning and leaving Ling Xiaoxiao's room. He immediately found Fong Ke and the others imprisoned in the dungeon. Ignoring the hatred in Fong Ke's gaze, he said calmly, "What a pity. You wanted to kill me, but I killed you instead. You'll likely be stuck here forever." Fong Ke narrowed his eyes. "How is that possible? You don't seriously think you can keep me in this world, do you? Do you really think you can leave?" A slow smirk spread across Fong Ke's lips. "My people will come to rescue us. It's just a minor dungeon, nothing they can't handle." Chen Yi, seems your guild has some clout after all. Fong Ko remained silent. Chen Yi reached out toward him. You should be able to return my inner core now, right? Fong Ko chuckled. Didn't I already give that inner core to my Zhendong? You saw it with your own eyes. The inner core my Zhendong received wasn't the real one at all, you switched it out. Fong Ko shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, I already handed it over to him. If he loses it, it's none of my business. Fong Ko flatly denied the inner core was still in his possession. Chen Yi had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. He directly requested the item, Touch of Reality, from Han Feng and searched Fong Ko's person. Sure enough, he found several valuable items. The Tentacle of Truth ignored all spatial barriers, a pity it was a one-time use item. Otherwise, it would have been a killer tool for looting corpses. A slow smile spread across Chen Yi's lips. Thanks. With that, he slipped the inner core he'd retrieved into his own pocket and turned to leave the dungeon. After Chen Yulo's celebration concluded, the partridge whistle conversed with Red Ant. From her, he learned news about the dust pearl. Instantly, a glimmer of hope reignited within Zhuge Xiao. After Honggu pointed him in a direction, he set off for Yunnan with the flower spirit. As Zhuge Xiao bid farewell to Chen Yi and the others, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Chen Yi's mind. Congratulations, player. Dungeon cleared. Rating, S. A slow smile spread across Chen Yi's lips. Closing his eyes, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. When he opened them again, he found himself standing in the system hall. He finally emerged from the instance, and Chen Yi slowly exhaled in relief. He immediately glanced at Han Feng, who was bound to him. Han Feng hadn't regained his bearings yet. When he finally snapped back to reality, he burst into tears of joy. Finally back from that damn dungeon. If he'd stayed in there any longer, he would have gone completely mad. Chen Yi chuckled twice before his expression darkened upon seeing the system notification pop up again. Han Feng, still basking in the joy of escaping the instance, noticed the expression on Chen Yi's face and his happiness vanished instantly. What's got you down? We just escaped the instance, shouldn't we be celebrating? There were 7 survivors in this instance. Those 3 weren't even in trouble, they came out completely unscathed. I wonder what method they used to get out. Han Feng hadn't expected Chen Yi to be referring to those individuals. His gaze darted around the surroundings before he cautiously spoke up. He cautiously said, Brother, now that we're back, let's not mention those people anymore. They're members of that guild. If they find out we're the ones who bullied them, they'll definitely come looking for trouble. Chen Yi wasn't afraid of trouble, but he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Got it. With that, Chen Yi's gaze returned to the system interface. Current clearance, Ghost blows out the light, Wrath of Xianxi Dungeon. Rating, S. ID, Backtracker Chen Yi. Gender, male. Age, 18. Physical constitution, 64100. Mental, 66,100. Strength, 60,100. Agility, 56,100. Skills, Omniscience, 16 character in Yang Feng Shui Secret Art, Star Kicking Technique, Whistling Mastery. 1 dungeon item, Level 5 Gift Pack, Centipede Essence, Sheepskin Manuscript. Overall strength, B. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. His strength had risen once more, and he'd even mastered 2 techniques from the partridge whistle. As for that inner core, he hadn't consumed it yet, nor did he intend to. Its utility held little value for him personally, yet it would prove immensely powerful when used on ordinary people. Keeping it would still serve a purpose. How about it, EGE? Your rewards must be pretty generous, right? Han Feng's gaze brimmed with envy as he looked at Chen Yi. Chen Yi shook his head without hesitation. It's useless. Never mind. I'm heading back. Han Feng nodded. All right. If you need anything, just let me know. Chen Yi nodded, then suddenly thought of Ling Xiaoxiao. You know Miss Ling, right? If you want to get closer, drop by and see her sometime. Wonder how she's been. Han Feng's eyes flickered twice as he teased, Brother, you wouldn't actually have feelings for Miss Ling, would you? Chen Yi denied it without hesitation. No. She's a comrade in arms. Isn't it natural to care about her? Wouldn't you care about her? Han Feng paused. Truthfully, he didn't care much for that woman. But since she saved his life this time, he'd reluctantly go check on her. Alright. Rest assured. Once I'm back in the real world, I'll check on Ling Xiaoxiao immediately. If she's okay, I'll let you know right away. Chen Yi paused, then nodded. Alright, I'm logging off now. Chen Yi immediately logged off, instantly returning to the real world. He stood directly in front of the refrigerator. Back in his room, he casually opened the refrigerator. After eating a little, he returned to bed to sleep. Early the next morning, he yawned as he climbed out of bed. A message suddenly popped up on his phone. His expression shifted slightly as he glanced at it. He quickly washed up, threw on a jacket, and headed straight out the door. This time, he headed to Han Feng's house. Han Feng's father, Han Feihu, had sent an important message. He needed to discuss something crucial with him. Moreover, he had brought an important person to meet him. This urgency drove Chen Yi to rush straight to Han Feng's residence. Chapter 164, Save Me. Upon arriving at Han Feng's residence, Han Feng sought him out immediately. Brother Yi. Han Feng's expression was extremely serious, and seeing this, Chen Yi also grew tense. What's going on? Why did your dad suddenly contact me, saying it was urgent? Han Feng's expression was incredibly complex. Brother Yi, this really is an urgent matter, a very urgent one. Do you remember that inner core? Chen Yi knew exactly what he meant. Could this be related to that inner core? Han Feng nodded. It is somewhat related. My father sought you out specifically for this matter. Hearing this, Chen Yi frowned in confusion, but soon he saw Han Feihu. Han Feihu rubbed his hands together, smiling warmly at Chen Yi. Uncle Han. Chen Yi greeted him politely. Good, good, good. Uncle Han's smile grew even more benevolent. His son had explained both recent incidents clearly, though he had long sensed that this Chen Yi was no ordinary person. I wonder what Uncle Han needs me for this time? Chen Yi asked proactively. Han Feihu smiled, slowly placing his hand before him before speaking earnestly. Truthfully, this matter does involve me. When my son returned, he vividly recounted your story. A shadow of sorrow crossed Han Feihu's face as he deliberately paused his words. Chen Yi remained silent, quietly observing Han Feihu's performance. Realizing he couldn't sustain this one-man show, Han Feihu quickly continued, then I let old Zheng hear about it. Chen Yi's eyes flickered, but he maintained his expression of puzzlement as he looked at Han Feihu. Han Feihu awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, so, he probably wants the centipede's inner core from your possession. Chen Yi suddenly laughed, so this whole thing was aimed at me. Now that he thought about it, it really was. Han Feihu grew flustered. How could it be against you? You're my partner. I'd never let anyone bully you. Chen Yi's expression remained impassive. So Mr. Zhang is already waiting for me? Han Feihu gave a sheepish chuckle. But it's entirely up to you. If you don't want to, no one can force you. Chen Yi looked at him in surprise, his gaze lingering on Han Feihu's innocent expression. Yes, he's been waiting for quite some time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to come here. Seeing Han Feihu's nervousness, Chen Yi realized this Mr. Zhang held a higher status than Han Feihu. So this Mr. Zhang is only after the centipede's inner core in my possession. Han Feihu nodded. Yes. Chen Yi couldn't help but ask, why? Could it be that he knows the effects of the centipede's inner core? How did he find out? Chen Yi couldn't help but feel curious. Han Feihu chuckled, they each have their own sources. Naturally, they're well informed about what they want to know. Hearing this, Chen Yi grew even more curious. Where exactly did these sources come from? Was it the guild? Han Feihu's eyes flickered twice. Who knew where the information came from? But the guild? Probably not. Chen Yi looked at Han Feihu doubtfully, questioning his words. While they had worked together before, who could say if Han Feihu might be scheming to replace him? Don't be nervous. This time, it's just a normal discussion. If you're unwilling, no one will force you. The other party is easy to talk to. Hearing this, Chen Yi grew even more puzzled. It wasn't until Han Feihu brought him to meet the person that things began to make sense. You must be Chen Yi. An elderly man looked at him kindly and extended his hand for a shake. Chen Yi nodded. Hello, I'm Chen Yi. Zhang Heming smiled kindly, I've heard a lot about you. Chen Yi's gaze fell upon Han Feihu. This heard about was probably from Han Feihu, right? He wondered what exactly the relationship was between this old man and Han Feihu. Young man, there's no need to be nervous. I had Han Feihu find you because there's something I wish to discuss with you. Hearing this, Chen Yi looked at him with confusion, feigning ignorance. Though Han Feihu had mentioned it to Han Feng, he naturally chose to feign ignorance. I hear you've obtained the centipede's inner core. Chen Yi immediately feigned astonishment. How did grandfather find out about this? The others shouldn't have spilled the beans. The only ones who might have could be the few remaining from Feng Ke's group. Who would have thought those few actually made it out? He'd assumed they'd be trapped forever in Chen Yulo's dungeon, but it seems he'd overthought it. After all, they still had their guild backing them. Zhang Heming smiled kindly, adding that he'd only stumbled upon the information by chance. Seeing Zhang Heming seemed reluctant to reveal the source of the information, Chen Yi gave a faint smile and didn't press further. He had no desire to pursue the matter himself. Seeing this, Han Feihu quickly began mediating between the two. Old Zhang, why not just tell the young friend directly? After all, he's still young, how could he grasp your meaning at once? Zhang Heming pursed his lips, offering a resigned smile. You're right. Young friend Chen Yi, I have an unreasonable request. Though it may seem presumptuous, I truly have no other options. Chen Yi regarded Zhang Heming impassively. He could indeed part with the centipede's inner core in his possession, but the question remained, what would he gain in return? He wasn't a philanthropist, why should he hand over whatever others demanded? He had risked his life to obtain it. We heard you possess a centipede's inner core, so we wish to propose a trade. We hope you would be willing to part with it. Chen Yi chuckled twice, a centipede's inner core, huh? It is indeed quite valuable. An inner core, no less a rare thing. To be honest, parting with it would be a bit painful. After all, it hasn't been in his possession for very long. I know this puts you in a difficult position, but we have no other choice. There are people waiting for that centipede's inner core to save their lives. Hearing this, Chen Yi grew even more curious. Is the person you're trying to save a relative? Zhang Hemming responded with a benevolent smile, not family, but closer than family. This remark stunned Chen Yi even more. So it wasn't for a relative he was making this exchange but for a friend. This friend must be truly exceptional. Someone who would come all the way here to make a deal with him. Chapter 165, The Date. Even so, Chen Yi had no intention of backing down. After all, this centipede's inner core was an inner core. Consuming it might not only neutralize all poisons but also enhance one's martial prowess. That was quite important to him. But having just endured a fierce battle, he still felt hesitant about how to proceed with the centipede's inner core. Chen Yi immediately wore a look of hesitation, causing Zhang Hemming to tense up the very next second. Young friend, whatever you desire, just ask. I can fulfill your requests. I'll do my utmost to satisfy you. Hearing this, Chen Yi felt a twinge of suspicion deepen within him. What kind of person was this man? When he heard those words, a flicker of delight crossed Han Feihu's face. I don't need anything else for now, so I won't trade the centipede's inner core. After all, it's a life-saving treasure. After all, it's something that can counteract all poisons. Although the system contains antidote pills, they pale in comparison to the centipede's inner core. Young friend, are you planning to trade the centipede core you hold? Chen Yi shook his head decisively. Yes, I have no intention of doing so. Zhang Hemming sighed silently, his face filled with disappointment. That's truly unfortunate. If you're unwilling, I certainly won't force the matter. With that, Zhang Hemming lowered his head in dejection. Chen Yi pursed his thin lips and asked, I wonder what happened to the person you wanted to save. Zhang Hemming saw no reason to hide anything and replied directly, after returning from the instance, he's been in a coma. We had no idea what was wrong until we learned it was a sign of poisoning. But the antidote pills we exchanged from the system were completely useless. Chen Yi was taken aback. Poisoned after leaving the instance? Didn't that mean if poison wasn't completely purged inside the instance, it could still be carried over into the real world? How could something produced by the system possibly fail? Why wouldn't it work? Chen Yi's expression was one of utter bewilderment, as if he couldn't quite bring himself to believe it. We have no idea what's going on either. Despite searching for a cure, the items we brought back still haven't revived anyone. This time, we heard that centipede essence has detoxifying properties, so we wanted to come and try it. Chen Yi's eyebrows lifted slightly at these words. Where did you hear that? Zhang Hemming chuckled. I'm not sure where the rumor started, but it trickled up to me from the lower ranks. That's why I had no choice but to seek out Mr. Han, who then summoned you. Chen Yi pressed his lips together. He was almost certain this rumor had been spread by Feng Ku and his group. But this man didn't know? Was he genuinely unaware, or was he feigning ignorance? Chen Yi gave a cold snort and said with a smile, Mr. Zhang, the only people who know about my centipede's inner core are those few. I believe they must have told you. Zhang Hemming regarded Chen Yi with puzzlement before remarking, it seems you have a grudge against them. Chen Yi chuckled lightly. Indeed, we do. Because of them, we nearly didn't make it back. Han Feihu, who had been smiling moments before, froze instantly. He hadn't heard about this from Han Feng. He truly hadn't known they nearly didn't make it back because of this. Zhang Hemming's face twisted with disgust upon hearing this. We're all fellow countrymen. When faced with such a situation, we should help each other. Chen Yi glanced at Zhang Hemming with a hint of skepticism at his words. But seeing the genuine look on his face, he withdrew his gaze. If possible, might I visit the person you mentioned? Zhang Hemming seemed surprised by the request but didn't immediately agree. Well, I can't make that call myself, but I'll report it to my superiors. Once I get word, I'll notify you immediately. Hearing this, even the slowest-witted Chen Yi understood. This man must be from the military district. All right. Zhang Hemming smiled kindly. Chen Yi exited the office, and only then did Han Feihu resume his conversation with Zhang Hemming. As soon as Chen Yi stepped outside, he spotted Han Feng waiting by the door. What are you doing here? I've been waiting for you, Yi. What exactly were they telling you? Do they really want the centipede's inner core from your possession? Chen Yi's eyes flickered. Did you tell your father about me having the essence? Han Feng scratched his head awkwardly. Yes. I just accidentally let it slip. Chen Yi frowned slightly. So do you think your father spread the news? Han Feng shook his head immediately, probably not. It wouldn't have spread that fast, and I haven't even told father about the essence's effects. How could he pass off something he doesn't understand? After all, that person's status isn't exactly simple. It's even less likely. If it wasn't your father, then who else could it be? Feng Ku and his crew? Han Feng piped up, why not suspect Miss Ling? The Ling family has connections with the higher-ups. Chen Yi fell silent. She wouldn't blab about it. Han Feng's mouth twitched. Why wouldn't she? Wait, aren't you being a bit hypocritical? Chen Yi pushed away the face leaning in close. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. He pulled it out, puzzled, and glanced at the notification. It was a message from Ling Xiaoxiao. Han Feng saw it too and exclaimed, wow. Ling Xiaoxiao actually asked you out alone. Crossing his arms, Han Feng narrowed his eyes. No way. I'm coming too. Chen Yi silently slipped his phone back into his pocket. Glancing at Han Feng, he said casually, what are you going to do there? Han Feng, we're all comrades who've been through life and death situations together. She just doesn't have my contact info, maybe she's trying to reach me too. Chen Yi rolled his eyes, then glanced toward the study. Your dad and that old gentleman should still have plenty of time to chat, right? Hearing this, Han Feng glanced over too, no idea. Probably a while longer. Chen Yi headed straight for the meeting spot Ling Xiaoxiao had arranged. Han Feng, clinging to his side like glue, followed suit. Ling Xiaoxiao showed no surprise upon seeing Han Feng beside Chen Yi. Dressed in a pale purple gown, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, she approached Chen Yi with an air of cool detachment. Chen Yi caught a whiff of her delicate fragrance and couldn't help but rub his nose. Miss Ling? Ling Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. Miss Ling? That feels a bit too formal now, doesn't it? You can just call me Xiaoxiao. Chen Yi paused. Xiaoxiao? Chapter 166, The Gambling Duel. Ling Xiaoxiao's lips curved upward slightly. Han Feng, listening nearby, crossed his arms. Hey, did you two forget about me? Ling Xiaoxiao's gaze fell on Han Feng, her expression dripping with disdain. I only invited Chen Yi. How did you end up here? Han Feng snorted lightly. You really only invited Brother Yi? I thought you didn't invite me because you didn't have my contact info. Ling Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes coldly and turned to Chen Yi. Let's go. It's about time for lunch. Chen Yi followed Ling Xiaoxiao into an upscale restaurant. After they were seated, waitstaff began bringing out dishes one after another. Just as Chen Yi was about to pick up his chopsticks, a loud voice boomed. Oh, look who it is. Han Feng's rare good mood was completely ruined by that remark, his face darkening considerably. Heh, who was it back then? Why, isn't this young Master Lu the one who lost to me? Young Master Lu's face darkened. Don't get too cocky. Han Feng burst into laughter. Arrogant? Who could possibly be more arrogant than you? Hey, Lu Yuan, why do you keep haunting me like a ghost? You know I hate you, yet you still go around annoying everyone. Lu Yuan pointed at him in fury. You. Han Feng wasn't afraid. After all, two big shots were sitting beside him. If she wanted to hit him, she'd have to get past them first. What you? Oh right, you still owe me what you lost to me last time. Hand it over now. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's expression darkened even further. What do you mean I lost to you? You didn't even compete personally. If you had, I'd accept my defeat wholeheartedly. You're just being a complete jerk. Han Feng couldn't believe someone could be so shameless backtracking on an agreement like that. Lu Yuan burst into loud laughter. Rogue? Who says I'm being a rogue? Our agreement back then didn't specify any restrictions. Han Feng chuckled dryly. You truly are your father's son. You've mastered this art of exploiting loopholes. Lu Yuan crossed his arms, his eyes darting around. How about this? Let's wager again. Hearing this, Han Feng certainly wasn't about to fall for the same trick again like a fool. You, who can't even keep your word, want me to gamble with you? Do you really think that's possible? As she spoke, Ling Xiaoxiao frowned. Where are those noisy flies coming from? A restaurant of this caliber actually has flies. Just as Lu Yuan was about to deliver a scathing retort to Han Feng, the sudden remark made anger flare up on his face. Who the hell are you calling a fly? Ling Xiaoxiao shot Lu Yuan a surprised look. This guy really was a fool. He practically begged for the insult. She couldn't be bothered to respond, merely snorting coldly before turning her attention back to her meal. Chen Yi paid Lu Yuan no mind whatsoever. Some people just get more fired up the more you engage them. Besides, this was between the Lu and Han families. He had no desire to get involved. Last time, he'd gotten involved, but only as part of their gambling game. Even though he'd won, Lu Yuan probably still held a grudge. Han Feng burst out laughing. How foolish of you. Who would ever volunteer to admit it? Hearing this, Lu Yuan's rage flared even brighter. Han Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao. You two scumbags. Seeing the others at the table eating without a care, completely ignoring him, his eyes turned red with rage. He yanked the tablecloth off with a sharp tug. With a crash, the plates of all three people shattered on the floor. Chen Yi's brow furrowed involuntarily. Ling Xiaoxiao slammed her hand down on the table, glaring coldly at Lu Yuan. Are you out of your mind? If you can't afford treatment, I'll cover it for you. Get it fixed sooner rather than later. Stop being a menace to others. Lu Yuan glared at Ling Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao, are you sure you want to side with Han Feng? Ling Xiaoxiao crossed her arms, looking down her nose at Lu Yuhuan. I'm not taking sides. The Ling family won't get involved in your two families' business. But if you keep acting foolish, I won't mind giving your family a proper lesson first. Han Feng glanced down at the stain on his clothes, his face contorting with rage. You're not human. Han Feng felt Lu Yuhuan was nothing but a madman, a rabid one who bit everyone in sight. But this madwoman knew exactly who her enemies were, targeting members of the Han family with near-fatal precision. Fists clenched in rage, Lu Yuhuan seemed poised to strike. But after a fierce glare at Ling Xiaoxiao, she swiftly grabbed Han Feng, who was tidying his clothes nearby, and yanked him to his feet. Han Feng stared in shock, utterly caught off guard. Chen Yi froze too, stunned that she would attack in broad daylight. As Han Feng finally registered who stood before him, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. What are you doing? Seeing the terror in Han Feng's eyes, Lu Yuhuan felt a surge of satisfaction. This was the reaction he deserved. What do you want? Weren't you just talking big? You asked what I want? I want to beat you up, of course. Brother Yi. Hearing this guy intended to beat him up, Han Feng immediately cried out for help from Chen Yi. Han Feng wanted to fight back himself, but he knew deep down he stood no chance against Lu Yuhuan. Though this madman could snap at any moment, his combat prowess was undeniably formidable. Chen Yi's hand shot out at lightning speed toward Lu Yuhuan. Lu Yuhuan's pupils suddenly contracted as he scrambled backward, naturally dropping the person he was holding onto the ground. Han Feng's face contorted as he slammed into the pavement. Damn it, my tailbone! Lu Yuhuan's bodyguards immediately stepped in front of him. Lu Yuhuan glared at Chen Yi, who smirked mockingly. Furious, she shoved aside the two bodyguards beside her. Kid! How dare you laugh at me? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. I should have the freedom to laugh, shouldn't I, young Master Lu? Looks like you know a thing or two about fighting. Care to spar with me? Chen Yi frowned in confusion, wondering what kind of trouble this young master was up to now. If you lose to me, I'll cripple your hands. At this point, Lu Yuhuan's smile stretched into an exaggerated grin. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. And if you lose? I won't lose. Lu Yuhuan sneered coldly. Hearing this brazen boast, Han Feng mocked without hesitation. Lu Yuhuan, you don't feel the slightest bit guilty about talking big? My brother Yi just took down the 7th-ranked fighter your Lu family trained. You really think you can beat him? Lu Yuhuan clenched his fists. Han Feng, it seems you won't learn your lesson until you get a taste of your own medicine. Chapter 167, Colorful Spirit Jade. Han Feng burst into loud laughter. In the past, he might have actually been afraid. But now, Miss Ling and Brother Yi stood before him. Could Lu Yuhuan's half-baked skills possibly match Brother Yi's? Where on earth did you get the confidence to think you could beat Yi? Have you forgotten what happened to your family's 7th-ranked fighter? Lu Yuhuan's eyes darkened as she sneered. That match was nothing but luck. If they'd fought for real, do you really think he'd have won? Just as Han Feng was about to say more, Chen Yi cut him off. Brother Yi. Chen Yi smiled. Of course I can, but what can you offer in return? Lu Yuhuan narrowed his eyes and sneered coldly. I don't think you can beat me. Hearing this, Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. According to Han Feng's account, this Lu Yuhuan shouldn't possess any special abilities, yet he was so confident. Could it be that after completing a dungeon run, he received some sort of reward that made him so cocky? Whether you win or lose, you've got to put something on the line. You won't even stake anything, yet you expect us to fight you? Lu Yuhuan's brow furrowed slightly. Han Feng glanced at Chen Yi, instantly grasping his meaning, and immediately retorted, exactly. You just want to take advantage of us? Lu Yuhuan reasoned that since he could now defeat the 6th-ranked player, Chen Yi surely stood no chance against him. Back then, Chen Yi had struggled immensely against the 7th-ranked player. Yet he had dispatched the 6th-ranked fighter with ease. That proved his strength surpassed this man's. He pondered it. Since this man couldn't possibly defeat him, even if he put up a wager, it wouldn't fall into someone else's hands. It would still boost his own prestige. Let them see what I'm capable of. Might even attract some new followers. In that case, I'll stake the expensive item I recently acquired as the prize. What do you say? Hearing this, Chen Yi looked at Lu Yuhuan with confusion. What exactly? Lu Yuhuan immediately drew a jade stone from his waist. It was a vivid emerald green, translucent with a rainbow-like sheen on the surface, yet its core remained a deep, pure green. What kind of jade is this? It looks somewhat nice, but it's a bit odd. You spent a fortune on this? You didn't get ripped off, did you? Han Feng couldn't help but criticize the jade, showing no interest in competing with that jerk Lu Yuhuan over it. Listen, Lu Yuhuan, if you're short on cash, why not go home and get some money first? Otherwise, is your Lu family about to go bankrupt? Trying to fool us with this worthless junk. Ling Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes. No, this is called Kaling Jade. If worn long-term, it's very beneficial for one's health. Hearing this, Han Feng felt skeptical about the truth behind her words. You're not deliberately trying to pull the wool over my eyes, are you? This piece of junk jade genuinely benefits the body, not just some marketing gimmick? Ling Xiaoxiao folded her arms. Do you think everyone is as clueless as you? Lu Yuan burst into laughter. Miss Ling truly knows her stuff. This jade pendant feels cool to the touch and can even regulate body temperature automatically. And he trailed off, his face wearing a meaningful expression, clearly very satisfied with the jade pendant. Chen Yi's gaze fell upon the colorful jade. May I touch it? Hearing this, Lu Yuan eyed him up and down. Looking at your shabby appearance, you've probably never touched a jade pendant like this in your entire life. Lu Yuan had several bodyguards with her, so she wasn't worried that Chen Yi would take the jade pendant and run. To get him to agree to the wager, Lu Yuan handed over the jade pendant. Fine. Take a good look. After you've examined it, you can decide whether you'll bet with me or not. As soon as Chen Yi took the jade pendant, he felt its coolness against his palm. In the next instant, his mind cleared. He immediately glanced at his interface panel and was stunned to see that all the values on his system panel had increased. Chen Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. He hadn't expected the jade pendant to possess such capabilities. Since this colored jade was the wager, he naturally had to accept the bet. He only hoped that young Master Lu would keep his word. Otherwise, this jade pendant was truly exceptional. Lu Yuan, seeing him hold on to it without returning it, snatched it back from Chen Yi's hand. Of course. My father paid a hefty sum to acquire this piece from someone else. It's not something money alone can buy. He had to pull quite a few strings. Every word Lu Yuan spoke carried a hint of pride. Ling Xiaoxiao snorted lightly, though she couldn't help but feel a touch of envy. She muttered under her breath, what incredible luck. Han Feng was undecided. After all, Lu Yuan was targeting him, but how could he possibly confront her? His gaze shifted to Chen Yi. Chen Yi pursed his lips. Is this jade pendant all you've got? It feels nice to the touch, sure. But honestly, that's about it. As for any other abilities? I haven't sensed a single one. Han Feng chimed in immediately, exactly. You think you can challenge my brother Yi with just a jade pendant? Do you really think that's possible? A slow smile spread across Chen Yi's lips. Lu Yuan clutched the jade pendant in his hand, glaring coldly at the two of them. You lot are asking for the moon. And you actually look down on what I have to offer. Lu Yuan could only think these people were utterly blind. This jade pendant was easily the most valuable thing he owned. Han Feng shrugged. How about this throw in a little something extra? Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, well aware of what Han Feng was scheming. If I add a bonus, shouldn't you contribute something too? Hearing this, Han Feng clicked his tongue. We're not the ones begging to bet with you, you're the one pleading with us. So why should we be the ones putting up the stakes? Ling Xiaoxiao snorted with a laugh. Young Master Lu, don't try to have your cake and eat it too. Don't forget you're the one asking us to fight. You're the one in need of our help. Han Feng immediately chimed in, exactly. You're the one begging us, yet you want us to put up something? Why should we? Chen Yi shrugged. We're not as deep-pocketed as young Master Lu. If that's the case, I'm afraid we'll have to disappoint you. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's expression darkened. If you want me to add more stakes, that's not impossible, but then the wager will have to be much larger. Han Feng shot him a displeased look. What's with the attitude? I'm just asking for a bit more on the stakes, and you're already turning sour? Chapter 168, Life or Death. Lu Yuan chuckled coldly. Change my tune? So what if I do? He raised his hand, and his bodyguards immediately glared fiercely at Chen Yi and the others, weighing their weapons in their palms. It seemed like a threat. Ling Xiaoxiao, young Master Lu, you're quite something. When a deal falls through, at least maintain some decency. But you? Before the deal's even done, you're already threatening us. Han Feng chuckled, you're not the only one with bodyguards. He only came out to meet Brother Yi without his bodyguards because he didn't want to draw attention. Bringing bodyguards around like that is so ostentatious. It's as if he's afraid people won't know he's a rich kid. Lu Yuan shrugged indifferently, so what? Your bodyguards aren't here now. Doesn't that mean I'm in charge? Seeing the other's frustrated expression, Lu Yuan burst into loud laughter. Then she turned to her bodyguards behind her and ordered, take him away. Hearing this, everyone froze in unison. Lu Yuan, what the hell do you think you're doing? If my father finds out you kidnapped me, he won't let you off the hook. Lu Yuan grinned. Kidnapping? What kidnapping? Aren't we just having a friendly wager? You agreed to it yourselves just now. How could this possibly be considered kidnapping? Seeing Lu Yuan's audacity, Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel alarmed. Lu Yuan, you're being far too brazen. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. Unscrupulous? Miss Ling, you really know how to choose your words. If I were truly unscrupulous, I wouldn't be this easygoing. Ling Xiaoxiao stormed forward 2 steps in anger, but Lu Yuan's bodyguard immediately stepped in front of him. Hey, you're not getting impatient, are you? Ling Xiaoxiao hadn't expected Lu Yuan to be so shameless, daring to say anything at all. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan shot a glance at her bodyguards, who immediately stepped forward, preparing to escort her away. Without hesitation, Ling Xiaoxiao drew the whip from her waist, ready to strike. Chen Yi immediately stopped her. Seeing this, Ling Xiaoxiao looked at him in confusion, unsure of his meaning. Don't rush. Let's see what he intends to do to us. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao frowned in disagreement. No way. If he really kidnaps us and we can't escape, then. Chen Yi smiled, it won't happen. There are plenty of people here who saw us. Given your status, if you two don't make contact for a long time, someone will definitely send people to look for you. The Ling and Han families won't have trouble finding people, especially in such a large crowd. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao slowly retracted the whip in her hand. Han Feng hurriedly interjected, Brothery, if we fall into this man's hands, we won't have an easy time of it. Our family has a feud with his Lu family. What if he decides to just dispose of me? Han Feng wasn't nearly as reassured as Chen Yi. After all, the animosity between their families ran deep. Lu Yuan had long sought to eliminate him. How could he possibly trust himself to this man's mercy? Terrified, Han Feng refused to go with Lu Yuan. While Lu Yuan was satisfied with Ling Xiaoxiao and Chen Yi's compliance, Han Feng's outright refusal to cooperate infuriated him. At Lu Yuan's signal, his bodyguard wasted no time delivering a brutal kick. Han Feng yelped in pain, causing both Ling Xiaoxiao and Chen Yi to frown. Seems this guy doesn't know the meaning of hospitality. Ling Xiaoxiao glanced at Chen Yi, her eyes carrying a hint of inquiry. Chen Yi had intended to take the jade pendant from Lu Yuan's hand. The jade pendant gave him a profound sense of comfort, so he thought he might as well take it with him. He bet against him, intending to take the colored jade from his grasp. But he never expected this man to brazenly attack Han Feng. Chen Yi reached out and pulled Han Feng up from the ground. How are you? Han Feng rubbed his stomach and shook his head. Not good at all. That guy's got some serious strength. My stomach's still throbbing from it. Hearing this, Chen Yi's expression darkened further as he glared coldly at Lu Yuan. Young Master Lu, what do you think you're doing? If anything happens to young Master Han, you won't get away with it. Lu Yuan crossed his arms, utterly unconcerned. So a grown man got kicked once. What's the big deal? If he can't even take a single kick, is he even a real man? Chen Yi's gaze grew even colder. Since young Master Lu puts it that way, we're afraid we can't comply. Lu Yuan burst into laughter, his chuckles dripping with scorn. Ha! The three of you? You think you can take on my men? You must be joking. The moment Lu Yuan finished speaking, his bodyguard collapsed to the ground like a limp noodle. Lu Yuan's expression froze as he stared at the scene in bewilderment. What did you do? Han Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. When had he goose struck? How had they been completely unaware? Chen Yi replied expressionlessly, since you brought so many men to surround us, did you really think we'd just stand here defenseless? Did you think we had no other means? Ling Xiaoxiao's lips curled upward. Now, you're all alone. Hearing this, Lu Yuan froze. Then, remembering the items on his person, he flashed a look of contempt. They're merely bodyguards. You don't seriously believe defeating them means you've defeated me, do you? Abandon that notion now. Han Feng had heard him boast about his prowess countless times, and his skepticism only deepened. Hey, Lu Yuan, are you out of your mind? With your half-baked skills, you actually have the nerve to flaunt them? Aren't you afraid your father will find out how you're showing off and step in to deal with you? Lu Yuan's eyes flickered twice before he chuckled. Absolutely not. Hearing this, Han Feng was stunned. Where did this guy get the nerve to be so brazen? He couldn't be bothered to argue with Lu Yuan any further on this point. He just wanted to get away from this lunatic as fast as possible. Chen Yi looked at Lu Yuan and said, if you want to wager against me, I don't mind. But I expect you to show a little more respect. And since you're the one challenging us, you'll be the one putting up the stakes. Hearing this, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes and let out a cold laugh. Fine, I'll put up the stakes. But remember, no questions asked about life or death afterward. Chen Yi looked at Lu Yuan with a faint, ambiguous smile. Are you sure? Doesn't young Master Lu fear ending up in my hands? Lu Yuan shrugged. I'm not afraid. Seeing his boldness, Chen Yi didn't press further. Fine. Ling Xiaoxiao tugged at Chen Yi's sleeve. This man is notoriously cunning. What if you fall into his trap? Chen Yi, then come collect my body. Ling Xiaoxiao's expression darkened. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 169, The Peculiar Lu Yuan. Seeing the anger on Ling Xiaoxiao's face, Chen Yi rubbed his nose. His earlier words were merely to scare her. There was no way he'd fall victim to Lu Yuan. He wouldn't have gone up against her without confidence. Even if he truly coveted that jade, his life was far more precious than any material object. Han Feng shared the same expression upon hearing Chen Yi's words. Brother Yi, you're 100 times more formidable than Lu Yuan. But he's a petty villain, better to keep your guard up. Let's just drop this matter. Han Feng didn't want Chen Yi and Lu Yuan to clash. His impression of the Lu family was that they were scheming, underhanded scoundrels. Confronting such people was the most troublesome affair. After all, such people never play by the rules. They say one thing to your face and another behind your back, always finding chances to stab you in the back. How could we just drop it? I already agreed to it. Lu Yuhuan blurted out urgently. His bodyguards had already been taken down, so they couldn't help him restrain this loudmouth Han Feng. He had to handle it himself. Once he had this brat pinned under his foot, these people would surely admire him. Lu Yuan had already played out the scene in his mind, his eyes burning as he stared at Chen Yi. Then he laughed and said, "Chen Yi, you said it yourself just now. You can't possibly go back on your word now, can you?" Chen Yi smiled. "Of course I won't go back on my word. But I'd also ask young Master Lu to remember your own promise. If you truly lose to me, you should show your manly side, be a good loser and let it go." Lu Yuhuan snorted. "I won't lose." Hearing this, Chen Yi said no more. Some things needed to be proven through action, not words. "My brother won't lose either." Han Feng chuckled twice before continuing, "I advise you to surrender early. You haven't seen my brother's skills, you'll be down in 3 or 2 moves. Lu Yuan eyed Han Feng with playful mockery, arms crossed, his dark gaze fixed on him. "You don't think this will scare me, do you? I haven't even fought him yet, and you're already making a fuss. Could it be you're afraid I'll beat your friend to a pulp?" By this point, Lu Yuan's expression had grown even more arrogant, as if he'd already envisioned himself pinning Han Feng to the ground and beating him. Han Feng rolled his eyes at Lu Yuan, lost in his daydreams. Keep dreaming. How could his brother possibly be knocked down by him? With his half-baked skills? Still, Han Feng felt a twinge of suspicion. This guy was acting way too cocky, more so than usual. What was his deal today? Could it be he'd gotten some kind of reward from a dungeon run? That's why he'd rushed over to show off right in front of him. Han Feng racked his little brain, pondering it carefully. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. His expression darkened instantly. The look he shot at Chen Yi carried a hint of deadly concern. He tugged at Chen Yi's sleeve and shared his suspicions. Chen Yi nodded, but didn't take it to heart. After all, rewards were standard for dungeon runs. If the guy really had gotten martial arts-related rewards, Chen Yi wouldn't have anything to say about it. But that didn't mean he couldn't handle Chen Yi even if he did get martial arts-related rewards. Lu Yuhuan laughed dismissively. Soon enough, he'd show these ungrateful fools what they were missing. "So? Made up your mind? Ready to have a proper showdown with me?" Chen Yi narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Since I've agreed, I won't back out now." Ling Xiaoxiao and Han Feng exchanged disapproving glances at Chen Yi, puzzled by his sudden stubbornness over this matter. What was so formidable about this Lu Yuhuan? It was clearly an attempt to use Chen Yi as a practice target. If that's the case, then Lu Yuhuan must be carrying his secret manual. "Chen Yi, maybe we should call it off? This clearly isn't about good intentions, he's obviously targeting us." Ling Xiaoxiao was slightly more cautious. She didn't want Chen Yi to fall into such an obvious trap and get hurt, it simply wasn't worth it. Chen Yi shook his head. "Didn't I just say? My word is my bond. Once I commit, I see it through." Ling Xiaoxiao took a deep breath. While she usually admired Chen Yi's unwavering commitment to his word, right now it felt like stubbornness. This was clearly a trap, and he was determined to walk right into it. Facing Han Feng and Ling Xiaoxiao's puzzled looks, Chen Yi merely smiled. "Just watch. Don't worry, I'll be fine." Chen Yi spoke with unwavering certainty, as if he already knew the outcome. Hearing his words, Lu Yuhuan couldn't help but sneer. "Why are you copying me? I've got my back covered, but you're a different story. Still, since you're sticking to your word, I'll go easy on you, won't kill you too quickly." Han Feng's blood boiled upon hearing this. "Lu Yuhuan, what do you mean by that? You still intend to kill Chen Yi?" Lu Yuhuan shrugged indifferently. "Didn't I just say? No guarantees about life or death. I was merely considering the possibility, what if he happens to die by my hand?" Lu Yuhuan was supremely confident in her current combat prowess, even convinced that the 3 men before her weren't her match. His mind was already racing with plans on how to take them down. Pure fantasy. "I hope you respect the rules. If you dare harm Brother Yi, the Han family won't let you off the hook." Ling Xiaoxiao immediately invoked the Ling family's authority, solely to back Chen Yi. Chen Yi listened to their words and felt touched, though he didn't believe he would lose to Lu Yuhuan. Of course, Lu Yuhuan thought the same. "Where do you want to settle this?" Chen Yi asked slowly, still wanting to touch the jade pendant a couple more times. That jade pendant seemed even more useful than the spirit spring wine. The effects of the spirit spring wine were now negligible to him, but this jade pendant seemed to possess more than one function. No wonder Lu Yuhuan cherished it so dearly. He was already itching to store the jade pendant within. Lu Yuhuan shot Chen Yi a surprised glance. This man was even more impatient than he was? That was rather peculiar. But it didn't matter. Soon enough, he'd teach him a lesson in obedience. Using the multicolored jade pendant as bait to lure a promising prospect from the Han family, if he could destroy this Han family prospect, his father would surely praise him. A deeper smile spread across Lu Yuhuan's face. A faint smirk played at the corners of his mouth as his eyes fixed intently on Chen Yi, wary that Chen Yi might back out. I'll take you there now. Chapter 170, Underground Gambling Den. Along the way, Ling Xiaoxiao and Han Feng kept reminding Chen Yi, afraid he might be careless and fall into a trap. Han Feng even dramatically clutched Chen Yi's arm, his face etched with worry. Brother Yi, you absolutely can't get hurt. I can't live without you. What would I do if something happened to you? This was the rare, reliable partner he'd finally found to take him through the dungeon. If he were to lose him now, he'd have to start searching all over again. And who knew if the next one would be as dependable as Chen Yi? Chen Yi's mouth twitched twice as he pushed that head away from his arm with obvious disgust. If you weren't spouting such unlucky words to curse me, I'd probably be doing just fine. Hearing this, Han Feng immediately shut his mouth and gave a dry chuckle. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned and shot him a look. Watch what you say, you jinx. Han Feng promptly raised his hand and tapped his mouth twice. This mouth of mine just doesn't know how to speak. My fault, my fault. Chen Yi followed Lu Yuan to an underground fighting ring. Two men were locked in a fierce, blood-pumping brawl on the platform, surrounded by a crowd chanting for one to finish the other off. This is just an underground gambling den, isn't it? Chen Yi muttered under his breath. Han Feng overheard and immediately explained in his ear, this is one of the Lu family's businesses. It falls under the black market industry. In the past, it would have been shut down, but now it's legal. After all, the dungeons are far more dangerous than this place. Hearing this, Chen Yi's gaze fell upon the two burly men engaged in the boxing match on the stage. One was covered in intimidating tattoos. As Lu Yuan approached, the manager of the establishment hurried over to greet him. Young Master Lu, what brings you here today? Are you here to watch the matches, or? The manager wore a fawning smile, trailing respectfully beside Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan folded his arms, glanced at the men on the stage, and stated directly, clear the stage later. I'm going to challenge him. Let's set the stakes. Hearing this, the manager's expression froze. His voice cracked as he stammered, Young master, you're going to enter the ring yourself? His tone carried a mix of disbelief and alarm. What? Is there a problem? Are you unwilling to do it? The question caught the manager off guard, and he hastily shook his head. How could he dare refuse? This was the Lu family's eldest young master. If he didn't follow his orders, he'd be dragged down immediately. He'd worked so hard to reach this position, how could he give it up so easily? Yes, I'll prepare it immediately. Just as the manager was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned back urgently. Should I inform Mr. Lu? After all, this was the son Mr. Lu cherished most. If anything went wrong, Mr. Lu would surely be furious. Not only would his position be in jeopardy, but his family could be implicated too. Lu Yuan naturally wouldn't tell his family he wanted to surprise them. His father would surely praise him then. No need. Wait until I win the match, then you can tell him. I want to surprise him. Hearing this, the manager gave a nervous chuckle. Yes, sir. Should I start preparing now? Go ahead. Lu Yuan's gaze settled on Chen Yi, and the smile on his face deepened. Hope you have a good time. Chen Yi chuckled, same to you, young Master Lu. Just hope you won't cry when the time comes. Lu Yuan was stunned by Chen Yi's smile, letting out a cold snort. Rest assured, even if you collapse before me, I won't shed a single tear. After changing into their respective outfits, Han Feng and Ling Xiaoxiao immediately surrounded Chen Yi. Brother Yi, you better watch out. This guy's so cocky about betting against you, clearly he thinks his trump card is strong enough to beat you. How could you fall for it? Han Feng sighed helplessly, genuinely worried Chen Yi might get taken down. After all, they'd tackled several dungeons together, and he felt they'd built some camaraderie. Chen Yi explained, even if I hadn't agreed, he would have forced you to accept. He was targeting you all along, not me. Hearing this, Han Feng's mouth fell open. No way? Of course it is. The feud between your Han family and the Lu family remains unresolved. He's a Lu, you're a Han. Do you really think he'd let someone with your surname off the hook? Han Feng immediately shut his mouth. Thinking it through, it really did make sense. So in that sense, Brother Yi had actually helped him. Han Feng was suddenly overcome with emotion. So all this time, Ego had been protecting him. Brother Yi. I truly had no idea you'd sacrificed so much for me. Chen Yi's mouth twitched slightly as he replied with a sigh, it wasn't all for you. I had my own reasons too. He did want the jade pendant, and he wanted to know if it had any other powers besides the one he already knew about. Chen Yi was intensely curious inside, though he gave no outward sign of it. Ling Xiaoxiao's expression remained deeply furrowed, seemingly filled with worry. Be careful. She only murmured this faintly as she looked at Chen Yi one last time. Chen Yi nodded, understanding her warning. But since he had accepted this wager, it meant he possessed the means to handle it. Don't worry. Even if I can't win, I've got ways to protect myself. I won't just stand there and take a beating. After all this time, when had he ever been bullied without fighting back? Besides, this young Master Lu was clearly all show and no substance, hardly a worthy opponent. He needed to strategize how to defeat him without humiliating him, yet still make him admit defeat. After all, this is the Liu family's young master. If he really crippled him, the Liu family wouldn't let him off the hook. How could he, alone and unarmed, possibly take on an entire clan? Even if he dragged someone down to hell with him, he could only take one or two probably insignificant people, and it simply wasn't worth it. As these thoughts swirled, Chen Yi's gaze returned to Liu Yuan, who was positively glowing with excitement. His demeanor radiated such confidence in whatever he held that Chen Yi found himself curious what kind of item could he possibly possess? Hey, kid, aren't you ready yet? Or have you chickened out and don't dare to fight? Chen Yi chuckled, nodded to the two men beside him, and strode toward the stage. The moment he stepped onto the platform, the previously quiet crowd below erupted into a roar. A massive screen appeared above their heads, displaying the betting weights. Chapter 171, Power Type Skills. Chen Yi glanced at the massive screen twice before decisively averting his gaze. With a faint, ambiguous smile, he remarked, "Young Master Liu certainly knows how to play. To think you'd bring our private wager into the main hall, involving so many people at once." Liu Yuan grinned widely. "Nonsense. This is a wager between you and me, but of course others can place bets too. I just want to see who they think is the strongest." Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, puzzled by this psychology. Was he seeking attention, or was there something else at play? But that wasn't his concern. The only thought in his mind was that with this betting opportunity, he'd place a wager on himself. He might even make a tidy profit. Chen Yi was just as ordinary as anyone else. If a simple wager could bring in money, he was certainly interested. When he looked up again, the stakes had reached a level he would never forget for the rest of his life. It was a figure he'd never seen in his entire life, so many zeros it made his head spin. He withdrew his gaze and fixed it on Liu Yuan, asking with a smile, "If you lose, won't you lose everything?" Liu Yuan showed no reaction to this remark. Instead, he retorted defiantly, "The one who's going to lose is you. I'm not going to lose." At this moment, Liu Yuan remained utterly confident in himself. His fists clenched, he stood poised, ready to move the instant the referee called begin. Chen Yi's gaze lingered on Liu Yuan several times. Liu Yuan wasn't built like a powerhouse, likely due to a life of privilege since childhood. His frame was rather slender, lacking any muscle definition. Yet his stance was undeniably imposing. Chen Yi flicked his wrist, clenched his fist, and placed it before him, his eyes fixed on his opponent with a fierce, menacing glare. He'd run through countless dungeons and endured countless battles, especially against those ghostly creatures, honing his skills to perfection. But Liu Yuan, who had only just received his dungeon reward, froze in terror when met by that pair of sinister eyes. He stood frozen in place. Chen Yi waited for a long while, but the other party made no move to act. Confused, he tilted his chin toward Liu Yuan. "Why isn't young Master Liu moving?" Liu Yuan snapped back to his senses, gritting his teeth as a flash of frustration crossed his mind. How could he have been intimidated by that man's gaze? That man was even younger than himself. How could he have been intimidated by someone several years his junior? Liu Yuan instantly felt his pride wounded. He silently vowed to teach Chen Yi a lesson and reclaim his dignity. Chen Yi remained oblivious to Liu Yuan's thoughts. Since the young master had regained his composure yet showed no initiative, it was up to him to make the next move. "Apologies, young Master Liu. If you can't handle it, you can surrender right now. We'll stop here if you wish," Chen Yi said with a smile. To Liu Yuan's ears, however, it sounded deeply sarcastic. "Are you looking down on me?" Hearing this, Chen Yi felt a twinge of exasperation. It wasn't that he looked down on young Master Liu, he simply didn't want to beat him too badly or invite unnecessary trouble upon himself. Chen Yi didn't respond to Liu Yuan's accusation. Liu Yuan took this as deliberate provocation, clenching his fists even tighter. His eyes narrowed menacingly as he sneered, "This time, I'll show you what happens when you underestimate me." With that, Liu Yuan finally kicked toward Chen Yi. The force of the kick nearly gouged a crater into the ring floor before him. Chen Yi's gaze fell upon the dented pit in the ring floor. He understood what kind of reward Liu Yuan had received. It was likely something related to strength. But he never imagined that a mere strength-enhancing reward could make Liu Yuan this arrogant. He glanced up at the continuously rising weight counter, his lips twitching slightly. Sure enough, this underground arena was the Liu family's turf. The weights given to Liu Yuan had already reached a staggering number he could barely count. And it was just a strength-related skill. These people couldn't be blind, could they? Or were all these bets placed by Liu Yuan's own people, deliberately giving him face? Han Feng and Ling Xiaoxiao noticed too. Han Feng's face was flushed with excitement, looking like he might jump up any second. Seeing this, Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't help but give him a sharp glare. "What are you doing?" Han Feng exclaimed excitedly, "I feel like I'm about to strike it rich." Ling Xiaoxiao immediately thought of the betting weights displayed on the big screen. "You didn't get involved too, did you?" "I couldn't just stand by and watch my EGE get no bets. I threw everything I had into it. I never imagined so many people would bet on Liu Yuan." If my EGE wins, I'll make a huge profit. Ling Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched. Did you consider what happens if Chen Yi loses? Then you'd lose everything you bet. Han Feng shrugged. So what? It's all covered. I just put in all my pocket money. If I lose, I lose. Ling Xiaoxiao was taken aback, then a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. She'd assumed someone like Han Feng would prioritize money above all else. Turns out she'd overthought it. This guy had a decent side too. Chen Yi had dealt with physically powerful opponents before, but Lu Yuan's skill possessed an even more overwhelming sense of force. Whenever he clashed with Lu Yuan, that overwhelming force would send him flying. Now he finally understood why Lu Yuan dared to be so arrogant. Beads of sweat formed on Chen Yi's forehead as Lu Yuan cornered him at the edge of the ring, clearly pushing him toward defeat. Watching from the second floor, Han Feng and Ling Xiaoxiao's hearts clenched in anxiety. Egu! Hang in there! Han Feng had never imagined Chen Yi could lose. This Lu Yuan was truly a hidden talent. Who knew when he'd obtained this dungeon reward? Ling Xiaoxiao watched the scene on the stage, her arms tightening around herself. The skill he'd obtained was a strength-based ability. Hearing Ling Xiaoxiao's muttered words, Han Feng quickly asked, so does Egu have a solution? Strength-based skills aren't omnipotent, they have weaknesses, plenty of them, in fact. Find his weak spot and strike there, and victory is yours. Han Feng pursed his lips, eyes widening as he glanced down at Lu Yuan. She had nearly cornered Chen Yi to the edge of the stage, just inches away from knocking him off. But he didn't want Chen Yi to lose to him this way. He didn't just want him to lose. Chapter 172, Backtracking. Weaknesses? Where could he possibly find any? Brother Yi was already beaten to a pulp, how could he possibly focus on finding weaknesses? When had Lu Yuan become this formidable? Han Feng watched from above, his anxiety mounting. He never imagined Lu Yuan had truly become this formidable. He'd assumed Lu Yuan was just looking for a fight, planning to pull some bait and switch trick later. His luck had been decent, he'd obtained a strength skill. With greater power, everything became easier. Hearing this, jealousy filled Han Feng's eyes. Why was his luck so good? Why was mine so bad? That guy clearly wasn't playing fair, the heavens were just too unfair. Ling Xiaoxiao folded her arms, wondering what dungeon he'd ventured into. Han Feng hummed in confusion. Did the dungeon rewards actually depend on which one you went to? Of course it does. Or did you think every instance had high-level rewards? Han Feng gave a sheepish chuckle. He'd simply assumed dungeon rewards depended entirely on luck, never once considering the dungeon itself might be a factor. Dungeon rewards are tiered by level, but you're not entirely wrong, some drops really do depend on luck. If luck was on your side, even the lowest tier dungeon could drop high-level gear. Holy! It's over, it's over. Egu, hold on. Chen Yi had been backed into a corner with nowhere left to retreat. Just as he was about to fall, Lu Yuan reached out, grabbed him, and yanked him back before slamming him hard onto the ground. As Chen Yi hit the ground, he spun swiftly, landing on both feet just in time to avoid serious injury. Nice reflexes. Lu Yuan's surprise gave way to laughter. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked, his face radiating even more unrestrained arrogance. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and chuckled. If I hadn't been quick, wouldn't you have beaten me to death? He knew this man had poured nearly all his strength into the attack, leaving no reserves, clearly intent on finishing him off. Seeing him about to be thrown off, Lu Yuan feared losing so easily that he yanked him back. His intent was clear, toy with him on the stage before finding another chance to finish him off. Lu Yuan didn't care if his opponent knew his plan. What? Scared? Chen Yi shook his numb hand. Don't tell me I don't know how to write the word fear? Then I'll teach you how to write it. Lu Yuan charged forward again, reaching out to grab Chen Yi. This time, Chen Yi had learned his lesson. He didn't give Lu Yuan a single chance to catch him, darting and dodging all over the ring. To onlookers, it resembled a cat chasing a mouse. And Chen Yi was the frantic mouse. Lu Yuan was instantly exhausted, gasping for breath, his clothes instantly soaked through. If you've got the guts, fight me fair and square. He couldn't help but curse angrily. Chen Yi's lips curled into a faint smirk as he casually replied, aren't I right here on the stage? How is that not fair? Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. Then stop running. Chen Yi shrugged. I'm not running. This place is tiny, no matter how far I go, I won't escape this area. Just catch me. Lu Yuan was livid at the brazen remark. If he could catch him, why bother with all this talk? Chen Yi. Do you believe I could kill you right now? Fuming with rage, Lu Yuan lost all restraint. Wasn't killing me your goal from the start? This is exactly the moment you planned to strike. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered twice before he broke into a smile. You see things clearly, don't you? It's not that I see clearly, it's that you intended this from the start. Even if I hadn't suspected it, it would have been hard not to, given how blatant your actions were, right? Lu Yuan's acting skills were already lacking. Now that his opponent knew his intentions, he didn't hesitate to strike with lethal force. Chen Yi's movements were incredibly agile, far more so than Lu Yuhuan's. This made it impossible for Lu Yuhuan to get a grip on him. When Lu Yuhuan's strength finally gave out, Chen Yi counterattacked. It was over in a few quick moves. But Chen Yi held back. He knew full well that striking a fatal blow on enemy territory would be courting death. There would be plenty of opportunities to finish him off later. You win. Lu Yuhuan's face darkened as he struggled to his feet. Well done, you're quite something. Chen Yi gave a faint smile, looking at him with neither humility nor arrogance. Young Master Lu, you should honor your earlier promise, right? Lu Yuhuan sneered coldly. Honor? You didn't even face me in a fair fight, yet you still want to take advantage of me? Do you really think that's possible? Chen Yi heard this and showed little surprise. After all, he had never trusted this young Master Lu in the slightest. Young Master Lu, just because I defeated you doesn't mean it wasn't fair. Everyone witnessed it, no dirty tricks were used. We each relied on our own strengths. You have brute force, I have speed. That's all there is to it. Even so, Lu Yuhuan refused to concede. Admitting defeat would mean acknowledging he truly couldn't match this kid named Chen Yi. Where would that leave the Lu family's reputation? Mark my words, I refuse to accept this outcome. Don't even think about getting anything from me. You should be grateful I'm not making trouble for you. Han Feng and Ling Xiaoxiao, who had just arrived, heard Lu Yuhuan's words and were both stunned by his shamelessness. I knew you were shameless, but I never imagined you'd be this shameless. How could you even say something like that? Earlier, you kept insisting we accept the challenge. If you hadn't put up the stakes, do you really think we'd have agreed to fight? Ling Xiaoxiao's expression turned icy. Who would have thought young Master Lu would be such a backtracker? Your Lu family must be so strapped for cash that you can't even keep your promises. I'll make sure to tell the other uncles and elders about this. With such tight finances, some business deals might just fall through. Lu Yuhuan's expression darkened instantly. Miss Ling, this matter shouldn't concern you, should it? It would be best if you stayed out of it. Ling Xiaoxiao chuckled coldly. Chen Yi is my friend. His affairs are my affairs. You came looking for trouble yourself. Now that you've lost, you refuse to admit it? It won't be that easy. Lu Yuhuan pressed his lips together, his eyes dark and menacing as he stared at Ling Xiaoxiao, as if he wanted to cut her down. Ling Xiaoxiao stood before him, cold and aloof, seemingly unfazed by his fierce glare. Han Feng sneered, Miss Ling, spare me the act. Some people just can't handle losing, all puffed up trying to look important. He probably thought victory was guaranteed, but never expected Brother Yi to actually beat him. Now he can't even pay up. Chapter 173, Tension Mounts. Han Feng. You're talking nonsense. How could I possibly not be able to produce it? Han Feng's eyes flickered. Well then, show us what you've got. You're the one who lost. Lu Yuhuan pressed her lips tightly together, refusing to speak further. That colorful spirit jade was something he had only recently acquired. His father had pulled strings to get it. If he handed it over now, his father would find out and beat him to death. Nervousness crept into Lu Yuhuan's heart, panic rising within him. There was no way he'd hand over that jade. I admit I lost, he conceded. But I won't give you the colorful spirit jade. I said it, he didn't win fairly, so I won't hand it over. But since I lost, I can offer something else. Han Feng seethed with rage upon hearing this. What else? I see you just don't want to give it. You clearly agreed to the wager, and now you want to change it? You really come up with some things. Lu Yuhuan didn't care, take it or leave it. It's not that I won't give it to you, it's that you refuse to accept it. You're a damn heartless bastard. Chen Yi stepped in to restrain Han Feng. Forget it. If young Master Lu can't afford it, I won't force the issue. He then turned to the two people behind him. If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. Chen Yi didn't want to prolong the confrontation. He'd already noticed people nearby starting to stir. Hold on, who said you could leave? Han Feng paused, his brow furrowing. The match is over. You didn't want to give the winnings to Yi, so he didn't force it. What more do you want? Lu Yuhuan chuckled. I said it, he used trickery in that match, so it doesn't count. But I'm a man who honors his bets. That doesn't mean I'm convinced. Then what else do you want? Lu Yuhuan chuckled, then clapped his hands. Several figures approached from nearby, all dressed in the attire for the main stage. They looked ready for a major showdown. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. Young Master Lu clearly didn't want us to leave this casino unscathed. Don't make it sound like I'm out to kill you. Since you're so skilled at using trickery, why not test it against them? If you beat them, I'll overlook your underhanded tactics against me. After all, you cost me quite a bit. Chen Yi's gaze drifted slowly to the large screen overhead. So many had bet against Lu Yuhuan that numerous people had lost everything, their fortunes wiped out. Below, voices cursed Lu Yuhuan's name. This weighed heavily on Lu Yuhuan's heart. His own discomfort naturally made him unwilling to let others feel at ease. Lu Yuhuan, you've got some nerve saying that. Don't you remember who proposed this duel in the first place? It was you. What? Now that you've lost face, you're blaming us? Such a sore loser, yet you still wanted to challenge us one-on-one. Han Feng's cold sarcasm made Lu Yuan's face darken further. You're nothing but a coward hiding behind others. What gives you the right to talk about me? Han Feng paused, then snapped back, pointing at himself. You call me a coward? Are you out of your mind? How am I a coward? He might not be the best with his hands and feet, but his brain wasn't as dull as Lu Yuan's. How dare he talk down to him? Han Feng laughed bitterly, letting out a hollow chuckle. I say you're the real weakling. Not just any weakling is sore loser. If word gets out, just wait and see how I'll make a scene in this circle. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, his voice dark and menacing. You think you have a chance to leave here? Han Feng raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with provocation. No way. You actually want to keep me here? How terrifying. Touch me, and see if your Lu family can handle the consequences. How would we know if we don't try? Lu Yuan lifted her chin as people around them approached, electric batons raised, encircling the three of them. Ling Xiaoxiao sensed something was off. Her gaze swept over the men before settling on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, you're lashing out in anger? What are you trying to do? Attacking the three of us with so many people, aren't you afraid the Han and Ling families will come after you? Lu Yuan shrugged indifferently. Miss Ling, if you say the right things now, I won't harm you. But those two? They're not leaving this place alive. Han Feng grew tense, muttering under his breath, I knew it. This kid won't let us off that easily. What should we do, Yi? Are we going to fall at Lu Yuan's hands? Don't worry, we won't. Seeing Chen Yi's unwavering certainty, Han Feng frowned in confusion. Why? Could you possibly handle all of them alone? They've got stun batons. Because before coming, I sent Uncle Han a message. Han Feng's eyes widened instantly. Holy crap. You're so forward-thinking. You actually thought to contact his father. The Lu family is your Han family's sworn enemy. If they suddenly show up at your door, how could they possibly let you off easily? So I casually sent him a message. If it turns out to be a farce, then fine. But if it really is a conspiracy, at least we'll be prepared. Hearing this, Han Feng couldn't help but admire Chen Yi's foresight. He hadn't even thought to tip off his own father. That's perfect. As long as I hold out until my father arrives, right? Chen Yi clenched his fist and hummed in agreement. Hang on until Uncle Han arrives, but the question is, can you hold out? Hearing Chen Yi's doubt, Han Feng's expression shifted. Even if he couldn't hold out, he would hold out. He refused to go down here, especially at the hands of his sworn enemy. If his father found out, it would be a complete disgrace. Ling Xiaoxiao shot Han Feng a condescending glance. Hang in there. I believe you're way better than that idiot. Han Feng shot Ling Xiaoxiao a surprised look. Never expected Miss Ling to use the word asshole. She must have been genuinely pissed off by that Lu Yuan. Relax, Han Feng reassured himself. I've been under EGE's wing for years. I've got at least a trick or two up my sleeve. I won't go down like a ragdoll. Lu Yuan waited a moment, only to see Ling Xiaoxiao not back down but instead whip her lash at him, the leather nearly slapping his face. He took a step back in fright. Ling Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao casually lifted an eyelid. What? Don't push your luck. If I hadn't given you a chance out of respect, you wouldn't even be here. Ling Xiaoxiao curled the corner of her mouth, her beautiful thin lips slowly forming two words. Idiot. Chapter 174, Exhaustion. Put. A burst of laughter erupted. Lu Yuan and Ling Xiaoxiao both turned to look. Chen Yi made no attempt to hide his laughter. When he met Ling Xiaoxiao's icy gaze, he silently pressed his lips together. Continue. Lu Yuan fumed. Chen Yi. What gives you the right to laugh at me? A penniless upstart dares to be so arrogant. Chen Yi shrugged. I'm human. Humans have emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, and laughter. Am I not allowed to laugh? Young master, don't read too much into it. I wasn't mocking you. Lu Yuan's expression twisted. How could he fail to see the meaning behind Chen Yi's laughter? Since Miss Ling is so ungrateful, I see no need to spare your feelings. Lu Yuan flicked his chin, and the suited man wielding the stun baton charged toward the trio without hesitation. Chen Yi and Ling Xiaoxiao were both skilled fighters and handled the attack with ease. Only Han Feng struggled, taking several jolts from the baton. But his physique was solid enough to withstand the blows. An ordinary person would have been knocked out cold by that single blow. The once bustling casino had long been cleared by Lu Yuan's men, leaving almost everyone present as her henchmen. When one enforcer grew exhausted, another would take his place, like a relay race designed to drain their strength. Lu Yuan sat in his chair, sipping coffee from a cup as he lazily watched the three struggling to hold their ground. Chen Yi, now you know, don't you? That's the very technique you used to drain my strength just now, and now it's all coming right back at you. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes, and these words landed squarely on Lu Yuan's arrogant face. He'd taken several electric baton strikes himself, his face still bearing wounds. Only Ling Xiaoxiao fared slightly better. She fought from a distance, never letting anyone get close. Han Feng was already exhausted, sweat dripping from his body. Panting heavily, he said, "Brothery, if this keeps up, we'll really be drained of strength. We won't even have the energy to run away." Where the hell was his father? He was on the verge of collapse. Find a way to stall them for me. To catch the thief, catch the king. I'll seize an opportunity to capture their leader. Han Feng and Ling Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance upon hearing this. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded. "Alright, I'll distract them. You find your chance." Han Feng nodded firmly. He was about to unleash everything he had. Chen Yi's chance came during their troop rotation. As they deployed another wave of fighters, Ling Xiaoxiao's whip instantly lashed out at one of them. The man dodged swiftly, and in that instant, Chen Yi charged forward. The two burly men in suits behind Lu Yuhuan reacted just as swiftly. Realizing Chen Yi's intent, they instantly blocked his path. Chen Yi's plan instantly fell through. The two men in suits stood firmly in front of Lu Yuhuan. Lu Yuhuan paused for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. How laughable. Absolutely laughable. "Chen Yi, you don't seriously think you can defeat me and then defeat all my men, do you?" Lu Yuhuan looked at Chen Yi with the contempt one might reserve for an insect. "You clearly don't know your place. Such arrogance. Fine. Today we'll teach you that there are always people better than you, and skies beyond skies. Learn to keep a low profile. Don't be so cocky." The two burly men in suits blocking Lu Yuhuan's path immediately sprang into action, their blows landing one after another on Chen Yi. Chen Yi sensed these two men were above his level. They were no easy opponents. They drove Chen Yi back to his original position. Holy, they're that good. Chen Yi glanced at his numb hands, his gaze locked on the two men. What do I do? What do I do? I have this feeling we're really going down for the count. Han Feng grew even more panicked when he saw Chen Yi couldn't handle the two men either. Ling Xiaoxiao glanced at Chen Yi with concern. "Are you okay? Did you get hurt?" "No, but those two bodyguards by that Lu guy are seriously skilled. I can't even get close to her." Han Feng sighed. Those must be the bodyguards her father assigned to her. "I didn't bring them along when I came out today. Damn it, this guy must have deliberately picked this moment." Ling Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together, her expression turning cold. "What should we do? If we keep stalling like this, we might end up falling directly into his hands. We might not even see tomorrow's sunrise." Chen Yi felt a pang of guilt. If he hadn't agreed to this, they wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. "I'm sorry. What's the point of apologizing now? We didn't stand firm and dissuade you. As you said, even if we hadn't come, would Lu Yuhuan have truly given up? He would have devised another scheme to lure them into a trap. This couldn't be blamed on Chen Yi." Ling Xiaoxiao understood clearly that the Lu family's real target was Han Feng. As for Chen Yi, it was probably because he was close to Han Feng. "Exactly, Yi. What does this have to do with you? It's clearly that idiot's fault." Han Feng glared furiously at Lu Yuhuan as he spoke. Lu Yuhuan laughed heartily, as if watching three clowns perform. "Of course, I could let you off the hook. If you kneel down, kowtow 3 times, and call me Godfather, I might show mercy and forgive you. How about it?" The three men's faces darkened at his words. "Are you a dog? Why are you so eager to adopt sons? Or is it that you can't produce your own?" Han Feng's words instantly darkened Lu Yuhuan's face. "Han Feng. Don't forget you're in my hands right now. Watch your mouth, or I'll make sure you can't speak for the rest of your life. Go ahead and try. If you dare hurt me, my father will never let you off the hook." Lu Yuhuan sneered at him. "You're always going on about your dad, but he's not here now, is he?" Han Feng froze. He genuinely didn't know why his father was taking so long. Hadn't he sent word he was coming? So much time had passed. Had he been intercepted? Chen Yi wiped the blood from his lip and said coldly, "Young Master Lu, breaking your word like this and trapping us with such methods. If outsiders learned of your actions, it might reflect poorly on the Lu family, wouldn't you agree? Let them remain ignorant. I already stated you won't escape this place naturally, no one else will learn of it." Lu Yuhuan's face twisted into a smug grin once more. If his father found out he'd dealt with Han Feng, he'd probably praise him. "Besides, you all signed that life and death liability waiver with me just now. If you die, there won't be any consequences." Chapter 175, Countermeasures. Hearing this, the expressions of the others instantly darkened. Ling Xiaoxiao demanded, "We never signed." "You signed it yourself. You actually went so far as to forge signatures." Lu Yuhuan shrugged, feigning innocence. "No way. I didn't forge it on purpose. Isn't this Chen Yi's handwriting?" Someone below produced a contract bearing Chen Yi's handwriting. "Holy." Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. "I signed my own life and death. What does that have to do with them?" Lu Yuhuan slowly produced several more contracts, each bearing the names of Ling Xiaoxiao and Han Feng. Both froze in shock. "When did I sign this?" "I don't remember at all," Han Feng froze, completely lacking any memory of it. Han Feng turned to Ling Xiaoxiao. What about you? Do you remember? Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head. I don't know. But that handwriting is definitely mine, no mistake about that. Han Feng's signature also looked like his own. But the problem was, neither of them seemed to have signed these. What was going on? Lu Yuhuan chuckled. Well, there's nothing we can do about it then. You don't remember, but I certainly do. He handed the contract to the person beside him, smiling at the three of them as he said, so what was there for me to fear? Hearing this, the expressions of the three immediately darkened. You planned this all along, didn't you? How else could you get our signatures so quickly? Lu Yuhuan shrugged, leaning back lazily in his chair with a mocking smile. Who's to blame but yourselves for being so foolish? I got it with ease. After speaking, Lu Yuhuan glanced curiously at the others who had stopped. Why have you stopped? Get back to work. This guy still has the energy to chat with me. Your efficiency is pretty low. Such big bodies, yet they still take turns. Lu Yuhuan shot a displeased glance at the enforcers, who immediately unleashed their full strength against the three. Already struggling to hold their ground, the opponents now fought back with renewed vigor. Chen Yi's gaze locked onto Lu Yuhuan once more. He knew their only chance lay with Lu Yuhuan. Only by taking him down could they leave unscathed. Chen Yi pressed his lips together and shot Ling Xiaoxiao a meaningful glance. He wasn't sure if Ling Xiaoxiao had understood his meaning, but there was no time to pause and communicate. Without hesitation, he charged toward Lu Yuhuan once more. Lu Yuhuan flinched in surprise but remained utterly unflustered, even watching his movements with keen interest. How utterly overconfident. The words had barely left his mouth when Chen Yi's lips curled upward. Lu Yuhuan frowned in confusion, still processing the thought, when a cold blade pressed against his throat. Young Master Lu, it's someone else this time. Ling Xiaoxiao's voice rang out from behind him. Lu Yuhuan glanced down at the dagger pressed against his throat, his smile stiffening. We can talk this out peacefully, right? Ling Xiaoxiao chuckled coldly. I'd love to talk nicely, but young Master Lu hasn't given me a chance. Tell your men to stop, or I'll slit your throat. Think carefully about the consequences. Hearing this, Lu Yuhuan's expression darkened, yet he remained silent, seemingly gambling with Ling Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao showed no mercy, tightening her grip just a fraction. Lu Yuhuan instantly felt the sharp pain on his neck, his face contorting in agony. Stop. I said stop. Those surrounding Chen Yi and Han Feng immediately halted their actions, all eyes turning to Lu Yuhuan. A twisted smile spread across Lu Yuhuan's face as he shot a sinister glare at the others. Can't you see I'm being held hostage? Fuming with rage, his earlier arrogance vanished instantly. The others exchanged bewildered glances, none of them understanding how Ling Xiaoxiao had slipped past their watch and ended up behind Lu Yuhuan. I've already made them stop. Shouldn't you let go of me now? Lu Yuhuan's voice trembled slightly. He knew the woman behind him was serious, truly capable of killing him. Ha, young Master Lu, you're being a bit naive, aren't you? You imprisoned us here, and you expect me to release you? If I let you go, wouldn't you immediately send those men to deal with us again? Lu Yuhuan gritted his teeth and demanded, then what exactly do you want? What do I want? As long as young Master Lu does as I say, I won't harm you. Hearing this, Lu Yuhuan clenched his fists tightly, his rage boiling over with nowhere to vent. If you dare lay a finger on me, the Lu family won't let you off the hook. Ling Xiaoxiao gave a dismissive cold laugh. Young Master Lu, you're quite the joker. Didn't Han Feng threaten you with the same thing just now? You weren't afraid then. Do you really think threatening me this way will make me cower? Lu Yuhuan's smile froze. He quickly retorted, I'm not like Han Feng. Our Lu family is far more powerful than the Hans. Their family has been on the decline for ages. No matter how much they struggle, they're nothing but fish out of water. Don't exaggerate your Lu family's power. The Han family hasn't fallen yet. Your eagerness to deal with Han Feng is clearly an attempt to provoke Han Feihu into acting first because of his son's situation, isn't it? Lu Yuhuan wouldn't dare act so brazenly without tacit approval from his superiors. She had no desire to get involved in the Lu Han feud, but since they dragged her into it, she didn't mind stepping in. Lu Yuhuan's eyes flickered twice. Since you know this is between our two families, you shouldn't meddle. It's not that I'm meddling. You, young Master Lu, dragged us into this yourself. Cut the nonsense. Release them now. But we won't leave unscathed. I'll slit your throat right here. If I die, I'll take you with me. Feeling the woman's grip tighten behind him, Lu Yuhuan feared she might slit his throat in an instant. He quickly pleaded, fine. You just want to get out, right? I'll let you go. Just don't do anything rash. Ling Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance with Chen Yi before stepping beside her. Han Feng rubbed the bruises on his body and quickly joined them. Seeing Lu Yuhuan held hostage, Han Feng couldn't help but sneer, so cocky, huh? Keep it up. Look where it got you caught in our hands. Lu Yuhuan's face twisted in fury. Han Feng. Han Feng's lips curled upward. Oh? Your dad's right here. Chapter 176, Negotiations. Lu Yuan's expression betrayed his anger as a cold glare fixed on Han Feng. Han Feng showed no fear, even flipping Lu Yuan off. He reached out and slapped Lu Yuan's face. You want me to call you Godfather? I think you should be calling us Godfather and Godmother instead. I won't even ask you to kneel and kowtow to your old man, just shout it out a few times. See how generous I am? Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. You'd better pray you never fall into my hands. Relax, it's you who's fallen into our hands now. Whether you live or die is still up in the air. Han Feng crossed his arms, his expression turning triumphant and arrogant. This sudden reversal of fortune had him feeling utterly satisfied. That damn Lu Yuan wanted him to call her father? When his real father arrived, he'd teach them both a lesson they'd never forget. Ling Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and warned, don't get too cocky. You might end up with egg on your face. After all, it was Lu Yuan who'd been the arrogant one just moments ago. How could he possibly get humiliated? You're still here, aren't you? I refuse to believe your hands are unsteady now. Ling Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched twice before she turned to Chen Yi. Chen Yi grunted. Have your people step back. We're leaving. Lu Yuan closed his eyes tightly for a moment before finally addressing the crowd below. Step aside immediately and make way for them. Do you really want to watch me die at their hands? At his command, the crowd parted to form a path. Before she could react, a pebble struck Ling Xiaoxiao's hand. The sudden pain made her drop the dagger she held. The dagger fell to the ground, freeing Lu Yuan from her captivity. Before she could celebrate, Chen Yi grabbed her from the side. Chen Yi glanced at Ling Xiaoxiao with concern. How are you? Ling Xiaoxiao examined her hand. A mark appeared where she'd been struck, revealing just how powerful the blow had been. Their people had arrived. By them, they meant Lu Yuan's own family members. The Lu family arrived before the Han family. Slow clapping began to echo, accompanied by footsteps drawing nearer. Well done. Well done. Impressive. To turn defense into offense, to know how to use the emperor to command the feudal lords, it seems your studies haven't been in vain. A middle-aged man walked in slowly, smiling warmly at Chen Yi. Then he turned to the person beside him and asked, what do you think? He's a promising young man. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Truly impressive, if only he weren't from the Lu family. Dad, save me. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's voice, the middle-aged man's brows furrowed deeply. You can't even handle a simple task. I gave you so many people, yet you still let these three capture you. What use are you? Lu Yuan's face drained of color. Dad, I only fell into their hands by accident. Enough. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Mr. Lu, we don't want to listen to your nonsense either. Let us go immediately. Ling Xiaoxiao stared coldly at the middle-aged man, her expression tinged with a hint of wariness. Miss Ling, what a coincidence. Never imagined I'd run into you here. The esteemed heiress of the Ling family mingling with a penniless lad? The middle-aged man seemed puzzled, his eyes flashing with disdain. Ling Xiaoxiao replied coldly, that's none of Mr. Lu's business, is it? Who I choose as friends is entirely my own affair. If your father were to find out, he'd likely reconsider making Miss Ling the heir, a decision he'd come to regret. Ling Xiaoxiao's hand instantly clenched into a fist, digging its knuckles deep into her palm. The affairs of the Ling family need no meddling from Mr. Lu. You'd do better to focus on your own Lu family matters. They say like father, like son, look at the fine son you've raised. Committing kidnapping in broad daylight, and not only that, but breaking your word. Is this how the Lu family conducts business? The middle-aged man chuckled indifferently, spreading his hands in a shrug. I don't understand what Miss Ling is implying. My son may be a bit useless, but surely not as bad as you describe. Didn't he invite you here with utmost respect? Ling Xiaoxiao was so enraged by the man's words she laughed bitterly. So Lu Yuan learned this from his father, Mr. Lu. No wonder. His skill at blatantly lying is so polished after all, that's exactly how his old man operates. The middle-aged man gave a resigned chuckle, as if observing an immature junior. Miss Ling is still too young, speaking without thinking. But I am an adult, so I won't hold her lack of manners against her. Just apologize to me, and this matter will be settled. It's late, you should head home now. Ling Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes. You're letting me go? I've known your father for some time, I owe him a measure of respect. And what about them? The smile on the middle-aged man's face deepened considerably. I still have much to discuss with those two youths. It will have to wait until later. Ling Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together, fully aware his words were hollow. Releasing her was nothing more than a favor to her father. As for Chen Yi and Han Feng, he wouldn't let them go. After all, the Lu family had long since severed ties with the Han family. Having finally captured this young master of the Han family, how could they possibly release him so easily? If they don't leave, I won't either. The middle-aged man looked puzzled. Miss Ling, why insist? I'm offering you a way out. Why choose the path to ruin? Tell me, when your father comes demanding his son back, how am I supposed to explain this? Ling Xiaoxiao twisted her lips. Mr. Lu, you're being far too brazen. If the Han family finds out you've injured their young master, they won't just stand by and watch. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. Then so be it. I'm eager to see how Han Feihu will rescue his son now that he's in my hands. Han Feihu's been strutting around like he owns the place. Now that his most precious son is in my hands, let's see how arrogant he can be. But isn't your son also in our hands? Chen Yi, who had remained silent, spoke up quietly. The middle-aged man's laughter halted as his gaze fell upon Lu Yuhuan's grim face. Father! Save me! The middle-aged man tilted his head in confusion. Are you sure you can hold him? With a flick of my finger, I can snatch him right back from your grasp. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised by the man's confidence, and couldn't help but smile. Mr. Lu, you may try. My hands are steady. Chapter 177, Miscalculation. The middle-aged man was utterly shocked. This was the first time he'd ever been threatened, and with his son's life at stake. He burst into laughter. You're quite the youngster, aren't you? So bold. Only someone your age would dare defy me like this. Chen Yi chuckled along, offering no rebuttal. Ling Xiaoxiao immediately interjected, Uncle Lu, if you release us, we won't harm Lu Yuhuan. Though he deceived us, we'll overlook it for your sake. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, his gaze shifting between Ling Xiaoxiao and Chen Yi. With a smile, he remarked, well now, young friend, have you ever killed anyone? Killing isn't something you do like that. The middle-aged man seemed skeptical that Chen Yi would resort to violence, his expression a mocking smirk as he stared at him as if anticipating a joke. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. Of course I've killed. I even know methods to deliver a single fatal blow without spilling unnecessary blood. Might Mr. Lu wish to know where I acquired this knowledge? The smile vanished instantly from the middle-aged man's face, replaced by a look of growing gravity. Dad, stop testing him. Hurry and save me. My neck hurts so much. He really will kill me. Hearing Lu Yuhuan's agonized screams, the middle-aged man's rage intensified. You useless piece of trash. I gave you so many men, and yet you still let yourself get taken hostage. Lu Yuhuan felt like crying. How could he have known this guy was getting stronger? If it had been earlier, he would never have been taken hostage. The middle-aged man shot Lu Yuhuan a look of disappointment, but as his son, he couldn't abandon him. His expression, however, remained far from pleased. I can let you go. The two of you can leave, but he must stay. The one being singled out was Han Feng. Han Feng froze for a moment, then snapped out of it and immediately shouted angrily, Are you out of your mind? You can't beat my dad, so you want to use me to threaten him? Pathetic. The middle-aged man remained unperturbed, replying calmly, Young friend, how shall you decide? Egu. Han Feng couldn't help but tense up. He trusted Chen Yi wouldn't abandon him, yet a lingering fear of the unexpected gnawed at his heart. Chen Yi declared without hesitation, No way. He's my friend. We came in together, and we're getting out together. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression darkened considerably. Have you not considered that I might not let any of you leave? Chen Yi's lips twitched. Of course I have. But the price you'll pay is losing a son. I wonder how many sons you have left to spare. The middle-aged man's expression grew even more sinister upon hearing this. Lu Yuhuan grew even more frantic. Dad, I'm your son. You can't just abandon me like this. This time, Lu Yuhuan was genuinely terrified, fearing his father would sacrifice his own son's life for the sake of clan vengeance. Shut up. The next moment, Lu Yuhuan obediently shut his mouth, his expression leaving all three of them stunned. He really is obedient. Mr. Lu, doesn't your son matter to you? Chen Yi pressed on, You exploit someone else's son, are you truly certain they'll show mercy? But if you yourself show no mercy, how can you expect them to? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and chuckled softly. You're a brave young man, and I admire your courage. It's a pity if you were part of the Lu family, I would spare no resources to nurture your potential. Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice before he offered a faint smile. Then I'll take your kind words as a compliment, Mr. Lu. So, have you made your decision? The middle-aged man shrugged his shoulders. After all, he was my own flesh and blood. I simply couldn't stand idly by. With that, he shifted his stance and took a step back. Seeing his movement, the others immediately followed suit. Thus, a path was cleared. Chen Yi and Ling Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance before leading their group toward the exit. Throughout the entire process, Han Feng stayed glued to Chen Yi's side, feeling uneasy otherwise. Just as they were about to leave the casino, the middle-aged man finally called out to them. Now that you've made it out, isn't it time to release my son? Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. Of course. But here, you could easily turn the tables on us. Once we reach a safe location, I'll release him immediately. Hearing this, the middle-aged man chuckled lightly and shrugged indifferently. Fine. But I hope you keep your word. Han Feng immediately shot back sarcastically, Rest assured, we're far more trustworthy than your son. Lu Yuhuan shot Han Feng a furious glare. You're the one who's untrustworthy. If you were trustworthy, you'd hand over the colorful spirit jade. Refusing to admit defeat, huh? Hearing this, Lu Yuan instantly felt guilty, unable even to look at his father. If his father found out he'd gambled away the colorful spirit jade, he'd be in for a world of trouble. Lu Yuan swallowed hard, his expression tense. No, I didn't. You're lying. Han Feng's gaze flickered twice, lingering on that guilty face before shifting to the middle-aged man. He instantly spotted the secret and let out a hearty laugh. Old Lu, he said, I suppose you're unaware. Lu Yuan isn't about to hand over what he lost. Is your entire Lu family made up of such scum? The words made the veins on the middle-aged man's forehead bulge. Lu Yuan. You little brat, what have you done? Lu Yuan swallowed repeatedly, too terrified to admit what he'd done. He'd only intended to surprise his father, never expecting it to turn into such a shock. Ling Xiaoxiao edged closer to Chen Yi. We're almost there. Once you release him, run straight for the crowd. Chen Yi gave a low grunt of understanding. Finally reaching the main gate, Chen Yi first exchanged a glance with Han Feng. After all, the other party's primary goal was to keep Han Feng behind. As for what he'd be kept for, that was anyone's guess. Catching that look, Han Feng immediately took off running. Only after confirming he'd gained a safe distance did Chen Yi push Lu Yuan out of his grasp. He followed suit and dashed out. Before long, they saw Han Feng return with an awkward smile, a gun-wielding man in black trailing behind him. They'd been outmaneuvered again. Chen Yi pressed his lips together, his gaze darkening involuntarily. Truly a man forged in the cutthroat world of business. What a cunning schemer. Chapter 178, Han Fei Who Arrives. Han Feng's mouth twitched. Damn it, they'd even set up a trap. Egoo. You guys should still run. Their target is me anyway, this doesn't really concern you. Of the three of us, Ling Xiaoxiao is the only one who could easily slip away. If they won't let you go, they certainly won't let me go either. After all, in their eyes, I'm part of your Lu family. Hearing this, Han Feng gave a helpless laugh and sighed. Miss Ling, why don't you escape on your own? We probably won't make it. Oof. You forgot Chen Yi already sent word to your father. We just need to hold out until he arrives. Han Feng sighed even heavier. When the hell is he coming? Why is he bailing us out now? What if he arrives only to find my corpse? Hearing this, both Chen Yi and Ling Xiaoxiao felt utterly helpless. There really was no way out. Oh dear, what a pity. We let you escape, yet you still got caught. Hearing this, Han Feng's expression darkened considerably. Han Feng couldn't hold his tongue any longer. You old fox. Playing tricks on us youngsters. Hearing Han Feng's words, the middle-aged man's expression darkened instantly. Oof. You're just too naive, believing everything you hear. That's the price of youth. Lu Yuan, now free, sneered, but now you're the ones in our hands. Han Feng, what did you just say about me? Lu Yuan began advancing step by step toward Han Feng, but Chen Yi stepped in front of him. The middle-aged man immediately called out to Lu Yuan. Step back. Lu Yuan's footsteps halted, and he silently returned to the middle-aged man's side. Dad. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Don't tell me you want to get kidnapped again? Lu Yuan fell silent, glaring at Han Feng with a sinister look. Han Feng chuckled softly, silently flipping Lu Yuan the middle finger. This enraged Lu Yuan beyond measure. The next second, he lunged forward, intent on killing Han Feng. Han Feng silently ducked his head, hiding between himself and Ling Xiaoxiao. Dad! Lu Yuan couldn't help but shout at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man shot Lu Yuan an impatient glance. Shut up! Turning his attention back to Chen Yi, he added with a hint of admiration, Young man, I'm quite impressed with you. If you're willing to join our Lu family, I'll overlook what you did to my son. Han Feng's eyes widened instantly as he cautiously glanced at Chen Yi. Noticing Han Feng's gaze, Chen Yi chuckled. You think I'd go? Han Feng shook his head. No way. If you join them, Lu Yuan will definitely find a chance to take you down. After all, you've already outmaneuvered him once. That man holds grudges like a hawk. How could he possibly treat you kindly just because you joined his family? Chen Yi laughed. Did you hear that? Even if I joined your side, you wouldn't spare me. Might as well go down with a good reputation. The middle-aged man's face was filled with regret. That truly is a shame. Honestly, with your abilities, you could have achieved great things. Chen Yi pressed his lips together, his vigilance heightening. The men surrounding them were far stronger than those Lu Yuan had summoned. Their sheer presence alone was something ordinary people couldn't match. Ling Xiaoxiao whispered a warning in Chen Yi's ear, be careful. These people aren't easy to deal with. Chen Yi understood and gave a slight nod. You too. The middle-aged man clapped his hands. A group of men armed with electric batons stepped forward, while those on the outer perimeter raised their guns. The moment the man swung his baton, a gunshot rang out. The middle-aged man's face darkened. Who gave you permission to fire? Thinking his own men had fired, the middle-aged man frowned deeply. Mr. Lu, it wasn't us who fired. Lu Dui. It was your old man. Han Fei who approached with his men, surrounding them. Lu Dui's expression faltered. Seeing Han Feihu, he looked surprised, but quickly hid it. Mr. Han, you sure got here fast. Han Feihu sneered coldly, had I arrived any later, I doubt I would have seen these three alive. Now you're exaggerating. I'm no villain, I merely wish to invite these three young friends to my home for a visit. After all, they've just left the casino, and it's clear they haven't had their fill of fun yet. The moment Han Feng saw his father, he couldn't contain his excitement. Father! You finally came to rescue me. I was almost done for. Han Feng desperately wanted to rush to Han Feihu's side, but unfortunately, the men surrounding them were Lu Dui's men, while his own Han family members were positioned at the very outer perimeter. To reach them, he'd have to deal with the men surrounding them first. Visiting? He sneered. I didn't know inviting guests required threats. Looks like your Lu family compound is a den of beasts, no one dares set foot here. Lu Dui's eye twitched twice, but he merely smiled without responding. His aide cautioned, Sir, they outnumber us and are well prepared. Forcing our way in might be futile. Perhaps we should retreat first? Lu Dui's face darkened instantly. Retreat? Retreating now would mean admitting defeat to the Han family. That was something he could never tolerate. His companion persisted, but if we don't retreat, the losses could be far greater. Before he could finish, Han Feihu began demanding his son. Lu Dui, what do you intend to do with my son at your home? Lu Dui smiled. Didn't I already say? I merely wish to invite the three children to my home as guests. My son has finally made new friends and naturally wants to get to know them better. Han Feng struggled to control his expression at such shameless words. Who's friends with Lu Yuan? He's not worthy of being my friend. With that, Han Feng immediately went to complain to Han Feihu. Dad, Lu Yuan lost to my brother Yi, but now he refuses to honor the bet. He clearly wants to back out. And he trapped us in that underground casino. Han Feihu narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Looks like the Lu family's finances are in trouble. Otherwise, how could they not even produce a single thing? Having to resort to this kind of thing just to save face. Lu Dui immediately turned to Lu Yuan, whose face instantly drained of color. Father! What did you agree to? It was the Kai Ling jade you gave me. I thought I could win, so I used it as the wager. Chapter 179, Retreat. Han Feihu hadn't expected Lu Dui to actually obtain the colorful spirit jade and then give it to Lu Yuan. It seemed Lu Dui truly doted on his son. Lu Dui was nearly driven mad by his own fool of a son. Not only did he fail to keep such a crucial item hidden, but he actually used it as a wager. No wonder he's become a target. What can I say, Lu Dui? Are you planning to back out now, or? Han Feihu regarded Lu Dui with a faint, ambiguous smile, while Lu Dui's face darkened to a terrifying shade of black. He turned to Chen Yi, then plastered on a fake, gentle smile and said, I wonder what our young friend thinks. What could Brother Yi possibly think? The agreed-upon wager can't just be changed with a few words, right? Brother Yi never wanted to go in the first place, but Lu Yuan forced him into it. That wager must be honored no matter what. Lu Dui remained silent, his gaze fixed on Chen Yi. Chen Yi pressed his lips together. He didn't want to antagonize the Lu family, but now that he stood by the Han family, the Lu family would inevitably cross him regardless. Otherwise, he'd end up pleasing neither side. As Han Feng said, I had no ulterior motives. Since the wager was agreed upon, it couldn't be changed on a whim, could it? If it were, the backlash would damage the Lu family's reputation. The wager with Lu Yuan was secondary. The crucial point was that the Lu family ran a massive underground casino. If others lost faith in the casino's legitimacy, their operation would collapse. Lu Dui's face darkened considerably as his gaze fixed on Lu Yuan. Did you hear that? You good for nothing. Hand it over. Lu Yuan silently swallowed hard. But father, that's a spirit jade. I don't want to just give it away like that. If you didn't want to give it away cheap, then why did you bring it to gamble with? Lu Yuan fell silent. He'd brought it because he believed no one could take it from him who knew Chen Yi would defy his expectations? Haven't you heard? Hand it over. Give it to him. Seeing Lu Yuan still motionless, Lu Dui was so enraged he nearly lashed out. Lu Yuan had no choice but to pull it out and fling it toward Chen Yi. Chen Yi instantly caught it. The moment his fingers touched the colorful spirit jade, the pain from his injuries vanished, leaving him refreshed and invigorated, all fatigue gone. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He found this object utterly extraordinary. The effect was surprisingly powerful. Now that the item is handed over, Mr. Han, shouldn't you make way for us? Han Feihu's eyes flickered twice as he gave a subtle nod toward Han Feng and the other two. We could actually coexist peacefully, Mr. Lu. After all, some matters don't necessarily require confrontation, right? Lu Dui chuckled. Yes, that's exactly what I think. But things rarely go as planned. Now that we've laid everything out on the table, Mr. Lu, I suppose I can take these three young ones with me? At this, Lu Dui fell silent, his face etched with reluctance. He clearly didn't want to let them go. But the other party didn't care whether he was willing or not. Smiling, he pressed on. Or is it that you'd only release them under different terms? Lu Dui's eyes darkened at the suggestion. What did Mr. Han mean by other means? Naturally, the same way you did it. Lu Dui chuckled. Mr. Han, you really have a sense of humor. What other way could I use? I merely wanted to invite the 3 youngsters as guests. Besides, aren't they perfectly safe? Han Feihu beckoned to the 3. Han Feng immediately brought Ling Xiaoxiao and Chen Yi running to stand before him. Dad! Han Feihu glanced at Han Feng, relieved to see him bouncing around full of energy. Since Mr. Lu has nothing further to discuss with me, we'll take our leave now. Lu Dui's lips twitched with suppressed frustration. Mr. Han, you're already on my turf. Won't you come visit my place? No, thank you. I have many matters to attend to. Perhaps another time. Han Feihu promptly led the 3 men away. As their figures receded into the distance, Lu Yuan's face twisted with stubborn defiance. Dad, why did you let them go? If we'd gone all out, we might have had a chance. Hearing this, Lu Dui shot Lu Yuan a fierce glance and snorted coldly. Why do you think? If it weren't for your foolish meddling, today's situation would be reversed. Lu Yuan clenched his fists tightly. Dad, I can't accept letting the colorful spirit jade slip through our fingers like this. Resentful? How? This is all you're doing. You had a perfect opportunity in your hands, yet you insisted on giving it away. Do you have any idea how much effort it took me to secure this for you? Lu Yuan pressed his lips tightly together, his fists clenching even harder. I don't want to give the colorful spirit jade to him. If I have to give it to him, I'd rather destroy it outright. Lu Dui narrowed his eyes and let out a cold laugh. There's always a way to deal with them. Don't rush. Haste makes waste. Where did this Han Feihu even get his information? He's prepared so thoroughly. Had he not spotted a glint of light around the corner, confirming a hidden ambush, he would have already confronted Han Feihu. Meanwhile, the 3 who had followed Han Feihu had already boarded the vehicle. Han Feng chattered away in Han Feihu's ear, quickly laying out the entire situation. Han Feihu smiled, his gaze settling on Chen Yi with growing esteem. My thanks to you today, young friend. Had you not stood in the way, my son might well have perished in that place. Chen Yi accepted the compliment without a hint of modesty. After all, this was something Uncle Han and I had agreed upon beforehand. I always value trust. Once I promise something, I see it through. Han Feihu smiled, his expression growing warmer. That colorful spirit jade is quite the item. Its effects are quite diverse. You should study it thoroughly. However, the Lu family won't let something like this fall into your hands easily. You'd better be careful from now on. Chen Yi understood this well. He wasn't afraid of them coming to pick a fight. What he feared were their underhanded tricks. Those were impossible to guard against. Why don't you just stay at my place for now? You're done with exams anyway. What if the Lu family sets an ambush for you once you return? This time, Ling Xiaoxiao nodded. You're right. Either stay at the Han residence or come to my place. Don't go back alone. Is anyone else at your place? Chapter 180, Conversation. Chen Yi shook his head. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao grew even more determined. Then choose. Stay at Han Feng's place or mine. Chen Yi blinked, looking at Ling Xiaoxiao with confusion. Even if I go back, they won't do anything to me. Besides, I can evade them. Don't be stubborn. Haven't you seen how formidable those bodyguards around that old bastard are? They're not even in the same league as Lu Yuan's guards. If he sends those guys after you, you won't stand a chance. Han Feng was genuinely worried. The Lu family had always been unscrupulous. Now that Chen Yi had obtained the colorful spirit jade they'd spent a fortune acquiring, how could they possibly accept it falling into his hands? They'd either snatch the spirit jade back from Chen Yi or teach him a brutal lesson before reclaiming it. In short, the Lu family would never let that colorful spirit jade remain in Chen Yi's possession. Han Feihu nodded in agreement. Exactly. Knowing the Lu family, they'll definitely come after you again. Just listen to these 2. Stay here. Don't feel awkward. My house has plenty of rooms. You can choose whichever one you like. That's right, brothery, you should stay. It'll be nice to have company. While Chen Yi was still hesitating, the car had already pulled into the Han family compound. After entering the Han residence, Han Feng had the maid prepare a room for Chen Yi. How about that? Plenty of privacy for you. The Han residence was spacious, and the room prepared for Chen Yi was equally large. It was fully furnished with everything one could need, comparable in size to a master bedroom plus half a living room, and even included a small kitchenette. If you don't want to eat with my dad and the others, you can cook for yourself. Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. So, what's the deal between your Han family and the Lu family? It feels like the Lius are out to get you. Han Feng scratched his head and shook it. I'm not entirely sure myself. But my dad told me our families have a feud going back generations. Basically, whenever we cross paths, we make sure to give each other a hard time. We won't let the other side off easy. Chen Yi chuckled. Sounds pretty childish, doesn't it? I used to think it was childish too, but ever since I met that idiot Lu Yuan, I've come to see my father's point. Ling Xiaoxiao changed into a new outfit and stood before the two men. The Han family maid had prepared a black gown adorned with sparkling rhinestones for her. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore a pair of stiletto heels. What are you two talking about? Chen Yi's gaze fell on Ling Xiaoxiao, his eyes flickering briefly before he quickly looked away. Nothing much. You changed so fast. Hey, wanna stay over? We could run dungeons together. Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered twice before she sneered coldly. Who wants to run dungeons with you? Someone like you would only slow us down. Han Feng's upturned lips instantly drooped. Do you have to be so hurtful? How did I hold anyone back? I stepped up when needed, and I've been perfectly obedient. I've never gone against anything you've said. Ling Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched. Oh, really? Should I pat you on the back now? Han Feng grunted in acknowledgement. Chen Yi chimed in. Are you planning to go solo? Ling Xiaoxiao lifted her gaze to meet Chen Yi's. Dungeons aren't fixed. The higher the level, the more random they become. Even if you agree to tackle the same one, the outcome might not be what you want. Lower level dungeons let you pick freely, but higher ones? You can't just choose whichever you want. Take the last Rage of Shangxi instance. We clearly selected a different one, yet we were directly matched into that one. I never expected to run into Chen Yi there. Han Feng innocently asked, what if our group gets bound together? Ling Xiaoxiao paused, her gaze shifting between the two of them. You two are already bound together. That's right. I'll always stick by Brother Yi. Ling Xiaoxiao chuckled softly. That's quite nice. So, what do you say? I see you're capable. Why not join us? Ling Xiaoxiao remained silent for a moment before replying. We'll see when the time comes. I have my own Ling family members, and our family has tasks to complete within the dungeon. Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice, looking at her in confusion. Tasks? What kind of tasks? Are they like guild quests? Han Feng shrugged. Guess we weren't meant to cross paths. Since you mentioned higher level dungeons are off limits unless we're bound together, we probably won't run into each other anyway. Ling Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together, silent, her gaze lingering on Chen Yi. Alright, Chen Yi. For now, just stay with the Han family. Don't go back alone. Once matters between our two families are settled, you can return then. It's not too late. After all, you've already made a deal with Uncle Han. You're practically part of the Han family now. It's only right they protect you. You shouldn't feel awkward about it. Chen Yi froze, taken aback by Ling Xiaoxiao's words. Ah, yes, I understand. Thank you, Miss Ling. Don't call me Miss Ling. You can just call me Xiaoxiao. You've saved me so many times, there's no need for such formality between us. Han Feng's gossipy gaze darted between the two of them. Chen Yi's mouth opened and closed, but the word Xiaoxiao never came out. It seemed to burn his lips. Ling Xiaoxiao said no more. Since you're both safely home, I'll head back now. Let's make plans for another day. Chen Yi nodded hastily. Sure. Let me walk you out. Ling Xiaoxiao instantly smiled. No need. My driver will take me back. If you walk me home, I'd worry you might get kidnapped by the Lu family midway, and then I'd have to come looking for you. Chen Yi chuckled at her teasing, but replied with certainty, I'm not that easy to kidnap. I'm not a child, you know. Ling Xiaoxiao shrugged. True, you're not a child. But if someone offered you a piece of candy you wanted, wouldn't you follow them right away? Hearing this, Chen Yi instantly felt embarrassed. He had followed Lu Yuan precisely because of the colorful spirit jade. The sensation it had given him was so alluring it stirred desperate fantasies within him, causing him to accept it without hesitation. Chapter 181, Grade A Fruit Wine. Sorry for dragging you into today's mess. Ling Xiaoxiao's beautiful features slowly furrowed. I don't mean to blame you. I just want to remind you not to be so reckless before acting. Perhaps they knew exactly what you were thinking and deliberately lured you in. And that's how this silly boy got tricked. Chen Yi pressed his lips together, listening obediently to Ling Xiaoxiao's lecture. Ling Xiaoxiao cleared her throat uncomfortably. Alright, I won't say more. It's getting late. I should head back soon. With that, Ling Xiaoxiao turned and walked away. Chen Yi hurried after her, seeing her all the way to her car. Only after watching the car shrink into a distant speck did he slowly make his way back to the Han family courtyard. As soon as he reached the main hall, he spotted Han Feng standing on the steps, watching him with a faint, mocking smile. Brother Yi, you're practically turning into a stone statue waiting for your wife. Chen Yi clenched his fist and gave Han Feng a hard whack on the shoulder. Han Feng immediately clutched his shoulder. You pack quite a punch. Don't talk nonsense, I was just seeing Miss Ling off. Han Feng chuckled. Miss Ling? She told you herself, call her Xiaoxiao. As he spoke, Han Feng couldn't help but sigh. Miss Ling is always so cold and aloof to everyone else, but she's different with you, huh? Hearing this, Chen Yi's lips curled upward involuntarily before he quickly covered his mouth with his fist. Cut the nonsense, Miss Ling is quite gentle. Han Feng scoffed. Gentle, my foot. Would a gentle woman call someone an idiot? Threaten them with a knife? Or even kill someone with a smile? Ah, this brother of his, clearly head over heels for Miss Ling. Didn't my dad say there were quite a few of those colored spirit jades? Have you figured it out yet? Chen Yi froze, then pulled out the colored spirit jade and placed it in his palm. Haven't started researching it yet, but this jade is pretty amazing. When I hold it, I feel this cool sensation. Whenever I get really hot, just holding this piece quickly cools me down. Han Feng froze. Could it actually regulate body temperature? Wouldn't that make it a walking air conditioner? Chen Yi gave a slight nod. It was somewhat similar. Are there any other effects besides this one? Chen Yi slowly shook his head. I don't know about that. Let's wait a few days and see. He didn't immediately share his true feelings with Han Feng. Let's grab a drink later. Han Feng kept twitching his eyebrows, making Chen Yi's mouth twitch in amusement. What's so good about wine? Why wouldn't it be? Didn't you love that Lingquan liquor last time? Chen Yi's eyes suddenly flickered. What, you're not going to sneak off and drink your dad's stash spirit spring wine again, are you? What are you talking about? It's my family's stuff. What's wrong with having a little? Chen Yi still offered a warning, Uncle Han will get angry. And you can't drink too much of that spirit spring wine otherwise, you'll pass out again. This time it's not Lingquan wine, it's fruit wine. You've probably never even seen this stuff before. Chen Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Not only had he never seen it, he'd never even heard of it. What kind of wine is that? Another dungeon reward? Yes, exactly. My father also paid a hefty price for it. That fruit wine shares the same effects as the spirit spring wine, but it's of a higher grade. Most importantly, it doesn't flood you with energy all at once. When you consume it, it only replenishes what you need. Any excess energy is stored within your body, waiting to be released when you require it. Chen Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. That amazing? Exactly. How could it not be amazing? You're my big brother, of course I had to show you this. This is a reward from an A-rank dungeon. And crucially, not every A-rank dungeon reward includes fruit wine. Han Feng's words piqued Chen Yi's curiosity. He wanted to see for himself what this fruit wine was all about. Han Feng didn't keep him waiting long. That evening, Han Feng approached carrying a small pouch and placed 2 fruits on the table. The fruit wine resembled apples in shape, but its entire body was a deep purple, the color of sweet potatoes, and felt soft to the touch. Han Feng then produced 2 straws and handed them to Chen Yi. To avoid waste, drinking with straws was definitely the way to go. Han Feng inserted the clear straw first, took a sip, and let out a satisfied sigh. This is amazing, Yi. You've gotta try it. Hearing this, Chen Yi mimicked Han Feng's actions, inserting the straw. He took a sip, his gaze fixed on the straw. The transparent tube revealed the color of the liquid inside. The cool, refreshing taste instantly smoothed the frown from Chen Yi's brow. He detected no hint of alcohol, only the delicate fragrance of fruit. This doesn't even taste like alcohol. Why is it called fruit wine? Who knows? The system named it, not us. The two quickly finished the fruit wine, instantly feeling relaxed and content. I'm full. Alright, I'm going to sleep. See you tomorrow. After watching Han Feng leave, Chen Yi sat down on the bed and began meditating. The fruit wine had been soothing, instantly easing his discomfort. Combined with the colorful spirit jade on his body, he noticed his spiritual senses seemed far more acute. His ears twitched, clearly picking up sounds from the next room. The occupant of the adjacent room was none other than Han Feng. To look after Chen Yi, Han Feng had deliberately arranged for the maid to place Chen Yi's room next to his. The room next to Han Feng's was Han Feihu's. He listened carefully twice but heard no sound coming from Han Feihu's room. Chen Yi rubbed his ears, thinking he could probably only hear the sounds from the next room. He then got out of bed and stood by the window, peering outside. What he saw was astonishing. He could see everything clearly over 100 meters away. Chen Yi couldn't help but rub his eyes, doubting he was seeing things. After rubbing them for a while, he opened his eyes again and looked toward the distance, yet everything remained just as clear. Could this fruit wine truly alter one's senses? He wondered if Han Feng was experiencing the same thing. With this question lingering in his mind, Chen Yi lay back on the bed and drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Chen Yi was jolted awake by noise. He rubbed his ears repeatedly, got up, tossed aside the covers, walked to the door, and flung it open. Holy crap, how did you know I was coming? Han Feng, standing outside, had just raised his hand to knock when it froze mid-air. I heard you. Han Feng looked utterly bewildered. How is that possible? Every room in my house is soundproofed. How could you possibly hear me outside? Chapter 182, Home Smashed. You're not still dreaming, are you? Han Feng teased, then waved his hand in front of Chen Yi's face. See clearly now you're awake. No more dreaming. Chen Yi's brow furrowed deeply. He pressed his fingertips to the center of his forehead, blinked again, and shifted his gaze toward the distance. Through the glass window, he instantly saw the view outside and the figure approaching the house. Your dad's standing at the door, about to come in. Han Feng paused. What? My dad? He just left. He went to the company to handle some urgent business. He's barely gone, how could he be back already? No sooner had the words left his mouth than he heard the commotion downstairs. Han Feihu had returned. What are you two doing standing there? Han Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Dad, why are you back so suddenly? You just left. Seeing the astonishment on Han Feng's face, Han Feihu grew puzzled himself. Just came back for something. What's the big deal? Why all the fuss? Han Feng quickly shook his head. Nothing at all. Han Feihu's brow furrowed slightly. He said nothing and turned to leave. Chen Yi leaned against the doorframe and gave Han Feng a nod of approval. Han Feng stared blankly at Chen Yi, silently giving him a thumbs up. Impressive, Yi. When did you become so badass? Chen Yi's lips curved upward. Nothing much. Oh, right, you drank that fruit wine last night. Before he could finish, Han Feng covered his mouth and shoved him into the room. Let's talk inside. Don't say it out here. Everyone outside is my dad's people. If they hear you, they'll definitely tell my dad. Then he'll find out I stole the fruit wine. Chen Yi's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. So you really did steal it? Didn't you say stealing from your own family doesn't count? Han Feng chuckled. Of course not. What's wrong with eating your own family's stuff? Chen Yi hummed in acknowledgement, then picked up where their earlier conversation had left off. After drinking that fruit wine last night, how did you feel? Han Feng paused. Feelings? I didn't feel anything. After drinking it, I just couldn't help but want to sleep. I slept like a baby all night. Hearing this, Chen Yi's eyes flickered with surprise. He couldn't help but wonder inwardly, nothing else besides a good night's sleep? Han Feng scratched his head in puzzlement. What else? I just slept really well, felt completely refreshed, nothing else. But that fruit wine was pretty tasty. If my dad hadn't only had a little bit, I would have definitely wanted to drink more. Chen Yi chuckled. Is that so? Could it be that he was the only one affected? Drinking that fruit wine had actually sharpened his senses so dramatically. Last night, he'd thought it was just a hallucination, but after sleeping on it, the illusion only grew more vivid. He never imagined it could be real. His senses had truly become incredibly sharp. Seeing Chen Yi suddenly fall silent, Han Feng asked, What's wrong? Chen Yi shook his head, ran his fingers through his hair, and said, I need to go back. Han Feng immediately protested, Better not. Aren't you afraid they'll turn around and come looking for you? They won't be that quick. Besides, I'm just going to check if they've left. Han Feng thought for a moment. Alright, I'll go with you. Chen Yi stared silently at Han Feng. Han Feng felt a bit bewildered under his gaze. What is it? You should stay here. I'm afraid if you come with me, you'll get targeted too. Han Feng froze in awkwardness. It was all Lu Yuan's fault. If not for her, Brother Yi wouldn't be distancing himself like this. I'm bringing bodyguards this time. Don't worry. Last time was an accident. It won't happen again. Chen Yi had no real reason to refuse. After all, it was just going back to check on things, not to do anything else. In the end, he agreed. Walking down the street, Chen Yi felt his ears were about to burst from the noise. A cacophony of sounds flooded into his ears all at once, making him frown in annoyance. Han Feng, who was particularly sensitive to emotional cues, immediately picked up on it and looked at Chen Yi with a puzzled expression. From the very beginning, Chen Yi's mood seemed off, as if he were uncomfortable. What's wrong? It's too loud. Han Feng was completely baffled. What? He glanced around but saw no one nearby. Aside from the passing cars on the road, the pedestrians beside them weren't speaking either. Brother Yi, are you really okay? You're not hallucinating, are you? Where's the noise? It's pretty quiet here. There aren't even many cars passing by. Chen Yi grimaced, covering his ears with his hands. Even so, the sound still managed to pierce through. Finally, he sighed helplessly. Nothing. Just the cars are too loud. Han Feng, who still didn't perceive any noise, scratched his head, suddenly doubting his own senses. No way. I don't find it noisy at all. Chen Yi said nothing more and kept walking forward. Han Feng hurried to catch up and asked, Do you really find it noisy, or are you just pretending? Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. Knowing this was likely a unique reaction only he would have, he chose not to press the matter. I was lying. Come on, let's not waste time. Han Feng opened his mouth, then chuckled. See? I knew it. My ears definitely aren't the problem. He never once doubted Chen Yi might be lying. He doubted himself before he doubted Chen Yi. Chen Yi was slightly surprised by this, and soon they arrived at his residence. Holy, this door's been forced open. Han Feng examined the lock, clearly pried open with obvious marks left behind. The intruders hadn't even bothered to cover their tracks. Looks like Ling Xiaoxiao was right, the Lu family really is out for revenge. Chen Yi opened the door with a calm expression and walked inside without a flicker of emotion. The items inside hadn't been touched much, probably because they weren't worth their trouble. Chen Yi made his way to the bedroom and gave it a quick look around. This was Han Feng's first time inside Chen Yi's home. Compared to his own place, it felt like a shack. But he certainly wouldn't dare look down on his patron's home. Noticing Chen Yi's solemn expression, Han Feng asked, "Brother Yi, did you lose something?" Chen Yi immediately raised his hand to cut Han Feng off, his expression turning tense as he pricked up his ears to listen. "That kid's back. Should we notify the boss?" "Wait, he's got the Han family's young master with him. Why not go all out? Let's tie them both up and drag them straight to the boss. We might even earn some credit." Chapter 183, The Mysterious Visitor. Chen Yi immediately walked to the window and peered outside. The voices weren't faint. Listening carefully, he estimated they weren't far away. Especially since the words implied the speaker had seen them enter, clear proof the person was right around the house. Han Feng looked at Chen Yi, who had suddenly become alert, with confusion. He scanned the room but saw nothing dangerous. What was going on? "Brother Yi? Are you really okay?" Chen Yi grunted in acknowledgement. "I'm fine. But we won't be for long." Han Feng froze. "What? Where are your bodyguards? Where did you send them?" "Oh, I told them to wait downstairs. I know you don't like people entering your private space, so I didn't have them follow us up." Chen Yi gave him a lingering look and smiled. "That was thoughtful of you. But contact them later and tell them to keep an eye on the people around here." Hearing Chen Yi's words, Han Feng froze, his nerves suddenly tightening. "What? Someone's following us?" Chen Yi pursed his lips. "Before we came, didn't you mention there might be someone staking out this place?" Han Feng's mouth fell open. "There really is someone." Chen Yi hummed in acknowledgement. Han Feng clicked his tongue. "Damn it, what's wrong with the Lu family? Why are they always after you? Isn't it just because you helped me?" Chen Yi finally understood why it was all because of that multicolored jade. His heightened senses were likely linked to both the multicolored jade and the fruit wine. Just one night had produced such remarkable effects. He wondered what would happen if he wore it for a longer period. "So what are you planning to do about it?" Chen Yi glanced at Han Feng. "You mean, faced with this kind of situation, what do you plan to do?" "Run, of course." Chen Yi hummed in agreement. "Exactly. We're going to run." Hearing this, Han Feng's mouth twitched. So running really was the plan. "Then let's go now." Just as Han Feng pulled open the door to step out, he saw the figure standing outside. His expression froze instantly. Chen Yi heard the extra footsteps and glanced over warily, spotting the figure standing in the doorway. It was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, dressed in a professional suit, looking as if he'd come to discuss an important business deal. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man pushed his glasses up his nose and smiled. "Who I am isn't important. What matters is who you are." Hearing this, Chen Yi watched the man with even greater suspicion. Bodyguards flanked the man, each staking out a position by the doorway, ensuring no one inside could escape. Chen Yi and Han Feng exchanged a glance. Han Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He had clearly stationed his men at the bottom of the building. How had these people managed to get upstairs? Worse still, his men hadn't given him the slightest warning. How utterly bizarre. Surely they hadn't forgotten? They were supposed to be his family's most experienced bodyguards. "Young Master Han, rest assured. Your bodyguards are perfectly capable. They've simply been detained by my men. But don't worry, we'll leave immediately after our discussion. It won't take long." Chen Yi pressed his lips together, sensing ill intent from the visitors. "What do you want?" "Rest assured, we won't harm you. We're only here to discuss a deal." Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. "Negotiate? Is this how you negotiate? Breaking into someone's home? You've misunderstood. We didn't break in. As for why your door lock is damaged, that wasn't our doing either. We just arrived moments ago. We were about to knock when young Master Han opened the door." Chen Yi knew they were telling the truth, but their attitude left a bad taste in his mouth. "What exactly do you want to discuss with me?" The middle-aged man gestured with his hand. "Let's sit down and talk. As the host, I can't very well keep my guests standing, can I?" Hearing this, Chen Yi stepped aside to make way. The middle-aged man strode quickly to the sofa and sat down, crossing his arms over his raised knees. "I hear you obtained a centipede's inner core in the dungeon." Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. He never imagined this man was here for the centipede's inner core. And the fact that he possessed it had apparently become common knowledge. That Feng Kabo hadn't exactly kept it a secret. "You want it?" "Not me, my boss wants it." "Would you be willing to sell it?" "Price is negotiable." Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. He wasn't very familiar with these matters, especially when it came to buying and selling. He knew nothing about it. "Sorry, I'm not considering that right now." The middle-aged man's eyebrows lifted slightly. "Perhaps you don't know what we can offer you." Chen Yi startled. "You seem quite confident." "Of course. If I weren't confident, I wouldn't have come to you proactively. But I hope you'll give it serious consideration." This is a good opportunity for you, one that might not come again if you pass it up. Chen Yi's eyes flickered again. He chuckled twice and said, "Let me think it over." The middle-aged man didn't press for an immediate decision. After nodding in agreement, he handed Chen Yi a business card. "Once you've made up your mind, feel free to contact us anytime. We'll be waiting for your good news." The middle-aged man stood up and walked toward the door. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned to Chen Yi. "Those 2 men guarding you," he said, "I've already taken care of them for you. You can rest assured." With that, the middle-aged man simply left. Only after the door closed did Han Feng regain his voice. "Brother Yi, what the hell is going on? Why are so many people after the centipede's inner core?" Chen Yi stood by the bed, gazing out the window. In his line of sight, the middle-aged man was surrounded by a group of bodyguards as he got into a car. "Boss, everything's been handled. It's all up to that young friend's decision now." The car swiftly departed from beneath Chen Yi's residence, the middle-aged man's voice gradually fading until it vanished entirely. Only then did he withdraw his gaze and ask, "Do you know this man?" Han Feng scratched his head. "He looks somewhat familiar, but I can't place where I've seen him before." "If he looks familiar to you, then Uncle Han must know him. Just ask him when we get back." Chapter 184, Ling Xiaoxiao's Arrival. As they stepped out of the house, Han Feng couldn't help asking, how did those people even find out? They couldn't just blurt it out to anyone they met. Doesn't that seem a bit off? Chen Yi shrugged. Who knows what he's thinking? I'm actually curious, what kind of magic does my centipede inner core possess that so many people covet it? Han Feng was equally intrigued. He hadn't paid much attention to the centipede's inner core before. If not for several people approaching Chen Yi recently to trade for it, he wouldn't have realized just how valuable this thing had become. The fact that so many people coveted it meant this so-called centipede core must be truly exceptional. What are your plans? Are you keeping it for yourself, or trading it? Chen Yi pressed his lips together. This was the second time in just a few days. Clearly, that person held considerable status and influence. "Tell me," he asked, "if I keep this item close to me, could it put me in danger?" Han Feng's brow furrowed slightly. "You do have a point. With so many people coveting it, if you keep refusing to trade, they'll inevitably find ways to target you." He shook his head and clicked his tongue. "This is indeed a bit troublesome." Chen Yi hummed in acknowledgement. He walked a few steps with Han Feng before suddenly halting. Han Feng paused, looking at Chen Yi in confusion. "What is it?" Chen Yi narrowed his eyes, then closed them briefly before snapping them open again. His gaze fixed on a spot not far away, where a black stretch Lincoln limousine was parked. Inside the car sat several men in black suits. One of them held a walkie-talkie, his gaze fixed intently on them. Upon hearing the man's voice, Chen Yi's expression changed instantly. "Change course." Hearing this, Han Feng looked at Chen Yi in puzzlement, his mind filled with questions. He scanned the road ahead several times but couldn't spot anything amiss. "How can we change routes? This is the same road we came on." Chen Yi shook his head. "I have a bad feeling about this. Let's take a different route for now." Han Feng laughed heartily. "Didn't you take care of those 2 for us? There shouldn't be any danger now. Besides, I've got bodyguards with me." "Your bodyguards are irrelevant. What if they bring more men than you have? 2 hands can't fight 4 fists. Better safe than sorry." Han Feng conceded the logic. "Alright, I'll take your advice. Let's change routes." Chen Yi and Han Feng promptly switched routes. Inside the stretched Lincoln on the other side, the man noticed and cursed under his breath. "Damn it! Did that guy spot us? Why else would he suddenly change routes? Impossible. We never even got out of the car. Besides, that Chen Yi guy never saw us. How could he have spotted us?" Gritting his teeth, the man asked, "He's taken another route. Should we follow? Wait here for now. Maybe they're just going somewhere else to buy something." "Alright, your call." Chen Yi led Han Feng down another unfamiliar road. "Brother Yi, do you know something? You seem unusually serious. And a little tense. This is really strange. Things have felt off since this morning." Chen Yi wiped his face. "Nothing. After taking what you gave me last night, I realized my intuition has become sharper." Hearing this, Han Feng's eyes lit up instantly. "Brother Yi, are you serious? Your 6th sense is more accurate? If you've changed, then I must have changed too." Han Feng immediately scanned his own body, but found nothing. "I don't feel anything at all. This can't be possible." Han Feng began to wonder if the effect was delayed. After all, Chen Yi's constitution was superior to his own, which is why he noticed the change so quickly. His own constitution was average, so it took longer for him to detect it. Maybe. Chen Yi chuckled just as he was about to round the corner. Suddenly, both Chen Yi and Han Feng were yanked aside by someone. Just as Han Feng opened his mouth to call for his bodyguards, a cloth was shoved into his mouth from behind. Chen Yi reacted instantly, his hands moving with lightning speed to attack the intruder. The moment he caught a familiar scent, Chen Yi instantly relaxed his grip, turning his head in confusion. "Miss Ling? Hearing this, Han Feng immediately tore the cloth from his mouth. Miss Ling, what on earth are you doing here, ambushing us like this? Ling Xiaoxiao shot Han Feng a look. I'm saving you. Hearing this, Han Feng scanned his surroundings. You take us for fools. Saving us? There's no danger here. Chen Yi's ears twitched before he asked, how did you know? Ling Xiaoxiao's gaze grew intensely complex, carrying a hint of pity as it settled on Chen Yi. Our Ling family has the most reliable intelligence. After returning home, I heard you were being targeted, so I rushed over to warn you. Who knew you'd left the Han residence so early and ended up here? As she spoke, Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with disapproval and a hint of unreasonable resentment. Han Feng immediately defended himself. I tried to talk him out of it, but Egu insisted on coming back to check. Who knew we'd get tracked down right after returning? Who? Chen Yi shook his head. I don't know who it was, but they left me a card. Though you say we're being targeted, I suspect it's because of the centipede's inner core I possess. Ling Xiaoxiao's brows furrowed deeply as she said, the reason you're being targeted is somewhat related to the centipede's inner core, but it's not the primary cause. Hearing this, Chen Yi's curiosity was piqued. Aren't all the people who came looking for me asking about the centipede's inner core? Isn't that the important reason? Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head. No. A major reason you're being targeted is the Lu family. Didn't their goods end up in your hands? They won't let it go. At the mention of the Lu family, Han Feng's expression darkened. The Lu family really is like a persistent ghost. Such petty-mindedness, they actually want back what they promised to give away. Ling Xiaoxiao's tone grew grave. The most crucial reason is that you've offended the guild backing Fengku. His guild has set their sights on you. So be extremely cautious when you enter dungeons from now on. If you encounter them, they'll definitely come after you. Chen Yi pressed his lips tightly together and said indifferently, I'm not afraid. If they've got the guts, let them come at me. Chapter 185, A Hot Potato. Ling Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly. They're actually quite capable, and they've already targeted you. Talking big like that is a recipe for disaster. Chen Yi choked, rubbing his nose and letting out a dry chuckle. Miss Ling, you're being so kind to us. What could possibly be the reason? Han Feng chuckled darkly, his face brimming with mockery. Chen Yi instantly knew what Han Feng was thinking and hurried to cut him off. Ling Xiaoxiao's expression instantly turned cold. I'm only passing this message because we're not complete strangers. Otherwise, you'd be waiting for death. Han Feng's mouth twitched. Miss Ling, don't be angry. I was just joking. Ling Xiaoxiao shot Han Feng a cold glare. He silently rubbed his nose, daring not to utter another word. Chen Yi suddenly asked, by the way, why did you pull us in just now? Is something wrong? Are we being followed? Han Feng suddenly remembered too. He'd been startled out of his wits earlier, though his emotions had calmed somewhat now. His heart was still pounding like crazy. Exactly. That move of yours was pretty scary. I thought we were getting kidnapped. I almost called for help. Ling Xiaoxiao glanced behind them, her expression turning grave. Didn't you notice? We were being followed. Chen Yi had noticed, of course. He'd even overheard their conversation. He was just curious how Ling Xiaoxiao had known. No way. Miss Ling, how did you know we were being followed? You weren't following us too, were you? Ling Xiaoxiao shot him a cold glare. Why would I go to all that trouble to follow you? Couldn't I just walk right alongside you? Han Feng found her reasoning sound. True, if she wanted to follow them, she wouldn't need to go to such lengths. But why was she even in this area? If he remembered correctly, the Ling residence should be quite a distance from here. Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered. I just met with a business partner, and right after that I ran into you guys. I was planning to come over and say hello, but I never expected to stumble upon someone tailing you by such a coincidence. Chen Yi chuckled. Thanks for the heads up. Without you, we'd never have known someone was tailing us. Han Feng nodded solemnly. Brother Yi, your intuition really is spot on. There really was another group following us. Ling Xiaoxiao looked surprised. What? There were others following you before this? Han Feng immediately explained to Ling Xiaoxiao, exactly. They were even stationed downstairs at Brother Yi's place, waiting to ambush him. But that guy took care of them. I thought that was the only one, but turns out there's more. Looks like this centipede's inner core is something really special. Everyone wants it. I still don't know the exact effects of the centipede's inner core, but since so many people are after it, its properties must be extraordinary. Otherwise, so many wouldn't be coming after Chen Yi at the same time. Now that things become a hot potato in your hands. What are your thoughts? Chen Yi shook his head. I'll decide once I figure out its effects. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded and reminded him, then you'd better hurry. Several people have already approached you in such a short time, and someone's been following you. I doubt you have much time left. Chen Yi nodded and offered his thanks. The group stood motionless, Han Feng's gaze lingering between the two. So, what are we doing now? Chen Yi cleared his throat and turned to Ling Xiaoxiao. Miss Ling, where are you headed next? I have business to attend to a client meeting. You two should head back early. Just as Chen Yi was about to speak, Ling Xiaoxiao seemed to suddenly understand. Don't worry. I have people with me. Compared to me, you're the ones in greater danger. You should head back sooner rather than later. Han Feng immediately nodded. Right. We should head back quickly. Don't you still want to find out that person's identity? Chen Yi pursed his lips and hummed in acknowledgement. We'll head out first then. If anything comes up, you can always reach me. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled. All right. Han Feng pulled Chen Yi away. As they turned the corner, Chen Yi glanced back. He noticed a man standing beside Ling Xiaoxiao now, and she seemed to hold him in considerable respect. What are you looking at? Han Feng noticed Chen Yi looking back and immediately asked. Chen Yi pursed his lips and shook his head. Nothing. He turned back and chuckled. Han Feng followed his gaze backward, catching only a blurred figure. So, who exactly is Ling Xiaoxiao here to meet? Chen Yi shook his head. No idea. Why are you prying into other people's business? Han Feng chuckled. I'm just curious. Besides, this is a bit too coincidental, don't you think? To actually run into her here. And especially so close to Chen Yi's home, it was starting to make him suspect some kind of conspiracy. Brother Yi, do you think Ling Xiaoxiao deliberately chose this spot? Chen Yi asked in surprise. Why do you say that? This is just too coincidental. Ling Xiaoxiao, the Ling family's eldest daughter, why would she come to a place like this for no reason? Didn't she say she was here to discuss a business partnership? Han Feng remained skeptical, hesitating as he spoke. With her status, would she discuss business in a place like this? This place isn't exactly secure. Isn't she afraid someone might eavesdrop? Chen Yi chuckled. You know her well. Our families have frequent dealings, so we know what we need to know. It's just odd. Could she also be after the centipede's inner core? No. Chen Yi denied it decisively, leaving Han Feng staring in astonishment. Why not? I already told her last time if she wants that inner core, I'll trade with her. After all, she's helped me quite a bit. Han Feng's eyes flickered twice. That made sense, she had saved his life. Logically, if she wanted it, she could have just asked him directly. There was no need to make things so complicated. Could it really just be about business? He just couldn't bring himself to believe it. By the time Chen Yi and Han Feng returned to the Han residence, night had fallen. Han Fei, who was already seated on the sofa reading the newspaper. He turned his head toward them only after hearing the commotion. You two are back? Where did you go? Chapter 186, The Yen Family. Han Feng couldn't help but flinch at the sound of Han Feihu's voice, clearly startled by his own guilt. Dad, you're back really early today. Don't you usually come home at night? You're back before it's even fully dark. Han Feihu shot Han Feng a stern glare. What? Don't you want your old man back early? Got something to hide? Hearing this, Han Feng quickly replied, No. You just usually come back at different times, so I was wondering. Han Feihu snorted coldly. I say you're just guilty as charged. Spill it, what good deeds have you been up to? Han Feng's eyes darted nervously, immediately shooting a pleading glance at Chen Yi. Chen Yi's mouth twitched slightly. He then pulled the newly acquired business card from his bag and handed it over. Uncle Han, someone came asking about centipede essence today and gave me this card. Han Feihu took the card, glanced at it, and narrowed his eyes. Someone from the Yen family. Chen Yi asked in confusion, the Yen family? Someone Uncle Han knows? Some connection, but not particularly close. However, the Yen family has a deeper relationship with the person who came to see me last time. They're probably both after the same thing. Chen Yi looked at Han Feihu with even greater puzzlement. Uncle Han, what exactly are they after? Why are they both seeking the centipede's inner core from me? He himself wasn't even sure of the centipede's core's effects, yet these people seem to know far more than he, its possessor. For someone's life. Well, that person must be pretty important if they've come twice and not even the same person both times. Han Feng remarked with some curiosity. They were quite polite though, didn't resort to threats or anything. At those words, Han Feihu's expression shifted noticeably. What's going on? What else did you encounter? Han Feng didn't hold back, immediately recounting the incident they'd encountered. Han Feihu's brow furrowed deeply as his expression darkened. Chen Yi remained silent, standing calmly by as he listened. And you? What do you intend to do? Are you planning to sell it, or keep it for yourself? After a moment's thought, Chen Yi asked, Uncle Han, what are your thoughts on this? Han Feihu clearly hadn't expected the question, but he answered sincerely, big trees catch the wind. Some things might not fulfill their true purpose in your hands. Chen Yi pursed his lips, acknowledging the truth in Han Feihu's words. Yet he still didn't know what exactly were the medicinal properties of that centipede's inner core? I don't know what effects Uncle Han is referring to. Could you explain it to me? I'm not familiar with these things. Han Feihu chuckled upon hearing this. You don't know at all? Chen Yi nodded almost without hesitation. I truly don't know its exact effects, but I believe such an inner core should be capable of curing all manner of ailments. That's right, its potency is remarkable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sought you out. Dad, it can't possibly bring the dead back to life, can it? Han Feng remarked with slight exaggeration. Han Feihu's eye twitched. What was he thinking? If it could truly bring the dead back to life, he'd keep it for himself. You never knew when it might come in handy. Han Feng chuckled. True. If it doesn't have that effect, I think we could trade it for something else. He glanced at Chen Yi. After all, the item belonged to him, so the decision was his to make. Chen Yi hummed in acknowledgement. I understand. I'll give it serious thought. Uncle Han, I'm heading back to my room to rest. Han Feihu nodded. Go ahead. Just as Han Feng was about to follow, Han Feihu called him back. Stay behind. I need to speak with you. Han Feng gave Han Feihu a puzzled look. Chen Yi nodded at Han Feng and left first. After returning to his room, Chen Yi sat on the bed, straining to keep his ears quiet. He wanted to hear clearly what Han Feihu intended to tell Han Feng. Han Feng was equally puzzled. Dad, why did you call me? What do you want to talk about? Tell me again what happened today. Han Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Did you just forget what I said? You're not old enough to have memory loss yet. Han Feihu slapped him playfully. What nonsense are you spouting? Han Feng gave a dry chuckle. Am I making things up? Dad, don't get angry. What exactly happened with Chen Yi? Han Feng scratched his head and recounted the day's events to Han Feihu once more. Chen Yi, listening in the room, heard every word clearly. Dad, do you really think we should sell Yi's centipede inner core? With so many people wanting it, that means we could keep it for ourselves. Han Feihu snorted lightly. If you lack the ability to keep such a treasure, it becomes a source of trouble. Keeping trouble close only invites endless headaches. Hearing this, Han Feng's brows immediately furrowed. So you're saying we should just give it away? That would be such a waste. Han Feihu replied expressionlessly, if he can protect it, keeping it would naturally be a good thing for her. Do you think he can keep it? Hearing this, Han Feng replied without hesitation, of course he can keep it. He trusted Chen Yi implicitly. Han Feihu's eyebrows lifted slightly. You're growing more and more confident in him. Dad. Yi Gu is really amazing. He'll definitely surpass you someday. Han Feihu chuckled in exasperation at his son's words. Enough with the flattery in front of me. You should focus on yourself. He's so capable. What about you? Han Feng gave a dry chuckle. Well, isn't having EGE enough for me? Han Feihu shook his head. For the next couple days, just stay home and train diligently. At the very least, you need to have the means to protect yourself. How can you rely solely on others to shield you? Chen Yi, listening in the room, tuned out after that. He was now utterly certain his senses had indeed sharpened considerably. But what puzzled him was that Han Feng, who had also drunk the fruit wine, showed absolutely no reaction. He took out the colorful spirit jade, running his fingers over its surface and tracing its intricate patterns. His expression grew solemn. Could it be because of this colorful spirit jade? If it was indeed the colorful spirit jade, then the Lu family would certainly not let it rest. They would surely come looking for him again. Chapter 187, the second round of martial arts examinations. Emerging from Han Feihu's presence, Han Feng returned to Chen Yi's room with a bitter expression. Seeing Han Feng's troubled expression, Chen Yi understood what had happened, but still asked knowingly, what's wrong? Han Feng sighed. Brother, Dad ordered me to shut myself in the cultivation room. That's good. You need to cultivate properly. That way, when you encounter danger in the dungeon next time, you'll be able to protect yourself. Han Feng immediately protested, how can you sound exactly like my dad? Chen Yi awkwardly rubbed his nose and asked, you can't always rely on others or items, right? Items aren't something you can use forever. In some dungeons, items are just decorations. What will you do then? Hearing this, Han Feng sighed even more heavily. Alright, I get it. I'll work on strengthening myself. Chen Yi hummed in acknowledgement and sat down on the bed to meditate. Seeing this, Han Feng tried to follow suit but soon found it unbearable. Brother Yi, this meditation doesn't seem to be doing much, does it? Chen Yi replied calmly, everyone has their own path to cultivation. You should find yours too. Han Feng nodded. Alright, I'll look into it. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up. Chen Yi glanced at it and saw a message from Wang He. He picked up the phone and glanced at it, his eyebrows raising slightly as a look of surprise flashed across his face. What's up, Yi? Chen Yi showed him the message on his phone, and Han Feng gasped in shock. The second round of the martial arts exam is about to begin. Chen Yi shrugged. He only had a superficial understanding of these matters. His teacher hadn't explained them in detail, probably assuming he wouldn't make it to the second round. Usually, they just told them to do their best. Wow! Yi, you made it to the second round. But this must be the provincial level martial arts exam now. Can you handle it? Chen Yi snatched his phone back and declared confidently, what? You don't believe in me anymore? Han Feng burst out laughing. Of course not. Ego, you're unstoppable in my eyes. Chen Yi smiled. No matter what kind of opponent he faced, he wouldn't be afraid. I'm meeting Wang He tomorrow. I'm coming too. Seeing Chen Yi's puzzled gaze turn to him, he quickly added, I've known Wang He for so long. It's only right to catch up, right? Chen Yi withdrew his gaze and hummed in acknowledgement. The next day, they arrived at the agreed-upon location. Wang He looked somewhat surprised to see Han Feng. Young Master Han, why are you here too? Han Feng's tone immediately soured. Why the cold reception? Not at all. It doesn't matter whether you come or not. Han Feng narrowed his eyes. The remark only made him more displeased. Wang Yi immediately pulled Chen Yi aside and congratulated him. Brother Yi, congratulations on advancing to the second round. I know. I saw the news. Wang Yi scratched his head. I didn't just bring you out for the stand thing. There's another reason. Chen Yi and Han Feng both turned their attention to Wang Yi. What reason? Another person has also advanced to the second round of the martial arts exam. Zhang Yi. Chen Yi wasn't familiar with this name. He searched his mind thoroughly but found no trace of this person. His memory was photographic. If he'd ever seen or heard this name, he wouldn't have forgotten it. Clearly, he'd never encountered it before. What does his advancement to the second round have to do with me? I don't know him. Wang Yi paused. I forgot. Han Feng clicked his tongue. You didn't drag EGE out here just to tell him you don't know someone, did you? No, of course not. This Zhang also attends the same school as us and coincidentally lives near my home. Yesterday when I was heading back, I overheard him talking to someone, so I came looking for EGE. Chen Yi, was there something wrong with their conversation? Absolutely. Major issues. They mentioned you, Egu, and said they'd go all out against you if they face off in the second round of the martial arts exam. Han Feng immediately retorted, impossible. Intentional injury is strictly forbidden in martial arts exams. It's all about stopping at the right moment. Wang He scratched his head, I don't know. That's what I heard. They said they'd cripple you, teach you a lesson, or something like that. Egu, have you offended anyone lately? Chen Yi pressed his lips together, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Offended someone? The only family I've crossed is the Lu family. Chen Yi's gaze fell on Han Feng. The reason he'd crossed the Lu family was largely thanks to the Han family's influence. Han Feng gave a dry chuckle. The Lu family really won't let it go. They don't dare come after you themselves, so they love to send others to do their dirty work. Wang He was completely confused. Ha? The Lu family? Could it be Lu Yuan's people? Chen Yi was taken aback. You know about this? Wang He, hearing his own words, was stunned. A casual guess had hit the mark. It really was him. Han Feng suddenly threw his arms around Wang He's neck. Bro, where'd you get this info? How'd you know so much? Wang He chuckled. Well, my network's pretty solid, of course. But seriously, how did you get mixed up with Lu Yuan? That guy's a mad dog. Once he holds a grudge, he'll keep you in his sights until he's had his revenge. Only then will he move on. Chen Yi's hand in his pocket brushed against the Kailing jade. He knew exactly why. Han Feng understood too, his face filled with self-reproach. Brother Yi, I'm the one who owes you an apology. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have crossed Lu Yuan and drawn their family's attention. It's fine. After all, I got something out of it. This colorful spirit jade was indeed a remarkable item, a grade A artifact, no less. Its capabilities surely extended far beyond this single effect. He was determined to uncover its full potential. Since we're all gathered here, why not go out and have some fun together? What do you say? Han Feng was a man who knew how to have fun. With business settled, he naturally had nothing else to do but seek other pursuits. Having fun was his specialty. Chen Yi tugged at the corner of his mouth. Alright, let's go have some fun. The three followed Han Feng. As they passed an opening, Chen Yi's gaze immediately darted over. A long-haired woman seemed to be lying on the ground. He narrowed his eyes and watched for a moment. The alley entrance was pitch black and he couldn't see clearly. He only made out a faintly lit spot where someone was lying. Chapter 188, Curiosity Killed the Cat. Chen Yi stood motionless at the opening, his eyes narrowed. The two people walking ahead didn't hear the voice behind them and turned around in confusion. Brother Yi, what are you doing standing there? Chen Yi pointed his finger. A person was lying there. Hearing this, the two in front immediately ran back, both glancing toward the alley entrance. The alley was pitch black, so dark that ordinary eyes could barely make out anything inside. Is there really someone there? I don't see anything. Chen Yi's mouth twitched. On the ground, not mid-air. What kind of eyes do these two have? They're looking up at the sky instead of down at the ground. Han Feng awkwardly rubbed his nose. No, I just thought this alley was a bit too dark, you know? Hearing this, Chen Yi paused. What? Yeah, this really does seem off. Where we're standing, the sky is still light, but look inside, it's darker than night. Wang He and Han Feng chimed in unison, something's definitely off in there. That woman you saw might even be fake. Better not go poking our noses in. Chen Yi's brow furrowed involuntarily. He declared without hesitation, impossible. My eyes don't lie. And it's dead quiet in there. I can hear that woman breathing faint, but no other sounds. Han Feng and Wang He froze again. Ha? You could tell that? We know you're curious, but you don't have to go this far. Wang He burst out laughing. He hadn't heard anything himself and naturally doubted Chen Yi's claim. Han Feng looked surprised. It wasn't that he didn't believe he just felt it was too dangerous inside and didn't want to take the risk. What if this was a trap the Lu family had specifically set for him? He urged, let's call it off. This place feels unsafe. Your safety comes first. There's no need to put yourself in danger for a stranger. Chen Yi hesitated briefly before replying, it's fine. You guys stay here. I'll go check the situation. That woman's breathing is getting weaker and weaker. If we delay any longer, she'll probably die. He wasn't exactly a saint, but he didn't want to witness an innocent person dying before his eyes. He just wanted to check on the situation and call an ambulance for her. Chen Yi cautiously stepped inside, but the moment he entered the darkness, something felt off. He didn't just hear one set of breaths, he heard several others. This alley wasn't just home to the woman on the ground, others lurked in the shadows. He'd been set up. He looked back at the woman on the ground, only to find no woman at all. It was merely a piece of cloth. Boxes were placed around the edges of the cloth, draped over it to create an illusion, tricking him into thinking it was a woman lying on the ground. Chen Yi pressed his lips tightly together, his expression darkening. His eyes wouldn't deceive him, there was no way he could have misidentified it. What had clouded his vision, making him mistake a piece of cloth and a few boxes for a human figure? Wang He and Han Feng wouldn't let Chen Yi go in alone. The moment he stepped inside, they followed immediately. Brother Yi, how is that person? Is he still breathing? We just called an ambulance. After hanging up, Han Feng turned to Chen Yi. Seeing the grim expression on his face, he followed his gaze. There was no woman at all. It was just a piece of cloth and some boxes on the ground. Ha? Wasn't there supposed to be an injured person? Why can't I see anyone? Chen Yi pressed his lips together, his expression grim. You shouldn't have come in just now. We've fallen into a trap. Hearing this, Wang He and Han Feng froze in place. No, it couldn't be. Could I have actually been right? Chen Yi sighed. You were right. There was no injured woman here at all. I have no idea how they pulled it off. With that, he called out into the endless darkness, come out. You've had enough of hiding. Ha! You're sharp, kid. Spotted me the moment you stepped in. But since you knew you'd been tricked, why didn't you run? The man's puzzled voice echoed from the darkness, then slowly approached. The sound grew closer, causing Wang He and Han Feng to instinctively take a step back. Are you human or a ghost? Why set this trap for us here? Who do you work for? You ask too many questions. I need to think carefully about which one to answer first. Chen Yi instantly drew a dagger from his system space. A flicker of light danced in his pupils as he raised the blade and slashed at the stone hurtling toward him. The stone split cleanly in two before his eyes, crashing to the ground. Wang He and Han Feng hadn't even registered what was happening. By the time they snapped out of it, all they saw were the two halves of the stone lying on the ground. This person hasn't even shown themselves yet, and already they're showing such hostility toward us. They must be trying to take our lives. Chen Yi, hearing this, nodded in agreement. It certainly seemed that way. Whoever you are, even if you truly intend to kill us, you could at least let us die with some understanding. The man's voice was utterly cold. Why should the dead know so much? Go ask the king of hell instead. Flattering you a bit, and you actually took it seriously. Ha! You're alone, how could you possibly take on the three of us? Chen Yi pressed his lips together. He wasn't alone. He had other helpers here. Han Feng froze, his foot already stepping forward but snapping back instantly. Damn it, this is just too unfair. What the hell? There are so many of them. Why pull this stunt? Why not just gang up on us directly? Han Feng was furious, finding the other party utterly shameless. Kid, how the hell did you know? I'm the only one talking here, I don't believe you saw us. The man was taken aback. While it was true they weren't alone in this alley, he hadn't expected the other to pinpoint the presence of his companions. If he hadn't known his partner was here, he might not have even noticed the others. This kid's so young, yet he's already this sharp. I was just guessing, the boy replied, but judging by your reaction, I must have guessed right. The man narrowed his eyes. Was it really just a guess? How could he possibly believe that? Chapter 189, Clash. What else could it be? How else do you think I found out? Chen Yi gave a faint smile, and this reaction actually threw the man off balance. Oof. Well, you're a lucky bastard to have guessed right. That's correct, I'm not alone here. There are others. Though I believe I could handle you single-handedly. Still, I'm curious, why didn't you run? Chen Yi glanced behind him. The contrast between night and day was stark at that moment. Outside, bright sunlight streamed in, while the spot where they stood was pitch black. It was the dividing line between night and day. The moment you asked that question, I knew escape was impossible. So why waste effort on the impossible? Hearing Chen Yi's words, the man grew even more puzzled. You guessed it? You're a sharp kid, how did you figure that out? Chen Yi smiled faintly, gripping the dagger in his hand even tighter. I've also figured out that if we want to get out, we'll have to take you out first. The man burst into laughter as if he'd heard the most absurd joke, his cackling echoing through the alley. Take me out? That's pure fantasy. This is my turf, my barrier. If you want to leave, you'd have to kill me first. But do you really think you can kill me on my turf? Han Feng couldn't stand an enemy being so cocky. Without hesitation, he shot back, why not? In front of my brother Yi, everyone needs to keep a low profile. Otherwise, they'll get their asses kicked. Wang He immediately chimed in, exactly. You'll get your ass kicked. Ha! That's the biggest joke I've heard in ages. Just the three of you punks, who've walked fewer miles than I've eaten grains of salt, dare to act so cocky? What a bunch of greenhorns. The man slowly emerged from the darkness, revealing his true face. Chen Yi stared at the middle-aged man before him. The man wore an expression of utter composure, clearly not taking Chen Yi and his two companions seriously. Kid, tell me honestly, how did you figure it out? He couldn't believe this guy had simply guessed it, there had to be another reason. I did guess, Chen Yi admitted. But why would you want to kill us? We haven't crossed you. The middle-aged man chuckled, unconcerned. You haven't offended me personally. I'm merely following orders. But you've crossed someone. They paid a hefty price for your lives. Old son, why are you wasting time chatting with them? Just take care of them. We've got other business to attend to. The figure lurking in the shadows grew impatient with the middle-aged man's lingering and began urging him on. The middle-aged man's expression shifted. That voice alone allowed Chen Yi to pinpoint their location instantly. Chen Yi's eyes flickered, then he glanced back at Han Feng. Han Feng intuitively caught the look, though he couldn't quite decipher its meaning. Kid, my apologies. Next time, keep your eyes wide open. Never cross the wrong people. The middle-aged man slowly took a step back, choosing not to attack immediately. This puzzled Chen Yi and his two companions. Wasn't this man here to kill us? Why was he stepping back? Chen Yi's ears twitched. He immediately glanced to the side. Something seemed to be breaking through the wall in the darkness. He had a gut feeling that whatever emerged would prove extremely troublesome. Kill him. As soon as Chen Yi spoke, he charged toward the middle-aged man without hesitation. The middle-aged man sensed Chen Yi's approach, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He raised his hand, and suddenly, a black pillar erupted from the ground, blocking his path. Chen Yi missed his chance to take down the middle-aged man directly. But he noticed that while he was attacking the man, several figures hidden in the darkness remained motionless. They seemed to be watching a show, utterly indifferent to whether the middle-aged man was captured or not. Or rather, they didn't care about the middle-aged man's life. If those figures concealed in the darkness didn't intervene, eliminating the middle-aged man would be considerably easier. What he feared most was that just as he was about to finish the man off, those figures would suddenly emerge. That would be far more troublesome. Kid, I told you this is my turf. How could you possibly kill me? The man stood behind a black pillar. With a single wave of his hand, countless obstacles materialized to shield him. Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. When he charged at the man again with his dagger, inexplicable obstacles still appeared before him, shielding the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man never once moved to fight back, relying entirely on these other things. This man doesn't know martial arts. He only kept using his skills. Upon realizing this, Chen Yi's lips instantly curled upward. Even if they possessed skills, those abilities had a limited duration. If he didn't finish them off before the skill wore off, the moment the middle-aged man's skill vanished, he could seize him. Uncle, just dodging like this is getting boring. Think about it, how long have you been using that skill? I don't believe it has no expiration. If you don't finish me off soon, you'll be the one in trouble. Chen Yi delivered the threat with a calm tone. Han Feng gasped, bro, why'd you remind him? If we wear down his skill, we can leave soon. Why did Brother Yi suddenly go dumb? How could he actually tell him something like this? Chen Yi gave a faint smile. He'd said it precisely because he wanted to finish off this middle-aged man quickly. If they kept dodging like this, they'd be the ones in trouble. Those lurking in the shadows could strike at any moment. They had to find a way to deal with this middle-aged man quickly and escape. The middle-aged man paused, finally realizing his actions seemed rather foolish. The figures lurking in the shadows sneered in mockery. Old son, they're just three wet behind the ears kids. What are you afraid of? Take care of them already. We're not waiting around for you. Exactly. Exactly. Lao Sun's face darkened, his eyes fixed on Chen Yi with a sinister glare. The obstacle before the middle-aged man vanished, and the thing within the wall struggled even more violently before slowly extending a hand. Chapter 190, Escape. Chen Yi's hand shot out with lightning speed, slashing viciously at the extended limb. The middle-aged man let out a piercing scream of agony, startling all three of them. What's wrong? What's wrong? Han Feng asked dumbly, clearly still unaware of the situation. Chen Yi was even more astonished. He had merely slashed at the thing protruding from the wall with his dagger. Why was this middle-aged man screaming? Could it be that the ghostly thing appearing from the wall was the middle-aged man's personification? Could such a manifestation even share the five senses? You little brat! How dare you wound me? Only your death will ease my hatred. Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice as he asked, cut you? I didn't touch you just now, did I? Looks like this thing really is your manifestation. He immediately shouted to Han Feng and Wang He, kill those ghostly things. Before they fully emerge. They should still be easy to deal with before they fully emerge. Han Feng and Wang He, upon hearing this, immediately swung their weapons at the things emerging from the wall. The middle-aged man's agonized screams echoed relentlessly. Seizing the moment, Chen Yi charged forward and slit his throat with a single stroke. Blood splattered the ground. The moment the middle-aged man collapsed, sunlight flooded the entire alleyway. The darkness instantly dissipated, revealing several figures lurking in the shadows. Chen Yi caught a clear glimpse of their faces. The next second, he grabbed two people beside him and took off running. He couldn't take these guys on. The revealed figures clearly hadn't expected Old Sun to be taken out so quickly. Damn it! What do we do now? We only lost focus for a moment, and Old Sun got taken out. What do you mean, what now? Old Sun just wasn't up to the task. Besides, our mission was to kill that kid, right? Since Old Sun couldn't do it and got taken out himself, it's his own damn fault. The rest of us can finish off that kid and still complete the mission. Their boss won't care if any of them die. He only cares if the target is taken out. Holy, you're running way too fast. Didn't we already take care of that guy? Why are you still running? Wang He immediately explained, Brother Feng, didn't you see those men sitting atop the crates? If we don't run, they'll finish us off. Han Feng asked in confusion, can't we take them out? Chen Yi was stunned by Han Feng's words. Where did this guy get his confidence? If he thought he was invincible and could defeat anything. I certainly can't handle them. Haven't you heard? Old hands are always the sharpest. Those old guys are no pushovers. How can that be? Didn't you take care of that guy called Old Sun with ease? After taking care of Old Sun, Han Feng felt it had become surprisingly easy. He figured those old guys were probably just like Old Sun, all talk and no real ability. No, they feel extremely dangerous. The only reason we took Old Sun down so easily was because his skill was flawed, and he seriously underestimated me. He actually took his words at face value, stopped dodging, and dared to reveal his true form before the big move even landed. He genuinely treated them like wet behind the ears kids, truly believing they were mere ants he could crush with one hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so easily removed the protection shielding him. So you're saying we couldn't handle those guys even if we teamed up? Chen Yi grunted in agreement. Cut the chatter. We need to move fast. If they catch up, we're finished here today. This time, Han Feng was genuinely terrified by Chen Yi. Damn it! I haven't lived enough yet. Dying in a dungeon is one thing, it's genuinely dangerous. But dying in the real world, at someone else's hands? No way. I knew it. That place was way too shady, it had to be a trap. And damn, I was right. Next time, never go anywhere that looks sketchy. Chen Yi pressed his lips together, suddenly feeling a pang of guilt. Here's what we'll do, we split up. Even if we get caught, at least one of us will survive. Han Feng refused without hesitation. You're being hunted partly because of me. I can't just leave you to face this alone. Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. Then we'll both die together. Wang He ran until he was gasping for breath. Who said we'd die? There's a place up ahead we can hide in. Let's hurry over there. Hearing this, Chen Yi and Wang He immediately followed Wang He's lead, sprinting toward the direction he pointed. But upon reaching it, they discovered it was a vast haunted house maze. He quickly pulled a few bills from his pocket and handed them to the ticket seller. Without waiting for change, he led the two men rushing inside. Hey, I haven't given you your change yet. Just hold on to it for now. Give it back when we get out. Escaping is the priority right now. The moment the trio stepped inside, they halted abruptly. Before them stood 3 doors. Which door should we take, Chen Yi, just pick one, the left one. Alright. The trio immediately pushed open the left door and dashed inside. At the entrance to the haunted maze, the other men had also found their way there. Are they in here? I saw them coming over. They must be here to ask the ticket seller. The ticket seller, seeing the 3 middle-aged men standing at the entrance, hurriedly asked, Are you here to enter the haunted maze too? If so, you'll need to buy tickets from me. Several people who heard this narrowed their eyes. Someone had just been inside? 3 young boys ran inside. Hearing this, one of them said, Looks like they really did run in. Let's go. We need to find that kid and deal with him quickly. We've wasted too much time already. If they get impatient over there, they'll come looking for trouble. One man frowned deeply. Let's go. Move fast. If it doesn't work out, we'll handle that situation first and deal with the kid later. That kid looks average. Shouldn't be too hard to take care of. Cut the chatter. Get inside. Meanwhile, Han Feng was nearly driven mad by the horrors within. Holy, what the hell is that thing? So terrifying. Chen Yi's heart was pounding in terror too. This place must be some kind of prop, right? The things inside are just too realistic. Chapter 191, Realm Space. Holy, Wang He. What the hell is this place? It's terrifying. Wang He swallowed nervously. I heard there's a new haunted maze here. It's super popular, with tons of people coming to play. I figured since so many people are in there, it'd be hard for anyone to find us. But who knew that after coming in, it seemed like there were only the three of them. There was no sign of anyone else. There weren't even any staff members, and the props were all incredibly realistic. What the hell is going on with this haunted maze? Chen Yi pressed his lips together, his expression grim. I suspect we've entered another realm. This so-called haunted maze is using dimensional space. Han Feng and Wang He's mouths dropped open as they stared at Chen Yi in utter disbelief. Brother Yi, you're not joking, right? Chen Yi gave a low hum. I'm not joking. Doesn't this haunted maze seem incredibly strange to you? Hearing this, Han Feng nodded emphatically. It is strange. There's not a single sound, and no staff either. There aren't even any staff here. Could he be planning something against us? Wang He covered his mouth in terror, cautiously asking, did I bring this trouble upon us? Instantly, guilt washed over him. He'd only intended to shake off their pursuers through the maze, never expecting to get them all trapped inside. No, he reasoned. Since the owner openly operated this so-called haunted maze, he was likely just using it to make money, no ulterior motives. Besides, the haunted house owner didn't even know him. There's no way he'd act against them so quickly. So how do we get out? Chen Yi tilted his chin. There's a clue over there, right? We just follow the clues to get out. It's just like any other haunted house maze. Hearing this, Wang He and Han Feng finally exhaled in relief. That's a relief. I was scared out of my wits. Thought we'd just escaped the tiger's mouth only to walk straight into the wolf's den. Yeah. Thank goodness we're not that unlucky. The two exchanged reassuring glances. Just as Chen Yi picked up a piece of paper, placed it in his palm, and was about to start deciphering the puzzle, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. Meng's gaze darted toward the source of the noise. We need to hurry. Those old guys followed us in. No way. They're that stubborn? I thought we'd already shaken them off. Chen Yi buried his head in deep thought once more, while the others on the other side also encountered the puzzle. Only they lacked the patience to solve it and resorted to brute force instead. The events unfolding in the haunted house maze immediately alerted the owner. He quickly checked the surveillance footage, pinpointing the culprit behind it all, and began recording. You think paying such a pittance will let you destroy my maze? It's not that easy. He led his team straight into the haunted house maze. Chen Yi solved puzzles at a rapid pace, but he couldn't stop those who ignored all rules and charged straight ahead. He caught up with them in no time. Damn, that speed is way too fast. These guys are completely disregarding the rules. You little brats sure can run fast, making us waste so much time hunting you down. We won't let you off that easily. Death would be far too simple for you. The men, Han Feng and Wang He, grew tense at the man's sinister tone, exchanging a nervous glance. Heh, don't talk big. Your comrade just met his end at our hands. You wouldn't want to follow suit, would you? Han Feng's brazen words made the other men laugh in anger. Humph. You only killed old Sunday. He was nothing but a useless fool to us anyway. As for killing us? That'll never happen in a million years. The four men grinned as they stared at Chen Yi and his group, their gaze sending chills down their spines. You're the ones talking big. What weakest? He died at our hands, that's why you're backtracking now. Chen Yi demanded, who hired you? Even if I die, I want to die knowing. I told you since you're going to die, ask the king of hell down below. We won't reveal a single thing. One of the men stepped forward, poised to strike Chen Yi. Chen Yi's hidden hand clenched tightly around the dagger. His entire body was taut, his gaze fixed intently on the men. The slightest movement from them, and he would strike instantly. Just as the two men were about to clash, a deep, muffled voice echoed through the empty space, lingering with a faint resonance. It sounded terrifying. Han Feng and Wang He's faces instantly drained of color. Could there really be ghosts in this haunted maze? Chen Yi's mouth twitched. Your imagination is running wild. There are no ghosts in this world. Someone must be coming. But that voice sure is loud. The person hasn't even appeared yet, but the sound came first. The attackers poised to strike down Chen Yi and his companions froze as if someone had pressed pause. The next second, they whipped their heads around to look at the man who had spoken. Chen Yi and his companions also looked over simultaneously. You wrecked my haunted maze, and now you dare harm my guests? How audacious. Chen Yi and Han Feng exchanged a glance before nonchalantly turning their heads away, adopting a look of pure curiosity as they watched the spectacle unfold. You're the owner of this haunted maze? That's right. I'm the owner. I just saw what you did on the surveillance feed. I don't quite understand why would you destroy my place for no reason. So explain yourself properly. The four middle-aged men stared back at the owner without fear. So what if it's us? Get out of our way, or we'll take you down too. Hearing their brazen attitude, the owner's demeanor turned equally hostile. If you don't compensate me, you're not leaving here. The four men snorted in disbelief, convinced the boss couldn't possibly stop them. Instead, they turned to Chen Yi. If you ask me, these guys are the ones causing trouble. Why not just kill them? It'd save us time. Heh, Chen Yi chuckled indifferently. Kill us? You'd better take a look at your own situation first. You're in this state and still thinking about killing us? Chapter 192, An Unexpected Encounter. Hearing this, the four middle-aged men narrowed their eyes, glaring coldly at Chen Yi. Chen Yi gave the haunted maze owner a piercing look. Clearly, the owner had come to settle scores with these four men. We're leaving first. If you've got the guts, follow us. With that, Chen Yi and Han Feng continued running without hesitation. The four middle-aged men were stunned into silence. One of them slapped the man beside him on the head. What are you staring at? Hurry up and chase them. Just as the men were about to give chase, two figures dressed in ancient attire appeared before them, blocking their path. Where do you think you're going? We haven't settled our business yet. Until it's clear, you're not going anywhere. Chen Yi and his companions seized the moment to dash away. Chen Yi's photographic memory allowed him to instantly grasp the solution to the puzzle, and they swiftly exited the maze. They emerged through another exit. Damn it, we finally made it out. If we hadn't gotten out, I swear I would have gone completely mad. Wang Yi chuckled. It couldn't have been that bad, right? But those guys were something else. It's just a maze. If they didn't want to do the tasks or solve the puzzles, fine. But to actually vandalize the maze grounds? That's just looking for trouble. The owner definitely won't let them off easy. Wang Yi voiced his concern, but Igu said those uncles are incredibly powerful. If we end up facing them, what about those uncles? Chen Yi hesitated before replying, props in this realm should be a grade or higher. But since they appeared in his possession, it means he must have obtained them as rewards from clearing a grade or S-grade dungeons. Someone like that can't be weak. Those uncles might not even stand a chance against the owner of that ghostly labyrinth. You're right about that. I don't think that boss was scared of those guys at all. If he was afraid, he wouldn't have been so confident. Now that those guys are tied up, what should we do? Chen Yi rubbed his temples. Of course we should head back. It's best not to linger outside lately, things really are dangerous out there. Yesterday, today, and the day before we've run into trouble every single day. He didn't know if today's men were sent by the Liu family. But one thing was certain, he was definitely in some kind of danger. Right. You and Feng should head back immediately. This is way too dangerous. I just came out to relay a message and ran into this mess. This has him too scared to step outside next time. Chen Yi nodded to Han Feng, then watched Wang Yi leave. You be careful too. If anything feels off, notify me immediately. Got it, don't worry. With that, Wang Yi hurried off, seemingly afraid those people might come out and follow them. Only when Wang Yi was nothing but a distant speck did Chen Yi finally look away. Let's go. We should head back quickly too. They had barely taken 2 steps when a black sedan pulled up beside them. The window rolled down slowly, revealing Ling Xiaoxiao's exquisite little face. Oh, Miss Ling. What a coincidence. What brings you here? Ling Xiaoxiao gave them both a nod. Hop in. Neither of them hesitated, climbing in immediately. Chen Yi glanced at Ling Xiaoxiao. How did you end up here? Ling Xiaoxiao asked in confusion, what's wrong with you? Am I not allowed to be here? Sensing the edge in Chen Yi's tone, Ling Xiaoxiao's expression turned cold. Han Feng, noticing this, immediately chuckled. Miss Ling, don't blame me for overthinking. You have no idea what we just went through. We barely escaped death. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao's gaze fell back on Chen Yi, as if sizing him up. Are you okay? Chen Yi shook his head. Luckily, I'm fine. Lucky? I rarely hear you use that word. Seems the other party was truly formidable. That's precisely why I'm asking, what were you doing in this place? If you'd run into anything. Ling Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows in surprise. I suspect those who came after you were from the Liu family. After all, you've only crossed them, you shouldn't have offended anyone else yet. Chen Yi rubbed his nose. He didn't think he was the type to casually make enemies either. The next moment, Chen Yi heard Ling Xiaoxiao say, I've decided to enter the dungeon in a few days. What about you guys? When are you going again? Han Feng snorted. You've barely rested a few days, and you're already itching to dive back in. Ling Xiaoxiao shrugged. You can rest in the dungeon too. Give me a break. How is that resting? That's pure survival. Ling Xiaoxiao's gaze fixed on Chen Yi. What about you? What are your thoughts? Chen Yi immediately replied, I'm going to take the second round of the martial arts exam. After that, I'll head in. That timing works out pretty well. Chen Yi looked at Ling Xiaoxiao. I recall you weren't too keen on joining us in the dungeon before. After all, Han Feng had invited you back then, but Ling Xiaoxiao turned him down. But now you suddenly bring this up, have you changed your mind? I didn't refuse. I just told you that higher level dungeons can't be chosen freely, you have to rely on the system's matchmaking. So, do you want to see if we can get matched together? Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered twice. You're the only ones I can trust, which is why I rushed over to find you. I just didn't expect you'd both be out when I came looking for you these past 2 days. She ended up wandering around the area below Chen Yi's apartment building until she finally found him. Chen Yi looked at Ling Xiaoxiao. A flicker of evasion passed through her eyes, and Chen Yi caught it instantly. Ling Xiaoxiao was hiding something from them. What was it? Something happened at your place? Chen Yi asked suspiciously. Ling Xiaoxiao's face instantly darkened. No. Ling Xiaoxiao's tone was stiff. Chen Yi awkwardly rubbed his nose. Good, then. I was just asking casually. Don't read too much into it. Ling Xiaoxiao gave a hollow chuckle. Good. For a moment there, I thought you were cursing my family's situation. Just as Chen Yi was about to laugh, his ears twitched. Instinctively, he raised his hand and shielded Ling Xiaoxiao's forehead with lightning speed. At that moment, the car slammed with a thud as it was rear-ended, sending it sliding forward violently for several dozen meters. Ling Xiaoxiao slammed into Chen Yi's outstretched palm. Realizing what had happened, she immediately thanked him. What the hell was going on? Could the people behind them even drive? Chen Yi glanced back. Just one look, and he quickly averted his gaze, lowering his head. Chapter 193, Misunderstanding. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned and urged him to look back. She then motioned for the driver to get out and assess the situation. The driver immediately opened the door. With a loud bang, a bullet whizzed past, piercing the door. The driver scrambled back inside, his voice steady. Miss, the car behind us is targeting us. They're attacking us. Han Feng's jaw dropped. Damn it, it can't be them. How did they catch up so fast? He covered his face, guilt etched across his features. Then the owner of that haunted maze is dead, isn't he? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have led them into the maze. The owner wouldn't have been in danger otherwise. What haunted maze? What's going on? We're being hunted down. We thought those guys were trapped, but they got rid of them so fast. Miss Ling, I'm so sorry. Should we get out? Han Feng whispered. He nudged Chen Yi with his right elbow. Chen Yi pressed his lips together, his expression darkening instantly. He nodded. Yes, let's get out. That way, they'll target us instead of bothering you anymore. The car behind accelerated again, jolting everyone inside forward. Han Feng lost his balance and slammed into the seat in front of him. Damn, that hurt. Han Feng rubbed the sore spot and was about to open the door and bolt out when Ling Xiaoxiao yanked him back inside. What are you doing? Don't hold us back. We don't want to drag you into this. Ling Xiaoxiao, no, they're here to kill me, not you guys. Hearing this, the group froze in shock. Ha? They're not here for us? No, what did you do? Why would anyone want to kill you? As the eldest daughter of the Ling family, isn't it normal for you to be targeted for assassination? The three of them froze upon hearing this, momentarily speechless. Wang He silently glanced at Han Feng. Wait, why hadn't Han Feng been targeted? Han Feng instantly felt his face burn. What do you mean? Aren't I being hunted down right now too? Was being hunted down supposed to be some kind of blessing? Han Feng felt utterly speechless, yet he still hoped no one was hunting him down. He certainly didn't want to live in constant fear every day. Upon hearing Ling Xiaoxiao's words, Chen Yi glanced back again. This time, through the car window, he finally got a clear look at the people inside. The occupants were unfamiliar faces, clearly not the same group that had hunted them before. He glanced at Ling Xiaoxiao, a hint of confusion in his eyes. They definitely weren't the ones hunting us. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, Han Feng immediately sat back down, and Wang He, who had been feeling guilty, suddenly felt less so. What the hell, Miss Ling? So this whole mess was your doing all along? Ling Xiaoxiao watched Han Feng's rapidly shifting expression, her lips twitching slightly. Uncle Zhang, get the car moving. With that, Ling Xiaoxiao swiftly pulled a gun from beside the car. Han Feng and Wang He exchanged bewildered glances. You kept something like this hidden in the car? Just in case. And now we've run into it, haven't we? At that, Han Feng could find no retort, only managing a dry chuckle. Right. The rear of the vehicle was struck with another heavy blow. Fortunately, Ling Xiaoxiao's car was sturdy enough that such a violent impact didn't cause it to immediately fall apart. It could still drive normally. Chen Yi frowned and glanced back. At this rate, he analyzed, there's no way we can outrun them. We'll have to face them head on. How do we get out of this? Just look at those guys behind us, they're fully armed. If we step out of the car, we'll probably be dead on the spot. Miss Ling, you've got to think of something. You must have anticipated this kind of situation when you left. Han Feng asked anxiously, urging Ling Xiaoxiao to come up with a solution quickly. Ling Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together, her expression grim. Seeing that expression, Han Feng knew something was seriously wrong. No way? You still don't have a plan? Ling Xiaoxiao took a deep breath. Before leaving, I didn't know I'd be hunted down. Otherwise, how could I have been toyed with like a cat playing with a mouse? Sensing the anger in Ling Xiaoxiao's words, Han Feng immediately fell silent. Chen Yi, do you have another plan? Chen Yi's brow furrowed as he replied gravely, they'll catch up to this car sooner or later. Shaking them off seems unlikely. Our only option is to find a way to take them out first when we inevitably clash head-on. That seems pretty unlikely, Wang Yi said uneasily, his expression deeply troubled. If we stop, won't they just rush right up? Wang Yi spoke uneasily, his expression a complex mix of emotions. It's like escaping the tiger's mouth only to fall into the wolf's den. Exactly. That's precisely why we need a plan. Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. Here's the plan, when we stop at the next corner, I'll get out first. You guys act on the spot. Brother E. What are you doing? Are you planning to risk it alone? If I don't go, who else will? Hearing this, Han Feng was at a loss for words. He was timid, and even if he went, he'd probably be gone in the next second. Going would just be suicide. But, Brother E, be careful. I'll keep watch for you. Chen Yi grunted in acknowledgement as Uncle Zhang steered the car toward the bend. That beat-up car was already in such bad shape, yet it could still run. The pursuers behind Chen Yi's car grew furious seeing it still speeding along. Why all this nonsense? Just blow out its tires, then it won't be able to run. Yeah, the boss is right. Why didn't we think of that earlier? What are you waiting for? Shoot out those tires. Hearing this, they immediately raised their guns at Chen Yi's car. But the vehicle ahead had already rounded a corner and vanished from their sight. What the hell? Chase after it. No matter what, we're kidnapping that Ling girl today. Chen Yi quickly got out of the car and hid behind a nearby tree. The moving car finally came to a halt. The men in the trailing vehicle immediately opened fire, spraying bullets relentlessly at Ling Xiaoxiao's car. No sound came from inside the vehicle. After a moment's hesitation, the men got out, guns still drawn. Chen Yi's gaze locked onto those men, committing their faces to memory as he drew a dagger from his waist. As one burly man approached, Chen Yi swiftly flicked the dagger from his hand. He was certain it would wound at least one of them. To his astonishment, the man dodged it effortlessly, flashing a taunting grin toward Chen Yi's hiding spot. Chapter 194, Holding On. I knew something was off here, turns out someone was hiding outside to ambush us. Too bad you're still too green, kid. With your measly skills, you think you can take us on? Chen Yi gritted his teeth, his face darkening. Both opponents he'd encountered so far were clearly above his level. Chen Yi's mind raced, desperately searching for a solution. The man watched Chen Yi, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Chen Yi instantly sensed danger. Without hesitation, he launched an attack. To the man, his moves were child's play, easily deflected in a few swift counterstrikes. Watching the man steadily close in, Chen Yi felt a wave of unease wash over him. He couldn't be certain he could finish him off completely. His instincts kept sending him danger signals. And his instincts were almost never wrong. Chen Yi felt as though the blood in his entire body had frozen solid, his limbs growing numb and icy cold. The man walked toward Chen Yi with a smirk on his face. Kid, your luck's out today. Looks like this is how we'll say goodbye. Chen Yi fixed his gaze on the man closing in, slowly backing away. The moment he made his move, the man saw through it instantly, sending Chen Yi flying into the wall with a thud that sent a sharp pain shooting through his back. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His heart and lungs throbbed with pain. Oh dear, what a pitiful little thing. The gap between us is wider than the heavens themselves. Give up the struggle. Chen Yi. As the man closed in on Chen Yi, Ling Xiaoxiao fired without hesitation at his retreating back. The shot was dodged cleanly. Instead, the bullet grazed Chen Yi's arm, tearing through his sleeve and instantly setting his skin ablaze with searing pain. Chen Yi gritted his teeth, suppressing the sudden jolt of pain, and pressed his hand against the wound. Ling Xiaoxiao, can you even shoot properly? If your aim keeps being this shaky, my EGE could lose his life. Seeing Chen Yi injured, Han Feng grew frantic and immediately turned to Ling Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together. It's not my aim. That man is the problem. That man dodged too quickly. With her technique, she should have at least pierced his shoulder. TSK, looks like that woman can't wait to finish you off. How pitiful. The man's mocking laughter rang out. Chen Yi wiped the blood from his mouth, his peripheral vision constantly searching for the source. The man's patience had run out. With blinding speed, he yanked Chen Yi upward. In that instant, Chen Yi felt death's grip tighten. Chen Yi strained every muscle but couldn't budge the hand clamped around his throat. His face gradually turned purple. Han Feng and Ling Xiaoxiao immediately grew frantic. They wanted to jump out of the car immediately to save him. Uncle Zhang immediately held Ling Xiaoxiao back. "Miss, you can't get out. They're just trying to lure you out. You can't fall for it." Ling Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. "No. I can't let anything happen to Chen Yi." Han Feng was nearly beside himself. He knew that if his brother went out there, nothing good would come of it. Quick! Quick! Think of a way to save Yi. He's doing this for us." Ling Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. "Uncle Zhang." Uncle Zhang looked troubled and said helplessly, "Miss, I can't ignore your safety either. If something happens to you, how could I face the master?" Ling Xiaoxiao's face darkened again as she reached out to open the car door. The door had long been locked by Uncle Zhang, precisely to prevent his young mistress from impulsively trying to be a hero. What if something happened? His duty was solely to protect his young mistress. The lives of others were none of his concern. Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with fury, and she yanked the door open. "Uncle Zhang, he's my friend, not my servant. Why should he risk his life for me?" Uncle Zhang remained unmoved, shaking his head helplessly. "But I have to ensure your safety, right?" Seeing Uncle Zhang was determined not to open the door, Ling Xiaoxiao didn't hesitate. She raised her hand and slammed it against the car door. "What are you standing there for? Don't you want to save Chen Yi?" Han Feng snapped out of it and immediately followed suit. "Brother Yi, hang in there. Don't let anything happen to you." The three inside the car were frantically smashing at the door, while Uncle Zhang watched them helplessly. He urged, "Give up. This car's been modified. Ordinary people can't destroy it. So no matter how hard that car behind us rams into us, we'll still be able to drive normally. Damn it. If you won't let your lady out, at least let us get out." Han Feng was getting annoyed too, and Uncle Zhang's unhurried attitude was pushing him to resort to threats. Uncle Zhang fell silent for a moment. Oh no. Ego can't hold on much longer. Seeing no movement from the people inside the car, the man tightened his grip. "See? Your comrades are watching you suffer at my hands without lifting a finger to save you. Seems like you're not exactly top priority in their eyes." Chen Yi clenched his teeth tightly. With his throat constricted, he could barely breathe. His face flushed crimson, and his limbs gradually grew limp. Just as he was about to collapse, the man suddenly let out a pained cry, clutching his own arm. Bright red blood flowed down his arm and onto the ground. Chen Yi, forced to drop the gun, clutched his neck and coughed twice. The wound on the man's arm appeared to be a gunshot. However, the gun seemed different from the one Ling Xiaoxiao used. The man scanned his surroundings warily. It was impossible not to notice, yet he couldn't evade it. Chen Yi silently analyzed the situation in his mind. The men guarding him beside him sensed the disturbance and all looked around warily. One of them seized control of Chen Yi. Chen Yi took a step forward only to be knocked back. Who the hell is interfering with us?" A low-key Audi sedan pulled up. The window rolled down slowly, revealing a familiar face. It was the man who had given him his business card. "Nice to see you again, young friend." Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. "Yes, we do meet often." The middle-aged man smiled. "Though it seems you're in a bit of trouble now. Need my help?" Chen Yi raised his hand without hesitation to decline. "No, thank you." The middle-aged man's eyes widened in puzzlement, clearly baffled. Chen Yi was in a sorry state. His hands were injured, and his neck was covered in bruises. Yet even in this condition, he could still say no? What a stubborn young man. Chapter 195, Playing Dumb. "Sir, you must have seen that he doesn't need your help. Besides, this is between us. And this gentleman here doesn't want any interference." The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, completely ignoring the threatening man beside him. He continued to question Chen Yi. "Young Chen, think carefully. Are you truly certain you don't need my help? If my men leave now, you won't survive." Chen Yi glanced at the burly man already restrained by the middle-aged man's henchman, his mood turning complex. He hesitated. The middle-aged man leaned against the car window, showing no urgency as he waited quietly. Only when Chen Yi's gaze finally settled on the car did he see the men inside frantically smashing it. His eyes swept over their expressions one by one before returning to the middle-aged man. "I need help, Mr. He. I'm counting on you." He Shang's lips curved upward. "No trouble at all. I'm a very helpful person. Of course, I hope you, young Chen, possess such a fine quality as well." Chen Yi instantly understood the reason behind those words and realized he might have fallen into a trap. But he had no choice but to take the bait. He couldn't handle these people alone. Without Mr. He's help, they would dispose of him first, then turn their attention to the people inside the car. The car looked sturdy enough, but who knew how long it could hold out? "Of course, if Mr. He ever needs my assistance, I'll do everything in my power." He Shang immediately smiled. "With that assurance, I can rest easy." He waved his hand, and more men in bodyguard uniforms emerged from the shadows, swiftly escorting the others away. Meanwhile, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were finally released by Uncle Zhang. Ling Xiaoxiao hurried over to Chen Yi, took his hand, and examined it. The wound on Chen Yi's arm wasn't deep, but it looked rather frightening. Blood seeping from his arm had soaked through his shirt, and the heavy metallic scent made Ling Xiaoxiao feel guilty. I'm sorry. I meant to help you, but in the end, I ended up hurting you. Ling Xiaoxiao's grip tightened, but Chen Yi didn't mind. He didn't think much of this minor injury, though his neck ached slightly. It made speaking somewhat uncomfortable. He waved his hand dismissively, offering a faint smile. It's nothing, Miss Ling. It was Mr. He who helped us. We should be thanking him. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao's gaze finally fell upon Yi Shang. Yi Shang was no stranger to her. She addressed him directly, Secretary He. Yi Shang gave a slight nod. Miss Ling, it's been a while. It's you. Mr. He, how did you suddenly appear here and save us? Han Feng recognized Yi Shang's face the moment he stepped out. He was quite familiar with him, after all, he had made quite an intimidating display back then. Later, he'd even resolved 2 troublesome situations for them. To run into him again today and have him help deal with these assassins. Quite the coincidence indeed. Never imagined I'd just step out for a stroll and run into both of you and Miss Ling too. Ling Xiaoxiao forced a strained smile and asked, guess it really is fate. Chen Yi scoffed inwardly. Fate? More like a calculated setup. Ling Xiaoxiao thanked him earnestly, thank you for your help, Secretary He. If there's anything I can do for you in return, please don't hesitate to ask. He Shang laughed heartily and stated bluntly, that's not my call. Of course, it was Xiaoxiao's own decision. As he spoke, the corners of Yi Shang's mouth lifted even higher. Still, all of this was ultimately thanks to Chen Yi's decision. Han Feng and Wang He immediately turned to Chen Yi. Brother Yi. Chen Yi pressed his lips together and slowly walked up to Yi Shang. The moment he saw the wounds on Chen Yi's body, he spoke slowly. How are you? Should we take you to see a doctor right away? Before Chen Yi could respond, Yi Shang continued, alright, I'll see this through. I'll send you to the hospital for treatment. Before Chen Yi could respond, Ling Xiaoxiao decisively refused. Thank you for your concern, Secretary He, but it's unnecessary. Our Ling family owns hospitals. Chen Yi was injured for my sake, so naturally I'll handle his treatment. I hope Secretary He won't take credit for my apology. Yi Shang's eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled gently. So it was all because of Miss Ling. I had thought it was because the young friend possessed some treasure that others had discovered and sought to seize. Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered twice. I don't know what Secretary He is talking about. What treasure does Chen Yi possess? How come I know nothing about it? She smiled, a trace of confusion lingering on her face as she looked at Yi Shang. Yi Shang fixed her with a knowing look. I have heard rumors about young Master Chen. It said he travels with 1 female and 2 male companions. Might one of them be Miss Ling? Exposed in an instant, Ling Xiaoxiao's expression remained utterly unchanged, still wearing that smile. We just happened to be matched with Chen Yi in the same instance. As for the treasure Secretary He mentioned, I wonder what that could be. Yi Shang's gaze shifted between the two. I have no idea. But this is ultimately young Master Chen's private matter. If you wish to know, you should ask him directly. As an outsider, I can't just spread rumors. He wore an expression of utmost integrity. Chen Yi's lips twitched. Ling Xiaoxiao knew exactly what treasure he meant, but the charade had gone this far there was no way she'd let it unravel now. So, feigning confusion, Chen Yi raised his eyebrows slightly and offered a faint smile, offering no reply. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Yi Shang's eyes flickered twice before he reminded them, young Master Chen's injuries require prompt treatment. We should get him to the hospital as soon as possible. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded and immediately thanked him. Thank you, Mr. He. We'll be on our way now. Yi Shang's gaze fell upon their badly wrecked car. Why not ride with me? To be honest, your car looks pretty scary. Don't want it to break down on you in an instant. Ling Xiaoxiao paused, her gaze drifting to Uncle Zhang's battered vehicle. Her lips twitched involuntarily. Truth be told, she hadn't considered it until now. Hearing this, she instantly felt the car was beyond repair. Actually, my boss would like to meet you, Qin Xiaoyu. Chen Yi paused briefly before smiling and agreeing. Alright, thank you in advance, Mr. He. Chapter 196, Ice Spirit Pearl. The group still ended up riding in Ling Xiaoxiao's rather beat-up car. The car fell into an uneasy silence. Brother Yi, why did you agree to that? That guy doesn't look like a good person to me. Chen Yi replied slowly, he saved us. Besides, I already gave him my word. No matter what, we owe him this favor. Hearing this, Han Feng's brows furrowed involuntarily. Tell me, is it possible that he set this whole thing up on purpose? Conspiracy theories began swirling instantly. Chen Yi's mouth twitched. Have you forgotten? Those men were after Ling Xiaoxiao. Ask her. Han Feng suddenly remembered the incident. Ah, sorry about that. Forgot pretty fast. Then, what exactly did that person mean? His boss wants to meet you? Why would his boss want to meet you? Chen Yi's gaze shifted toward the car ahead. His eyes couldn't see through the vehicle, but he could hear their conversation. However, when he tuned out all other sounds to focus solely on the car where He Shang was, he still heard nothing coming from inside. He withdrew his thoughts and fell silent. Ling Xiaoxiao explained, "It's just that thing. I always thought that Centipede's inner core was useless. I really don't know why those people are so fixated on it. Who knows? But there's definitely something magical about this core, don't you think? That Centipede's venom was pretty unique, right? And it grew so huge. It makes me feel like all those monsters and demons from old TV shows were real." Han Feng hummed in agreement. Chen Yi nudged him. "While we don't know the exact medicinal properties of the centipede's core, the system only lists it as a C-grade reward. I don't think it warrants such a scramble. I suspect they're after something more than just the core itself." Ling Xiaoxiao watched Chen Yi, his brow furrowed. After a moment, she said, "Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you." Chen Yi paused, glancing at Ling Xiaoxiao. "Thanks. I suppose they're decent people, right? They won't attack us immediately. There'll be a process at least." Soon they arrived at the hospital. After being led by a doctor for examination and treatment of his wounds, Chen Yi spotted He Shang standing at the treatment room entrance. "Mr. He." He Shang smiled and asked the nurse, "Has it been taken care of?" The nurse immediately replied, "Yes. Everything's taken care of." Only then did He Shang turn his attention to Chen Yi. "Young man, come with me." Chen Yi followed behind He Shang as the elevator carried them to the top floor. The top floor corridor was eerily quiet, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice before he hurriedly asked, "Is your boss ill?" He Shang nodded. "My boss is indeed ill, which is why he's hospitalized. That's precisely why he urgently needs the inner core in your possession." Chen Yi had suspected as much, though he hadn't anticipated it was actually due to illness. They stood before room 1307. He Shang knocked on the door before pushing it open and ushering Chen Yi inside. The man on the hospital bed was almost completely drained of color, emaciated to the bone. Machines beeped steadily beside the bed, and the entire room was shrouded in a chilling atmosphere. "This was my boss, He Yuan, the president of He Group." Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. What exactly was wrong with him? He's been like this since emerging from the dungeon. Chen Yi was taken aback. As if sensing his thoughts, He Shang remarked, "My boss did complete the dungeon, of course. It's just that his health has steadily deteriorated since then. Why not just purchase it through the system? As it happens, the system doesn't carry the centipede essence you possess. If it did, we would have purchased it long ago. Why else would we go to such lengths to find you?" Chen Yi nodded slowly. "All right." He Shang was somewhat taken aback. He'd expected at least a few more words of persuasion before the youth agreed. It seemed this young man was still too kind-hearted. "Excellent. Whatever you desire, if it's within our means, we'll provide it." Chen Yi didn't hesitate to ask for an item of equal value, or rather, one of a higher grade than the one he currently held. High-grade items weren't something everyone possessed, and even if they did, they wouldn't part with them lightly. Chen Yi certainly didn't intend to make things difficult for him. If this man truly was the CEO of He Corporation, he would surely be able to provide it. He Shang smiled and agreed nonetheless. "All right. I'll have someone deliver it to you shortly." Chen Yi stepped out of the hospital room to find Han Feng and the others waiting outside. "So, what did the He Corporation president actually say to you?" Chen Yi shook his head. "Nothing at all. The man hasn't even regained consciousness." Han Feng froze. "Ha? If he's not awake, why would he lie about wanting to see you? He didn't want to see me. He just wanted me to go see him." Ling Xiaoxiao glanced at him. "You didn't hand over the centipede's inner core, did you?" Han Feng shrugged. "Yeah, I handed it over. But I got another item in return. Fair trade, I guess." Wang He and Han Feng immediately grew curious. "What kind of item?" Chen Yi pulled the item from his hand, a crystal clear, ice blue bead. "What is this?" "Ice Spirit Pearl. It can instantly freeze everything within dozens of meters. Pretty useful when you're in danger." "Holy crap! How come I've never heard of this bead?" Ling Xiaoxiao folded her arms and murmured softly, "People who get items naturally keep them hidden. Who would just flaunt them in front of everyone? You know, if you're too flashy, you're just asking to get killed for your loot." Han Feng immediately fell silent, then thought of Feng Ku. "Damn it! Everything my brothery went through was all Feng Ku's doing. If I ever get my hands on Feng Ku, I won't let him off the hook." Chen Yi's gaze swept over the eerily quiet corridor. "Let's go. Get out of here." His pace quickened, and the others immediately followed behind. By the time they exited the hospital, sweat was beading on all their foreheads. "Why the hell are you running so fast? There's no one chasing us." "I'm exhausted." Chen Yi glanced back at the hospital. "Miss Ling, do you really know that He Shang's secretary?" Ling Xiaoxiao was puzzled by his question. Was there something wrong with Secretary He? Chen Yi couldn't quite put his finger on it, but the man lying in the hospital bed certainly was problematic. Chapter 197, The Martial Arts Exam Begins. Seeing Chen Yi's silence, she pressed further. What exactly is going on? What's wrong? I just feel something's off about the man on the bed. Think about it, if someone passes a dungeon trial only to end up hospitalized afterward, how could they still be eligible to enter another dungeon? Ling Xiaoxiao, as long as they completed the dungeon, they're qualified. But he's lying in a hospital bed clearly unable to stand. In that state, even if he entered the dungeon, wouldn't he fail anyway? Ling Xiaoxiao finally grasped the implication in his words. You mean that patient wants to enter the dungeon? This is the first I've heard of it. I don't know the reason either, but secretary, he sought you out to cure his boss's illness, right? Chen Yi had no way of knowing. He simply suspected the centipede's inner core in his possession might be utterly incapable of curing that man. After all, in the original storyline, the centipede's inner core hadn't even neutralized the poison in the partridge whistle. Clearly, its medicinal properties weren't particularly potent. He couldn't help but wonder what they were really using it for. Was it truly just for healing? Chen Yi couldn't help but speculate. Was that man young? Han Feng hadn't seen him and didn't know the man's age. Not young, but not old either, probably around the same age as secretary he. Ling Xiaoxiao said indifferently, since it's already been resolved, there's no point dwelling on it. Thinking about it won't change anything. After Ling Xiaoxiao escorted the person back to the Han residence, and once Ling Xiaoxiao and Wang He had departed, Han Feng immediately caught up to Chen Yi and asked, if you feel something's off, you can ask my dad. He knows a lot and will definitely be able to answer your questions. Chen Yi pursed his lips. Never mind. I don't necessarily need to know everything. Knowing might just be a bad thing. The second round of the martial arts exam began. Chen Yi had intended to go alone, but Han Feng insisted on tagging along for the excitement. He claimed he hadn't qualified himself, but if his brother did, it would still be a point of pride. So he tagged along anyway. Outside the exam hall, Chen Yi and Han Feng stood beneath a tree. Damn, we're actually early. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes and nudged Han Feng. Is that guy staring at us? Han Feng had just sat down when he heard Chen Yi's words. He immediately stood up and looked toward the distance. Huh, who is that? Why is he staring at us? I feel something's off too. He keeps staring at us like he's up to no good. No need to guess, he definitely has ulterior motives. Han Feng couldn't help but ask, did you offend someone at school? Chen Yi's mouth twitched slightly as he replied expressionlessly, I'm not exactly a big shot at school. How could I have offended anyone? Unless they're jealous of his omniscience. But no one would know that anyway. Chen Yi hesitated for a moment. That very hesitation drew the man closer, walking straight toward them. The two men instantly locked eyes, tense as if facing a formidable enemy. What do you want? The man scrutinized Chen Yi from head to toe, asking with puzzlement, are you Chen Yi? Hearing this, Chen Yi nodded. Yes. And you? The moment he heard the confirmation, the man's expression hardened. He said coldly, so you're Chen Yi, the one who crossed young Master Lu. You're one of Lu Yuan's men. The man crossed his arms and said, I hope we meet on the martial arts field. When we do, I'll show you what happens to those who cross young Master Lu. After delivering his declaration, the man turned and walked away, as if he'd only come to confirm something. This left both of them stunned. Lu Yuan is truly formidable. To have so many people working for him. Han Feng couldn't help but admire Lu Yuan. Logically speaking, compared to Lu Yuan, shouldn't he be the one with more popularity? Chen Yi, looks like he's put in the effort. He genuinely wants to reclaim what fell into my hands. But with such a valuable item in his possession, how could he possibly give it up? The exam room door opened, and Chen Yi immediately stepped inside. The boy walked past him from behind and bumped into him with a thud. Chen Yi had anticipated this and wasn't caught off guard. The moment the boy made contact, Chen Yi had already sidestepped to clear the path. The unprepared boy stumbled, tripped on the steps, and fell flat on his face. Instantly, everyone entering the exam hall turned to stare at him, seemingly wanting to know what kind of show he was putting on. The boy's face flushed crimson as he glared angrily at Chen Yi. Chen Yi pulled a straight face and tugged at the corner of his mouth. Careful, buddy. Don't knock your teeth out. Hearing Chen Yi's words, the students around him nearly burst out laughing. Their laughter wasn't malicious, they were simply amused by Chen Yi's remark. You. Chen Yi withdrew his gaze and walked past him coldly, without pausing for a moment. The boy was thoroughly annoyed by Chen Yi's attitude. Then the bell rang, and the boy hurried inside. Upon entering his own exam room, Chen Yi saw the other person again. He was somewhat surprised at how deep their connection ran to run into him here of all places. But Chen Yi paid no mind to the other's taunting expression. The arena would reveal who truly prevailed. The proctor approached with a lottery cylinder. Come draw your lot, whatever you pick is your fate. At the command, everyone automatically formed a line, approaching the teacher one by one to draw a slip from the cylinder. Chen Yi's face fell when he saw the number on his slip. It read, 1. First to perform. This left Chen Yi speechless. Just as he was lost in thought, the exam supervisor announced, has everyone received their number? Memorize it, then follow me. A boy suddenly asked from behind him, "What number are you?" Chen Yi paused, silently holding up a finger. The boy smiled and returned the gesture. "Well, we're quite a match then, I'm number 2. Chen Yi studied the unfamiliar face, likely a student from another school. The lead proctor turned back, and the boys behind him immediately quieted down. Chen Yi quickly averted his gaze. Chen Yi felt curious about what the second round of martial arts exams would entail. Because the exam hall didn't have a massive competition stage, instead, it was filled with arcade cabinets. Surely they weren't going to play games in those pods? However, the instructor led them into a room. Enter one at a time according to the numbers you drew. Remember, follow the system prompts. Don't mess around. Your scores will be determined by how long you survive. Chapter 198, Anomalies. The students brought here grew excited, especially the boys. After all, boys always crave adrenaline-pumping experiences. They'd long fantasized about immersive gaming experiences, never expecting to encounter such an opportunity right in the exam hall. Some jumped up and down in place with excitement. Chen Yi's gaze shifted to the proctor overseeing the exam hall. The proctor remained expressionless, showing no reaction whatsoever when meeting Chen Yi's gaze. After a moment, the proctor produced a stopwatch and said coldly, "Once you're ready, you may lie down inside." Hearing this, nearly all the students eagerly climbed inside. Chen Yi was the last to enter, but before lying down, he asked the proctor, "Sir, what happens if you die in the game?" The proctor raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You're the first to ask me that." Those students get so excited when they encounter something unfamiliar that they don't even ask about life or death matters. They seem to trust this exam quite a bit. "Sir, you haven't answered my question." A faint smile finally appeared on the proctor's icy face. "Nothing happens. This exam merely tests your mental fortitude and resilience under pressure. If you fail, it'll likely mean settling for an ordinary life." Chen Yi silently pondered this, about to ask more questions when the proctor ruthlessly shoved him inside. "Any questions? Ask after the exam. If you're still qualified to ask." The moment Chen Yi lay down, his eyes snapped shut. When he opened them again, he found himself on a city street. The city streets bore a striking resemblance to the real world. They seemed modeled after actual streets. He took one step before halting, his gaze shifting toward a shadowy figure lurking in an alleyway. Having learned his lesson last time, he no longer dared to casually venture into alleys that might be another trap. He narrowed his eyes, peering deeper into the alley. This time, however, he saw nothing, only the sounds emanating from within reached his ears. The next second, a panel appeared before his eyes. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the instance panel in his mind, causing Chen Yi to freeze in surprise for a moment. Quickly, he made out the task displayed on the panel. "Clear anomalies." Chen Yi scrutinized the word anomaly repeatedly, as if trying to see through it. What anomaly? A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. The next instant, the pitch-black, impenetrable void erupted with a deafening roar. The sound was deafening. Chen Yi instinctively covered his ears, taking 2 steps back as he watched the dark alley entrance warily. A dark figure, like a giant slimy mass, was climbing up the building. Chen Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. This really was a game. If such a thing appeared in reality, the casualties would be unimaginable. Chen Yi immediately summoned the dagger from the system. The instant he grasped it, he suddenly realized that even within the game, he could wield the dagger from the instance space. There was no time for further thought. He grabbed the dagger and began darting around for cover. He hadn't considered confronting it head-on. How could such a colossal entity possibly be matched by a mere mortal like him? He hid in a small corner, his gaze fixed on the colossal creature, searching for a weakness. If there were no weaknesses, he'd be utterly helpless against it. As Chen Yi pondered this, the black mass suddenly opened countless eyes, seemingly searching for him. This sent a chill down his spine, raising goosebumps all over his body. After scanning the area, the countless eyes finally settled on Chen Yi's hiding spot. Chen Yi knew he'd been spotted, but the creature's immense size offered him some safety. Squeezing into such a narrow space would be incredibly difficult. Before he could even feel relieved, countless tiny black specks began falling from the shadow's body. The moment they touched the ground, they transformed into miniature replicas of the shadow itself. Chen Yi froze. He now understood what the proctor had meant by survive to the end. He was likely the only one left in this city, and surviving to the very end was impossible. All he could do was hold on as long as he could. Chen Yi gritted his teeth. As he watched the massive shadow continue to shed countless tiny black dots, he glanced down to find the ground already swarming with a horde of shadowy figures. They charged toward him like a legion of shadows. Chen Yi turned and ran. He opened the mission panel. Clear anomaly 0. Chen Yi. There's actually a counter for this? After running for a moment, Chen Yi abruptly stopped. He had finally grasped the nature of the exam's task. The proctor's words had guided his judgment. Living longer actually meant you could completely hide, making it impossible for those anomalies to find you, thus surviving until the end. But if the final score is based on how many anomalies you've killed, Those who didn't understand would inevitably make mistakes. Fortunately, by the time he asked, everyone had already collapsed, so they likely hadn't heard those misleading words. Chen Yi gripped the dagger and turned to dive into the swarm of shadowy figures. This kid actually reacted. I thought he'd just hide until the very end. The teacher beside the proctor was speechless. I tell you, could you properly guide them? They're promising young talents. Oof. If he can't even grasp this basic principle, he'd be easy prey for scammers. I'm just giving him a lesson early on. The next second, the proctor's eyes widened in shock. That kid. The teacher beside him squeezed closer in astonishment. This kid's got some serious talent. So far, he's the only one who can keep his cool under pressure and keep going despite his injuries. I thought he'd be done after taking down a dozen or so. How many is this now? Nearly 100 already. This kid's fast, packs a punch, and reacts lightning quick. I'm starting to wonder if he's been trained. Doesn't look like your average high schooler. The person beside him didn't respond, only muttering, he's a promising prospect. When he comes out, get his contact info. See if we can recruit him to our side early. You're sharp figuring that out so quickly. Chen Yi was unaware that outsiders were monitoring him in real time. His speed was impressive. He could take down one creature per strike. But the problem was, no matter how fast he eliminated them, the constant supply meant he could never finish them all. He'd be worn down and defeated. That outcome was not what he wanted. Chapter 199, Reunion with Wang Yu. Chen Yi's gaze fixed on the dark figure scaling the skyscraper. Tiny black clusters kept falling from its body. Endlessly. Chen Yi's killing motions had slowed considerably compared to before. He felt the fatigue setting in, yet the anomalies showed no sign of stopping, as if they would never end. Moreover, the moment he entertained the slightest thought of approaching that colossal shadow, the minor anomalies closing in on him began to multiply. It seemed to know exactly what he was thinking. Under the relentless assault of countless minor anomalies, Chen Yi ultimately failed. When he emerged, he found a crowd gathered outside. The proctor was also standing before his game pod. Teacher. The proctor asked kindly, how are you feeling? Is there anywhere you're uncomfortable? Chen Yi didn't feel unwell anywhere. Right now, he only wanted to know his score. After all, he hadn't managed to defeat that colossal creature in the end. Teacher, when will the results be released? The proctor gave Chen Yi a deep look. Don't be in such a hurry. You've only just finished the exam, and already you're fixated on the results. Is it because you lack confidence in your performance? Chen Yi paused. It was precisely because he lacked confidence in his performance that he asked. He couldn't fathom how this teacher interpreted his words. No. The proctor chuckled. He was quite satisfied with Chen Yi and simply said, go back and wait for the results. Understood. After leaving the exam hall, Chen Yi spotted Han Feng waiting under a tree outside. Han Feng immediately ran over. What did you guys take in the second round? Chen Yi, games. Han Feng momentarily doubted his own ears. What? Games? Are you kidding me? Han Feng thought Chen Yi was just joking around on a whim, so he playfully punched him hard on the shoulder. Bro! Seriously? What's with all the secrecy? What's so secretive about this? I'm your brother. Chen Yi sighed. What I mean is, this exam is just a simulated game. No real people involved. But the physical pain is real. Just like a dungeon run. Hearing this, Han Feng was stunned. Really? The exam has turned into a game? How incredible. This realization made Han Feng regret even more. If only he could have made it to the second round. Then he could have experienced that game for himself. But speaking of which, did that guy who challenged you earlier cause you any trouble? Chen Yi shook his head. Even if he wanted to, it'd be tough. After all, we don't even have access to that stuff. Han Feng raised his eyebrows in surprise. He hadn't expected the later stages of the exam to be so high-tech. How fascinating. Later, he'd ask his dad maybe they could even develop a game like this. Chen Yi shrugged, though he was genuinely intrigued by the idea. Truth be told, he was eager to dive back into that immersive game. After exiting, he felt utterly drained despite having only played a game within a dream. He'd been lying still in the pod the entire time. Why would he feel so drained? Chen Yi took a few steps, his gaze settling on a spot not far away. Seeing Chen Yi stop, Han Feng halted as well. What's up? Chen Yi stared at the distant spot. He recognized a familiar figure. Hearing this, Han Feng's eyes darted around before he blurted out, it can't be Miss Ling, can it? Come to think of it, haven't we run into her way too often? I'm starting to suspect she's deliberately following us. Chen Yi shook his head. It's not her. Han Feng paused, scratching his head. If it's not her, then who else could it be? Wang Yu. Han Feng pursed his lips, his face creasing as he searched his memory for the name, but he couldn't place who this person was. Are you sure I know her? The City of the Dead. Han Feng's eyes lit up. Ah, you mean that woman from the dungeon we did together? Yeah. What's she doing here? Looking for you? Chen Yi shrugged. How should I know? We're not exactly close. True. We barely had any contact outside the dungeon. How did she even find out? Han Feng frowned in confusion. Is she coming this way? He quickly ran his fingers through his messy hair and straightened his collar. Chen Yi watched him blankly. What are you doing? I'm just tidying up. After all, I'm meeting a girl. I should make a good impression. Chen Yi, what you look like? She already knows. Doing this now won't help, and besides, she might not even be here to see us. Han Feng froze. She's not here for us? Wang Yu walked past them, her gaze fixed straight ahead, completely oblivious to their presence. Han Feng stared in shock. She really isn't here for you. Chen Yi, I'm not some hot commodity everyone's clamoring to see. Besides, we're not that close. With that, Chen Yi continued walking out. What the hell are you doing? Did you promise Lu Yuhuan you'd help her, Wang Hao? You're out of your mind. Chen Yi's footsteps halted abruptly as he turned back in confusion. Seeing Chen Yi stop again, Han Feng asked once more, what's wrong? Han Feng didn't wait for an answer before his eyes widened in shock. Holy crap! Wang Yu actually knows that guy who provoked you. Chen Yi was also taken aback. This was quite unexpected. Since they knew each other, Han Feng couldn't resist walking toward them. Chen Yi grabbed Han Feng's arm. What are you going over there for? I'm going to have a word with her. We saved her life back, then how could she repay kindness with ingratitude? Enough. She doesn't agree with that guy's actions either. Let's not meddle in other people's business. Ignoring Wang Yu and the others, Chen Yi led Han Feng away. Meanwhile, Wang Hao seethed with resentment. Sis. If I help young Master Lu, Dad will be saved, right? Wang Yu gritted her teeth. You want to save Dad, but not by sacrificing someone else's life. That's aiding and abetting evil, it's harming people. Wang Hao shrugged indifferently. Sis, you've cleared so many dungeons, how can you still be so virtuous? Do you really have it? Hearing Wang Hao's words, Wang Yu stared at him in utter disbelief. What did you say? Sis, do you even want to save Dad anymore? Or are you just content to watch him die? Chapter 200, The Truth of the Dungeon. When Chen Yi and Han Feng returned to the Han residence, Han Feihu was sitting in the living room reading the newspaper. Upon seeing Chen Yi and the other person return, he immediately put down the newspaper in his hands and looked at them. You're back. How did the exam go? Chen Yi wasn't sure how he'd done either, so he honestly told Han Feihu. Han Feihu looked somewhat surprised. Really? That should be pretty good then. Han Feng immediately walked over to Han Feihu's side. Dad, why didn't I know about that game pod thing tonight? Can I have one? Like hell you can. That's top secret military tech. It's designed to test mental strength and recruit high potential individuals into the army. Han Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Then, doesn't that mean Brother Yi is going to join the military? Han Feihu couldn't guarantee anything. I can't say for sure. After all, the requirements are extremely high, not just mental strength and combat ability, but also ideological integrity and moral principles. It's not something you can just walk into. Hearing this, Han Feng instantly deflated. Looks like I'm out of luck then. He didn't have the strength. Only the ability to latch onto powerful people. Seeing Han Feng's dejected look, Han Feihu couldn't resist kicking him. With a thud, Han Feng landed squarely on his backside. Dad! What did I do wrong this time? Han Feihu chuckled coldly. What did I do wrong? The only mistake you made was failing to inherit your old man's abilities. Han Feng's mouth twitched. That was something he truly couldn't inherit. Chen Yi took Han Feihu's words to heart and couldn't help but ponder. Why would he use such a method? Han Feihu paused, his expression turning serious. You know our world is controlled by a mysterious force. Once people turn 18, they must enter a dungeon periodically. On the surface, passing the dungeon offers a chance to turn their lives around, to gain things beyond others' imagination. But failure means becoming an ordinary person. Doesn't that sound rather lousy? And for us humans, it seems like a good thing, more benefits than drawbacks, right? Before Chen Yi could respond, Han Feng immediately chimed in, exactly. Isn't that exactly what it means, more benefits than drawbacks? It doesn't harm us at all. Han Feihu's gaze fixed on Chen Yi. What do you think? Becoming ordinary is a lie. Those who fail in the dungeon don't just become ordinary, they lose everything in their bodies, including their lives. Han Feihu looked surprised. How do you know that? Such rumors aren't circulating outside. Because I saw it. Han Feng paused. Brother Yi, what did you see? Remember the person who entered the dungeon with us last time? The one who died? He died in the real world too. They just said he failed the dungeon run, and the blow of becoming ordinary was too much for him to bear, so he jumped off a building. Han Feng gasped, clearly unprepared for such a revelation. How could that be? Chen Yi pressed his lips together. He knew many people were aware of this incident, yet no such rumors circulated outside the circle. How peculiar. After all, if people knew, wouldn't it cause panic? Han Feihu sighed. With the nation's population steadily declining, they'd begun devising ways to rescue those forcibly trapped in the dungeons and those who'd failed to clear them. Otherwise, once the dungeons completely overran this world, humanity might cease to exist. Chen Yi's expression also grew grave. He hadn't realized the situation was this severe. This matter is far more complex than you imagine. But it's not for a student like you to ponder now. It's for those in power to resolve. We law-abiding citizens just need to cooperate properly. Han Feng's eyes flickered twice. Dad, what do you think about spreading this news? It won't do any good. Didn't Chen Yi just say that if I know about it, others must know too? Yet why hasn't there been any reaction? Han Feng scratched his head. Maybe because they're afraid? Why would they be afraid? This is a good deed. What's there to fear? At this, Han Feng was stumped. Right. It's a good deed. What could they possibly be afraid of? Seeing Han Feng actually start to question him back, Han Feihu slapped him across the face. What the hell are you saying? I told you to think, but you just want to coast on others' hard work. Han Feng backed down, letting out a nervous chuckle. I just couldn't figure it out. So, Egu, what's really going on here? This news must have been suppressed. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a single whisper about it. Even after we entered the instance, none of the players knew anything. Who do you think has the power to control information like this? Han Feng suddenly understood. Why? Probably because even if they knew, it wouldn't help. They might resist entering the game and get wiped out by the instance instead. Han Feng swallowed hard. He had no desire to enter any instance now. That wasn't the path to paradise. It was the gates of hell. But we cleared the instance. Didn't we get a lot of stuff? But have you considered this? You're young now, full of energy to figure out how to clear the dungeon. What about when you're old? Don't forget, everyone must enter periodically, and there's absolutely no age restriction. No one said you could skip it when you're old. The elderly have diminished stats across the board. Even with gear support, how long can that last? When the time comes, it'll still be a brutal ordeal for them. So this dungeon feels like they're just raising pigs, forcing them to keep going back in. While they gain rewards, those items are only usable within the dungeon itself. Ultimately, they're just being funneled back into the same cycle. Chen Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Holy, this sounds terrifying. Chen Yi grunted in agreement. He too found the whole situation utterly horrifying. No wonder the higher-ups had suppressed the news outright. But what could be done to fix it? Right now, there's no way to fix the current situation. All we can do is push through, improve ourselves, and then figure out how to help others. Save yourself first before worrying about others. Han Feihu pursed his lips. As for the rest, the state will handle it. That's why your martial arts exam is screening for capable individuals, especially those with strong psychic abilities. Chapter 201, The Acceptance Letter. Chen Yi's heart stirred. Suddenly, he desperately wanted to be selected. He might be able to make a significant contribution. Han Feihu saw right through him and burst into laughter. Ambitious. Truly worthy of my son's choice of brother. Han Feng was startled by Han Feihu's sudden praise, then broke into a smug grin. Of course. Don't you know whose son I am? My discernment comes straight from you, Dad. Han Feihu laughed again. Not bad, you little rascal. Your judgment this time is spot on. As for past matters, I shan't dwell on them. Han Feng. I was just messing around before. I didn't have any friends, so I naturally wanted to have some fun. Who knew they'd be so greedy? Chen Yi was still lost in his own thoughts when he suddenly heard the two people beside him casually discussing the past. He sat up, puzzled. What kind of playing? Han Feng rubbed his nose, reluctant to air his embarrassing past. It's nothing. This stinker just loved making friends, but every single one of them turned out to be money-grabbing scammers. Chen Yi blinked, then chuckled, nodding knowingly. Indeed, word was spreading that young Master Han was a sucker with deep pockets. Han Feng instantly bristled. These people had no sense of gratitude. Not only did they profit from him, but they had the nerve to slander him. Han Feihu smacked him on the head again. How are they slandering you? Isn't it the plain truth? You tell me. Isn't that exactly what happened? Han Feng naturally refused to admit it. He'd given his heart and soul, yet those people still treated him like a fool. But his brother Yi was different. He never played games with him. For the past few days, Chen Yi had been staying at the Han residence. He'd tried to return home twice, but both times Han Feng and Han Feihu had refused him. After all, the Lu family matter hadn't been resolved yet. They dared not let him stay alone outside. If anything happened, they wouldn't even have time to rush over. Chen Yi felt a pang of emotion. They had started out merely using each other, yet now they'd become close friends and they were going out of their way to help him. After the exams ended, Chen Yi's heart remained restless. He'd intended to enter the instance as soon as possible, but things kept getting delayed. That is, until he received a notification. The moment he saw it, Chen Yi froze. Holy, you're that good? You got directly admitted to the military academy. Chen Yi was also surprised. Could this be a scam? He hadn't even checked his scores or applied. How could he have been accepted? He couldn't help but harbor a hint of doubt about this acceptance letter. After learning Han Feihu had returned, he explained it was an early reservation for promising talent. If Chen Yi didn't want to go, he could still apply elsewhere. Only then did Chen Yi understand. Glancing at the phone number on the letter, he still decided to call and verify. Only then did he truly confirm it was genuine. Chen Yi could no longer hold back the smile spreading across his face. This is fantastic, Gu. Now you can protect me openly and legitimately. Hearing this, Chen Yi's lips twitched uncontrollably. Don't I protect you openly and honestly every day? Han Feng chuckled twice. Just kidding. What I mean is, from now on, Gu, you can openly protect others. Chen Yi smiled, his gaze fixed on the words National Defense Military University printed on the acceptance letter. A surge of excitement and pride welled up inside him. He never dreamed he'd see this day. Once just an unremarkable bottom-of-the-class student, now he'd gained admission to a military academy, something countless others could only envy. Chen Yi even feared it was all just a dream, that everything would vanish once he woke up. Thankfully, when he woke up the next morning, the letter was still sitting on his desk. The very next day after receiving the letter, a teacher from his school contacted him, asking him to come in for what seemed to be some kind of assessment. Chen Yi didn't hesitate and prepared to go alone. However, Han Feng found being alone rather dull, so he tagged along to see what the fuss was about. To his surprise, the teacher turned out to be the very same proctor from the exam. Congratulations, Chen Yi. Chen Yi smiled. Thank you, teacher. Come in. I need to discuss some matters you should be aware of. Chen Yi followed him inside, leaving Han Feng standing outside. Han Feng shrugged indifferently. Bro, I'll wait for you outside. All right. Chen Yi followed the proctor into the office. The proctor then asked sternly, have you made up your mind about attending this school? Chen Yi didn't understand why the teacher was asking this, but he answered honestly, I've made up my mind. This is the school I've always dreamed of. Just getting in is an honor. I won't let this opportunity slip away. The proctor suddenly smiled. Is that so? I never expected your first choice to be a military academy. He glanced at Chen Yi's physique. Chen Yi wasn't the muscular type, he was rather lean. However, he exercised regularly, and his physique had changed somewhat, though the transformation was slow. Even though this is your first choice, the proctor continued, I must make one thing clear, once you enter this academy, you'll be assigned to fixed teams for dungeon runs. Your mission inside those dungeons is rescue, helping ordinary people clear the instances. Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice. Sir, in dangerous situations, when faced with the choice between others and oneself, prioritize your own survival. After all, every cadet at the military academy possesses formidable strength. Surviving means you can save more people. The proctor looks to the future, not the present. He doesn't endorse sacrificing oneself to save others. That would only cost them a promising recruit and diminish the world's chances of salvation. A genuine smile spread across Chen Yi's face upon hearing this. I understand. Thank you, sir. The proctor smiled. You can go back and think it over. No need to rush to a conclusion. We allow you to have other choices. These matters are voluntary. If you're unwilling, it would only be a torment for you. Chen Yi thought it through clearly, his expression growing solemn. Sir, I've thought it through. As a citizen of this nation, I have a duty to help others. Especially when I have the ability, I should do so without hesitation. The proctor laughed heartily. Well said. Young man, such awareness is truly rare. All right. That's all I needed to say. As for what comes next, you'll understand once you're enrolled. Chapter 202, Back into the Dungeon. Brother Yi, when are we heading back into the instance? Han Feng asked the moment he saw Chen Yi return. Chen Yi considered it, the day after tomorrow. Hearing this, Han Feng nodded immediately. All right. I'll start preparing for the dungeon right away. Chen Yi looked at him in confusion. What preparations? Preparing some gear, of course, and escape items. We can't go in empty-handed, right? You might be able to go in empty-handed, but I can't. Han Feng knew his own limitations well. He understood his abilities weren't up to par and relied on external tools. He had to get everything ready before entering the dungeon. Still, he couldn't help but feel curious. Hey, Yi, what exactly did the teacher tell you? You've seemed distracted since you got back. Nothing much, just some requirements for entering the instance. Han Feng froze. Requirements for entering the dungeon? Couldn't anyone enter whenever they wanted? After all, once they reached a certain age, they had to enter the dungeon. Those who cleared it had to re-enter periodically, while those who failed became ordinary people, just another face in the crowd, with no further chance to enter. But after overhearing that conversation last time, he understood, those who didn't clear the dungeon didn't necessarily become ordinary people. They might just become ghosts hovering at the gates of the underworld. That realization made him even more cautious about entering the dungeon. These were requirements for military academy cadets. Once I entered that school, I'd have to team up with them for the dungeon runs. Hearing this, Han Feng panicked. Then you won't be able to keep guiding me. No. I can't do without you. Han Feng immediately put on a show, dropping to one knee and clutching Chen Yi's leg. Chen Yi's mouth twitched. Don't worry. I'll request permission from the higher-ups. I promise to team up with you, and I won't go back on my word. Hearing Chen Yi's assurance, Han Feng finally exhaled in relief. That's good. If you weren't by my side, I'd probably die in just a few dungeons. Chen Yi gave him a light nudge at the doorway. You underestimate yourself. With the gear you've got, it'd be tough for you to get wiped in there. Han Feng chuckled. He didn't see it that way. After all, some dungeons didn't even allow the use of items. Plus, some of the skills he'd acquired were utterly useless. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have worried about him and sought out a reliable person to guide him through the dungeons. At that thought, Han Feng sighed helplessly before rushing off to prepare. Chen Yi stood alone in silence for a long while before finally turning back into the room. Finally, the day after tomorrow arrived. He and Han Feng had agreed to enter the dungeon together. The two of them entered the system space directly. Brother Yi, which dungeon are we tackling this time? Chen Yi shook his head. I don't know if we'll be assigned a dungeon or if we get to choose. Han Feng immediately grew anxious. No way. Please don't split us up. If we get assigned to an A-rank dungeon, we're really screwed. Last time it was a C-rank dungeon. If we jump straight to an A-rank this time, that'd be unbearable. Han Feng crossed his arms, his face twisted in distress, when suddenly a familiar figure appeared in his vision. Hey, Ling Xiaoxiao. Han Feng quickly nudged Chen Yi. Ling Xiaoxiao was entering the instance today too. Chen Yi glanced in Ling Xiaoxiao's direction, his gaze locking with hers. Their eyes locked, and both froze. They both looked away at the same time. Han Feng looked back and forth between them, utterly confused. What's with you two? Such perfect timing. Chen Yi cleared his throat. Nothing. No such thing as synchronicity. The synchronized head tilting? No, I'll go ask him if they want to join us in the dungeon. An extra person means extra help. Ling Xiaoxiao is even more skilled than him. Her contribution to us goes without saying. I remember she said last time she wouldn't join us. Han Feng paused. She did say something like that, but maybe she was just talking off the cuff. Being with us would be so much safer. Han Feng still ran over. Miss Ling. Ling Xiaoxiao turned her head to look at Han Feng. What? I just came to ask if you want to join us in the dungeon. Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered twice. Did Chen Yi send you? No, I came on my own. But Brother Yi thinks you might not want to join us. Ling Xiaoxiao's hands, tucked behind her back, tightened slightly. How would he know? Han Feng scratched his head, looking confused. Didn't you tell us yourself? But I'll remind you, joining us is safer. At least we're your fixed teammates and won't betray you. Ling Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Do you two seriously think we get to choose our dungeon parties? I already told you this dungeon uses random matchmaking. We might not even be assigned to the same group. That's simple, we can just form a party. Ling Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and murmured softly, no need. Han Feng felt a pang of regret at her refusal but didn't press the issue. He promptly returned to Chen Yi's side. He relayed Ling Xiaoxiao's words to Chen Yi, who gave a faint nod before leading him straight into the instance. This time, they chose the Golden Pupil Dungeon. They had expected to be assigned to a different instance. To their surprise, when they checked the interface, they discovered they hadn't been assigned to any other instance. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves inside an ancient tomb. Damn it, another tomb. This time they'd even appeared directly inside, no need to search for it themselves. Han Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Chen Yi stepped forward, wanting to see what lay inside the coffin. But as soon as he approached, a hand suddenly grabbed him. He followed the hand's direction and saw it was Ling Xiaoxiao. Why are you here? How did you get in? Ling Xiaoxiao paused. What? Am I not allowed to come in? That didn't quite sound right. Chen Yi quickly shook his head. No, it's just, what a coincidence we're meeting again in the same dungeon. Ling Xiaoxiao hummed in agreement. It is quite a coincidence. And don't touch that coffin. Generally speaking, there's definitely something fishy about it. Don't fall into a trap. Chen Yi withdrew his hand and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he scanned the area around the coffin carefully. The tightly sealed coffin revealed nothing unusual. Judging by the decorations, it was likely from the Ming or Qing dynasty. The person inside must have been from that era. Han Feng scratched his head in frustration. So how do we get out? Chapter 203, Zhuang Rui. This question stumped Chen Yi. The Golden Pupil Dungeon was naturally designed around the story of the Golden Pupil. So far, they hadn't encountered Zhuang Rui, the male lead of Golden Pupil, making it rather difficult to leave this place. No need to panic. This place isn't dangerous for now, the only threat is that coffin. Ling Xiaoxiao spoke slowly, her eyes fixed intently on the coffin not far away. This is ridiculous. So we're trapped here now? No hints at all. They can't possibly be trying to starve us to death. This time, the system hadn't distributed any food. They were in the same predicament as when they arrived. Han Feng rummaged through his prepared supplies, his expression suddenly shifting. The change was so swift that everyone else noticed. What's wrong? My supplies are gone. Hearing this, the others' expressions darkened simultaneously. They immediately began searching their own gear, only to discover that everything brought from outside had been locked utterly inaccessible. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Why can't we get them out? Clearly, props couldn't be used in this world. Then we'll just have to rely on our own skills. The hot-tempered one punched the wall. Rely on our own skills? How can we rely on anything here? There's nothing. How are we supposed to get out? We have no food, no water. And this tomb seems sealed. How long do you think we can last in here? Why are you taking it out on us? Aren't we in the same boat? Like you're the only one who matters. Han Feng snapped in frustration. Ling Xiaoxiao began surveying the area. Stop arguing. We need to figure this out fast. We can't stay here long. This dungeon feels different from the others. Not only did they give us nothing, but they even locked our skills and items. It feels like they're determined to kill us. Ling Xiaoxiao's intuition was usually spot on. The thought made her face turn grim, though it was just a hunch, not necessarily correct. Maybe she was just overthinking it. Noticing Ling Xiaoxiao's expression, Chen Yi looked at her with confusion. What's wrong? Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head. I don't know. I have this terrible feeling. I sense this dungeon will be more dangerous than anything we've faced before. Han Feng, however, didn't share that feeling. He only thought they might starve to death here, or perhaps die of thirst. Find the exit first. Every tomb has an exit, otherwise, how would grave robbers get in? Hearing this, the others immediately sprang into action. Having survived several dungeons already, they possessed some skill and moved swiftly. Who are you? All eyes turned simultaneously to a group standing opposite them. Wang Shuo was genuinely annoyed. Hearing that question, he barely paused to think. And who the hell are you lot? Zhuang Rui and the others were stunned by Wang Shuo's outburst. Huang Puyan opened his mouth, then stormed forward angrily. What did you say? Who do you call ancestor? Have you no manners? Wang Shuo clenched his fists, ready to charge forward, but was held back by those beside him. Hold on. Zhang Yu eyed the sudden group of intruders warily. Who are you? What are you doing here? Miao Feifei snorted coldly at Zhang Yu's righteous tone. That's what we should be asking you. Why are you in Fengquan's tomb? Are you grave robbers? Fengquan's tomb? Ling Xiaoxiao's brows furrowed involuntarily before she turned to look at Chen Yi. So the tomb's owner was named Fengquan. Chen Yi nodded. It really is Fengquan's tomb. Though he wasn't sure if this was the genuine one as far as he knew, Fengquan had multiple tombs, some real and some fake. Zhuang Rui's gaze shifted between Ling Xiaoxiao and Chen Yi. You don't know what this place is, or whose tomb this is. This innocent remark drew laughter from everyone present. Huang Puyan cut straight to the point. How could they not know? If they didn't, why would they be here? This is an ancient tomb. Fengquan was a man of immense power and influence in life. His burial treasures must be worth a fortune. Money holds no appeal for them after all, they can't take it with them. We stumbled in by accident. Never imagined we'd be trapped inside. Huang Piyun and Miao Feifei grew frantic upon hearing Chen Yi's words. They tried to retrace their steps but couldn't find the exit anywhere. Oh no! Zhuang Rui, the exit we came in through has vanished. This must be a trap mechanism. The exit might have shifted to another location. Xin Xianbing frowned as she analyzed the situation seriously. Zhuang Rui nodded. That makes sense. Let's start searching for the exit. Han Feng watched the group with confusion, sensing something odd. So, what exactly brought you all in here? You didn't just wander in by mistake like us, did you? Huang Puyan pushed his sunglasses up his nose and strode over to Han Feng in a few quick steps. We're not like you lot. Han Feng narrowed his eyes. Of course I know you're different from us. These people are natives. They aren't natives. You really are grave robbers. Han Feng's eyes flickered. Why do you have to put it so harshly? Tomb raiders? Didn't I just explain? We just stumbled in and can't get out. Hey, do you guys have any food? If we don't eat soon, we'll starve to death. Huang Puyan looked at him suspiciously. You haven't eaten? Is this Fengquan's coffin? The speaker took 2 steps toward the coffin, immediately leaning over it as if ready to pry it open any second. Don't touch it. Zhuang Rui bellowed at the top of his lungs, freezing the man in his tracks. Why can't we touch it? We're already inside. What's wrong with taking a good look inside? Even if we die, it'll be worth it. Zhuang Rui frowned, then blinked involuntarily. His eyes snapped open wide as he stared toward the coffin. Don't open it. There's a huge amount of mercury inside. Hearing this, Chen Yi and Han Feng's gazes instantly fixed on Zhuang Rui. Chapter 204, Overusing Your Eyes. Han Feng asked curiously, mercury? You mean there's a large amount of mercury inside that coffin? No way. How do you know? You haven't even opened the coffin. Do you have X-ray vision or something? He chuckled twice, only to realize he was the only one laughing in the silent tomb. Seems this joke wasn't so funny after all. As far as I know, the ability to see through objects is what's known as the so-called golden pupil. Chen Yi finished speaking slowly, and the people around Zhuang Rui immediately looked at him warily. How do you know that? Chen Yi replied with feigned profundity. In life, Feng Quan was likely just a respected elder with some influence within the establishment. But the source of all this power was gained through some form of expedient means. After Chen Yi finished speaking, a flicker of shock passed through Qin Xuanbing's eyes. How do you know so much? Could it be you also know about the golden? Miao Feifei. Miao Feifei nearly let it slip, but Qin Xianbing stopped her just in time. Miao Feifei realized her slip and immediately clamped her mouth shut. Chen Yi, naturally aware of the circumstances, chuckled softly and replied indifferently, merely a little insight. Miao Feifei immediately pressed further. How did you find out? This kind of thing should be pretty private. Unless you went out of your way to ask around, how could you possibly know? There's more than one person in the world with golden pupils. He's not the only one with this special ability. The others froze upon hearing this. Zhuang Rui blinked, about to question Chen Yi, when suddenly his eyes began to throb intensely. He collapsed unconscious in an instant. Zhuang Rui. Miao Feifei panicked instantly, and the group immediately gathered around Zhuang Rui. Brother Yi, what happened to him? Han Feng stared at Zhuang Rui, who had collapsed inexplicably, and asked in astonishment. Probably just eye strain. Han Feng scratched his head. Overworked? How could he have overworked his eyes? Chen Yi glanced at the coffin placed on the high platform. Didn't I just say it? There's mercury inside the coffin. What do you think? Han Feng suddenly understood. You mean he overused his vision because he used his X-ray vision? Too much? Pretty much. Han Feng finally nodded, astonished. I'm not particularly curious about this golden pupil. It's just an X-ray vision ability. In the system, there's nothing we haven't seen. This X-ray vision ability is pretty useless to them. So he got dizzy? Big deal. Stop focusing on outsiders and figure out how to get out of here. This instance quest didn't provide detailed instructions, it just teleported them here. They had no idea how many days they'd be stuck in this place. They had no clue where the dangers lurked either. Getting out of here would likely be a hassle. Otherwise, the instance system wouldn't have dumped them straight into the final stage, clearly the most perilous part. Ling Xiaoxiao stood beside Chen Yi, frowning. What are you thinking? Chen Yi glanced at Ling Xiaoxiao beside him and shook his head. He just felt this mission was odd. Strange indeed, no hints whatsoever. Are we all going to perish here? Damn it! Stop talking such unlucky nonsense. I'm getting out of here alive. The two over there started bickering. Here, Chen Yi rubbed his chin, watching Zhuang Rui, who was still dazed. I think the basic flow should be the same as previous instances, just follow the storyline. Plot? We don't even know what that is. How are we supposed to follow some plot? Ling Xiaoxiao said earnestly, right now, it's not about how to get out, but how to keep ourselves from starving to death. Haven't you noticed? Our bodies are burning through energy at an alarming rate 2 or 3 times faster than normal. After Ling Xiaoxiao pointed this out, everyone realized their bodily functions were off. Damn it! That's why I'm getting hungry so fast. I ate a full meal before coming here. I thought I was the only one feeling this way. Exactly. Same here. Not only am I starving fast, but I feel thirsty too, constantly wanting to drink water. But they don't have any water on them. Could it really be that they want to starve and dehydrate us to death here? But why? What the hell is wrong with this instance? Or is there some kind of bug? I have water. Hearing Qin Xuanbing's baffling words, she unzipped her backpack and pulled out a large bottle of water. Want some? The others eyed Qin Xianbing warily. Ling Xiaoxiao especially suspected her motives. Who would offer their precious survival water to strangers they'd just met, merely after overhearing their conversation? She wouldn't believe it if there wasn't something in that water. Thanks. Chen Yi took it and raised it to his lips, taking a small sip. Want some? Before Ling Xiaoxiao could even stop him, he'd already taken a sip. How could you just drink it? What if the water is poison? She didn't finish her sentence, but Chen Yi understood Ling Xiaoxiao's meaning. It's fine. After waiting a moment and seeing Chen Yi was fine, everyone lined up to drink one by one. Even though they drank sparingly, the water Qin Xianbing handed out was nearly depleted. Ling Xiaoxiao glanced at the empty bottles and felt a pang of guilt. Sorry for drinking all your water. Qin Xianbing smiled, it's fine. It's meant for people to drink anyway. Miao Feifei still clung tightly to Zhuang Rui, calling out, Zhuang Rui. Zhuang Rui. Chen Yi stepped forward and slipped something into Zhuang Rui's mouth. The next second, Zhuang Rui came to. Zhuang Rui, how do you feel now? Zhuang Rui rubbed his eyes. I feel much better. My vision is clearer too. Niao Feifei immediately turned to Chen Yi. What did you give him? Just something good. To repay you for the water you gave us. Now that you're better, let's start looking for a way out. The longer we stay here, the slimmer our chances of escaping become. Zhuang Rui's eyes flickered twice before he nodded. All right. Zhuang Rui led the way, with the others staying close behind him. Chen Yi and the others brought up the rear. Han Feng asked doubtfully, can he really lead us out? He can find the way out, but whether we make it depends on us. But having a guide at least means we've grasped the chance of an exit. The front group moved smoothly, while Chen Yi and the others trailing behind felt each step like walking along a cliff's edge. One misstep meant plummeting into an abyss of no return. Wang Shua, bulging with muscle, felt sweat beading on his brow. Suddenly, his foot struck a rock, and in the next instant, the ground vanished beneath him. He plummeted downward. Just as Wang Shua succumbed to despair, a hand seized him. He was yanked back up in an instant. Be careful. Chapter 205, Back to Normal. After being pulled up, Wang Shua froze for a moment, unable to process what had just happened. Zhang Yu patted Wang Shua on the back. What are you doing? Hurry up and get moving. Don't wait around, the ground might open up again. Wang Shua snapped out of it, nodded urgently, and hurried to catch up. The people ahead remained completely oblivious to the danger Chen Yi and the others had faced, all the way until they reached the Bagua Gate. There are 8 openings here. Which one should we take? This is the Bagua Gate. Only one of these doors is the living gate we can pass through. Then it's 1 in 8, our chances are slim. Huang Fu Yun silently held up 10 fingers. Glanced back and noticed Chen Yi and the others had caught up. But even if we each take a different exit, some of us might still survive. Chen Yi's gaze swept over the Bagua Gate, his expression growing increasingly grave. This Bagua Gate is proving difficult to navigate. Qian versus Kuan, heaven versus earth, life versus death. Zhuang Rui muttered aloud. Huang Fu Yun quickly pointed to the gate inscribed with life. Isn't that the door? Isn't that the gate of life? Before the others could celebrate, Zhuang Rui shook his head. It couldn't be that straightforward, there must be another hidden meaning here. Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly whipped out her whip and lashed it toward someone. A shrill scream pierced the air. Zhuang Rui and the others immediately turned to look. Niao Feifei instantly grew wary. What are you doing? Ling Xiaoxiao's whip yanked Zhang Yu toward them. Are you out of your mind? We haven't even figured out which path is correct, and you're just wandering off randomly? Zhang Yu snapped back to his senses, looking utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what he'd done. Ling Xiaoxiao noticed this too and immediately turned to look at Chen Yi. What the hell is going on? Chen Yi pressed his lips together, his expression grim. Han Feng was right earlier, this dungeon is trying to kill us. Hearing this, the players who had entered the instance instantly turned pale. How could this happen? Did we violate some rule? It's not that we broke any rules. Perhaps it's because we've gained too much, while the energy supply for the dungeon is insufficient. So it's chosen to devour us outright. But even if it wants to eliminate us, it has its limits. It couldn't attack directly. It could only use things within the instance to sabotage them, attempting to erase them that way. No sooner had Chen Yi finished speaking than several of their men began to glaze over, their limbs stiffening as they shuffled toward the Bagua Gate. Ling Xiaoxiao and Han Feng swiftly bound them up, preventing them from walking straight into danger. What's wrong with you? Zhuang Rui looked at them in confusion, slowly approaching. Chen Yi immediately interjected, don't worry about us. We need to find the gate of life quickly. Zhuang Rui, who had nearly reached Chen Yi, abruptly halted. Right, I need to find the gate of life. Han Feng cautiously approached Chen Yi and whispered, I can't shake the feeling that something's off about this group. Chen Yi's brow never relaxed for a moment. Don't speak. Keep reminding yourself they're normal people. Han Feng froze, his eyes widening in alarm as he looked at Chen Yi. Wasn't that implying that none of the people before them were normal? Han Feng scanned the group. They acted perfectly normal, showing no signs of anything amiss. He even began to doubt whether Brother Yi's eyesight was failing him. Found it. That's the door. Great. We finally found the way out. We can leave alive. Zhuang Rui turned around and said with a smile, Chen Yi, I'll help you lead them out. Chen Yi's eyes flickered twice before he suddenly laughed, sure, thanks for that. Zhuang Rui's lips curved upward slightly. No trouble at all. Meeting is fate. That we crossed paths here is truly a twist of fate. He stepped forward and reached out to help the tightly bound figure beside him to his feet. Together with Chen Yi, they headed toward the exit. By the way, where do you guys live? I'll come visit sometime. How could you not know where we live? But I'm curious, how did you know my name is Chen Yi? I don't recall telling you. Zhuang Rui froze, a look of confusion crossing his face. How could that be? I definitely heard them call your name. Chen Yi was absolutely certain no one had called his name. Even if they had, it was almost whispered. How could Zhuang Rui, standing so far away, have heard it? Oh, I see. I never told you my name, yet you managed to call it out perfectly. Zhuang Rui's expression flickered. I overheard it by accident. I'm curious too, you called my name the moment you spoke, as if you'd known me for ages. The two gradually approached the gate of life. Just as they were about to step through, Chen Yi halted his stride. Do you really want to know? He asked. I can tell you, but lean in closer. This is a secret no one else can hear. Zhuang Rui was puzzled but obediently moved closer to Chen Yi. What is it? Zhuang Rui's expression froze instantly. He looked down at his abdomen, where a dagger was plunged into his flesh. How did you find out? Chen Yi immediately kicked Zhuang Rui toward the exit, shouting to the others behind him, head for the door across the hall. The others had no time to ask questions and immediately followed him out. The next second, they were out of the instance. This time, it ended exceptionally quickly, especially since several people witnessed Chen Yi's actions simultaneously. After exiting the instance, before Chen Yi could catch his breath, the proctor appeared before him. Teacher? The proctor nodded. These recent instances have claimed many lives, and we're short on rescue personnel. Chen Yi, would you be willing to join us at this critical moment? Chen Yi agreed without hesitation, while Han Feng looked at him with envy. Noticing Han Feng's gaze, the proctor smiled and asked, You want to join the rescue operation too? Han Feng scratched his head awkwardly. I would too, but I don't have the strength. The proctor replied without hesitation, We'll see after the test whether you have it. No need to put yourself down like that. After joining the rescue operation, Chen Yi followed the proctor into more dungeons, saving numerous people. When he encountered Ling Xiaoxiao again in a dungeon and she learned of his actions, she resolutely joined the mission as well. Chen Yi sensed Ling Xiaoxiao's feelings for him, yet he couldn't make a decision right away. After all, neither of them knew if they'd survive the next dungeon they entered. Through the relentless efforts of Chen Yi and others, decades later, the world finally returned to normal. The so-called dungeon worlds vanished, and all order was restored. A new civilization was rebuilt. Chen Yi, his face now etched with wrinkles, and Ling Xiaoxiao, still radiating grace and elegance, stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows. They exchanged a glance, their faces softening into gentle smiles.